This young man was an unemployed NEET in the 21st century, spending his days sucking on lollipops and browsing the web for job opportunities. One ordinary day, just like any other, he accidentally clicked on an ad webpage, and then, as if it were predestined, it pulled him into a new interface. No matter how much he screamed in despair, it had no effect. This places Earth in the year 2696. At the Stellar Academy, in the year 2696, extraterrestrial beings invaded, causing catastrophic devastation to Earth, which eventually built a federation that used nuclear weapons to eliminate the aliens. However, they left behind a virus X worldwide, leading to mutations on Earth. Zombies and mutated beasts rampaged, while the survivors evolved, paving the way for the martial artists' cultivation. Since then, Earth's martial artists were crowned as kings. Lamb, too, having crossed over here, was still in a daze, unable to grasp what was happening when suddenly his roommate Makine, a fellow student from the 29th martial arts class at Stellar Academy, started beating him up mercilessly. Lacking any talent for cultivation, he was often seen as a useless person by his friends, doing chores like a servant at home, feeding them, doing laundry, and handling everything daily. After being beaten badly and feeling some pain, Lamb 2 now began to realize that he had indeed crossed over. The young man thought to himself, "Damn it. Is there anyone who has it as bad as me when crossing over?" A flood of memories from the original host began to flash before him, filled with insults and relentless beatings, leading to despair over wanting to live. As a result, Lamb 2 was now enduring the beating in this dire situation. Regaining his composure, he resolved that no matter what, he would not submit to this kind of bullying. Even if he was beaten to the point of breaking ribs, he would not bow down to these brutes. But the more he resisted, the harder he got hit, which made him furious. The martial artist charged at him like a wild beast, ready to deliver a finishing blow. But unfortunately for him, now, this body was no longer the Lamb 2 from before, but Lamb 2 with the aura of a main character. So there was no way he would be bullied anymore, just when he was in a life or death situation. The system that dragged the young man into this world appeared. It announced that it had completed the assessment of the owner's rage and asked if he wanted to use a stored power attack. With no time to hesitate, Lamb 2 immediately agreed to use it right away, and then boom. The two fists collided, and Wukwang's hand seemed to shatter into 100 pieces, causing him to scream in agony, as if his soul wanted to escape his body. The lackeys panicked and hurriedly carried their leader to the school's infirmary for surgery. After that attack, Ming's condition was not much better, but he was still a bit more conscious than the other guy. Once the system finished processing, it announced that he had won a draw opportunity. Despite being in pain all over, Lamb 2's eyes lit up, and he quickly pressed the spin button, hoping to win some union coins. Fortune favored him, and he had a whopping 10,000 union coins right in his pocket. After spinning, the young man had to drag his battered body to the infirmary for treatment. The female doctor, upon seeing him, became very friendly. Maybe the young man is a regular here. She glanced over and ordered him to strip down to nothing and lie on the table, which made the little bird a bit flustered. However, a few minutes later, she began to work seriously. As requested, Lum 2 used a restorative liquid costing 9,800 alliance currency. The young man started to fade into unconsciousness. His injuries were assessed, and the estimated recovery time was 5 hours. During this time, Lum 2 clenched his fists, thinking that the original owner of this body must have lived a life far from his imagination, often bullied and beaten, but from now on, he would not let anyone push him around again. 5 hours later, Lum 2 was a completely new person. In class 29 at the Duel Academy, the homeroom teacher was rolling out a plan for a practical combat area, a 20 with 20 participants. He looked around the class and asked Thigu Thigu about VC Depetung's whereabouts. After hearing from a student that he was in surgery in Area C due to Lum 2 breaking his bones, he was greatly surprised. Even the other students could not believe what they were hearing. How could a waste like him cripple someone? Just then, Lum 2 walked in, exuding an unprecedented coolness, and boldly said, "Teacher, can I?" The crowd below began to chatter excitedly. "Is that Lum? He seems so different from before." "That is right. It is like he has turned into another person. Am I seeing things?" the teacher, hearing the young man, quickly advised. "Lum 2, you do not need to be so excited. Area 20 is quite dangerous. You should first go through the beginner martial artist phase, and think it over." One of Miasig's followers chimed in to mock him, thinking Lum 2 would be scared. But then he challenged him to a duel, stating that if he won, he would get to participate in training. From the system's analytical eye, this guy was Hiratun at the beginner martial artist level. His strength was not impressive and was a bit weaker than Memaisi's pepper. As long as Lum 2 was careful to avoid his attacks, he could unleash a stored power punch to take him down. With that careful calculation, Lundrum 2 arranged to meet Elijah Tun after school at the training ground to settle their differences. A few hours later, news spread throughout the training ground that the Class 29 Waste had challenged a beginner martial artist to a fight. Countless people came, intending to watch a show. Before stepping onto the ring, a few friends advised the young man to reconsider, but he confidently pressed on, responding firmly, "Don't worry. I have been wanting to fight him for a while now." Upon seeing Lum Tu, Tun rushed into attack, taunting him as he threw punches. "A waste like you dares to be arrogant. Let me teach you how to be a person." Lum Tu continuously dodged the blows. His injuries had healed, but each punch still caused him pain. Ignoring the audience's urging to strike back, he remained loyal to his plan, even as Tun swung wildly. The teacher watching felt that even just dodging did not look pitiful at all. He had never seen such a steady gaze from him before. Finally, the moment had come. The stored anger value reached 100%. All the humiliation he had endured was about to explode. Ma Chuan's family decided on the final move. He charged forward to attack his prey. Lam Tu also held his ground with one hand against the enemy. After that deadly blow, the only sound was Ma Chuan's agonizing screams and the puddle of blood spreading on the floor, shocking the witnesses. Lam Tu arrogantly looked at him and mocked. Defeated by a loser. Is not that just a loser among losers? The teacher saw that things were not going well, and quickly sent someone to take him for treatment. To avoid affecting the practical combat training in Area 20, the teacher also praised Lam Tu, saying he really made others see him in a different light. Having defeated the strongest in the class, Lam Tu successfully gained the chance to participate in the practical training. Area 20 is located in the northern part of the city. This area is contaminated with nuclear waste, plagued by mutated viruses, filled with zombies and mutated beasts, making it extremely dangerous. However, risks and opportunities always coexist, and many parts of the mutated beasts are highly sought-after materials. The strange essence in their brains could be a type of special crystallized energy that helps fighters in their training, which is quite valuable. This time, the academy provided uniforms for each person and organized combat drills to deal with regular zombies and mutated beasts, to increase the excitement of the game before the battle. With the teacher pretending to issue a dangerous warning. But unlike previous training, you must overcome your inner fears when facing zombies and mutated beasts. Last year, several students were killed by zombies due to fear, resulting in being overwhelmed and bitten to death. Only real combat can truly test everyone's abilities and make their mindset more resilient. After the scare, the teacher began to explain the rules. There are a total of 20 people, grouped into teams of 4. The teams are free and must not venture deep into Area 20. The strength of the mutated beasts and zombies in there is not something you can handle. Whether you live or die depends on yourselves. A few people showed signs of panic and fear, but Lam Tu was different. To him, those things were just valuable experience points to level up. Soon, the group of students quickly split off and entered Area 20 with their own teams. Lam Tu's team faced a level 1 zombie with sharp teeth carrying a virus, its combat power reaching 380, a full 100 levels higher than Lam Tu. But no matter how high or low, what he needed was experience points. So he charged ahead, easily slicing the monster's head in two with one strike, successfully leveling up to level 2. While the young man was celebrating, another group of zombies rushed at them. Before he could react, they were cut to pieces by Truong Ai. Lam Tu could only watch in frustration as someone else took the experience points. The group continued deeper inside. Ahead was the level 1 zombie leader, with very fast movement and sharp claws, able to summon zombies with combined combat power. The purple-haired guy in the group charged confidently, but with that speed, he could do nothing and could only lie still, waiting for death. Luckily, with Truong Ni stepping in to save the day, Lam Tu hurriedly reminded him that this was the zombie leader, and they had to take it down with a single blow. Otherwise, it would summon a bunch of level 1 zombies, and that would be a huge mess. Of course, Truong Ni did not take it well, fighting the monster while letting a useless guy just stand there like an idiot. He intended to strike with his knife as usual, but it did not seem right. The zombie dodged skillfully and screamed loudly to call for help from its horde. Just as expected, the peaceful sky was now filled with zombies. The guy with purple hair and Truong Ni were scared out of their wits, quickly grabbing their sandals and running. The chubby guy urged Lam Tu to leave this place quickly, but he came here to gain experience, not to run away. If he killed all these zombies, he could level up several times. So he decided to risk it and charge forward, seeing his friend acting like he was possessed. So different from the Lam Tu he used to know, the chubby guy wasted no time and started attacking. Both of them fought fiercely, chopping down zombie after zombie. In his intense focus, Lam Tu got hit by the zombie leader. Thinking he was done for, to his surprise, he quickly added up all his points in the system, instantly boosting his strength, and with bare hands, he twisted the zombie's head 360 degrees, defeating the enemy and successfully leveling up to level 6. Unlocking the system's gene. According to some books Lam Tu had read, a large part of human genes was never used. The so-called gene unlock was the most basic potential within the body. In legends, if one could unlock the gene to its highest level, they could become a godlike existence, driven by curiosity. Lam 2 pressed to unlock the first gene to see how strong he could become, but it was quite disappointing. A bright red notification popped up. Warning. Warning. Still not level 15. Lam 2 felt annoyed at this point. What the hell is this? Isn't he at just level 15? I just need to kill monsters to level up. I can meet the unlocking conditions very quickly. Just wait for me, after dealing with all the zombies. The chubby guy approached his friend with a suspicious look and asked, Lam 2. Are you still the Lam 2 I know? You seem to become really strong all of a sudden. You took care of the zombie leader all by yourself. The young man could not say no. He replied that he was just showing off a tough exterior to his friend, because he was stuck in this world, due to bad luck. Then the two continued deeper inside. It was not long before they reached the forbidden area their teacher had warned them about. Lam 2 felt regretful that he had not encountered a single zombie on the way, missing out on a tiny opportunity to gain experience points. Just as he was about to take a risk and sneak in to see what was up, his friend suddenly trembled and pointed behind him. Look, there is a huge python by that tree. Lam 2 reflexively turned to see a massive python, a level 3 monster. Changing colors right in front of him, the young man turned pale. His face drained of color, and quickly ran away. He shouted. Damn it. Why is it always chasing me? You should chase that chubby guy instead. At that moment, the chubby guy, exhausted from running, suddenly realized that his friend had already run deep into the abandoned area. Lam 2 ran desperately, finally shaking off the snake. But he could not let his guard down. It could change colors based on its surroundings, so caution was key. While looking around for a way out, suddenly an arrow was aimed right at his head, accompanied by a warning. Don't move. What are you sneaking around here for? The young man felt a chill run down his spine. Things were really going south. These people were a team of adventurers hunting zombies and mutated beasts for materials. And they were all experienced fighters. He had no chance against them. Nevertheless, Lam 2 forced a bright smile, acting as if nothing was wrong, and replied succinctly, Hey guys. I am just passing through. Seeing his clothes, they recognized him as a student from the Star Academy. One of them stepped forward, grabbing a combat knife and threatening him. Leave the combat knife behind, and you can scram. Lam 2 heard this and gently pleaded, Dude, being here without a combat knife in a place that could be an ambush is asking me to die. Right. Then you can go die yourself. To his surprise, right after he said that, the snake attacked, and with one bite, he was swallowed whole. The adventurers began to panic. The leader tried to calm everyone down. Don't panic. Guys, this is a level 3 mutated beast. Its materials could sell for millions. Amid the chaos, Lam 2 slipped away to observe the situation, thinking to himself how foolish it was for a bunch of level 1 fighters to provoke a level 3 mutated beast. People really are dumb enough to die for money. I might as well stay here and look for a chance to snag that combat knife back. The snake was under constant attack, thrashing its tail wildly, leaving some of the adventurers seriously injured. After a tough battle, they finally managed to take down the mutated beast. However, it was unclear who would get to enjoy the spoils. The leader ordered Lam 2 to skin the snake and extract the materials for him, or else he should watch his back. But he did not expect that this was the moment for Lam 2 to shine. He would extract the materials, but they would be his spoils. The guy, angered by this, charged at him. But what could a weakened person do? Soon after, Lam 2 sent him off to his ancestors in the most peaceful way possible. Because of this, he leveled up to level 7 and got another chance to draw a prize. Additionally, Lam 2 collected a bunch of materials from the snake and stuffed them into the adventurers' backpacks. The situation here was quite dangerous, and he could not linger, so he quickly packed up and prepared to leave. However, no matter which way he went, he still found himself lost in the danger zone. Just when he did not know which direction to take, birds flew all around in the sky, and something fierce appeared. Turning around, he saw a 4th-tier evolved lightning leopard, its combat capabilities impossible to assess. At this moment, Lam 2 just wanted to run for his life, but surprises kept coming. Following the leopard was a cool-looking blonde girl named Lakangayat, a 4th-tier fighter charging at him. And then, the human and the leopard engaged in an intense battle, like a storm shaking the earth, leaving the leopard flattened on the ground. Just when it seemed the fight was over, it turned out it was only pretending to be dead. Just as the girl approached, it sprang up to attack, delivering a fatal blow that sent her tumbling off the cliff, her fate unknown. Lam 2, witnessing everything, felt something was off. It did not seem like it was merely pretending to be dead, but rather just temporarily out of commission. He cautiously approached with the intention of delivering another strike, hoping to become the one to take down the boss and obtain the rare essence of the 4th-grade mutated beast, thus becoming rich. With that in mind, the young man crept up, brandishing his weapon with a savage grin. But before he could strike, another one appeared behind him. At that moment, Lam 2 remembered that leopards often hunt in pairs, one male and one female going out for food. Without a moment to think, he quickly turned tail to run, pleading, "Sister Leopard, I did not kill your husband," no matter how he ran. The young man found himself cornered. A cliff directly in front of him, and the leopard charging at him, with no other option. He preferred to be crushed to death rather than electrocuted. Aside from the deliciously charred meat, he would also become dinner for it. So he closed his eyes and jumped down. Whether by luck or not, right below the cliff was a lake, and some wooden logs mitigated the impact, saving his life. Even more surprisingly, the blonde girl also fell down here. And as per the usual trope, the young man would, of course, save her and take care of her attentively. Holding the little sister in his arms, Lum-Tu thought, how could there be such a beautiful girl? She seemed only around 17 or 18 years old, but was already a 4th-grade martial artist. Surely a talented disciple from some big clan. Just then, his growling stomach interrupted his thoughts. Fortunately, there were some tasty fish in the lake. Could not ask for more. He then got to work making a fire, drying clothes, and grilling the fish, enjoying his meal like a feast. Just as he took a bite, the blonde girl suddenly got up, pointing her sword straight at him. "Why are you dressed like that? What did you do to me?" Lum-Tu froze for 5 seconds, panicking as he tried to explain. "What did I do? I pulled you out of the water. If it were not for me, you would have drowned already." After being calmed down with some fish and a little brain-clearing technique, the girl finally relaxed and began introducing herself. "My name is Lefengite." "Go ahead. What do you want?" "I do not want to owe anyone anything. Just say what you want, and I will give it to you. Then no one owes anyone, or else I will take care of you." Never had he seen someone treat their life-saving benefactor so coldly. Min smiled brightly and said he wanted to become as powerful as she was. Lefengite felt she had made a mistake. Perhaps it was still not too late to turn back. Asking for gold and jewels was still feasible. But that poor talent of his might be a bit difficult. That night, Lum-Tu sat in a corner watching the girl rest. Chuckling as he opened the system to draw a lottery, the young man spun the wheel while secretly praying for some weapon. However, the wheel gradually stopped, pointing to 1,000 alliance coins. He really did not want that at all. Luckily, thanks to some passing breeze, the needle moved a bit more. The system immediately notified, "Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the Phoenix's 100 birds." Lum-Tu was as joyful as a flower blooming in spring, and on top of that, he got a skill card. A card that only a warrior at the 6th level could craft. Based on the level, they are divided into copper, silver, gold, and diamond. The higher the level, the greater the power. Holding the card in his hand, he could not stop being excited. Internally screaming, "This is a mature warrior card." This type of card is even more valuable than the diamond card, because it changes with the growth of the cultivator. Lefengite, who was behind, was awakened by the young man's silly laughter. With senses sharper than a dog, she noticed something, and Min now began to pay attention. Could it be the group of adventurers they just encountered? "It can't be like this." He quickly urged Lefengite to run, but due to her injury, she could not move. The young man had no choice but to voluntarily carry the girl on his back, pretending to care for her safety, which was why he had to run. Just as the two of them had not gone far, a small team of adventurers approached. They deduced from the situation that they had not gone far, and if found, they would not let them go. Meanwhile, Lum-Tu was carrying Lefengite on his back, feeling heavier with each step. According to her explanation, it was because of the sword behind her, not because she was fat. However, he seemed to be skeptical. While they were busy discussing, someone blocked their way ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was a vibrant pink 2-headed snake, which had a strange habit of moving at night, with venom on its fangs and a combined threat level of 670 points. Lefengite knew she could not fight, so she handed her sword to the young man to deal with the snake. Just as she said, it was indeed heavy. Min could barely lift it with both hands. And then, a person who could not move, combined with a clueless one, quickly dealt with the pink snake. Lum-Tu confidently pointed his finger at it with a challenging voice. "Come on. Bite me. I won't just kill you. I will take your essence to sell for money. Are not you angry?" But somehow, the snake, even after having its head chopped off, still lunged to bite the young man's hand wildly, giving him quite a scare. Lefengite chuckled silently beside him, her face saying, "Serves you right for teasing me." However, she had not laughed long before her teammate was whining, his whole body covered in red rashes, feeling hot and itchy all over. At this point, she felt nervous. This snake had a kind of insidious poison that would cause intense desire in the poisoned person. This time, they were really in trouble. Not knowing how to handle it, Lum-Tu was like a bull in heat, his heart racing. Drooling uncontrollably, lunging to pin her down on the ground. No matter how Leffy Guy threatened, he could no longer control himself and leaned in to kiss her, just as his hands and feet were about to wander. Luckily she was quick-witted enough to bite him, regaining control of the situation. Then shoving him toward the nearby waterhole to calm down. The young man ran while holding his mouth, not forgetting to apologize to her. Fortunately, after soaking in the cold water, he returned to normal. However, his mind was still thinking about those soft, fragrant lips. While the young man was relaxing, Leffing Guy was facing serious trouble. The earlier adventure team had sneaked in, eyeing her with a shameless, greedy expression. Young but weak, she could do nothing but lie helplessly in their grasp. Luckily for her, just as they were about to strike, Lum Tu returned just in time, with the ability to see each person's characteristics. The young man confidently pointed them out one by one, as if he were a deity. Tridrung All Ling, a second-tier martial artist, specializing in swordsmanship, with a combat power of 1540. Lalo Hone, a first-tier martial artist specializing in using the Graba sword, stood before someone whose divine nature he could not quite grasp, without a combat power calculator. He was still able to provide such accurate information, making them a bit uneasy. And they scurried away. Even Lucking Guy was surprised by his special ability. The two young men quickly packed up and left. If they waited for the others to react, chasing them would be a big hassle. Indeed, just after running a bit, they realized they had just been burned. The leader angrily ordered his men to carefully guard the outer area. He wanted to capture both alive to vent his anger by dissecting them. Lum Tu was not foolish. His head was not just for show. He knew they would send someone to block the exits. So he decided to stay in the restricted area, waiting a few days for Leffing Guide to recover before going out. The next day, Men at Home woke up from his stupor, looking at the situation before him, hugging the girl who was peacefully asleep, feeling a bit uneasy about potentially being castrated right there. He could only pretend nothing was wrong and gently wake her up as soon as she opened her eyes. Leffing Guide casually said she sensed an evolved beast and was getting ready to go out to battle. Even a dog would acknowledge her keen sense of smell. She explained that she still had not fully recovered and needed 2 more days before handing him a long sword to fight. Lum Tu looked scared. The lowest evolved beasts here were at least second tier, and at his current level, he would only be bait for them. However, she said something that left the young man speechless, not daring to say a word. With your current strength, if you do not seek out stronger enemies to fight, how will you ever improve? Don't worry. I won't let you die just yet. Then, in the following days, under Luffy Guide's command, a talented young woman who understood the living habits, attack methods, and weaknesses of evolved beasts helped N level up to level 9, enabling him to handle 2 third-tier evolved beasts at once. The young man had gathered countless rare crystals he wanted to share with her, but she flatly refused. At this point, she had fully recovered, so there was no reason to stay here any longer. They had to part ways, each going their separate paths. Even the Mun did not really want to, not because of any longing or love, but because there was a chance those guys were still lying in wait. If caught, it would likely mean the end. But Lucking Guy did not care about that. What she wanted was to find the Thunder Leopard and confront it once more. Before leaving, she reminded him for their next meeting, if his strength had not surpassed hers, she would handle him. After hearing this, Lum Tu broke out in a cold sweat and called after her. Hey, what do you mean by that? So you want revenge for your gratitude? Ah, right. Where did you come from? After that question, only the voice of Luffy Guide could be heard echoing back. The Holy Domain. But when did you disappear? A few hours later, after they parted ways, each going their separate paths, Mlunima finally made it to the edge of the forbidden area. However, as soon as he set foot there, before he could look around, he was ambushed by those people. Luckily, there was only one of them. If he could strike quickly before the rest showed up, he might have a chance to escape. Lum Tu dodged the attack with his sword, but the overwhelming difference in strength left him no opportunity to counterattack. The opponent rushed in like a bullet, shouting confidently, "Let us see if I can pierce your heart." Men strained with all his might to hold on. Just when it seemed he could not take it anymore, the system had charged enough attack power. With no time to think, the young man unleashed a powerful strike straight at the opponent's quail. He thought it was just a trivial matter. He blocked with his hand, but the result was a broken bone and shattered egg, leaving him to clutch his younger brother in pain. However, Men was a very kind person, preferring to end things quickly rather than let his enemy suffer and die slowly. So he swiftly dealt a blow to send the brother back to the earth. The system congratulated him for reaching level 10 and unlocking the Berserk skill. Berserk is an active skill. After use, for 10 minutes, both strength and physique will increase. However, after 5 minutes, he will be in a fatigued state. Before the young man could celebrate, the comrades of the fallen guy showed up. The leader stared dumbfounded at his brother lying on the ground and asked,
Good.
Did you dare to kill my man? Men answered honestly. Do you think I would just stand there and wait for this guy to kill me? It is infuriating to be caught off guard. The leader ordered his underlings to charge, regardless of whether it was 2 against 1 or 2 against 5. As long as they could get revenge. Lam-Tu found himself in a tough spot, facing 4 first-tier fighters and 1 second-tier fighter, with no way to win. He could only rely on the skill he just acquired. Berserk activated, and instantly his physical speed increased significantly. In the blink of an eye, the young man vanished from the sight of the fighters and made his way to safety. However, this skill only lasts for 5 minutes, and after that, he would be exhausted. At that point, he could only let others kill him at will. He had to find a way to strike quickly. The 2 below were armed with long spears, suitable for his combat style. Lam-Tu then launched a surprise attack, swiftly disarming him. At this moment, the young man was full of confidence, easily wielding the spear while combining it with the Beach EU Triyu Feng technique, quickly sending several opponents into eternal sleep. However, the stronger the technique, the more energy it consumed, and being surrounded and attacked by 3 others took quite a bit of time. Following the motto that to catch a thief, first catch the ringleader, he aimed straight for him. They also realized that the secret technique the young man was using had a short duration and side effects, so they only needed to surround him to ensure he could not escape, and would have to surrender. But before they could celebrate, as his rage surged, Lam-Tu had to immediately use his power alongside Batch Liu Try Your Phone like a deity, preparing to stab the leader. However, it is often said that when it rains, it pours. Just when it mattered, an incident occurred, causing the weapon to break under pressure, coupled with the side effects of his fury. The young man now could not even draw his sword to fight. Indeed, when luck is on your side, nothing can stop you. The leader laughed maniacally, holding a knife ready to stab his opponent. But it seemed the situation was about to change. This game was not over yet. From behind, a powerful strike was launched along with threatening words. Just a small team of second-tier martial arts hunters dared to lay hands on a student of the Tin Daidu Academy. Who gave you the guts to do that? Turns out it was Dr. Ai Tainunik C3, a 4th-tier martial artist. Thankfully, her timely appearance saved his life. Lam-Tu was quite surprised to see her, not expecting a doctor to be so powerful. After some casual chatting and teasing, the young man took off his pants to treat his wounds while Nazan CC seriously helped him escape. At the gathering place, the teacher was calling roll one by one along with the loot that the students had collected. Looking around, it was clear someone was missing. When he asked the chubby student Deng Thin, he found out that his clueless student had accidentally run into the forbidden area. The others in the group laughed mockingly at this. A useless person is indeed useless. Running into a forbidden area probably means he has been eaten by zombies or swallowed by evolved beasts. Deng Thin felt a bit angry hearing his friend being insulted and wanted to rush in and punch that guy. Even though the teacher advised them to wait a little longer, they still wanted to make things difficult, thinking it would be better to head back. Perhaps Lam-Tu was already dead. However, right after that remark, reality slapped him in the face. A familiar voice rang out. Who is messing with me? Indeed, it was none other than Lam-Tu. Returning safely, looking cool and confident, Deng Thin's face lit up with joy at seeing his friend, while Heffy Atun and a few others still sneered and mocked. Lam-Tu, have you been hiding these past few days? Can't even handle a single evolved beast. Men pretended to be inferior and asked back. It seems you guys have taken down quite a few evolved beasts. Hearing this, they put on haughty expressions and replied proudly. Of course. Brother Trong and Na had dealt with 8 evolved beasts already. The people around also crowded in to compliment him, making the class leader puff up with pride. They thought they were so cool. But who could have guessed? The Nem flipped his backpack upside down, dumping out a pile of strange crystals. Even 3 third-tier crystals that shocked everyone. Trong Yent was not satisfied, thinking the young man had cheated. But as soon as he spoke, the teacher slapped him in the face. Then show me how you cheated. A 3rd-tier crystal is worth at least 400,000 to 500,000. Which of you can pull out over $1 million to buy 3 crystals for cheating? The outcome of this real fight was beyond my expectations. Let us go back to the hotel and rest first, since everyone is not an official fighter yet. They can't sell mutant crystals through the Fighter Alliance website, but the hotel owner buys them, so he can sell to him. This news made the young guys thrilled, their eyes filled with dollars flying around. The hotel owner buys mutant crystals like he buys scraps. A 1st-grade crystal is 1,000 Alliance coins. A 3rd-grade crystal is 500,000. Adding it all up, Lam-Tu has nearly 2 million. This is a big score. I am about to get rich. After waiting in line for a long time, it is finally my turn. The owner, eyes shining like stars, looked at the loot and urged Lam-Tu to quickly hand over the Alliance cards for him to transfer the money. Just as the transaction was going smoothly, Someone interrupted. They arrogantly cut in line, pulling out 10-second grade crystals to hand to the owner, then flaunted themselves in front of Class 29. From the system's perspective, one was Tantram, a top 108 fighter in the Academy's combat power ranking, and the other was Langayan, a beginner fighter. These two seemed to be itching for a fight, mocking the class and looking for Lam 2 to humiliate. They say you do not know the danger until it is right in front of you, and here it is. The young man did not care who he was. He just wanted to provoke him first. I am the useless guy you were talking about. What is wrong? You want to meet me that badly. If you do not want to wait in line, then do not open your mouth and hurt others. Now apologize to me, or I will let you taste what it is like to be dealt with by a useless person. That is really infuriating. Tantram charged forward, ready to teach him a lesson with a punch. Unexpectedly, Lam 2 only used one hand to block the blow, causing him immense pain. The opponent switched to using his feet, but it was useless. He ended up eating a brutal kick to the face. Blood everywhere. Completely infuriating Tantram, who unleashed all his strength to attack. Lam 2 continued to dodge the attacks with the same old tricks, which only made him angrier. The classmates who had been watching cheered and encouraged. Chongini felt a bit nervous, not believing that Lam 2 had become this strong in just 3 days. But the people from Class Time 2 were no pushovers. The cat and mouse game had gone on long enough, and Tantram was ready to unleash his final blow. Lam 2 blocked with one hand and countered with the other, appearing to be overwhelmed. But suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the young man turned the tables. The system prompted an attack suggestion. However, with his current ability, Lam 2 was confident he could win without effort, scaring the opponent. Then, 3, he spun around, and Tantram's arm twisted until the bones shattered into misshapen fragments like clay. Class 1 was shaken. They wanted to rush in to restore justice, but they were intimidated by Lam 2's power. Just as the fighting and arguing escalated, the hotel owner interrupted. Lam 2, the payment for 3 third-grade mutant crystals has been deposited into your account. Check it again. The news of the useless guy from Class 29 handling a third-grade evolved beast shocked them even more. I can't believe a useless guy could be this strong. The young man was determined to defeat everyone to make it into the top 108 of the ranking. But no matter how much mind provoked them, they did not dare to step forward. Just then, the 2 teachers from the classes walked in, interrupting the situation. The first-grade students quickly tattled about how someone from Class 29 broke Tantram's arm. Luckily, the teacher from Class 29 was fair and demanded a detailed account of the incident, so Lam 2 was not falsely accused. However, the teacher still had to pretend to be strict and made the kid apologize. Even though he was secretly pleased and thought the boy fought really well, Lam 2 had to act and apologize to Tun, saying, I am really sorry. I should not have hit you so hard, but do not worry. I will cover your medical bills. After all, we are friends and money is not a problem. Was this kid really apologizing? The potential for injury was not high, but the humiliation was intense, making the classmates stifle their laughter. Before being taken for treatment, Tantram turned back, looking challenging, saying he wanted to face Lam 2 in the final match. After the first-grade students left, the teacher did not let the students relax and rounded up the young men from Class 29 to check their combat strength, to see if they had leveled up after their practical training. One by one, they stepped onto the scale, and Chongyan reached the standard of a martial artist, with a combined combat power of 675. Surprising everyone, the teacher praised him, saying he could start practicing cultivation techniques tomorrow. In terms of levels, a combat power of 300 to 600 is beginner martial artist, 600 to 800 is standard martial artist, and 800 to 1500 is first-tier martial artist, officially becoming a powerful martial artist. Because cultivation techniques for martial artists absorb beneficial energy from the universe. This energy is called the source. Martial artists absorb the source energy from the air through cultivation techniques, enhancing cellular vitality, muscles, and even bones, thus achieving body enhancement. Most of the class had been tested, leaving Lam 2 as the last one. Despite having seen him break Tantram's arm, still pretended to look down on him and mocked as he stepped forward. However, just seconds later, the information screen hit them in the face, making them shut up and not dare to say a word. Lam 2's stats showed a combat power of 676, even higher than Trajing Nun. That evening, Teacher Le called the 2 young men to discuss their future development plans. Since they were both standard martial artists, they needed to think about choosing the right weapon for themselves. According to the teacher, evolved beasts on the 3rd tier have completely mutated skin, making them impervious to bullets and even laser beams. However, through human effort, special metals were obtained from other planets. Using it to create new weapons could inflict damage on evolved beasts. So choosing the right martial arts techniques to pair with corresponding weapons is essential to reveal the true strength of a martial artist. After hearing the explanation, Lum Tu quickly raised his hand, saying he had thought it through and chose the spear as his weapon. He even pulled out the top 10 ranking of martial artists in the world to compare, noting that there was still a spot missing for a spear user, so he would become that person. After speaking, MN immediately dashed away without giving the teacher a chance to respond. The basic method, the martial arts card for cultivation, was now in hand, only lacking the common solution. However, since he still had not become an official martial artist, he could not shop on the Martial Artist Union website. The young man had no choice but to head to the school's Divine Martial Arts Hall to seek his fortune. It seemed that this place rarely had visitors. Seeing a customer, the shopkeeper warmly welcomed him, introducing all the products he had in stock. However, whenever Lum Tu picked something up, he was dissatisfied and criticized it. Too light. Way too light. Isn't there anything better here? The shop owner, feeling teased and frustrated, pulled out a 65-kilogram spear, which had gathered dust in the corner since it was made, and began introducing it. It is made from the crystal ore of the stellar rock. Not only is it heavy, but its sharpness and sturdiness cannot be compared to ordinary weapons made from stellar minerals. It is called the Silver Soul. Holding the spear, Min felt that this was truly a weapon meant just for him. However, the price was quite steep, reaching 1.2 million. After hearing the price, his heart sank immediately. Having barely sold over 200 million essence crystals, buying a spear had already wiped out half his money. Cultivation really is a money pit. But knowing this, he had no other choice. The young man reluctantly pulled out his wallet to pay. Becoming a martial artist, he could finally use his cultivation techniques. Every moment on Earth is filled with various energies, which martial artists call sources. But ordinary people can't perceive it. Only martial artists can sense it and absorb it to refine their bodies. Having just begun his cultivation, he was curious to see if there were any changes. The young man pulled out the system to check. While he was focused on checking, a notification suddenly popped up. The lucky draw opportunity had been updated. Do you want to proceed? It turns out that besides the rewards, there is also a chance to draw once a month. Coincidentally, today was 000 on the first of the month. Lum Tu turned and prayed that the reward would not be another weapon. Otherwise, he would be at a big loss. How did he end up drawing a rapid growth kit? Following the system's suggestion, he immediately used the kit. But why was it unusually heavy? The entire outfit weighed a total of 130 kilograms. Frustrated and ready to take it off, he had not completed the rapid growth yet, so he only heard the warning beeping. The system prohibited him from removing it, advising him to adapt quickly tonight, or he would be crawling to school tomorrow. Additionally, upon completing the rapid growth progress, he could receive 25 potential points. Hearing about potential points, Lum Tu's eyes lit up like stars in the sky. Was not it just crawling? I can do this. Crawling all night. He finally managed to stand up and go about 19 laps. But his progress was still lacking, only reaching 1,000 per 1,000. While dragging his broken body to class, he suddenly got knocked down from behind. It was infuriating. The young man turned around, cursing loudly. But what caught his eye was the pretty neighbor girl, Dipsong, who was once a cute kid bathing in the rain. So he let it slide and smiled broadly. The girl is about to take the college entrance exam, so the teacher is taking the kids on a tour to see which school they like. Men is delusional, thinking that Song Nai wants to apply to Tin Dayu Academy because he is here. The two siblings were chatting away when suddenly one of her fans popped up to tease them. Song and Hai, is not this guy Lum Tu who used to live next to you? I have heard that the strongest loser at Tin Dayu Academy is also named Lum Tu. Could it be the same person? Seeing her brother being mocked, the girl was ready to step in heroically against this guy. But he completely ignored her and focused on Lum Tu, planning to humiliate him. However, it turns out that men is not the same as before. I am not afraid of anyone now. If you want to get beaten, I will make that wish come true. Even though I am carrying more than 100 kilograms and feel exhausted, dealing with a punk like him is no problem. Bazim Bone confidently charged in, repeatedly attacking MN. Normally, he would have dodged, but right now, that is just impossible. However, he quickly turned the tide, grabbing the opponent's hand and squeezing it, then delivering a kick straight to the face, sending him flying 3 meters, clutching his hand and screaming in pain. Just when he thought it was over, Lum Thean, a martial artist ranked 100th, showed up and ambushed NN from behind. This guy is a third-year student in the top 100 of the school's rankings, and the vice president of the Martial Arts Association. He was caught off guard and took a direct hit from this guy with the honeycomb face. He was furious on behalf of his younger brother, treating Lum Tu like a punching bag. When Song Hai saw her brother getting beaten, she stepped in to stop it. But he showed no respect for a girl and threw a powerful punch. Luckily, Lum Tu reacted in time and pushed Song Nai aside. Otherwise, she would have been hit too. but the consequence was that he had to take the hit instead. Teeth Elite was lying on the ground. Lum Thin was still not satisfied, wanting to cripple the young man. Just then, the teacher from class 29 ran over to intervene, but Lundrum Thin pretended not to hear and continued his assault. The situation was getting more serious. At that critical moment, luckily, Teacher Lo arrived just in time to end the fight with a powerful strike. Even though the truth was clear, Lum Thin insisted it was because Emian had attacked his brother that he retaliated. Of course, the teacher knew the situation well and said that the school would handle it. Before leaving, Lum Tu challenged him to a duel in 3 days. Despite the teacher and Song Nai trying to stop him, the news about the loser wanting to fight Yi Eng then, who was ranked 100, quickly spread and became the hot topic at school. Everyone thought the young man would get beaten to death. Meanwhile, he seemed very confident as he went to the infirmary to treat his injuries. There, Sister Tu Na Si Thi used some kind of medicine that quickly healed his broken arm. According to her explanation, it was a healing medicine from the Tu family, capable of quickly regenerating bones and muscles, and it was very expensive on the market. Anunchi Si Thui also warned him that it is best not to offend the Yung family, because their power is very great, but others have already attacked right at my doorstep, so fighting back is only natural. Seeing Lam Tu so determined, she did not stop him anymore and decided to give the young man quite a big surprise. That was the Lathan Dongba Elite Martial Arts card, a very expensive martial arts card. When practiced, it can produce a powerful wave that makes the air explode, being the most brutal combat technique in close quarters. However, if the body is not strong enough, it can lead to broken arms, fractures, and muscle damage for the practitioner, which is why no one trains with it. But if you are helping someone, you should go all out to help the young man train quickly. Nuke they also included a combo with a healing potion, so even if his bones and muscles were injured, it would not be a problem. With a new martial skill, Lam Tu quickly practiced day and night without stopping. But at his current level, he could only injure opponents outside. Additionally, due to his reckless training, the young man had leveled up to level 11, but the rapid growth system's progress still was not enough, only reaching about 80%. Finally, the match between Men and Dong Thien had arrived. Not only was Lam Thien humiliated, but Teacher Lei in the stands was also looked down upon by the teacher from class 253. Despite this, he still had great faith in his student without any wavering. The official match began, still with the same arrogant demeanor. Dong Thien charged in with a massive sword, and as soon as he struck, he immediately closed in with the blood wind monkey technique with the advantage of speed. The enemy was pierced through the throat before they even had time to react. Fortunately, Men managed to block it with his spear, but still got injured a bit with the sword energy in hand. The opponent continuously attacked, and within just a few moves, they knocked Lam Tu out of the ring. The young supporters below were very worried, but thankfully he was still conscious and stood up to reassure everyone. Just then, the rapid growth system announced that it had reached 100%. Congratulations to the host for gaining 25 potential points. Lam Tu did not hesitate to allocate all kinds of points to level up, and he also removed the burden he had been carrying. Standing tall, Ngo Loi declared that what just happened was merely a warm-up, and now the real fight would begin. Dong Thien was quite furious for being dealt a painful blow. He charged at the young man as if wanting to devour him whole, but now was the time for Men to shine. His speed and strength increasing as if he had transformed into a different person. He swung the spear in mid-air, combining a powerful strike with the 100 birds salute, then thrusting directly at the opponent, causing his sword, no matter how strong, to break in half, while the man suffered severe injuries. Unwilling to be defeated by a useless opponent, Duong Thien took out a vial of something from his pocket, resembling a growth hormone, and downed it in one go, causing his body to undergo an unusual transformation into a giant, with muscles bulging. Little did they know that this guy, in order to defeat Lam Tu, used a type of drug developed to enhance human strength in a short time. However, forcing the absorption of energy to enhance physical strength would damage the tendons and muscles of the user. In mild case, the cultivation level would drop sharply, and in severe cases, they would become disabled, since he had used a banned substance. Teacher Lo wanted to stop the match, but the teacher from class 253 treated it as normal, calmly stating that the school had no prohibitions. Moreover, the host of this match, Duong Mo Baksh from the Duong family, is also present. He is one of the shareholders of the Tyne Du Academy, so the school must show him some respect. Therefore, the match continues. Lam Tu is continuously overwhelmed, curled up on the floor due to exhaustion. However, it is not over yet. The young man quickly wipes the blood from his mouth and stands up, ready to unleash his skills with a powerful strike combined with a fierce punch. Facing off, even though Duong Thien used banned drugs, Min does not fall behind. He launches a critical attack directly targeting the opponent's internal structure, crippling one of his arms. Duong Thien refuses to give up, charging in with a spear, wanting to finish off the kid, but with the aura of the main character. Lam 2 easily dodges. Just when he plans to retaliate, his wish is thwarted by the host, Duel Mobat. Stepping in, thanks to that, his beloved son was able to survive. Before leaving, Dong Mobach looked at him fondly and left a parting remark.
Kid.
I will remember you. In the end, the result of this martial arts battle is that Lam 2 from the second year, class 29, defeats Duong Thian on the beach Situg ranking of the academy. The next day, while the young man is in the recovery room, Teacher La knocks on the door urgently. After seeing the kid, the teacher says he has good news and bad news to share, asking which one he wants to hear first. Lam 2, still groggy, wants to hear the bad news first. Du Daiyong is compensated. Still better than suffering later. According to Teacher La, the academy has decided to impose a punishment on him. Before the teacher could finish, the young man shouted loudly. Punishment? On what grounds are you punishing me? The teacher calmly sits down and explains in detail for this foolish student to understand. The Duong family is one of the academy's shareholders. This time, Duong Bin had his arm broken, and Duong Thian was killed. For the high-ranking individuals like them, this is a huge humiliation, since Duong Thian used banned drugs in the match. The Duong family only had to write a statement about the martial arts battle. They also intentionally added that Duong Bun was just a high school student to pressure the academy into punishing him by sending him to the Guangming outpost for training. The good news is that he has been promoted to the BHCP board, with the reward being a white-silver combat skill card. Teacher La also mentioned that this combat skill was created by the Grandmaster Beach, Li Dude, which can unleash 100 spears in 1 second. But only a very few people can actually master it. Lam 2 holds the card in his hand, ecstatic, imagining when he could also shoot 100 spears. He can't help but smile. The young man promises to train hard so as not to disappoint the teacher and vows to come back alive. Since the last academy-issued battle uniform was torn to shreds, he has to spend money to buy a new one. While happily walking, he is ambushed, but luckily he reacts quickly and dodges in time. Looking at their appearance, they all seem to be first-level martial artists, probably here to offer him experience points. Even though this is the city area, they dare to act, but with this level of strength, they are just punching bags for him. It did not take long for the first guy's head to roll, lying still on the ground. A true martial artist could handle a first-level fighter, and the speed of it left the others a bit stunned. However, they were not afraid and charged in, seeking their death, becoming experience points for Lam 2. The other two, seeing this, quickly fled, their tails between their legs, not daring to look back. Watching them leave, the young man immediately deduced that they were sent by the Zaivang family to deal with him. Lam 2's judgment was quite accurate. After they fled to report back, the other two were met with another beating from Mess Zahivering Tan. Meanwhile, Yi Hong Babuch remained completely unaware of this. As soon as he learned the news, he rushed to teach his wife a lesson and sent someone to quickly clean up the mess to avoid federal investigation. Still, she believed her actions were justified. Lam 2's stubbornness had forced his son onto the path of death to train. After his husband said he had pressured the academy to send him on a mission to the Guangming base, which had a 70% mortality rate, she finally fell silent. A few days later, Lam 2 packed up his numerous belongings and joined the army as punishment as planned. First, the officer Ten Si Ta, a second-level martial artist, gathered everyone for roll call. Right away, he was threatening them. Everyone, give me your full attention. I hope you all survive this mission. A few people saw Lam 2 was just a high school student and not yet an official martial artist, and they started to tease him. Hey kid, did you grab the wrong script? This is not your movie set. The officer told them to shut up, but that guy still would not let it go, trying to say a few more words until he was punished with push-ups. Realizing silence is golden, Ten Sipang reminded Lam 2 that even as a student, participating in the mission meant he was just like them. You could die at any moment. 15 minutes later, the group of 40 began their march. In the training compartment of the transport plane, everyone was working hard to strengthen their skills, while Lam 2 was meditating. A young man named Le Dutch, who claimed to be a former student of the Tyne Daidu Academy, approached him. He seemed nice enough, asking why Lam 2 had to come to this place. Lam 2 sighed and said it was because the school had tricked him. Just then, the guy Kim, who had mocked Lam 2 earlier, walked over. He acted like a junior bullying an older student, demanding to see what was in the box that Lam 2 brought. But since he already disliked him, he did not want to let him touch it. Responding coldly, "Didn't your seniors tell you not to mess with other people's stuff? Curiosity can get you killed. Have not you heard that?" Ignoring the warning, he insisted on grabbing the box and ended up falling back in shock. Lam 2 kicked out, the spear now firmly in his hand, its tip aimed straight at his throat, taunting him. So-called first-level fighters are really just like this. Kim Hai, furious, clutched his neck and retorted.
Good.
What did you just say? Lum Tu confidently replied, enunciating each word clearly. I said you are trash. Kim Hai was verbally attacked by the captain. And before he could do anything, he received a punch to the face, causing his front teeth to fly out. Not willing to back down, he quickly got up, ready to retaliate. Just then, Officer Tan Kong stepped in to intervene, expecting to help. But instead, he was also berated by him. A martial artist defeated by a high school student who was not even a proper martial artist. Do you still not feel embarrassed enough? With so much energy wasted on something pointless. You should be thinking about how to survive at the Guangming base. After a flight, the team finally arrived at the Guangming base. Before heading to the central area to confront the threatening evolved beasts, Tan Kong instructed everyone to split into 4 squads, each with 10 members. Led by a squad leader entering the Guangming base from the south gate. But somehow, Lam Tu and Kim Hai ended up in the same team. And even more surprisingly, their team leader was a very charismatic girl from the humanities department. The 10 of them were responsible for eliminating evolved beasts and zombies in the small town near the Guangming base. The high-level evolved beasts were deep in the town. And outside, there were only a few weak second-tier ones. Kim Hai eagerly charged ahead, but due to underestimating the enemy, he almost got bitten before Lam Tu stepped in to help. The experience points from these second-tier zombies were not trivial. The young man handled the entire group by himself, astonishing his teammates. However, the situation became more tense when the zombie leader howled, calling other zombies to come. It was like an endless horde. No matter how many you cut down, they kept pouring in from all directions. Team leader Tu Van ordered everyone not to panic and to shoot from a distance first. Lam Tu took down countless zombies, accumulating quite a bit of experience points. He pooled all his system points, reaching level 12, with combat power hitting 800 and earning the title of first-class martial artist. However, the power of anger could only be used 3 times a day, with a recovery time of up to 8 hours, making upgrades impossible. The zombies were getting closer, and everyone began to fight at close range. Looking uneasy, while only Lam Tu smiled brightly, his eyes filled with experience points. The enemy numbers kept increasing, and they could not afford to be surrounded. Tu Van ordered everyone to retreat temporarily into an abandoned house nearby. Since the zombies were chasing too closely, someone had to stay behind to hold them off in order to close the aluminum door. Now, only Lam Tu and Tu Van were outside. As the team leader, she could not abandon her teammates and run away, so she told Lam Tu to go inside first. But the young man pushed her aside and replied coolly, Sorry, I do not let girls help. He was just acting tough because he was scared of losing experience points. It is rare to come across something this good, so we can't miss it. After a fierce struggle, Lam Tu finally dashed into the building. Everyone quickly closed the aluminum door, but it did not seem very secure, so they had to rush upstairs. Lai Ditch was surprised to see the corpse in front of him and the chaos around, exclaiming, Could this be a mutation? Just as he finished speaking, something fell on his back. Fortunately, Kim Hai reacted quickly and took it out. Indeed, it was a mutation. This guy probably woke up without brushing his teeth or stepped in dog poop. It seemed like they had walked right into their lair. Surrounding them were hordes of mutated creatures. Tu Van quickly ordered everyone to head to the 3rd floor. But it was not very feasible since everywhere was swarming with these mutated creatures. In a critical moment, Lam Tu discovered that this building had 4 floors. The next staircase probably led to the rooftop. So he urged everyone to hold their ground and head there. Luckily, no one had died yet, so they could finally take a breather. With the situation stabilizing a bit, the captain allowed everyone to rest and recharge, as the zombies on the 1st floor would leave them alone if they did not see them. After observing for a while, Lam Tu noticed something strange. The appearance of level 2 canine mutants with large heads, agile movements, keen sense of smell, sharp teeth, social tendencies, and a combined fighting power of 712. Most notably, the canines were fighting the zombies. This unexpected situation was a good opportunity for the team to escape. Tu Van quickly ordered everyone to prepare their gear to head downstairs and break out of the encirclement. After the adjustments were made, they continued with the mission. Everyone followed orders to deal with a few zombies before escaping outside. However, what seemed easy turned out to be a mistake, as they were spotted by the canine mutants before they could run away. Fortunately, they were weak, so they could wipe them all out with just a few hits. However, people often say that bad luck comes in waves. Just after they dealt with the small ones, the leader of the pack appeared, a massive level 3 canine mutant with a speed different from the previous ones. It charged at them aggressively. Everyone quickly fought back, but it seemed futile due to its tough skin. Before long, few people had turned into a bloody mess like in the Legend of the Condor Heroes, with severed arms and blood everywhere. Tu Van, in frustration, swung a lethal strike at the beast. However, her attack could not reach the enemy, and she almost got bitten. Luckily, Lam 2 intervened just in time, using all his strength to push it away several meters, thinking they might have a chance to win. They still had not received much guidance from the system, and had to wait to see. Indeed, the creature was not dead and became even more aggressive, covered in a furious aura, now appearing even larger than before. It roared, followed by a loud explosion. Although everyone had already escaped, they were still injured quite badly. Not stopping there, the Fang dog continued to charge as if it wanted to tear everyone apart. Although badly injured, Lam 2 struggled to get up, swinging his spear in circles, combining it with the 1,000 birds rising phoenix to unleash a devastating strike at the enemy. Following this was a massive explosion, sending people flying quite far. But fortunately, they had dealt with the leading dog. However, the situation was still chaotic, with one problem after another arising. A roar echoed as a level 2 zombie leader appeared. It was the same scream that had called the zombies to surround and attack earlier. What was even more shocking was that this leader directly pulled out the special crystal from the Fang dog and swallowed it whole. Everyone was bewildered. Could zombies really use special crystals to evolve? From the system's analysis, it was clear that it was indeed evolving into a level 3 leader. Lam 2 charged forward alone, telling everyone to hold off the smaller zombies while he dealt with the leader. If it managed to complete its evolution, they would be in big trouble. He boldly rushed toward that monstrous creature with his spear. However, its skin was even tougher than that of the Fang dog from before. Even with a combined strike from 1,000 birds rising phoenix, it had no effect. In that critical moment, Min suddenly remembered he was already a first-level martial artist. He could quickly grasp the martial arts technique on the card given by Master Ledoux, ignoring the danger. He pulled it out and began to learn it. Truly, heaven does not disappoint those who work hard, and Min was no exception. He managed to comprehend quite a bit, launching 3 spear strikes at once, and after repeated efforts, he reached 4 strikes. The other team members were astonished to see him learning martial arts while fighting at such a rapid pace. Kim Hai could not help but exclaim in amazement. Perhaps his madness was the reason he had such formidable strength at such a young age. Tu Van dismissed it as nothing special to keep everyone grounded and encourage their spirits. Brothers, we can't let a high school student surpass us. Lam 2 had repeatedly performed the Stormy Blossom technique, but at most, he could only manage 5 strikes. But even if it was imperfect, it would have to do for now. However, the leader had fully evolved, so the basic attacks had little effect on it if they did not deal with it quickly. More zombies would arrive, making things even more troublesome. With no other choice, Min decided to use his ultimate move, the Berserk Stormy Blossom. Suddenly, his aura surged dramatically, feeling as if the spear had become one with him, unleashing a powerful strike that perfectly finished off the enemy. While he successfully leveled up to level 13. With his current power, he confidently believed he could wipe out the whole group. Finally, after a time of crawling and fighting with all their might, they had neatly dealt with the zombies. They all expressed their deep gratitude to Lam 2 for taking down the leader. Tu Van asked the young man if his sudden power surge was due to some kind of energy boost. The young man was a bit surprised and waved his hand, insisting it was just his own martial arts technique. She also asked why. After her strength increased, she could only use 1 spear technique. Yet that same technique had such incredible power. Her question left Min unsure of how to respond, because he did not really know the reason either. He just felt like he had become one with the spear at that moment. T. Vanen speculated that he might have comprehended Ju Min, which is when practicing martial arts and reaching a certain understanding can unleash the maximum potential of the technique. With the lowest level of bronze technique, if one can comprehend it, the power could rival that of white silver. However, comprehending UI is not easy. It requires the practitioner to have extremely deep knowledge, and a bit of luck as well. It can be said that out of 1,000 people practicing a certain technique to reach that level, only a few can comprehend UI. After listening to her explanation, Lam 2 felt it was quite absurd. If that is really the case, would not that mean I could unleash the power of a golden martial technique? After the 2 sisters finished discussing, Tita Van had everyone pack up their belongings to return to the building for a night's rest. For the first time in his life, Lam 2 savored the meat of a high-grade dog and could not stop praising it. While everyone sat together, the young man asked about the Holy Domain. As he understood, the team leader explained that it is the Holy Domain Academy, one of the 5 major academies, known for housing the most powerful martial artists. Each martial artist there is comparable to the geniuses of other academies. The minimum admission requirement for the Holy Domain is a high-level martial artist. With such high requirements, it is quite difficult for ordinary people to achieve. However, the young man still secretly thought about the day he could reach a high-level martial artist to show off in front of that little girl. Lefeningai, The next day, the team continued deeper into Area A20 to carry out the mission of dealing with the zombies and evolved beasts in the central region. Lodich suddenly pointed toward the tall buildings, where something was moving stealthily. According to the system, this was a level 2 reptile with extremely fast speed and sharp claws. Adept at climbing, anyone bitten would be infected by the virus and turn into a reptilian zombie. Kim Hazai saw them and thought they were as slow as snails. So he immediately drew his gun and fired without waiting for anyone to stop him. However, contrary to his expectations, those creatures dodged the fatal shot in an instant. Sensing something strange, they began analyzing the situation. Perhaps they were intentionally luring their prey, pretending to be lambs while hunting for tigers. The earlier gunshot had provoked the reptiles, and they charged forward to attack, with astonishing speed. One of the group was bitten before he could react. In this critical situation, Lum-Tu thought about retreating to a more open area to avoid being ambushed from above. Following to Van's orders, everyone quickly supported each other and ran toward the park, which was already surrounded. There was no other choice but to fight fiercely against them. After a fierce struggle, barely surviving and completely exhausted, they finally dealt with the reptilian zombies without any further casualties. Just as they sat down to catch their breath and drink some water, Lum-Tu was suddenly ambushed again. Fortunately, he reacted in time to dodge it. The assassin then appeared directly. He is a level 3 warrior, skilled with a dagger and evasive techniques, and so on. Men brandished his sword to threaten and demand to know who he really was, but this guy disdainfully replied, "You are about to die. There is no need to know my name." From Venian saw someone daring to attack a soldier of the Federation and stepped up to clarify the situation. However, this guy did not regard the Federation at all and struck directly, sending her flying quite a distance. Everyone saw the captain being attacked and angrily rushed forward together. Lam-Tu knew this guy came for him, and he did not want his teammates to be involved, so he pretended to flee to lead him away. After running for a while, he finally found a suitable place to confront the enemy head-on. He sneaked up quickly, trying to act like he was mighty and imposing. "Let us see where you run to." "Who said I wanted to run? I just want to find a place without anyone bothering us to take you down. You arrogant little brat. I will chop you into pieces. Is the Tang family sending you to kill me?" Heh. So what if it is or is not? You are about to die and still want to take revenge on the Tang family. That is right. I actually do have that plan. But first, I need to deal with you. So after a chaotic exchange with no clear outcome, the two young men charged at each other. Lam-Tu's speed and attack surprised his opponent, who thought this kid had just unleashed a killing intent that made him hesitate. With an oddly elusive dodging technique, could it be a rare martial arts skill? That feeling is quite unsettling. He continued to rush in, attacking while dodging Lam-Tu's spear thrusts, then leaped into the air like flying, unleashing numerous blade flashes like a rain of petals. However, these blade flashes were a mix of real and feigned attacks. Not all were lethal. The young man watched his opponent at strikes with an excited expression full of admiration, eagerly responding to show him what a real lethal attack looks like. Both sides were evenly matched. The opponent claimed he had closely observed these moves, while Lam-Tu was dealing with the zombies. So for him now, it was nothing significant. The first spear transforming into 4 spears was all useless. He confidently closed in, skillfully controlling Lam-Tu with both blades. Heh. I have. But the brat smirked back. Not so. At that moment, he looked down at his chest and realized he had been hit without noticing. This is really unreal. Clearly, he had avoided all the 4 spears. So why is it like this now? It is hard to believe. Lam-Tu feared the kid might die without knowing why, so he took time to explain. It turns out he had detected someone following him early on, so during the fight, he only unleashed the 4 spears to surprise his opponent now. Though he said that, in reality, when someone got close, the system immediately displayed their attributes. You can't help but look. This young man has extraordinary observation skills. Just as he realized the reason, he collapsed immediately, becoming experience points for him, successfully leveling up to level 14. However, right now Lam-Tu is not in great shape, although leveling up restores stamina and health points. The wounds from the 2 daggers keep bleeding as his 2 teammates rushed from afar to help. He felt a bit relieved to know he was not abandoned, and then passed out. When he came to, it was already midnight, and everyone had brought him back to a safe place to recover. Seeing he was okay, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Luo Dutch and Kim Hai announced that the monster he killed was one of the assassins from Tin Dai Dubu Thun, and he would definitely be rewarded handsomely this time. However, both of Lam-Tu's arms were injured. Although he had applied medicine, it would take time for him to move normally again. So the captain decided to stay here an extra day to rest and recover before continuing the mission. A month later, the entire team finally dealt with all the zombies and strange beasts that could escape this hellish place. Thanks to Lam-Tu, the mission was a complete success. Everyone regarded him as a brother. willing to risk their lives for each other. Even Kim, who initially had a prejudice against him, had now completely changed his attitude and treated him like a blood brother. Just as they were enjoying the moment, a group of people appeared in front of them, looking very aggressive, acting all high and mighty. It turned out to be soldiers from the Federation. Looks like the haul is not too bad. Do you guys need help gathering the spoils? Tuvan looked at them with irritation and coldly replied. If they knew they were Federation soldiers and still dared to act, who gave them the guts to do that? Lam Tu observed for a moment and warned her. There is one among them who is a third-tier martial artist. We need to be careful. As soon as the young man finished speaking, that guy charged at him, pointing his blade and declaring, I only need this kid. At that moment, Tuvan realized he was the poison wolf Chu Tiuvu, the one who had once slaughtered an entire encampment. She had always hated him because her teammates had sacrificed their lives because of him. And this time, she would not let him go. As the captain prepared to take action, men immediately stopped him, saying to leave this one to her before attacking. She even took a moment to ask him if he was on the same team as the one she had dealt with. But when she mentioned that name, he seemed to go crazy and charged at her. Don't compare me to that fool. Although we are both third tier, my strength is on a completely different level than his. Indeed, what Chu Tiuvu said was quite accurate. The power unleashed by the Than Kukim was definitely stronger than Lam Tu's Silver Soul. This guy might be someone very formidable. While the young man was fighting, his teammates were not idle. Following Tuvan's orders, everyone rushed to deal with the cowardly foes first before supporting him. However, it seemed that Mun was facing a quite formidable opponent this time. It was more like throwing eggs at rocks. Chu Tiuvu directly opened the young man's eyes to what true martial arts really meant. He unleashed a powerful strike with his blade, making it impossible for the young man to defend himself. Fortunately, he activated his rage in time, only getting a few scratches. His clothes torn but not completely cut in half. Seeing that his opponent had not fallen, he charged again. The battle grew more intense, and Lam Tu was completely overwhelmed. Chu Tiuvu laughed maniacally, making the first strike, shattering Min's soul even though it was made of martial ore. Such a powerful move. Facing the fierce enemy ahead, Men had no choice but to resort to his final technique. After a continuous series of real battles, he successfully developed the 100 Birds summoning technique, powerful enough to be used with the silver martial arts. If combined with the rage of Allah Ho, it would create an incredibly powerful counterattack. However, even though this was considered the strongest technique he currently had, Chu Tuv was still able to endure it. Without suffering any harm, he resorted to the third strike, intending to end the battle quickly and painlessly finish off Lum Tu. A blow too strong. The young man's mind was now filled with thoughts of death. But at that moment, a strange sensation appeared. Could it be an illusion before departing? Or was it due to the increased rage attribute of his body, allowing him to merge with the spear? With little time to think, Lum Tu unleashed his decisive move, allowing him to witness what true rage of Aho really was. Chu Tuv was struck with a hole right through his chest, collapsing to the ground. Questioning whether that move was the urinum. After dealing with the enemy, Lum Tu's strength increased a level, but his body no longer had the energy to endure, and he fainted. The next day, when Menon woke up, everything had been neatly taken care of, the mission completed, and they were on the spaceship heading back. T-Van had been taking care of him very attentively, monitoring the young man's condition to the point of not sleeping day or night. She handed him a card containing 3 million yuan, a reward for defeating the Shadowless. Lum Tu's eyes sparkled at the sight of the money, continuously thanking the big sister. However, she showed annoyance, scolding him that she did not run around so much just to get a simple thank you from him. Calling him a silly goose, the young man rubbed his head, chuckling as he asked her how she wanted him to thank her. Hitting the right spot, Tivan slowly approached him and teased, suggesting he could repay her with his body. Min was taken aback, quickly using the excuse that he was still a student and was not ready for love yet to decline. He then asked what date it was to change the subject. But today was indeed the 20th, the day of his final exam. And if he did not return soon, he would be late. Seeing him in such a hurry, the big sister waved her hand tiredly. It was only 4:00 now, and they would reach Tyndaidu Thun in 2 hours. So he did not need to worry. Before everyone left the base, the commander conducted a roll call and awarded prizes to the survivors. Lum Tu looked at the soldiers receiving medals with envy. As each medal had a unique code, the recipients would have many privileges, and even the authorities would not dare to meddle with them. When it was the young man's turn, the commander praised his achievements and presented him with a prestigious medal representing that victory. Lum Tu was quite surprised to receive such a significant reward, but it would be a waste to turn it down, so he had to accept it. Meanwhile, at the academy, the final exams had officially begun. Everyone was cheering loudly at the dramatic confrontations of the students. Teacher Lo was very worried as he waited but still had not seen any sign of Lum too. Why has not that kid shown up yet? The written test is already over. And if he does not get here soon, he will be expelled from school. Calculating the time. The federal soldier should have been back since yesterday. Right. Could it be that he sacrificed himself? He definitely will come back alive. Duong Thien. Beside him, eagerly asked Teacher La where exactly Lam Tu went for his experience. Has it been a month and he still has not returned? A question with no answer. The two of them could only wait in silence, in the arena. Duong Thien, after returning from the path of death, a place known for its life or death challenges, significantly increased his power and easily defeated his opponent, who was ranked 98 on the strength chart. Next up was the match between Lam Tu and Tran Tiu. The teacher repeatedly called out the young man's name, like calling for a draw, but there was still no response. After calling out 3 times, the teacher had to resort to a 10-second countdown. If he still did not show up, it would be considered a forfeit. Just as he finished speaking, the young man jumped out, saying, "I do not need to see the countdown." Everyone was quite surprised to see him. Some were happy, others doubtful of his strength, while Duong Thien felt nothing but resentment. Is Lam Tu still not dead at the light base? But it is good he is here. This time, I must personally crush him. On the stage, the young man was once again looked down upon by his opponent. However, it seemed he was used to it. He casually raised his finger in defiance, as his ranking on the strength chart at school was only around the 100 mark. Right, this level is nothing to me. Infuriated, as soon as the shout began, Tran Tiu rushed in, just back from the Ghost Gate. Dealing with such a weak opponent, Min did not even bother to pull out his weapon and just used his bare hands to block the attack. A kick was thrown, and the opponent fell hard. Really painful. He got back up to continue fighting, but the result was still continuous domination. Not wanting to be defeated by a loser, Tran Tiu pulled out his ultimate move. He had let the opponent talk too much already. Now was the time to show some prowess. Using a punch filled with explosive power that directly knocked Tran Tiu out in an instant, leaving him sprawled on the ground without using any effort. The match ended so quickly that Teacher La and Duong Thien had not even blinked, their mouths agape in shock. The chubby guy joyfully welcomed his friend back, hugging him and ruffling his hair like he was his own pet. While waiting for the next round, Lam Tu opened the system to check his stats. Besides leveling up to 15, he also earned a chance to draw rewards and a new skill called Disguise. This skill allows him to conceal his strength, appearing as an ordinary person. Unless the opponent is 2 levels higher, they won't be able to recognize him. This is so surreal. Like the system has watched too many martial arts movies to come up with this trick. Even more surprisingly, the young man met the criteria to unlock his first gene, but this has too many risks. With a 10% death rate, a 20% coma rate, and a 30% chance of unpredictable situations. This is no different than a 50-50 gamble. It is just a scam to push forward and add 15 potential points to strength first. Just then, the announcement sounded, inviting the youth to the arena for the next match. The academy's mentor, Truong Lan, had been observing and felt both bitter and worried as Lam Tu managed to complete the mission at the light base and return, becoming much stronger. He did not know how to explain this to Dong. After thinking for a while, I realized, he just needs to fight the strongest opponent and defeat him in the arena, and that is it. Then, the randomly drawn list for the finals, which everyone considered to be due to the luck of fate, had been tampered with. Lam Tu just hoped not to face anyone in the top 10 in the combat power rankings. He would be grateful for that. But as soon as he voiced his thoughts, misfortune struck immediately. On the announcement board, 2 large lines caught the eye. Number 1024 Lam Tu versus number 8 Duong Thien. Number 1023 Truong Gai versus number 208 Duong Thien. It sounded like a thunderclap. This was truly a nightmare. Truong Yingu was stunned, not expecting to face Duong Thien in the first match. He would have to settle for a meat platter to ward off bad luck. As for Meng's opponent, he was rumored to be a high school student ranked 4th in the combat power rankings, frequently entering dangerous zones where various zombies and evolved monsters coexisted for training, possessing rich combat experience and extremely cruel tactics. Seeing that the opponents of the 2 students were this strong, Teacher La could only offer encouragement and remind the 2 boys to be careful. Meanwhile, a person known as Mir Deep appeared among the senior teachers. Based on the way he was addressed, he seemed to be highly respected. Upon seeing him, Principal Hot Hai quickly prepared the outstanding students' resume for him to review. However, Deep asked to wait and watch the finals first. On the arena were Truong Ai and Duong Thien. Knowing his opponent was in class 29, the arrogant blonde with a face like a graveyard exuded an air of challenge. You do not need to concede because I am here. Class 29 will be wiped out. Truong Ai did not say much, ignoring the bravado, and directly attacked, but the power gap was too vast. As soon as he made a move, he was immediately controlled by his opponent. Duangthian brutally grabbed the young man's hand and twisted it back, as if he wanted to devour him alive, not stopping there. It was not enough to cripple the hand. He intended to stomp on Chuang Ni's leg. Seeing things were going awry, Lam Tu disregarded everything and flew up to intervene. Duangthian, if there is an issue, target me. Do not harm my friend. The two sides faced each other like fire and water, ready to clash fiercely. Just then, the referee popped up and asked, "Which class are you from? Don't you know, during the competition, you can't just rush in." Min glared at him, feeling irritated, and replied angrily that he was a teacher. "Do you want to see a student get killed in the ring?" Unable to respond, the teacher had no choice but to end the match. Declare the winner, and let the doctor treat him quickly. How is it that the doctor is that girl NXC3? After a long separation, M gets the chance to meet her again in this awkward situation. However, she still teases him, making his face turn completely red. Trang lay on the stretcher, tears streaming down his face. Unwilling to accept that he could not defend against even one blow, he reminded Lum Tu to be careful when facing that vicious guy. To reassure his friend, Emming comforted him and promised to take revenge for him. Next, it was Lundrum Tu's turn to step into the ring, facing DP Lem, who at just 18 years old was already a second-class soldier with a combined combat power of 1847. Not much different from the third-class soldier Chu Yu Enji, truly deserving of being the fourth-ranked genius in the Academy's power rankings, and known as the Tiger of Tundaidu. As soon as the referee signaled to start, Dipsy Alam immediately struck, bringing down a massive hammer forcefully onto the ground. Although it was made from a special stone as hard as steel, it was punctured by the hammer with a significant hole. Luckily, Lum Tu managed to dodge it. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as the stone floor. He looked at the younger boy with contempt and praised him sarcastically. "Pretty quick, kid. But do not worry. No matter how agile you are, I will still smash your head in without any pain at all." Pizza Chu Lam's hammer had already made a large hole in the arena floor made from a special stone as hard as steel. Lum Tu's anti-fans in the stands kept discussing, thinking the young man was definitely going to die this time. Unable to withstand such a powerful opponent, Nidra Si Thai and Dengthen could not take it anymore, angrily shouting for him to shut up and watch closely. The outcome is still unknown. However, this guy was arrogant, confidently claiming that Lam Tu would lose. If he wins, you would take over this competition arena. The girl doctor just laughed disdainfully and promised to watch his live stream of eating dirt. With the power of the Warhammer, Dipi Lam almost had the upper hand. Continuously attacking, Lum Tu intended to unleash his fury, but it seemed impractical due to the long cooldown of that skill. So he had to save it for the end as a trump card. Then, the young man used a flurry of strikes, seizing the opportunity when his opponent was distracted and landed a hit. Although he was stabbed, it was almost nothing compared to Dai Peep Si Go Lum's overpowering strength. He was bitterly gathering strength, channeling everything into his next attack. The energy fluctuation caused by the Warhammer suppressed Emin, leaving him unable to move. But it is okay. Still got some fight left in me. If I can't dodge, then I will just go all in. Combining the 100 Birds Kaya Phoenix and the Violent Rain Leaf Flower made him a counterattacker that even the judges could not believe. This kid is surprisingly impressive. Just as he deflected one hit, DP Lum struck him with another. His special technique was unleashed. Nunechi Si Thi and Teacher La shouted worriedly for him to jump off the stage, or he would end up a bloody mess. But there was no time. Lum Tu had already taken the hit from earlier. DDP2 Lam arrogantly believed that the young man was already out of his league. However, as men had the aura of a main character, making it hard for him to go down so easily. The only issue was he could not activate his rage skill. After taking a beating, it was time for a counterattack. Lum Tu suddenly grew stronger, like a kite catching the wind. He quickly rose and defeated his higher-level opponent. Dipsy Lum, for the first time, experienced what it felt like to lose. Not willing to accept defeat, he resorted to underhanded tactics, grabbing a bomb and throwing it at Lum Tu. In the surprise of the moment, he could only push his friend out to congratulate him without thinking. Fortunately, at that moment, D8 flew down from the stage, using a high-level skill of the circular energy to block the attack, saving the young man. This skill was only available to soldiers of level 6 or above. It released energy from the body, forming a circle to stop any incoming attacks. After saving Lum Tu, Deep encouraged him to keep trying and praised the young man for his potential. He also did not forget to lecture Dipe Suckle Lum. It is good for young people to want to win, but using underhanded methods and such unethical behavior to harm classmates is unacceptable. Seeing this, the principal rushed over to assess the situation, but as soon as he saw Mer Dip, he was immediately criticized. "Is this the outstanding student you all introduced to me?" The principal, embarrassed, could only bow and apologize, promising to deal harshly with this cruel behavior. watching the teacher look like a dog that got caught in a trap. Lum Tu was very curious about the background of this teacher and asked the staff. However, Teacher La did not know who he was either, only guessing that he might be from one of the 5 largest academies here to conduct an inspection. Because of the recent incident, the competition was temporarily postponed, and the young man was allowed to return to the dormitory to rest, recover, and recharge for the afternoon's battle. Menon excitedly opened the system to handle the prize draw after leveling up to level 15 along with this month's bonus power. With 2 draws in hand, Lum Tu prayed to the heavens for a big reward. However, the young man was out of luck. He ended up with a poor skill with a silver blade that was completely useless. Nonetheless, this damn system always took its owner from one surprise to another, promptly sending a notification. Ding! Noticing that the host has many surplus skill cards. They can use 3 skill cards of any rank to combine into 1 skill card of the same rank. Well, better than nothing. Right, Lam 2 continues to use the last draw, hoping this time to win the big prize. But a dog is still a dog. Luck was against him. And when he opened the box, it was filled with a bunch of skill cards, none of which stood out. At this moment, the young man noticed he had 3 silver cards. So why not try out the system's new combined feature? Thus, he sacrificed his father's life for his son's legacy. Lam 2 immediately had a new skill card called Counter. It sounded pretty cool and seemed quite powerful. Min decided he had to learn it right away. Counter could reflect the enemy's attack skills and strike back at the opponent. The strength of the skill depends on how powerful the reflected skill is. It consumes a lot of the user's energy and has strict timing requirements for the counter. If the opponent's level is too high, it cannot be countered. With the new skill, the young man was overjoyed, as if he had just escaped the single life. That afternoon, the competition continued. Lam 2's opponent was Fi Fei, a schoolgirl with a mature figure, while the young man was still scratching his head, thinking about how to attack. The girl with her sharp gaze like a knife controlled him and pecked him on the cheek, then conceded in front of the stunned witnesses. Lam 2 was dazed for a few seconds, not understanding what had just happened. Suddenly, being kissed by that girl. His sister Nachi Si Thui was furious and cursed the girl as a seductress daring to charm her brother. And Tilam. So how did she run up and pull him back, stealing the boy's kiss, causing the young man to fall into confusion and panic again, getting kissed twice in one day. Lam 2 did not know if it was good luck or bad, because the saying goes, getting involved with girls is a deadly trap. The competition continued with a round of 15 people. But since it was one-on-one, one person would be left out, leading to one match of 2 against 1. They say whatever will happen. And being the focus, he was placed right into this unfortunate match. The young man's opponents were Tifeng Zio, ranked 10th, and Chu Tu, ranked 12th. These two had a strong relationship and were likely to team up against him. So he was in for a tough time. Lam 2 racked his brain, still unsure how to deal with his opponents. But with limited time, he had to drag himself to the arena first. Strategy later. Just as the teacher said, these two really teamed up. Having studied his 100 birds, facing the phoenix and used skills to counter his attacks. Knowing about the furious rain of flowers meant he could only counter one person at a time. So their attacks were perfectly coordinated. They continuously attacked, showcasing their strongest and most brutal moves, as if they wanted to take him down immediately. However, these two unfortunate young men did not know that Lam 2 had just learned a new shield technique and charged in like a moth to a flame. The best part always comes at the end. And now he began to counterattack, combining the newly learned counter with his old skills. He struck his opponents away, leaving them like deflated balloons on the ground, unable to move. The final result announced by the referee was that Lam 2 had won 2 against 1, turning it into 1 against 2, a truly spectacular comeback. Looking at Lam 2 in the ring, the academy's principal advisor, Truong Lan, was seething with frustration, not knowing where to vent it, only able to grit his teeth. At that moment, Duong Thian stepped forward to suggest that he arrange the next top 12 match, so that he and his opponent would be in the same group. He wanted his enemies to taste the suffering he had endured on his path to death, and so, the top 12 match officially began. The first match was Lam 2 against Duong Thian, since men had previously defeated Duong Thian, and now both of their strengths had been upgraded. It was hard to predict the outcome of this match. Besides, Duong Thian seemed to have increased the power of his level 2 soldiers already. Duong Thian's younger brother was also there, cheering for him and boasting, "You want to beat my brother? Dream on. This time Lam 2 is definitely going to die horribly." The fat guy teased the kid when he saw him. Did not expect this little brat to come too. Here to see how your brother gets beaten by Lam 2. This made Ku so angry he could not say a word, only able to silently watch with frustration in the arena. After a while of exchanging blows and challenging each other to taste the pain, the two young men began to charge in, preparing to show the world an epic combat. Duong Thian wielded a blood-red sword, costing nearly 100 million, made from a fierce blood star. To attack, he swung a powerful blow, as if he wanted the sword to taste his opponent's blood. Lam Tu countered, throwing spears continuously but could not do anything. His techniques were neutralized by his opponent's movement skills. Teacher Lai and everyone outside watching were also extremely surprised, as this skill required soldiers to reach level 3 to cultivate. How could a level 2 guy like Duong Thian have it? It is just unbelievable. Not stopping there, Duong Thian directly used his hand to deliver a freezing punch that sent men flying several meters, continuously spitting blood and being at a disadvantage. Lam Tu continued to struggle, unable to use rage, and could only resort to the 100 birds summoning Phoenix. But even this skill was neutralized by him. After that, a multitude of hits came raining down from Duong Thian, and men could not dodge any of them. Even the strategy could not help the young man turn the tide. His spear shattered into many pieces. With no chance to counter, men became a punching bag for his opponent to vent his anger, as if he had been holding it in for a long time and finally had the chance to release it. Teacher La and Duong Thian worried for Lam Tu's life, continuously shouting for him to surrender, or he would be beaten to death. But with his experience of taking hits since childhood, this did not faze him at all. The young man still struggled and shouted, "Lam Tu, I will not lose." However, Vomeng was becoming more aggressive, taking more hits. Duong Thian, like a hungry tiger, pounced, preparing to send his opponent to meet their ancestors, sitting on the altar eating naked chicken. Fortunately, the referee intervened in time. Otherwise, the young man would have to tell his family to bring a coffin to carry him back. Lam Tu was seriously injured, no longer able to stand up, his body gradually slipping into unconsciousness. In his dreams, he saw the system sending a request to unlock level 1 genes with a 10% death rate, 20% chance of coma, and 30% chance of unpredictable conditions. With the determination to win this match, to defeat the enemy without caring about the consequences, I agreed to unlock my genes immediately. But it is ridiculous not to encounter any side effects. I should have done this from the start. Lam Tu successfully unlocked the second level genes, rapidly increasing his strength, physique, and speed, as if his whole body had been boosted to the highest level. Additionally, he gained 3 chances to draw prizes and became a second-level soldier, truly lucky beyond measure. On the stage, the referee was announcing the winner. But before he could finish, Lam Tu's body began to move and stood up in a shocking awakening, causing everyone to panic as if they had encountered a ghost in real life. An unlikely event. Even Ma Deep found this kid interesting. He did not use any forbidden drugs but suddenly became stronger. Just a few months ago, he was a weak nobody, and now he could fight with abilities nearing a 3rd-tier martial artist. It is truly unimaginable. It feels like every cell in my body is bursting with power. Lam Tu immediately charged in, not giving his opponent a chance to understand what was happening. Duong Thian tried to block the attack with his hand, but he underestimated his opponent, resulting in his arm being broken off, revealing it was a robotic arm. This guy was angry and blamed me. "It is all your fault that I turned into this half-human, half-machine monster to enhance my cultivation. I went down the deadly path for training, but monsters there crippled my limbs, forcing me to accept this half-human, half-machine transformation just to survive. Though this transformation brings my abilities to the level of a 3rd-tier martial artist, that is all it can do. I can never upgrade again in this lifetime. Everything is thanks to you. Go die." As Duong Thian shouted, he charged forward with bloodshot eyes, intent on completely eliminating his opponent, seeking to avenge his shattered reputation. Indeed, he is a limited beauty, but his methods are boundless. However, he is still quite inexperienced. Little did he know that mine had just gone through a hellish experience as well. Lam Tu quickly turned the tables, showing him that mere martial arts could not stand up to real combat skills, delivering 1 kick, 2 punches, 3 knockouts, and countless other strikes, a breathtaking attack that sent his opponent flying before crashing to the ground, resulting in unconsciousness. The referee saw the young master in a critical condition, and thought to himself that, if he did not stop this, he would be in deep trouble. So he quickly ran to announce the match's end, and declared Lam Tu the winner. The result of Lam defeating Duong Thian twice on the stage left everyone astonished. Duong Bun, seeing his brother defeated, could not help but exclaim that Lam Tu was truly strong. While everyone thought that Duong Thian had passed out without a care, he suddenly woke up, pulling a prepared syringe out of his pocket and lunging at the back of men. "Lam Tu is dead. And this is the special gift I brought back for you from the deadly Am's path. Just 1 dose will turn you into a zombie." He kept trying to jab the syringe at his opponent, ignoring the referee's shouts to stop and that the match was over. However, at this moment, rage consumed it, and he could not think of anything else. His face twisted into a savage expression as he mumbled, "I want you to turn into a zombie, to become a monster." In response to his opponent's madness, Lam Tu simply smiled lightly and whispered, "You are making me do this," and the syringe plunged directly into his throat. Duong Thian did not have time to utter a word of denial before his body mutated, sprouting spikes and transforming into a real zombie. Lam 2 did not think much. Being a monster meant death was inevitable. So he quickly used a knife to send him off on his final journey. After that strike, blood splattered all over the arena. And the mournful cries of Duong Bun echoed, along with a furious shout. Give me back Shanai. Following that was a powerful strike from the head of the Duong family, Duong Mobat. He ignored the competition rules and charged at Lam 2, demanding retribution for his son. Diep saw the situation escalating and quickly swooped down to intervene, saving the young man once again. With the opponent's strength at the 6th level of martial arts, Duong Mobak had to lower his head and speak softly. Sir, Lam 2 has killed my son Duong Thien. I must take him to the police station. I hope you won't obstruct me. In response to his unreasonable justifications, Deep bluntly replied, but I saw Lam 2 kill a mutated zombie for the safety of the Tine Diu Academy. Is it illegal to deal with zombies in Tin Quang City? Duong Mobak no longer hesitated and had his men take his son's body away. However, he seemed to underestimate the rules. Thinking that having money meant he could do whatever he wanted, Diep continued to intervene, stating that to prevent the spread of the virus, the police must confirm that the body has turned into a zombie before it can be handled. Right. This time, Duong Mobach could only stay silent and accept the arrangements made by the principal. At the same time, in the military dormitory, everyone praised Lam 2's achievements. He truly is strong, returning and killing the young master of the Duong family. However, despite the praise, they all knew that with the power of the Duong family, Lam 2 would definitely face major trouble after this. Just as the young people were worried, the commanding sister walked in to make an announcement. I just received news that a high-level mutated zombie has appeared at Tindiu Academy, and we will set out to investigate this early tomorrow morning. This is indeed good news. Meeting Chin Hu again at just the right time is the best thing ever. The young people were all very excitedly looking forward to it. The next morning, while still deeply asleep in his pajamas, Lam 2 was abruptly awakened by teacher Truong Lan, his eyes half closed, and was informed that he was involved in a murder case and needed to go with the police. Seeing the teacher, the young man could not help but squint and grumble. So fast to lay hands on me. You sent me to the Light Fortress to sacrifice my life before. It must have been that old man you caused. Right. Angered by being insulted by a student, he pointed at you and shouted disrespectfully. Is this how a student talks to a teacher? Damn. A scum like you deserves to be locked up. These people do not argue. They just ordered to cuff the young man and take him away. But Lam 2 was not foolish. He confidently stated that with his 1-star Medal of Honor, no one had the right to arrest him. If they wanted to, they had to send someone from the military to take him. Hearing about the Medal of Honor, they thought Meng was lying, growing even angrier as they pointed directly at him and insulted him shamelessly. Just then, a military tank rolled up outside, and Tu Van Gao stepped down boldly. Warning. How dare you lay hands on a martial artist with a 1-star medal? Take them all back. Truong Luk looked as if he had been slapped in the face, panicking and not understanding what was happening. Despite trying to explain, in the end, it was his group that got shackled and taken away in an instant. It had been a while since they last met. Lai Ditch and Kim Hai crowded around to ask about their younger brother, leaving the young man unable to respond. But the joy was short-lived. Teacher Lei suddenly appeared with news that Q was being punished by the school, under pressure from the Duong family. They had just made the decision, saying that. The teacher handed the notice to Lam 2. At this moment, Meng was like, what the hell? What the hell? What punishment? Such a realistic image must be fabricated. The teacher continued to explain further. The school believes that the student knew the syringe contained poison but still deliberately injected it into Duong Thien, causing him to mutate. Although it was not intentional murder, it was still a malicious act that resulted in Duong Thien's direct death. Therefore, the school decided to expel the student. Lam 2 listened to the announcement, furious and cursing those damn bastards. Although he regretted it, the teacher had to explain to Q and apologized for not being able to prevent this due to his limited ability. Additionally, Teacher La promised to use his connections to help him transfer schools, not wanting to cause trouble for others. Lam 2 thanked him and bluntly refused the offer, as it was very difficult for an expelled student to transfer to another school. Tu Van, who had been observing, spoke up. It is, if not here, then somewhere else. This time, the instructor asked us to come here to officially invite you to join the military federation. Lam 2 felt that what the sister said made sense. If he could not finish high school, he could not take the university entrance exam. If that is the case, it would be better to join the Martial Artist Federation with his brothers. Heaven never closes off anyone's path. Opportunities are always open for those who know how to seize them. Not just one chance but several right in front of them. Just then, Deep approached from a distance to compete for a slot with Tu Van's group. He said that Lam 2 could come to their academy to study. Pulling out an invitation letter to hand to him as he spoke, Meng read the letter and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. It was the Holy Domain Academy. The young men standing nearby echoed in surprise. What? The Holy Domain Academy? Diep assured these kids that he would not let them down. That is right. It is the Holy Academy. You are the teacher in charge of special admissions for the Holy Academy. Every year at this time, the academies are on the lookout for talented students, offering special admissions. After observing for a while, Teacher Lam 2 believes that your talent perfectly matches the admission criteria for the Holy Academy. Lam 2 felt a bit confused. Could someone like him, who had been expelled, really have a chance to enter the academy? Seeing the blank expression on Ku's face, Deep tried to further convince him, emphasizing that he just needed to show up on September 1st to register. Hearing the teacher's firm answer, Lam 2 finally believed it was true and promised he would definitely go. At that moment, he suddenly thought about the chance to see that beautiful girl again, which filled him with joy. However, there was one problem. Even with the admission notice, there was no address provided, and even online, he could not find any information. He had no choice but to ask the teacher. Deep coldly said, "Just go down the path of death, and someone will come to pick you up for the academy." The other young men nearby were even more surprised than he was. What? The path of death? From what they understood, it was not just a road but an area filled with large-scale zombies and high-level mutated beasts. Considered one of the most dangerous areas on Earth, it is said that the strongest mutated beasts there have power reaching level 10. Along with mysterious lab ruins left over from the war, they thought Lam 2 would be scared. But he was even more excited. The more mutated beasts and zombies there are, the more experience points you gain. What is there to be afraid of? It is like a paradise. The young man told the teacher that for now, he would head to Hai to take the martial artist qualification exam first. Then he would register later. Deep thought it was a good idea, beneficial for his future development. And before leaving, he congratulated the young man and encouraged him to keep it up. With such unexpected good news, everyone felt that Lam 2 was really lucky. The brothers around him kept praising the young man for his good fortune, then invited him and Teacher La to go out for drinks without a care. To ensure their safety, Teacher La suggested calling a few friends to come along. The more, the merrier, but he did not know who he would enjoy it with. Lam 2 felt like he had fallen into a spider's den surrounded by monsters. In front of him was the pair of Ru and Thoe. Behind him were Song Nai, and in front was Tu Van. He truly could hardly breathe. Has anyone ever been so scared by girls? Faced with the sister's invitation from Hai, the young man quickly declined, saying he could improve his training on the way. A few days later, Lam 2 went alone to the border area of the city of Tin Quang, carrying a long gun he had just bought after his soul shattered into 100 pieces while fighting against Duong Thian. The young man told himself that once he got the martial artist qualification certificate, he would immediately log into the Alliance website to buy the strongest weapons to use. While lost in thought, Min felt a martial artist's presence nearby and decided to stay quiet and observe to see who was there to give him experience points. Just as he turned to punch, the guy behind him was sent flying several meters away. So it turns out the strays from the Duong family were sent for revenge. But they are way too weak. Just a few basic moves and they took down the whole gang. Lam 2 carried his spear, puzzled as he walked. After taking care of the underlings, the master should have shown up. Right, and it was exactly like that. No sooner had he spoken than Duong Mo Bak made his move. He was still insisting on avenging his son. Facing an opponent several times stronger, Lam 2 felt no fear and kept his confidence. Old man, if you are worried about Dong Thian being too lonely, I do not mind sending you down to join him. And then both sides charged into combat. But running away forever is not an option. Liguan was numerous, and though he blocked the attack, his weapon was shattered to pieces. Just as his fury was ready, the cooldown was up. The young man flexed his muscles and unleashed a palm strike that caught the old man Duong off guard. At this moment, Duong Mobak finally felt fear. Trembling as he pleaded, "You can kill me. I am the head of the Duong family. If you kill me, the Duong family won't let you off. But now, I am not the same as before. I fear no one. And if I have the chance for revenge, letting you sit right in front of me without acting would be a waste." The young man coldly responded, "The Duong family. I have never cared much. Do you know why I left Ten Quang City? Because I won the acceptance notice from the Holy Domain Academy. Now I am a student at the academy. My future self is not someone a mediocre family like yours can reach. Go die." Saying that, the young man struck him down to join his son. He had been so bold. But after taking care of Duong Mobak, Lam 2 finally dared to relax and let out a sigh. If he had not used his fury, it might have been him who ended up dead. Although he had dealt with the old man, Minna's condition was not much better, so he had to find a place to rest and heal. The young man looked at the system panel, comforting himself that he just needed a little more to break through and reach a combat power of 2000 to become a third-tier martial artist. It even announced that if he spun today, He would have a chance to win more prizes, piquing people's curiosity. In the first spin, Lam 2 won a large number of different crystals, which, although not very useful, could still be sold for a lot of money. Continuing to test his luck, the young man received the legendary weapon Tin Hong Chiangayat, a pair of boxing gloves that suited him perfectly. Having obtained something good, Lam 2, filled with excitement, decided to take another spin. But with good comes bad. If you play, you have to bear the consequences. This time, Meng got a large number of martial arts cards, but none were related to healing arts, and they were useless. In a moment of brilliance, Meng decided to merge them all, hoping to create the card he needed. But this damn system sent a rather unexpected announcement to Grandma. Congratulations, Master. The martial arts card fusion failed. There is a saying, third time's the charm. He had to hold his breath and wait. Fortunately, after kneeling and begging, the system finally granted him success in merging into the Galaxy Golden martial arts card. Loi Luong, standing beside her, was not surprised at all. He whispered to the young man. The first time she met us, she said the same thing, asking if we were willing to be her disciples. Lam Tu thought to himself, what is wrong with this little girl? On the way, the group came across an area filled with human bones. From their deductions, they recognized this was caused by the evolved human-eating birds that hunted in packs. The bald guy in the group was surprised by the explanation and doubted it, even claiming it could be due to giant human-eating beasts. However, as soon as he finished speaking, reality hit him hard when a giant bird swooped down to attack. Lam Tu did not give him a chance to celebrate and responded immediately. The danger has just begun, and indeed, that was the case. A swarm of loud-mouthed human-eating beasts with rocket-like speed and owl-like eyes rushed toward them. Lam Tu cleverly used his newly bought gloves to hold them back, but it seemed the numbers were increasing, making it quite challenging. Bachelor Ho Lin cheerfully praised from the side. Your skills are really impressive. You are getting more and more suitable to be my disciple. Lam Tu was getting a headache from all the compliments. As for being a disciple of this little girl, if she wants to take a disciple, she should show her strength first before talking. Oh my. She actually rushed in alone to showcase her skills, proving she truly deserves to be a master. In just a flash, with 2 swords in hand and a powerful aura, she took down all the human-eating birds, leaving the young men in awe with their mouths agape. The bald guy asked where Hako Lun bought the sword. Could he have the address? She replied that even with money, it could not be bought because it was made by her mother. After praising the sword, the 2 guys complimented her parents for creating such a powerful weapon. Lum Tu, watching from the side, silently cursed the 2 fools. It was not the sword but Ba Chal Ho Lin's strength that made it easy to slice those monsters in half. Another guy was curious about where all the special crystals from the man-eating birds had gone. He was about to dig but could not find them. Hearing this, Ako Lin pulled out a bag from her pocket, pointed at it, and said it was right here, then asked Lam Tu if he wanted it, saying it could be a gift from her master to her disciple. Men felt completely dazed. How could she do that? Collecting special crystals while fighting monsters, and not getting caught. And is this girl out of her mind? Does she want others to see her as a master that much? A dozen second-grade special crystals could sell for a lot of money, yet she gives them away. Addicted but still hesitant, even in front of wealth and fame. She should not sell herself short like this. Lum Tu looked at Hiko Line and bluntly refused. I do not need it. I have not agreed to be your disciple. Refused again. It felt like 1,000 daggers stabbed at her heart. Hiko Lin sulked, saying if he did not want it, she would absorb it herself. Min looked at her, questioning what kind of life she was living. Seriously, How could she absorb so quickly? She absorbed over a dozen second-grade special crystals in no time. Besides her strong power, had she really mastered the absorption technique to a high level? Indeed. You can't judge a person by their appearance. You have to look deeper inside. That is just basic. The other young men looked at the empty shells of special crystals that had lost their power and could not help but lament. At night, to make it convenient, the team gathered around a fire, roasting meat by the tree to rest. Akolin held a skewer of meat, devouring it as if she had not eaten in 1,000 years. Lum, too, watching her eat, could not help but compliment her beauty. The group, while grilling meat, looked at them enjoying their food and urged them to eat more. There was no worry about running out. Men used her system eye to check Akolin's information, but only found out she was a 4th-grade martial artist. Everything else was just question marks, just as Lum too was about to ask if she came from a mystical city. Suddenly, Akolin felt dizzy, her whole body drained of energy, and she collapsed to the ground. Men worriedly approached to check on her. Could it be that she ate too much and was overwhelmed? But then the young man soon fell into the same condition as her, his body completely devoid of strength. At this moment, both realized they had been poisoned. The group led by Lucky Lai Eng quickly revealed their true nature. They said it was not poison, just a bit of Eoline. A colorless, odorless liquid. It just made 1st-grade martial artists lose all their strength for a short time. They only wanted money and were not playing dangerous games like murder. Lum too weakly tried to explain to them. Alan, although low in effect, only worked on 2nd-grade martial artists and below. But it could only be bought at night markets. And it was not cheap. Did they really spend so much money? Humiliated. But they do not feel ashamed, bluntly admitting that reaching their goals comes at a high price. Limited strength but limitless schemes. They can't reach the higher-ups, so they can only target the lesser ones. Every year, many low-level fighters come to Black Sea City for certification. Just catching 1 or 2 fat sheep means a year of easy living. The guy at the knife's edge demanded he hand over the rare gloves he had been eyeing all morning, along with that bulging backpack. Plus, he tenderly touched Helin's cheek, asking her to take out 2 swords and some gear. Then they could have a little fun together. But these guys are all clueless. They only excel at being foolish. The smell of grilled meat has drawn in a few unexpected guests. Just as he turned to look, one guy got bitten by the red-eyed wolf, falling hard to the ground. The other 3 struggled to fight back, but their weak strength made them unworthy opponents. In the 36 strategies, running away is the best option. Lu Liang lured the wolf towards 2 young sheep lying helplessly, planning to grab the leftover gear after it finished eating and left. But that won't work, wolf. They're still too young and inexperienced. There is still so much to do at home. You can't just mess around here. Lam Tu got up and punched him hard, making his head spin. The people hiding with Lu Liang were shocked to see the young man stand up completely unharmed. They asked him why he was not hurt at all. Lam Tu feigned poverty and replied that he was a 2nd-level fighter. He just had not taken the exam yet because his family could not afford it. The more Lu Liang listened, the more his head spun. He felt weak and could not stand straight anymore. What kind of situation had he gotten himself into? The wolf kept attacking, and men countered with his gloves. But with the weight on him, he could not exert his full strength and could only call out for Hao Lin. If she did not come to help, he would die for her to see. The girl had been pretending to lie still on the ground. But when her name was mentioned, she finally got up. The group hiding with Lu Liang felt utterly defeated, seeing this nonchalant girl. Nothing could surprise them anymore. A chill ran down his spine. He could not help but question. Why are you okay too? Could it be that you are also a 2nd-level fighter? You just have not taken the exam yet because your family is broke. Right. Hao Lin brushed off her clothes, not wanting to disappoint them, and replied, looks like you guys misunderstood. I came to Black Sea City not to take the fighter qualification exam but to be a judge. After she said that, not only were the thugs stunned, but even Lam Tu was taken aback, and the red-eyed wolf howled in shock. Then, with a swift movement, Hao Lin channeled her energy into 2 swords and her legs, boosting her speed, and in an instant, she sliced off the monster's tail and decapitated it. After dealing with the mutt, she shot a cold glare at the thugs, ready to resolve things with them. Now they were trembling, sweating profusely, pleading, Big Sis, we just want money. We won't kill anyone. Please spare us. That is right. Big Sis, we won't dare anymore. We will be good from now on. Despite their pleading, she showed no mercy, swinging her blade and leaving a trail of blood. Lu Guileng lay still, truly a reminder that the laws of karma spare no one. Just a moment ago, he had been strong, calling this one and that one. And now he was on the altar, staring at the naked chicken. As his teammates were sent off to their final resting place, the other 2 were heartbroken, tears streaming down, desperately crying, Big Sis, please spare my life. I do not want to die. I swear I will turn over a new leaf. I want to return to being human. Hao Lin found his whining unbearable and brushed him off, signaling for him to get lost. Enough. She lectured him, saying it was because that guy unrepaid kindness with enmity. My disciple saved him, but he deliberately led a wolf here. He harmed my disciple. So I had to deal with him. I did not want to get my hands dirty, and you lot should get out of here. Do not let me see you on this road again. Grateful for their lives. They quickly scurried away, not daring to utter a word. This is truly the burden of the old folks. When I get back, I might as well eat vegetarian and meditate for a month. Men looked at the kid in front of him and felt a bit regretful. Iko Lin saw this and began to lecture. A killer will eventually be killed. You are a martial artist. Do not be too merciful. But Hesa, you have misunderstood. The young man regretted the experience points, not the life of that brat. After solving the issue, only the two of them were left. Iko Lin stretched and told Ku to talk about their own matters. Lum Tu, with a serious expression, whispered, "What is there to talk about between us, a young man and a young woman? Do you want to talk to me about love? Indeed. It is a cold love story. A single young man for nearly 20 years teasing a girl, only to end up getting slapped after beating the disciple." Iko Lin curiously asked about the technique he was using to suppress his power. She felt Lum Tu's true strength was more than that. Men, beaten and timid, only dare to lightly drum up excuses, saying his strength was just like that. Nothing could suppress it. Seeing he did not want to reveal more, she did not press further, suggesting he could ask if he wanted to know anything. Finally itching for answers, men fired off a series of questions. Why is she a third-grade martial artist? Are you really a judge of the Black Sea City? How old are you? Iko Lin seemed annoyed by the kid's questions, but still tried to answer all of them. I am indeed a third-grade martial artist. I am the judge of Black Sea City. But do not expect me to take special care of you during the martial artist qualification exam. Also, age is a girl's secret. You should not ask. However, if you become my disciple, I will teach you everything on your way to Black Sea. When you get there, you will surely qualify as a martial artist smoothly. Lum Tu is already a second-grade martial artist, so he was not worried about not qualifying. And of course, he declined to be her disciple. Despite her repeated attempts to persuade him, he remained unconvinced. Ho Lin, feeling irritated, demanded a duel. She would suppress her strength to first-grade martial artist level and not use weapons. You have to accept being my disciple. Lum Tu immediately agreed. He was confident, intending to take this opportunity to teach Lolita a lesson. There was no way he would become her disciple, but being her boyfriend was negotiable, so the young man, with his top-notch gloves and powerful punches, launched an attack. Ho Lin, with a sharp gaze, directly defended with bare hands, thinking that with the power of the system, she could act confidently. Little did she know that before she could react, she was sent flying several dozen meters. Embarrassed and speechless, seeing the girl, who looked younger than him, possess such skills, men felt a bit shaken. He was not as strong as her. Calling her master would not kill him. He could learn techniques and think about it later. At this moment, Lum Tu was completely convinced, bashfully uttering the words master. Having won over the kid, Iko Lin could not help but grin widely, explaining to the young man why his earlier punch was so inferior. According to her, it was due to the misuse of energy techniques. Training techniques allow martial artists to absorb energy from the universe and gather it within their bodies, enhancing their muscles, strengthening organs, and even improving cellular functions. The remaining energy will be stored. The energy stored in the body is known as original energy. When a martial artist channels original energy into a weapon, the quality of that weapon changes, becoming harder and sharper. But no matter how tough it gets, it cannot escape its true nature. Covering the weapon with original energy is different. The stronger the original energy, the greater the weapon's power will be unleashed. Always listen closely to understand better. After hearing the explanation, Lum Tu still seemed skeptical. He looked at her sword, noticing no changes and only seeing a faint layer of original energy. Ho Lin, seeing her clueless disciple, told him to focus the original energy into his eyes to see clearly, then continued to play the role of a teacher. Only by concentrating original energy in the eyes can one see the original energy of others more clearly. Previously, all he could see with the naked eye was a faint light. When the energy erupted, martial artists at levels 1 to 3 have blue original energy. Martial artists at levels 4 to 6 have purple energy, and those at levels 7 to 9 have orange energy. Above level 9 is yellow. Use this to observe and judge the strength of your opponent. Saying this, she waved her sword around a few times to demonstrate for the kid. Even though the sword was made of ordinary materials worth about 10,000 to 20,000 vend on the market, when covered with original energy, its sharpness could rival that of weapons worth millions. However, if you only channel original energy into it, it could easily break. Lum Tu nodded along, pretending to be knowledgeable, but still wondered why martial artists used high-grade weapons if they already had original energy. Wouldn't that cost a fortune? Ho Lin was getting frustrated but still tried to explain calmly. He realized that he was mistaken. Not only should you cover weapons with original energy, but you should also channel it into the weapon to maintain balance inside and out. The quality of each type is different. Although the outside is coated with original energy, the shocks from each impact will damage the inside. Low-grade weapons have low internal quality. Even though they are coated and their sharpness may match high-grade weapons, they are more prone to breaking upon impact. After twisting his mind around for a while, it finally clicked, and blood began to flow normally again. He realized he had been tricked. Even though she had suppressed her strength to that of a beginner martial artist, the original energy channeled into her punch was anything but. Lum Tu, frustrated, pointed at her, demanding an explanation and wanting to nullify their previous bet for cheating. Truly, a little tolerance can lead to more trouble. Ho Lin, caught in the act, bashfully scratched her head, but confidently asserted that the young man would definitely not lose out. To make the kid forget his humiliation, the girl quickly changed the subject, telling him to try using his energy to cover the sword for her to see. Lam Tu strained every muscle, gritting his teeth, trying his best to the point of exhaustion, his face pale and panting like he was about to pass out. Yet he could only cover 1/5 of the weapon, holding the sword. Min could not help but sigh that this method was really difficult. Hao Lin, who was observing from the side, added that this was not easy to learn, even for a third-tier martial artist. She thought to herself, this kid managed to do this on his first try. He truly is talented. If 1 time does not work, then 2 times. If 2 times does not work, then 3 times. Lam Tu was determined to practice until he succeeded. However, he ended up practicing so hard that he slept like a log. Waking up, he found the Lolita girl squatting on him with a mischievous look, ready to do something. What a little girl still in her student years, instinctively wanting to protect himself. He curled up in a corner, screaming in fear. What do you want to do? I am not the type to be messed with. Hao Lin, feeling misunderstood, angrily punched the young man a few times, leaving him with a swollen head. It turned out she was just curious about Min's outfit, and wanted to see what it was like. She had no intentions towards someone like him. After clearing up the misunderstanding and shedding the identity of a pervert, Hao Lin quickly got into character and started her first day of training. Her goal was to reach the mountain in the distance before nightfall. Lam Tu sluggishly put on the heavy outfit and looked at the girl oddly. The mountain was about 100 kilometers away according to the map. Run. All the way there. Are you trying to get us killed? But before the young man could respond, she dashed off, leaving him to shout after her. However, this time Lam Tu seemed to face a tougher challenge. He had to rely on his strength rather than just flailing about. Behind him was a pack of human-eating birds. The real man no. Hot on his tail. Even so, Hao Lin insisted that he keep running, not stop, and deal with them while running. She ordered him to handle them within the next 10 kilometers. This was a test of speed, accuracy, and reaction. He needed to locate the exotic stones, slice them out accurately, and extract them. Lam Tu was panting heavily, scowling, and angrily asked, "Respected master, you want me to run and kill these man-eating birds while precisely slicing off their exotic stone parts and extracting them? How is that even possible?" After the young man's question, he saw no reply from her, only 2 swords slashing through the air, with a series of human-eating birds' heads rolling off, and the exotic stones neatly in Hao Lin's hands. He got slapped in the face. Feeling painfully stunned, frustrated, he slashed wildly, making a mess of everything. And after running for a while, he was exhausted and bleeding. He begged the girl to let him rest for a few minutes to catch his breath. Even as a teacher, she still had compassion. Hao Lin agreed to a 10-minute break. The young man felt something was off and asked her clearly why. With just the 2 of them, the man-eating birds were only targeting him. The girl had a cold expression, bluntly admitting that while you were still unconscious, she smeared some stuff on your clothes to attract them. Min was shocked to hear this, angrily cursing, while Henry really had a strange smell on him and did not even realize it. Hao Lin felt very proud of her achievement, ignoring that her disciple hadn't threatened with a knife to his throat for over 10 minutes. Continuing to run without permission to rest again. The young man was furious but could do nothing. Just 2 minutes in, and she dared to say 10 minutes. He thought to himself that if he got stronger, he would take revenge. To be content from new just now on the system also announced that the mission progress had accelerated to 60.21 per 50,000. Lundrum too looked at this progress and felt certain that the mission would be completed before reaching XE high. Although Lolita's method was somewhat despicable, it was indeed effective. Your speed, accuracy, and reaction force were all increasing continuously. Now you could easily extract the essence as quickly as possible. Finally, after relentless voluntary effort under mandatory spirit, both of them reached the destination. Men sat down on the ground, exhausted, complaining. Damn it. Finally finished running. I was carrying a heavy load, killing while running, making me run over 100 kilometers. Hao Lin, however, showed no sympathy at all and directly denied the efforts of the kid. Can't handle it already. Back then, I had to run over 1,000 kilometers. Up ahead, There is a pile of rubble. Let us spend the night there. Just then, suddenly an arrow came flying straight towards Lumdrumtu's head, leaving the young man no time to react. Luckily, the master reacted in time, saving the young man's life. Following the arrow, two figures hiding behind appeared, and it seemed Hiko Line knew exactly who they were and immediately questioned them. You guys have been following us since 5:0 until now, and finally can't hold back anymore. The long-haired guy boldly replied. So I have been discovered. Originally, I planned to strike when this kid was at his most exhausted, and then focus on dealing with you. Lum-Tu was extremely tense beside her, secretly grateful to Baichala Huko Lin for coming to the rescue. Otherwise, he would be done for. He used the system's eyes to observe and discovered that both of them were 4th grade martial artists. Incredibly strong. While on his side, only the girl Lai was also 4th grade. He did not know how to handle this, and according to what she said, they were the brothers Tamazan Lamam and Lai Nung, often ambushing and killing martial artists in the mountainous area near Taindabu to rob their possessions. Moreover, these two were also among those wanted by the Federation with a bounty on their heads. The bounty on their heads was up to 50 million union. However, it was not time for the young man to worry. The girl had already drawn her sword and confidently said to the kid, Disciple, open your eyes wide and watch how I use my energy to attack them. The brothers of the Yin-Yang family combined their martial skills, firing a barrage of arrows with considerable force. However, Ako Lin felt no fear at all. She used defensive martial arts to withstand them. Even as the rain of arrows fell, she remained unscathed. Lum-Tu observed from behind, feeling that something was off. Could it be that this girl is a 6th grade martial artist? It is said that some high-level martial artists can cultivate to a certain level, forcing their bodies to shrink until they achieve the effect of rejuvenation. Could it be that Baichala Huko Lin's little sister is actually his old aunt? Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps. The two siblings, caught off guard, exclaimed, How is this possible? Didn't all the amateurs take the path to Haichi Hai Thun to take the martial artist certification? Why did a 6th-level master suddenly appear? Before they could question it, they received a fatal blow, dying in an instant without a chance to say a final word. Thought you were tough. Turns out you got wrecked. Just like they say, do not mess with women, especially ugly ones, because the uglier, the more dangerous. Watching the two fools lying helplessly on the ground, I wondered if stabbing them again would count as experience points. I raised my sword, looking like a weirdo with a strange hobby, but after waiting and waiting, the system still showed no sign of adding points. Just as I was about to give up, I unexpectedly got a notification that I had killed a 4th-level martial artist. You gained 3 million experience points, and successfully leveled up, reaching 16 potential points. That is too generous. Just sitting here enjoying the rewards. It is like the fisherman benefits the most. Ho Lin saw the disciple laughing maniacally and became very worried. Did he run so much that he messed up his brain? Lum-Tu, looking as clever as a dog scratching its head, whispered, If we encounter high-level martial artists like this again, you do not need to kill them. Just beat them to the brink, and then I will finish them off. How does that sound? Ako Lin thought. Am I spoiling you too much? The girl bluntly replied. Dream on. There is no way. If you want to earn some money, go kill them yourself. I just happened to run into a few criminals with bounties from the government alliance, and took care of them to earn some pocket money. And you want to compete with me for this little cash? Lum-Tu was misunderstood as wanting to claim the bounty. Sorry. Money is not everything because there are also gold and diamonds in this world. What I really need are experience points, which are more precious than money. While the young man was cursing silently, the dam system sent another notification. Warning, the park system is undergoing repairs. The host has caused damage to high-level martial artists below 40%. So experience rewards will be distributed proportionally. Level dropped to 15, losing potential points. Lum-Tu could not hold back his anger anymore and yelled out loud. Damn it. This is not my fault. Why are you taking it all back? 5 seconds later, seeming to know it was being scalded, the system sent another notification. The host discovered the north and is now awarding the host 3 times the withdrawal, maintaining level 16. The system actually still has some conscience. I thought it would just let go of happiness. Ho Lin, seeing Lum-Tu's spirit was not normal, reached out to check his forehead to see if he was really feeling dizzy. Once confirming the disciple was not acting weird, I felt relieved and ordered to continue running, taking advantage of the time to quickly reach Xe Hai Thun. At night, the two worked together to start a fire and roast meat, resting by the edge of the forest. Still the same gluttonous girl, Lolita, with an insatiable appetite that even the devil would envy, made Lam-Tu exclaim that she should eat more slowly, or she would choke immediately. The kids laughed, returning the kindness shown by men. Heckle Lin ate even faster, as if afraid someone would snatch her delicious meal away. She urged the young man to eat quickly so they could continue their training. Tomorrow they would arrive at Hexi High City, And what if she could not get the warrior certification? Upon hearing that, Lam 2 immediately fell back, stuttering in protest. No way. We still have to train. I already have the strength of a second-tier warrior. How could I not get the warrior certification? Unless... Wait, I remember now. You said you were the judge. You would not intentionally fail me. Would you? Just as Men finished speaking, Hyo Lin suddenly stood up with a strange expression, as if she had just played around, then punched the young man right into the tree. Caught off guard, Men clutched his stomach, wincing in pain. Why did you suddenly attack me? Do you want to kill me? But she did not answer and instead asked back. Can you really feel the stronger defense? At that moment, Men noticed. I really do not feel anything. The girl's attack was powerful. Logically, the young man should have been injured, but he only felt a bit of soreness in his muscles. Ho Lin, seeing her disciple still confused, began to explain. Your current energy is very weak. As your energy grows, it surrounds your body, making your defense stronger. Alright. Today's special training is about taking punches. Before Lam 2 could understand what was happening, he received a hand right to the face. Then came a series of brutal hits from the small girl. By the next morning, the young man's not-so-handsome face was swollen up like he had been stung by bees. Ho Lin, feeling guilty, promised to compensate him properly. Upon hearing compensation, Men's eyes widened, shining brighter than stars as he whispered. What kind of compensation? Could it be physical compensation? But there is nothing to wear. Truly a fresh mat that has not been used. Always provoking the Lasats to find an excuse to hit to compensate for the damage. Hyo Lin kicked him and ordered the young man to run to Hefsi High City before sunset. If she caught up, he would definitely get beaten up with the motivation to run for his life. The two young men quickly arrived at Hetraif High City earlier than expected. First, Hyo Lin led Lam 2 to explore the Bo Sig. Here, there were countless different products, such as martial arts cards, rare crystals, weapons, and combat outfit. The vendor greeted them warmly, showcasing one item after another. After browsing a bit, Hyo Lin decided to choose a few martial arts cards for her disciple to train with, but looking around, they were all silver cards. What she wanted were the diamond martial arts cards. The saleswoman shyly said that the diamond martial arts cards were not available in all of FDS High City. A few rough-looking guys overheard and chimed in to mock them. You can tell they are country bumpkins from the mountains. What is a diamond martial arts card even like? I have lived this long and have never seen one. That is right. Without a 6th level martial arts card or higher, even having a diamond card won't help at all. That is the family's treasured artifact. Without a diamond card, Hyo Lin had to tell Lam 2 to just pick whatever he liked. But since the young man used a spear, he could not find anything suitable. She was quite surprised because she saw him carrying a spear all day but using a protective charm. So she curiously asked where he kept it. Lam 2 honestly replied that it was broken when he fought someone in Tindado City, and he planned to buy a new one from the Martial Arts League's website once he got his martial artist certification. That makes sense. She then kept pointing at the pile of martial arts cards in front of her, asking the manager to wrap them all up and give them to Lam 2 as a welcome gift from the master to his disciple. Looking at the bunch of cards in his hand, Min felt it was really too much. And they were not even as good as the cards he had before. Hyo Lin just picked randomly, so she told him to keep them for now. And if they were not suitable, he could sell them any time. She also mentioned that the weapons here probably would not catch the eye of either of them. Once he officially got his martial artist certification, she would prepare a big gift for him. Watching the back of the girl he just called Country Bumpkin, the group of horse-faced guys sadly cried out in regret. Over 200,000 in league money. And they just give it away like that. Are they rich without any humanity? I wonder if she still needs disciples. I would like to have a beautiful and wealthy master like her. That night, since they were in the city, they did not have to spend the night in the woods anymore. Hyo Lin generously spent several 100,000 to rent 2 luxury hotel rooms for them to rest, leaning on the beauty. Lam 2 could not help but wonder about her background. Could she really be an old lady who turned into a young girl and then got a makeover, an old cow grazing on young grass? Well, thinking too much is a headache. First, I will learn these martial arts cards for kicks and punches. The remaining common cards are just extras, so I will merge them later. While practicing, someone knocked on the door, and the young man happily thought it was the little Lolita, coming to train with him. Excitedly went out to open the door, but it was not a girl. It was a server bringing late-night food. The food was strange. Just points of experience. They were sent by the Tang family to take revenge for Vipe Evim's Bak Ench and Dane, Eng then. With improved reaction speed, Lam 2 easily dodged their surprise attack. Before long, using the techniques he just learned, the young man easily sent one of them back to the motherland, reuniting him with his ancestors. The other one, injured, was also furious, cursing the intel that sent him wrong information and caused him to suffer. To eliminate the weeds, one must uproot them. Lam 2 turned to deal with the last guy, not letting him wonder why he did not use a spear as reported. The young man dealt him a powerful blow, creating a sizable hole in his chest. Before he left, the guy could only shout that he was from the Ho Thun Zian and could not be killed. Then fell silent like his friend exiting the Earth server. After finishing them off, Lum Tu could not help but admire how skillfully he had concealed his true strength, making the enemy underestimate him, which allowed him to defeat them easily. At this moment, Ho Lin, who had been sipping tea and enjoying the show, also chimed in with praise. Quick handling. Ah, no wonder you are my disciple. You can wrap your weak spots with your energy to prevent the blade from piercing through. Looks like your training these past few days has paid off. After realizing the girl was around when he got stabbed, Lam Tu shouted angrily, pointing at her while unleashing a torrent of curses. Is there any master like you? Seeing two guys kill her disciple. You just sit there and watch the show, blah blah. Ignoring the boy's noisy shouting, Hao Lin leisurely finished her cup of tea, saying she was confident in her disciple, which is why she did not intervene. Then she told him to clean up and move to another room. Someone would come to deal with the bodies. The next day, both young men arrived at the martial artist qualification assessment site, carrying their things. According to the announcement, the test would start at 9:30. The registered martial artists were invited aside to check their registration cards, then moved to the North Hall for the combat power test. Halin reminded the boy to line up obediently while Min went to report to the judging room. But just as she left, Lam Tu ran into trouble, like avoiding a melon peel and hitting a coconut instead. A huge, fat guy swaggered over, shoving others aside to make his way forward. Rumor has it he is Bai Bine, a martial artist, but because he specializes in provoking fights, he gets disqualified every year. Unfortunately for him, this year he met his match and did not fear anyone. Big head but small brain. The fat guy pounded his chest with a voice that was not very melodic and shouted, "Kid, are you deaf? I told you to move." Lam Tu saw him about to make a move and quickly intervened. "What are you pushing for? Line up carefully." But he had not seen the coffin yet, so he rolled his eyes and grimaced in response. "Why do I have to deal with brats like you every year? It looks like my qualification is going to be revoked again this year, but it is okay. I enjoy taking down idiots like you." "Damn you." The people around saw him daring to confront the fat guy and kept whispering, thinking he was really looking for trouble. However, as soon as those words left his mouth, they had to retract because the one looking for trouble was not him, but Bai Bine, who was on the ground, clutching his arm in pain, under the young man's cold gaze. They only dared to laugh politely and wave their hands, showing they were a high-quality group and did not engage in that kind of unethical pushing. After waiting for a while, it was time for the combat power test. The martial artists participating in the assessment here had combat powers around 800, just reaching the first level, so they used camouflage skills to hide their actual strength. Luckily, they were not detected. If their combat power exceeded 1500, they would be classified as second-tier martial artists. A second-tier martial artist without a martial artist certificate would become a laughingstock. The next test was to measure strength. The judge for this section was none other than the girl Lolita, Bachelor Ho Lin. Min was surprised to see her. He initially thought it was a joke, but it turned out to be real. Ho Lin asked everyone to line up carefully and began explaining the rules. The strength of a single punch must reach 1,000 kilograms to pass. The big-headed, small-brained guys seemed to doubt that she was the judge. They laughed like crazy and mocked. "Stop joking. A little Lolita who has not matured dares to be a judge. I bet she can't even lift 100 kilograms. The other guys standing next to her just added to the show. Exactly. How does the Martial Artist Alliance operate? Why would they let a kid be a judge? At this age, she probably has not even reached the first level of martial arts. Little Lolita, I have candy here." Without further ado, Hao Lin showed them what respect means. Just a light group reached a force of 9,999 kilograms, leaving them dumbfounded, unable to say a word. However, someone still did not believe it and stepped up to test their strength, but his strength only hit 895 kilograms. Not enough to pass the level. This guy actually thought the judge had tampered with the machine and angrily rushed to hit her. Hao Lin ignored him, gently countered, and twisted his arm in just a few seconds, then warned him with a cold glare. "I will give you 30 seconds to get lost, or you will be stuck here forever." He was so scared that his face turned pale, green as a frog, painfully holding his arm while apologizing as he ran away. The others, witnessing her arm twist, chose to embrace silence, not daring to utter a word, obediently listening in an unusually submissive manner. After waiting a while, it was finally Lin Tu's turn to check. Seeing her disciple Ngon Hao Lin beaming, since Q still doubted her, she immediately stated that she was a 3-star member of the Martial Artist Alliance, often invited to preside over combat competitions. Upon hearing this, was even more shocked. What kind of person is she? The Martial Artist Alliance has 5 membership levels. 5-star members are usually top figures in the alliance. 4-star members are leading martial artists from various countries or have made significant contributions. As for 3-star members, They are already very skilled, with at least strong abilities. Unbelievable. This is incredible. Lin Tu was taken aback by one surprise after another. Feeling doubtful about life. What on earth is she? I really should not tease her. With all her questions answered, the young man quickly stepped up to check his strength. Just a light punch scored 1,999 kilograms. The crowd below could not help but murmur among themselves. That light punch is already 3 times more than all of us combined. Did you not hear that? That young man seems to be the disciple of that powerful Judge Lalita. No wonder he was like that. The teacher for those two is so young. Is that a special trait of their school? At this moment, Lin Tu just wanted to jump in and clarify that she really was not anyone's master. As for the school, I have only known her for a few days. Looking at the results displayed on the screen, Lin felt a bit frustrated. Disappointed with her disciple who always hid his talents. She urged him to quickly check his 100m run and test his endurance for 50 kilometers, reminding him not to embarrass her. After several rounds of testing, Lam Tu successfully became part of the Martial Arts Alliance, and the instructor handed him the card while introducing it enthusiastically. This is his martial artist card, with the number printed on the back. And the first password is the last number of the ID card. With this card, he can log into the Martial Arts Alliance's network on his phone and computer, check weapon trade information, or take on various missions. Just as the young man was joyfully holding the card, Lin suddenly appeared out of nowhere, dragging him outside while saying, "My judging mission here is done. I just received news of a new mission from the Alliance, so I have to head back quickly. I won't be training with you anymore." Hearing this, Lam Tu felt overjoyed and silently thanked the heavens for finally escaping the torment of the old lady. However, to show some sincerity, he still had to say a few words to keep her from leaving. "Teacher, can't you just stay and continue training with me? Please do not go." With a sarcastic attitude and no sincerity, the young man was met with a slap from the girl. After a verbal sparring match, Lin took out a box and handed it to him. As promised earlier, as long as he received the martial artist certification, she would give him a big gift. And this is what she brought for him. It was a long spear that she had just obtained from the person in charge of the Martial Arts Alliance branch in Black Sea City. She looked very proud of her achievement and confidently boasted about it, although it was said that he could achieve great effects by covering the weapon with his original force. Having a high-level weapon would significantly enhance his combat power. This long spear is called Guangming, a weapon left behind by the master of spear techniques, Bachelor Du. Lam Tu examined the high-level weapon in front of him for a while before turning to his master with a stunned expression. After a few seconds of processing, he suddenly shouted out loud, "Master Bachelor Du Dai. Could the person in charge of the Martial Arts Alliance branch in Black Sea City be him? I get it now. You are Bachelor Du Dai's daughter." He gave it to the person in charge, and you demanded it back. The girl, hearing the young man's deductions, felt he should be writing novels instead, questioning if she really looked that old, really asking for a beating here. Lin angrily punched the young man and yelled for him to quickly try out the spear right away. Lam Tu gathered all his strength, straining his muscles to finally lift the spear out of the box, grimacing as he asked the girl how much it actually weighed. After hearing the nonchalant answer of 500 pounds, and that it was the only spear in the world made from black meteorite, Lam Tu had no words left to say. He was speechless for a few seconds before regaining his composure. Black meteorite was the substance that fell to Earth 100 years ago, destroying an entire city. Luckily, there were only zombies and mutated animals there, so there were no human casualties. After the meteorite fell, it left behind a large black stone. Some people took that stone back, using advanced tools to create 12 unique weapons. Although these weapons were not the sharpest, their hardness was world-class, each one being highly valuable. Holding this precious weapon in his hands, Min felt emotional and shed tears. He could not believe she gave it to him and asked again, as if fearing that the moment he let go, she would take it back. After gifting her favorite disciple, Lin hurriedly said her goodbyes and left. She instructed the young man to keep striving, and if he had the chance, to come to Thayan Kanan to chat with her. Watching the girls back, Min's mind grew increasingly confused, swirling like a whirlwind, questioning whether he had misheard. Thayan Thun was the largest city in the world, using the most advanced levitation technology, floating the entire city in mid-air. That place was not accessible to just anyone. At the very least, one had to be a 5th-level martial artist or someone with outstanding achievements in science from Alunudr Then. He could not help but marvel that Hiko Lin was indeed a wealthy lady. Should he consider leaning on her? Just joking. But the young man knew his place. It was best to rely on himself and crawl through the mud like a dog, honestly heading down the path to death. Lam Tu dismissed the thought and trudged heavily to the train station. Unfortunately for the young man, the train to the path of death had already departed. Because it was too dangerous there, very few people traveled, so the operation funds were not enough. Thus, the schedule changed from 3 trips a day to just 1. Well then, it is too late. Might as well accept death. He had to sadly spend money to buy a ticket for early tomorrow morning. Lam Tu wandered around, hesitating to find a place to rest, planning to return to the martial artist hotel for one night. Although it was a bit pricey, it was very comfortable. Just then, he noticed someone was following him. Probably a person sent by Ho Thenzian. Without hesitation, the young man applied the 36 strategies to escape. Sprinting away, however, it seemed they were well aware, as they had surrounded him from all sides, blocking every escape route, confidently revealing themselves. Just then, the system sent a notification that the mission of stealing speed had been completed. Lum-Tu quickly stripped off his heavy clothes to allocate all his skill points to strength, unhesitatingly confronting a few of them in front of him. The first guy rushed in to attack, but was sent flying by a powerful kick. The others, seeing their teammate getting knocked out, charged in to reclaim fairness. They confidently swung their knives around for a while before becoming punching bags for the young man. The remaining guys, watching their friends exit the world within minutes, felt panic. They exclaimed in confusion and fear. Is this really the strength of a second-level martial artist? It is terrifying. How could he be this strong? If I had not upgraded my defensive skills, that punch would have surely shattered my spine. However, even knowing they were heading into certain death, the temptation of money and the orders from their gang made it impossible to resist. They had to charge in and continue fighting, surrounded by enemies. Lum-Tu unleashed a powerful strike directly at Fang Tran. Lum-Tu clenched his fist, lightning crackling around it. His eyes filled with astonishment. Damn. This is not real. Suddenly, Feng Tran attacked Lum-Tu, catching him off guard. Feng Tran slashed down with a knife, and Lum-Tu could not dodge in time, taking a hit. Feng Tran's eyes were filled with anger. Over here, Lam-Tu is holding his injured shoulder, grimacing in silence. Lam-Tu's eyes look up as Fuang Tran jumps up. Fuang Tran wields his sword, executing the golden martial skill, Heavenly Illusion Slash. Fuang Tran splits into multiple versions of himself, with a smug expression. He thinks this move will slice you into 1,000 pieces. Lam-Tu shows no worry and lets out a sound of amusement. He smirks. Easy peasy. Multiple fierce-faced Fuang Tran clones charge forward. Lam-Tu, full of confidence, says, I am an expert at clones. In this fierce battle, I can easily spot the real Fuang Tran among them. Laughing at him. Hello, big bro Fuang Tran. Fuang Tran can't believe it, his face showing fear. How could you possibly break the golden martial skill, Heavenly Illusion Slash? No way. How did you find my position among all those clones? Plus, how did you know my name? Lam-Tu clenches his fist and replies, because I am the real deal. After saying that, he unleashes his ultimate move, the Mirror Fist, landing a punch straight into Fuang Tran's stomach. Fuang Tran can't possibly withstand this blow. His fierce eyes widen as he shouts, damn it. Fuang Tran, even if I die, I am taking you down with me. Fuang Tran gathers his strength, a purple sphere forming at his chest. Looking at the one before him trying to unleash a counterattack, Lam-Tu, feeling exasperated, thinks, please, can you come up with a new idea? Fuang Tran's eyes roll back, veins bulging. He uses all his strength. The purple sphere bursts, sending Lam-Tu flying far away, slamming into the wall. Lam-Tu, face covered in wounds, painfully assesses in his mind, that damn fool. If I had not learned to use my elemental energy to shield myself, I would have definitely been killed. He quickly wraps his body in elemental energy, feeling weak, when suddenly, he hears footsteps approaching. That was close. Good thing we managed to escape. And Chaya looks at Lam-Tu, his body full of injuries, one arm clutching his other wounded arm, and she sneers. Even though Fuang Tran's self-destruction did not kill you, looking at your current state, I bet you can't even lift a fist. And she remains proud. But do not worry. We will cut you into pieces. Avenging our boss Fuang Tran. Lam-Tu smirk. How do you know I can't lift a fist? A man can't say he can't lift a fist. Lam-Tu's eyes blaze brightly, crackling with energy. The subordinates gasp in shock. What is happening? Fact Tong is panicked. Oh my. This guy suddenly got up. One remaining teammate looked on in shock. He seemed so weak just moments ago, and now suddenly turned into a strong man. Suddenly, Lam-Tu's sword came rushing in, and they were beaten up, only able to scream. Oh God. Do not come over here. The system notifications kept ringing. Experience gained 1. Experience gained 1. Experience gained 1. Back in the real world, night fell in the luxurious castle. Lam-Tu's face was haggard. He was anxiously staring at the computer screen, his body trembling as he sighed. After using his rage skills, he felt weak, barely able to hold on to the mouse. Lam-Tu quickly searched for information. He needed to set out for the path of death tomorrow. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the screen. This article required a fee in the alliance. Do you want to continue reading? Choose to continue or cancel. Lam-Tu click continue. Lam-Tu shouted in anger. What a shabby sight asking for money. And a whole 10,000 alliance coins. But then he reconsidered and agreed to transfer the money. After all, Spending a few $100 million on the Alliance for a mere 10 to browse the information he needed is not a loss. The screen displayed images of evolved beasts, surrounded by deathly magma, with not a blade of grass in sight, looking quite eerie. The third-tier magma-evolved beasts usually hide on the magma and have paralyzing toxins. After being bitten once by a fake beast, the third tier would fall directly into a localized paralysis state. The fourth-tier evolved beasts are large, with massive bodies, often using their 2 pairs of wings to cover themselves. Looking no different than dangerous black magma, they would attack humans madly upon sight. Lamb 2 exclaimed in shock. The deathly lava area surprisingly has a variety of evolved beasts, ranging from tiny insects to gigantic ones. The images of 5th-tier evolved beasts continue to appear, with the powerful, fearsome 5th-tier evolved beast carrying vengeful attributes. The 5th-tier demon beast specializes in using circular weapons for attacks. Lamb 2 opened his mouth wide and shouted as loudly as he could, shocked that there was even a 5th-tier evolved beast. Just from the image, he could feel its overwhelming presence. He hit the exit button on the website. Sighing and letting it go, Lamb 2 smiled eagerly, wondering how much the convenient teacher's black spear would cost him. To his surprise, the screen displayed 2 crossed swords. The black spear was made from black iron ore, with a bidding value of up to 1 billion. Lamb 2 was taken aback. 1 billion Alliance coins. Lamb 2 recalled what Helin had said. This was just the starting bid. He looked seriously at the screen, not expecting that the convenient teacher was so wealthy, actually gifting him such a huge reward. Could it be that she truly saw us, and wanted to make us so grateful that we would shed tears to repay her with my body? Meanwhile, Bailey Helin sneezed and suspiciously said, "What the hell? Why do I keep sneezing?" At this moment, inside another building, the lights were on, and a shout rang out. "What? Ji Fangzhen has been killed." The leader stood in the shadows, exuding a killing aura, angrily cursing. Useless. Truly useless. Now it is no longer the Tang family's issue. Killing several members of my flower god temple. We won't let that guy off the hook. The leader ordered his underlings in front of him, announcing a bounty on the hunting network, posting his information and putting a bounty of 10 million Alliance coins. One of the underlings questioned, "Do we not need to take action anymore?" The leader sighed warily. "If the headquarters finds out about the Black Sea branch, we won't even be able to handle a small fry, and with so many losses, we will lose all our face." Meanwhile, the sun had risen, casting a golden glow over the space. As the high-speed train sped across the desert, inside the train, passengers were moving about, while Lamb 2 was focused intently on his phone. A smile spread across his face when he saw the system notification. It showed that Lamb 2 was level 16, strength 320, physique 107 plus 20, speed 80. The total battle power ranged from 1935 to 1980, with the title of 3rd rank warrior, adding 20 points to his physique attributes. Anger accumulation 0 per 1, skill eye of analysis, rage. Deceptive trap. Suddenly, a message popped up, and Lamb 2 felt excited. Last night, he bought a new phone and sent his number to a few friends, and someone had already called him Teacher La. Lamb 2 picked up the phone. "Hello, Teacher La." He answered. Teacher La asked, "Where are you?" Lamb 2 replied, "Hello, Teacher La. I am on the train heading to the road of death. Is there something wrong?" Teacher La's face turned serious. "Did you see the bounty on the hunting network? I saw you have a bounty on your head." Lamb 2 furrowed his brow in confusion and asked Teacher La back. "Hunting network," Teacher La replied. "That is right. It is a website that specializes in bounties for killing. Who set it up? Where the services of the site are from? It is all unclear. Moreover, the technology of the website is extremely advanced, to the point that even the best hackers can't infiltrate it. The Federation basically can't do anything about it. You need to be more careful now. I think many people will come after you to cause trouble." Lamb 2 replied. "Yep. I know. I will be careful." He searched on his phone while doubting. Who announced the bounty for Ha Shen Temple? On the bounty notice, it listed Lamb 2 as a 2nd rank warrior, specifying his martial arts and weaponry, with a bounty of 10 million Alliance coins. Lamb 2 felt angry and scoffed. "Am I only worth 10 million Alliance coins? A 2nd rank warrior? This is fine too." Lamb 2 thought this meager sum would not attract higher ranked warriors, only lower ranked ones. But now, he was a 3rd rank warrior, just waiting for some greedy ones to come and offer experience points. The train suddenly shook violently, causing the cup of water on the table to wobble. Lamb 2's body shook. Feeling puzzled. How can a high-tech train be shaking? Lamb 2 leaned over to look down the aisle, hearing loud noises coming from behind the door. What is going on outside? Why is it so noisy? Suddenly, someone kicked the train door open. He flew in and kicked Lamb 2. Lamb 2 dodged the blow and shouted, "Who are you?" Lamb 2 threw a punch back at him. The guy quickly ducked to avoid the hit. Lamb 2 swiftly kicked him in the stomach. Lamb 2 caused the guy to double over in pain, clutching his stomach, spitting out water, and trembling in agony. Lamb 2 looked to the other side of the aisle and saw a few more of his accomplices advancing with fierce momentum. Lam 2 suspected that someone wanted to hijack the ship. Both sides rushed into fight. Chaos erupted, and Lam 2 assessed that the narrow space on the ship and the large weapons were ineffective, leaving them at a disadvantage. Suddenly, a plane came crashing down from the sky. Lam 2 realized at that moment, exclaiming, "These guys had come prepared." Suddenly, the guy who had just been knocked down attacked Lam 2 from behind. Lam 2 noticed and quickly turned around. Grabbing his hand tightly, Lam 2 held onto the arm and executed a fiery hand technique. The man's hand caught fire, and he screamed in pain, unable to pull it back. Lam 2's powerful fist advanced towards the man's face. With one kick, he sent this guy crashing into the wall. The man collapsed on the ground, dust swirling around. Lam 2 glanced back and witnessed one thug grabbing a passenger, intending to kill him if he did not have money. At this moment, Lam 2 quickly rushed forward, launching a fierce punch to the face of the opponent. He asked the recently bullied passenger, "Are you okay?" The sweating passenger stammered, "Thank you." Lam 2 crossed his arms, observing the situation. "Who are these guys?" "Anyway," the passenger said, "the Black Tiger robbery gang, specializing in theft. I never thought they would dare hijack a ship this time. The Alliance forces in Black Sea City must have received the news." The Black Tiger robbers continued to charge forward. The passenger added, "We just need to hold out until the Alliance forces arrive. Then we will be fine. You stay behind me." Before he finished speaking, Lam 2 quickly dashed forward, leaving the passenger just able to say, "Be careful." Lam 2 kicked two opponents who could not react, and the astonished passenger exclaimed, "Are young people really this strong now?" Suddenly, more fighter jets appeared in the sky, chasing after the ship. The Black Tiger robbers shouted in panic, "The Alliance forces are here. Everyone retreat. Retreat quickly." The Black Tiger robbers kept shouting. Rushing forward, the planes exploded from bombs, smoke billowing, flames erupting as they fell to the ground. The passenger cheered. "Great. The Alliance arrived just in time." Seeing Lam 2 chasing after the robbers, the passenger asked, "Wait, where are you going?" Lam 2 shouted while running, "It is for my experience points. Do not run." Lam 2 chased after the Black Tiger robbers, eyes gleaming as if he saw gold. Experience points. Experience points. Lam 2 grabbed the robbers with a shining gaze. While they screamed in despair, the Alliance forces boarded the ship, guns drawn, shouting, "Alliance forces here. Everyone freeze. Raise your hands and do not move." The passenger shouted, "Don't shoot. We are passengers." Then the passenger pointed at Lam 2 and smiled. "But you are late. The robbers in this car have already been taken care of by that strong brother." The Alliance forces aimed their guns at the two, saying, "Show us your tickets." Lam 2 presented his passenger card, and only then did the officer believe him. "All right. You really are a passenger." The stewardess spoke up, "Sorry for scaring the passengers just now. The Black Tiger robbery team wanted to hijack the train, but they were dealt with by the Alliance forces, causing inconvenience to you all. We sincerely apologize, and the company will send compensation to all customers." The passenger retorted, "What about the martial artists who died due to your negligence?" The female Alliance soldier bowed sincerely and said, "The company will send compensation to their families. Please rest assured." Suddenly, Lam 2 spoke up, "If you have chosen the road of death, you must be prepared to die at any moment." The passenger asked in surprise, "Young man, are you from the road of death?" "My name is D. You also came from the road of death. Can we cooperate? Let us take care of each other." Lam 2 turned around to introduce himself. "My name is Lambda. What do you have to cooperate with me?" Dian Tri scratched his head and recounted, 3 years ago, I went to the road of death with a group of adventurers. So I have knowledge about the first half of the journey. If I am there, you can avoid a lot of hidden dangers. This is probably your first time on the road of death. Right. The road of death has many paths from the start, all leading to death, and it is hard to navigate without guidance." Lam 2 thought for a moment and agreed. "If that is the case, we can cooperate. Did you come to the road of death to hunt evolved beasts for money like everyone else?" Dian Tri replied, "I came to the road of death to find a type of plant. But there are likely to be powerful evolved beasts there. I think if possible, I would like to ask for your help." Lam 2 walked to the door and said, "We can discuss it when we get to the dock." Outside, the overcast sky had a few scattered houses in the desert. Tri said, "This is the starting point of the road of death. The only place with people, Blackstone Town. The two of them, armed, were talking when suddenly a large hand reached out, and a stranger appeared. Wait, this road of death is not a place for a snot-nosed kid like you. If you are not careful here, you could end up dead. Why do not you hand over everything valuable you have to me? I will protect you." Lam 2 laughed and said, "Is this some twisted version of a fight? You think too highly of yourself. Already there are people gaining experience points." Suddenly, A monstrous beast charged toward the two. There were screams. That is a second-tier evolved beast. The monster charged straight at the guy. The beast opened its mouth, revealing its long, sharp teeth. And a single bite took the life of the earlier threat. Lamb 2 stood with his arms crossed, mocking. If you are not careful, you will end up dead. Turns out that is what you meant. Suddenly, the beast turned its head, its mouth stained with blood, looking at Lamb 2. It growled, and Lamb 2 scoffed. What are you looking at? Dine-Try shouted. Be careful. The beast was charging toward Lamb 2 at high speed. Lamb 2 calmly said, You beast. Is your grandpa weaker than that guy? As he spoke, he unleashed a fierce technique, delivering a kick to the beast's head that sent it reeling. In just one blow, Lamb 2 killed the beast on the spot. Dine-Try stood in shock, staring at the enormous beast lying defeated on the ground. Lamb 2 wondered, why do the evolved beasts suddenly appear? That is why Dine-Try rushed over here. There will be times when evolved beasts break through the wall and come to the town. The townspeople are already used to it. Lamb 2 asked. Surprised, evolved beasts can run in at any time. Yet our folks in this small town still dare to stay. He stood up and told Dine-Try continued. All right, the people around started discussing, and someone from the martial arts team who witnessed it spoke up. The guy had the aura of a first-level fighter, yet he could kill a second-level evolved beast with a single punch. Looking at him being so young, could he really be from the Holy City Academy at the end of the path of death? His teammate beside him agreed. Yeah. Every year there are quite a few talented youths who get accepted into the Holy City Academy, passing through the path of death to reach there. The woman in that team smiled and said, I did not expect there to be such a powerful kid. People want to team up with him. An old man sitting in the corner looked out with a tired expression, sighing. I really do not understand why young people these days risk their lives for competition. The bald guy in the martial arts team turned back angrily and shouted, Old man, what did you just say? Were you cursing us? I asked. What evolved beasts are around the path of death? The old man, while handing out medicine, said. Evolved beasts. There are too many types. My memory is not good. I can't remember clearly, not getting a satisfactory answer. The bald guy walked straight over and snatched the cigarette from the old man's hand. I am asking you. Do not beat around the bush with me. Meanwhile, Lamb 2's group turned to see the situation, and Dine-Try spoke up. Those guys want to bite the dust. That old man is not as easy to mess with as he looks. Lamb 2 thought to himself. He turned out to be a 4th-level fighter. I did not expect someone from a small town to be so strong, but it was also strange. If he did not have such strength, he would have been eaten by the evolved beasts that broke into the village a long time ago. Over here. The old man picked up the cigarette without saying a word. The bald guy was getting angrier, lifting his foot to kick him. How dare he look down on me, wanting to die. Suddenly, Lamb 2 appeared and kicked him in the back. As age, he still does not know to respect the elderly and cherish the young. The bald guy bent down and shouted, Kid. You looking for trouble? Lamb 2 smiled, raising 2 fingers. Isn't that you guys? You have 2 choices. Either you leave on your own, or I send you to the other side. The martial artists were so furious they could not say a word. The martial artists left, not forgetting to leave a threat. They turned and walked away. Kid. You better be careful. Lamb 2 worriedly asked the old man. Old man, are you okay? The old man replied. Thank you, young man. At this moment, Lamb 2 smiled, turning to leave while saying, It is good if you are fine. We will take our leave. Old man. Suddenly, the old man called out to Lamb 2. Wait a moment. Young man. He took a puff from the cigarette and exhaled smoke. The old man spoke gently. There are not many young people these days who respect the elderly and cherish the young like you. I do not want to see young people like you dying early, after walking 500 meters ahead. Remember to take the detour. There is a disaster up ahead. Lamb 2 smiled. All right. Thank you. Old man. Crazy. She thought. This guy must have seen through the old man's strength already. Right, just now. He made a move on purpose. What a cunning guy. And in front of him were the beasts climbing on the mountains. A large dark figure with 2 sharp horns appeared right behind the mountain. A gigantic monster appeared, looking like a super-evolved cricket magnified. And not just one but a swarm flying toward them. The other warriors were terrified. Oh no. It is the evolved black monarch beasts. A swarm of black monarchs charged straight in, attacking one of the warriors, who screamed in desperation. In the end, only a skeleton remained. Not a shred of flesh left. The remaining warriors hurriedly ran away. Quick, run. Then the black monarchs swarmed and devoured another person. Help me. The person cried out in despair. In the mountains, the beasts constantly appeared in groups, and they were quite terrifying. Dine-Try looked toward where the monsters emerged, his eyes worried, expression relieved. Luckily, we listened to that old man, or we would be done for. Lamb 2 smiled contentedly. So we can't casually bully those who seem small and weak. Then Dayan and Lam 2 continued walking, carrying on with their journey. Lam 2 looked at the stone pillars before them. The crook pillars here made it impossible to find a way. Dantre walked ahead and raised his hand. It is. There should be traces left by those who came before. Let me look. Behind the two. Two others rushed over. The ones earlier who were taught a lesson by Lam 2 for being rude to that old man. The woman among them, in tattered clothes and disheveled hair, looked at Lam 2 and Dayan and shouted, "Hey, do you two know that path has evolved beasts? Why did not you tell us?" Lam 2 placed a hand on his hip, looking rather unwelcoming. "You are nothing to me. Why should I care about your lives?" The girl was left speechless, her brows furrowing. "Hey." Dayan called from the other side, "I found it. Go this way." They stood silently watching Lam 2 and Dayan walk away. The girl said to her teammates, "Let us follow them. They seem very familiar with this area." The disheveled teammate nodded in agreement. "Yeah." Among the towering stone pillars, Lam 2 grasped the large stones with both hands. Stepping into another place, Lam 2 followed behind Dayan. "I am really glad to have you here. If it were not for you, we would not be able to get out easily." Dayan smiled politely. "You are overestimating me." Luckily, there were traces left by those who came before. In front of them was a lush forest covered in dense green. Lam 2 asked, "What is that forest ahead?" Dayan explained, "That is the green Lamchi ginseng. The name comes from the fact that all the trees there are green, but there are many evolved beasts inside. So we need to be careful." Lam 2 sensed a sound. Behind the two were the group from earlier, but Lam 2 felt something different. His eyes narrowed as he sensed a group of evolved beasts appearing. Dayan exclaimed, "What the hell? Why are there black monarchs here? Did they follow those guys here?" Only Lam 2 secretly happy inside, just in time to seize the moment, worried he would not earn any experience points. The Black Kings are chasing the group from earlier. They run away, screaming non-stop. "It is the Black Kings. The Black Kings." Lam 2 smiles inwardly. The martial artists are terrified of the Black Kings. Lam 2 reaches out to remove the threads, but he can't blame it for being small. The sheer number and ferocity make it very difficult to handle. The spear is taken apart. Lam 2 holds the spear, regrettably not making it difficult for himself. He uses the technique Hundredos Phoenix and swings the spear, unleashing a burst of fire. The powerful flames rush towards the Black Kings, incinerating them. The system continuously announces, "You have killed a second-order Black King and received 5,000 experience points." Killing a second-order Black King grants 5,000 experience points. Lam 2 continues to attack the Black Kings with his spear. Lam 2 feels excited, although he does not get many experience points. The quantity makes up for it. The burnt Black Kings fall repeatedly to the ground. The system keeps announcing, "You have killed a second-order Black King, receiving 5,000 experience points." In note, Lam 2 has cleared the Black Kings. Lam 2 kneels proudly on the ground. A group of Black Kings lies burned on the ground, holding a cloth bag. Lam 2 looks satisfied, having collected over 100 second-order special crystals. No wonder they say the path of death is a place to earn money. But dealing with tens of thousands of Black Kings was not easy. The others are wide-eyed. Dayan can only smile inwardly. This kid has easily swept away over 100 Black Kings. Truly impressive. Perhaps this time he can definitely get that item. Lam 2 carries his spear and moves forward. We still do not know what monsters are waiting for us ahead. Dayan behind raises a hand, cheering enthusiastically to move on. In the midst of the dark forest, the branches are all covered in a gloomy green. "Lam 2 is the item you are looking for in the Lam Chi SM." Dayan replies, "We have to go through the green forest to the Black Flame Lake." At this moment, Lam 2 and Dayan sit resting by a tree. Lam 2 looks at his phone screen and speaks, referring to a post on the Martial Artist Alliance's website. "Moving forward, there will probably be many evolved beasts." Dayan confirms, "Yes indeed. Moreover, these evolved beasts might be affected by the soil. Their skin is green, making it easy to hide in the forest. So we have to be very careful." Lam 2 scrolls through his phone, displaying the tasks. Collect soil from Lam Chai Sum. Reward 100,000 alliance coins. Obtain the skin of the Lam defects. Reward 1,200,000 alliance coins. 3. Collect his Chi crystals. Reward 50 million alliance coins. 4. Just as he reaches number 4, Lam 2 stops to ask, "What is a D's Chi crystal?" The reward is surprisingly high. Dayan sitting next to explains, "D's Chi crystals. I remember this item seems to be at the bottom of the Black Flame Lake every few decades. This type of crystallization occurs at the bottom of Black Flame Lake, which is extremely rare." Lam 2's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, "Your goal is also at Black Flame Lake?" "Right, yeah. Just trying my luck a bit. I took on this mission first." Suddenly, Lam 2 sensed something. A presence. A burst of light energy attacked the spot where Qianji and Lam 2 were sitting. The two quickly dodged. Lam 2 reminded, "Be careful. There is an assassin." Those beams of light appeared more frequently and continued to strike. Lam 2 ran off quickly. He looked up at the high branches. I have spotted you. Lam 2 jumped, kicking off the tree trunk. Nimbly climbing up to the top, Lam 2 discovered the one who had unleashed the attacking force. The guy was horrified as Lam 2 suddenly appeared before him. Lam 2 thrust his spear through the guy's head. Blood gushed out, killing the second-tier martial artist. He gained 1,500 experience points. Lam 2 smiled. Looks like there is not just one. Turn them all into experience points for me. And let us boost the attacking power towards Chenji. Chenji ran to dodge. Damn. It is the guys from the Black Lake robbery team. Is this also their territory? Chenji pulled out his weapon from behind, swinging the spear, unleashing a wave of power. One of the Black Lake team members was hit by Chenji's strike and was sent flying, shouting. Luminous slash. That guy fell to the ground, the earth around him smoking. At the same time, there was a shout behind Chenji. Chenji realized and did not attack the guy. He was panting heavily, sweating profusely, gasping out. Luminous. Chenji's eyes widened in surprise at the person behind him. Lam 2. He was stunned. That kid is terrifying. I just took out one, and he has already dealt with the other 67. Lam 2 approached and asked if the Black Tiger robbery team was holed up in this area. Chenji tilted his head and replied, I am not sure either. However, there are many martial artists with hidden motives in the shadowy mist forest, specialize in attacking other martial artists and robbing their possessions. Lam 2 questioned again. Which way should we go now? Feeling that the color and types of trees here were uniform, it was basically hard to tell directions. Chenji confidently pulled out his treasure, which was a positioning device. No worries. I have this. Lam 2 was curious. The compass. Chenji displayed the device, showing dots on the screen. In this place, it will be affected by magnetism. The compass won't work. It will only follow the direction of the magnetic force. Chenji pointed out, the deeper we go into the shadowy mist forest, the stronger the magnetic force will be. As long as we have this, we won't get lost on this path. The trees were dim-colored, and there were mists around. Lam 2 sensed that there seemed to be evolved beasts over there. Chenji replied, let us go check it out. The two walked on the brown soil. Lam 2 observed. The ground was a bit wet. It must have rained here recently. Chenji responded, yeah. The path of death might occasionally have rain, but it only falls in a small area. Lam 2's expression turned serious. Ahead there was a dark shadow, resembling a giant worm lying on the ground. This is the three-dimensional evolved beast, the tyrant long aquatic reptile, a rare species existing in the Ilam Chi Ginseng, with a body size of about 50 centimeters. Occasionally, there will be a mutated species with a body size of up to 1 m, moving slowly and making a sound like a cow. Both Lam 2 and Dine Tri turned pale. Dan Tri gasped, oh my. Lam 2 asked if there was any salt. Lam 2 thought he heard that aquatic reptiles were afraid of salt. Wondering if the one in front of him was scared too, Dine Tri took out a jar of salt. But there was only a little salt left at the bottom. But very little. Lam 2 opened the jar of salt, his eyes gleaming as he dumped all the salt onto the aquatic reptile. The salt stuck to the aquatic reptile's body. The aquatic reptile opened its mouth wide and screamed. Both Lam 2 and Dine Tri were shocked, staggering back with their mouths wide open enough to swallow the whole earth. The giant aquatic reptile had a huge round mouth with teeth arranged in a circular pattern. The aquatic reptile lunged at Lam 2, but he dodged, causing the aquatic reptile to crash into a large tree behind. Its mouth was covered in green substances that splattered onto the tree, causing the massive trunk to break and fall. The aquatic reptile was now furious, its body moving as the giant aquatic creature rushed to attack Lam 2. Lam 2 threw his spear, unleashing flames as he executed his move. A burst of fire shot straight into the aquatic creature's body. Lam 2 stabbed the aquatic creature with his spear. The aquatic creature, affected by the heat and destruction of the fire, opened its mouth wide and screamed. Lam 2 and Dine Tri looked at their opponent with serious expressions. Was Lam 2 planning to finish it off already? The aquatic reptile should be terrified of losing the water in its body. With the flames of the Chiwu, Bacho Triu Fang, it might just roast its flesh. The flames were still burning on the body of the aquatic creature. The eyes of the aquatic creature glowed. Surrounding it were clouds of dust created by its movement. Lam 2 was astonished. Damn. It burrowed into the ground. The aquatic reptile burrowed its entire body deep into the ground. And Dine Tri exclaimed, it is. A shape emerged from beneath the ground, and Lam 2 warned, be careful. It is still here. The system displayed, evolved three-dimensional beast, the tyrant long aquatic reptile. Features, a rare species existing in the Ilam Chi Ginseng, with a body size of about 50 centimeters. Occasionally there will be a mutated species, with a body size up to 1 m, moving slowly and making a sound like a cow. Lam 2 tilted his head towards the source of the sound. Is there a newcomer here? A newcomer appeared. It was the second warrior Vidung of the 3 dimensions. Dine Tri whispered to Lam 2 that he was a hunter, a guy who specializes in ambushing warriors in the Ilam Chi Ginseng. Dine Tri spoke to Vagana. What do you want? The Vignata smiled, holding a dagger covered in red silk. What do you want? I already know but still ask. If you know I am a hunter. Of course. I want to chop off your heads and rob everything from you. The system displayed V. Dranius, three-dimensional warrior, along with a giant beast crawling on the ground, its body large and earth-toned, evolved three-dimensional beast. The tyrant long aquatic reptile, characterized as a rare species existing in the Ilam ginseng. It has a body size of about 50 centimeters, with occasional mutations that can reach up to 1 m, moving sluggishly and making a sound similar to a cow. Lam 2 looked at the person and the beast before him. Warning. Don't say I did not warn you. If you take one more step, you might lose your legs. Wonger pointed his finger at Lam 2. After all these years, it is the first time I have been scared by Pri.
Good.
You have guts? Wait. I will make sure you die a satisfying death. Warner confidently approached with a knife. But he had no idea he was facing an evolved beast. As he stepped forward, he was taken by the Thi Leap. Wonger was horrified. The Wong Long Theziep was upon him. Thi Leap grabbed one of Wonger's legs, tearing his pants, and green fluids gushed out. Wonger swung his hand at Thi Yipe and cursed. Damn beast. Lam 2 wondered. So is that it? Suddenly, a bunch of small larvae appeared on the ground, along with some green gas, announcing the evolution of the Thiepi larvae. Characteristics of the Thileap larvae: they move quickly, have sucking trash on their heads, and can cling to a person's body to suck blood. They are highly nutritious and crunchy when eaten raw. Lam 2 gaped in astonishment. Holy crap. They actually spawned this many little ones. A swarm of larvae appeared, clinging to Wonger's legs. They climbed onto Wonger's body. Wonger waved his hands to brush them away, his eyes filled with horror, continuously shouting, "Get off!" But the larvae kept clinging to Wonger's body, and he still tried to shake them off. "Get away from me!" Wonger fell to the ground, screaming. The larvae crawled all over him, gathering in numbers. In the end, Wonger was left as a dried husk, his eyes nothing but deep black hollows. Dine Tri saw this and quickly said, "Lam 2, we need to run." Lam 2 raised his hand to his forehead, glancing around, thinking to himself, these Thiep may be small, but they are third-stage evolved beasts. A ton of experience points. Lam 2 ignored Den Tri's warning, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Experience points. I am coming for you. Lam 2 charged with his spear, aiming directly at the Thizeep larvae. He also added a move called Falling Blossoms, stabbing his spear to attack the tiny Thiep. The Thiep larva flew out and lifted off. The system notifications kept coming. Ding. Killed a Thiep larva. Larva received 1500 experience points. Lam 2 laughed heartily, never expecting that these tiny Thiep would yield so much experience. He continued to unleash electric strikes, sending the Thiep flying and dying in droves. And he swung his stick for a final blinding strike, leaving a cloud of dust. The system also kept announcing, ding. Killed a Thiep larva. Larva received 1500 experience points. Ding. Killed a Thiep larva. Larva received 1500 experience points. The attacked Theclesi larva lay twitching and dying. Finally, after the smoke cleared, the water creatures lay scattered on the ground, while Lam 2 stood still with his sword, ending the glorious battle. Dian Tri looked at the numerous dead water creatures at his feet in shock. In less than a minute, he had completely wiped out the little creatures. The water creatures were torn into pieces, lying abandoned on the ground. But Lam 2 was surprised and frowned. Damn. They are still alive. A giant water creature appeared before Lam 2, opening its mouth wide and charging at him. Lam 2 unleashed a burst of fire, killing it. The flames shot straight towards the giant water creature. Lam 2 glanced back at the large creature and the smaller ones behind him. Lam 2 quickly ran forward and shouted, 100 spirits. Phoenix. He threw the spear, unleashing a powerful fiery attack, then prepared to run away. Lam 2 fiercely thrust the spear straight ahead. He grounded the spear's tip, getting into position to unleash his energy. Fierce flames erupted on the ground. The water creature was burned, opening its mouth wide to scream. The system displayed a message. You have killed the Overlord Long Water Creature. Earned 1,888,888 experience points. Congratulations, Master. You have leveled up successfully. Your current level is 17. The water creature was cut in half. A red crystal dropped from the body of the water creature. Lam 2 walked on the ground littered with the remains of the small water creatures. This is great. With so many experience points, the 4th grade crystal can be sold for over 1 million. The skin of the water creatures is also good material. Lam 2 searched on his phone, his eyes filled with joy. Damn it. The mission to harvest from the Overlord Long Water Creature on the Martial Alliance website rewards 1 million. I'm going to get rich. Lam 2 smiled in delight. The system displayed a profile. Lam 2. Level 17. Strength from 320 to 337. Physique 107 plus 20. Speed 80. Comprehensive combat power from 2102 to 2220. 3rd rank martial artist title adds 20 physique points. Rage accumulation 0 per 1. Angry analytical eye skill. Disguise. Lam 2 looked at his level chart. He had finally reached level 17, receiving 17 accumulation points. System. Boost all my strength. He waved from afar, calling out to Dian Tri. Dian Tri replied, Yep. Just ahead is the Black Flame Lake. At the Black Flame Lake, the forest still looked dark and gloomy, accompanied by the cold, vast lake. Lam-Tu asked, Is this the Black Flame Lake? Dian Tri looked ahead and replied, Yep. The Black Flame Lake. Lam-Tu reached out to touch the water. It was chillingly cold, a bit strange. Suddenly, Dian Tri knelt down on the ground, leaving Lam-Tu confused. Big brother Dian, what is wrong? Dian Tri showed him an image on his phone, his eyes filled with sincerity. Lam-Tu, I beg you to help me. The tree I told you about before is the Black Flame Mountain, growing at the bottom of the Black Flame Lake. Tears streamed down Dian Tri's face, his eyes full of sorrow. He explained, My daughter was infected by a virus, suffering from a terminal illness with gradually weakening immunity. The condition of this illness is so fragile that even a little cold breeze could take her life. Lam-Tu looked at Dian Tri and the image on his phone. Dian Tri recounted, Over the past few years, I have been running around, gathering information everywhere, and I found out that the Black Flame Coral at the bottom of Black Flame Lake can cure my daughter's illness. Dian Tri supported himself on the ground, bowed his head. Lam-Tu, there must be powerful evolved beasts at the bottom of the lake, but their strength probably won't surpass the long ones. From the whole journey, I have seen your abilities. If it is you going down to retrieve that item, there should be no problem at all. I beg you to help me. Lam-Tu remained silent, his gaze still focused on Dian Tri. Lam-Tu knelt down, getting closer to Dian Tri, smiling. Baby bro, without you on this journey, I would not have made it here so easily. Coincidentally, I also received a mission to collect flame crystal. So even if you had not mentioned it, I would have to take a trip down to the bottom of the lake. Dian Tri pulled out his gear, smiling brightly. Thank you, Lam-Tu. Don't worry, I won't let your efforts go to waste. This pair of goggles is for you. It has a small light that will help you see clearly underwater. Dian Tri reminded Lam-Tu. But flame crystals are not always available. You have to rely on luck to find them. Lam-Tu put on the goggles. Is that? I will go check it out. Don't worry. I will definitely retrieve what you asked for. Lam-Tu jumped straight into the water, leaving Dian Tri on the shore. Lam-Tu swam down, feeling the water so cold. Lam-Tu turned on the light to illuminate under the surface. After enveloping his body with energy, he felt it was not as freezing as he thought. Lam-Tu continued to swim and explore. This big lake surprisingly had no fish, which was very strange. Lam-Tu kept swimming deeper, diving down and finding no flame crystals or black flame coral at the bottom. Suddenly, Lam-Tu spotted something unusual ahead. Is that white object the flame crystal? A black creature swam towards Lam-Tu. It was an evolved beast. A fierce fish appeared. It was the white eel. The evolved beast was quite long. The light from Lam-Tu shone directly onto the face of the white eel. Lam-Tu's body was still enveloped in an armor-like aura, and he kept his mouth closed to prevent water from entering. Lam-Tu struggled to observe the white eel. Lam-Tu grimaced as the white eel charged at him. Watching the movements of the white eel made him feel uneasy. Damn it, is too fast. I can't avoid it now. The surface of the water remained calm. But underwater, Lam-Tu was exerting all his strength to attack the white eel, activating his fury. Lam-Tu kicked straight at the two gigantic claws of the white eel. The white eel turned to look at Lam-Tu with a fierce glare. Lam-Tu unleashed his power, throwing a powerful punch directly at the white eel. The white eel fought back, enduring the punch straight to Lam-Tu's head. A loud explosion rang out, making the white eel seem to shatter into 100 images. Lam-Tu thought to himself, the Fury Fist could not unleash its full power due to the water's resistance. He did not know if the fish was dead yet, and the system had not announced any kill notification. Suddenly, Lam-Tu noticed something. A glowing object appeared around the bones. Lam-Tu exclaimed joyfully, "Wait, that is the Diam Chi crystal." Right. Lam-Tu shone the flashlight to the side where there was also the black Diam sand. Lam-Tu joyfully dove deeper to the bottom. Great. I found the black Diam sand too. But suddenly, the giant white fish charged from behind to attack Lam-Tu. It was still alive. Lam-Tu was taken aback by the sudden attack. Damn, the violent punch had no effect on it. Lam-Tu charged straight in, delivering a strong punch to the giant white fish's eye. But the fish was unfazed. It swum around Lam-Tu as if looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, it raised its large claw, aiming to grab Lam-Tu. The claw shot forward at high speed. Lam-Tu dodged the claw. Damn. The power of my violent punch is so weak in the water. It can't threaten it at all. And I can't bring any weapons down here. Waiting for the rage timer to run out, I will definitely die in the water. Lam-Tu quickly swam straight to the surface. He needed to get to shore first and think of a way later. The giant white fish watched Lam-Tu with a fierce gaze. It swam straight towards him, opening its big mouth full of sharp teeth, ready to swallow Lam-Tu. Lam-Tu tried to swim even faster. The fish was still chasing him. He pushed himself to swim up as fast as he could. Suddenly, the giant white fish moved ahead, blocking Lam-Tu's escape route. It used its large claw to grab at Lam 2 but only caught the clothes he was wearing. Lam 2 grinned triumphantly and said, "How about my golden cicada shedding its shell? This combat suit worth hundreds of thousands should hold up." Lam 2 pulled the giant white fish up onto the shore with all his strength. "Get up here." Lam 2 swam faster and faster, finally emerging from the water. Excited, he shouted, "Come up here to me." Daintrei stared at the fish in shock. Lam 2 delivered a kick towards the giant white fish. The giant white fish was dragged onto the shore, glaring at Lam 2 with anger. Lam 2 responded, "You are on land now. You think you are my match?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lam 2 kicked the giant white fish. The screen displayed a notification. Killing the evolved giant white fish earned 350,000 experience points. The giant white fish rolled its eyes back, its life force fading. It could not withstand Lam 2's fatal blow. Daintrei hurried over, calling out as he ran. Lam 2, concerned, asked, "Are you okay?" "I found the Diam Chi crystal with the black Diam San." He held the black Diam San as he came up. Lam 2 asked Daintrei, "Is this the one?" Daintrei was overjoyed, tears in his eyes. Yep. "That is it. Thank you." "Thank you." Daintrei bowed to thank Lam 2. "Thank you. My daughter is saved this time." Lam 2 replied, "No need to be polite," Tri said. Lam 2, "This is the martial arts technique passed down from my ancestors. I can no longer practice it." Daintrei handed to Lam 2 as a gift. Lam 2 immediately declined. "The golden shadow technique is too precious. I can't accept it." Daintrei tried to explain. "The value of black flame san is no less than that of the golden shadow technique. To me, it is a lifesaver." Lam 2, "Keep this golden shadow technique." At this point, Lam 2 can't refuse this gift. "All right, since you say so, I will accept it. Are you preparing to head back now?" Dain replied, "Yep. I must hurry back to bring black flame san to save my daughter's life." Lam 2 quickly asked, "Dain, where does the path ahead lead?" Dain replied, "Going forward 50 kilometers is the territory of Weilan Chi Sam. I am not sure either. 3 years ago, I only reached the edge of Weilan Chi Sam with my adventurer team, as we were chased back by powerful evolved beasts." After saying this, Daintrei waved goodbye to Lam 2. Lam 2, "Goodbye here. We will meet again if fate allows." Lam 2 cheerfully responded, "If fate allows, we will meet again." As night fell, Lam 2 grilled the meat of the giant clam, praising, "I did not expect this strange fish to taste so good." Lam 2 took a big bite of the meat and said, "Walking on endless snow. This technique sounds impressive. I felt my body as light as a swallow. The technique is truly powerful." Suddenly, a huge lightning bolt appeared in the sky. Lam 2 panicked and exclaimed, "What kind of weird weather is this?" The new clothes had only been hung out for half a day. Lam 2 quickly ducked into a nearby cave, nibbling on fish while watching the rain. "With this heavy rain, I should just avoid it for now." Suddenly, a girl rushed over from a distance, shouting, "Help! Save me! There is an evolved beast over there. Help me." This girl is Wang Xiaohua, a third-tier martial artist. Lam 2 quickly stood up to support Wang Xiaohua. "Get up first," before Xiaohua could say thank you. Lam 2 kicked towards her. Lam 2 delivered a powerful kick towards Wang Xiaohua. She was a bit surprised but quickly dodged Lam 2's attack. Wang Xiaohua stood behind Lam 2, puzzled. "Why did you suddenly strike?" Lam 2 looked sternly at the girl behind him. "Wang Xiaohua, a third-tier martial artist. You are also a hunter of Weilan Chi Sam. Right. Your performance is quite clumsy, and the killing intent on you is completely unhidden." Xiaohua was astonished that he knew her name. In the rain, she smiled, putting one hand behind her back. "But it does not matter. A target with difficulty X on the hunting network. A little chick like you can be crushed easily." Xiaohua raised an arm to signal, and others appeared from within the forest. Those people rushed forward to attack Lam 2. One fierce-looking guy with a sword was determined to die. He swung his sword directly at Lam 2. But Lam 2 easily dodged with his excellent agility. Lam 2 lowered his body, his sharp gaze observing. He swung his spear, ready to respond, creating a storm of flowers. The guy's eyes were filled with terror. "What?" In an instant, he was knocked away. Accompanied by a loud scream, the system announces the death of a second-tier martial artist, earning 16,000 experience points. The remaining ones refused to back down, charging at Lam 2 to kill him, ready to die. Each one uses a different technique. One throws out the 5-link explosive cannon, another uses the wind dog fist. The last one launches an attack, a leg strike aimed at the bone. Lam 2 focuses his gaze on those trying to kill him. He swings his spear, delivering a powerful blow infused with light. Decisive. The attackers are sent flying, their faces pale. Lam 2 grips his spear tightly, continuously launching strikes. Lam 2 unleashes a series of violent strikes. The spears split into clones, stab at the attackers. Continuous screams ring out. The system displays that a second-tier martial artist has been killed, earning 16,000 experience points. A second-tier martial artist has been killed, earning 16,000 experience points. Xiaohua watches the scene, unable to believe her eyes. "How is it possible that you, clearly only a first-tier martial artist, can easily deal with those second-tier martial artists. Xiaohuo's gaze is dangerous, a smile of intrigue on her face. But it only makes it more exciting. Xiaohua laughs in delight, unleashing a shocking force that crushes the head of the powerful, making her feel incredibly exhilarated. She stands afar but quickly vanishes. Xiaohua, with incredible speed, appears right in front of Lam Tu. Lam Tu raises his spear to block her attack, assessing her speed, is too fast. It is a martial artist's body technique. Xiaohua launches a series of attacks aimed at Lam Tu, who quickly dodges those strikes. Lam Tu counters with his spear. Xiao smiles, evaluating with her powerful weapon in hand. This is no ordinary challenge. Xiaohua continues her assault. Dragon Prison Strike. A powerful blow is unleashed, and a gigantic snake seems to appear. Charging fiercely, Lam Tu looks up at the huge snake in the air and dodges its attack. Lam Tu smiles, wiping his chunk, while behind him, Xiaohua's weapon rushes toward him. Lam Tu glances back in shock. It actually returned. Two of Xiaohua's throwing darts are flying back toward Lam Tu. Lam Tu uses his spear to counterattack. The two darts fly far away, but more darts follow, bombarding Lam Tu relentlessly. Lam Tu uses his spear to block them. Lam Tu grits his teeth, straining to hold them off. Why is this happening? Can't push them away. Xiaohua's eyes are filled with delight. Laughing joyfully, the more you struggle, the faster their rebound speed becomes. If you do not tear yourself to pieces, they want to stop. The darts keep coming, leaving Lam Tu covered in scratches. Lam Tu swings his spear and rushes towards Xiaohua. Damn it. I will kill you first then. Lam Tu shouts loudly and charges forward. The spear is thrown, but Xiaohua dodges quickly. Xiaohua is astonished. This kid really knows how to play. I underestimated you. Xiaohua launches her technique, Mufang Slash. Lam Tu is not worried at all. Excited instead. Here, Lam Tu also strike, unleashing his full power. The battle creates a shocking explosion. Xiaohua's eyes widen in disbelief. What? How is this possible? The speed and power suddenly surged. Little Ho screamed amidst the explosion smoke. And the system announced the kill of the three-stage fighter, earning 300,000 experience points. Then, in the vast desert, on the other side were dense forests and a large lake. Lam Tu had emerged and was walking on the desert, looking as if he was about to die of thirst. Lam Tu trudged along, drenched in sweat, carrying a large piece of wood on his back, tongue hanging out, water bottle in hand, looking utterly miserable. This place is really strange. One side was pouring rain, thick forests, and the other was a parched, sweltering desert. Lam Tu raised his water bottle to drink. In such heat, without a water source, he would be dehydrated in no time. Luckily, I brought along a drink that could keep me hydrated all day. As he stepped on the sand, suddenly his foot sank into it. Lam Tu was alarmed. Oh no, is this quicksand? In front of him was a mound of sand rising up. Lam Tu stared in shock. Oh my. An evolved beast appeared. It was the Yamato sandworm. The evolved four-stage beast lived in the desert. Very agile, good at hiding in the sand and delivering deadly strikes. The gigantic Yamato sandworm appeared before Lam Tu. Lam Tu drew his weapon, launching an attack on the Yamato sandworm. Phoenix's wrath. As the Yamato sandworm opened its mouth wide, flames charged toward it. The fire struck the Yamato sandworm, causing it to fall. In just 1 second, the Yamato sandworm collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Its body trembled and curled up. Lam Tu smiled. That was easy. Do you even deserve that body? Behind him, loud laughter erupted as a group of fighters rushed toward the fallen Yamato sandworm. A young man looked at Lam Tu and asked, "Did you really kill it?" Another one sneered while touching the body of the Yamato sandworm. I overestimated him. How could a first-stage fighter handle a Yamato sandworm? He must have just stumbled upon it, thinking he got lucky. Lam Tu held his spear confidently. This is my pre. That guy does not believe me. Don't you agree? The one speaking was Tran Khan. A Tran Khan pointed and laughed. Come on. Let us extract the rare materials from this Yamato sandworm. Its fangs too. They are top-notch for weapon crafting. But a girl and her teammate appeared. The girl, with coffee-colored skin, frowned and crossed her arms. Tran Khan, he said, it is his prey. Do not stir up trouble. Tran Khan and a teammate dismissed her, laughing scornfully. Silly girl. Who are you even with? Did you fall for that handsome kid? The girl was furious. What did you say? Say that again if you dare. I have put up with you long enough. Teammates held the girl back. Zhang Zhan walked away. Ignoring them, Lam Tu listened to their conversation, feeling annoyed. Are these people really fighting among themselves? What has that got to do with me being handsome? Tran Khan clicked his tongue, while his teammates added fuel to the fire. Of course. But these two still have not realized that the giant monster behind them is slowly getting back up. The girl in Zhang Zhan's team, Loi Loi, shouted. The giant monster is not dead yet. Get out of the way. Tran Khan tilted his head back, and in an instant, the giant monster crushed him. His teammate yelled, Trang Khan. Zhang Zhan's group shouted. Back up. Back up. Only Lam Tu glanced at the giant monster, feeling incredibly annoyed. That damn creature dared to swallow my experience points. Trang Khan's teammate blamed Lam Tu. You did this on purpose. You clearly knew it was not dead. Why did not you say anything? Lam Tu nonchalantly replied. I did. I told you it was my prey. Trang Khan's teammate, furious, charged at Lam Tu with his sword. You bastard. Lam Tu coldly swung his spear, cutting him down. If you know this place is deadly, then be ready to die at any moment. The system notified that a third-tier martial artist was killed. Gained 300,000 experience points. Zhang Zhan and his teammates looked on in shock. Lam Tu glanced at the guy lying on the ground and asked, Aren't you all on the same team as these two? Zhang Zhan replied casually. You misunderstood. We are not a team. We just happened to meet and decided to travel together for a bit. I can't help but deal with people like this if you do not. Loi exclaimed. Big brother. The giant monster is coming this way. The fierce giant monster charged at them. But Lam Tu calmly scolded. You beast. Is not one spicy pepper enough for you? The spear in Lam Tu's hand radiated power, his eyes shining. Lam Tu swung the spear, unleashing the 100 Flames Phoenix, with powerful flames rushing towards the giant monster. The giant monster revved in agony as the fire burned it. Loi looked on in astonishment. What kind of martial skill is that? That person's strength is terrifying. Zhang Zhan chimed in. I have never seen a martial skill like that. Giant monster technique. His moves are great at destroying from the inside out. The giant monster opened its mouth wide, screaming fiercely with flames raging inside. The system announced the kill of the 4th-tier evolved beast. The giant monster gained 177,888 experience points. Lam Tu walked over to the fallen giant monster, holding its special items with a smile. Zhang Zhan, hands on his hips, assessed. This kid is really strange. His aura seems weak, but when he strikes, he is incredibly strong. Zhang Zhan's teammate added. He actually managed to take down a 3rd-tier giant monster by himself. Another teammate spoke up. Zhang Zhan. The teeth of the giant monster are very valuable to us. Zhang Zhan looked at the person ahead. I will go negotiate with him. Seeing Zhang Zhan approach, Lam Tu asked, What is it? Zhang Zhan scratched his head, smiling. Big brother. Since you have so many teeth from the giant monster, could you give us some? Zhang Dan negotiated. It is not a free handover. We will exchange it for other documents. This tooth is very important to us. Lam Tu walked away, waving his hand. These teeth are useless to me. You can take them. Consider it a thank you for speaking on my behalf earlier. Zhang Dan's eyes lit up. Really? Great. Thank you. Zhang Dan called to his teammates. Everyone, come here and pull the teeth. Loi smiled. It is surprisingly easy for us to take all the teeth from this pest. Zhang Dan. He is not actually looking at you, is he? Zhang Dan shot back. If you keep talking, I will pull all your teeth out too. Zhang Dan's group stopped their knives, preparing to extract the teeth of the pest. Then Zhang Dan's group peeked out to look, and Loi said, It seems like that guy has already left. Lam Tu had walked away, his figure fading into the distance, his feet sinking into the sand. Lam Tu jumped up into the air, shouting, Please do not tell me I am about to encounter another giant worm. Lam Tu held his spear ready for battle. Looking toward the area where he had just sunk, smoke erupted from the sand, and Lam Tu was suddenly pulled down into the ground, his expression pale as he screamed. Finally, Lam Tu landed somewhere underground. Lam Tu got up, feeling his head and groaning. It hurt so much, it seems I have fallen into a cave. Lam Tu looked at the strange place before him, puzzled. Where is this? It looks like a secret passage. Lam Tu reached out to touch the wall. Could this be a remnant from the war between humans and alien invaders in the century? I have heard many places in the death zone are remnants from the great battle of the last century. Lam Tu touched the light in the middle of the wall-S pattern. Could the strange indentations on the wall be some kind of technology? Deep inside the secret passage, red eyes were staring at Lam Tu. Lam Tu narrowed his eyes, looking for what was coming. A gigantic golden rat appeared. It was a golden evolutionary beast, and not just one, but a whole group of them. Lam Tu was shocked. What the heck? Lam Tu got into a fighting stance. The group of golden rats attacked. Lam Tu swung his spear with all his strength. The strikes Lam Tu unleashed emitted powerful light, taking down the golden rats. The system announced that the evolved golden rat received 180,000 experience points. Lam Tu kept attacking, and the system kept announcing. The evolved golden rat received 180,000 points. In no time, Lam Tu wiped out the entire group of golden rats. The golden rats lay in a long line on the ground, while Lam Tu stood there, panting. He sighed in relief. Although there was no threat, the sheer number had been exhausting, but he smiled at the bag in his hand. It was not a wasted effort. The experience points were quite good. Lam Tu ventured deeper inside. The golden rats seemed to have been startled by someone and ran away from him. As he walked, Lam Tu wondered, Could there be others in the passage? Lam Tu sensed someone attacking, quickly using his spear to block. Who is there? Truong Dan was confused. Is that you? Lam Tu was surprised too. Who are you all? Did you all disturb the golden mice? How did you end up here? Truong Dan smiled and explained. We were walking in the desert. Suddenly, the sand sank, and we fell down here. Golden mice. Yeah. It seems we startled a bunch of evolved beasts earlier, Truong Dan cheerfully said. We really have a connection. Let us get to know each other. My name is Truong Dan. This girl is Loi Loi. The big guy next to her is her boyfriend, Kuang Luk. The other guy is Bang Vu. Truong Dan's teammates warmly greeted Lam Tu. Hello. Lam Tu smiled and introduced himself. I am? If we fell together, let us stick together. Lam Tu walked with Truong Dan's group. Truong Dan asked what kind of secret path this is. Why is there no passage? Lam Tu replied beside him. There must be a bunch of junk left over from 2554 here. Truong Dan was surprised. It has been over 100 years since 2554. How do you know that? Lam Tu pointed back and explained. I saw the date carved on the wall. Lam Tu remembered the carvings on the wall from when they first entered. Did you guys feel that the dents on the wall looked familiar? Truong Dan did not understand. Familiar how? Lam Tu suddenly had an epiphany. He took out a strange crystal. Truong Dan looked at the crystal. Which evolved beast is this crystal from? Lam Tu replied. It is from the third-tier golden mice that you all startled. The evolved beasts ran ahead. I encountered and killed a few, holding the red crystal. Lam Tu had been very curious about why this place had that type of evolved beast, until I killed them and extracted the crystal. I suddenly felt that the golden mice were the key to this secret path. Lam Tu placed the crystal into the center of the carving image earlier. The crystal fit perfectly and began to glow. The door opened, and Lam Tu said, I really guessed right. Truong Dan was astonished. It really opened. They stepped through the door, and Lam Tu provided knowledge. People from the last century used the crystals of evolved beasts as a new energy source. Back then, people not only used crystals to enhance their powers, but also used them in many different places. It seems this ruin also used crystals as fuel. In front of Lam Tu's group were piles of junk and oddities. What are these strange things? Truong Dan observed. This place is likely a laboratory from the last century. Lam Tu guessed this was a bunch of astonished mutated humans. In front of them were images of mutated humans lying in test tubes as if being maintained. Mutated humans from the last century. To defeat alien invaders. Earth people fused human bodies with the Na of evolved beasts to create a new breed of human. The image of the mutated human's head became clearer. This new human was very strong but very bloodthirsty and brutal. In the end, the experiment had to be terminated, and all the mutated humans were eliminated. The bodies of the mutated humans were also very sturdy. Lam Tu frowned in surprise, unable to believe that a century had passed, and this terrifying thing still had not completely disappeared. Suddenly, black vines appeared at his feet. They wrapped around his leg. Bang Vu. Help me. Help me. Please. Bang Vu. Hold on. What is this? You let me. Bang Vu then pulled Bang Vu down. Bang Vu. Lam Tu's group could not react in time. Bang Vu desperately cried for help. Help me. The vines are very dangerous. Bang Vu reached out for help. Help. Then Bang Vu was pulled deep inside, leaving only desperate cries for help. Help me. Zhang Zhan rushed in. Bang Vu. Hold on. The vines wrapped around Bang Vu's entire body, suspending him in the air with a startled expression. Whoa. What is this? Bang Vu was furious. You let me. But the vines wrapped around Bang Vu's neck, and the destruction was imminent. But a wave of power surged in. Kuang Luk and Loi Loi were stunned. Zhang Zhan looked worried. Bang Vu and Lam Tu rushed in to attack the vines with their strength. But Bang Vu's body was pierced by the vines. He fell to the ground, and his teammates could only call out, Bang Vu. Bang Vu. Lam Tu looked at the vines and said, It is too late to save him. This place is very strange. We need to find a way out quickly. Bang Vu's body moved as his teammates kept calling his name. Bang Vu. Bang Vu. Bang Vu's face was filled with veins, and his entire body looked the same. Bang Vu sat up, his body pierced by the vines, looking very horrifying. The teammates were astonished. What is happening? Lam Tu discovered. Damn it. That was the AMS virus in the body of the monster earlier. It has the AMS virus. Lam Tu's group hurriedly ran away. Loi Loi stood in front. Brother Lam, the exit is this way. Lam Tu grabbed Zhang Zhan's hand and ran. The mutated beasts roared. The mutated beasts were in the flames, and Lam Tu's group quickly ran out of there. Lam Tu's eyes were filled with astonishment. Behind them was a group of mutated beasts chasing after. Lam Tu shouted, They are coming after us. Run. Bang Vu had turned into a zombie, viciously chasing them. Bang Vu raised his veiny arm to attack. Lam Tu unleashed a powerful beam towards Bang Vu. Lam Tu's gaze was serious. This AMS virus is extremely potent. Warriors infected with this virus directly turn into zombies of the same level. Seeing Bang Vu's zombie-like appearance, Lam Tu thought of a strategy. And even if the head was chopped off, the body could still move. If they bite, They will immediately be infected with the Yam's virus. Lam 2 swung his spear and unleashed power. The only way to deal with them was to cut them in half, making them lose all ability to move. One of Lam 2's legs buckled to the ground as the vines curled into a large spiral. It lashed out with powerful vines attacking Lam 2. Lam 2 quickly dodged. Lam 2's eyes widened as the vines successfully wrapped around his body. The vines multiplied, twisting and writhing. Lam 2 looked at them. This is definitely not just vines but a type of non-evolving beast. Their bodies also have the Yam's virus. Lam 2 warned Zhang Zhan's team. Everyone must be very careful. The vines are appearing more frequently, and they keep attacking. In an instant, the vines strike all at once. The group led by Lam 2 charges forward to attack. Zhang Zhan gets entangled by them. This is not good. Lam 2 arrives just in time, cutting the vines off Zhang Zhan. Watching the vines get cut and then heal again, Lam 2 frowns seriously. These vines are tough to deal with. Lam 2 unleashes his power, sending a burst of fire to burn the vines. This one seems plant-like. I wonder if it fears fire. The vine writhes and contorts in the raging flames. Lam 2 smirk. They fear fire. Lam 2 continues his assault, launching another burst of flames. Once again, the vines continue to panic in the flames. But in just a moment, the fire goes out, and the vines remain unharmed. Not only that, but the vines start circling like a spiral. Lam 2 is shocked. Not good. They are going to explode and release the mutations. Lam 2 shouts. Damn it. This guy is really smart. Hurry and stop them. The four of them, Lam 2, Zhang Zhan, and Kong Le, all work hard to chop the vines away. The vines wrap around the barrel in front of the mutant, causing it to crack. And eventually, the barrel shatters, launching the mutant out. The mutant falls to the ground, and in an instant, not just one mutant is freed, but others as well. The mutant opens its eyes and awakens, its sharp claws extended. The mutant has successfully gained its freedom. It growls loudly. The system announces that the mutant has evolved with the explosive power of a beast and is relentless in pursuing its enemies. Lam 2 sees the current situation is tense. Cursing. Damn. They are all level 3. We need to find a way out fast. The mutant's hand is nearing Lam 2's face. The mutant swings its hand to attack Lam 2, who ducks to avoid the deadly blow. Lam 2's body stiffens, almost getting hit. Lam 2 retaliates fiercely against the mutant, fighting back with one hand. The mutant swings its hand, sending Lam 2 flying away. Zhang Zhan worries about brother Lam. A few mutants rush forward, and Zhang Zhan retaliates. Golden lights are unleashed, attacking the mutants but having little effect. Zhang Zhan is astonished. Is it useless? The power light still lingers within Zhang Zhan. Flames are unleashed, attacking the mutants. The mutants scream loudly and charge straight at Lam 2. Lam 2 calls out. Zhang Zhan. You guys go ahead. I will follow. Zhang Zhan is worried. Brother Lam. Lam 2 thinks. There are still many dangers lurking in this ruin. We need to conserve our strength and cannot use fury and power for now. Lam 2 brandishes his spear, manifesting powerful light. Oh well. I will have to use the cheap method my master taught me. The black blade is incredibly sharp, plus my energy. I wonder how powerful it will be. The power light is unleashed, and powerful strikes hit the mutant's body directly. Lam 2 smiles. Indeed, the power has increased significantly. With powerful hands, Lam 2 grips the spear, launching it to knock the mutant away. The system announces he has killed a level 3 mutant, earning 589,127 experience points. Lam 2's expression is filled with joy, surprised to receive over 500,000 experience points. Awesome. Looking at the mutants before him, Lam 2 gets into a fighting stance. Thrilled. Everything belongs to me. Lam 2 charges in to attack. The mutants aggressively open their mouths to attack Lam 2. Lam 2 assesses that while these mutants are thick-skinned and tough, they do not feel pain, making them hard to deal with. But at least they offer a lot of experience points. At this moment, Lam 2 easily takes down the mutants. He thinks that this narrow path makes it difficult to be surrounded. This is a great opportunity to fight multiple foes and gain experience. The mutants keep falling one after another, surprising teammate Truong Dan. The system announces he has killed a level 3 mutant, earning 599,128 experience points. Loi Loi looks on with admiration. This big brother is so strong. But then Lam 2 gets hit back by the mutants, leaving Loi Loi stunned. Just as he praised him, Truong Dan quickly rushes over from a distance. Worried. Watch out. Truong Dan saves Lam 2 from a mutant's attack. The mutants make sounds. Lam 2 stands back, thrusting his spear at a mutant. Lam 2's eyes are cold. The system keeps announcing. Ding. Killed a level 3 mutant. Experience earned. 577,771. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully leveled up. Current level. 18. Ding. Received 18 potential points. Lam 2's power chart appears. Thompson. Level 18. Strength 337.349. Physique 107 plus 20. Speed 80. Total combat power 225. Title. 3rd tier martial artist. Holding back Fury 100. Skill. Analysis I. Rage. Deception. Lam 2 smiles at his hand. Feeling great to level up again. The system grants 18 potential points, 12 strength points, and 6 vitality points. Lam 2 happily flies into the air to attack the mutants. It feels like my power has increased significantly. The black spear flies out even lighter. And the system announces. Ding. Killed a level 3 mutant. Received 599,000 experience points. Truong Dan can't believe his eyes. What is going on with this guy? It is like he is getting stronger the more he fights. Lam 2 stands before the mutants. Fiercely fighting. A sound comes from within, leaving Loi Loi curious. This is Lam 2 speaking. The explosion sound comes from the other end of the tunnel, along with a roar. It must be a huge evolved beast. The mutants all tilt their heads back and scream, suddenly running away. Truong Dan does not understand. Are they all fleeing? Lam 2 guesses that something is summoning them. Just how strong is the monster that can command these level 3 mutants? Lam 2 walks on. Ignoring them. Let us keep moving. In a place within the secret passage. Light shines through an opening, casting the shadows of 4 people on the ground, filled with various weapons. Quang Luk is astonished. This is a weapons cache. Truong Dan assesses that there are old-style guns and even bombs. If we take all this, we could definitely sell it for a lot of money. Lam 2 spoke up. First, we need to get it all out. We still do not know if we can take it outside. Loi Loi put her finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Everyone quiet. It seems like there is a fight going on. The 4 of them leaned in, straining to listen. Lam 2 heard sounds through the crack in the door, while Truong Dan looked at the door in front of them. And other fighters were rushing in. Is there an exit behind that door? Quang Luk crossed his arms and asked, his voice coming from the gap behind the door. The 4 of them pushed against the door with all their might. Lam 2 was the one who suggested pulling the door open to check. Truong Dan assessed that this door was too heavy. The door swung open, revealing a bright light and a loud explosion behind it. Lam 2 was stunned. In front of him was a group of fighters battling mutated beasts. Smoke billowing everywhere. Truong Dan was astonished. This is Lam. I can't believe there are so many fighters and mutants here. Truong Dan wondered why they were fighting here. Lam 2 looked at the distant mutated beings and finally understood. It turned out the mutants they encountered earlier were all being drawn here by this evolved beast. One fighter from the group was knocked away toward Lam 2 and the others. Lam 2 managed to catch that person. The fighter wiped his mouth with his hand. Thank you for coming to the rescue. The group of Truong Dan was shocked. Tan Fong brushed off the dust from his body. Truong Dan. So it is you. Truong Dan looked at the chaos before him and asked. What is happening here? Why are there so many fighters and mutants? Tan Fong pointed to the fighters over there and explained. My friends and I got lost here. But some special fighters came to hunt. Deep in the hall is the exit. But there is a level 6 green vine beast blocking the way. And there is no way to get through. The 4 of Lam 2 had expressions of disbelief. Each person trying to add to the conversation. Quang Luk exclaimed. What? Lam 2 continued. A level 6 vine beast. Tan Fong recounted. The level 6 vine beast is a gigantic creature, 10 meters long, resembling a sea demon, with long tentacles like green vines all over its body. The tentacles are extremely tough and can easily pierce through steel plates. Truong Dan was shocked. A level 6 evolved beast. Such a powerful creature. Do you all dare to confront it? Tan Fong looked at the fighters battling fiercely over there. We have over 100 tier 3 and 4 fighters here. And there is also a tier 5 fighter named Liu Kong holding the fort. We can definitely kill the evolved beast. Moreover, that evolved beast is blocking the exit. If we do not kill it, we can only wait to die here. Even so, we are facing a level 6 evolved beast. Charging in recklessly is not very wise. Lam 2 thought to himself. The group looked somewhat off. As if they were all going mad. Tan Fong eagerly invited Lam 2 and the others. Instead of waiting to die here, we should kill that level 6 vine beast. The mutated essence in its body is worth a fortune. Tan Fong watched the fighters battling eagerly. Moreover, Liu Sepeng was holding 2 of the latest all-2 bombs. That bomb must have injured the Lai For Ku Tua. The bomb was thrown, exploding in a cloud of smoke and fire. The vines twisted and appeared. As the master shouted. The live Yiften Kwathu is out. Everyone be careful. It is definitely injured. Liu Sivmu's cannon is incredibly powerful. Lum speculated that the vines in the laboratory indeed belonged to this monster, as it could extend its tentacles to such a distant place. In other words, the entire underground ruins were under its control. Liu Sivmu spoke up. Everyone. The Light of Vingku has manifested. We will split into 2 groups. Some will block the mutants, while the rest will join me to greet the Lai Juun Kui. The fighters eagerly slaughtered the tentacles of the Lai Fi Vingku, the Gum. The fighters shouted loudly and frantically rushed into battle. They coordinated to kill the mutants. Lum to stop the group of Trangadan. Everyone be careful. These mutants have been controlled by the La Fi Zhurung Ku Theater. Lam Tu observed closely, wondering why he felt so eager to fight now. This feeling was quite strange. The mutant suddenly noticed something and charged at Lam Tu. Lam Tu stabbed the mutant through the chest with his spear, while Tranjahodaran slashed at the mutant with his sword. Lam Tu kept watching, observing the fighters battling over there. He then noticed the joyous expressions on Tranjong Danen and Kantarangul's faces. Lam Tu thought that Trajong Gagan's team was acting like the others in the hall. He watched them all extremely excited, fighting fiercely, each spear pulled from a mutant. Lam Tu looked at his spear and thought, all the mutants have been killed. Tron Hong Den excitedly pointed. Big Bro, look over there. The Luch of Zinkuthos seems to be in trouble. The Lofdextingku, the trembled, and the tentacles on its head unleashed eager fighters. The Luch of Zinkutha truly looked unwell. Continuing to attack, victory is right in front of us. We are about to win. The fighters kept laughing joyfully, killing this 6th level evolved beast for its rare crystals. The 6th level rare crystals. They are mine. Mine alone. No one can take them from me. A Trong Den chimed in. Big Bro, let us go. Lam Tu stopped him, grabbing Trongedon's shoulder. Don't go. Have not you noticed anything changing? Tron Hong Den innocently asked. Changing what? Lam Tu explained. Ever since we entered the hall, we have become excited. It is unexplainable. All the fighters in this hall, except for Liu Sipang, are in an excited state, if I am not mistaken. The bomb thrown by Liu Sefeno must have something off about it. The bomb might contain adrenaline gas. Watching the fighters eagerly battling the Lavi Chunung Ku there, Lam Tu continued explaining. This gas stimulates human adrenaline. While it can enhance combat effectiveness in a short time, it is harmful to the human body. That is why these fighters are risking their lives to attack the Laxpak Ring Kuthadi. Lu Kang sees everyone as cannon fodder. Zhang Dan understands the situation. Angry. Damn it. That bastard actually sees us as shields. Lam Tu continues. Moreover, he takes advantage of the 6-headed beast to deplete our numbers. Wanting to profit from our struggle, the 6-headed beast aggressively lashes out with its long tentacles. The injured fighters. One of them speaks up. Not good. The beast is pretending to be dead. The fighter next to him, covered in red marks, replies. It must be preparing to counterattack before dying. Everyone continues to attack. The tentacles of the 6-headed beast strike at the fighters, who scream in pain. The other fighters anxiously ask, Are you okay, bro? Suddenly, the fighter who was just attacked by a tentacle has veins bulging, a pale, red eyes, and starts growling. Those fighters turn into zombies, attacking the fighters without awareness. The uninjured fighters are terrified. It is mutated. It is the AMS virus. Everyone, be careful. The zombie attacks a normal fighter. That fighter screams in fear. I am Deep Lang Shen. The zombies keep attacking, and the fighters are shouting, Hurry, stop. Zhang Dan and his teammates witnessed this transformation. Luckily they did not rush in earlier. The mutated ones have been dealt with by us. So this evolved beast deliberately lured the fighters close, then turned them into its puppets. Lam Tu speaks up. But looking at its state, it probably won't last much longer. Lu Kang shout. They are no longer our comrades. Kill them. The fighters obediently respond. Kill. Kill. Lu Kang over here also launches his weapon with full force. Lu Kang's attack heads straight for the 6-headed beast. The 6-headed beast falls, its body exposed, revealing the object inside. The fighters' eyes widen in surprise at the green mutated crystal. The fighters eagerly cheer and scramble. It is. Get lost. It is. Lu Kang's eyes are filled with greed. This is mine. Lu Kang wields his weapon to kill the fighters. You all die for me. The fighters attacked without having a chance to react, only able to call out to Brother Kang. Zhang Dan asks Lam. What should we do now? Should we loot? Lam Tu smiles. Of course we should loot. That bastard does not deserve that crystal. Lu Kang smiles wickedly. It is. Do not anyone think they can take it from me. While Lu Kang is enjoying himself, marking his territory, Lam Tu is charging from behind. Lam Tu's eyes are sharp as he lunges with his spear. Lu Kang is grinning smugly. Lu Kang realizes, Kid, you dare to compete with me. Lu Kang quickly counters Lam Tu. Lam Tu scoffed. You put stimulants in the bomb to make everyone your cannon fodder. Trying to profit yourself. What a despicable person. The remaining fighters are astonished. What? They question Lu Kang about what is going on. The martial artists learned the truth, and everyone was furious. Damn it. This despicable scoundrel. Kill him. That precious essence is ours. The martial artists charged forward to attack Liu Sepu. Kill. Kill. Liu Sitepung's eyes sparkled, weapon raised menacingly. That kid does not know his own strength. Go die. Lundrum Tu's gaze was calm as he assessed that his 3rd stage skills definitely could not withstand a strike from a 5th stage martial artist. Luckily, he had just killed the Lafitan ghost beast, which must have drained a lot of his energy. He was not as strong as before. Lu Xianpo launched an attack on Lam Tu, their powerful energies clashing. But soon Liu Sipeng was knocked back, followed by a powerful explosion. The martial artists charged at Liu Sipeng, cursing, "You bastard. Take your life while you are down." The martial artists were extremely furious. They actually tricked us into being cannon fodder. Kill him. Kill him. They rushed in to chop Liu Sipeng, who fought back with all his might. The martial artists yelled at Lam Tu. Get out. That precious essence is mine. You are stealing from us. Go die. Lam Tu struck toward them with a palm. The live Zing ghost beast on the ground stirred. Lam Tu sensed it. Looking at the tentacles of the live FDing ghost beast lying on the ground, Lam Tu spoke. This life-drinking ghost beast is not dead yet. A cunning glint appeared in Lam Tu's eyes. Perfect. I have found another one. Lam Tu unleashed his power to kill the Life Jing ghost beast. The system announced. You have killed the Lafi Zing ghost beast of 6th stage. You have gained 8,188,888 experience points. The Life Zing ghost beast lay helpless on the ground from the final attack. Lam Tu's eyes were filled with disappointment. A 6th stage evolved beast worth just over 1,000,000 experience points is too stingy. Lam Tu approached the Lafi Zing ghost beast, understanding that something was wrong. Perhaps his damage dealt to the Life Zing ghost beast was under 40%. So he only received a fraction of the experience points. Liu Sipeng rushed in from behind. You brat. Stop right there. That is my... Lam Tu stood up, ready to strike, while Liu Sipeng threatened. Go die. Liu Sipeng swung his weapon attack Lam Tu. Lam Tu used his spear to block, the clash of weapons creating sparks. Seeing Liu Sipeng ferociously trying to eliminate him, Lam Tu calculated in his mind. Sure enough, a 5th stage martial artist is not someone he can handle. At this rate, he would lose soon. He definitely needed to find a way to escape. Lam Tu smirked. Then let us see this technique. Lam Tu attacked with his spear. Liu Sipeng dodged but was still taken aback. What the hell? How did this kid suddenly become so strong? Isn't he just a low-level martial artist? Lam Tu smiled. A 5th stage martial artist is just like that. Lam Tu exuded power. Take another hit from me. My strongest technique. Liu Sipeng frowned. Damn. That last move was not even his strongest. Lam Tu shouted loudly to build momentum, then quickly ran off, not forgetting to curse. Idiot. Liu Sipeng was boiling with rage. Damn it. You dare to mess with me. I will definitely chop you into 1,000 pieces. Watching Lam Tu's retreating figure, Lam Tu ran toward the door, reaching out to open it for him. Behind Liu Sipeng, he charged aggressively. That kid thinks he can run. It won't be that easy. Lam Tu gritted his teeth, struggling to open the door. Lam Tu is pushing himself hard. Finally the door opens a crack. But Liu Sipeng is already on him, launching his weapon, that little brat. Suddenly, a horrifying explosion erupted behind Lam Tu, sending him flying. The system simultaneously reported the killing of a 5th-level martial artist, earned 12,000,000 experience points. Lam Tu cheered amidst the thick smoke. Meanwhile, the system announced, Congratulations, Master. You have successfully leveled up to level 19. Congratulations, Master. You have received 19 potential points. Lam Tu winced. Touching his head, it hurt so much, his entire body felt like it was about to crack. If he had not gone to that weapon stash earlier and even gotten a bomb, he would not have been able to handle that 5th-level martial artist at all. Lam Tu looked at his personal strength panel. Host Lam to level 19. Strength 349 to 359. Physique 113 plus 20. 120 plus 20. Speed 80 to 82. Total combat power 2350 to 2520. Title: 3rd level martial artist. Rage accumulated over 100. Skill: Analysis I. Anger. Disguise. Lam Tu focused and transferred 10 points to strength, 7 points to physique, and 2 points to speed. Team Tringa Dan rushed over. Brother Lam, are you okay? Lam Tu wiped his mouth and smiled. Trudging Dan asked, what about that 5th-level martial artist? I saw him chasing you here. Lam Tu proudly recounted his achievement. I tricked him into the weapon stash and blew him to bits. Tun Feng was shocked to hear the astonishing news. No way. That was a 5th-level martial artist. And you just dealt with him like that. Trong Den beamed with pride. Brother Lam, you are so strong. The group of Lam Tu started walking. Lam Tu spoke up. The Luchuvzing demon beast has been killed. We can finally escape from this cursed ruins. Right. The ground was littered with bodies. Some were mutated humans, while others had turned into zombies. Lam Tu looked at them and realized that only a few of us were left. Lam Tu rested with Team Trajing Dan. He suggested treating their wounds first, then resting a bit before setting off again. Lam Tu held a water bottle, tilting his head to look at the mangled body of the life-eating demon beast over there. There must be many useful materials on it. And the bodies of these warriors should also have something usable. After a while, Lam Tu asked Team Trong Dan, are we done? Let us head out. Lucula eagerly raised her hand. The group walked away from this place. Lam Tu wondered if they could get out of the ruins. Tunkarin Fong, with one arm bandaged, spoke up. Maybe we can't. Back then, I and those guys got here after causing chaos throughout the ruins. Outside this place, there is nowhere else to go. Lam 2 did not expect this. A gate like this? Can't they design something more stylish? Zhang Dan, Lam 2, Kuang Luk, and Loi Loi teamed up to push the iron gate open. Lam 2 cheered. Let us open this iron gate together. Meanwhile, Tanfeng stood by, unable to help due to his injured arm. Lam 2 opened the gate, his eyes wide with surprise. Inside, there were a lot of machines. Lam 2 also recognized the control room. Zhang Dan looked at the machines inside and asked Tanfeng, I remember you studied a lot about technology before. Can you start this control panel? Tanfeng replied, these are older model control panels. I am basically not familiar with them. Moreover, first we need to figure out how to power this machine. Lam 2 thought that the underground relics must be using alien crystals as a power source, so they should look for any equipment that can accommodate alien crystals. Lam 2 spotted a power box and reached out to open it. This is probably just a power box. Right. Inside the power box were small squares that seemed to need something installed in them. Lam 2 fit the alien crystals snugly, placing one crystal after another. Finally, Lam 2 got really frustrated, demanding so much. He continued to place crystal after crystal until only 2 were left. The power box was finally filled with alien crystals, but 3 dots ran across, remaining still and silent. Lam 2 was not happy, angrily hitting the power box while cursing. You took 20 of my alien crystals and there is still no response. This power box must need a beating to start. The alien crystals began to glow and connect with each other. Seeing the power box activate, Lam 2 was speechless. It really needed a beating to work. Zhang Dan on the other side was happy to see Lam 2 had found it. Hey Lam, did you find the power source? Lam 2 replied sadly, I found the power box. Had to put in 20 alien crystals to start this control room. Tanfeng became excited. I get it now. This is the teleportation center. We can finally get out. Lam 2, with wide eyes like a deer, asked, do you know how to use it? Tanfeng confidently said, yeah. There should not be any problem. Tanfeng prepared to start it. Flipping the control lever, a beam of light appeared in the center of the room, and Tanfeng smiled proudly. All right, I really am a genius. Looking at the light, Tanfeng explained that this teleportation platform could take them to the surface. Tanfeng and Lam 2's group ran to the light platform, but perhaps the alien crystals could not hold out for long. Everyone quickly stood on the teleportation platform, standing under the light. In an instant, all of them vanished. Then all 5 were thrown out, sand flying everywhere. Everyone screaming in panic. Lam 2 landed majestically, while Tanfeng groaned in pain. Who got hurt? Tanfeng smiled. We made it out. That is great. We can finally leave that hellish place. Kuang Luk was just as happy. Having gotten his life back, Lam 2 spoke up. Alright everyone, we part ways here. Hope to see you again someday. Truong Dan asked. Where are you planning to go? Lam 2 smiled. Straight ahead. Truong Dan watched the figure of the boy walking away, wondering if Lam also wanted to go there, while Loi Loi beside him teased. Are you reluctant? Then go for it. Truong Dan shot a glare at Loi Loi to be quiet. Only she was so chatty. Loi Loi covered her mouth, laughing with delight. In the night. Bye. Lam 2 was sitting next to a small fire that was lit. Lam 2 set his luggage down, surprised by how cold it was at night in the desert. He took things out of his bag, having rushed earlier. He had not carefully checked what the 6th-tier mutated beast looked like. Inside was a mutated beast eating other mutated stones. Caught in the act, it froze. Lam 2 stared blankly. What the heck is this? The 6th-tier mutated beast has evolved. The 6th-tier mutated beast quickly hid the stone behind its back, pretending it had not done anything. Lam 2 was confused. What did he just see? This 6th-tier mutated beast was actually shy and scared. It really has evolved. Lam 2 picked up the 6th-tier mutated beast and asked, what exactly are you? Are you an evolved beast, sneaking into my bag, eating my 6th-tier mutated stone? Lam 2 glared angrily. Damn it. I want to kill you. Rip your stomach open to get my stone back. The 6th-tier mutated beast panicked, signaling with its hands not to do that. Lam 2 smiled. It seemed it could understand him. Lam 2 took a picture of the 6th-tier mutated beast to check what it really was. Lam 2 realized he could not find anything. Could it be an alien creature resembling a mutated beast? Lam 2 touched the body of the 6th-tier mutated beast, causing it to giggle, looking hard on the outside but soft and squishy. Forget it. I want to kill you, but you are not allowed to eat my mutated stones. And you can run away. Lam 2 spoke to the 6th-tier mutated beast sitting on the ground, feeling bored on the road. Consider this as keeping a pet. I will call you Con Con. A few days later, Lam 2 hunted evolved beasts, receiving a notification that he had killed a 3rd-tier desert beast and earned 150,000 experience points. Meanwhile, Con Con quickly ran to the evolved beast and took out the mutated stone. Kuang Kan handed the stone to Lam 2. Lam 2 smiled. You helped me collect quite a few stones. This one is a reward for you. Watching Kong Kan happily eat the mutated stone, Lam Tu thought to himself. This little creature looked adorable but could run extremely fast. When I kill an evolved beast, it can dig out the mutated stones for me. This helps me avoid a lot of trouble. Furthermore, it seems to really enjoy eating the stones. Under the clear blue sky, there were rows of green trees. And in the middle was a lake. Lam Tu joyfully called out. Con, look over there. It isn't this? The clear water even has pure bubbles. Lam Tu looked up, feeling the water splashing. His expression was one of pure joy. Feeling incredibly comfortable, both Lam Tu and Con felt as fresh as flowers. Lam Tu laughed heartily. Feeling delighted. Truly delighted. Suddenly, Lam Tu felt someone attacking. A blade was getting close to him. Lam Tu quickly countered to block it, but the attacker was too strong, knocking Lam Tu away and sending him flying. Lam Tu thought to himself that the sword was really sharp. This was a master. But Lam Tu was stunned to see the girl who appeared before him was her. Lacking Gayat was also shocked. It was Lacking Gayat who suddenly dropped her sword and fell. Lam Tu quickly caught her. Lam Tu looked worried. Are you okay? He saw her hand soaked in red blood. You are hurt. Lam Tu hurriedly took out his bag. I have medicine. Let me help you. Behind Lacking Gayat was a large cut. Blood spreading all over her back. Her body trembling. Lacking Gayat stubbornly refused. You let me. But Lam Tu was very serious. If you tell me to let go, how can I let go? I won't let go. Will you bite me? I have the most precious recovery medicine for you. Lam Tu advised while handing the medicine to Lacking Gayat. The drops flowed down, soaking into the wound on Lacking Gayat's back. Lam Tu asked who hurt her before he could hear the answer. Lacking Gayat had closed her eyes and fallen asleep. Lam Tu covered her with his coat, thinking that before. He had not realized her level. He did not expect that she was a 4th-tier martial artist. Moreover, her combat power was much higher than other martial artists of the same tier. Lacking Gayat was now a 4th-tier martial artist. Lacking Gayat, with blurry eyes, asked, What are you doing here? Lam Tu crossed his arms, looking mysterious. Yes. If you guess right, there will be a reward. But Lacking Gayat was not interested in Lam Tu's jokes. Vu Fam turned around, saying as he pleased, I am not interested. Lam Tu could only think to himself. This girl is really boring. He clarified. Actually, I came to the Holy Academy this time because I was selected by them. Lacking Gayat remembered their previous conversation. Lam Tu asked, By the way, where are you from? Lacking Gayat had flown away then, only leaving behind the words Holy City. So now Lacking Gayat sat up in shock. Very surprised that he was really selected by the Holy Academy. Lam Tu replied nonchalantly. Yep. But do not think too much. I did not come to the Holy City because of you. Lacking Gayat did not bother to lie back down. Turning away. You think too much. Lam Tu only knows 3 dots. Both sensed something strange. Lacking Gayat sat up, and Lam Tu also prepared to stand. Sesh. It seems someone is coming, and not just one. Lacking Gayat's expression turned serious. They are coming for me. You should leave quickly. Lam Tu took his bag and slung it in front, lowering himself to say, How can I leave a woman behind and run away? Come on. I will carry you. Lacking Gayat climbed onto Lam Tu's back. Lam Tu ran quickly, reminding her, Hold on tight. The chaotic items in the bag appeared, holding a bottle of medicine. Drink this. It will speed up your recovery. Lacking Gayat was surprised. This was a 6th-tier evolution beast. Lam Tu introduced, This is my pet. Careful. Do not try to take the essence from him. Lacking Gayat held a bottle of medicine, looking indifferent. It was just a low-grade essence anyway. Lam Tu continued, I forgot to tell you. I have already taken the potion in your hand. Lacking Gayat did not find it important, so she shrugged it off. What happened after that? Lam Tu sighed. She was not cute at all. Lacking Gayat said, Carry me. You are not running fast enough. Behind them, a group of people was chasing after. She is here. Lam Tu said calmly. They are coming. The leader shouted. You think you can run after killing over 100 members of my Black Tiger group? Another guy with a spear stayed back for me. That guy threw the spear, aiming to kill. The spear flew over Lam Tu and Lechon Gayat's heads. Lam Tu kept running fast. The spear landed right in front of the 2 of them. Soon, the others caught up to Lam Tu and Lechon Gayat. The Black Tiger members were fierce. Where do you think you are running? Lam Tu looked at the new arrivals. They were all peak 3rd-grade fighters. Then glanced back at the girl on his back, thinking Lacking Gayat could kill more than 100 members of their gang and still escape from these guys. This level of strength is truly terrifying. The leader stroked his goatee. Little sister, do not waste your energy. You can escape. But Lacking Gayat's gaze was icy. You will die, the leader said. Sister, back when I attacked you, you were already heavily injured. Do you think we are still afraid of you? He laughed, saying he did not know where she found such a weakling. But a clueless fool like him was basically not worth considering. Lam Tu's expression was dazed and confused. The leader licked his lips, his eyes filled with cunning. Come to your big brother. Let him take care of you. Leffingite said to Lam Tu. Put me down. Lam Tu chuckled behind. Looks like I am being underestimated. The leader shouted. Brothers. Go after Lam Tu and Leffingite. Kill the men. Keep the women. A beauty like that. It would be a pity to kill her. Let us enjoy her together later. They laughed menacingly and maliciously. Lam Tu remained calm as he watched them. One guy rushed in to attack Lam Tu.
Good.
The guy swung his sword. You think you can scare me to death? A powerful strike was unleashed. Lam Tu threw his spear. He posed impressively. Smirking. Lam Tu wielded the spear. Channeling fire power. Lam Tu unleashed his move. White Crow Phoenix charge. The attacker was bewildered. What kind of martial skill is this? Lam Tu's flames surged straight at him, making him scream. Meanwhile, Leffingite was fighting the remaining guys alone. The leader frowned, evaluating inwardly. This girl was clearly heavily injured, yet she was still so hard to deal with. One of the henchmen smiled. Your sister is over here. The one with the spear. He charged toward Leffingite, who had already spotted him. But each spear thrown by Lam Tu blocked them in time. Lam Tu shielded Leffingite. Are you okay? Leffingite, back to back with Lam Tu, asked. Is it okay if you do not? Lam could not be serious. How could a man say he could not? The two separated to fight. Lam Tu was excited, quick to battle. Lam Tu fought against those guys. And the one with the spear smiled eagerly as he charged in.
Good.
You use a spear too? Let me teach you how to use it. Lam Tu's gaze was stern. And the guy rushed in with a swift strike. Lam Tu twirled the spear in his hand, boasting without a hint of shame. You think you are the master of the spear? Lam Tu unleashed a fiery attack. A powerful blast erupted, illuminating the area. The spear wielder stepped back, but his expression was still intrigued. This kid had some skills. Lam Tu, holding the spear, smiled. I'm only using a fraction of my power. Behind Lam Tu, two guys armed with weapons charged in. Lam Tu glanced at them, then unleashed a bright attack that sent the two flying. The spear wielder attacked furiously. You brat. The spear wielder charged straight ahead, but suddenly his eyes went wide. Lam Tu had easily dodged and struck him with his spear, but he quickly blocked it. The guy gritted his teeth, straining against the force. What the hell? What kind of weapon is this? Why is it so heavy? The guy suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. Looking closely at the spear, he vaguely recognized its heavy black shaft. Could it be that your spear is a black dragon? Lam Tu's eyes sparkled with excitement. You know about it too. The guy continued to brace himself with the spear, not realizing how fortunate he was to encounter such a top-quality weapon. If he could kill you, the black dragon would be his. Lam Tu released a beam of light and exclaimed. He flew back and asked, You like it? Then I will gift it to you. Lam Tu threw the spear towards him. The guy managed to catch the spear with one hand, but almost fell forward, his arm straining under the weight. It is so heavy. Lam Tu's eyes sparkled mockingly. He kicked the guy in the stomach, sending him flying. Lam Tu charged forward with the spear. A person like you is not worthy to use it. Another guy quickly flew in to block him. Meanwhile, on the other side, the leader was exhausted. Damn. This woman is too scary. His underlings were still eagerly attacking, wanting to kill her. Leffingite's gaze remained as cold as ever. Leffingite dodged the attack and countered fiercely. The underling was terrified. Leffingite swung down, cleaving the guy in half. Lam Tu shouted, Watch out behind you. The big guy behind was attacking Leffingite. Lam Tu was furious. Fighting is not supposed to be like this for her. A beautiful face with a scar is not good. Leffingite remained indifferent and silent. Mind your own business. Do not let others cut us apart. Meanwhile, Lam Tu was fighting two others. Lam Tu was also struggling against these guys. One of them threw a punch, but Lam Tu managed to dodge it. Lam Tu wiped his chin, assessing how well these three coordinated. Their weapons varied in length, making it really hard to fight. A guy with a spear charged in. It was time. That guy split his spear, sending it straight at Lam Tu, aiming to take him down. Lam Tu's eyes widened in shock as the spear thrust directly towards him. Lam Tu looked at the encircling foes, cursing inwardly. Damn it. There is no way out now. He glanced from one to another, thinking the only option left was to unleash his fury. Lam Tu's whole body lit up as he shouted, Fury. The spear wielder was shocked and exclaimed, What the heck? His aura suddenly surged. Lam Tu, glowing with power, charged forward, unleashing a devastating attack. Lam Tu's spears also split and flew straight ahead. The spear wielder could not believe his eyes. What? The spear stabbed directly into him. The system announced, killing a third-grade martial artist, earning 302,300 experience points. The remaining guys were stunned. Damn it. How did this kid suddenly get so strong? Stop holding back. Use your strongest skills. One of them unleashed the Scarlet Lotus technique. He swung two glowing swords of power, shouting in fury. Lam Tu's gaze remained unfazed. I know that fire skill too. Lam Tu also launched a similar, but more terrifying attack. The White Crow Phoenix manifested a giant fiery phoenix, leaving the other guy in shock, before he was engulfed in flames. The system again announced, killing a third-grade martial artist, Earn 306,500 experience points. Another guy unleashed the Ice Mountain Burst technique. His attacks were unleashed, but he was doomed. But Lam Tu spun his spear, using it as a shield. He swung his weapon fiercely, sealing the deal. The other guy's eyes were filled with horror. Lam Tu pierced through his body, and the system displayed the kill of a third-grade martial artist. Earned 301 experience points. Lam Tu was satisfied, having finished them off. On the other side, the leader was fighting Lakangayat. The leader laughed. The little beauty holds up well, but once my buddies kill that weakling, you won't stand a chance. Lam Tu appeared, and the leader looked up. Lam Tu struck down towards him, but he quickly dodged. Lam Tu stood in front of Lakangayat. Old man, open your dog eyes and look closely. Where are your buddies? The leader was furious. Damn it. 3 useless trash. The leader, enraged, unleashed his power. I will fight you all to the death. The leader's eyes were sharp. The leader soared into the sky, launching a thunderous attack. Lam Tu smiled. I specialize in saving you too. Now it is your turn. In midair, one wielded a sword while the other wielded a spear, charging straight to attack. The two weapons clashed, but the leader was at a disadvantage, and Lam Tu managed to stab him. The system chimed, killing the third-grade martial artist, earning 301.17 experience points. After the battle, Lam Tu slung a piece of wood over his shoulder, holding a spear in one hand as he walked over to sit next to Lakangayat, panting as he asked, "Are you okay?" Lakangayat hugged herself. Drink this medicine. Do not worry. I have not taken any. Lakangayat drank the medicine, surprised at how quickly his strength had grown. Lam Tu, feeling smug, chuckled. That is my handsome self. A truly extraordinary talent. Lakangayat stood up, and Lam Tu looked confused. Where are you going? Lakangayat replied. To the holy city. Lam Tu exclaimed. You are going to the holy city too. Lam Tu got up with his luggage. That is great. Wait for me. I just helped you, and my strength is seriously depleted. Let me rest for a bit. Lakangayat ignored him and kept walking. Lam Tu hurried to catch up. Wait for me. Don't walk so fast. Do you want to tire me out to death? In the lush green forest, there were chameleons. Lam Tu finally assessed the forest and found it somewhat ordinary. Following behind, he admired the scenery, realizing they were approaching the Holy City Academy. Suddenly, a voice called out. We won't let you easily reach the Holy City Academy. Lam Tu and Lakangayat turned to see where the voice came from. Over there, Truong Dan was discussing something with a team. Kong Han. What do you mean? Kong Han had a sly expression. I heard the Holy City Academy will have a quiz for new students. Wouldn't it be better for us to handle our competitors first? Truong Dan understood. So you want to kill us? Hao Tian calmly defended. We are all classmates. Killing sounds too harsh. I just hope you know when to back off. Tan Feng was infuriated. Back off. You know how dangerous this road is. How is this any different from killing us? Lakangayat, watching from a distance. Asked them. Do you know them? Lam Tu replied. I know them. Lam Tu and Lakangayat approached, and Lam Tu waved, surprised at how lively it was here. Truong Dan's eyes lit up with joy. It is brother Lam Tu. Lam Tu looked at Hao Tan. Hey man. I am also a new student at the Holy City Academy. Should we turn back? Truong Dan was surprised. Brother Lam. You really are a new student at the Holy City Academy. Truong Dan sighed. We are also new students. But there is a difference between us new students. Hao Tian looked at the newly arrived Lam Tu and spoke disdainfully. Bro. You should know better. The beauty next to you is pretty fine too. Hao Thin reached out to touch Lakangayat's face. I can let you go, as long as those two beauties agree to be my girlfriends. What do you say? Lakangayat swung her sword. Hao Thin continued to tease. Come here, little sister. Lakangayat coldly slashed out. The tip of her sword grazed Hao Thin's fingers. Hao Thin pulled his hand back, his eyes wide in shock. Damn. This crazy girl almost cut my finger off. The underling whispered. Boss. It seems she is a 4th-tier martial artist. Hao Thin smiled, looking at Lakangayat with ease. So what if she is a 4th-tier martial artist? Do not you see she is injured? A beauty like that can't be let go easily. Lam Tu spoke up. Do you know the Black Tiger Bandit group? Hao Thin replied. So what if I do? They are just over 100 people, and there are not many 3rd-tier martial artists among them. How do you have connections with the Black Tiger Bandits? Do you think I am scared? Lam Tu crossed his arms, his expression darkening. We do have connections with them, but they crossed us. So they have completely disappeared from this world. The underling gasped as if hearing a shocking story. What? Over 100 people. And at least 5 peak 3rd-tier martial artists were killed by you. Another underling chimed in. Those guys. Even we would not easily dare to offend. Hao Thin interrupted. Do you expect us to believe you killed them? Lam Tu smiled. You do not believe it. You can try and see. Hao Thin replied. The kid has guts. Hao Thin prepared to strike, pointing his sword at Lam Tu. Let us see what happens. Lam Tu unleashed a powerful strike. If you try it, you will die. Lum Tu threw a powerful punch that struck Heko Thien's arm. Heko Thien's underlings rushed in wanting to fight. Heko Thien shouted, "Everyone, go kill that kid." The blade was placed right against Heko Thien's neck. Heko Thien stood still. Lefing Guide had the blade ready. "Move and I will kill you." The underling pointed and ordered. "Let go." Lum Tu held up 3 fingers. A smiling look in his eyes. Gore, Trung Dun and his teammates were also ready. Tun Fong and Kaingalasi were solemn in the silence. Heko Thien shrugged and spoke up. "All right, we will go." After speaking, Heko Thien and his team left. Trung Dun was cheerful. "Thank you, Big Brother Lum Tu. That guy is King Heko Thien, a strong martial artist from another academy in our city. But he is really arrogant. If it were not for you two, we really would not know what to do." Trundring Don scratched his head, smiling at Lexington Guide, also thanking her. Lum Tu waved his hand. "It is nothing. We are all on the same side." Lum Tu asked Lafine Guide if she was heading towards the end of the death road. Lakangite replied, "Right." Truong Dan reached out to touch his head. "Hey, can we join you too?" Lam Tu agreed. "Sure." Just then, someone coordinated on the road, and Truong Dan happily said, "Thank you." Lam Tu, a group of martial artists were sitting around the fire chatting animatedly. Lam Tu was munching on a piece of meat, looking at them and asked, "Those people seem to all come from the Holy City Academy." "Quite a few of them," Lam Tu asked. "Do you guys know roughly how many new students enroll at the Holy City Academy each year?" Truong Dan thought for a moment. "I do not know either, but our academy has 5 selected along with Bang Vu. And there are 5 from Kong Hao Thien too." Lam Tu was surprised and said, "So your city selects 10 new students?" Lam Tu thought to himself, "There is only me from Tindio City. Seems like Tindio City is still a small place." Truong Dan smiled. "Having a lot of people does not mean anything. For example, we have 5. But they are not as good as you." Lam Tu, "I heard that this year there is a person from the Sky Academy. Only 18 years old and already a 5th grade martial artist." Lakangayat spoke up. "That guy is Trach Kai Tine, studying at the same academy as me." The group with Truong Dan was astonished. "Really?" Truong Dan asked. "Do you two know each other?" "She is also a student from the Sky Academy." Loloi looked at her with admiration. "You are amazing. That is the most famous academy in Tin Kong City. Ordinary people basically can't enter Tin Kong City." Complimented, Lakangayat just blushed, feeling shy and silent, but did not forget to show a bit of coolness. The sky was clear, and the leaves swayed gently in the breeze. A group of martial artists stood on a high cliff. Lam Tu was astonished, not expecting there to be over 1,000 new students. The lowest among them were at least 3rd grade martial artists, and they were around 17 to 18 years old. Truong Dan replied, "But the end of the road of death is a cliff. Where is the Holy City Academy?" Lam Tu guessed that there might be mechanisms like traditional formations. Lam Tu smiled. "Looks like we guessed wrong." A large spaceship appeared. It was a sitting spaceship. The spaceship landed at the cliff. Tumathan emerged and introduced. "Everyone quiet down. I am Tumathan, the first-year teacher at the Holy City Academy, responsible for welcoming you all to the academy." Mathan announced, "There is just one thing I need to tell everyone. As you all can see, the Holy City Academy is not at the end of the road of death. The reason for this requirement is to weed out the weak from the road of death." The martial artists were furious. "I have fought bloodily for your meaningless deception." Another agreed. Right. "You bastard. Pay for my brother's death." Mathan's gaze was sharp. "The Holy City Academy does not accept trash. The weak must be eliminated." Those guys did not understand the situation and charged straight to attack Mathan. "You are the trash here. I am done with this. Kill this bastard to avenge my dead brother." Lam Tu stood by, speechless, watching those idiots wave their weapons in front of Mathan. Heading to their doom, a beam of light appeared, launching an attack at that guy. In that instant, he collapsed to the ground and died on the spot. "What are those guys so terrified of?" Mathan raised his hand, and a special elite team armed with guns appeared. 2 ordered to take action, and those people raised their guns to shoot. The once bold guys were shot and screamed in agony. Mathan remained calm in front of the corpses. "Those who do not follow the rules will end up like this." Mathan continued. "Next, please take out your enrollment notice." Lam Tu and the others pulled out their enrollment notices. Mathan directed the vehicle behind to reveal the back panel of the enrollment notice. Then he instructed everyone to stick their enrollment notices on themselves. Mathan smiled. The final training mission that Lam Tu vaguely guessed. Could it be that Mathan shouted loudly that only those with the admission notices of the 3 would qualify to board the spaceship, just as Lam Tu guessed? It was indeed like that. Mathan shouted, "The training begins." Mathan grinned wickedly, wishing everyone good luck. A martial artist stood in front of Lakangayat. "The beauty." Handing over the admission notice, Lakangayat disdainfully replied, not knowing her own limits. The guy had no idea he was stepping into a fire pit as he reached out to tease Lakangayat. "Come here, little girl." Suddenly, a group was thrown back, and the other martial artists were in shock. Lakangayat was cold but very strong. Like a proud rose under the bright sunlight. The other martial artists frowned as Lakangayat handed a stack of admission notices to Lam Tu. But Lam Tu refused. I do not need it. Then Lakangayat gave it to Loi Loi. Loi Loi's eyes sparkled. Thank you. Sit over here. Truong Dan was fighting. A martial artist kicked Truong Dan. Hand it over. Truong Dan was hot-tempered. Damn it. Loi Loi ran to where Truong Dan had fallen. Truong Dan looked at her. That is enough for 3 people. Truong Dan glanced at the stack of admission notices in Loi Loi's hand and asked, Where did you get this from? Loi replied, Sister Lakangayat just gave it to me. Truong Dan wiped his face. I do not need it. Give it to Tan Feng and Kuang Luk. I will take care of myself. Loi Loi sighed. Hao Thian and his gang showed up. Looks like you guys have a lot. Hao Thian rushed in to attack, obediently handing it over to him. And then you guys can die. Truong Dan defended against the attack with his weapon. The sound of footsteps approaching. Mathan welcomed the 2 in front of him. Pretty fast. With the admission notices of the 3. You can board the spaceship. Mathan reached out to receive the admission notices. Track Kai Ting greeted. Long time no see. Lakangayat. But Lakangayat coldly ignored him. Kai Tin smiled helplessly. Kai Tin stepped inside. It seemed she still did not like talking. All right. We will meet again at the Holy City Academy. Mathan announced. Lakangayat. You can go up now. Lakangayat replied. I will wait for you. Over here. Loi Loi was attacked by Hao Thian, causing her admission notices to fall out. Kuang Luk shouted from the other side. Loi Loi. Lam Tu rushed up from behind. Bako Tri Feng. Hao Thian looked at the fiery power of Lam Tu in astonishment. In an instant, all of Hao Thian's admission notices were snatched away. Lam Tu obtained them using the magic tower to kick Tiadvo and Yin Yin. Lam Tu handed the admission notices to the group of Truong Dan. Take them. With Lakangayat's addition, it should be enough for everyone. Truong Dan spoke up. The admission notices that were stolen from me have been retrieved. Thank you, Brother Lam. Those Ho Thin guys want to give up. Damn. Is it really that fun to act tough in front of girls? You will pay for this, brothers. Take them out and get back the enrollment papers. Lam Tu glanced. Amphed. I have had enough of you guys since yesterday in the woods. One guy launched an attack, the Death Sword, while Lam Tu countered with his own move, the Violent Flower Spear. Before he could finish his sentence, Lam Tu stabbed him, and he fell. Notification. Killed a 3rd-grade martial artist. Received 350,000 experience points. Hao Thian felt a chill. He was unexpectedly killed by a single strike. This kid's skills are terrifying. Another guy also launched an attack. Boss. Leave this kid to me. I will take care of him. Lam Tu easily grabbed the weapon from that guy. You think you can use a sword with that little strength? Lam Tu revealed his spear. Here. Take a look at my spear. The guy was shocked. You could actually catch my sword. Lam Tu coldly stabbed through the guy's throat, instantly killing him. Stupid. You just killed a 3rd-grade martial artist. Receiving 350,000 experience points. Lam Tu gave a shove, knocking the spear out of his opponent's hand. The opponent gasped in shock. King Ho Thin saw this and shouted seriously. Everyone. Charge. Then, he rushed in with 2 others, using their skills one after another, making their weapons seem sharp and powerful. Lam Tu slightly lowered his head, raised an eyebrow, and with a disdainful expression said, Trash is all the same. Then he unleashed a decisive strike, sending a wave crashing like an unyielding wall, breaking through each attack from King Ho Thin's group, forcing them to retreat from the thick white smoke. Lam Tu leaped straight towards Ho Thin, who gasped in panic. What? Lam Tu laughed, reminding him, remember to be careful in your next life. King Ho Thin was terrified. Hands raised in front of him, his pupils shrunk in fear. He shouted urgently. Wait. I have something to say. We do not need the papers anymore. Spare us. But before he could finish, Lam Tu swept through him and his companions with a devastating strike. They were sent flying in disarray. Lam Tu spun his spear, calmly standing before the bursts of smoke. The system notification rang out simultaneously. Killed a 3rd-grade martial artist. Received 360,000 experience points. Killed a 3rd-grade martial artist. Received 371,000 experience points. Killed a 3rd-grade martial artist. Received 399,900 experience points. After witnessing Lam Tu's series of quick victories, everyone watching erupted in excitement. A guy with hair like green moss shouted, That guy is just too terrifying, easily killing those 5. The guy behind him could not help but tremble, sweating bullets, saying, He is a ruthless person. Do not mess with him. Do not mess with him. His voice was filled with fear and anguish. Tranching Dan and Luke Lai ran up to him, carrying large knives on their backs. Tranching Dan said, Brother Lam. Thank you. Loi Loi cheerfully called him Big Brother Lam too. Meanwhile, the strong man holding a stone hammer approached and said amicably, Thank you. My brother. Receiving so many thanks made Lam to feel shy. He politely replied, It is nothing. We are all in this together. Suddenly, Lam Tu's eyes widened in surprise as he saw Lakangayat standing with her hands on her hips, happily saying, "Lakangayat, were you waiting for me?" Lakangayat did not answer. She turned away with a huff. Lam Tu, confused, sighed softly while watching her retreating figure. Noting her arrogant demeanor, a moment later, on the exquisite giant spaceship under the brilliant sunlight, the tour guide's voice was unusually loud and clear. Congratulations to everyone for passing the final test and qualifying to officially study at the Holy City Academy. Atimi Thin smiled joyfully, extending his arms. From now on, we are classmates. The rules of the Holy City Academy prohibit harming fellow students, Loloi said coldly. Just a moment ago, they had us fighting each other, and now they are acting all nice. Although Trong Dan was dissatisfied, he said nothing and frowned. Lam Tu also disapproved of this behavior, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Tim Thin, unaware of any grievances or dissatisfaction, continued cheerfully. We still have about 3 hours until we reach the Holy City Academy, so everyone can relax comfortably on the spaceship. There are not any windows on the spaceship. It seems they do not want us to know the exact location of the Holy City Academy. Lam Tu looked around, glancing at the girl in front of him, and asked, Lakangayat, do you know anything about the Holy City Academy? Upon hearing her name, Lakangayat shot him a glance, crossing her arms as she walked past him, noting that the 4 major academies in the north and south were the highest in the country. But in reality, this mysterious Holy City Academy was the highest of all. The faculty team, research strength, and martial artists here are all top tier. Considering the extraordinary power of the martial artists and the vast scientific research at the academy, Lakangayat continued, it can be compared to the strongest academies in the world. Yep. You can see their attitude towards new students. Lam Tu closed his eyes and chuckled, saying, the geniuses from ordinary academies here are barely worth anything, easily disposed of, with so many eliminated at once. I wonder if the martial artists who lost their admission notices will even survive. Remembering the sight of everyone killing each other over a piece of paper, Lam Tu's tone could not hide his sense of urgency and helplessness. Soon, 3 hours had passed, and the giant spaceship began to approach a floating island, along with a magnificent structure. The spaceship landed on an open area. Tidamia then looked at the students and announced with a mild expression, everyone, we have arrived. Standing in front of the grand gates of the Ainaya Academy, Tatima Thin proudly said to the students, welcome to the Holy City Academy. Suddenly, a loud screech echoed in the sky as a large black bird flew out from the academy. Someone gasped and shouted, a 9-tier fire phoenix. Lam Tu also stared wide-eyed. Looking up, at this moment, Lam Tu could finally appreciate its colors. No longer just a dull black from lack of light. Now, Huindu was engulfed in an unquenchable fire. Tuma Than explained while looking at it. This evolved beast is a teammate from the Cheng Sheng Academy, so everyone need not worry. Lam Tu's expression was shocked, with a hint of fear in his eyes as he thought to himself, a 9th grade fire phoenix, one of the 12 most terrifying evolved beasts left on Earth. He could not believe one was here. The Cheng Sheng Academy truly lived up to its reputation as the most powerful and mysterious institute. Tuma Than led everyone through the entrance, confidently stating, everyone, come here first to collect data. In front was a low podium with a small electronic screen at the front. On top of the podium was a cube with glowing stripes on its surface. Next to it stood a long-haired professor with a kind expression, welcoming the new students from the south and inviting them to line up in front of the machine to be scanned. A beam of light shone from head to toe after the scan was completed, and the podium immediately dispensed a card with the school's emblem accompanied by the number 6. The professor raised a similar card in his hand and began to introduce it, smiling as he said, this card is your pass at the Cheng Sheng Academy, and it also serves as a points card. Alliance currency cannot be used at the Cheng Sheng Academy, and only the points earned here can be used to purchase items. You will be granted 500 points each month. Use it wisely. The first student stared blankly at the card in his hand. Behind him, another student raised his hand to speak. Teacher, you said we are new students from the south. So are there new students from other places too? The professor handed the card to the person in charge and replied with a smile, that is right. There are also new students from the north. There are a total of 641 of them. Their assessment took place in the extreme cold region of the north. They have passed the assessment in front of everyone. Soon, you will meet them. After a while, everyone had their own pass card. Lam Tu looked at the card in his hand, lost in thought. He glanced at Lakangayat and curiously asked, Lakangayat, do you know what the number on the back of the card represents? Lakangayat turned to him, showing her card, which had the number 1, completely opposite to his number 10. Lakangayat coldly replied, class. So you are in class 1, and I am in class 10. Lam Tu scratched his cheek with his index finger, silently pondering how the machine had scanned him into class 10 due to his camouflage skill, while Lakangayat, with her strong abilities, was placed in Class 1. Tumathan raised his arm high, smiling broadly as he shouted. New students, come to me after you get your cards. The number on the back indicates the class you have been assigned to. And soon, teachers from each class will come to guide you. Before he could take a step, the group led by Truong Dan approached him. Truong Dan spoke up. This number actually represents the class. Lam 2. Which class are you in? Lam 2 raised his card, not paying much attention as he replied. I am in 10th grade. Kuang Luk, Tan Fong, Loi Loi, and Truong Dan all widened their eyes in excitement upon hearing his answer. Truong Dan joyfully exclaimed. Really, that is great. Lam 2. We are classmates now. Loi Loi chimed in. Lam 2. Truong Dan. Kuang Luk, Tan Fong. We are all in 10th grade. Lam 2 was also surprised. Whispering. What a coincidence. Watching them chat happily, Le Fengguite stood nearby with her arms crossed, staring at them without saying a word. Then, Tu Mai Than pointed towards the open door as a group of teachers walked out, saying, They are your teachers. Please follow the numbers on your cards. A teacher stepped forward with each card number displayed on their wrist, and Tu Ma Than continued, inviting everyone to follow their teachers. Lam 2 turned to look at the girl next to him, sighed softly, and said, Looks like we have to part ways here. But Le Fengguite responded with a random comment. The academy is not that big. Watching her figure grow distant, he moved closer to his class teacher, deep in thought. Quietly speculating. The academy is not that big. Did she mean that the academy is not big, and they could meet again? Or that it is not big enough for him to find her? Just as he was pondering, Truong Dan took a few steps back, calling out to him. Lam 2, let us hurry up. Lam 2 shook off his thoughts. Quickly replied, Okay, I'm coming. He stepped towards his class professor. The man with long black hair braided in front of his chest had a watch displaying the number 10. The teacher smiled and said, Let me introduce myself. My name is Nam Chin Hai. Starting today, I will be your teacher. As the man spoke, a system board appeared with information, but aside from the opponent's name, all subsequent information from characteristics to strategic summaries was displayed with question marks, indicating it could not be grasped. A thought flashed in Lam 2's mind. His analytical eyes could not even assess the teacher's strength. Lam 2's expression grew serious. He concluded to himself that this person was very strong. Before the 10th grade teaching building, the height was estimated to be at least 10 stories. Nam Chin Hai introduced. This building is for our 10th grade. Peeking into the beautifully arranged classroom, the teacher continued. As long as you swipe your card on the device at the table, you can be linked with the board. Daily lessons. Aside from basic theoretical knowledge, teacher Nam Chin Hai led the students through the gym, saying, Additionally, there are simulation exercises, practical mechanical activities, special training for martial artists, and so on. Back in the classroom, the main character Hai stood at the podium smiling. Starting now, we will elect a class representative to assist the class. Does everyone want to vote? The teacher asked the group, and Lam 2 raised his hand to ask. Teacher Nam, what are the benefits of being class representative? The main character Hai replied. The class representative needs to hold the key to the training room on the 3rd floor, and take care of the equipment inside. But it also makes it convenient for that person to practice anytime. Each month, the school will reward an additional 500 points as a bonus. The students were amazed to hear this, excitedly chattering among themselves. They actually get 500 points more than other students each month, and they can use the training room anytime. What a good deal, Nam Chin Hai said in a calm tone. Students, please take your seats. And everyone just find a place for yourselves. Lam 2 also quickly found a spot. Nam Chin Hai stood at the podium, quickly operating the teacher's desk. An orange electronic screen displayed, and the teacher said, It seems no one has been chosen, so let us vote. The one with the most votes will be our class representative. In front of Lam 2 appeared a system panel, showing all the names of the 10th graders. With benefits like this? Of course, I will choose myself. Lam 2 thought as he raised his hand to touch his name on the system board. Another student wanting to compete was also very excited, saying, With benefits this good, I choose myself. Another student sitting next to him agreed. Right. Of course we won't let someone else take the advantage. After a few seconds, teacher Nam Chin Hai spoke. The results are in. Lam 2 got 5 votes and became the class representative of class 10. While the system board displayed the data, except for most people voting for themselves, which resulted in only 1 vote, and the group led by Truong Dan voted for Lam 2, so there were no votes. While the ones with votes were Free Fee with 3 votes and Lam Tu Cat with 2 votes. However, some people were dissatisfied, and a student who looked strong angrily pointed at Lam 2, shouting, No way. They know each other. It is not fair. Not fair. The chant of not fair echoed. The person sitting next to that student also slammed his hand on the table, snapping. Right. Teacher Nam, It is not fair. Nam Chin-hai closed his eyes, asking uncertainly, what do you think would be fair? Labin immediately flexed his muscular arms, confidently saying, to fight for the position of class representative of Class 10, the strongest among us must be chosen. Another voice immediately chimed in agreement. Right. Right. Strength must come first. Teacher Nam Chin-hai responded very comfortably. All right. But fighting might take some time. Let us use this to decide the winner. After finishing his sentence, the teacher pressed a button on the teacher's desk. A strength measuring device appeared. The one with the strongest punch will win. A machine resembling a mannequin rose up from the floor, and the teacher's voice asked evenly, how? Everyone shouted in excitement that it was possible. Labin stepped forward, his hair shifting from blue to light brown, overflowing with confidence as he pointed to himself, saying, Teacher Nam, let me go first and show you. He smirked, his face radiating arrogance. Labin put force into his elbows and shoulders, leaping up and delivering a punch to the force measuring machine, producing a loud bang as the measurement screen on the machine's chest immediately lit up. 9,800 kilograms. The students below erupted in excitement, cheering and praising, making a ruckus as they saw he had hit 982 kilograms. Oh my. I could not even do that if I tried. No wonder Labin was impressive. He raised his thumb. However, contrary to the students' explosive emotions, Lam 2 remained unfazed. Even looking a bit bored, the main character Hai looked at the number on the measuring machine, generously smiling with squinted eyes, complimenting. Yeah, not bad strength. Labin turned to walk down, and upon seeing Lam 2, he could not help but scoff. He flaunted his muscles, saying, Lam 2, you still have a long way to go if you want to be class president. Lam 2 huffed, responding as he walked. I've got this class president thing in the bag. He approached the measuring machine, pointed at it, and asked, Teacher Nam, do I need to pay if I break this? Teacher Nam Hai answered him, no need. Just give it your all. Labin laughed widely at the students behind him, exclaiming, that little idiot is worried he might break this with one punch. What a joke. Lam 2 stretched his right arm, stepping up to the measuring machine. He smirked confidently for a moment, then channeled his strength into his right arm, unleashing a powerful punch. A thunderous bang echoed as Lam 2's fist collided with the machine, creating a strong shockwave. Nam Hai looked in shock at the fragments of the measuring machine flying out, while Labin stared wide-eyed, exclaiming in panic, wait, he really broke it. How could this happen? Teacher Nam Hai watched Lam 2's preemptive smirk, feeling a shock in his heart. This guy secretly used a skill, but even so, the measuring device should not break so easily. The teacher paused briefly before concluding that this kid's strength should not be underestimated. Zhang Zhan below laughed heartily. Lam 2 is definitely number one. Lam 2 smiled, his handsome face glowing. Teacher Nam Hai's voice rang out evenly. If there are no objections, Lam 2 will be the class president for Class 10. Additionally, you can use your phone to scan the card to access the school network. If there is nothing else, we will end here for today, and tomorrow at 6 am, we will meet for class. Zhang Zhan suddenly remembered something and quickly raised his hand to ask. Wait. Teacher Nam, I want to ask where our dormitory is. Nam Hai cheerfully replied. Saint City Academy does not provide accommodations. Students have to use points like rent to choose their preferred rooms. You can go to the housing registration office to find a room you like and rent it. The group of students stared in shock, collectively shouting, we have to rent it ourselves. The teacher's face could not hide his bright smile as he quickly said, that is right. Let us disperse. Outside the housing registration office, a crowd was bustling with people. The group of Lam 2 stood in the lobby, observing the images being presented, comfortably discussing the average apartment, 50 square meters in size, with a rental of 50 points, and a villa with a training room, fully equipped, renting for 500 points. On the screen appeared a spacious, beautiful house with a note stating that the rental price for Bamboo Villa was 500 points. Loi Loi looked at the house with delight, her eyes captivated. If she is going to stay somewhere, it better be the best. And this villa is not bad. But quickly, Lam 2 spoke up to shatter the dream. He spread his hand, squinting as he lamented. The rent is 500 points a month. If you spend all your points, what will you eat? The school cafeteria charges 5 points for breakfast, and 10 points each for lunch and dinner. After a month, just for food, 500 points would not be enough. Lam 2 pointed at the presentation screen, closing his eyes as he said, so only a fool would spend 500 points to live in such a high-end place. However, he was yet to notice a hand suddenly raised behind him. There was a sharp thud, and Lam 2 painfully choked on water. He held his head, turning around in shock, stuttering. Who hit me? Lacking Guyat had just appeared, coldly asking, who are you calling a fool? Lam 2 was immediately startled, trembling as he pointed at her, saying, you are not really going to spend 500 points to rent that villa. Are you? Lakangayat ignored his question and asked back. Have you chosen your accommodation yet? Lam-tu widened his eyes and replied. Not yet. Well, Lakangayat raised her hand and continued. Give me your card. Lam-tu handed her the card, sweating profusely as he quietly asked Lakangayat. Who was standing at the counter? Me. What are you doing with my card? Lakangayat said. The villa I am renting has 2 floors. You transfer me 250 points. You stay on the first floor. And I will take the second. Seeing the screen ask for fingerprint confirmation, Lakangayat called Lam-tu over to confirm his fingerprint. Lam-tu placed his finger on the confirmation screen, awkwardly saying, if that is the case, we will be considered living together. Before he could finish, the aura around Lakangayat suddenly became ominous. She crossed her arms, frowning as she warned, say one more word, and I will kill you. Lam-tu was startled and immediately fell silent. Moments later, in the bright yellow villa, Lam-tu sat cross-legged on the living room sofa, letting the dog run around the house. He comfortably laughed and said, the villa is indeed different. This amount of points is not wasted. Let us check the content on the Academy's website, the shopping center, the combat power rankings. And there are point-gathering missions too. He suddenly got up. On the system screen, a series of point-gathering missions were displayed, including point calculation and training tasks, every day for 1 hour. Cleaning the women's restroom earns 150 points each time, every day for half an hour. Playing the Dead's Glory earns 100 points each time, every day for 5 hours. Each time earns 250 points for good evaluation. Every day for half an hour. Each time earns 120 points. Lam-tu sprayed foam as he looked at the missions, unable to hold back, saying, what kind of missions are these? Then Lam-tu suddenly noticed his emotions becoming excited. There is also an exchange system. You can use items to trade for points. Remembering what he had encountered, Lam-tu felt lucky. Great. I found quite a few evolution beast materials on the way, he said, his eyes reflecting the bright screen. Visibly excited, Lam-tu walked to the exchange station with a backpack. Inside, many senior students were chatting lively. It seemed that there was something wrong with Tran 54B, whispering closely together. And some people noticed. At this moment, several voices suddenly began to attack him. Look over there. That is this year's new student. They have not even gotten their uniform yet. T-Stask. They look so foolish. This year's newcomers really are nothing special. What is this kid doing here? What could a new student possibly have to trade? There was a lot of noise, but Lam-tu did not pay attention. He calmly approached the teacher at the exchange station to ask, hello, sir. I want to trade some items. The elderly professor had no ulterior motive. Simply curious, rubbing his beard, he asked directly. What items could you trade when you have not even received your uniform? Here, trading items can only be exchanged for points, not for alliance money. Lam-tu understood. Of course, he replied. Yep. I know that. He pulled out a piece of skin from a tier 4 long shui beast. He continued, sir, how many points can this be exchanged for? The professor was astonished, staring wide-eyed as if he could not believe it. He held the piece of skin with both hands to evaluate it. Rare evolution beast. The skin of a tier 4 long shui beast can be exchanged for 10,000 points. A 4th-year student nearby was stunned, his jaw nearly dropping. He actually has skin from a long shui beast. The student behind him frowned and exclaimed, maybe he found it on the path of death. This kid has some great luck. 10,000 accumulation points. That is impressive. After saying that, he took out a block of ice radiating a rainbow glow and continued. And there is also this. The old professor adjusted his glasses, observed seriously, and said, Demon Crystal. This item can be encountered but not sought after. I will exchange it for you for 10,000 accumulation points. The discussions erupted again. It is indeed the Demon Crystal. And moreover, he can get so much at once. And its quality is good too. This lucky idiot really stepped into dog poop. This guy just hit the jackpot. Haha. 100,000 accumulation points. How many tasks would he have to complete to earn that? Ignoring the chatter around him, Lam-tu continued to smile, presenting the last item and said, Teacher, there is also a bit more here. Please take a look for me. The teacher was startled and stammered. This is the meat of a 6th grade evolved beast. The 6-headed Kuthida. Oh my. How could you have this? Did you kill a 6th grade evolved beast? I can be hearing this wrong. Right, a 6th grade evolved beast. Everyone there was in shock, eyes wide open. A senior female student spoke up, and soon another student chimed in. Her words were a bit hesitant. What kind of background does this new student have? Could he be a genius from some powerful family, which allows him to handle a 6th grade evolved beast? However, someone arrogant scoffed and said, that kid does not look like any rich hair. That item must have been found. But someone behind him said, the skin of the 4th grade Dragon King Long Thigh, and the meat of the 6th grade's headed Kudutha. Why did not you pick some up too? The professor took Lam-tu's card, inserted it into the point exchange machine, and said, The meat of the 6th grade 6-headed Kuthi-do is very valuable. But your amount is not much. So I will give you 500,000 accumulation points, plus the previous 2, totaling 610,000 accumulation points. All right. Thank you, Lumtu said. But I have another idea. I want to ask if I can exchange for a skill card. The professor raised a finger and shook his head, explaining. Skill cards. Weapons. Battle clothing. These things the Holy Academy can produce a lot, so we do not exchange. All right. Besides that, I also want to use my accumulation points to exchange for a 6th grade rare crystal. I can't seem to find anything else. Lumtu's face showed clear frustration. He thought to himself, before coming here, he had used the system's accumulation lottery 4 times and had received a diamond skill card for knife skills. Thinking he could exchange it. If I could exchange for a diamond skill card, I could at least get 1 million accumulation points. Right. The professor placed the item in his palm and said, a 6th grade rare crystal, 80,000 accumulation points each. I have deducted it from your points. Lumtu replied comfortably. All right. Under the warm sunny sky. It had turned to dusk. The green of the leaves tinged with yellow. Looking somewhat withered, Lumtu stopped, rubbing his temples and sighed. Why is it always so unoriginal? He turned around, irritated, and said, you all come here. There is no one around. Perfect for some robbery. 3 second-year students stepped out. The leader arrogantly said, Freshmen, let us get acquainted. My name is Trung Dai Tong. I just saw you change your accumulated points at the exchange station. He frowned, rubbing his thumb and index finger together, and continued menacingly. So I specifically want to borrow 10,000 points from you urgently. The 3 surrounded him, and Lumtu calmly asked, there is no point withdrawal machine here. How can I transfer points to you guys? A Trung Dai Tong raised an eyebrow and smirked, taking a breath before saying, are all new students this dumb? The accumulated card has a function to transfer money. Lumtu Anitha pulled out his pass card, wide-eyed, saying, it actually has this function. Then he complimented, very good. Very good. Right after that, his expression changed. Lumtu scoffed and said, if that is the case, then transfer your accumulated points to me. Trung Dai Tong immediately rolled up his sleeves, veins bulging angrily, and snapped. You brat. You are pretty tough. We are here to rob you. And you think you can take our points? Lumtu looked at the gritting teeth of his opponent, smiled comfortably, and said, if you can rob me, then why can't? Trung Dai Tong's eyes widened as he yelled, damn brat. He swung his fist at him, shouting fiercely. Lumtu's eyes immediately turned a deep blue, executing a snow-step martial technique. In an instant, Lumtu vanished from the spot. A flash of blue lightning appeared, and the second-year seniors immediately yelled as the dust settled, all of them shocked. Lumtu had appeared behind them, calmly and slowly stealing a step forward. Trung Dai Tong abruptly turned his head to look at him, astonishment and fear evident in his eyes. He stammered, this is a martial arts technique. Lumtu gave him a glance, cracked his knuckles, and cheerfully asked, Senior, how's my skill? After saying that, Lumtu leaped up and soared towards one of the 3. He unleashed a flurry of kicks straight to the face, causing the guy to scream in agony, then darted to the side, using a fire claw technique to crush his opponent at lightning speed. Trung Dai Tong watched as his companions fell one by one without being able to struggle. Angrily cursing, damn it, yelled, using a giant snake fist technique and charged at Lumtu in fury. Lumtu was startled. He could not react in time, so he took this hit. Lumtu cried out and stumbled backward, holding his mouth. Trung Dai Tong snorted dismissively and said, brat, you do not want the new wine. You want the penalty drink. Don't push me to use force. Earlier it was 10,000 accumulated points. Now hand over all your points, or you will be in the infirmary for a month. Lumtu glanced at him, holding his jaw, and said, you guys should be grateful you are at Holy City Academy. If you were outside, Trung Dai Tong glared at him viciously, interrupting, what about outside? You 3 are about to become my experience points. Lumtu snapped, channeling his energy into his right hand, a blue flame quickly igniting around his fist for a powerful strike. As a first-year student, you actually dare to challenge me? Watch me break your hand, he shouted loudly, activating his giant serpent fist again, a massive snake wrapping around his arm. Boom! The 2 fists collided directly, creating a massive shockwave that swept through the surrounding area. The giant serpent let out a long, painful cry as his arm seemed to twist painfully. He looked at his arm in horror as his companions quickly gathered around him. Zongdao. Your arm. It looks like it is broken, one of his companions said, his voice trembling. But it seemed he could not hear it. Zongdao cradled his arm, screaming, it hurts so much. Take me to the infirmary. But Lam Tu was not about to let him go that easily. He stepped in front of them, coldly saying, "Did I allow you to leave? You challenged me first. And now you want to run." Zhongdao gritted his teeth, hissing each word. Lam Tu, on the other hand, smiled warmly, raising a finger. "Each of you owes me 10,000 points. Let us consider this settled." The long-haired guy supporting him exclaimed in shock. 10,000 points. Do you know how many tasks that takes? Zhongdao raised his head defiantly. No way. You are dreaming. Lam Tu leaned closer with a wicked grin, his voice low and sinister. Not gonna pay up? Then I will just have to break your arm too. Zhongdao's eyes widened in disbelief. He was genuinely scared now, terrified. He quickly said, "Wait. Can't I just give you the 10,000 points?" His two allies looked at him in panic, the bald one nervously chiming in. "Stop. We will pay." Lam Tu crossed his arms, casually stating, "Looks like you guys are wise. How do we transfer the points?" Zhongdao held up his ID card, his eyes still glistening with fear, quickly saying, "Press the button on the side. Your ID will need to be entered to transfer points." He continued, "What is your ID?" After entering the ID, you can transfer the points. Lam Tu read it out loud. 9814126. Zhongdao grit his teeth and pressed hard on the card, looking defiant as he said, "It is." Lam Tu stood watching them, hands on his hips, flashing a bright smile, his attitude nonchalant. "Ha. I have received 30,000 points." He then turned to leave, waving at the three of them, saying, "Thanks for the points. See you later. Damn that bastard. I won't let him get away with this." Zhongdao suppressed his anger, hissing each word, his eyes fixed on Lam Tu's back, filled with hatred. That kid seems so weak. But how could he be so strong? Is he pretending to be weak to lure us in? The bald guy asked. Looking puzzled, the long-haired guy among the three looked up, recalling the earlier moment. He too felt uncertain. The ferocity he exhibited was terrifying. Was that kid really a new student? Trung from VFeng snorted coldly, saying, "I have to spend 5,000 accumulated points to invite Senior 53 to break that guy's arms." He glared at Lam Tu's departing figure, hugging his arms. "Is Gacy?" His companions chimed in, agreeing that just breaking 2 arms would be too merciful for him. "The 2 of us can gather enough points to take both his arms and legs." Back at the villa, Lam Tu called out to La Fingwite, "Let us train, then go out for a meal." In the training room, La Fingwite sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, the faint aura surrounding her body. It took a while before she finally came out. She gasped for breath, and as soon as she stepped out, she pointed in one direction, eyes still closed, saying, "The screen in the living room has fast food ordering." Lam Tu grabbed the remote and pointed it at the TV screen, glancing at her, saying, "La Fingwite, you shower first. I will order food, by the way. Just tell me what you want to eat. Meat is on." After a while, La Fingwite came out of the shower, trailing warm steam and tying her hair up. La Fingwite looked up and asked, "So fast?" She was taken aback, appearing somewhat dazed. Before her was a table filled with a sumptuous spread of about 8 main dishes and 2 soups. Lam Tu was already sitting at the table, happily digging in. He enjoyed the meal and cheerfully said to her, "Come on, eat until you are full." After days of bland food, or tough evolved beast meat from the path of death, he was on the verge of throwing up. Leftengeit's eyes widened, still a bit surprised. She calculated and asked, "This whole table must cost at least 100 accumulated points. Right. Where did you get so many points?" Lam Tu almost choked, quickly adjusting his expression to look bright, pointing to his cheek. His face flushed slightly, the corner of his mouth raised. He smugly said, "If you kiss me, I will tell you." Leftengeite immediately pulled out her sword and pressed it against Lam Tu's neck, coldly saying, "If you are brave, say it again." Lam Tu panicked, sweating profusely as if he were about to burst. He shouted in a panic, "Big sister, I was just joking. Why do you carry a sword with you even when eating?" Leftengeite furrowed her brows, her expression darkening, dangerously asking, "Who are you calling sister?" Lam Tu jumped out of his seat, knelt down, and clung to Leftengeite's leg, crying and begging, Okay, I won't call you sister. How about I call you little Nguite? After all, to outsiders, we could be seen as starting to become housemates." Leftengeite listened to him, kicked him away, and shouted for him to get lost. A moment later, in the training room, Leftengeite held her sword while Lam Tu faced her with a spear. Leftengeite waved the sword's tip, saying, "All right, let us spar for a bit. I want to see your current strength." Lam Tu got into position, questioning in his mind. She showered. So why does she still want to practice swordplay? Reminded of some unpleasant memories, he thought to himself that this girl could not be like that violent Lolita, wanting to use the spar to hit him. Right. Why are all the beautiful girls around him so violent? Leftengeite narrowed her eyes, coldly interrupting his thoughts as he dared to be distracted during the spar. She lunged forward with her sword, lightly commanding him to prepare for a strike. Lam Tu was not prepared in time. Plus that early exchange left him with some injuries. Now, this strike from Lakangayat made him cough heavily. Coughing up fresh blood, Lakangayat paused, startled, seeing him clutching his chest and breathing heavily. She felt a bit flustered. When did you get hurt? Lam Tu held onto his spear, awkwardly smiling as he said, "It is nothing. I was getting materials from the evolution beast to exchange for points at the station. But I got hit by those guys from Zongdao Daitang School of 2000. We ended up fighting halfway. I got a minor injury. But those guys had it rough too. They even compensated me with 30,000 points." After saying that, he was still able to smile. Getting beaten this badly. What is there to be proud of? Lakangayat turned to leave. But she also handed him a vial of medicine and said, "This is for your injury. Take it twice a day. 2 pills each time." Lam Tu picked up the vial and squinted, saying, "I am not even sick. Why do I need medicine for such a small wound?" Lakangayat insisted. "You are sick," she hinted by tapping her finger on her forehead, glancing at him and saying, "Right here." Lam Tu was at a loss for words and walked away without looking back. Lakangayat coldly said, "No training today. You should rest to recover." Lam Tu watched her back, wondering to himself, "Does this girl really like me? She seems so worried when she sees me hurt." Entering his own room, in the dim space, a gem resembling ruby emitted a faint blue flame in the darkness. The gem floated in front of his chest. Lam Tu sat cross-legged to cultivate. The aura surrounding the gem enveloped his body as well. Lam Tu evaluated in his mind. The feeling of this power continuously entering his body is amazing. Moreover, with this absorption, my experience points are skyrocketing. What a surprising discovery. In the future, I need to absorb a lot of high-grade gems to increase my experience. But the 6th-grade gems contain too much energy. It feels like they want to tear my body apart. The gem shattered, breaking into uneven pieces. Lam Tu firmly believed that a martial artist's body is a vessel. Only by becoming larger can it hold more primordial energy, and its strength will grow stronger. With a loud crash, the gems fell, and the aura surrounding his body gradually dissipated. Lam Tu concluded that he needed to constantly refine his body through martial arts. Lam Tu suddenly opened his eyes. He went to the window and saw Lakangayat draped in a long coat, looking like she was going somewhere. He thought to himself, "What is she sneaking out for at this late hour?" He sighed and pondered. Could it be for a date? That is not right. Is not she with me? Forget it. Stop overthinking. It is more important to focus on cultivation. Meanwhile, in a distant place, Zongdao Daitang's angry face, his hands wrapped in plaster, could not contain his emotions. A little anger directed at those around us. "Does the Huangban Haido school agree to help us with our anger?" he asked. The person with crossed arms against the wall replied, "I told Xiaoxuan to find Hongban to challenge the senior, with 10,000 points in total. He will definitely agree to fight." At that moment, another person burst through the door unexpectedly. Xiaoxuan, with a tense expression, clenched his fists and said, "Zongdao, I got Hongban Hai to fight the senior." Zongdao reacted with a pleased laugh at this news. A heavy grunt sounded as a person stepped in, already complaining about being beaten by a first-year student, feeling utterly pathetic. Hongban Hai, gritting his teeth, shouted angrily. But before he could regain his composure, he was struck by someone who suddenly appeared. That voice was very familiar, loud and clear. "Don't be a coward." Hongban Hai fell flat on the ground with a thud, and his spike club slipped from his hand. He turned his face around, glaring and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Throwing stones at me?" Lakangayat calmly looked down at the chubby guy, responding coldly, "A new student." Hongban Hai was a bit shocked and shouted as if he could not believe it. "A new student? How can it be a new student?" He grabbed his large spike club and charged at her, angrily saying, "I do not care if you are a new student or an old one, daring to sneak attack me. Now I am going to cripple you." Lakangaya kicked out her sword, creating a gust of wind that directly knocked the chubby guy's weapon away. She raised her sword to point at her opponent, leaving Hongban Hai frozen in shock. Lakangayat's gaze turned icy as she hissed, "Move again, and you are dead." Zongdao Detuan watched the scene, unable to hold back his laughter, disdainfully saying, "Dead? Haha. Beautiful girl. Are you joking? The Holy City Academy forbids killing." Lakangayat glanced at him, frowning as she replied, "You can try to see if I dare." Suddenly, Hongban Hai's expression changed, pointing at her as he stammered, "You are Lakangayat, the talented new student of the academy this year." His eyes widened, sweat suddenly appearing on his cheeks, repeatedly saying her name in shock. Lakangayat looked at Zongdao Detuan, whom she had invited. Questioning this encounter, Lakangayat had no idea who had shouted. The Luck family from the Sky City. All eyes were on Lakangayat. She showed no signs of being disturbed, still keeping the sword at the chubby guy's neck. Zongdao Dechuan stuttered, while Hong Banhai also shrank back. Unable to steady his legs as he trembled and knelt down, Zhong Daotuan knelt down, his body shaking, his eyes reddened, gritting his teeth as he thought that indeed this girl was from the Lack family, and she really came to kill in the Holy City Academy. He trembled, breathing heavily, and said pale-faced, "Miss Lack, the ancestors did not see the mountain. We offended your friend. Please forgive us. We won't dare provoke your friend again." Lack and Guyot looked at him trembling on the ground, only observing without speaking. Lack and Guyot snorted. She sheathed her sword and turned to leave. Behind her, Hong Banhai also seemed to lose all strength, sitting down alongside Zhang Datuan, watching her figure gradually fade away. He let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Phew. Finally, she is gone. That girl's aura is terrifying." Suddenly, he turned to scold the one who invited him. "You bastards. Why did you mess with her?" Trung Ho Wei Titong explained fearfully. "I had no idea. Just randomly blocking a new student. Who would have thought she knows that big shot?" Regardless of everything, the darkness quickly settled in, and the gentle morning sun shone down on a corner of the villa's roof. At this moment, the male student named Lam Tu finally received his uniform, wearing it while yawning and calling out for Lefing Gait, but he got no response. He was startled to find only a small portion of breakfast that had been prepared. Surprised, he thought to himself, "Someone even prepared breakfast for me." Lam Tu picked it up to nibble, glancing toward her room, vaguely chewing and saying, "Has that girl already gone to school this early?" Then he thought, even though she usually acts like an iceberg, she actually cares about me. Lam Tu stepped out the door, seeing the group of Lucky waiting for him. Both girls waved and called him Big Bro Lam. Xing Longgloss and Tunfeng suddenly ambushed him, whispering in a mischievous tone, "How was your sleep last night?" Class president. Lam Tu just felt annoyed and snapped, "Get lost." Arriving at the 10th grade classroom, the teacher's voice rang monotonously. "This marks the end of today's theory lesson. And now it is time for free study and practice." The study atmosphere at Thon Thun Academy is very relaxed. The main character leaned on the desk and said seriously, "You can come to the theory class or not. It won't count against your score." The students immediately erupted in joy, as if struck by good fortune, with some even asking, "Is it really that easy?" The teacher, Nam Chunghai, grinned wickedly and said, "But I have to warn you, Thon Thun Academy has a monthly small test. If you fail, do not blame me for the harsh punishment." The students immediately groaned in despair. "There is still testing. I knew there was no way things could be that good. There is a gym and a gravity room on the upper floor to meet everyone's daily training needs." Nam Chunhai held a card in his hand. Continuing, Lum Tu, "Here's your access card." He handed it to him, casually saying, "The gym is open from 6:00 am to 12:00 am daily. Remember to clean up after using it." Lum Tu took the card and replied, "Yeah, sir. But the teacher is not letting you go just yet." Nam Chem Chin Hai seemed to remember something and extended his hand toward him, saying, "Right. Give me your ID card. I will credit you 500 points. The teacher took the card and slid it into a slot on the desk. Immediately, a transparent orange screen appeared in front of the teacher. Looking at the number on it, Nam Chan Hai was astonished, his voice rising uncontrollably. 664,200 points. The teacher looked at him, truly feeling it was hard to believe, and asked Lam Tu how he had so many points. Since his voice was not concealed, the whole class buzzed like a disturbed beehive. One student looked astonished. "Teacher Nam, you can be mistaken. Right. 640,200 points. Another student could not help but exclaim, "Oh my. The class president turns out to be wealthy." Lum Tu looked at them without saying a word. Meanwhile, Loiban was so irritated he looked like he was about to burst, angrily questioning him. "How could this happen? Teacher Nam, last night he was on the same points as us. How did he suddenly get over 640,000 today?" He pointed at Lam Tu and shouted, "He must have hacked into the school system to get those points." Someone chimed in, "That is right. Teacher Nam, you have to investigate carefully." The main character Hai's face darkened, and he said sharply, "Shut your mouths. What do you think the Holy Academy is? Is the school system that easy to hack? Why do not you all try hacking it?" The system showing these points was obtained by Lam Tu exchanging materials at the school's exchange station for evolution beasts. Lebinwo looked dumbfounded and said, "There is an exchange station. Why did not I know about it? Speaking of which, I also have some items I can exchange." A student behind him exclaimed happily, "I have some too. Let us go exchange together." Lam Tu looked at the group laughing foolishly and quietly cursed them as idiots, his tone full of disdain. Teacher Nam Chin Hai read through the transaction history and could not help but praise, "Kid, you have some skills. You actually managed to gather so many items on the road to death." Suddenly, he noticed something unusual and squinted. "Wait. Did you also have a friend in the second year at the Holy Academy?" Lam Tu awkwardly scratched his chin, ruffled his hair, and smiled. "Yeah. Last night when I came back from the exchange station, I met 3 acquaintances who were worried I would not have enough points at the academy. So they generously gave me some. I told them I did not want it. But they were too insistent. Lam Tu spoke without a hint of shame. While elsewhere in the academy, the group led by Dai Tang kept sneezing. The main character Hai knew this guy was lying, but he just smiled and gave him a private reminder. Few words but meaningful.
Good.
Be careful. Then he let him go and turned to say, "All right. I have to go to a meeting now. There will be a freshman competition in a week. Everyone needs to train hard. By then, I will select the top 5 fighters to compete against other classes for the number 1 spot in the freshman competition." The group of students slammed the table and cheered. Labin shouted loudly, "Don't worry, teacher. We will definitely train seriously." The person next to him also said, "We won't let class 10 down." In the training room, the students of class 10 were scattered around, each practicing on their own. Lam Tu was seriously training with a spear when Li Bin approached him. He slung a wooden blade over his shoulder, a fierce look on his face, and said, "Hey Lam, how about we spar a bit?" Before Lam Tu could respond, Truong Dan interjected, his face serious and defensive. "Li Bin, what do you mean?" Li Bin raised an eyebrow, a proud smirk on his face. "Nothing else. Just want to spar with the class leader." "Class leader? Are you too scared to fight?" However, he frowned, thinking that this kid smashed the strength measuring device with 1 punch yesterday. It must have been a mistake. His aura felt very weak. How could he break the measuring device with just 1 hit? Lam Tu calmly replied, "You are so weak." "Of course. I am not going to fight you. I am afraid I might accidentally hurt you badly." His words made Labun's veins bulge with anger. He grit his teeth and shouted, "Are you asking for a beating?" With that said, he swung his knife. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed. Lam Tu nimbly deflected the attack. He sneered. "Too slow. Watch me." Lam Tu unleashed his skill. The spear in his hand transformed into a torrential rain, countless afterimages stabbing towards Labun. Labun gritted his teeth, trying hard to fend off the hundreds of spear tips, but ultimately could not withstand it and was knocked back by Lam Tu, crying out in pain. Several students, who were Labun's underlings, rushed over. "Brother Bin, we are coming to help you." Lam Tu laughed mockingly at Truong Dan's serious face. Feeling indignant, how shameless to rely on others to fight. "Kuang Luk, let us go help Big Brother Lam." Kuang Luk got ready, and Tan Feng also could not just stand by. Suddenly, Lam Tu spoke up to stop them, proudly saying, "Truong Dan, you guys do not need to come here to deal with these amateurs. I can handle alone." But he thought to himself that he could use these guys to establish his authority as class leader. Labin and his underlings charged forward at the same time, angrily retorting, "You arrogant little brat. You will regret this." Labun rushed in, suddenly being blocked by a flurry of strikes. And as his group yelled, Lam Tu lunged forward, executing a series of kicks straight to Li Bin's face, knocking him down and causing him to cry out in pain. Lam Tu smiled as he pulled Li's spear from the ground and walked over to ask them, "Are you convinced yet?" Li Bin fell silent, his forehead veins bulging, wiped the corner of his mouth, and shot Lam Tu a fierce glare. Snorting heavily, Li Bin stood up facing him. Lam Tu looked at him without speaking. As if giving up, Li Bin fought him hand to hand, softening his tone. "Sorry, class leader. I admit defeat." Truong Dan on the side smiled lightly, muttering, "I knew Big Brother Lam could handle it alone." Tan Feng glanced at her helplessly, snorting again. "You were the most worried just now." Lam Tu spoke up again, scanning the area and asking, "Is there anyone else?" Standing in the center, surrounded by 10th grade students, he expressed seriously, without arrogance or flattery, that because we performed the worst in the entrance exam, we were placed in the 10th grade. But do any of you care to volunteer? If you do not want to embarrass yourselves at the freshman competition, then practice hard. Next, let us move to the gravity room. Truong Dan was puzzled. "This is the gravity room." She fiddled with something and said, "It seems we need to swipe a card." Lam Tu looked thoughtfully at the gravity room door, silently assessing that although martial arts training can make a person's body stronger, the thin organs of the internal organs can't move effectively. But training in the gravity room is different. The body cells in the gravity chamber are under intense depletion, and the strain on the internal organs and other systems will be substantial. Therefore, using cultivation methods in the gravity chamber to absorb energy or conduct other training is highly beneficial for body enhancement. Just as he finished his thoughts, he stepped forward to open the door. Looking at the layout inside the room, everyone was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "Is this really the gravity chamber?" Tan Feng walked in, unable to hide his surprise as he said, "It is my first time seeing this." Zhang Zhan seems to have noticed something and called a few people over to check this out. She exclaimed in astonishment. Using the gravity chamber requires accumulation points too. The display screen clearly showed that a weight of double consumes 2 points per minute, and a weight of triple consumes 3 points per minute. Tanfeng was startled, raising a hand to calculate. Double gravity for an hour would cost 120 points. And since we only have 500 points, plus rent and food, is basically not enough for training. At this moment, Lam Tu unexpectedly spoke up. Zhang Zhan. Are not those the flesh and blood of the Lai Jing demon beast? Those things are worth a lot. Tanfeng remembered that he could exchange points and happily exclaimed. That is right. Lam Tu, with one hand in his pocket, turned to them and said, you can exchange accumulated points at the exchange station. And the school also offers a lot of tasks online, with rewards being accumulated points. He smiled at everyone, holding his card and continued. Today, I will treat. Any students who want to train in the gravity chamber can stay. Let us try the simplest one. Double gravity. Everyone was thrilled to hear this, jumping up and down, saying, thank you. Class leader. The class leader is rich. Long live the class leader. Beep. The card was swiped, and the gravity mechanism immediately lit up. While the cold voice of the machine announced that double gravity training had begun, a giant machine on the ceiling began to operate, accompanied by the distant sound of engines. Everyone looked up in shock. Within less than a minute of enduring, Tanfeng was already kneeling on one knee. He was shocked and exclaimed, here. Loi Loi immediately sat down on the floor, struggling to shout. This is double gravity. Lam Tu felt a bit uncomfortable, gritting his teeth and squinting one eye, thinking to himself, in a state of gravity, the cells in the body seem to continuously deplete, while simultaneously depleting and continuing to divide to create stronger new cells. He held a green tear crystal in his hand, resolutely deciding that using cultivation methods to absorb the energy within the crystal would be highly effective right now. Time passed, and all the students of class 10 managed to sit comfortably and practice cross-leg. After an hour, some started to complain, I can't take it anymore. Labin also felt a bit tired, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and turned to look at the calm Lam Tu, who surprisingly remained relaxed even after an hour. Is his strength really that strong? As some people began to leave, Tanfeng followed them, lamenting, no way. I can't keep going. Feeling like he was about to break, Zhang Zhan looked at Lam Tu, who still seemed comfortable, and could not help but admire him. How could brother Lam Tu look so at ease? She sighed softly and continued. We are all new students. Why is the gap so big? 2 hours later, Lam Tu finally opened his eyes to look at him, glancing around in surprise. Wait, am I all alone now? If I am all alone, why not try triple gravity? Saying that, he swiped his card again, and the machine echoed the notification. The triple gravity training began. Immediately, Lam Tu felt like he was knocked out. He hugged the ground and yelled, oh my, trying hard to resist the dizziness. Lam Tu gritted his teeth, commenting, damn. It is really impressive. He laughed excitedly, sitting cross-legged, took out a green-grade alien crystal, and thought to himself, my body hurts so much. It feels like all my organs and bones are about to collapse and explode. But the system showed that my experience points were skyrocketing. This speed was much faster than the experience I gained from killing alien beasts. In the training room, everyone was comfortably training, gathering in pairs and groups. Zhang Zhan felt a bit worried. Brother Lam Tu had been in the gravity room for 5 hours now. Something bad would not happen to him. Would it? Just a moment ago in that room, after an hour, I felt difficulty breathing. My brain lacked oxygen. Lu Loki whispered beside him, teasingly saying, if you care about Brother Lam so much, go check on him. Don't worry. The gravity room has an intelligent system. Whenever a trainee can hold on any longer, the system will automatically shut off and send out a warning. At that moment, a new student walked in and dropped a shocking piece of news for everyone. He said, the class leader is currently training under triple gravity. Zhang Zhan gasped in shock and screamed, triple gravity. Coin Feng's condition is not much different from hers. He panicked too. Triple gravity. It has been 5 hours now. Is he still human or a mutated beast? Returning to the gravity room, Lam Tu seemed to be in a pretty normal state. He showed you the green-grade alien crystal that had turned a dull gray in his hand. Lam Tu thought. The energy of the green-grade alien crystal was absorbed so quickly. It seems I will have to go to the exchange station to get some more after class. Lam Tu clenched his fist and punched the air. He thought, under triple gravity, my reflexes and speed are very slow, and the power of my explosive punch is extremely weak. However, if I unleash a full-strength strike under triple gravity, the power of the explosive punch would be 3 times stronger. Right. Suddenly looking at the system display, the training system for gravity status allowed difficulty levels from 1 to 99. Lam Tu seemed to ponder. What does the gravity training system mean? Although I do not fully understand it, I still want to place a small bet and choose difficulty level 1 to give it a try. A cold mechanical voice rang out, simply saying the word start. Immediately, a machine gun appeared from a small compartment in the gravity room with a sound that ripped through the air. It was a type of laser gun. Lam Tu quickly reacted and dodged. He was astonished. Damn. Is it that powerful? I am not wearing combat gear. If I get hit by this laser, I might die from it unexpectedly. I should not act recklessly and start training. The laser gun moved rapidly, firing 2 beams of laser. Lam 2 hurriedly lowered his body to avoid. The laser beam shot like afterimages. 4 or 5 of them firing simultaneously towards him. Lam 2 was forced to use martial arts techniques to evade the attacks. After a while, the cold mechanical voice echoed again. It has been 30 minutes. Training is over. At this moment, Lam 2 was so exhausted he was gasping like a dog. He was breathing heavily while thinking. 3 hours of double gravity lost 360 points. 2 hours of triple gravity lost 360 points. And reaction speed training lost 1 point per minute. Regaining his spirit quickly, Lam 2 took his card and stepped out of the gravity room. Still thinking about how it was not even 6 of the clock, spending 820 accumulated points. But he could train for 6 hours, which would take him 10 days of self-training. He concluded that having money indeed made things easier. As soon as he stepped outside, a Trong Dovin approached. As if she had been waiting for a long time. Looking a bit rushed, she asked him, Lam 2, you finally came out. Are you okay? You were in there for 5 hours straight. Lam 2 carried his things on his shoulder, smiling as he replied, don't worry, you guys keep training. I have something to take care of outside. Watching him walk away, Tun Feng could only absently give a thumbs up and said, the class leader was in the gravity room for 5 hours and came out fine. Impressive? Trazing Dan also praised, saying Lam 2 had never let anyone down. After leaving the exchange station, Lam 2 sighed a bit, feeling troubled. 80,000 accumulated points for a single green crystal. And over 600,000 points would not even get him many, he calculated quietly. He could not just wait idly for points to come in. He needed to find a way to earn some more. Looking at the tall tower in front of him, Lam 2 suddenly had an idea. The tallest tower was the competitive tower introduced in the school map. And as long as he could make it to the leaderboard in the tower, he could earn corresponding accumulated points every day. He chuckled softly. Hey, it really was a great place to earn accumulated points. Let us go check it out. Under the beautiful light, the tower seemed to shine even brighter. The competitive tower has a total of 100 floors. And the academy ranks the strength of students from all over the school to select the top 100 students to be the floor masters. Therefore, as long as one can defeat the floor master in the first level of the competition tower, it means they have entered the top 100 of the academy. The academy will rank the floors based on the challenges of the competitive tower each week. Each competition room will be broadcast on a large screen in the hall to encourage the challengers and floor masters. The academy will award different point rewards based on the levels and different floors. The ranking for first-year challengers is: Rank 1 is the 20th floor of the Triaxi Tin, and the 19th floor is the Yu Dong Hung. Rank 3 is Li Denai on the 18th floor, and rank 4 is Lefigai on the 17th floor. For challengers across all ranks, there will also be a weekly challenge ranking for the floors. The top-ranked challengers will also be rewarded with accumulated points. Lam 2 looked at the ranking list and was silently astonished. No way. Lefing Guide is here too. And she even challenged the floor master of the 17th floor, with 2 students in front of him. A person with burgundy hair, astonished, said, the new students this year are really strong. On the first day, someone actually challenged the 20th floor. The guy wearing a blindfold next to him also said, I heard that some of the new students this year are geniuses from the Thin Kong Academy. They are from prestigious families. So it is no surprise their strength can make it into the top 100. But when they saw Lam 2 approaching the registration table, they did not think highly of him. The guy with the wine bottle was the first to notice. Look, another new student has arrived. The blindfolded guy immediately declared. The kid does not know his limits. Thinking the top 100 of the academy is easy to challenge, the guy with the wine bottle replied, I do not think that guy is anything special. Maybe the first floor has already been knocked out. The blindfolded man sighed softly before saying, every year is the same. A few fresh recruits are fearless. They really lack experience. The battlefield opened up, and Lam 2 stepped in, ignoring the two as they bantered. At the same time, the battle was coming to an end. With a heavy sound, the challenger was thrown hard off the stage. The referee's announcement rang out. The person looked at the tablet and continued to read the announcement. Lam 2. First year. Fadu Lup 52. For the next match. Everyone please prepare. Lamco was surely shocked below the fighting stage. So soon it is my turn. Isn't there anyone else to challenge ahead? He stepped onto the stage. A rustling sound echoed from the floor. And again it was the freshman emperor challenging. That person laughed loudly, disdainfully saying, I wonder if you will cry after getting beaten. The referee suddenly responded to that question. Definitely you will cry after getting beaten. The information displayed on the card showed this new student was only a third-tier martial artist, while the one just defeated was already a second tier. Suddenly, the person hesitated, looking at the computer in hand, feeling a bit suspicious. How strange. Why does the combat level check show that his combat ability does not even reach a third-tier martial artist? Ulup was a tall young man with very dark moss green hair in the Hecht style. He stepped in front of him. mockingly asking, "Freshman, do you plan to use a weapon or just your fists to fight me?" Lam Tu smiled and said, "It is just the first level of the competition tower. No need for weapons." Ul was enraged by this remark. He glared at him and shouted, "The kid is so arrogant." Ulup unleashed a powerful punch directly at his face. He growled, wanting to kill. Lam Tu tilted to the side, looking at his punch, bit surprised, thinking to himself, he actually knows the explosive punch. Ulup laughed maniacally. His fierce expression could be considered a compliment. The kid knows how to dodge. But how about this? Immediately, Ulup unleashed a martial technique. Snow step, countless punches appeared like rain, their shadows darting towards him like unending bullets. At the same time, Lam Tu activated his ultimate evasive technique, disappearing into the snow, quickly dodging the incoming punches. Ulup was shocked, carrying such a big frame. How could his movements be so agile? Damn it. He thought to himself. Ulup was throwing punches while taunting. "If you are good, do not run away," Lam Tu calmly replied. "I won. Coincidentally, I also know the explosive punch." After saying that, he immediately used the explosive punch technique. A deep blue aura enveloped his fist. Lam Tu's proud eyes broke into a smile. The students watching the match were all astonished. Some exclaimed, "This new student is also practicing the fierce strike fist," while others scoffed. One's third tier, the other's fourth tier. It is obvious who is stronger. Only the referee wearing analysis glasses noticed something unusual and exclaimed, "Wait, that new student's fierce strike fist is different." But it was too late. In an instant, Lam Tu unleashed the Tiger Fury fist, and red flames quickly ignited in his hands. When their fists collided, the fiery aura of the Tiger Fury fist seemed to explode and envelop him. Ulup cried out in pain as his arm felt like it was crushed under immense pressure. With the loud announcement, "Lam Tu," Ulup was knocked off the stage. Lam Tu looked at his defeated opponent, casually waved his hand, and smirked. So weak, the audience erupted in excitement, wondering what was happening. He actually knocked Ulup out with his bare hands. Even the referee was startled, adjusting his glasses and saying, "No way. Is this new student's strength really that impressive? Could my level-checking device be malfunctioning?" But Lam Tu was not stopping there. He continued his rampage. With a strike on the second level, Lam Tu wins again. And he did the same on the third level. With a kick, the announcement rang out again. Lam Tu wins again. Those watching the live feed could only mutter, "Damn. That kid just punched his way to the fourth level." The referee's voice was filled with panic as he looked at him. There must be something wrong with the level-checking device. On the fifth level, Lam Tu was ready. His opponent was a strong, sturdy girl. The girl laughed, saying, "Little bro, you want to challenge me to a fist fight? What weapon are you hiding behind your back? Put it down, or you won't win against me." Lam Tu obediently set his things down, then took out a spear and said with a grin, "I am using this spear. Be careful. It is quite powerful." With that, he leaped forward, showcasing the spear. Lam Tu unleashed his ultimate technique, the 100 Phoenix Fire, which erupted from the spear's tip. With one blow, the girl was sent flying. She screamed in fear, "Oh my god," followed by a series of triumphant strikes. Level 6. Lam Tu wins again. Level 7. Lam Tu wins again. He jumped back, and the second-year student acting as the referee was furious, ready to smash the computer in his hands. He shouted, "Damn. Is this really a new student? He is already up to level 20. The person next to him quickly held him back. Panicking. Wait. Calm down. This level-checking machine is worth 1,000 points. If you break it, you are in trouble. In the next match, everyone prepared for the second-year student to face Lam Tu. As the referee's voice echoed, both opponents stood facing each other. Lam Tu looked at the person in front of him, silently contemplating. This guy turned out to be a 5th-tier fighter. It seems like he would have to fight hard. On the first-year rankings, the name Trachkutain from the Sky Academy, like Lakangayat, had also been defeated by him. The second-year student glared at him, gripping the hilt of his sword, and said, "It is quite astonishing. A 3rd-tier fighter can reach level 20. This year's new student is not to be underestimated. Today, I just defeated a rookie. I heard he is the prodigy of the Sky Academy. Pretty strong. But too bad he could not last 10 minutes and got taken down by a star." He drew his sword, his face showing a strange excitement despite the darkness around him, and asked lightly, "I wonder how long you can last." Lam Tu smiled and said, "I have got plenty of time left." With a loud clash, their powerful weapons collided, sending shockwaves through the air. Meanwhile, in a village, a young man's voice rang out. "Kuai Ting. Quickly stream this competition tower live." One guy even made it to the 20th floor. Track Kai Ting typed away on the keyboard and casually asked, "Is he one of our first-year students?" The teenager next to him rebutted, "He is in 10th grade. Track Kai Ting was taken aback. 10th grade? No way. Seeing the person on the screen, Track Kai Ting could not help but raise his voice a bit. "It is," he thought to himself, realizing he got placed in 10th grade. Compared to them, He was probably the weakest. How could he possibly reach the 20th floor on just the second day? Meanwhile, the person beside him asked quietly, "Do you know him?" Track Kai Ting's expression darkened. Recalling the interaction between Lakangayat and him, his voice lowered as he said, "A friend of a friend." Back in the arena, Lam Tu wiped the sweat off his chain, breathing heavily and thinking, could a 5th-level martial artist really not be someone I can challenge right now? That guy looks so relaxed, while I am struggling to keep up. But I have spotted the pattern in his movements now. Lam Tu charged forward again, activating his ultimate technique. But for 3 breaths, it felt like he was split into clones. The guy continued using his evasive martial arts, coldly saying, "Useless. Your attacks can touch me." Just as expected, Lam Tu immediately used his evasive technique to closely follow his original form. He smiled and said, "Don't think you are the only one with evasive skills." The guy's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? How could he predict my hiding spot? Before he could react, the spear infused with powerful flames was already pressed against his arm. The guy gasped, quickly retreating, his throat letting out a heavy sound. As a gash revealed flesh on his right arm, he cursed silently with a fierce expression. Damn it. A 5th-level martial artist like me got injured by a 3rd-level rookie, and in front of so many people too. He raised his sword, gathering a surge of lethal force. "You bastard. You want to die." With that, he charged wildly. Lam Tu raised his spear to block the blow. He gritted his teeth but could not hold on for long. Lam Tu was knocked back, lowering himself to brace against the ground, and sighed. This power is too strong. Below the stands, the audience was focused on the battle, and a question rang out twice. Am I seeing things? He actually managed to hit back. Another person said, I can believe a peak 5th-level martial artist like Bakak was injured by a 3rd-level rookie. Bakak took a step forward, his sword radiating a fierce aura. He growled, "Bakaks, what are you doing today? Making a fool of yourself again. Ta and Sun have successfully triggered my rage. From now on, I am going to fight you seriously." With that, countless sword intents appeared like a storm, and Bakak relentlessly launched attacks, each strike echoing loudly. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Lam Tu could only grit his teeth and defend passively. The attacks became increasingly dense, and he clenched his jaw as if wanting to crush it. Bakak had a fierce expression, focused solely on one thought regarding Lam Tu. "I will make 5 bloody holes in your body." Lam Tu's face tightened, and only now did he clearly see, thinking to himself, so powerful. Is this truly a 5th-grade martial artist? The power of wielding a weapon can indeed harm others. Bakai's eyes glinted with malice. Swinging his sword even harder, he quietly cursed, wondering how many moves he could dodge. On the contrary, Lam Tu felt a bit excited. Although the situation was grim, he smiled slightly, having not encountered such a strong opponent in a long time. The countless clashes of swords created a symphony, with sword energies dancing in the air. The battle was intense, a clash of the strong, and for the audience, it was pure cinematic brilliance. While Lam Tu fought and defended, thoughts raced through his mind like the wind. The thrill of fighting for his life was exhilarating. Bakat also had his own thoughts. The kid's strength was obviously much lower than his. But why could he fight fearlessly? The guy glared at him, long feeling troubled. Moreover, he sensed that Bakai's was getting more aggressive, making it a bit harder to deal with. At this point, Bakak activated a golden martial skill, freezing the area, and thousands of ice shards appeared like spears. Just then, Lam Tu shouted, "Ice bones. Watch me break through." He repeated, activating Beichu Triufang on his spear. A fiery blast erupted. But what surprised Lam Tu was that Beichu Triufang could not counter Bakai's freezing technique, and hundreds of ice shards shot toward him like a torrent of spears. Lam Tu was horrified and retreated. Was Wover? Beichu Triufang could not stop his attack. With a loud crash, white smoke enveloped half the arena. Lam Tu was immediately encased in ice. Witnessing this scene, the audience erupted in loud discussions, astonished that he had been frozen solid. Incredible. Is this the power of a 5th-grade martial artist? It seems the newcomer has lost. Inside the ice, Lam Tu's eyes flickered. He had to decide quickly. It was too cold, and he could not stay frozen like this. He could only use his trump card. At this moment, Bakai turned to the referee and asked, "Senior, why have not you declared me the winner yet?" The appointed referee replied, "If he does not counterattack or leave the arena in 10 seconds, then you can consider it a win." Hearing this, Bakai's eyes turned red as he looked at Lam Tu. He said, "That is easy then. I will just kick that block of ice off the stage." Crack! A sudden sound of breaking echoed, and Bakaichik stared wide-eyed in shock. The fiery image of a phoenix suddenly appeared, and Beichu Triufang lit up the arena again. This time, the flames were much stronger. Everyone in the audience was shocked. Damn. Even frozen solid like that, he can still use martial arts. Look, he is using his skills to counter the ice on him. No way. Can martial arts be used like that? After successfully executing the Phoenix Nirvana, Lam Tu proudly stepped forward. smiling to himself. Lucky that when he got frozen, he had used the Berserk skill on the flames of the 100 Phoenix wave, allowing him to easily escape the frozen state right now. With one move to defeat him, Lam Tu spun the spear in his hand, unleashing 300 Phoenix waves. 3 streams of fiery energy launched simultaneously towards Bakak. Bakak gritted his teeth, fighting back fiercely, unable to hold back. Damn. That kid actually managed to escape the frozen state so quickly. In the next moment, Lam Tu leaped in front of him. He smiled, the spear accumulating power, saying, "See you later." Bakak. Lam Tu thrust the spear forward, while Bakak raised his sword to block the attack. He clenched his jaw tightly. Lam Tu's gaze turned cold. He focused his energy, delivering a powerful blow that sent Bakak flying off the arena. The referee's voice rang out. Lam Tu. He retracted his sword intent, resting the spear on his shoulder, as the audience erupted in emotion. My goodness. I really have no words left. A 3rd-tier challenger defeating a 5th-tier opponent. This year's newcomers are too strong. The next one is even stronger than the last. As Lam Tu walked down, the senior who was also the referee gently asked, "Newcomer, do you want to challenge level 21 next?" Lam Tu walked away without looking back, just waved his hand and said, "No. I will come back to challenge tomorrow." Before leaving, Lam Tu glanced at the first-year challenge ranking board. All the original positions had dropped a rank, giving the first place to Lam Tu of level 21. He was a bit surprised that he ranked first, because he defeated the master of level 20, qualifying him to advance to level 21. That said, it seems like Kutain did not manage to defeat Bakak. It seems like the top position in the challenge ranking gets 1,000 points accumulated every day. Lam Tu chuckled. That is great. At Track Kutain's villa, his friend's face was filled with disbelief. Damn. A 5th-tier martial artist got defeated by him. How did someone like him get placed in Class M? Kutain. His rank is above yours. Track Kutain. Dan looked at the computer with both hands, seriously saying, "This guy is a bit interesting. It seems I need to pay special attention to him." Back with him. Lam Tu was struggling to walk, panting heavily. His expression was like he was about to collapse from the cold wind. Lam Tu could not help but grumble. Damn aftereffects of Berserk. Why am I not back at the villa yet? I am about to give out. Ha. Looks like your stamina is running low. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from behind. Lam Tu leaned against a pole, exhausted, and turned his head. It was 3 second-year students. The one in front with blonde hair spoke up. "You were so impressive on stage just now. How come you look like a dead dog now?" He snickered. A tough 3rd-tier martial artist fighting against a 5th-tier martial artist. It is a miracle you are not dead. Bakak, after continuously battling 2 newcomers, was worn out. You winning was just taking advantage of the situation. Lam Tu looked at them, breathing heavily and pale, responding, "If I am not mistaken, those 3 moments also did not pass. Taking advantage of the aftermath of the battle. My strength is depleted. So you guys came to find me here. Right, so what? These new students this year are impressive. On just the 2nd day, someone has already made it to the 20th floor. As an old student, I must suppress your arrogance." The blonde guy, as if justified, continued, "I have also looked into it. On the leaderboard, some new students have backgrounds. But you are the only one from some obscure academy." Lam Tu replied dryly. "So I have no background. And that is why I am your punching bag. Tell me, how do you know I have no background?" The black guy following the blonde immediately grabbed his collar, threateningly raising his fist and shouting, "Why are you wasting words on him? After beating him," he said, "I originally bet on 3 moments winning, but you made me lose 5,000 accumulated points." Yet before the fist could drop, it became stuck in mid-air. The black guy glared and shouted, "Who do you think you are?" Lakangayat did not answer him. He coldly ordered, "Let go." Lam Tu looked haggard like a starving person for years. Yet he could still joke. "Look, speaking of the devil, my background has arrived." Lakangayat angrily repeated, "Are you kidding? I told you to let him go." As she spoke, she twisted the opponent's arm behind his back with a crisp crack. The other 2 saw this and immediately charged in. The blonde shouted, "You little brat. Do you want to die? You are the ones who are gonna die." With that, Lakangayat kicked the black guy in the jaw. Watching Lakangayat punch and kick, Lam Tu could not help but shiver. He thought to himself, "I never expected Lakangayat to be this skilled without any weapons." She activated the explosive fist technique, directly knocking the 2 guys back, making them cry for their mothers. Lam Tu stared in shock, feeling like thunder struck inside him. He mumbled, "So this girl knows the explosive fist technique too. And it is even stronger than mine." In just a moment, Lakangayat stood with her hands on her hips, watching the 2 guys running away in a hurry. Then she suddenly glanced at him, and Lam Tu hurriedly smiled ingratiatingly. "Thanks for saving me. How did you know I was here?" "I saw you in the video at the competition tower, so I came here," Lakangayat explained, then snorted softly. "You spent 5 hours in the gravity room, then ran to the competition tower to challenge. Are not you afraid of getting beaten up?" and Lakangayat gently asked, "Can you walk on your own?" Lam Tu was startled. Thinking he heard wrong, he quickly put his hand to his forehead and weakly said, "I do not have any strength left, but if I rest for a bit, I can recover." After saying that, Lam Tu also thought to himself, "This girl looks fierce, but inside she is actually concerned about me. How troublesome. I will carry you," Lakangayat said, and after barely 2 seconds of hesitation, without caring whether he agreed or not, she had already thrown him on her back. Lam Tu felt something was off about this. How could a guy like me let a girl carry me? Lakangayat glanced at him and casually said, "Don't think too much. This is to pay you back." Lam Tu felt a bit dazed, recalling the memory of carrying her. His face turned slightly red. Under the twilight on the school road, everyone eagerly turned their heads to look at the two of them talking. "Look over there. That beautiful girl is actually carrying a boy. Are they a couple?" Someone spoke up. Lakangayat carried him through the crowd, ignoring their comments, while Lumdrum2's cheeks were still flushed, and the chatter grew louder. "That guy is so annoying. Making a girl carry him. So admirable. Why is not she carrying me? Because you are ugly." One person quickly replied. Lakangayat steadily carried him down the path home. By now the street was quiet. There would be no more teasing voices. At that moment, Lum2 looked up, and as he did, he stared in awe at her face, thinking how beautiful she looked in profile, her hair carrying a faint fragrance. So sweet. He unconsciously kissed her cheek, immediately jolted awake from his daze. Lum2 felt like he was in trouble. His face turned pale, and panic struck him. Oh no. What did I just do? Why could not I control myself and kiss her? Damn it. I am definitely in trouble now. Lum2, sweating nervously, said, "I am sorry. I did not mean to." But all I heard was Lakangayat calmly say, "You dare." Then she angrily threw him aside, shouting, "Kiss me." Lakangayat approached him fiercely. Lum2 quickly sat up, waving his hands, stuttering. Lakangayat. Little Nguait, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Time quickly passed after that life-altering event. At the dinner table, Lum2 glanced at Lakangayat while thinking, what is wrong with her? I did something outrageous. Yet she did not hit me. I thought I was done for. Could it be that she actually likes me? Thinking of this, Lum2's face could not help but flush. Lakangayat noticed and, wiping her mouth with a napkin, asked, "Are you feeling any better now?" Lum2, with a mouthful of food, replied hesitantly, "A bit better." Lakangayat immediately said, "Stop eating. Let us go practice." Lum2 was surprised. Exercising right after eating. That'll make me sick. Watching her walk away, he thought painfully, is she looking for a chance to hit me? It seems she is still holding a grudge about what happened earlier. In the training room, the two of them sparred. Lakangayat seriously engaged, secretly evaluating that this guy's strength was surprisingly much better than yesterday. She thrust her sword. Determined. The higher the rank of the martial artist, the harder the training. Yet he seemed to have no trouble at all, his progress a bit exaggerated. Lum2 blocked her sword with his spear, and she wondered how he trained. Lum2 quickly distanced himself, panicking. Calm down. Are you trying to kill me? Lakangayat swung her sword fiercely, saying, "Shut up." With her spear knocked away, Lum2 immediately raised both hands in surrender. Lakangayat praised, "Your spear technique has improved." Lum2 smiled. "Of course. Do not underestimate me." Suddenly, Lakangayat dropped her sword and said, "I remember you practiced the violent fist technique before. So let us see who is stronger." She tightened her fist and boldly declared, "Whose violent fist is more powerful?" With that, Lakangayat launched a fierce punch. Lum2 hurriedly leaned away to dodge it. "Is that how you just go for a hit?" Just as he dodged, Lakangayat's figure vanished. Lum2 could not help but think, too fast. She suddenly appeared behind him. Lakangayat delivered a powerful punch, sending Lum2 flying. From behind, she said, "Don't be constrained by what you see. Release your energy to feel it." Lum2 struggled to get up, crying out in pain. The two continued to exchange blows with each other. Lum2 thought to himself, is this really a girl's punch? It is as tough as steel. I need to feel the energy. Lum2 executed his evasive martial arts technique, stepping back to avoid her strikes. Lakangayat widened her eyes in surprise, thinking, this person is so smart, no wonder he improved so quickly. When I first met him in Area 20, he had not even reached the first stage of a martial artist. In just a few short months, he has become a third-stage martial artist and successfully entered the Holy City Academy. On his second day of class, he defeated a fifth-stage martial artist in the competition tower. Lum2 suddenly saw an opportunity and thought to himself, now it is my turn to attack. He lowered his body and said, watch my authentic violent fist technique. But it seemed Lakangayat was distracted. Lum2 was startled. Why is she spacing out at a time like this? What is she thinking? He shouted in panic. You idiot. What are you doing? Be careful or I might hit you. Lam 2 gritted his teeth and came to a sudden stop, holding his hand tightly and letting out a squeal. Fortunately, he was still a bit away from hitting her, but it was still bad. His hand had already brushed against her. The air instantly felt like it was stuck in a tricky situation. His hand accidentally touched her chest. Lam 2 jolted back, shouting, "I did not mean to. Why did not you move?" Then came a flurry of violence. Gon, holding a special crystal in hand, stared blankly at his dad getting beaten up. The screams of Lam 2 echoed. "I did not mean it. Don't hit me. Do not punch me in the face. Help me." Domestic violence. The next morning, at the 10th grade classroom building, Truong Dan looked at his bruised face with concern, asking, "Lam 2, what happened to you?" Loi looked at him, speculating, "You did not get hit by Miss Lack. Did you two fight?" Kuang Luk whispered beside him. "Class monitor, you can use force against a girl. You know. Do you want me to share some experience?" Loi perked up her ears at Kuang Luk's words, happily saying, "You ask a lot of questions." Kuang Luk immediately backtracked, saying, "I was just joking with the class monitor." Suddenly, Labin excitedly spoke up to congratulate him. "Class president, congratulations on ranking first in the freshman competition. You really have some skills. How did I not see Tai Sun back then?" Someone exclaimed in surprise. "Is it the competition tower in the Holy Academy?" Another replied, "That is right." The class president went straight to the 21st floor, while the genius of class 1 just made it to the 20th. Compliments and admiration flowed endlessly, and he was the center of attention. The class president is amazing. Just dominating like a pro. That is just incredible. Class president, how have you been training? Teach us. Please teach us. Class president Lam 2 held the scorecard in his hand and agreed comfortably. "All right. First, we will go to the double gravity room for 5 hours of training, and I will tell you all about it." In the gravity room, all 10th grade students gathered to train. They sat upright, but their bodies trembled like Parkinson's. Labin furrowed his brow, struggling to speak as the double gravity pressed down, making even his fingers immobile. How does the class president do it? When he looked up, he could see Lam 2 skillfully practicing his spear. Labin gasped in shock. How could he move so effortlessly? This was the difference. After 5 hours, everyone groaned in unison. "I can't take it anymore. 5 hours are up." Lam 2 heard everyone complaining. So uncomfortable. Then he walked to the control panel and said to them, "Next is triple gravity. Who wants to continue?" Immediately, everyone scrambled away like bees escaping a broken hive. "Class president, my pants are still hanging out of the dorm." "Class president, my stomach hurt. I can't play anymore." "Class president, my mom called me home for dinner. I need to go to the bathroom." In note, only Lam 2 remained. He turned back in boredom, deciding that these guys could run like the wind. They clearly were not tired at all. "Tomorrow, I have to make them train under triple gravity. No wonder they are so weak." At this moment, Kuang Luk returned, bringing a girl with him. He spoke up. "Class president, the beauty is here to see you." Lam 2 turned his head. "Lacking Gayat, why are you here?" Lacking Gayat calmly replied, "My card has run out of points." Lam 2 was silent, his eyes evaluating her, thinking, "So you come to me because your card is out of points? I am not your husband." Suddenly, a few people peeked in from outside the door, all gossiping. "Class president, is this your wife?" After that question, laughter erupted. Lam 2 looked at them seriously and raised his voice. "Shut up. Are you also free? Or do you want to train under triple gravity?" "No need. No need." "Class president, we won't disturb you two anymore." Saying that, they ran away. Chike closed the door. Lam 2 felt tired and sighed softly. Suddenly, a notification startled him, announcing the start of 5 times the gravity training. Holy crap. 5 times the gravity. Lacking Gayat. Do you want to kill me? With that, he face planted into the ground. Lacking Gayat stood firm, arms crossed, looking down at him, sternly saying, "It is just 5 times the gravity. Can't you handle that? At another school?" First grade. Math genius. Inside the room, the first grade students sat upright. Atrachku Ten suddenly asked La Tiu that if she had seen Lacking Gayat. La Tiu that replied, "She seems to have gone to the 10th grade." Trachku Ten doubted if a 10th grader would go looking for that brat. La Tiu that added, "Should I help you teach that kid?" "We do not need to teach that brat just yet," Trachku Ten said. "Look for a chance to bring some people to teach those losers in the 10th grade." Back in the gravity room, Lam 2 collapsed on the floor, breathing heavily, saying, 4 times the gravity is just right. 5 times will exceed the limit." Lacking Gayat replied, "Too weak. The system voice echoed. Training at 10,000 volts begins. From the ceiling, 2 chains carrying high-voltage electricity appeared. Lamb 2, pale-faced, screamed. Damn it. 4 times the gravity. And now you are adding 2 chains of 10,000 volts. Are you even human? Lakangayat grabbed the 2 chains and dragged them along the ground closer to him. She said, my family has this kind of gravity room too. I've trained like this since I was little. Suddenly, her expression turned dark. Did you just say I am not human? Lamb 2 shrank back, nervously defending. I did not say that. Lakangayat sternly swung the chains at him. Lamb 2 dodged. But the 2 chains wrapped around him, and high-voltage electricity surged into his body. Lamb 2 screamed in agony outside, while Truong Dan observed the gravity room and remarked, they are fighting again in the gravity room. Kung Luk also felt scared and said, that scream is too tragic. Indeed. The prettier the woman, the scarier she is. Loi Loi beside them, her eyes full of fire, suddenly asked, am I Kong Luk jumped, quickly replying, you are not scary at all. This was a question. Loi Loi tugged on Kong Luk's ear, her tone very fierce. Are you saying I am not beautiful? Kong Luk lamented. You are wrong. Our Loi Loi is the scariest. Loi Loi growled again. What did you just say? Say that again. Where am I scary? Kong Luk could not speak this time. He could not escape this pressing situation anymore, only able to call for La. As the 10th grade students were left speechless by the scene in the gravity room, Lamb to finally escape this torture. He lay there, weakly saying, the electric shock nearly killed me. I smell meat coming from my body. Lakangayat again voiced her disdain for his weakness. She huffed and continued, it is just 10,000 volts. Lamb 2 lay flat on the ground, painfully thinking, this etching feeling. My whole body is weak. It seems I can't practice dodging laser beams today. However, the electric shock just now greatly increased the internal system experience points. Although it is not as good as absorbing exotic crystals, it is still much better than hunting exotic beasts. Looks like if there is nothing to do, shocking electricity is fine too. Suddenly, Lefingwhite said, this is for you. Consider it a reward for using your accumulated points. And handed it to him. Lum 2 immediately cheered up and said, how could I possibly refuse? My Ingwite uses my points for all her wins. No need to say more. How could I pass up such a valuable reward from you? Lefingwhite extended her hand and coldly said, if you do not need it, give it back to me. Lum 2 quickly responded, laughing, I need it. Of course I do. How could I not need a gift from Ngite? Hearing this from him, Lefingwhite could only remain silent. In the gravity room 2 hours later, Lum 2 was holding 2 high-voltage chains to train himself. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully leveled up to 20, earning 20 accumulation points. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired a new skill, Divar, which allows you to absorb all energy and convert it into experience. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully become a Tier 4 martial artist. You received the title of Tier 4 martial artist. A series of system notifications followed. Lum 2 was overjoyed. The Tier 4 martial artist title increased his physical attributes by 50 points. Awesome. Finally reached level 20. No wonder I get shocked every day. Lum 2 clenched his fists, cheering himself on as he absorbed the 6th grade energy under 4 times the gravity, while enduring 10,000 volts. His experience rose to 666. The system added 20 potential points to his physique, changing the title to Tier 4 martial artist. My physique will increase to 228. System summary for host Lam. Level 20. Strength 400. Physique from 158 plus 20 to 178 plus 50. Speed 101. Combat power from 4,020 to 4,520. Tier 4 martial artist title physique increase of 50 points. Skills. Analysis I. Fury disguise. Divar. Lum 2 thought to himself as he stepped out of the gravity room. The freshman tournament is coming up. I must prepare thoroughly tonight. I need to learn the galaxy martial art. Then check the exchange station to see if there are any magical techniques or treasures. Meanwhile, under the evening sun, cries echoed. Lovenbein, covered in wounds, shouted, stop hitting me. Faitua, what is your deal? Phi-Thai-Thaiton smugly replied, nothing. Just letting you know. From today onwards, no 10th graders are allowed on this path. Lubein wiped the wound on his cheek and said, this path is not yours. Why can't we go through? It is the way to the exchange station. We need to get stuff too. Faitua, with a disdainful attitude, pointed down and said, you can pass this way, but only if you crawl through my legs. From now on, the 10th graders will use this path. His friends around him burst into laughter. I will walk through on my feet. As soon as he finished speaking, Fleete Thai Toon was knocked down with a kick. He screamed. His egg shattered. Lum 2 smirked and said, not feeling it. The feeling of breaking is so intense. Phi Thine felt a sharp pain in his heart. Voices called out, We are all from the 10th grade. Lam Tu stood there, looking down at Shi Thiu, who was trembling on the ground, while a cocky guy rushed toward him. You want to die? That guy is unleashing the Golden Dragon martial arts. Lam Tu smiled and prepared to face him head-on. The two forces collided, creating a shockwave that was neither too big nor too small. That arrogant guy shouted in pain, pulling his hand back to clutch his arm, and questioned loudly, "What the hell is your martial arts?" Lam Tu raised his fist at him, laughing. "Mine is the Copper Dragon Rampaging Strike." "Not bad. Right. Want to give it a try?" The last note of his voice trailed off. "Wait!" Thai Tuan suddenly raised his hand to stop him, and Lam Tu stared at him in surprise. Thai Tuan struggled to say, "I am a third-year talent. We just had a little misunderstanding before. Can we end it here?" He looked at Lam Tu, thinking to himself, although this guy seems a bit weak, his rampaging strike is really powerful. Getting to this level of the Copper Dragon martial arts is impressive enough. There is no need to drag this out. Lam Tu did not care what he was thinking and casually agreed. Lam Tu smiled and said, "As long as you guys kneel down and drop it here, then everything will be over." As he spoke, he pointed at Li Bin, and the surroundings erupted in chaos, all criticizing Lam Tu. "You little brat. You are overstepping." Lam Tu did not say much, directly unleashing the chain kick and fire claw to teach a lesson to those morally corrupt kidnapping enthusiasts. Thai Tuan appeared behind Lam Tu at lightning speed. He laughed maliciously, refusing to drink the new wine. "You want punishment instead." With that desperate shout, Thai Tuan used the Golden Dragon martial arts on Lam Tu, a surge of energy electrifying his body. Thai Tuan laughed maniacally. "This strike of mine could kill a level 3 evolved beast. Enjoy it." However, contrary to Thai Tuan's expectations, Lam Tu felt quite good with this energy. He was secretly amazed, feeling rather comfortable. This feeling, at that moment, the system screen suddenly displayed, sensing the attack energy, asking if he wanted to use the Devar skill. Lam Tu did not hesitate and decisively agreed. The Devar energy skill started, gained 1,000 experience points, and the system experience bar increased by 10%. Lam Tu's eyes nearly popped out. This Devar skill barely earned any points. The system spoke at the right moment. "Master, it is not the Devar skill that is trash. It is your opponent who is too trash." Lam Tu calmly turned to look at the guy behind him, saying in a condescending tone, "What are you doing?" Thai Tuan gaped in shock. He shouted in disbelief, "How come you are not affected?" "It is because your skill is too trash." After saying that, Lam Tu punched him in the face. Thai Tuan stumbled back due to the inertia. Just as Lam Tu was about to continue dealing with Thai Tuan, a stern voice rang out, "Stop. No fighting in the academy." Thai Tuan's face was swollen, and upon seeing who had arrived, he was overjoyed like he found a lifeline. He shouted, "Teacher." The third-year teacher stood among the students, saying solemnly, "I know you started this trouble, but you have paid the price now. Let us end this here. Shall we?" The teacher had said enough, and Lam Tu did not want to complicate things further. He stood up and stepped back, while the third-grade students quickly rushed forward to help Thai Tuan. Then he saw the homeroom teacher of the third grade telling them, "Quickly take them to the infirmary." The third-grade students responded quickly. "Yep, sir." Lam Tu watched them, and behind him, Li Bin stepped closer, expressing thanks to the class leader. Lam Tu looked at him, arms crossed, and asked curiously, "How did you guys get caught up in this?" Li Bin rubbed one cheek and spoke a bit awkwardly. Not really understanding what happened, he honestly said, "We are not sure either. We just wanted to change centers. Then ran into them and got beaten up for no reason." Hearing this, Lam Tu grimaced, his face thoughtful but saying nothing. In the infirmary, the homeroom teacher of the third grade watched as the doctor bandaged Thai Tuan's arm on the bed. Alternating between gritting his teeth and grimacing, he asked, "Who let you go mess with the 10th graders?" Thai Tuan glanced over, hesitating a bit, and said, "I just found them annoying." Their teacher naturally did not believe him, but could not probe too deeply. "I only say this. You guys have caught someone else's attention." The young man who fought him earlier was Lam Tu. Although he was in 10th grade, he ranked at the top among the new male students. They all widened their eyes in shock, while Thai Tuan panicked, his voice rising uncontrollably, his body swaying as if about to fall. He was aware that Lam Tu had broken through to level 21, ranking above Trachku Tine. Thai Tuan gritted his teeth in resentment, his hands clenching tightly to the point of trembling, secretly cursing La Tiu that for deceiving him and making him offend someone like this. The homeroom teacher of the third grade said no more. He turned to leave but paused before fully stepping out to remind them, "In 2 days, the freshman festival will take place. Remember, you all are in the third grade. If you lose to the 10th grade, be prepared for punishment." Meanwhile, at another location, the exchange station was bustling with people. The professor in charge of the exchange spoke first. "Little brother, you are here again." The professor leaned on the table and asked directly, "What do you want to exchange this time?" Lam Tu stated his purpose clearly. "This time I want to buy the golden skill cards." Martial arts. Combat techniques. And foot techniques. The professor operated a bit on the screen and pointed, saying, "They are all here. Take a look and see if they are suitable." The professor was quite surprised. The silver electric burst palm. Here on the screen is the golden skill card, the silver electric burst palm. The professor asked again seriously, "Do you want this one? This skill is very difficult to learn, as far as I know. Those who have practiced it have all suffered serious injuries." He clarified, "Have you heard of a very powerful palm technique from the green copper martial arts called burst palm? The burst palm is first self-harm, then learn to the level of harming others." The professor continued, explaining that the silver electric burst palm is an upgraded version of the burst palm. Besides its violent power, it can also utilize elemental energy to generate electric currents, enhancing the power of the palm technique. However, it is not just about being a fierce martial artist. During practice, one must also withstand immense electrical currents to avoid injuring oneself, the professor stated. Lam Tu smiled, snapping his fingers confidently. "I will take that one, and also give me the divine wind kick." Then he chose another card. The professor said nothing. Turning away to prepare the card for him, Lam Tu was in an especially good mood, happily thinking that he had been practicing electric shock techniques every day recently, and he even knew the explosive fist technique, which would definitely suit him. Stepping out of the exchange station, the sun was peeking from behind the mountains, casting a warm glow over the scenery of the Holy City Academy. Lam Tu looked at the card in his hand, walking and smiling, unable to help but reflect. In 2 days, it would be the freshman festival, and tonight he had to practice the silver electric explosive fist, divine wind kick, and silver river falling 9 heavens. "Hey, are you Lam?" Suddenly, a voice called his name. Trachkutain stood on the wall, hands in his pockets as if he had been waiting for a long time. Lam Tu was not very interested and asked, "What is it?" Trachkutain said casually, "Being able to defeat 3 opponents shows you are not weak. But it does not mean you can be with Lakangayat. You two belong to different worlds. If you understand that." Then he said seriously, "I advise you to leave." Lam Tu seemed to find it amusing, smirking as he asked, "Are you threatening me? That guy named Taituan whom I beat up must have brought you here." Trachkutain calmly rebutted, "It is not a threat, just a little negotiation. I have looked into your background. Your parents are gone, and you come from a poor family. Unless you can reach the 9th level of martial artist, you will never be worthy of Lakangayat." Lam Tu did not care about him anymore. This guy was not even someone important to Lakangayat. He walked away, saying, "You do not need to worry about my business. It is best if you take care of your own. In 2 days, it is the freshman festival. You have time to practice before then. If you dare to challenge class 10, I will make you regret it." Another student following Trachkutain was left speechless. "Trach, is he out of his mind?" Trachkutain's face sank into the shadows of the trees. He no longer had the scholarly look he usually wore. Now it was full of tyranny. Trachkutain breathed heavily, clenching his fist to summon the fiery energy of the explosive fist, ominously saying, "Just a few days left until the freshman festival, and I will make you look foolish." Lam Tu strolled home, deep in thought, hands in his pockets. A family that can raise such powerful martial artists is definitely not ordinary. Lakangayat belongs to the Lak family in Chenkha. How significant is the Lak family status? But thinking it through, Lam Tu felt there was no need to worry about it and muttered to himself, "Why am I thinking so much? I am not even proposing." As soon as he stepped into the house, the delicious dishes on the table caught his eye immediately. Just then, Lakangayat came out of her room, looking like she had just finished practicing, still holding a small sword. Seeing Lam Tu return, she said, "I already ate. There is a portion for you on the table." Lam Tu sat down leisurely, casually asking, "By the way, the freshman festival is in 2 days. I heard you can choose training locations between 2 areas." Lam Tu was munching while asking, "Have you chosen a location yet?" Lakangayat walked straight to her room, not sitting down to chat with him. Hearing him ask that, she turned her head and smiled knowingly, her words vague, saying he would find out later. Lam Tu must be really hungry, chewing on a mouthful of food while secretly cursing in his mind. When did this girl learn to fish in troubled waters? Tick, tick, tick. 2 days later, the long-awaited welcome ceremony for the new students had arrived. In the gigantic stadium, laughter and chatter buzzed like a swarm of bees, the atmosphere becoming lively and bustling. After some time of free greetings, the announcement rang out. Everyone paid attention. The new student assembly was about to start entering in order, so the top students quickly gathered by their classes. Zhang Zhen raised his hand and shouted, "Big brother Lam Tu." "Over here." Lam Tu politely responded to her with a gentle smile, and raised his hand to signal that he had seen her. He was busy looking for something, glancing this way and that, scratching his head, wondering why he could not see her in the first-year lineup. Where did this girl run off to? Early in the morning, Lakangayat had disappeared. It turns out he was looking for an escape route. At this moment, Nam Chinhai's voice rang out, and everyone immediately focused their gazes on him. "All right, Let me introduce you all a bit. Nam Chainhai smiled and raised his hand to announce to the class. This student is Lakan Gayat, who just transferred to our class. Actually, she originally was. But before Nam Chainhai could finish his sentence, Lakan Gayat interrupted, reminding him, Teacher, there is no need to introduce my transfer. Nam Chainhai understood and agreed. Then Nam Chainhai turned back to look at the class, smiling and reminding them. In short, everyone should be friendly and not bully her, but the teacher did not realize that the class members were already familiar with her. Lam Tu and Lakan Gayat were followed by sounds of excitement. Sister Lak Gayat, Sister Lak Gayat. Lam Tu scratched his head, puzzled. Why was she here? Lakan Gayat only replied to him with a faint smile. At this moment, Nam Chainhai suddenly realized that everyone knew each other. Kuang Luk next to Lam Tu seized the opportunity to tease. Sister Lakan Gayat is the class president's girlfriend. Our sister-in-law. How could you not know? Lam Tu must have felt embarrassed. So he quickly stopped Kuang Luk with another question. Didn't she belong to class 1? Why did she suddenly transfer to my class? Kuang Luk was not done yet. He kept poking. This was even more shocking than the previous comment. The class president did not know about it. Of course. Sister Lakan Gayat did it for love. Lakan Gayat stayed quiet in response to Kuang Luk's teasing. And then, Nianyesha did something that made both of them kick Kuang Luk in the butt. Not only was he kicked, but he was also rudely chased away. Get lost. Lakan Gayat finally replied coldly. A haughty attitude. Because you guys are too weak. It is not easy to be crushed by other classes. Lam Tu was stunned by her transfer. And after hearing this, he was completely dumbfounded. Can't she talk without putting others down? But saying that, deep down, Lam Tu was secretly delighted. He looked at Lakan Gayat with gentle eyes, a slight smile appearing on his face. He watched Luffin and Gayat laughing and chatting carefree with her classmates. Feeling relieved, he thought the freshman competition would be tough against her, but now he did not mind at all. Lam Tu felt his cheeks flush as a sudden thought crossed his mind. Does this girl really not like me? Thinking about it, that feels nice. After joking around for a few minutes, the principal on stage began his speech. The new students welcomed everyone who passed the test to enter the Holy Domain Academy. I believe in these past few days, everyone has learned about the Holy Domain Academy. Right. After greeting, he introduced himself. My surname is Bichel. You can call me Principal Blachel. I won't say much today. According to the tradition of the Holy Domain Academy, we must hold a freshman assembly, which can also be called the freshman test. Just looking at him gave off a seriously intimidating aura with reddish-brown hair, wearing glasses, a stern gaze, and a bushy beard hiding his mouth. It was hard to tell if he was smiling or angry. Lam Tu looked at him and suddenly remembered that Bichel was not related to his master. Feeling the invisible pressure radiating from Bichel, Lam Tu could not help but marvel, even from a distance. He could feel the authority he exuded. No wonder he was a level 9 martial artist. Bichel calmly snapped his fingers, inviting everyone to look at the big screen. 2 different scenes appeared on the screen. He explained in detail. This test allows you to choose between 2 locations. The one who collects the most rare minerals will win this test. The winner not only receives accumulated points, but also a unique martial skill card that can't be bought in the market. Bichel pointed to the left screen, showing an image of a lush forest. All in vibrant shades of green. This is the The Lussie Forest. In the south of the Holy Domain Academy, there are advanced evolved beasts. But the danger level is low. This area is accessible to all of you. Moving to the second image, Bichel's expression suddenly became much more serious. Though he was explaining, it sounded more like a warning. The second location is the G17 ruins in the north of the Holy Domain Academy. A deserted city occupied by high-level zombies and terrifying evolved beasts. This place is very dangerous. Not everyone needs to go to the G17 ruins, but each class must send 7 people to enter. After hearing this, Lubon snapped to attention, sweat pouring down, his brows furrowing as he exclaimed, and there is the G17 ruins. People could die there. Lam Tu crossed his arms, watching his classmate's expression. He asked cautiously, you know that place? Lubon immediately replied, his eyes filled with confusion and fear, images of gruesome zombies flashing in his mind. This land once experienced a terrifying virus outbreak. Some martial artists went to carry out missions to eliminate all of them, but they were infected and turned into high-level zombies. Moreover, the evolved beasts there are mostly level 4 and above. It is said there are even level 7 ones. The nearby students listened in shock, gasping in fear. What? Level 7 evolved beasts? The main character Hai calmly reminded them. Lam Tu, you should assign people to the G17 ruins and the Thali Lash Forest, he responded. Lam Tu stood in the middle, clapping his hands to get everyone's attention. Then said, everyone quiet down. I am here to divide the teams. Lam Tu looked at Lakan Gayat's expression and started to guess. Do you want to go analyze G17 too? Lakan Gayat closed her eyes and said, is that even a question? He already loved a challenge. And now there was a beautiful girl going along. Lam Tu immediately added his name to the list. Who else is willing to join me? Seeing the hesitant attitude of everyone, Lakan Gayat encouraged them. Although analyzing G17 was dangerous, danger always comes with adventure. I am not forcing anyone. If you want to go, Step out of line. Zhuang Dan raised his hand, his attitude enthusiastic. Big brother Lam Tu. I will go with you. At this moment, Kung Luk looked over at the girl next to him. Loi Loi. With a calm and gentle gaze. Quite different from his earlier demeanor. So Kung Luk took Loi Loi's hand. Sung Fong. Class monitor. I'm go. The little girlfriend agreed. Sung Fong. I will go with Kyung Lux. Tan Fong did not hold back either. In our team of 4, 3 are going. So of course I can be left out. Lam Tu counted again and said, that is 6 people. Still 1 short. Someone's hand was trembling. Clearly hesitating, that was Le Bin. After a mental struggle, he volunteered to join. Class monitor. I will. Lam Tu smiled proudly and nodded. All right. Finally, the member selection was complete. Lam Tu clenched his fists and shouted, let us boost the spirit of the whole class. Truly a model and kind class monitor. Okay everyone. The 7 of us are heading to the G17 ruins. Remember to stay pumped up for me. This time we must achieve good results. In response, the classmates cheered excitedly. Don't you worry. Class monitor. Class monitor. Everyone be careful. And so the voting ended. Everyone proceeded to their chosen locations. The planes were flying in the sky. On the plane, Lam Tu crossed his arms and asked, Le Bin, what is wrong with you? He seemed scared of something. Le Bin replied hesitantly. The classmates around him looked very smug, teasing Le Bin cruelly. T-Stask, if you are scared, do not. Be careful. Your little life won't last long. Ha. Freshman. If you are not weak, then you are just a coward. Truong Dan shouted angrily. What are you guys saying? You want to fight or what? Le Bin was hesitating, finally daring to confess. Actually, I have been to the G17 ruins before. After hearing this, everyone showed surprised expressions. Truong Dan asked, what do you mean you have been there? Le Bin remembered that episode sadly, lowering his head, covering his face with his hands. I have a bit of a hot temper. I do not back down from anyone. Once, I made a bet with a classmate saying I would not dare go to the G17 ruins for training. His eyes darkened as he recounted that moment, revealing his deep sorrow. The horrifying scene replayed in Le Bin's mind. Back then, hundreds of zombies had pounced on them like a storm, grabbing hold of his classmates. Le Bin's tone was a bit bitter. It was the first day we entered the G17 ruins. My friends were all bitten and injured by the mutated beasts there, and then infected with the mutation. In the end, Le Bin recounted that I was the only one who managed to escape. This is what made him feel even more torn and pained. Lum Tu carefully surveyed the surroundings. Your friend was injured by the mutated beasts. The mutated creatures there all carry the virus. Le Bin affirmed confidently. It is true. Being bitten by those mutated beasts will turn you into a zombie within 24 hours. They fell into silence, wondering what the battle ahead would be like. Planes flew over a forest, with flowers blooming vibrantly as if wishing them luck for the upcoming fight. It was a lush green forest, very pleasing to the eye. Finally, they had landed. An announcement from the instructors rang out. Dear friends, you have arrived at the G17 ruins. Please gather below the spacecraft. The 7 of them calmly stepped down, each wearing a worried expression. An instructor with bright orange hair tied up warned everyone before we set off. There are a few things you need to pay attention to, besides the zombies in the G17 area. The mutated beasts also carry the virus. He was giving very detailed instructions. If bitten by a mutated beast, you must receive treatment here within 24 hours to have a chance of saving yourself from a large snake lurking around, looking more curious than scary. The instructor concluded with a line that could not be better. If you do not get treated in time, all you can do is count on your ancestors to take care of you. After hearing this, everyone complained. Oh man, the mutated beasts really carry the virus. Was that kid in class 10 telling the truth? You black crow mouth. Lum Tu pointed in one direction and announced, let us go over there. Left and Guide immediately agreed. All right. Ten Feng's gaze held deep thoughts. Everyone felt a surge of anxiety in their hearts. Maxine Glossi stayed close to Lilwy, unable to take his eyes off her. Lo Bon was the one who understood the situation at the G17 ruins well, and he was also anxious. They slowly ventured deeper into the G17 ruins, moving in group. Time slowly passed as they gradually moved deeper into the forest. In front of them was an abandoned house. The house was covered in thick vines and colorful flowers. But often, the more vibrant the things, the more risks they hide. The group from Lum Tu was passing through this house, and everyone looked very serious. A being emerged from inside the foliage. It was sneaking through the leaves, making rustling sounds. And it seemed like something was about to happen. That being was a level 4 zombie, characterized as a former martial artist who had mutated due to infection, with agile movements and great strength. Once bitten, you would be infected and become one of them. Seeing it jump out suddenly like that, Lukui Lui screamed. Leffingwhite dashed forward like lightning, her eyes sparking with keen and agile energy, as if she wanted to take one swift strike to kill the terrifying zombie. Just as predicted, with quick reflexes and decisive attacks. Guait successfully took down the zombie in a flash, protecting Lu Lai from a tense situation. Feeling safe, Lukuloki crouched down, patting her chest to calm herself. You scared me to death. Thank you. Guait. Axingolsi immediately checked in, though he could not protect her in time. He was deeply worried, quickly grabbing her hand and gently asking, "Are you okay?" Lokialkai. Traning Dinen, known for his straightforwardness, always spoke his mind. This monster can even hide in the grass and ambush us. Lum Tu thought to himself, wondering how many experience points a level 4 zombie would give him. Outside, everyone constantly agreed with Tragan Dan. Yep. It really is unethical to fight that way. Lost in thought, Lum Tu suddenly smiled shyly, as if reminiscing about a lover. Guait turned around, coldly warning, "Be careful." After taking down one, the group continued deeper into the ruins. The earlier encounter with the zombie had put everyone on high alert, scanning their surroundings. Then, another zombie rushed out from the bushes, its greedy expression looking quite comical. Look at Lumtu, clearly not afraid. Yet he acted as if he was about to cry. The system notified him of killing a level 4 zombie, earning 150,000 experience points, which Lumtu swiftly claimed. Looking at the zombie sprawled out, Lumtu felt a bit disappointed. The damn system. It was a level 4 zombie, and it only gave this many experience points. Plus, this one was hiding around to ambush. I wonder if my master needs to level up quickly by fighting monsters like this. They are coming one after another. After failing against the last one on the ground, this one appeared from above. Lumtu sighed and slapped his face in frustration. Here we go again. Is this not annoying? Just like before, this zombie was also hit by Lumtu. He seemed to be playing with it, not killing it outright. He just made it sway back and forth. It was getting dizzy. The zombie's head, controlled by Lumtu, was wobbling as if they were playing around. Lobombine hurriedly ran over and asked the class president why he was not killing it. It can't keep screaming like that. It will attract more zombies. Lumtu clearly had a plan. Unlike Olobon, who was anxious after witnessing the horror of these creatures, Lumtu was relaxed and composed, saying, "I wanted to scream to lure all the other zombies out. They each have their hiding spots. Sneaking up like this is a hassle. There is no need to deal with all of them at once." Just as he expected, the zombies followed the sound made by this zombie and rushed over. Each zombie had a different appearance, but there were really only 2 types, standing or squatting. They all looked scruffy. Not just in front, but zombies had appeared all around them. Why is Lobone making so much noise? We are done for? Class president, we need to run. But if we run, that is no longer Lam 2. He was sprinting ahead, his expression eager for battle. Class president, jump. Don't joke around. This is all my experience points. Lakangayat quickly caught up, running alongside Lam 2. Seeing her so fired up surprised him a bit. Lakangayat, why are you even more eager than I am? I just can't understand why you always rush headfirst into danger like this. Even now, you are still joking around. Our little Ngayat is worried about me. Lakangayat shook her head and told them to shut up. Seeing both of them charging forward so bravely, how could the others just stand by and wait? They readied their stances, getting their weapons ready. Kuongluk spoke up first. All right, brothers. Loi Loi chimed in as well. These two are just crazy. Tanfeng was even more humorous, casually sticking his hands in his pockets and saying, "The class president and sister-in-law. What a lovely duet." Truong Dan warned him to be careful not to let Lakangayat overhear, or he would be in trouble. Lam 2 was using the white bird technique while Lakangayat was employing her unique internal energy. Notifications rang out one after another. 10 killed a level B zombie, earning 150,000 experience points. 10 killed another level B zombie, earning 130,000 experience points. 10 killed a level B zombie, earning 150,000 experience points. Truong Dan watched from a distance, impressed. Seemed like Lam 2's fighting technique had improved quite a lot. Tanfeng nodded in agreement. Yep. The first time he saw the class president use this technique, it was not nearly as powerful. Now it must have reached a golden level. Lakangayat was flying like an arrow. Kuongluk looked on with admiration. But I feel like sister-in-law is even stronger than the class president. What kind of divine couple are these two? Their strength is ridiculously insane. At this moment, Labin was attacked by a zombie charging at him, but he did not react at all, and had not noticed the zombie rushing toward him. Seeing it pounce right in front of him, Labin finally shouted. He was immediately hit, his mouth all twisted. Lam 2 arrived just in time to save him and scolded Labine harshly. If he wanted to die, he should just get lost. I do not need a useless teammate slowing me down. He fell silent, feeling embarrassed and blaming himself for being so cowardly, so he pushed himself to charge forward. Labin, I do not want anyone to look down on me anymore. Let us. After wiping out the zombies, the group moved on to another location. They felt curious and uneasy in such a quiet surroundings. Wait a minute. According to the information online, this area should be full of evolved beasts. Right, but there is not a single evolved beast in sight. Lam too keenly realized that there was only one possibility. He fixed his gaze on a large indentation on the stone wall, commenting that there was a powerful evolved beast here, which is why the other evolved beasts would not dare to approach. Lam too then looked in another direction and calmly announced, "Look, it is coming." The ground suddenly shook, causing the birds to scatter in fright, and the air became slightly murky. Lakangayat dashed ahead and quickly said, "It is right in front." Lam too was also excited to go with her. "Let us go check it out." The roar was full of power, likely a fourth-tier evolved beast. Zhang called out as he saw the pair moving too quickly. Wait for it. It was a beast with 2 long horns like a buffalo and very thick black fur. It had a tuft of golden hair stretching from the top of its head down to its tail along its spine, and its cloudy eyes with prominent fangs looked terrifying. Every beast here has its own name. This monster's real name is the golden-backed Chiju Lian, a 5th-tier evolved beast. The typical Chigu transforms into the golden-backed Chigu Xian after infection, becoming statue-like with golden fur on its back, possessing a defense as solid as metal. Lam too was now panicking, realizing it was a 5th-tier evolved beast. Be careful. Lefteningite. Lefteningite had already jumped onto the back of the golden-backed Chu Lin. Its iron-like skin had blocked Lux Hogai's sword strike, leaving her shocked. Why could not she cut through? Not only that, but the beast also kicked her off with one of its hind legs. Lam too rushed over, calling her name. At that moment, he was carrying Lefteningite, sprinting away like a bullet. While running, he asked her, "Lefteningite, are you okay?" Lefteningite calmly replied, "I have used 90% of my energy to move." From a distance, an angry buffalo appeared. Suddenly, this buffalo charged quickly towards the two of them. Immediately, Lefteningite pushed Lam too aside, drew her sword, and shouted, "Get out of the way, do not block me." The Chiju Lin was about to ram into Lefteningite, and she was already in a fighting stance. Seeing this, Lam too shouted for her to be careful. Lefteningite's gaze sharpened as she prepared to act. With no unnecessary movements, Lefteningite swiftly delivered a deadly strike to the buffalo. Her slash caused the buffalo's eye to bleed black. Seeing this, Lam too exclaimed with admiration, "Awesome. Our little Lefteningite is impressive." That buffalo is now staggering. The two behind him were also surprised, and the dark-skinned guy said, "Lefteningite is incredible, but now it is gone feral. How do we get close?" Lam too smiled and said, "No need to get close. Everyone use long-range attacks together." He immediately unleashed his Bhvu Triyu Fengyu power and said, "Watch me roast that buffalo for everyone." Seeing this, the others were thrilled and cheered. Right away, the dark-skinned guy jumped out and said, "Then watch." These people quickly unleashed their individual powers. Mountains crumbled, the Moonfang slash, the 5-link slash, the Huangfire strike. These powers continuously hit the buffalo, causing it immense pain. The attack struck directly, leaving the beast covered in wounds. Suddenly, the buffalo's eyes began to glow, looking extremely frightening. It then charged wildly at them. Seeing this, Lam too immediately said to everyone, "Be careful, this beast is charging in here. Does it want to fight us to the death?" He then jumped straight into the air, swung his spear, and shouted, "The blade is too dull to pierce. I will smash you down myself." Right after that, he struck it on the head. Suddenly, Lakangayat appeared, and with a single blow, she severed the beast's head from its body. Witnessing this left Lam too utterly stunned, exclaiming, "Oh wow, how did you do that? Just a moment ago I was yelling at that buffalo to turn into tender meat, and you just chopped its head off. Isn't that a slap in my face?" Hearing this, Lakangayat, while she sheathed her sword, explained, "Did you not see behind it? The skin on its neck was already roasted to a crisp." Upon hearing this, he felt embarrassed, scratching his head and saying, "So it was already well roasted." Suddenly, someone walked in and said, "No way. That is Zhang Huai and his gang." At this moment, Zhang Huai continued, "The monster we hunted has been killed by you guys." He then glanced at Lam too and introduced himself. "I am Zhang Huai from Class 4. North Courtyard. This crazy buffalo with the golden back was chased here by us." He touched the horn of the buffalo, a sinister look on his face, saying, "Thank you all for your help. We owe you one. The rest of this golden-backed buffalo belongs to you. Its tough hide can be forged into good weapons." Hearing this, the black guy shouted angrily, "What do you mean? Isn't this just robbery?" Seeing this, Zhang Huai shamelessly replied, "I mean, we are just taking our spoils of war. This was originally our hunt." Hearing this, the black guy fumed. "What proof do you have that this is your hunt?" Zhang Huai then replied, "Well, as I just said, we have been fighting this golden-backed buffalo for a while. Look, it is missing a chunk from its hoof. That is from my friend. Tanohai broke it with an axe." At this point, the guy scoffed, saying, Yeah. A bunch of trash from the south courtyard. His words prompted Lam 2 to speak up. A group of 5 or 6 level 4 martial artists surrounding and attacking a golden-backed buffalo, and only managing to damage it this much. Anyone who does not know would think you guys are just trimming its hooves. Lam 2 said with disdain. So who is really the trash here? I bet even if you die in the G17 area, the Holy Domain Academy would not bother to ask about you. Right, just then, Lakangayat drew her sword and swung it straight at Jiang Nahai. Seeing this, Jiang Hai quickly dodged and asked, "What do you want to do? You dare to attack us?" Lam 2 quickly replied to him, holding his spear and moving toward Jiang Huai, saying, "This is not the Holy Domain Academy. What is there to be afraid of in killing a bunch of robbers?" He struck quickly, but luckily Jiang Huai blocked it with his sword. This made Lam 2 furious. Cursing, "You are annoying." Lam 2's group, including the red-haired guy and the black guy, charged at them, shouting, "Kill." Seeing that Lam 2 had no intention of stopping, Jiang Huai panicked and said, "You lunatics. You dare to rob us." Hearing this, Lam 2 frowned and said sarcastically to him, "You really know how to twist the truth? It is just that if you said that, then leave all the oddities and integrals in your news feed." Hearing this, he thought, "Damn. I thought they were just the trash from the 10th grade Nam Institute." But unexpectedly, their skills are not only decent but strong too. Lam 2 continued to strike relentlessly, leaving Jiang Hoi only able to defend. Suddenly, Jiang Hoi unleashed his golden skill, with a sinister look and said, "Killing me won't be that easy." Lam 2 was now dazed and could not see him. Where did he go? From behind, this Jiang Hoi lunged to stab him and shouted, "You little brat. You are right. Those dead trash during the training won't be pursued by the academy. Go die." At that moment, Lam 2 turned around and said to him, "Your speed is much weaker than the guns in the gravity room." This left Jiang Hoi stunned, exclaiming, "The enemy." Lam 2 immediately rushed to him, leaving Jiang Hoi bewildered. "How did you know I was behind you?" At that moment, Lam 2 unleashed his electric fury fist and said, "There is a lot you do not know. Try my new move." This left Jiang Hoi at a loss. Shouting in panic, he instantly tasted Lam 2's punch and was sent flying into the wall. At this moment, Lam 2 laughed joyfully and said, "Aha! The paralysis effect is great. Now, I am the Thunder King over here." Lakangayat was still fiercely battling the two, one of whom was sent flying and shouted out. Meanwhile, Jiang Nai struggled to sit up and said, "Damn. This girl is too strong." He was then met by Lakangayat, who held a sword to his neck and calmly said, "Try to move." Her face was cold as she said, "You are dead." And on the other side, the two are still fighting fiercely. At this moment, Hudak was very angry, drew his sword, and shouted, "A third-level fighter against a fourth-level fighter. We are no different from throwing eggs at a rock." He swung his sword while laughing loudly, daring to mock my fighting style as nail filing. "Now I am going to smash your brain." Just then, a spear flew in, hitting the bald Hudak, causing him to fall backward. In his day, he let go of his hammer, which fell right on Hodak's foot, making him scream. Lam 2 stood in front of his red-haired friend and gently said, "Use your hammer to help file your nails." Lam 2 looked at him provocatively and asked, "How do you feel?" The other guy looked up with a terrifying face and said, "You want to die." Instantly, he unleashed his power and rushed toward Lam 2. Immediately, Lam 2 unleashed his silver thunder fist and said, "Dare to fight me? You must want to die." The two exchanged powerful punches, but Lam 2's strength sent Hudak flying far away. Screaming, Jiang Hoi's group was extremely worried. The pink-haired guy panicked and said, "How is this possible? Jiang Hai Takahai has been knocked down." The guy standing next to him gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it." At that moment, the black guy shouted, "Good opportunity." Immediately, he caused an explosion, leaving the others unable to react and screaming, "Ouch!" Jiang Hoi's men, battered and bruised, sat on the ground crying out, "Ouch! That hurts." Lam 2 stood in front of Jiang Hoi, making him panic and played, "We were wrong. Please let us go." Lam 2 looked at him with disdain and calmly said, "I might let you go, but only if you hand over all your special crystals, along with the information card." Hearing this, Jiang Hoi trembled in fear and replied, "I can give you the information card, but if I give you the crystals, then our chances for the next trial are over." Seeing his reaction, Lam 2's expression turned menacing as he said, "You refuse? Then we will just kill all of you and take it ourselves." As he pointed their spear at them, Jiang Hoi's group was terrified and stammered, "Okay, we will give it to you. Just do not kill us." A moment later, the black guy spoke up, "I never expected that 2 of the 4th class from Bike VN would have 2 level 5 crystals. Ha! Now we have 3 level 5 crystals. We definitely want to be at a disadvantage." Hearing this, Luffingite replied, "Not necessarily. If you dare to go to the abandoned area G17. Then there won't be any fuel-saving lights, Lumentu added. And there is only a week left. We can't afford to delay. We must gather all the special crystals. He turned to Lefagite and asked. Lefeningite, what is wrong? She said. I just feel like someone is watching us. Suddenly, a light flashed from the abandoned building, and Lechingite shouted. Scatter. A purple beam shot out with terrifying power, grazing Lum-Tu and tearing his pants. The system then announced, detecting external energy, activating the absorption skill. Energy gained 2%, earning 2,000 experience. Seeing this, Lum-Tu panicked and exclaimed, what the hell kind of skill is this? Why is the energy absorption so low? Luckily, my uniform is combat gear. Otherwise, I would be done for. He immediately activated his agility technique to protect everyone. At that moment, Lefingite ran straight into the building and said, the snipers are in that building. We need to go kill them. Seeing this, Lum-Tu shouted. Lefeningite. Be careful. The sniper saw her running in and alerted his teammates. Heads up. Someone is storming into the building. Team 1 prepare for battle. Team 2 continue attacking the target. The black guy nervously asked Lum-Tu, are you okay? Big bro, he replied. He grabbed his spear and told his teammates, you guys stay hidden. I am going to help Lefingite. Lum-Tu had to dodge their sniper shots and exclaimed, damn. There are snipers in the next building too. He quickly dashed to the building's entrance and shouted, damn it. I am going to kill these guys first. His teammates commented. The black team guy said, those two really are a pair. Just going all out. The person next to him chimed in. So what do we do now? Do we need to go help? Hearing that, the black guy said, Brother Lum-Tu can still use his body technique to dodge bullets under 3 times the gravity. But we do not have that kind of soldier. Going out is like seeking death. The guy in the black hat then said, damn it. How can someone ambush us? The black guy explained. You think only the holy people from our academy are training here. This place has all kinds of people, including those who specialize in murder and robbery. At this moment, the people in blue were also hiding here. Hearing the noise, the black guy turned and shouted. Who? The short-haired guy in blue stood up in fear and explained. We are from the 10th grade North Institute. You guys are from the South Institute. Right. Hearing this, the guy in the black hat helplessly said, 10th grade North Institute. We are from the 10th grade South Institute. Huh. Why do I suddenly feel like I am also someone who fell from the sky? The black guy looked at them and asked, how did you end up here? The short-haired guy, sounding full of fear, said, we just arrived here. Saw someone shooting everywhere. So we hurriedly hid here. Right. I just saw 2 people run into the building. Those 2 are on your team. Right. Hearing this, the guy in the black hat confirmed. That is right. It is our class leader and class leader's wife going to teach those ambushers a lesson. Hearing this, the short-haired guy was extremely surprised and shouted in shock. What? Just those 2 going up against a group of armed people? Is your 10th grade South Institute that strong? Suddenly, a guy from that building was thrown down, causing him to cry out. Ouch. It turned out to be the sniper who was falling down now. Seeing this, the short-haired guy shouted, it is the sniper from earlier. Seeing this, the black guy said, yeah, our 10th grade South Institute is that strong. That tough. On the other side, the blue-haired guy with a fierce look madly pulled the trigger, bullets flying out like beams of light. Lachingayat's face was tense as she rushed through the terrifying rain of bullets. The sniper was furious, grinding his teeth as he hissed. Damn it. Why can't I hit anything? Lachingayat leaped right next to him, holding her sword, which exuded a powerful aura as if hellfire burned for 1,000 years. With a swift motion, the blue-haired guy was knocked back, crying out, ouch. Lum-Tu, on the roof of another building, could not help but praise. Another one down. Little Nugayat. Is our Ngayat that strong? With a whoosh, Lum-Tu quickly dodged a laser bullet coming his way. The barrage of bullets came like rain. Lum-Tu dodged left and jumped right, secretly cursing. Damn it. I wanted to play it cool, but I did not expect so many people to focus fire together. Looking up at the 4 or 5 guys standing high, aiming down, Lum-Tu thought, these guys are well armed and trained. They must be bounty hunters. Pausing for a moment, an idea popped into his head. Are they here to kill me? Lum-Tu smirked, softly whistling in his heart. I've got a plan now. He thrust his fist forward, sparks flying from his hand, activating his martial arts technique. The electric fist strike, gripping the sturdy steel rod tightly. The high-voltage current spreads out like a fish in water, quickly reaching the charged objects around him. The snipers on the scaffolding were jolted, screaming in panic. What is going on? The scream was long and piercing, as Lum-Tu jumped right in front of them, holding a spear. Channeling his inner strength into the weapon, he said with a smile. Behold my thunderous electric technique. Truly legendary. Unleashing 100 phoenix feathers. The fiery phoenix's shadow charging towards the snipers, knocking them far away, even sending them tumbling from the rooftop to the ground. Boom. The young man in the North Institute uniform, hiding to the side, was left wide-eyed and trembling, saying, "Is this really the power of the 10th grade? So terrifying." The kneeling sniper dropped to the ground, his eyes filled with horror as he hurriedly pleaded, "Please, do not kill me. I will give you all the rare crystals I have. Just do not kill me." Lamb 2 did not respond, swinging his spear, and the man's life ended instantly. Glancing at the man's unchanged expression before death, Lamb 2 sneered. "Killing you means that pile of rare crystals is mine. Trading my stuff for your life. How foolish." Noticing the phone with half its screen smeared in ink, he knew he guessed right. These people were indeed bounty hunters. Lamb 2 squatted in front of the man's black backpack, rummaging through it excitedly, exclaiming, "2 level 5 rare crystals, 3 level 4, and over a dozen level 3 crystals. Not bad. Just what I need to soothe my wounded soul." After some time, Lamb 2 finally found Lakangayat. He rushed over to her and asked. After finishing up, Lakangayat softly replied with a hum. She handed him a blue backpack and said, "Inside these guys' bags are 2 level 5 rare crystals, a few level 4 and level 3. Lamb 2 was shocked. Damn. This guy is loaded. 2 level 5 rare crystals. Huh. Now we have a total of 8 level 5 rare crystals. We are definitely set for the next trial." At that moment, a Zhang Zhan's group stepped forward, and Zhang Zhan spoke up, "Big brother Lamb 2. Are you two okay?" Lamb 2 smiled brightly, raising his spoils to show everyone. He said, "Dealt with everything, and got quite a few rare crystals, including a few more level 5s. Then Lamb 2 suddenly squinted. "Hung. The guy behind you is the young man with the buzz cut." Grinning as he spoke, "Hello Lamb. We are from the 10th grade of the North Institute." Lamb 2 raised an eyebrow, his tone neutral. "You are also from the 10th grade." The other person hesitated. "Can we make a trade?" the buzz cut guy asked. Lamb 2's eyes sharpened slightly, curious as he replied, "A trade? What kind of trade?" the buzz cut guy said. "I want to exchange important information for your rare crystals." Lamb 2 seemed interested. "Do tell. Information so important it could be worth rare crystals." The buzz cut guy scratched the back of his head, trying to appear calm as he said, "A spatial rift. I know the location of a spatial rift. As long as you can give us 2 level 5 alien crystals, I will tell you the location of that space rift." Lamb 2 was astonished, repeating skeptically, "A space rift. That is a good thing. You might even encounter creatures or valuable treasures from other realms." However, his pupils suddenly sharpened. "How can I trust you?" Although Nam seemed worried, he appeared to be an honest person. He expressed, "I will give you my information card, and wait for your group to find the space rift. Once you verify that what I said is true, return it to me." Saying this, he held the card out in front of him, shyly continuing, "We are both in the 10th grade. But you guys have strong abilities. We do not want to be at a disadvantage. This trial must definitely surpass those good classes. Moreover, I believe with your strength, you can reach the space rift." Lamb 2 stared wide-eyed at the card, while also hearing him say, "If you guys can get the chance to become stronger, being in the same 10th grade, we would feel proud of you." "Well said." That annoying feeling of agreement. Lamb 2 suddenly patted the young man's shoulder affectionately, asking a related question. "You are the class leader of the 10th grade in the North Institute, right?" he replied. "Yep. I am the class leader." Lamb 2 smirked and suddenly said, "You do not need to give me the information card. Besides, I will give you 3 level 5 alien crystals." The young man was so shocked he became flustered. "Wait, are you really giving me 3 level 5 alien crystals? Do you really trust me that much?" His voice could not help but rise, and there was a hint of stuttering. "Yep. Because he is also in the 10th grade. Also a rookie considered the lowest in others' eyes." Lamb 2 said with a smile, a hint of pride on his face. He handed a bag of alien crystals to the person opposite him, continuing, "If you are the class leader, then let us work together to make the 10th grade stronger." And to all those who looked down on him, the young man was truly overjoyed. Catching the bag he tossed with both hands, he said, "Thank you, Brother Lamb, for your trust. I will definitely learn from you. Leading the 10th grade to climb up stronger. Send me your information card now. I will send you the location of the space rift." The North Institute's 10th grade group had to leave quickly, waving hi to everyone. Zhang Zhan squinted at the group leaving, worriedly asking, "Brother Lamb, can we trust what they said?" Lamb 2 raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms and smiling. "I trust them." Watching the smiles on the faces of the departing group, he confidently said, "Because of their eyes. Those stubborn, unyielding eyes. People like that won't deceive us." Then he led the group back along their path, excitedly saying, "Let us go check out what treasures that space rift has." Before the towering city shrouded in vines, Lam Tu's group reached its base. He said, "According to the marked position on the map, the space rift should be around here." Zhang Zhang glanced around, suspiciously asking, "Brother Lam, there are not any evolved beasts around here. Could it be that there are terrifying spatial beasts in the market?" Lam Tu did not refute, observing and saying, "It is very possible. Which is why opportunities and dangers always go hand in hand." Lam Vu led the way, and Lakangayat wrote a note for him, suddenly asking, "Do you feel anything?" He replied, "I do. The raw energy is overwhelming. Only in places with spatial rifts can the surrounding energy reach such density." He exclaimed, "This is it." Entering the city, Lam Tu observed the map and said seriously, "The spatial rift is in the center of the square. Everyone be careful. With such dense energy, there must be powerful beings around." Suddenly, he was startled and looked up. Everywhere was covered in cobwebs and strange translucent substances. Loi Loi said hesitantly, "These webs and this slime are disgusting. It feels like we have stepped into a bug's den." Suddenly, a hand grabbed her ankle, making the girl scream, "A zombie!" Kuang Luk quickly shielded her from behind. He swung a hammer at it and shouted, "Damn it. How dare you sneak attack?" But once he calmed down, Kuang Luk realized, so it was just a corpse. Truong Dan was speechless, slightly reproachful, wondering why they were making such a fuss over just a mummy. But Loi Loi seemed to see the muscles of the body trembling. The girl quickly spoke up, "Wait. Everyone look. That corpse is moving." The wrinkled skin was writhing, and Loi Loi said, "It seems there is something under the skin." Suddenly, a creature crawled out, and Loi Loi screamed, "It is an insect. There are insects inside the corpse." The creature that just crawled out is a level 2 beetle larva. Characteristics: a creature from a different dimension, capable of strong reproduction. It breeds inside the host's body, biting and consuming its flesh and blood. Truong Dan looked at the corpses nearby and voiced his disgust. Among the corpses lying on the ground, there could not be just these disgusting insects. Right, this must be a parasitic worm. Everyone be careful. Do not step on these corpses. Saying that, Lam Tu raised his spear and stabbed the beetle larva. The system's voice rang out. Ding. Killed a level 2 green beetle larva. Gained 10,000 experience points. Lam Tu felt a bit disappointed. Too little experience. Not worth it. The group continued to move, with Loi Loi clinging tightly to Kuang Luk's arm, unable to help but complain. "This is so disgusting." Lam Tu walked ahead, observing and thinking, if there are larvae, then there must be adult insects around here. Right, could it be that the adult beetles scared the evolved beasts away from here? They soon arrived at a ceiling with a large tier, and waves of energy like auroras twisted around from that crack, and at the same time, through the crack was the sight of countless stars in the Milky Way. Truong Dan was amazed. This was the first time he had seen a spatial rift so magnificent. Loi Loi's eyes widened in awe. "It is beautiful." But Lam Tu's face showed a hint of concern and gloom. He looked up at the ceiling, sensing that something was inside. Lam Tu silently activated the analysis system in his eyes, revealing the form of a giant beetle. The system displayed, Level 6 mature green beetle. Characteristics of a creature from a different dimension, with a terrifying bite force capable of easily tearing apart an adult. Lam Tu was panic-stricken, leaving behind the mature green wings, which were level 6. Truly frightening. It seemed to be asleep, unaware of our presence, so he did not dare to disturb it. Changing the subject, the creature in our imagination seems to be temporarily absent. Let us keep our voices down and quickly leave after we investigate. Zhang Zhan suddenly made a discovery, pointing at an object in front of them, saying, "Everyone, look at this stone. It is so strange. Could it have fallen out from a space crack?" Lakangayat skeptically replied, "It must be a type of metal, and it is incredibly hard. Let me give it a try." Lam Tu also raised his spear to poke the stone, adding, "It has strong elasticity. If we bring it back to make weapons, it should be good." Zhang Zhang glanced around, guessing that this stone was probably the only thing that fell from the space crack. Lam Tu pointed to one side and suggested, "Let us check over there. My fire energy feels a burning energy coming from that direction." Everyone approached the cliff. "Why is it suddenly so hot? There is definitely something over there." Looking down, everyone was astonished. It was a flower made of fire. Lakangayat exclaimed excitedly, "The red lotus flame. It really is the red lotus flame." Lam Tu stared blankly, confused, and tilted his head to ask her, "What is the red lotus flame?" Lakangayat composed herself and explained, "It is an extremely rare type of energy, resembling a flame lotus, with energy far beyond normal materials." Lam Tu scratched his chin and asked softly, "Can this thing be absorbed?" But he thought to himself that the energy seemed very powerful. If he could use a cultivation technique to absorb it, that would be great. However, Lakangayat quickly interrupted his thoughts, saying seriously, "This thing is very dangerous. Although its fire attribute is very beneficial for you, its energy is too strong and violent. Be careful or you will be turned to dust. Lam 2 looked at it. How about we take it down? We can bring it back and think of a way to absorb it later. Lakangayat rebutted. We can just pick it like that. We need special tools and equipment. Lam 2 felt overwhelmed, crying out in frustration. We can do this. We can do that. Are we just going to leave empty-handed? Such a good treasure. If we prepare first and then come to pick it, it might be taken away by someone else. Suddenly, a strange voice called out from behind. Found it. It is right here. Lam 2 glanced back at the group behind him in the North Academy uniforms. They seemed quite surprised. Someone got here before us. How did they find this place? Everyone turned to look at Zhang Zhan, reminding him that they were from the second class of North Academy. The one leading their group did not seem to notice Lam 2's group and chatted freely. This is great. It is still here. He waved his hand. Commanding. Limo Homing. Prepare the tools. Let us take it. Lam 2 looked at the equipment they brought. Thinking these guys even brought tools with them, he raised his hand to stop them, saying sternly, Wait, this is something we discovered first. The leader looked at him with disdain. Yankov smirked and said, Ridiculous. Do you see our tools? We prepared to come here, did not we? Moreover, even if I give you guys something, can you take it? He laughed arrogantly. Those useless 10th graders from the Southern Institute. Right. Otherwise, I would just give you some level 4 mutant crystals. In that case, your discussion ranking is not too low. Instantly, his group lost control and burst out laughing. Someone stroked his ego and said, The class president is really a kind person. Lam 2 closed his eyes and smiled, saying softly, You want to chase them away just for level 4 mutant crystals. So you all want to rob me openly. The class president leaned close to him, proudly declaring, I am robbing you. What are you going to do about it? Then just kill them all. Lakangayat suddenly appeared, a powerful sword in her hand thrusting forward. The class president, with an angry expression, blocked her attack with his sword and exclaimed, Why is this crazy person so ruthless? He then shouted angrily, If that is the case, brothers, kill them all. Truong Dan saw the group approaching and reached behind to grip his sword tightly, saying, I will chop all of you to pieces. Meanwhile, the class president was fighting Lakangayat. She continuously launched attacks at him. Surprised by this, he thought, She looks beautiful but hits hard. Can this little sword really mean she is that strong? Lei Qian asked. You are Lakangayat. Are not you from class 1 of the Southern Institute? Why are you with those damn 10th graders? Seeing him ramble on, Lakangayat swung an attack straight at him. She shouted for him to talk less, and he was thrown back against the wall. The class president's eyes turned to someone else fighting, thinking to himself, That guy is quite strong. I miscalculated. If we clash head-on with them, even if we can kill them, we probably won't fare much better. The class president looked back and shouted to his teammates. Ho Min, you go hold off Lomafisai's opponent. Lomaf quickly took out the Red Lotus fire. Hearing that order, the two fighting replied. Got it. Class president. Okay. A flame suddenly appeared in front of Lamanasi. He was surprised by this. Lam 2 appeared. He shouted. You idiot. If I were you, I would not touch the Red Lotus fire. He thought to himself. Are not those green beetles on the ceiling guarding the Red Lotus fire, and will attack anyone who tries to take it? Hearing him, the red-haired guy smugly extended his claws and said, Do you think we are idiots? Aren't we here for the Red Lotus fire? Lamasi moved closer to the Red Lotus fire, opening a box with a triumphant tone. Okay. This time it is a jackpot. More and more green light appeared on the ceiling. Lawome had a somewhat smug expression. He lifted the metal box in his hand, and upon seeing this, Lam 2 was extremely alarmed, thinking, This is bad. The green beetles have indeed awakened. Lomase excitedly shouted to the class president. President, I got. Before he finished speaking, a green beetle from the ceiling dove down towards him. It attacked him, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing this, his teammates were in shock and shouted. Limak. Damn it. What kind of monster is this? Could it be a spatial beast crawling out from a time rift? It could kill a level 4 martial artist like Limak in 1 second. Is this monster a level 6? Damn. Why are there so many? The monsters rushed towards those present at an alarming speed. Seeing this, the class leader was terrified. He was sweating profusely and thought, with 5 or 6 level 6 spatial beasts, we can't fight them together. It seems we have to give up on the Hong Li and Chai Ho. Our lives are more important. He turned and ran away, saying, Run fast. We can't handle this spatial beast. Let us get out of here. Forget about the Hong Li and Chai Ho. His teammates immediately ran away, all panicking and shouting. Run fast. Get out of here. Hurry. Meanwhile, Lantu's group stood still, He turned to look at the beetle monsters and said seriously, "We should go. It is too dangerous here." Boom. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and large rocks appeared, blocking the way, trapping Lantu's group inside. The class leader laughed triumphantly. "Those useless 10th grade boys wanted to kill us. And I used you to lure the beetles." Huh. Seeing what was happening, Zhang Zhen was stunned, unable to believe her eyes, and exclaimed, "Damn. These beasts dare to block the exit and cut off our escape route." Seeing this, Loi Loi anxiously said, "What are we going to do? Are we going to die here?" Lantu and Lakangayat were silent, and he immediately ran in one direction, shouting, "I will lure those bugs away. You guys find another way out quickly." Seeing him run, Lakangayat's group worriedly exclaimed. Lantu kept shouting, "Big brother Lantu." The monsters dropped from the ceiling towards Lantu. He quickly jumped up, dodging their attacks. They chased after Lantu. He held the Hong Lian Chai Ho close to his chest, running while glancing back at the monsters charging at him, constantly worrying, thinking, "If these beetles are protecting the Hong Lian Chai Ho, then I can use this to lure them away." Lantu immediately used the snow step technique to move quickly. He rocketed forward, shouting, "Come here, you beasts." Boom. Suddenly one emerged from the ground, catching Lantu off guard, and he shouted, "Watch out. There is another one here." Clack clack. It snapped its huge pincers at him. He quickly jumped up, taking a hit from the green beetle monster, causing the box in his hand to fall. A red flame appeared before Lantu. Seeing this, Lantu was in a panic. This is not good. The intense flame swiftly engulfed Lantu's armor. It covered his entire body as if he could not believe what was happening before him. A piercing scream echoed. "Ah!" The group of Lakangayat rushed over to him from a distance, worriedly exclaiming, "Lam-tu, big brother Lam-tu." The fierce flames surrounded Lam-tu's body from within. The system immediately displayed a notification indicating that external abilities were activating, devouring 1%, 2%, 3%. His entire body was covered in flames. Lam-tu screamed in pain. A Lakangayat slashed at the monsters standing before her with her sword. Lakangayat turned towards Lam-tu and asked, "Lam-tu, are you okay?" Lam-tu, in agony amidst the flames, shouted loudly, "It is too hot. Too hot. I feel like I am about to explode." Lakangayat immediately ran to him, hugging him tightly. The two of them were engulfed in the vast sea of flames. Lakangayat then said, "My lunar power is of the ice attribute. I can help you suppress it a bit." Seeing Lakangayat's actions, Lam-tu panicked and shouted loudly. Lakangayat, the people around them, witnessing the scene, shouted in worry. Class leader, Sister Lakangayat. Lakangayat tightly embraced Lam-tu in the flames, resolutely saying, "Lam-tu, I am using my ice attribute energy to help you suppress it. Quickly absorb the power of the Crimson Lotus fire." Lam-tu gritted his teeth, enduring the heat, as the absorption progress bar slowly began to advance, absorbing 10%, 15%, 20%. He happily thought, "It is working." Under the suppression of Lakangayat's ice attribute energy, the devouring speed increased even more. Truong Dan, fighting in the front, glanced back inside, thinking, Lakangayat did not even care about the flames on Big Brother Lam-tu. Rushing to help him, she decisively charged towards the monsters. Lakangayat, do not think you are the only one who can risk your life for Big Brother Lam-tu. She swung her sword hard at the back of a giant beetle. In my heart, I have already decided that Big Brother Lam-tu has saved me several times. My life has long been his. She swung her sword wide, hitting several monsters that were surrounding her, then quickly ran away. Even if I have to die, I will buy enough time for Big Brother Lam-tu. Truong Dan quickly ran, luring the monsters that were relentlessly chasing her, loudly provoking, "Come and get me, you beasts." Ba Hok, sweating, asked the person next to him, "What is Truong Dan doing?" Tanfeng frowned and replied, "He seems to be drawing the attention of the green beetles. He is stalling for time for the class leader." Tanfeng also decided to run up to help, shouting to his teammates, "Quick, let us go help. Truong Dan can't handle it alone." Ba Hok hesitated slightly, "But those level 6 spatial beasts." Tanfeng quickly responded, "I know. That is why we have to go together. Otherwise, we will definitely die here." Meanwhile, the absorption progress displayed was nearing completion, reaching 85%, 90%, 95%. Lam-tu's eyes and mouth widened as the orange light flooded in, veins bulging near his eyes. In pain, he thought he was about to be consumed, the Honglian fire relentlessly destroying his body. But the system was frantically restoring his organs and bones, so he was fine. With the additional bone ice energy from Lakangayat, his body felt like a weapon forged countless times, and his physical strength was gradually increasing. Soon, The system displayed a message indicating successful absorption, earning him 310 million experience points. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on reaching level 21, earning 21 potential points. Lamb 2 moved his hands in the flames with delight, feeling a surge of power rising within him. Damn. Turning around and around. I have gained a whopping 3 million experience points. How many evolved beasts do I have to kill to accumulate this much? He focused on the virtual screen, silently commanding the system. The system adds all 21 potential points to strength. Host Lamb to level 21, strength 400 plus 21. Physique 178 after plus 50. Speed 101. Total combat strength 4,520 rises to 4,650. Martial artist rank 4. Physique attribute increases by 50 points. Lacking Gaiet collapsed into Lamb 2's arms. Lamb 2 worriedly asked. Lacking Gaiet. What is wrong? Lacking Gaiet weakly replied. It is just because I have used too much energy. Lamb 2 took out a small dark vial and handed it to her. Drink this nutrient solution to replenish your stamina. Then quickly absorb the energy from the 5th grade alien crystal. I am going to help the others, said Lacking Gaiet anxiously. You can't go alone. That is a level 6 space beast. The sounds of a fierce battle came from over there. Trying to Dayan. Hurry out and stop it. Lamb 2 calmly looked towards the battle and said, even though I have temporarily absorbed the power of the Hong Lian Chi fire, I still can't fully digest it. I feel like I could explode from the power surging within me at any moment. So I need to reduce some energy through combat. Trying to Dayan, having fought for too long, began to tire and accidentally tripped. Sitting down on the ground, the swarm of green bugs gathered around her, eyeing their tasty prey. Her teammates shouted anxiously from outside. Trying to Dayan, run. Hurry. But it seemed she could not hear them. Suddenly, a phantom with an orange hue flew in, kicking the nearest green bug close to Trajong Dan. Lamb 2 stood in front of his teammates, ready for battle, and asked worriedly, are you all okay? Trying to Dayan, just rescued by him. Quickly asked. Lamb 2, are you alright? Lamb 2 replied without turning around. You all step back. Leave these armored bugs to me. The fire hidden deep within him enveloped his entire body, as he struggled to adapt to the strange yet new sensation. Whoosh! The blazing power of the Hong Lian Chi fire was fierce and uncontrollable. The giant green bugs rushed towards him. Lamb 2's teammates called out worriedly. Lamb 2. Be careful. Watch out. Captain. Even as Lamb 2 was attacked, he steadfastly faced his opponent, sweeping his staff in a wide arc, creating a large purple-orange whirlwind. Long confidently thought, this fire could almost burn away the spirit. This move is called fire refining the void. A beam of orange light shot straight up into the sky, with him suspended inside it, and below the beam, a swirling power formed sharp shapes like arrows. The green beetles could not dodge in time, and were quickly hit, each one destroyed, creating an incredibly bright explosion. The system continuously displayed notifications, killing 6 level green beetles, earning 10 million experience points. Tun Fenghe was astonished. What martial art is this? I remember the class leader's fire attribute skill is Blazing Firebird. Trying Dogan stammered loudly. Confirming. One move killed 2 level 6 beetles, making Hawkeye cry out in lament. Class leader. Do you even plan to let others live? That is too rebellious. Lum 2 jumped lightly to dodge an attack from a beetle. He quickly thought. Just now a beam of light flashed. Borrowing the fierce power of the Scarlet Lotus fire within him, he randomly used his own fire refining the void technique. Similar to a skill with a hidden meaning, it is hard to use it twice in a short time. He could only wait until he got used to it before mastering it. Lum 2 swung his sword wide, creating a purple light, facing and blocking the attacks of countless monsters. Desperately thinking he could only use 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix as an emergency measure first. The loud explosions continued to ring out, with white smoke billowing everywhere. It seemed some beetles had been hit. He continued to use 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, reminding himself, after being empowered by the energy in his body, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix still could not burn them to death, but it could cause them to lose wings, losing their spatial advantage. He decisively charged forward with his stick to attack the monsters. I long thought, after using fire refining the void, he continued to use 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. The fierce, wild feeling in his body also lessened quite a bit. Indeed, only by constantly fighting and releasing energy could he quickly digest it. He kept hitting the wings of the monsters with his stick, but they only showed cracks and did not break. He could not help but shout loudly, damn. The shells of these creatures are too tough. The fire of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix caused some damage to their shells, but his spear could only stab a small hole in their shells. Lum 2 remained unfazed, wiped his mouth, and laughed loudly. If that is the case, then I will just make you all full of holes. After all, I have an endless supply of energy now. He continuously launched attacks on the monsters. 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix twice. Raging storm petal twice. Tun Feng watched in awe. The class leader is so powerful, fighting alone against so many level 6 spatial beasts. Bablo Hong stammered in astonishment. Is this the combat strength a level 6 practitioner should have? Trong Den noticed something was off. Lum Tu's state was not quite right. She calmly analyzed. Basically, Lum Tu was not defending at all, just frantically attacking, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Incredibly excited, Lefing Guide held one hand behind his back, adding that the fiery aura around him was not his own energy. Tranung Dan was stunned by Lefing Guide's appearance. What, class president? Can he be in danger at any moment? What should we do? Does Lacking Guide have a good plan? Lacking Guide drew her sword, channeling pale pink energy into it. First, we need to deal with those spatial beasts before proceeding. She jumped up and swept her sword, freezing the monster. Lam Tu skillfully rushed in to attack the creature. He thrust his staff, shattering the ice. The system announced that he had killed a level 6 green beetle, gaining 10 million experience points. He suddenly exclaimed, realizing he could pierce through it. Recognizing their weakness, he became even more aggressive in his attacks. Lacking Guide stood beside him, explaining, the beetle's shell was burned by you, then frozen by my frost, so it is weakened. Lam Tu understood. So that is how it is. Lam Tu excitedly stood back to back with Lacking Guide, shouting, all right, let us team up and eliminate their tricks. Lacking Guide frowned and tapped his head with her cup, making him cry out. His head swelled up. She warned sternly, if you keep babbling, I will sew your mouth shut. Tanfeng admired loudly. Class president, you are so cool. Even flirting right now. Tran Dong silently showed a jealous expression. Lam Tu dashed forward. Using the 100 Phoenix Tide technique, a green beetle was struck in the belly. Flipping backward, Lacking Guide also slashed several times, freezing the monsters in front of her. The monster she froze could not move. Still in a position to attack, he skillfully thrust his staff straight into the ice. Using the Blossom Storm, the system announced that he had killed a level 6 green beetle, earning 10 million experience points. Countless small green beetles crawled out from the corpse of the mother beetle. The system explained that these were level 2 beetle larvae. This species comes from a different dimension, has strong reproductive capabilities, and parasitizes the bodies of creatures, biting and sucking their flesh. Lam Tu looked at the swarm of larvae, fearfully shouting, oh man. That was just the mother. Everyone be careful. Although these green beetles are only level 2, there are a lot of them. Tran Dong quickly ran over with his teammates. Lam Tu. Big bro. Leave this small matter to us. Lam Tu agreed. Okay. Let me and Lacking Guide handle the bigger ones. Tan Fong, Tran Dong, and Bao Hope gritted their teeth, armed and rushing towards the swarming level 2 beetles while attacking the mother beetle. Lam Tu suddenly noticed his teammates and shouted a warning. Labin. Be careful. By the time Labin stammered a response, it was too late. Class President Lam Tu quickly lunged forward with his spear, thrusting it straight into the monster's open mouth. He hung in the air with his spear stuck firmly into the beast. Labin anxiously tried to advise him. Oh no. Class President. Quickly let go of the spear. Lam Tu resolutely refused to comply. As a martial artist, how could he let go of his weapon? Hurry. Bite my black pouch. Be careful of poking your mouth. He exerted so much strength that his eyes turned white. An orange-red aura enveloped his spear, using the 100 Phoenix Tide. The monster, in pain, had to open its mouth and spit out his spear. He tried to open his mouth wide, hoping the fire inside would disappear, but failed. Collapsing to the ground as smoke billowed from him, Lam Tu laughed triumphantly. Who knew this would work? If you are tough, I will burn you from the inside out until you die. Lam Tu encouraged everyone. There are 3 more adult beetles. Let us charge in and take them down together. Truong Dan raised his hand to rally the attack. After a while, the ground was littered with the dead beetles. Truong Dan panted heavily, feeling relieved. Phew. Finally wiped them all out. Truong Dan plunged his dagger into the ground and sat on the corpse of a monster, sighing. Surviving against so many 6-level beasts like that, Lulu added. Good thing we had the class leader and Sister Lacking Guyan. Lam Tu grumbled. Wait. Why are you all backing away from me like that? I am not a cannibal. From a distance, Tanfeng stuck out his tongue, drenched in sweat. Class leader. Right now you feel like a furnace. Being near you makes us feel like we are being roasted. Lam Tu took a sip from his bottle while grimacing. Why did not you say that when I was saving you? Lam Tu lowered the bottle, exhaling sparks and hot air. Lacking Guyan crossed her arms and looked at him, reminding, don't waste any more nutritional medicine. I will continue using my bone ice power to help you suppress the red lotus fire. We have rested enough. Let us move on. Lam Tu stood up, slinging his spear over his shoulder, the faint flames swirling around him. All right. Let us head deeper into the city center. I need to fight. I need to battle stronger enemies. The group stared at him, looking at him like he was crazy. The group moved together toward the unfamiliar city. Someone asked, why is the fog so thick here? Lam Tu could not help but raise his guard, reminding the team to stay alert for any mutated beasts hiding in the fog. Just as he finished speaking, a thick red tentacle appeared in the mist. It silently crept closer, wrapping around Truong Dan's leg. She hesitated for a moment. Truong Dan is caught by the tentacle, being pulled up while screaming. "What is this? Help!" Lam Tu worriedly called out to Truong Dan. The two quickly grabbed each other's hands. Lam Tu pushed off the ground and leaped to slice off the tentacle. He asked with concern, "Truong Dan, are you okay?" Truong Dan, still in shock, replied, "But what is this disgusting thing?" Lulu exclaimed in disgust. "So gross." The tentacle he cut off lay limp on the ground, oozing a green liquid. The shadowy figures and the sound of squelching caught his attention. Lam Tu saw a horde of zombies approaching and shouted, "Are those zombies? So many zon." Lam Tu reminded everyone that these were 4th level tentacle zombies. "Everyone be careful. The system is announcing the 4th level tentacle zombies. Tentacle characteristics can adjust in length and size. They specialize in binding attacks." The zombies stretched their tentacles to attack Lam Tu's group. He shouted loudly to remind his teammates. "Stay alert. Do not spread out." He jumped high, using his spear to sweep across, attacking the swarm of monsters rushing toward him. The Bichu Triu Fang, flames, heat, and thick smoke seemed unable to stop the relentless advance of this zombie horde. Lam Tu complained in frustration. "How many zombies are there? For heaven's sake. Damn it, is it over yet?" He turned to ask his teammate. "Hey, lacking Guyot. How's it going on your end?" He froze, looking at the empty space behind him. Where is everyone?" He called out for his teammates Lack Guyot, Truong Dan, and Kuong Le, moving side to side. The monsters, taking advantage of his distraction, charged at him, forcing him to scramble to dodge. "Damn it. The fog is a problem, separating us without us realizing it. If everyone is isolated, we are in trouble." Then he gathered himself, using Beach Jiu Tree Fai Jang, causing the flames to scorch the ground and take down the zombies. His face gradually calmed, and the flames around him quickly extinguished. Frowning, he pouted while looking around. Then he glanced at the dead monsters scattered on the ground amidst the smoke and made an assessment. "Finish off the last ones." Calmly, Lam Tu took out his phone, but as he pressed it, he realized there was no signal. His expression grew serious as he walked, furrowing his brow while muttering. Although he had saved the map of the G17 area before, he could not determine his location now. Soon. Feeling hopeless, he stuffed the phone back in his pocket and, holding the weapon in his hand, glanced at the cloud of dust around him, frowning as he said, "Well then, I will have to find my way alone." Then a surge of electric power shot toward him, causing Lam Tu to freeze. As the force struck down where he stood, he jumped up, dodging while shouting in alarm. On the other side, a guy with bandages all over his face, holding a sword with his group, smirked while stepping through the smoke and greeted him. "We meet again, you piece of trash from Class 10. Southern Institute. I can't believe you guys survived the spatial beasts." He saw the guy frown and smirk while reaching out contemptuously. "So you are from the 2nd-class dogs of the Northern Institute. I was planning to hunt you down, but here you are, coming right to me." After hearing him, the guy still grinned smugly, lifting his hand to shield his forehead while glancing around, asking, "Hey, why are you all alone?" Then he added, "They did not all die, did they?" Lam Tu, holding his spear, looked at him, the other hand casually in his pocket. The guy with the yellow hair lamented, "What a pity. I thought there were 3 beauties." Hearing this, Lam Tu could not hold back any longer and frowned, glaring at the long-haired guy with a smirk. "Sorry to disappoint you. We're doing just fine. Just temporarily scattered in the fog." He then informed the guy with good intentions. "Those spatial beasts were taken down by me, and I also got a bunch of level 6 crystals." Hearing him say that, the big-headed guy did not believe it. His face darkened, eyes narrowed with mockery, pointing at him while sneering and asking, "What? You guys think you can kill a level 6 spatial beast? Are you kidding?" He frowned, looking at him as if realizing something, stammering his words. "The aura around you. Your body radiates a powerful fiery energy." Still holding the spear casually, smiling confidently at him, the big-headed guy yelled in disbelief, "This is the aura of the Scarlet Lotus Fire." Immediately, his eyes filled with panic, widening and frowning. He pointed at him, stuttering, "You consumed the Scarlet Lotus Fire." He held his sword and kept shouting, "But how are you still alive? Shouldn't you have died from the backlash? This is not scientific." Seeing this, he looked at them mockingly and sneered. "Don't compare me to your useless group," he added. "Yeah, it is just a Scarlet Lotus Fire. What can it do to me?" The people on the other side looked shocked and furious, glaring at him. The big-headed guy frowned at him, grinding his teeth in rage as he growled each word. Then they spread out to surround him from all sides. The big-headed guy moved closer to him while the others took out their weapons. With his sword in hand, he grimaced and said to him, "I can sense it. You have not digested the energy of the Scarlet Lotus Fire at all. Right. How could a useless guy like you digest it quickly? He asked mockingly. Haha, this is great. If I kill you now, I can still absorb the undigested energy of the Scarlet Lotus fire in your body. That guy was dreaming. Hearing this, Lamtu sneered and glanced around, contemptuously asking him back, you think you can kill even a level 6 spatial beast? And you want to deal with me, a level 4? Hearing this, the guy rushed at him with his knife, followed by the whole group. His eyes widened as he laughed maniacally and shouted, we have numbers. Are we supposed to be afraid of you? Then he ordered to kill him. The group shouted in unison to kill. In this situation, he remained calm in the center while looking at them. Soon after, he perfectly dodged the storm of attacks from the group. One guy swung his weapon at him, but he stepped back, dodging with his spear. He yelled, cursing, damn it, this guy is slippery like an eel. Next to him, a big guy jumped up, swinging his knife at him while using a flashy technique, and yelled proudly, if you are so tough, do not run. Take a hit from me. Seeing this, he also looked up at him. Then Lamtu raised his spear. Using a furious strike, he sneered, furrowing his brow and glaring at him as he charged forward, shouting to confirm. All right, just as you wish. Immediately, the tip of his spear attacked like a storm, catching the big guy off guard as he raised his sword in defense, his body pushed back by the force. He screamed in desperation, this power is too much. On the other side, a spark flickered in his eyes, and his body began to emit flames as he squinted mockingly. Don't rush. There is much more fun ahead. Next, Lamtu swung his spear, and a fire phoenix appeared in the air. He unleashed the 100 birds, summoning the phoenix, the blazing red bird darting forward and striking the chubby guy, who widened his eyes in shock and yelled, damn. Then he was knocked back by the flames. Shouting, ouch, finally, he fell to the ground, curling up in pain. Seeing this, the others panicked and screamed in fear and astonishment. Just 2 moves and he took down the bald guy. Could the temperature of these flames really incinerate someone to dust in the blink of an eye? The air around them was thick with smoke. Seeing this, the guy with the messy hair started to worry, gritting his teeth and glaring at him. His whole face was drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, this is the energy of the Scarlet Lotus fire. Damn it. How much energy has he absorbed to achieve this level of skill? Unable to fight back, he began to panic and called for backup. Senior H, please come help us. Senior H. Hearing this, from the midst of the smoke, someone stepped out, shouting and yelling for what? How embarrassing. And then he mocked, with so many people, you can't handle just one. This new batch really is trash. The guy commented, with 2 others beside him. He saw them frowning in shock and muttering, level 5 cultivators. Are those students from the 4th Academy really supposed to participate in the trial? Lamtu wondered. Confused, outside, the guy with the broom-like hair was picking his teeth, grinning as he replied, what do you mean? We are participating in the trial too. But that guy interrupted. He is Eichu, a level 5 cultivator. Immediately, Azaiki glared at him, laughing maniacally and shouting, our mission is just to hunt you guys down. Ha! Seeing this, Lamtu remained calm, holding his spear in one hand and the other in his pocket as he looked at him, stating, I have heard in the university forum that every year, during the new student trial, a portion of students do not survive attacks from evolved beasts or zombies. Everyone assumes these people died due to conflicts among new students or other dangers. But it turns out it was you, the so-called seniors, who killed them. He questioned the guy. He listened quietly to him. The guy scoffed at his question, still chewing on a straw and looking at his hand, feeling a sense of accomplishment from his achievements. That is right. Every year at this time is a great opportunity to go hunting. He added that the trial is fraught with dangers. No one knows that the new students are killed by us. Actually, we are just weeding out the weaklings for the academy. Huh? Seeing this, he frowned in annoyance and asked about the smoke around them. This fog was also created by you guys. Hearing this, the guy leaned on his hand, squinted, and smirked, still chewing on the grass while raising a finger to shake it, with his other hand on his hip, responding, no. This fog is caused by a high-level evolved beast sleeping in zone G17. This situation is perfect for hunting, he remarked. Seeing this, Lamtu also felt displeased, furrowing his brow and speaking up to the crowd. I did not expect the second-year students from North Institute to collude with a bunch of thugs like this. Finally, he gripped his spear tightly and confirmed with them. Then I will eliminate the evil and cleanse the sect for the sacred area. Hearing this, the leader frowned in anger and glared at him, shouting a warning. You are about to die and still acting tough. Senior. It seems like there is something good in his pocket. Please let him die the most painful way possible. At this point, the leader smirked and bit a piece of grass while laughing mockingly. Since you have entrusted your heart to me, I will fulfill your request. Immediately after, Lam Tu charged forward with his spear. On this side, the leader shouted to his 2 followers. Brothers, chop that brat into 8 pieces for me. He began to draw his sword. Meanwhile, in another part of the training area, thick smoke and old, moss-covered buildings surrounded Labin, who glanced around irritably and shouted inwardly, "Damn it. Where is it?" With his hands gripping the trident, he squinted through the thick fog, nervously biting his lip and furrowing his brow, wondering to himself, "Is there movement behind me? Is it a tentacle zombie?" Then, Labin turned, wielding the trident and swung it toward the smoke, grimacing as he shouted, "Go die, you rotten zombie." Suddenly, a sword blocked his trident. Then he was pushed back, and so was the other person. A voice in the fog shouted a reminder. Labin tried to see who it was. It was Truong Dan and the group of Loi Loi. Kung Luk stepped out with the fog. They frowned as they looked at Labin. Truong Dan raised his sword in front of him and reminded Labin, "Do you want to stab these guys to death?" Seeing this, Labin also struggled to wipe the sweat off his forehead, then looked at them and sighed, "Damn, you scared me. I thought there was a damn tentacle zombie around. You guys have no idea. Earlier I killed so many zombies alone. There were just too many." Hearing this, Truong Dan sheathed his sword over his shoulder, furrowing his brow seriously, and asked him, "Just you alone? Did you see Lakangayat or Lam Tu?" Hearing this, Labin's expression was calm as he confirmed, not getting a response. Truong Dan clenched his fist, shouldered his sword, and shouted in frustration, "Damn it. The phone has no signal. This fog makes us feel blind." Beside him, she crossed her arms and confirmed, "There is no choice. We have to search bit by bit. Everyone stick together. Do not let yourselves get separated." They spoke within the fog. Meanwhile, Lam Tu unleashed another phoenix strike, sending Hodak's group flying back, screaming in pain. Then he retracted his weapon, his hand igniting with flames. He used a fireball technique, touching the head of one guy, causing him to spit out blood. Seeing this, the Hodak guy frowned, straining to shout at the other guy with the messy hair, "Damn it. How can we let it kill 2 of us when there are so many of us?" Realizing the situation was dire, he asked further, "Is it really tier 4? Or are you lying to me? With this combat power, it must be at least tier 5. Seeing this, the guy with messy hair looked over, both puzzled and alarmed. Hearing this, he widened his eyes in shock. His whole body stiffened as he confirmed, "Senior, it really is tier 4. It devoured the fire lotus flame, which is why its fire skills are so strong." Then he added, "The power contained in the fire lotus flame is incredibly strong. It can't digest it in a short time." Hearing this, the Hodak guy had a mocking expression. His eyes narrowed, excitedly grinning as he shouted, "So if we kill it now, we can still absorb the undigested energy in its body." Amid the flames, one guy engulfed in fire, terrified, stretched out his hand forward and screamed, "Help me. I do not want to die." Then he collapsed in front of the guy with messy hair and Hodak, as the flames began to consume him. Seeing that, Xake frowned. Below, the guy with the hair bun looked panic-stricken and scared. Then, he turned around and shouted at the blindfolded girl, his teammate, with wide eyes, reminding her, "Stop everything. This guy is fighting to drain the undigested energy of the Hung Lian Chai Hei. We are actually helping him." Then he looked at the body absorbing power, glowing all around, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Do you see? That guy is actually struggling too." Then he gritted his teeth and made another comment. With his current body, without external suppression or fighting to release energy, he would explode quickly. Finally, he charged toward Lam Tu. While Lam Tu gritted his teeth and attacked him, He jumped to dodge the attack and ordered his subordinates around, "Don't engage him head-on anymore. Let us just surround him without attacking, to wear him out." Then he added, waiting for him to explode and die. The others listened quietly amidst the dust. Then with excited expressions, they looked at him and grinned, saying, "We would absorb the energy of the Hung Lian Chaya, spilling out of his body." Following his orders, the remaining guys quickly surrounded him. Lam Tu saw this and darkened his expression, looking at them with his spear in hand, speechless, surrounded by thick mist. Then he frowned, biting his lip in annoyance, shouting in his heart, "Damn it. They have figured out my current state. My body can't take it anymore. I have to strike quickly and win. Then find Lakshi Gai to use her ice bone energy to help suppress it." Flames emanated from his body as he raised his spear to his side. Behind him, Azake swung his sword, producing electricity, gritting his teeth with a blade of grass in his mouth, his eyes wide with pride as he looked at Lam Tu, gathering momentum to stab while shouting, "You idiot. You think I won't dare to attack? What?" Then he added, "Surrounding without attacking is just to let you lower your guard." Seeing his actions, Lam Tu felt panic, frowning up, sweating and unable to react in time. Then an invisible hand pushed into his stomach, bringing with it a familiar green aura. It was Lefeng Guide. She hugged him from the waist and pulled him away. Her face scrunched up as she moved quickly. Behind him, Avake swung down a blade into the air. Seeing this, Lum-Tu regained his composure and looked down at the one holding his waist. He frowned, his face full of confusion, sweating as he shouted, "Lefeningai, and your body is still radiating a green aura." Soon after, they stopped, Lefengait's arm still resting on his waist, the aura beginning to retract. While he, having escaped danger, awkwardly closed his eyes and smiled, then raised his hand to scratch his head, feeling embarrassed as he said, "Damn. This feels like a beauty saving a hero." Immediately, Lefengait looked at him through the mist and remarked, "You are not a hero. You are a chicken." Hearing that, Lum-Tu was left speechless, unable to refute. Then Lum-Tu pouted, turned around to glance at her, resting his hands on his hips, frowning and pouting as he voiced his complaint. "Why do you keep teasing me like this? Am I that clueless?" Behind, Lefengait silently glared at the group in front. Silently agreeing, in front of them, Exank swaggered, one hand on his sword and the other in his pocket, walking towards the two, with the crowd following behind. He exclaimed, "Is this guy's crew here? And it is another beauty too." The other two silently watched him. Next to the long-haired guy, he glared at Eeks, his face serious as he reminded him, "Sorry, senior. This girl is using her energy to suppress the flame of the Red Lotus." Hearing that, he glanced at the long-haired guy, then took a toothpick from his mouth, smirking with disdain as he cursed, "Shut up. I am not blind. I noticed long ago. And wow, she is a beauty cultivating ice energy. No wonder she is so cold." Immediately, he could not hold back and mockingly rushed towards Lum-Tu and Lefazengait, shouting, I am just a warm-hearted guy here to balance out this icy beauty." The other two looked at him like he was a joke. Then, Bleeker ordered his subordinates to kill them. Soon after, the crazies rushed out of the fog towards them. Lum-Tu struggled with his spear, his face tense, while Lefnungait quickly drew her sword to fend them off. Next, Ayakiv's sword was easily blocked by Lukanengait. He was knocked back, gritting his teeth in anger, his eyes wide as he thought, "Damn. All these monsters are alike. But this girl is even tougher than him." Over here, Lefungait dashed forward, her expression resolute, her sword swiftly striking one of Fuika's men, sending him flying. Seeing this, Feiki turned pale with fear. Glancing at Lefengait, panic in his eyes, Lefengait effortlessly stepped over the body of Huitsi's subordinate, startling him. His eyes narrowed as he shouted at her, "Wait, this girl must be at least peak level 4. Too powerful." He then ordered, "Focus your strength and take her down first, or we will definitely die." Hearing this, his subordinates quickly surrounded Lefengait. They ran and shouted, "Kill her. Take her down." She, however, kept charging forward calmly. Then, one guy with an axe swung at Lefengait, but she just glanced and dodged. He did not forget to shout to boost his morale, "Die already." Moments later, the cheap spears were thrown out. Behind, Lum-Tu used his fierce attack to strike the axe wielder aiming at Lefeshengait, sending him flying. She, seeing this, looked up in surprise. Soon after, the two leaned back against each other in the fog. Their faces were tense. Lum-Tu smiled while twirling his spear, and she gripped her sword tightly. Then they exchanged glances, one smirking joyfully, the other frowning calmly. On the other side, Iadrintech was also incredibly startled and gritted his teeth on the toothpick. Frowning, his eyes wide with panic as he shouted inwardly, "Damn it. This little brat pretended to be weak to lure us to that guy. I did not expect them to coordinate so well." Immediately, Lum-Tu jumped up, spear in hand with the strength of fire, shouting a reminder, "I just learned this weapon technique. Let us see how powerful it really is on you guys." Seeing this, Azaiki looked up at him in shock. Soon after, Lum-Tu thrust the spear forward and used it with a triumphant expression. He laughed as he executed the golden skill of the Milky Way, the spear quickly darting down, followed by a massive explosion, smoke, and shockwaves. Exake turned pale, his mouth agape, his face scrunching up in panic as he screamed, "Is the power of this golden skill really that immense?" The guy with the messy hair was also filled with shock, squinting in disbelief. Lum-Tu bent down, crouched and laughed derisively, swinging his spear back while reminding, "Now it is your turn. I did not expect that with the enhancement of the Scarlet Lotus fire. The power of the Milky Way would be this great." Then he leaped forward, thrusting the sharp spear at Akaich. Lum-Tu unleashed his full strength, the phoenix dance of 100 threads. Surrounding him and the spear were swirling flames, while Aichi just stood frozen, watching. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, gritting his teeth in fear, reaching out to try and defend himself. Then he struggled to shout inwardly, Why is the power of this move so much stronger than before? Next, A2 grabbed the collar of the messy-haired guy from behind and shoved him in front. The guy looked nervously at his subordinates. He smirked, frowning and shouted in a scornful tone, "I am not ready to die yet. It all depends on you." The messy-haired guy, upon seeing this, looked panicked and glanced at him, his body stiff, eyes filled with fear and stuttering. "Senior." Immediately, his spear lunged towards him, causing him to stagger back in pain and scream. VAK had a mocking grin, jumping aside to dodge, not forgetting to look back. Soon after, A2 ran towards La Fagayet, who was swinging her sword at one of his lackeys. Her expression was cold. While he froze in shock, faced with this scene, A2's face was pale and trembling as he reached out forward. He frowned, sweating profusely, and shouted inwardly, It is all ruined. With so many people on our side. How could these two wipe out the whole gang? Oh my. I do not want to die here yet," Aki moaned. Behind him, Lum-Tu quickly rushed in, interrupting his thoughts. He laughed triumphantly and joyfully, extending his fiery hand as he used the fire claw technique towards a fight. He confirmed, "Am I letting you go?" Hearing him, Ataki turned his head back, his face full of panic, his eyes wide, gritting his teeth unable to react. Next, Lum-Tu touched Efsike's arm, causing him pain and trembling, gritting his teeth as he leaned back, while Lum-Tu gripped tighter, excitedly laughing and shouting at him. "Didn't you want my Scarlet Lotus fire energy? Take this. I am giving you a chance. Do not you want it?" The guy trembled, yelling with the sword in hand. Immediately, he panicked, his eyes wide, shouting in pain, "I am from the Moonwing Legion." His burning hand shook as he threatened him, his face twisted in fear. "If you dare kill me, you will all die." Hearing that, his hand on Luffy Guy's shoulder kept burning. Lum-Tu squinted at him, smirking while mocking. What is so great about the Moon Legion? He then confirmed he had never heard of it. Seeing this, the trembling guy grew even angrier. He pointed his sword at Lum-Tu's burning arm gripping his shoulder, cursing loudly. "Are you stupid? Go die already." He showed signs of fear, while Lum-Tu still held tight. Without hesitation, he swung down, severing Lum-Tu's arm with that strike. Afterward, he ran away into the forest to hide. Lum-Tu watched the fleeing figure while holding on to the severed arm. Left speechless, regaining his composure, he could not help but exclaim in disbelief, offering a reluctant compliment. "Running so fast. You claim to be the strongest. But you just did the most cowardly thing. All that is left of me is smoke and dust." Then he squinted, as if realizing something, and muttered disdainfully, "That is not entirely cowardly. This guy even dares to chop off his own hand." After that, Lum-Tu ignored him. He walked through the smoke and mist towards Lesine Gait, calmly asking her, "Lesine Gait, have you ever heard of the Moonwing Legion?" Hearing that, she was sheathing her sword while standing in front of a corpse, and replied, "I have heard of it." She explained further. The Moonwing Legion is one of the strongest legions in the world, taking on various missions including assassinations and attacking smaller nations. Upon hearing this, Lum-Tu's eyes widened in disbelief, and he gasped, "They can even attack smaller nations. So how strong are they?" Sweat dripped down his face in panic. "Over there." Lakangayat calmly sheathed her sword, adding that they are not that strong. It is just that they have a level 9 martial arts captain leading them. This corpse has a vendetta, and if any member is killed, they will not rest until revenge is taken. Then she added, "I heard a king in a small African kingdom killed a member of the Moonwing Corps. A battle broke out, leaving a pile of corpses and smoke." Lakangayat confirmed that within just a week, that small kingdom was completely devastated. Hearing this, Lum-Tu held his head in shock, staring wide-eyed and yelling, randomly poking at the level 9 martial artist. "Damn it. I am not just unlucky." He squinted at Lakangayat, questioning her. "But Lakangayat, what is with your calm expression when I am saying all this?" Despite that, her face remained composed, carrying a hint of disdain as she muttered, "Knave chickens really are knave." But she did not respond to him. Then she turned to look at him, her eyes flashing with contempt as she said, "You coward. If they dare to come, they should just kill." Her words were utterly calm. Seeing this, Lum-Tu could not help but drop his hands from his head, looking at her with a hint of admiration as he questioned her. "Who gave you the courage to challenge a level 9 martial artist?" "Little Nugayat." He leaned against the spear stuck in the ground. Seeing him ask that, she changed the subject. "With your current state, you would not even last until the Moonwing Corps arrives." Hearing this, Lum-Tu looked down at his bruised body in confusion. Then she reminded him, "The energy of the Scarlet Lotus fire is much stronger than I imagined. My ice crystal energy is almost unable to suppress it anymore." After hearing this, Lum-Tu crumpled down to the ground like a wronged girl, tears welling up and trembling weakly. The spear also lay there, asking Lakinet. So what should we do now? Am I really about to explode and die? Then she put her hand on her chin, looking at him seriously, and suggested that if they could find a beast with ice or water attributes to absorb its power, they might still be able to suppress it. Hearing this, Lamtu frowned painfully as he replied to her earlier. I heard those trash from the Moonwing Corps say this fog was created by a high-level evolved beast. He then asked, the evolved beast that can create this fog must have water or ice attributes. Right. Around them, dust and thick fog surrounded them. After he spoke, Lakangayat calmly confirmed, then let us head into the center of the fog and see. Shortly after, Lamtu sensed someone moving through the thick fog. Finally, he lifted his spear, grimacing as he communicated with it, nodding and informing Lakangayat. Be careful. Something is coming this way. A pack of mutated red-eyed dog monsters, level 5 evolved beasts, approached them with their glowing red eyes. Immediately, he furrowed his brow in caution and glared while reminding them, be careful. They are level 5 evolved beasts, mutated red-eyed dogs. Soon after, Lamtu and Lakangayat charged towards the line of monsters in front of them, signaling to kill. In another corner of the forest, curses echoed continuously. Damn it. I did not expect that brat to be this strong. Hudak managed to hide and was sitting beside a spaceship underground, complaining. Next, Hudak held a vial of medicine, frowning as he looked at his bandaged and bleeding arm, concluding that he would need to get a prosthetic arm later. He then tossed the vial into a bush and shouted proudly, you will never be able to kill me. He struggled to climb into the spaceship while rummaging around, making a note of, I will give you a big gift, Hudak muttered, just waiting for it to awaken. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and he laughed with delight, saying, everyone here will have to die. In the end, he laughed maniacally. Then, the spaceship was piloted to soar up into the sky from within the forest. Below, he caught sight of it flying by, startled, and furrowed his brow, letting out a hum. After that, Lamtu turned around, still holding his spear, and asked Lakangayat what that was, then expressed his own doubts. It seems to be a type of small aircraft. She was also holding a sword, glancing in response to his question. Immediately after, he looked on in confusion, exclaiming that the aircraft was attacking something in the center of the fog. Bright bullets from the aircraft rained down from the sky, filling the area with dust and flames. Soon, embers began to flicker amid the smoke and fire. Then came a large fire, and the spaceship, having completed its mission, turned and left. Finally, a green wing appeared, followed by a sharp beak taking shape. Ultimately, a large blue bird spread its wings and screeched through the dust. The wind and fog swirled. This is an ice crystal phoenix, a level 8 evolved beast. The bird continued to cry out, creating a void around it, and a chilling aura surged forth. Lamtu and Lakangayat tried to raise their hands to withstand the pressure from the bird. He grimaced and gritted his teeth, glaring at the bird while struggling to assess the situation. Level 8 evolved beast, ice crystal phoenix. Is there really such a strong evolved beast here? Lakangayat beside him looked up, frowning as she surveyed the surroundings, concluding that the fog was gone. It seems that this fog was created when the ice crystal phoenix was sleeping. Then, concluding that someone intentionally attacked it to force it awake. Next, she smirked and glanced at him excitedly, confirming, how great. Its special power is just right to counter you. Seeing this, his expression was like stepping in something unpleasant as he awkwardly looked up at the bird flapping its wings in the sky, hesitantly confirming, you are not planning to kill this level 8 evolved beast, are you? In another direction, a person stood on top of a building, and a question rang out from behind. What level is this evolved beast? Young Master Truong, up on the rooftop. Trach Kai Ten looked up and replied to them. It is a level 8 evolved beast, the Frost Crystal Beast. The crowd behind looked on. As soon as they heard the answer, chaos began to ensue. A person with green hair shouted in panic, level 8. Behind them, another person with green hair glanced forward in fear, saying, should we just run? The one close to Kai Tai Nat was still staring at him in shock, stating, a level 8 evolved beast is not something we can handle. Meanwhile, he had stepped down from the rooftop, smiled, one hand in his pocket and the other hanging loosely, observing the crowd around him. I have sent news to the Hunter Guild, and soon someone will come to hunt it. By then, we will still have a chance to benefit from this. Below, the bird continued hunting the surrounding animals, causing them to scatter in panic, accompanied by the angry calls of the bird and the sounds of the fleeing animals. Seeing this, Lamtu was also alarmed, frowning, and turned to yell a warning to Lakangayat. Damn. It is a beast tide. The zombies and evolved beasts are rushing towards us. She remained calm, looking at the beast behind her, then frowned again, running backward while confirming. There are too many. We can't kill them all. Let us just avoid them for now. Then, the two of them ran towards a nearby building while Lamb 2 confirmed from a higher spot, avoid the beast tide. Behind them, the beasts followed each other, fleeing from the claws of the green bird. The two of them managed to reach the rooftop, and Lamb 2 bent over, panting with his hands on his knees. Next to Trach Kai Tin, he remained calmer, standing straight with his sword, wiping the sweat off his brow. Frowning. Shortly after, Lamb 2 also took out his spear and looked down below. He offered his assessment, based on what we see now, but was interrupted. Lacking Guyot, nearby, gradually approached with her sword, looking down at the tide of monsters and large animals below. Then, Lamb 2 regained his composure, squinting and frowning in thought. The people in the center of the fog were surely dead. He wondered if Truong Dian and the others would survive this disaster as houses below began to collapse and sway. Suddenly, spaceships appeared in the sky. Lamb 2 looked up, unable to help but admire. Someone's here. That was fast. Lacking Guyot remarked calmly, likely coming to hunt the frost crystal beast. Then, a spaceship landed on the roof of the building they were standing on. A group of people stepped out, led by an old man. Behind him, a man with a beard looked over at them, furrowing his brow and asking, "Are there students here? The state of the person here is too much." Behind him, a bald man squinted with a rough expression. They were well equipped with tools around them, and the elderly man with silver hair calmly observed the two. Then he noted that it had been a few days since the new students arrived at the St. Getch Academy. The news about the awakening of the ice crystal white bird came from a student surfing the internet. On the other side, Lum 2 and Chafi Kaiten also looked back at him. Then his eyes narrowed, furrowing his brow as he spoke. It seemed this kid was in over his head. Meanwhile, Lum 2 pointed at him, his brow furrowed in surprise as he stammered in inquiry. "Is this old guy a level 7 fighter?" Inside, he was already shouting, analyzing that if he could not pinpoint it, at least it had to be level 7. Beside him, Luffingite wore a worry expression, glaring at them. Noticing the hostility from the two, the old man quickly clasped his hands behind his back, smiling as he said, "You do not need to be so wary of me." He stepped closer to the two and added, "My only interest is that white bird. I am not interested in you kids. I want to know how long that ice crystal white bird has been around." He then asked, "Has anyone fought it before?" Behind them, the crowd continued to watch. Hearing this, Lum 2 lifted his spear onto his shoulder. He narrowed his eyes and responded cautiously. It was mostly asleep before, but someone attacked it with a plane, which is why it awakened. Behind them, the bird was slowly flying toward them. Seeing this, he looked up at it and concluded. The implication was that someone had intentionally awakened it. Immediately after, he clasped his hands and flew up, commanding the group behind him to follow suit. "Let us go up together." The 5 of them faced the approaching green bird head-on. Lum 2 squinted and murmured, "So many of us." Soon, the bird noticed them, glancing their way. Then it turned toward them and let out a powerful scream. The scream echoed around, sending ice chunks flying toward the 5 of them in a flurry. Seeing this, the old man raised his hand in front of him and shouted seriously, "Light bomb. Attack." Just below, a gun was set up, and its barrel began charging energy rounds. Moments later, a shot was fired straight at the bird's head, causing it to stagger. Below, Lum 2 watched in astonishment, his brow furrowed, his body jolted slightly, and he asked in surprise, "Is that the K-17 light bomb from Kunajang?" He then sighed, "What a shock." Next, shockwaves from all directions slammed into the bird, creating a massive explosion in the sky. The old man frowned and pointed at the bird. Then confirmed, "The white bird is heavily injured. Kill it." Beside him, the guy in sunglasses also eagerly frowned and shouted, "Kill." Immediately below, Lum 2 watched in shock, mouth agape, eyes wide in disbelief as he asked, "No way. An 8th level evolved beast can be taken down this easily." Next to Lefeningite, holding her sword, explained, "They can mobilize K-17 energy blasts. They must be from the Alliance army." A group relying on high-tech was witnessing a massive explosion amidst smoke and dust, while the bird above remained unfazed. It narrowed its eyes and glared at the people around as the smoke cleared. Then the bird roared and shot ice shards in all directions. The pressure caused the 5 people to quickly spin around and tumble backward. One of them yelled out. Another person got knocked back by an electric shock and looked dark-faced. Finally, another person widened their eyes in astonishment and stuttered out a yell. "How is this possible?" Above, the old man fired an energy ball while muttering about the detestable beast. Pretending to be weak, the guy in sunglasses, holding a long sword, frowned as he looked down at the chaos below. He then glared at the spaceship and commanded, "Energy blast. Continue the attack." Hearing this, the gun's muzzle began to charge another round. It then raised its barrel, while the bird quickly flapped its wings, sending whirlwinds toward them. Next, The tornadoes directly attacked the surrounding infrastructure. Soon, the buildings were destroyed by the whirlwind created by the wings. At the top of the tower was where the spaceship anchored. Lefening observing calmly, crossed her arms and assessed the situation. The weapons of the Alliance army have all been destroyed. The real show is just beginning. Seeing this, Lum-Tu furrowed his brows in confusion, looking at her and wondering, aside from the Alliance, can other fighters act that quickly? In another area on a different rooftop, a guy leaped into the sky, full of confidence, shouting, "Huh! What a great opportunity!" A grinning, wrinkled-faced butcher with a muscular fist and 3 tufts of hair and beard jumped off the rooftop, shouting commands to initiate the attack. Immediately after, his crew rushed up behind him. Soon, they stood before the fierce bird flapping its wings. Under the pressure and wind power of the bird, a swordsman in front could not help but shout out in shock. Then, a guy wielding dual hammers jumped up. Laughing, he encouraged from behind, "Don't be afraid. Keep attacking. Just getting it will be worth it. Those icy feathers are incredibly rare." The bird squinted and turned to look at him, while the guy swung down at its body but failed to hit. In response to the attack, the bird growled angrily, baring its teeth and using its strength. Another whirlwind formed and swept the dual hammer guy away. Finally, the vortex slammed him against the wall on the side. Lam-Tu watched in amazement. His pupils shrank as he frowned and praised. No wonder it is an 8th level evolved beast. Its attacks are incredibly powerful. Next to Lakangayat sat down, placed her sword on the ground, and took out a spirit stone. She calmly closed her eyes and said, "We have plenty of time. We can rest for a bit." Then she added, "An 8th level peak evolved beast can get really big. But even if they swarm it, it would probably take them over 3 days to finish." Hearing this, he was equally surprised and asked, "It will take that long?" In front of them, the battle was still raging with smoke and dust. Upon hearing his question, Lakangayat recalled the battles of others. Back then, she was just watching while sipping water and munching on popcorn. Lakangayat closed her eyes, lowered her head, and confirmed calmly, "Yeah, when I was 10, I faced a 9th level beast with my family. It took us a whole week to win." Lam-Tu looked at her in shock with wide eyes, exclaiming, "What?" He pointed at her and asked again, "You were hunting 9th level beasts at that age?" Lakangayat remained calm and confirmed, "I was still young back then. It was my family fighting while I observed on the side, gaining combat experience." Hearing this, Lam-Tu's expression settled a bit. He shouldered his spear, narrowed his eyes, and mumbled, "Hundreds of warriors struggling against an 8th level evolved beast. Your family could fight 9th level beasts. And they even brought a kid like you to watch. What kind of family are you?" Then he shouted inwardly, feeling excited. "Seems like I accidentally got to know a little rich girl." Next, they took out spirit stones of various colors and placed them on the ground. Lam-Tu stretched and yawned, closing his eyes as he sat cross-legged on the ground. He watched the ongoing battle before him and mumbled, "They have really been fighting for a full day and night." Beside him, Lakangayat was still meditating. Below, the bird landed on the ground, looking down to search for the fallen humans. Someone's voice urged on, "Quick. Keep attacking. This ice phoenix is already out of strength." Meanwhile, the man above scratched his head, narrowed his eyes, and looked at them, making comments. "They are fighting fiercely." He also noted that even a fool can see this ice phoenix is basically not exhausted at all. Suddenly, an energy bullet shot towards the bird's head. Along with that, a fleet of spaceships was flying toward the battlefield. Lam-Tu looked up and frowned, making an observation. "The Alliance forces are here, and they seem to have brought more equipment," he commented. Immediately after, the spaceships began firing at the bird, causing a bigger explosion. Lam-Tu, sitting above, slumped back inside, wondering aloud whether high-tech weapons would coordinate with high-level martial artists to speed up the kill of this phoenix. "When are we going to strike?" Next to Lakangayat reacted slightly but remained seated, meditating with her eyes closed. Finally, she frowned and spoke calmly, taking her time. The bird hunting gun was the first to stick its head out. Then she looked towards a nearby building and confirmed her observation. "Let that guy hiding in the shadows make his move first." The bird, electrified, screeched, and then it fell to the ground, creating a large mist. Seeing this, the butchers cheered with glee, glaring and shouting, "Ha! We finally killed it." The one farthest away raised his weapon and yelled, "This is great. We finally won." Another shouted in excitement, "Ha! This is fantastic." Then, everyone landed, and the bird lay on the ground, its electrified body not moving. The man with the 3-point beard turned to the group below, smirking with satisfaction, and said, "As planned. I only want the rare gem." Everything else on this ice phoenix belongs to you. He then approached and decapitated the bird in front of the onlookers. Next, he cut deeply into the bird's body, revealing a 6-pointed star gem, prompting someone to shout in excitement. A wrath, an 8th level gem. Then he excitedly yelled, "I have never seen a gem of this level in my life." Immediately after, the 3-point bearded man grinned with pride and reached for the gem. The henchman behind him sneered and shouted, "With this gem, we have at least saved 10 years of effort." Suddenly, a swordsman from the old man's team rushed in, dissatisfied, shouting, "My brothers are all dead. Why do you dare take the gem and claim it as mine?" The butcher with the 3-point beard sneered and looked at him, questioning, "Just you?" Immediately, a flat thunderclap followed. The old man's team member was shot by a spaceship, killing him instantly. The butcher with the 3-point beard was taken aback and looked up. Soon after, he gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with shock, and shouted, "What?" Shortly after, an announcement came from above the spaceship. All martial artists daring to rob the Alliance's resources will be executed without exception. Put down the precious stone, or do not blame me. The guns on the ship quickly powered up and aimed at the group beside the bird's corpse. The bearded butcher was shocked to see this. Immediately, he tightened his grip on his weapon. An announcement blared from above the spaceship, followed by preparations to fire. Finally, it shot down a barrage, resulting in a massive explosion with smoke and flames flying everywhere. The bearded man was still trying to swing his weapon, defending himself against the bird's corpse while shouting, "Damn Alliance, daring to covet my precious stone." Soon after, the ships kept firing down, while those below retaliated with continuous shouts, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The fight was intense and chaotic. Seeing this, Lam-Tu observed from above, holding a spear in one hand and stuffing his pockets with the other. Chuckling, "Ha! They are really fighting now." Beside Lac-Guyot, she held her weapon and looked down, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Big brother Lam-Tu!" Class leader, Sister Lac-Guyot. While the two were still enjoying the fierce aerial battle between the spaceship and those below, hearing the familiar call, Lam-Tu turned to them, smiling and frowning as he called out to Truong Diam, then sighed in relief, "Great. You are all okay?" The group led by Truong Dan was running towards him. Le Bin Huk looked up at him, frowning with worry as she recounted, "We searched for you in the fog, but ended up invading the territory of a huge bird. We almost got killed." She smiled at him from beside her. Truong Dan was excited, wide-eyed, looking up at him to recount their achievements, hoping for praise. "Luckily, I spotted you all on the rooftop and rushed straight here." Seeing they were fine, he also frowned, squinted, and smiled happily, resting his spear on his shoulder as he confirmed, "It is good that you are okay. The other students from the Sacred Academy must have left already. Right. You all should go too." He looked at them and confirmed. Hearing him, Truong Dan looked confused, wide-eyed as he asked, "Big brother Lam-Tu, are not you and Lac-Guyot leaving?" In response, he honestly turned around, frowning as he glanced at them, confirming, "Yeah, we are not leaving now." Seeing this, Truong Dan could not help but ask them, "You guys are not planning to steal an 8th level precious stone, are you?" The other two remained silent, still facing the dust. She added a reminder, "Those people are all level 6 and 7 experts." Then Lac-Guyot looked at them with a calm expression and confirmed, "It will definitely come to us. Otherwise, I am afraid Lam-Tu want to last until we return to the Sacred Academy. That precious stone has ice attributes and can merge with the energy of Red Lotus fire in Lam-Tu's body." Hearing this, Truong Dan looked bewildered, frowning as he glanced at him and stammered, "Big brother Lam-Tu, is this true?" Beside him, Loi Loi also popped her head in, frowning as she asked, "I thought the class leader had already absorbed all the energy of the Red Lotus fire." Next to Labovo, he frowned with helplessness, feeling sad for himself. "The class leader got burned by Hung Lin while trying to save us, but we could not do anything to help him." Seeing this, he waved his hand with a smile at them and gave the order, All right. You guys hurry up and retreat." He then spoke up to confirm, "Don't interfere with our mission to steal from the tiger's mouth." Hearing this, Truong Dan and the others quickly turned to leave. They looked back at him with reluctance. A Truong Dan then frowned and reminded them, "Okay, we won't hold you back anymore. Just be careful." Lu Loki next to him also furrowed her brows in worry and advised, "Class leader Luck and Guide, be careful you too." Meanwhile, Lam-Tu stood on the rooftop with Lac-Guyot, waving at the group. Right after they left, chaos began below. The aftermath of the earlier battle bodies and wreckage piled up amidst smoke and flames. Next, a round hammer appeared, and the one holding the twin axes stood firm with bright eyes. His subordinates lay scattered below him. Seeing this, on the other side, Trakinai Tin also stood on the wall, armed, with a sword in one hand. confirming aloud. It is time for us to take action. Below. His team looked down as well. Soon after, Kai-tin took out a grenade with excitement, smiling as he confirmed he would use this. Meanwhile, in another underground pipe, Lum-tu asked, "It seems those big shots are not chasing us." He then smiled widely, raised his hand to cradle the back of his head, and confirmed. Luckily those unlucky guys threw smoke bombs, which not only created an atmosphere for us but also blocked their blades. Up above, Lefeningite, who was in front, looked at him, smiling in agreement. Next, Lum-tu dug through his bag, humming happily, and closed his eyes to confirm. "I can't believe an 8th level anomaly came to me so easily." Lefeningite glanced at him. And finally, Lum-tu's face turned dark with shock as he pulled out a large egg, staring at it in disbelief. "Oh crap. What is this? Where's my 8th level anomaly?" Seeing this, Lefeningite narrowed her eyes helplessly inside, asking him, "Are you blind? Why did you steal the egg of the ice spirit 100 birds?" Lum-tu's face remained shocked as he stared at the egg, confirming multiple times with his eyes. He stood frozen for several seconds. Then Lum-tu turned his head, panicked and confused, shouting to Lefeningite for confirmation. "No way. I clearly stole an anomaly." "Right." He then frowned, looking at the egg in his hand, and questioned again, "What is useful about this thing? It might be a troublemaker." Seeing this, Lefeningite crossed her arms and leaned closer, frowning as she reminded him, "This is the egg of a 9th level ice spirit 100 birds. It could very well hatch into an ice spirit 100 bird." Hearing this, Lum-tu was slightly startled as he understood. His eyes looked at the egg like he discovered something interesting, and Lefeningite added, "You could try training it to be your mount." Later, Lum-tu began to imagine himself riding proudly on the head of a bird, pointing with 5 fingers, while the bird below flapped its wings, rubbing its chin thoughtfully, murmuring, "That is true. Looks pretty cool, does not it?" Meanwhile, Lefeningite quickly tossed a strange crystal to him, its dense aura radiating around. She looked at him and reminded, "Take it. Absorb it now." Seeing this, Lum-tu stood there in confusion, still holding the egg in his hand. Next, his expression turned goofy as he held the strange crystal in his hand, raising an eyebrow with joy and shouting back at her, "Haha, I can't believe you actually got it. When did you do that? I had no idea at all." Lefeningite, beside him, closed her eyes and urged him, "Stop talking and absorb it." Outside, where dust still lingered and houses lay in ruins, a voice rang out, "Master Track, how did you get it?" Hearing the question, Kai-tin grew angrier, clenching his fists, his face darkening as if he had stepped in something unpleasant, and he shouted in dissatisfaction, "Damn it. It was stolen from me." The person with the messy hair and lip ring frowned in surprise and shouted back to confirm, "What? It was stolen?" Then he regained his composure, opened his backpack, took something out, and said with a grimace and a smile, "Yeah. It is easy to find them. I have this." The other person frowned and pointed, asking. As he spoke, he placed an electronic board in front of him to explain, "This is the latest probe device for strange crystals. It can detect whether they are in the bodies of evolved beasts, or if they have been stolen." Kai-tin added, "Look, the dense red spots are the strange crystals behind us. These are the strange crystals lingering in the bodies of the evolved beasts around here." He drew his sword while holding the board, grinning with a hint of contempt. The person with the frizzy hair and lip ring also smiled excitedly, looking at the board to see the spectacle. Then a red dot lit up on the board. Seeing this, Kai-tin's face turned dark, and he gasped in shock, shouting, "Found it. The brightest red dot is an 8th level strange crystal." Turns out they did not run far. Immediately, he grimaced in anger, gritting his teeth, and rushed off, shouting to his teammates behind, back to Lamb. His body felt like it was being burned on one half of his face, while the other half was freezing cold. He could not help but shout curses in his mind. "Damn it. This horrible hot and cold feeling is making me feel like I am about to explode right here." His body was absorbing the strange crystal. One side was burning with fire, and the other was freezing cold. Only Lum-tu in the middle was still trying to hold on. Frowning, gritting his teeth, with the spear still in front of him, Lum-tu concluded in his mind that the energy of the red lotus fire in his body was constantly neutralizing with the frost energy of the 8th level strange crystal, which, on the contrary, increased the speed of his absorption. Soon after, the system announced, "Congratulations, Master, for leveling up successfully. The current level was 22. Hearing that, Lum-tu smirked with satisfaction, one side of his body hot, the other cold, and he shouted, feeling joyful, "This is great. Leveling up so quickly again." Next, Lefeningite outside seemed to sense something and turned around cautiously, while he in front was still trying to absorb and balance the heat and cold. A group of zombie monsters stood at the entrance, and upon seeing this, she yelled with frustration, "Damn it." Bang Tinbak's Dio exploded in anger, causing these zombies to be attracted and come over here. Immediately, they charged forward, and Lakangayat did not hesitate to draw her sword and rush towards them. She confirmed to him, "You just focus on absorbing the essence. I will handle these zombies soon." The zombies were chopped into pieces lying flat on the ground. Lakangayat leaned on her sword, closing her eyes, frowning and panting. Phew. Finally dealt with them all. I did not expect there would be so many. The tip of her sword was stuck in a zombie, and behind her, he was still continuously absorbing the essence. Then she turned to look at him, wiping the sweat off her brow, wondering to herself how much he had absorbed. It felt like the energy of Hong Li and Chai Ho in his body had stabilized. Over there, he was still sitting and absorbing. Suddenly, the voice of Trak Kai Tine rang out. Unexpectedly, it was them who snatched the level 8 essence. Seeing this, Lakangayat furrowed her brow in caution, turned to look over and saw them. She shouted, "Trak Tin," and he along with his team were approaching, smiling while holding a map. Then he extended his hand, squinted, grinned, and demanded of Lakangayat. "Lakangayat, given the relationship between our two families, if you hand over the level 8 essence, I will let you go." Behind, the scruffy guy with lip piercings was panicking, pointing at him to inform. "Chak Thiu. That brat is absorbing the level 8 essence." Seeing this, a Trak Kai Tin grimaced and glanced at him, then looked at the one absorbing the essence and yelled, "What, daring to absorb my level 8 essence?" Next to Lakangayat, she bit her lip anxiously watching them. Then he raised his hand to stop his teammates, squinting and smirking as he drew his sword, confirming loudly, "I will hold back Lakangayat. Latia, you guys go grab the level 8 essence." She still held her sword's hilt, looking towards them. Latia that obediently confirmed, "Got it." And then he quickly led his teammates to sneak towards Lam 2. Seeing this, Lakangayat was somewhat startled, looking at them with the sword in her hand. On this side, Trak Kai Tin was also preparing for battle. Immediately, Lakangayat rushed towards Latiu that, who was running while glancing at her. Lakangayat yelled threateningly at them, "Who dares to touch him? You are dead." Seeing this, Trak Kai Tin quickly dashed over with his sword to block. On the other side, Latiu that also quickly ran over. Lakangayat shouted in affirmation, "With me here, you can't get past." He pressed his sword closer to her, smirking and confirming, "That level 8 exotic essence. I definitely want it." The two henchmen quickly rushed towards him. Latiu that sneered and shouted in disdain, "Yeah, you trash can absorb that level 8 exotic essence. Get it back." His hand reached out forward with a teammate behind him. Suddenly, his Z arm grabbed Latayuth, while his fiery arm seized the other person's arm. Lum Tu opened his eyes, each a different color, pulling them in with a determined gaze, as flames and ice surged, declaring that a few people thought they could steal his exotic essence. Latayuth that quickly gritted her teeth in pain and shouted, "My hand." The person beside her also cried out in agony, "My hand." Their hands, one frozen, the other on fire, both recoiled as they staggered back, struggling to stand up. Then Lam Tu raised his spear with a fiery hand. Next, he spun the spear around, creating a vortex with Lam Tu standing inside. He used the 100 threads sweeping wind, immediately launching a flaming phoenix forward. The other two quickly jumped aside to dodge it. Latiu Thet was confused and asked, "Why is this fire technique so hot?" Then he advanced with his spear and sharp ice around him, swinging the spear in a circle while using the ice thorn storm. Finally, the spear jabbed into the ground, causing a crack to form. He then pulled his backpack and leaped over the crack, shouting to her, leaving the three behind in the tunnel. Soon after, the two disappeared as well. Below, Latiu thought and her teammate were furious and shouted in frustration, "Damn, they got away." The person next to her sat up while wiping their face. Then Trai Kai Kai Tin opened the map again. He clenched it with both hands, his face dark with anger as he shouted, "Damn it. Why is there no level 8 exotic essence, but that red dot is shining? Could it be that the level 8 exotic essence was absorbed? How could it be absorbed so quickly?" Latiu Thet glanced at him and frowned at his expression. Finally, his face darkened as he turned to ask Triake Tai Tin in a panic, "The heart detector lost signal. What do we do?" Meanwhile, he gritted his teeth, holding the control panel, which he then threw to the ground, shattering it. Finally, Trikai Kai Tin walked toward the hole in the ceiling, gritting his teeth in anger and shouting, "Lefeningai. Lum Tu, you all wait for me." In a wooden house in the forest, Lum Tu sat in meditation while absorbing the exotic essence in his hand. Surrounding him were shimmering auras. And then the system announced, "Congratulations, Master. You have successfully leveled up. Your current level is 23. Congratulations on your successful advancement. Your current level is now 24. Congratulations on your successful advancement. The current level is 25. Congratulations to the owner for winning a total of 4 lottery draws. Congratulations to the owner for earning 94 potential points." Right after, Lum Tu opened his eyes in amazement, looking down at the strange crystal and forming an opinion in his mind. I never expected that absorbing the level 8 crystal and the red lotus fire would grant me so many experience points, allowing me to level up 3 times in one night. The system added 42 potential points to strength, 30 potential points to physique, and 22 potential points to speed. Soon after, the stats panel appeared again. Lum Tu, level 25. Strength increased from 421 to 463. Physique from 178 plus 50 to 208 plus 50. Speed from 101 to 123. Total combat power increased from 4,650 to 5,124. The level 4 fighter title adds 50 points to physical attributes. Skills include Analysis Eye, Rage, Disguise, and Devour. Finally, here's the system reward panel. Congratulations to the owner for advancing to level 5 fighter stage. Earned the level 5 fighter title. The level 5 fighter title has a 30% chance to reduce damage by 50% when attacked. Congratulations to the owner for successfully unlocking the second level gene. Congratulations to the owner for acquiring a new skill. Avatar. When using Avatar, it can release 30% of the main body's combat power. Duration is 30 seconds. Cooldown is 12 hours. Seeing this, Lum Tu could not help but feel excited, rubbing his chin, frowning with a smile as he assessed in his thoughts. Finally, his total combat power exceeded 5,000. And he is now a level 5 fighter. Plus he unlocked the second level gene and gained a new skill. He then scrolled through his stats. It showed Lum Tu, level 25, strength 463, physique 208, speed 123, total combat power 5,124. And the level 5 fighter title has a 30% chance to reduce damage by 50% when attacked. Skills: Analysis Eye, Rage, Disguise, Devour, and Avatar. He could not hide his joy and smiled, confirming in his heart that he had changed to the level 5 fighter title. Although he still lacked 50 points, the 30% chance to reduce damage by 50% is crucial for survival. Then, Leffing Guyat's voice rang out again asking if he was done absorbing. Hearing this, he slowly closed the window, glanced at her behind him, unsure how to reply. Leftin Guyat looked at him in shock and panic, her eyes wide as she assessed. It took others 3 days and 3 nights to absorb the level 8 crystal. But you finished in just 1 day and 1 night. Hearing her say that, he puffed his chest and gave a thumbs up to himself, grinning as he proudly declared, It is because my talent is extraordinary. Seeing his actions, Leffing Guyat did not pay much attention and turned away, calmly urging him, What if you are done absorbing? Today is the last day. Feeling embarrassed, Lum Tu kept a dark expression for 5 seconds in a frozen stance. Then they left, while he kept following her, a look of hurt on his face as he placed a hand on his chest and pointed at himself, frowning, asking her, Little Nguite Nguite, can't you give me a compliment? I have worked hard too, you know. Meanwhile, Leffing Guyat also frowned, not very pleased, and urged him to get lost. Later, the two stood at the foot of a gate, one holding a spear, while a group led by Trajong Dan was arguing fiercely to the point of bloodshed. Trajong Dan had his fists clenched in anger. Seeing this, Lum Tu quickly ran over to them, worry etched on his face, extending his hand to ask, Trajong Dim, what is going on? Seeing this, everyone looked at him, grimacing, their bodies covered in wounds and shock. Then, she showed a joyful smile as she looked at him. Immediately, Trajong Dan began pointing at the spear-wielding person blocking them, visibly upset, his eyes wide accusing him. Lum Tu, those guys from Class 1 are stealing our precious stones. Seeing this, the other guy also looked at him. Then he seemed to realize something that startled him, while Lum Tu and Leffing Guyat calmly approached him, looking annoyed. Next, he crossed his arms, smirking with a raised eyebrow while looking at him and asking back. He was Lum, ranked first in the freshman competition list of Class 10 in the institute. Then he introduced himself, frowning with a self-satisfied smile. I am Udu Hung from Class 1. North Institute. She is Dian to Tren from Class 1. North Institute. He then glanced at the short-haired girl beside him, who was grimacing in discomfort, holding a scythe. After that, Lum Tu quickly organized the order in his head. Second was Trigak Hai Tine. Third was Dikring Hung. And fourth was Lian Ti Tron. He then touched his chin and pouted, frowning as he remembered he was first. Then he mumbled, I remember now. They were the ones ranked second and third in the freshman competition list. Lum Tu then sincerely frowned with a smirk, nodding as he looked at him to confirm that now they were all beneath him. Seeing this, Uduge Hung's face darkened, gritting his teeth, glaring at him with rage at this confidence. Next, he pointed at Lum Tu's face provocatively. You only made it to the top of the list purely by luck. After this match, We will see who really is the best. His face scrunched up like a monkey's. He confirmed further. If you win, we will return the precious stones we stole from your friends. Beside him, Xianti frowned. Not looking friendly at all. Immediately, he exuded pressure. His face scrunched up in determination as he held the spear horizontally in front of him, confirming with both hands. If you lose, all of your precious stones will belong to us. Yuan-Ti Tren said nothing, just stood silently watching. Hearing this, Lam Tu also laughed confidently, smirking as he looked at them to confirm. Win or lose. You want to lose a penny. Do you think I am an idiot? He asked them. Then prepared his stance while presenting his conditions. Here's the deal. If you lose, you give us the precious stones. Soon after, Lum Tu and Luffing Guide began drawing circles with their weapons, one with fire, the other with ice, confidently looking at them and stating that if they did not comply, he would have to resort to killing and robbing. Hearing this, Du Dongheng could no longer contain himself, angrily charging at him with the spear, shouting that just relying on him wanted to kill him. Then, their spears clashed, the pressure from both sides radiating around them. Seeing this, Lam Tu smiled with excitement. You also use a spear. Hee hee. Congratulations on sparking my interest. Next, Dine Tu Tran quickly approached Lakangayat, confidently holding his sword and asking her, I heard you were in the first class of the Male Institute. Why did you come to the 10th class of the Male Institute? Do you really want to team up with that trash? Lakangayat calmly approached, sword in hand. Right after that, she dashed toward her opponent, swinging her sword and shouting, If you irritate me, you will only have one way to die. On the other side, Dine Tu Tran also extended his sword in a defensive posture, prepared to block. Meanwhile, he was attacking fiercely at Duongheng, leaving him no chance to retaliate. Seeing this, Duongheng stepped back, struggling to shout out his thoughts. I remember when you challenged the competition tower. You were only at level 4. But how come your strength is nearly at level 5 now? Hearing this, he smirked, looking at him while continuing his relentless attack, asking, Right, how is that? Isn't he my leveling speed fast? Lam Tu then commented that those trashy guys could not compare. Hearing his provocation, Duongheng's face darkened with anger, and he shouted, Damn it. He gritted his teeth, trying to hold his spear defensively. Then he jumped up, gritting his brows and thrusting his spear at him. Using the golden martial technique of sky shattering, Lam Tu silently watched him. Soon after, he thrust his spear, creating a powerful clash. The two spears met in midair, generating a massive energy. Following that, Lam Tu was blasted away, his body crashing through several stone walls. In the dust, Lam Tu's voice rang out, reminding him that if he was already a level 5 martial artist, the gap in strength would be significant. He then stood up amidst the smoke, holding his spear and tilting his head to glance at him, confirming, So this is your true strength. Even if I give you a chance, you still can't. He then swung his spear forward, shouting to confirm, Now it is my turn. Immediately, a chilling heat radiated from his body as he used the frigid storm spear. Faced with the overwhelming power, Duongheng's face turned pale like a banana leaf, his pupils dilated, and his brows furrowed in disbelief. He quickly positioned his spear in front of him, gritting his teeth in defense while internally shouting, How could he unleash so many spear strikes in just 1 minute? Next, the tip of his spear struck Duongheng's shoulder, releasing a cold mist. Duongheng winced in pain from the freezing burn and cried out. He lay on the ground, finally furious to the point where his eyes turned red and veins bulged, gritting his teeth and shouting in anger, Damn it. A loser from the 10th class like you dares to hurt me. Immediately, his body radiated a fierce golden light. Gripping his spear tightly, his face darkened as he shouted, I will send you to hell. He then accelerated, using the sky-shattering technique to thrust his spear forward. Lam Tu on this side also pointed his spear forward, using the frigid storm spear without hesitation. And then he turned his spear to block his attack. The face twisted in a shout confirming the same technique. You want to stand a chance against me? Hearing this, Lam Tu smiled excitedly at him. He frowned and scoffed, still holding the spear as he confirmed, Then I will use a different technique on you. Immediately, he thrust a large spear forward, unleashing a move called the Ice Flower Spear. Seeing this, Du Dongheng's face was filled with fear. His hand gripping the spear jolted as he gritted his teeth, thinking, The ice attribute. I remember he always used the fire attribute. Next, the cold began to seep into Dongheng's skin, causing him to tremble. Soon after, he collapsed on one knee, his face twisted in pain as his foot stiffened, internally screaming in confusion. The strength of the ice was too powerful. His right leg felt like it was frozen. On the other side, he laughed mockingly while holding the spear, tilting his head to ask, How does it feel? I will let you taste the dual ice and fire. He swept the spear in a circle, creating a flurry of feathers as he leapt into the air. Then he grimaced, struggling and gritting his teeth, glaring up at Lam Tu while thinking, Damn it. My right leg is frozen. I can't dodge. He then braced the spear against the ground, His face contorted as he gripped it tightly and yelled, "Damn it. I can only use this move." Around him, a golden red aura quickly formed. And soon, a sphere enveloped Da Hung while his phoenix and spear charged fiercely towards him. Behind, Lum-Tu tilted his head, pointing at him with a mocking smile, confirming his attack. Did you think wrapping yourself up could escape my flames? I will turn you into a clay-roasted chicken." As the technique dissipated, Yu Hung's a struggling figure was revealed. He looked up at him, glaring in anger, and shouted defiantly, "Damn it. Lum-Tu, I will chop you into 100 pieces." While Du Hung's body was still steaming hot, his feet were frozen. He then charged towards him with the spear, grimacing and shouting, "This move was meant for Trya Kakai Tin from the first year of the male academy, but I can test it on you first." Immediately, Yu Hung lunged forward, shouting the name of his technique, Diamond Fire Slash, unleashing a massive pillar of fire towards Lum-Tu. He was a bit taken aback by this. Then Lum-Tu gritted his teeth and thought, how could this momentum be a technique of the martial arts? He further affirmed that if he used his own strategy, he might not be able to counter it, finally confirming in his thoughts. He could only use this chapter. With that in mind, he quickly leaped up, spinning the spear in a blend of ice and fire, preparing to counter the attack from Ju Hung. Let us see how powerful this becomes after absorbing the 8th level ice and pink lotus fire. He then shouted the name of the technique, Galaxy, as two spears collided strongly in the middle. Sparks flying, one side red and green, the other side golden, crashing against each other. Next, Yu Hung coughed up blood and fell backward. Lum-Tu was no exception, spitting out blood as well. And then Ju Hung rolled onto the ground, as his classmates rushed over, shouting, "Class President! Class President!" in worry. Then, Yu Hung still tried to sit up, his shirt soaked in blood, frowning and stubbornly gritting his teeth as he looked at him and confirmed. Behind them, the crowd looked worried, their faces crumpled in the dust. Yu Hung assessed that this kid had some real skill. Next, he glanced over at Dian Tichine and Leshingite. Lefingite was continuously attacking, while Lian Tichine could only defend and make assessments. Lian Tichine was no match for Lucky Guite. They were both tough opponents. Soon after, Yu Hung pointed at the two and urgently shouted, his face tense, "Forget about me. Go help Lian Tichine and take down that girl first." Immediately, the students grabbed their weapons and charged at Lefingite, startling her. At that moment, Trong Dongnen and his classmates also began to wield their weapons. Their faces twisted in anger as they stood in front and shouted, "You think you can bully us just because you are more?" Seeing them, the first-class students still could not resist provoking them. "The scum from the 10th class. You guys should just die," Trudging Dan yelled as he rushed in. "I am here to take you on." Soon after, Ju Hung got back into a fighting stance, gritting his teeth and scowling at Lum-Tu, urging him on. "Let them be. We are not done fighting yet," he added. "I will make you disappear. Without weapons. Scum like you are not my match." Immediately, Ouyang Hang threw a punch with all his might. Using the Jin Wu technique, he lunged toward him. Seeing this, Lin-Tu looked up at him. Then, he raised his electrified fist, eyeing him with a sneer as he shouted, "Don't think you are the only one with martial arts. I will use the Silver Lightning Strike." Finally, their punches collided, creating an explosive shockwave that sent energy flying everywhere. The moment they clashed, a crackling electric sound echoed. Ouyang Hang quickly retracted his hand, screaming in pain, "Ouch! My hand." His face scrunched up like a monkey's butt, eyes rolling back. Then, his body jerked and flew into the air, crying out in pain, while Lin-Tu below looked coolly as he dashed past. In the end, Ouyang Hang lay on the ground, surrounded by dust, while Lin-Tu stood over him, looking down smugly. On the other side, Qian Zizhen was shocked as Lefingite pressed a sword to his neck. She looked down, her pupils dilating in fear. Lefingite coldly regarded Qin Zhenzi. "She admits defeat. Please do not kill me. I admit defeat," he begged. Meanwhile, the students around Ouyang Hang looked awkward. While he lay motionless on the ground, Lin-Tu glanced back at them, frowning and smirking in confirmation. "You all lost?" In front of him stood Qishan Zhenzi with Lechingite's sword at his throat. Soon, Ouyang Hang regained consciousness and was helped to his feet, kneeling on one knee, looking sorrowful and resigned. "We lost." The classmates on both sides frowned in concern, helping him up. Then, he looked at them cheerfully and pointed, reminding them, "Play the game. Take all the rare crystals out here." His face tightened, squinting with a grin. Hearing this, Ouyang Hang still held his ground, glaring and frowning at Lin-Tu as he shouted in discontent, "No way. We can only give you a third of the rare crystals." Hearing this, Lin-Tu narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening as he confirmed, "If that is the case, I will just have to kill all of you." Then, Young Hang looked at him, bracing himself on the ground, preparing to fight, and shouted in affirmation. We can only give you a third. If not, we will fight to the death. Both Qin Zhenzi and the first-year students grimaced in annoyance, looking at him with determination. Young Hang threatened further. You and Luqing Gait might be fine. But what about the others? When the fight starts, they will definitely die. After a moment of thought, the sun was shining down on them. Lin Tu reluctantly leaned on his injury and waved his hand toward them in agreement. All right, then 1/3. The group of people with dark faces looked at him. Next, he stared at them, seriously contemplating. These guys are no pushovers. If they really fight to the death, the Zhongyan group will definitely suffer. As soon as the deal was made, Tinzenzi quickly threw a backpack in his direction. Her face was red as she shouted, this is 1/3. Take it. Then she asked, can we go now? On this side. Tan Feng had just received the backpack while seriously looking at them without responding, and Lin Tu nodded, frowning as he confirmed, go ahead. After the injured group was escorted away, Lin Tu could not say anything more. He watched their figures leave, and after confirming they were gone, he quickly knelt on the ground, leaning on his spear and coughing up black blood. Then he shouted in his heart, the strength of Yang Hang is indeed formidable. No wonder he is a peak-level warrior. Seeing his condition, Zhang Zhang quickly rushed over, worried, and asked, Brother Lin, are you okay? He stood up, glanced at them, wiped his face with one hand while still holding the spear with the other. Lulu looked at him anxiously and shouted, Class leader, are you alright? He could only confirm, just a minor injury. Next, Lin Tu led the way while taking a sip of water and confirmed, we need to keep track of time. The group behind him also followed. Outside the worship of the school, an announcement rang out. Class 1 of the North Institute scored a total of 208 5th-level exotic crystals, 10 6th-level exotic crystals, with a total of 258 points. Inside, Qian Zhenzi waved her hand while calling a few people behind to help and said, you all take the class leader to the treatment chamber. I can watch over this. She stood next to the examiner. Immediately after, Zuokedu carried a bag of spoils on his back and 2 bags in his hands as he walked in. He sneered sarcastically at Chihenzi. So Yang Hang was beaten up this badly. Zhen Shen, looks like you all ran into some strong enemies. Hearing this, she was startled and looked at him. Then he threw 3 bags down in front of the examiner, one hand on his hip, eyes closed, proudly stating, only 258 points. What a pathetic score. Upon hearing this, Jianzhenzi shot him a wary glance, while the examiner was stunned to see the bags in front of him. Then another announcement rang out. Class 1 of the South Institute scored a total of 222 5th-level exotic crystals, 12 6th-level exotic crystals, with a total of 280 points. The examiner placed the exotic crystals on the sorting table, still holding a red one in his hand. In light of this announcement, Zuokedu puffed up his chest and crossed his arms, looking at the angry Chen Zhenzi and sneering, sorry, but this first place in the freshman competition is ours from Class 1 of the South Institute. He squinted and smirked, while Chen Zhenzi clenched her fists, wishing she could punch him dead. Feeling frustrated inside. How infuriating. If we had not given 1/3 of the exotic crystals to Lin Tu's group, the first place would be ours now. Immediately after, Qian Zhenzi glanced over at Lin Tu's team that was walking in. Then, she turned to him with a mocking yet joyful smile, hands on her hips reminding Traki Kai Tin, don't get too happy. You might not even come in first. Seeing Lum, he crossed his arms and frowned, while he casually walked forward. Next, Troxlai Tin raised an eyebrow, sneering as he responded to Xin Trunjun T. Oh really? You can't seriously think that the useless guys from Class 10 can gather more rare crystals than us? He then concluded in his mind that these kids had stolen the 8th-level rare crystals. If you think about it, they could definitely win and then add more. But no one would be stupid enough to offer rare crystals to the school. Right after that, Lum Tu also came to the evaluation table to pour out his bag. The contents surprised both the evaluator and Trakai Tin. He stood there wide-eyed, arms crossed, while he smirked with satisfaction and continued to pour. Immediately, the evaluator looked at the measuring device in shock, while the crowd around began to shout, how could there be so many rare crystals? Aren't they from Class 10 Nam Vite? I heard they were the weakest class. Yet the table was piled high with rare crystals. And the chatter grew louder. It seemed like they had more rare crystals than Class 1 Nam Vian. Soon, the system announced that Class 1 Vine earned 280 points, ranking first, while Class 10 Nam Vine also earned 280 points, ranking first, and Class 1 Buxi Vine earned 258 points, ranking second. Then came the announcement that Class 10 Nam V Nan gathered a total of 205 5th-level rare crystals and 15 6th-level rare crystals, with a combined score of 280 points. Hearing this, Kai-ten was utterly shocked, unconsciously shouting out in disbelief, his brows furrowing in distress. 280 points. With their strength, how could they have killed so many evolved beasts? They must have stumbled upon them by chance. This score does not count. Seeing the opponent in distress, Zitranti casually placed his hands on his hips and mocked him. Then you guys should try picking some up too. Seeing this, Kai-ten quickly approached the evaluator and asked, Teacher, now that there is a tie for first place, how will the rewards be distributed? He shouted angrily in his mind. Damn it. The first prize for this freshman competition is incredibly rich. I was sure of victory. Those damn losers. The teacher calmly turned to look at Kai-ten. Finally, he rested his chin on his hand, bowing his head in thought. There has not been a tie for first place in years. He needed to consult with the principal. Hearing this, Kai-ten's face darkened with anger as he stared at him, shouting in his mind. If they did not bring out the 8-level rare crystals, their scores would be the same as ours. How could this happen? In stark contrast to Kai-ten's anger, the members of Class 10 were celebrating joyfully around Laman too. In this situation, he was grinding his teeth in anger, glaring and shouting in his mind. Right. Where are their 8-level rare crystals? That was originally mine. I will definitely get it back. Meanwhile, he helplessly put his hand to his forehead and glanced over, sighing as he realized they had indeed come in first. If I had known, I would not have absorbed so many rare crystals on the way back. Later, in a lush green area, above them was the school spaceship. Time passed, and after a short week, over 100 new recruits were in the abandoned zone G17. With just over 60 people remaining, the mortality rate was as high as 40%. Lam 2 and his Class 10 had just descended from the spaceship, filled with confidence and bright smiles. In Class 10, the main character Hai excitedly pointed at them and smiled. Great. They are all back. Seeing this, another student looked over and cheerfully said, The class leaders are all back. That is awesome. I was so worried. Another student chimed in. I told you. As long as the class leader leads the team, there won't be any problems. The main character Hai eagerly stepped forward, smiling in agreement. The abandoned zone G17 was extremely dangerous, with level 5 evolved beasts to hunt, making it even harder to collect rare materials. Achievements did not matter, as long as people returned alive. He then added, This time our class performed very well in the Thayluk Forest. Ranking 16th. Everyone in the class will receive a reward of 10,000 points. Seeing his excitement, Lam 2's group smiled confidently but exchanged glances without responding. Then he furrowed his brows and pouted. Questioning him, Teacher, do you think our strength is that weak? You did not even ask about our results. Beside him, Truong Dan also looked at him with dissatisfaction. Hearing this and seeing their expressions, the main character Hai was a bit curious and looked at him in surprise. Immediately, he clenched his fists, grinning widely as he asked Lam 2. So what place did you all come in the teens? Hearing this, Lam 2 proudly closed his eyes, then smiled smugly and denied it. Teacher, why did not you take a wild guess? Upon hearing this, the main character Hai became even more excited, his cheeks flushing as he squinted at him and shouted enthusiastically, It can be that you made it to the top 10. Right. Seeing him guess incorrectly, Lam 2 confidently raised his finger to the sky, hands in his pockets. Number 1. With a total of 280 points. At this firm declaration, the whole class felt like they were struck by lightning, each face in shock. Speechless, especially the main character Hai. He stammered, asking again. Number 1. Then his eyes lit up, and he embraced Lam 2, losing his composure and shouting excitedly. Really? Number 1. He then added that this achievement would likely go down in the history of the Holy Academy. The whole group of students erupted in chatter. Lam 2 felt a bit awkward but smiled at him, still being hugged. Then he scratched his face, glancing away in disappointment as he added, It is a pity the top-ranked class from Nam Institute got the same score as us. He did not really care about his words. The main character Hai, with his arm around him, smiled with squinted eyes and raised his hand to cheer, sharing first place is still first. Huh. Seeing this, Lam 2 leaned back, looking at him in surprise. Later, at the Bachelor Stadium, they stood on the podium to conclude the training session. The achievement in the Thayluk Forest this time was number 1. In Class 1 of the North Institute, each person receives 50,000 points. A Golden Warrior card number 2 in Class 1 also earns each person 40,000 points. A Golden Warrior card number 3. Number 16 in Class 10 of the South Institute, each person earns 10,000 points. Number 17. Hearing the announcement, the crowd below was in shock and buzzing with discussion. Once again, Class 10 of the South Institute had no way out. Aren't they the weakest? I heard that the training results in the abandoned area G17 of Class 10 of the South Institute are quite good. Next, Bichello above held up a sign, smiling gently with narrowed eyes, and spoke loudly. Next, I will announce the training results in the abandoned area G17. Then he commented, Quite interesting. This year's freshman conference seems to have many talented individuals. Number 1 of Class 1 of the South Institute and Class 10 of the South Institute both earned the same top score. Hearing this, the students of Class 10 of the South Institute excitedly raised their hands and cheered. Long live the top class of the South Institute. Long live the class leader. In light of these results, the crowd began to chatter excitedly. How could Class 10 of the South Institute be ranked first? Earning the 16th position in training in the Thealisi Forest is one thing. How could they achieve first place in the most dangerous area? G17. Soon after, someone raised the question. 280 points. How many evolved beasts must be killed? Since when did level 5 evolved beasts fall so easily? Faced with this situation, Bicholo was also at a loss and turned to look at the director next to him, still holding the results board. He asked. Originally, we only prepared one prize for first place, but now there are 2 first places. How should the prize be divided? He then added. This is so troublesome. The director also frowned. Looking troubled, suddenly, a Triakaitin from below stepped forward, frowning as he made a request. Director. A Triakaitin from Class 1 of the South Institute. Want a duel with Lam 2 from Class 10 of the South Institute. Several people around stood with serious expressions, cheering him on. A Triakaitin confirmed. Only the winner can be the true first place. Hearing his words, the students of Class 1 of the South Institute all cheered in agreement. Yep. Support the duel. Otherwise, who knows if some class is playing tricks? Right. Class leader. The results of Class 10 of the South Institute are also too unrealistic. Support the class leader. Support the duel. Trapuaitintin still smiled confidently, glancing at Lum 2 across the way. Seeing them so excited, he also confirmed again, if you want to fight, I have to fight too. Am I afraid of you? The students of Class 10 of the South Institute shouted enthusiastically. Class leader. Beat him up. Class 1 of the South Institute is bullying too much. Go and show them. Class leader. We support you. Seeing this, Bichel Hopi above looked at Lam 2 and Triok Itin facing each other, feeling conflicted in his heart. A duel between Class 1 and Class 10 is indeed the first time since the school's establishment. He then looked down at the teachers of both classes below and asked them, what do you teachers think? The teacher of Class 1 quickly crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and calmly confirmed, I have no opinion. Meanwhile, Nam Chunhai next to him remained silently observant. Then he opened his eyes with a smirk. Is Master Nam afraid of losing? With his arms crossed, he chuckled mockingly before continuing. Don't worry. I will have Trukai Ten go easy on Lem too. Hearing this, Nam Chunhai calmly closed his eyes and smiled. FEMC. If Lum 2 feels there is no problem, then I won't hesitate to fulfill my wish. The first grade teacher from Nam Institute smiled proudly. Next, Nam Chunhai pointed at Traki Kai Tin on the stage, tilting his head with a confident smile as he confirmed. I will have Lum to give his all and trample your first grade geniuses underfoot. Right after getting the agreement from the 2 teachers, Bichol quickly confirmed. A chosen day is better than a meeting day. I will leave this podium to you guys. Who gets first place will depend on your skills. Next, Atruai Titan quickly drew his sword, grinning with satisfaction as he called out to him. Come on. Hearing that, Lumtu turned around and teasingly smiled at Leffingait, asking, Little Nguite, do you think I can beat him? She closed her eyes calmly and confirmed, if you can't beat an 8th level spirit stone, then you might as well go back to the spirit city. Hearing this, Lumtu felt hurt and trudged onto the stage, sulking with a frown, proud yet speechless. Below, cheers erupted continuously. Go class president. Bro. Goat. Class president. Take that door swinging brat down. Behind, the crazy guy with his arms crossed squinted and smiled while commenting. Of such ignorance. Daring to challenge Trak Hai Tin. Beside him, Yuding Hung, still injured and in a cast, frowned seriously and confirmed. It is still uncertain who will win this battle. Immediately after, the two faced each other on the stage. Trai Kai Tin looked at him dissatisfied and said, You stole my 8th level spirit stone and plotted against me. Lum 2. I will teach you a lesson in front of all the students here. And you, step forward with your spear. Then, casually scratching his ear while leaning on his spear, he rebutted. There were many people grabbing at that time. How could that spirit stone belong to you? He added. Come on, brother. Even if it really is yours. Lum 2 interrupted and shot a provocative glance at Trax E. Kai Tin, smirking as he confirmed. How could I let this slide? Seeing this, he charged at him with his sword, swinging it and shouting. The delusional one. Dieth. Lum 2 remained calm. Next, Atruai Kai Tin pressed Lum 2's spear with his sword, grinding his teeth and shouting contemptuously. A regular guy just leveled up to 5. Your strength is just that. And you think you can beat me? Dream on. At this moment, Lum 2 held his spear firmly without responding. Soon after, he stepped back, executing a sweeping arc of the Chiyu Beach Du Triyu Fi Yang, launching a massive fire towards Tri Kai Tin. Then it gathered into a fiery phoenix rushing towards him. He reached out in confusion and stammered, "Why is this fire so hot?" Seeing this, Tri Kai Tin also regained his composure, furrowing his brow in surprise and shouting inwardly. He remembered that he had used this move in the tower before, but it was not this hot. Right after that, a Tri Kai Tin rushed out of the flames, looking somewhat bewildered, his body still wrapped in fire. Next, his clothes and hair started to catch fire. Tri Kai Tin shouted in realization. If he got hit by such high temperatures, he would definitely suffer severe burns. This is bad. Soon after, his expression was filled with panic. Finally, his singed hair looked like exploded popcorn as he stared wide-eyed in shock, his body starting to smoke while he gritted his teeth in struggle. Lum Tu then teasingly asked, "How does roast pork smell?" Seeing this, Atru Titan's face darkened, and he angrily raised his sword and shouted, "Dare to mess with me? You will regret it." Immediately, Lum Tu frowned, somewhat stunned as he shouted, "How can you be so fast?" Unable to avoid it, he thought he could only use this move. He quickly swung his spear in an arc. On the other side, Tri Kai Tin was still rushing in at high speed. After the collision, a small explosion occurred, and both were thrown back in opposite directions amidst smoke and dust. Seeing this, Tri Kai Tin looked up at him in astonishment, asking, "What kind of martial skill is that? It can actually bounce back against the luminous beast." His eyes narrowed, sword raised in caution. Then, he smugly floated lightly and sneered, shouting, "Impossible. You just got lucky blocking my rhythm. Once I use my martial arts, your move will be useless." Outside, Bicholo was observing the two while reading their resumes. He concluded that Trigafi Kaitan was born into a prestigious family with many resources, which is why he was nurtured into such a talent. Then added, "However, Lum Tu's background was too simple, and during his time at the Stellar Academy, he was just an average student." Next, he narrowed his eyes and made an observation about the match. How could he become a level 5 martial artist in such a short time of less than a year? He then listed that he did not use any banned substances, nor did he cultivate magical techniques. Indeed, Lum Tu relied on his own abilities to level up. As Bicholo watched him fight, dodging attacks earnestly, he further concluded that if that were the case, this kid's talent was extraordinary, a true genius, but he needed special conditions to fully unleash his potential. Then, as if realizing something, he gasped in surprise. "Wait! That spear!" Bicholo exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide as he imagined the spear, then bewilderedly shouted his question. "What connection does this kid have with BH Lela Hiho Lin? Why give the dark spear to that kid?" Next, he aimed the spear at Triahai Tin, unleashing a storm of icy spear strikes towards him, while Track jumped and dodged, commenting on the attack, "Your spear is too slow." Immediately, he swung his sword, frowned at him, and yelled to confirm, "You did not even hit me." The sword in his hand glowed as he cast a light spell. Meanwhile, he looked at him, furrowing his brow as he pulled back the spear, thinking to himself, "I wonder what kind of movement technique he practices to be so fast. I can't hit him at all. I will have to slow him down instead." With that thought, he covered his hand in ice. Shortly after, Lum Tu unleashed another icy storm spear strike, surprising Trikaki Tan as he charged in. Outside, Bicholo watched with his mouth agape, frozen in shock, shouting nonstop, "That kid even knows how to use ice elemental energy." He thought that inside the arena, Tri Kai Tin must be just as startled and was retreating, his feet frozen as he yelled out, "This is ice elemental energy." He landed heavily, panicking and sweating, still gripping his sword as he shouted at him, "Isn't he your martial skill fire-based?" Tri Kai Tin's legs are frozen and he can move. Next, Lum Tu narrowed his eyes, scanning the surroundings with a fiery spear. Then, he shouted the name of the technique, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, and swung the spear in a circle, summoning a flaming phoenix to attack Tri Kai Tin. He quickly jumped to dodge the phoenix, but was still partially hurt, bending down and curling around the sword to defend himself against the blazing bird. In the end, a Tri Titan was knocked back, landing on the ground. He was then filled with rage, his face dark as he glared at him, gritting his teeth over the ice elemental energy. He must have been about to say something, but before Tri Kai Tin could finish, Lum Tu confirmed, "You guessed wrong." He raised his hand to wipe his upper lip with a sneer, confirming that the 8th grade rare energy of his had already been absorbed by him. Seeing this, a Tri Kai Tin was furious. His face darkened as he mumbled through clenched teeth, "A waste like you dares to absorb 8th grade rare energy. Unforgivable." Immediately, he entered a frenzied state, his face filled with dark veins as he shouted, "That waste of heaven, I will kill you." His eyes were bloodshot, tightly gripping his sword and using enhancement techniques. Seeing this, Lum Tu looked at Triakfi Kai Tin, frowning in shock as he yelled, Why has his power suddenly increased so much? Could it be that he also practiced a technique like rage in front of me? His body was still enhancing. Turning purple. Lum Tu then understood and frowned, sinking into anxious thought. This is the hidden energy technique. He imagined someone practicing this technique, their body turning deep purple, realizing they were suppressing a powerful energy within themselves and unleashing it during battle, equivalent to a strength beyond their own. Next, Lam Tu supplemented the suppressive energy even more, so when he unleashed his power, it would be even stronger. On the other side, Trach Kai Tin was still holding onto the smoky arms, one eye closed, the other half open, his entire body radiating a strong purple aura. Lam Tu shouted out a continuous assessment, saying this cultivation method was extremely harsh, and an ordinary person could not possibly cultivate it. He could not believe Trach Kai Tin had actually succeeded. Then, Trach Kai Tin, all fired up, grabbed his sword and gritted his teeth, charging toward him and shouting confidently, Lam Tu, you are dead this time. He used the killing spirit strike. The battle between Trach Kai Tin and Lam Tu was evenly matched. But thanks to using the hidden energy technique, his strength increased significantly. Trach Kai Tin poured all his strength into the sword, delivering a powerful horizontal slash that sent Lam Tu flying, blood gushing from his body, collapsing on the spot. Everyone around gasped in shock and shouted in panic as they saw Lam Tu fall. Ah, Lam, big brother Lam Tu. Class leader, he did. Lacking Guyot stood watching the battle. Seeing everyone in a panic, she furrowed her brows and said angrily, what are you shouting about? Look closely. He is not dead yet. The first-year class from Back Vian also witnessed the battle, and were quite surprised by what was happening. Dine Tu Tran asked in confusion. That guy can't possibly die like this. Right. All Duonghang said irritably. How could that be? Can you feel that his presence is still very clear here? He is really a tough one. Trach Kai Tin, seeing that he had knocked down Lam Tu, sighed in relief, his strength also dissipating a bit. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke rose, obscuring Trach Kai Tin's vision, making him alert and cautious about his surroundings. When he could see clearly again, Lam Tu was nowhere to be found. He panicked, searching for him, but it turned out to be a clone. At that moment, Lam Tu thought to himself from behind, the mirror clone technique is indeed useful. Lam Tu leaped up, channeling all his strength into the spear, and launched his attack. The storm spear technique. The move was both fast and precise, catching Trach Kai Tin off guard. His face paled as he turned to swing his sword in defense. But Lam Tu quickly thrust the spear directly into Trach Kai Tin's shoulder. He grimaced in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Everyone in the audience was watching the match and commenting, wondering if Kai Tin had just been pierced through the left shoulder. This time, Lam Tu was on the brink of victory. Unexpectedly, the clueless class leader of the 10th grade Nam Vian could defeat the genius class leader of the 1st grade Nam Vian. It was still a bit early to be sure. It was just a wound in the shoulder, and the outcome was still uncertain. Trach Tin Kai gripped Lam Tu's spear tightly. A stream of poison quickly spread from his hand along the spear. Lam Tu noticed the poison spreading rapidly, leaving him unable to respond in time. Trach Tin Kai laughed maliciously. Ha! Do not think that this means you have beaten me. Realizing the poisonous gas was starting to creep up his arm, Lam Tu exclaimed in panic. Poison. You dare to use poison. Trach Tin Kai continued to grip the spear, the poison increasing, and he broke into a sinister smile. As long as it leads to your defeat, the means do not matter. Lam Tu, having been poisoned, lost the strength to resist and collapsed to the ground. Than Trubug Thang was still embedded in Triak Tin Kai's shoulder. He saw Lam Tu had fallen, so he forcefully drove the sword into the ground and pulled Men Than Travung Thing Thong out with all his strength. He gritted his teeth and pulled hard. And finally, Than Tri Depung Thang was pulled out with a gush of blood. After pulling it out, Truan Kai Kai Tin threw it far away and happily said, if you have no weapon left, I won't need to bully you. Next, I will use my technique to shatter your bones. A Trach Kai used his ultimate skill, the Black Dragon Destruction Fist. The punch Trach Tin Kai threw transformed into a powerful black dragon that charged straight at Lam Tu. Due to the poison, Lam Tu could only lie still and endure the blows, taking nearly a dozen deadly punches in quick succession. While enduring the blows, Lam Tu thought, damn it, the poison in my body is not fatal, but it makes me weak and exhausted, making it impossible to evade his attacks. At this moment, Lam Tu was like a fish on a chopping board, and he spat out a mouthful of weak blood to hold on. Seeing that Lam Tu was on the verge of death, Lam Tin Trak lifted him high, wanting to deliver a finishing blow. He said fiercely, this punch will end you. The Black Dragon Destruction Fist. Trach Tin Kai punched down, transforming into a giant black dragon, like a tornado, crashing straight into Lam Tu, causing the ground around to sink and shatter. The 10th grade students from Nam Vine, seeing the tornado, panicked and guessed the outcome. Is it over? What kind of fist technique is this? How can it be so powerful? They only knew that Triakshi Kai Tun's swordsmanship was formidable, but they did not expect his fist techniques to be just as strong. Tenki stood above, looking down at the pile of debris, confidently saying, one punch from me, and if you do not die, You will be seriously injured. I guess he will be bedridden for about half a year. Lum too was beaten to the point of struggling to breathe. He remembered the faith that everyone in his class had in him. He did not want to let them down like this. He could not lose. I represent the entire 10th grade Nam Vian. If they will be mocked and ridiculed as worthless like before, Lum too decided to take a risk and said, System, unlock gene level 2. The system immediately displayed a notification asking if he wanted to unlock level 2. Lum too recklessly thought, although there is a certain risk of death during the unlocking process, I have no choice but to take a gamble. He shouted to unlock it, and immediately his body felt a terrifying power surge, causing immense pain, with muscles and blood vessels bulging. But Lum too gritted his teeth and endured, thinking to himself, no wonder the system said there is a risk of death. This kind of pain could really kill someone. Seeing Lum too in agony, Attract Tenkai was confused. What is going on? He looks like he is going crazy from extreme pain. Is my poison that powerful? Outside the arena, the homeroom teacher of the 10th grade Nam Vian quickly stood up and said, Principal, does Lum too need immediate medical assistance? Principal Biachal observed the situation and then intervened. No need. It is, he thought to himself. This level of pain is almost like breaking through some sort of blockage. What kind of cultivation technique has this strange kid mastered? No wonder that girl with the black spear gave it to him. After a while of struggling with the pain, Lam Tu finally got a notification. Ding! Congratulations to the master for successfully unlocking the 2nd level gene. After upgrading the gene, Lam Tu could feel a surge of energy rising within him, and his wounds were healed. With this new strength, Lam Tu happily stepped in front of Trach Kai Tin and said, That felt great, did not it? Now it is my turn. After transforming his 2nd level gene, Lam Tu, now at 100% power, quickly accelerated to counterattack Trach Kai Tin. He unleashed a powerful lightning punch. Trach Kai Tin angrily shouted, Fake gods and demons. Take this. Black Dragon Explosive Fist. He swiftly threw out his Black Dragon Explosive Fist. The two tremendous forces collided, both evenly matched as they exchanged blows at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The impact created countless explosions. But then, Trach Kai Tin quickly fell behind, getting blasted away by Lam Tu. As he was thrown back, the ground around him shattered, and in a cloud of dust, he confusedly exclaimed, No way. How is this possible? Trach Kai Tin struggled in disbelief and angrily said, I can't lose to you. Come on. Let us keep fighting. The fight is not over yet. Lam Tu charged forward, saying, That is right. The battle won't end until I knock you out cold. Lam Tu leapt up and used the Divine Wind Strike to smash Trach Kai Tin's head, causing him to fall. Before he could resist, he was caught by the Fire Claw, unable to fight back. Lam Tu held Trach Kai Tin with one hand while continuously punching his stomach with the Mirror Fist. Then Lam Tu quickly finished the fight with a lightning punch. The punch, combining strength and powerful electricity, pierced through Trach Kai Tin, sending him flying. Boom! The ground and rocks around echoed with the sound. Lam Tu stood in place, happily declaring, I won. The audience was still in shock from Lam Tu's rapid victory, then erupted in joy. We won. Brother Lam. We won. Everyone stood up, dancing and cheering. The class leader won. Our class 10 male institute is number 1. Long live the class leader. Long live. The homeroom teacher also joyfully praised Lam Tu. Lam Tu, now you are the top student of the St. Exu Academy. Class 10. We are honored because of you. Director Bachelet also came down from the stage to commend him. Good. Good. This battle was truly spectacular. That girl really is a young hero. Trach Kai Tin's classmates, upon receiving the results, gritted their teeth in anger. He rushed down to the stage, shouting, Principal Bachelet, I suspect Lam to use banned substances. This match does not count. He and the first-year students from the male institute protested the results. Right. He definitely used banned substances. Otherwise, how could he defeat Trach Kai Tin? They grew more and more furious, standing up and shouting loudly, That is right. It is clear he is about to lose. How could he suddenly get so strong? Our first-year class at the temple does not accept the results. We demand a review of Lam Tu's performance. Lam Tu saw the whole first-year class protesting loudly and crossed his arms, mocking. What? A bunch of losers refusing to accept defeat. I do not care. It is up to you whether to review it. The principal, Bachelet, recalled the image of Trach Kai Tin unleashing his power and said, So according to you, what Trach Kai Tin used was not a hidden technique, but a banned substance. A student leading the protest against the match results said, Everyone knows that what Kai Tin used was a hidden technique. But I can't see how Lam Tu improved his strength. I suspect he did not use martial skills to enhance his power. He just used banned substances. Principal Bachelet, seeing his arrogance in front of him, revealed his 9th level strength, leaving the student speechless. Well, the realm of martial arts is vast, and there are many things we are still unaware of. The teacher could not see through it, which only proved that his knowledge was still lacking. The power of a 9th level martial artist unleashed was like a beast that could crush him at any moment. leaving him silent and unable to retort. As he walked through the first-year area, he was bombarded with insults from the students, making it impossible for him to lift his head. How could a first-year class have such a quality? Refusing to admit defeat, losing is losing. Do not look at others with disdain like that. Just go wipe your tears. He was furious, his face darkening. But there was nothing he could do. Turning to his own class area, he commanded everyone. All right. Stop arguing. Quickly take Trach Kai-Tine to the infirmary, Principal Batchley announced. Now I declare the trial mission in the abandoned Zone G17 this time. The first-year male class has come in first. All students from the first-year male class will each receive 50,000 points. And the 7 students who participated in the trial in Zone G17 will receive a golden martial arts card as the entire first-year male class cheers. The homeroom teacher felt proud of his class's achievements. Y also received an additional 50,000 points. The golden martial arts cards are a treasure, a real treasure. The first-year students could only watch in anger. Their eyes filled with resentment as they saw their classmates receive their rewards. If looks could kill, the first-year students would have sliced the 10th-year students into pieces. In the martial arts area, where countless martial arts cards are stored, Lam 2 and his group, having won, were allowed to choose. Each person would receive a golden card of their choice, and as they entered, they could not help but marvel at the Academy's wealth. Countless neatly arranged martial arts cards. Their value is immense. Look over there quickly. There are so many diamond martial arts cards. Labin was quite curious. Are there really so many golden and diamond martial arts cards just lying around? Aren't they afraid someone will steal them? Lam 2 then said. Yeah. Do not you see what kind of masters guard the martial arts hall? Who would dare to steal? Besides, the area outside is filled with warnings and surveillance. The defenses are extremely strict. Leffen Guide impatiently said. Stop wasting time. The diamond martial arts cards have nothing to do with you. Quickly get your appropriate golden cards. While exploring the martial arts hall, Lam 2 suddenly saw a golden martial arts card covered in spider webs, and he was quite surprised and said, It even has spider webs. How much do you have to hate it to leave it like this? Lam 2 quickly brushed off the dust to see what technique it was that had been abandoned. After cleaning the card, he could see clearly. It was the Heavenly Dragon Breakthrough Martial Arts card. And on the card was an image of a dragon emitting a blue light, looking quite powerful. Leffen Guide approached from behind, startling Lam, and she stepped forward to explain about the card. This card is very strange. It is said that throughout the history of the Thenkaichi Academy, only 20 people chose this card to cultivate, but none succeeded. Lam 2 examined the card closely and wondered, is it that hard to cultivate? Leffen Guide stood behind, silently choosing some card without saying anything. After a while, she pulled out another card and said, to cultivate the Heavenly Dragon Breakthrough, you need to combine it with this card to unleash its full power. Lam 2 looked closely at the card Leffen Guide handed him and was astonished. The Overlord Martial Arts. Suddenly, a martial artist walked over from afar, praising, you know a lot. The martial artist slowly approached and said, you are not wrong. A few years ago, many students wanted to learn this martial arts card, but those kids could not even read the information on this card. Hearing this, Lam 2 was quite curious. Ko Truong. Then why can't I read the information about this martial arts card? The serious fighter said. If you can read the information of the Heavenly Dragon Breaking City, study it well, and combine these 2 cards, you can truly unleash its greatest power. The fighter regretfully added. But today you can only choose one of the 2. Lam 2 thought to himself. At first when choosing the violent fist technique, people said he could not learn it. But he did learn it. Just because others can't learn it does not mean I can't. I am a variable here. After thinking it over, Lam 2 made a decision. He firmly picked up the card and said, Master, I have thought it through. It is the Heavenly Dragon Breaking City card. After leaving the martial arts pavilion, Lam 2 returned to the rented house with Lacking Gaiet. Stepping into the room, Lam 2 excitedly looked at the martial arts card in his hand and said, let us give it a try. Maybe I can successfully cultivate it. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a golden martial arts card was thrown in, hitting Lam 2 on the head with a thud. Picking up the card to look at it, he found that it was the Overlord Spear technique. Lam 2 was surprised and turned to Lacking Gaiet to ask. This is Lacking Gaiet standing with her arms crossed at the door, calmly saying, here you go. Lam 2 immediately asked with concern, you helped me choose this card. What about you? Lacking Gaiet casually turned to leave and said, the martial arts cards in there are not good. I do not find any of them appealing. Lam 2 was left speechless by her domineering attitude. He thought to himself, what? Who is this guy? To look down on the martial arts cards from the martial arts pavilion in the Holy Academy. Seeing this, Lam 2 comfortably accepted it and happily said, okay. Then thank you very much. As Lacking Gaiet prepared to leave, she did not forget to give him a few jabs. Don't think too much. I just feel that if you are too weak, it will make me look bad. Seeing Lacking Gaiet so cold, Lam 2 thought to himself, Does this person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside need to attack me to feel alive? After Lakangayat left, Lam Tu focused on studying martial arts. He chose Lakangayat's card and decided to learn this one first. Lam Tu quickly placed the card on his forehead and sank into the training illusion. In the illusion, Lam Tu learned several new skills. The golden martial arts. Overlord spear technique. After a short while, he finished learning and was amazed by its capabilities. The spear technique is truly domineering. The techniques he learned before were all about combining offense and defense, while the Overlord spear technique takes offense to defend, with no defensive moves at all, just pure offense. Lam Tu quickly grabbed the long spear and rapidly executed the spear techniques he had learned, repeating them until he mastered them. It is simply a spear technique where either you die or I die. Finally, he had completely comprehended the Overlord spear technique. Lam Tu glanced at the Heavenly Dragon Breaking City card on the table and said, Lakangayat said the Overlord spear technique can be combined with the Heavenly Dragon Breaking City. I just finished learning the Overlord spear technique. Now I will go try the Heavenly Dragon Breaking City, to see if it is really as mystical as the old man at the martial arts pavilion said. Lam Tu slapped the card to his forehead and shouted, Golden Martial Arts, Heavenly Dragon Breaking City. Activate. And held the position with his hand on his forehead, face up to the sky. A minute later, Lam Tu frowned and said, No reaction. 10 minutes later, he lost all patience and cursed inwardly. Damn it. Really no reaction. Lam Tu stared at the card, not reacting at all. Did I open it incorrectly? Lam Tu then did a handstand and placed the card on his forehead. Is this how it works? The card still showed no response. He changed his position, trying a split or bending his legs like this. Finally, he ended up in a position where Lam Tu was kneeling before the card, telling himself, maybe this will work. Just look at how respectful my pose is. Despite trying many ways, the card still did not respond at all. Lam Tu angrily threw the card down on the table, his eyes blazing with fury. Damn it. This is too much. I have fought hard to get to the top, and now I get this. The card, tossed on the table, seemed to retort angrily. Didn't you choose it yourself? Suddenly, the system chimed in with a notification. Ding. Unidentified energy detected. Do you want to absorb it? Just as Lam Tu was about to give up, he noticed the system pop up. Surprised to find there was unknown energy in the card, Lam Tu placed the card on his forehead and said to the system, Absorb it. The system began to activate, and the absorption skill was triggered, starting to absorb 1%, then 10%, 45%. During the absorption, Lam Tu fell into a hallucination. He found himself on a battlefield, surrounded by billowing smoke and scattered corpses. Lam Tu suddenly realized. At that moment, a powerful general on horseback charged into battle. In his hand was a devastating spear, wreaking havoc alongside his warhorse as they charged into the fray. The general shouted to break the enemy lines, and together with his horse, they effortlessly shattered the enemy ranks, causing them to scream in fear and flee in chaos. Lam Tu was startled and snapped out of the illusion, drenched in sweat. He breathed a sigh of relief. I had just fallen into a hallucination. Lam Tu unconsciously looked down at the martial skill card in his hand, noticing, the card has turned gray, indicating that I successfully absorbed the martial skill information within. Lam Tu was filled with joy and energy, picked up the spear, and excitedly said, with a martial skill card containing mysterious energy, even a diamond card could not do this. Was that hallucination all the essence of the martial skill? Lam Tu gathered his energy to perform the technique. Heaven Dragon breaks the city, as energy gradually formed into a dragon. But due to the overwhelming power of the move, he was pushed back by the backlash, causing the spear to fall to the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood from his injuries. Lam Tu struggled against the force of the vortex, feeling that the pull of this martial skill was so strong that the red dragon had not even fully formed yet, and he felt like he was about to be lifted up. Just as he was struggling to hold on, a sudden ringing sounded from outside. Ding dong. Lam Tu, confused, stopped training, thinking to himself, it is so late, who could it be? Lam Tu looked ragged, with tattered clothes and a bit of blood at the corner of his mouth. He opened the door and asked, Who's it, ma? With a serious expression, stood with his arms crossed at the door, asking, Are you Lam? Before Lam Tu could respond, he noticed the wound on Lam Tu's face and asked with concern, Are you hurt? He leaned on his chin and seriously said, Is it domestic violence? I heard someone in class say, even though Lakangayat is very beautiful, she has a bad temper and hits people over the smallest thing. Lam Tu looked at the person in front of him who was rambling and still did not stop. Living with her must mean you have been hit quite a bit. Right. Lam Tu helplessly frowned and said, What the hell? A crazy guy knocking on your door at midnight is not the neighborhood committee coming to mediate family conflicts. Right. Mabauhak knocked on Lam Tu's door at midnight. After a while of rambling, he finally introduced himself. I am Mabauhak from Dai, ranked 25th in the competition tower. I heard you are the top freshman, so I came to see if you dare to challenge me one-on-one in the competition tower. Lam Tu quickly rejected Mabauhak, saying, Are you crazy? Why should I? Rank 25 in challenges. I see you as rank 250 instead. Mabao confidently laid out his argument. As a martial artist and the top freshman, you should not refuse a challenge from others. Only the weak fear fighting. After Mabao eloquent reasoning, Lam Tu did not care at all. He waved his hand and turned back into the house, tiredly saying, "Fine. Say whatever you want. I am just the sick chicken of the first-year boys' class." After all, Lam Tu thought to himself that such a petty taunt was useless against him. Mabao was a bit surprised that his words had no effect. But then he cunningly smiled and said, "You have no reason to refuse. If you defeat me, this diamond martial skill will be yours." He pulled out a diamond martial skill card from his pocket and held it in front of Lam Tu. Lam Tu's eyes lit up at the sight of the card, while he spoke some moral words. But his eyes were glued to the card. As a martial artist, you should constantly challenge yourself to practice your skills. I accept your challenge. Of course. This has absolutely nothing to do with that diamond martial skill card. Seeing Lam Tu's eager expression, Mabao thought, "Damn it. Calm down there." Once Mabao saw that Lam Tu finally agreed, he put the card away and happily said, "Okay. I will wait for you at the competition tower next Monday." Lam Tu stood there in a daze as he watched him put the card away. After a few steps, Mabao turned back to remind Lam Tu, "Oh right. I forgot to tell you. The competition tower filters once a week. Your previous position does not count anymore. Tomorrow you have to start from the first floor. If you can make it up, you won't even see my shadow." After saying that, he casually left, leaving Lam Tu staring after him in confusion. Remembering Mabao's reminder, Lam Tu thought to himself, "There is this mechanism too." Lam Tu turned and walked into the house, tired and frustrated, saying, "Whatever. Since the diamond martial skill card is being offered, I might as well indulge a little." On the way back, Mabao saw a Duanghang standing in a hidden corner and asked, "Did Senior Mabao get a yes?" Mabao gleefully replied. As soon as he saw the diamond martial skill card, he drooled and agreed right away. Oh Young Hang angrily said, "You country bumpkin. Tell that Senior Mabao to go all out. If he dares to offend me, I will make sure he wishes he were dead." In Lam Tu's room, he opened the system and saw the notification. 5 spins left. Lam Tu happily thought to himself, "I already got 2 golden skill cards. And now another diamond card being delivered to me. Haha. I have been so lucky these past few days. I have to give it a try." Lam Tu started spinning the prize wheel and shouted, "Come on." The system announced, "Congratulations, Master. You have obtained a golden skill card." Lam Tu joyfully exclaimed, "Yep. A golden skill card. My luck has really been great these days." He spun again and drew a staff technique card. Another useless staff technique. The system notified him there were 4 spins left. He thought to himself, "Alright. Even though I can't use it, at least I can sell it for some money." He eagerly awaited the next spin and shouted to the system. The system continued spinning and displayed 3 spins remaining. At this moment, holding the card in his hand, Lam Tu sighed in disappointment. Another useless golden skill card for him. The system displayed 2 spins remaining. This time, when Lam Tu saw the silver card, he was extremely angry. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it. This one is worse than the last." Another silver card. Lam Tu, furious, spun again. And this time it was a million alliance currency. The system announced there was 1 spin left. Lam Tu had completely lost his temper and was furiously cursing at the system. "You damn system. This is outrageous. You are giving me all this junk for my final spin. I need something big." Something big. This time, Lam Tu's expectations are met. The system is now announcing, "Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received a mysterious gift bag. Do you want to open it?" Lam Tu joyfully shouts, "Damn. A mysterious gift. I can't wait. Just open it already." The system immediately activates to open the mysterious gift bag. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have received a healing potion. Lam Tu holds the 2 bottles of medicine in his hands. Furious to the point of spitting blood, speechless with anger, he writhes and cries out, cursing the heartless system. "Healing potions. What the hell is that? You just watch me get hurt like this." Not even an introduction for this worthless product. After some struggling, Lam Tu has to accept this big gift. He curiously opens the bottle. It smells nice. Let us try one since I am injured anyway. Lam Tu casually pops a pill into his mouth, thinking to himself, even though the system is playing tricks, it can't be so cruel as to kill the host. Right. As soon as he drinks it, he feels the effects immediately. All the injured parts quickly recover. Lam Tu feels energized, and his strength seems to have increased a bit. After finishing the potion, Lam Tu decides to try the Heavenly Dragon Break again. Excitedly, he grabs the spear and exclaims, "This is pretty good. The injury from before is healing, and I feel fine again. Let us keep practicing the Heavenly Dragon Break." Lam Tu begins to channel his power to create a fire dragon from a whirlwind. But when it is about to take shape, he still fails, unable to withstand it. He ends up spitting out a mouthful of blood. Whoosh, he sits down to rest. Indeed. It still does not work, damn it. With so many healing potions. I refuse to believe I can practice the Heavenly Dragon Break tonight. Lam 2 practices tirelessly, taking a pill whenever he gets hurt and continuing to persevere. Lacking Guyot comes out of the bathroom, seeing Lam 2 still tirelessly practicing. Heavenly Dragon Break. Spit. Heavenly Dragon Break. Spit. Lacking Guyot, drying her hair, sighs. This idiot is breaking the house again. Nevertheless, she still hears Lam 2 continuing to practice. Heavenly Dragon Whoosh. Lacking Guyot ignores him and walks straight away, but he is really trying hard. Entering the bedroom, Lacking Guyot notices a message. Ding. Lack Guyot quickly presses to check. On the computer screen appears a photo of a girl with someone else in a forest. At the bottom of the photo, there is a line that says, "The person you want to see has appeared. Hurry to the dark forest." Lacking Guyot stares at the dark face in the photo. Speaking, finally found her. Early in the morning at the apartment, Lam 2 wakes up tired, his face still covered in numerous injuries. And there is a bit of blood at the corner of his mouth. He sighs. Damn. I overslept. I must have been too tired from practicing. Lam 2 had fallen asleep right on the ground. Next to him lay the spear and an empty medicine bottle. Lam 2 sat up, stretched a bit, and thought about how he practiced all night. He took all the blue pills and even threw up some blood, but finally learned the Heavenly Dragon Breakthrough. Lam 2 brushed his teeth and washed his face to wake himself up. Lam 2 remembered the challenge he made last night with Ma Baohu and excitedly said, "Today I have to go to the competition tower. Perfect for practicing against Ma Baohu." As he walked to the dining table, he saw Lacking Guyot preparing a delicious breakfast for him. Lam 2 chuckled to himself, thinking how nice it was to have a wife who prepared breakfast. Just then, he felt a wave of panic as he realized he might have said too much. And if that sharp-tongued girl heard him, he was done for. He looked around frantically, but could not see Lacking Guyot. So he breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe she went to school early like usual in the morning at St. Domain Academy, in the 10th grade male class. Lam 2 entered the room to a cheerful greeting from everyone. Hello. Class monitor. Big bro Lam. Lam 2 could not help but ask Zhang Zhan and the others if they had seen Lacking Guyot. He looked around in search of her, which made Zhang Zhan and the others a bit confused. Lam 2 peeked inside the classroom but did not find her. She was not there. Kuang Luk teased from the side. Class monitor. You just separated for a moment, and you are already missing her. Lam 2 noticed Kuang Luk was asking for it, so he punched him to shut him up. Seeing Kuang Luk clutching his head in pain, Zhang Zhan crossed his arms in warning. If Lacking Guyot heard that, he was definitely done for. Loi loi. Uninterested, added with a disgusted expression. Yeah right, if you want to die, leave us out of it. In the afternoon after school, Lam 2 rested his chin on his hand, puzzled and asked, where did Lacking Guyot run off? I have not seen her all morning. Lam 2 felt anxious. He was used to practicing with Lacking Guyot, and not seeing her made him feel lost. Kuang Luk, still bitter from the morning, came over to provoke him. The two unfortunate class monitors, looking forlorn after being abandoned by their girls, had not finished talking when Lam 2 angrily pushed them away, telling them to get lost. He turned back to Zhang Zhan and the others, saying, I need to go to the competition tower for a challenge. Are you coming? They excitedly cheered. Is the class monitor going to challenge Q and Dan An? Of course. We're going. Kuang Luk's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, Class monitor, we will cheer for you. The whole group headed to the competition tower at St. Q Academy. When Lam 2 walked in, everyone made way for him and whispered, Look, that is Lam 2 from the 10th grade male class. I heard he even defeated Trach Kai Tin in the freshman training battle. Now he is the top freshman. When did the 10th grade get so strong? Today, he is here to challenge Ma Baohu, who is ranked 25th in the competition tower. Although he is the top freshman, can he really take on a sophomore? This kid is way too cocky. Seeing a crowd gathered around the competition tower, Lam 2 asked, why are so many people here today? Le Bin checked the school forum on his phone and replied, Class monitor, I just found out on the forum that everyone knows you want to challenge Ma Baohu, who is ranked 25th. Tan Feng angrily said, Yeah. Some people are deliberately spreading rumors to make this a big deal. Lam 2 immediately realized that someone was sabotaging him. He sneered. Is this supposed to make me a laughingstock? Zhang Zhan, standing behind, grumbled. What? Who is laughing at whom? We do not know yet. Brother Lam 2 will definitely win. The group of Lam 2 walked into the first level of the competition tower together. At this moment, the entire audience was packed to see the excitement. They smiled when they saw Lam 2 walking in. Lam 2 is here. He actually dared to come. A few people laughed and chatted gleefully. How far can he get today? I bet he won't even get a chance to see Ma Baohu before he is knocked back. Lam 2 cracked his knuckles, ready to fight. Last time he reached level 20, It took over 2 hours. I wonder how long it will take him to get to level 25 this time. The group of 10th grade boys cheered enthusiastically from below. Class monitor. Goat. Brother Lamb. You got this? As soon as Lamb 2 stepped onto the stage, he moved like a fish in water, swiftly defeating his opponent in one quick strike. Level 1. Lamb 2. Level 2. Lamb 2. Lamb 2. Level 3. Level 4. Level 5. In the blink of an eye, Lamb 2 passed level 14 and prepared to challenge level 15. Everyone in the audience was astonished by his incredible speed. Zhang Zan exclaimed, "Brother Lamb, your speed is faster than a plane." Lamb 2 casually replied, "From level 15 down, they are all level 4 challengers. Now that I am level 5, it will naturally be easier. Starting from level 15, they will all be level 5 students." Back Analo stepped onto the stage. Looking down at Lamb 2 with disdain, he said with a sneer, "Are you challenging the competition tower today? You look so arrogant. I really can't stand people like you." He swung his sword at Lamb 2. Lamb 2 did not hesitate to respond with his technique, lightning strike fist. With one punch, he sent back Galileo flying. He took just one punch and collapsed. Unable to get back up, Lamb 2 calmly walked over and left a footprint right on his face. Lamb 2 turned away, dismissively saying, "Sorry, my time is precious." Seeing Lamb 2 defeat a level 5 student with just one punch, the audience was almost silent. Zhang Zhan and the others were terrified. Did he really beat him? Is this what the class monitor of level 5 is like? Zhuo Kaixing in the stands, seeing Lamb 2 effortlessly take down his opponent, angrily gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. A bunch of useless idiots. Not one of them can stop him. Letting a brand new freshman rocket through like this is so embarrassing. Stop him. We must definitely stop that guy." After finishing the match with Bat Catch Na Lo, Lamb 2 ran into a familiar face, who was a 5th level fighter. He swung his sword to greet. "We meet again." Lamb 2 then provoked him. "That is right. We meet again." The defeated subordinate of Bach heard Lamb 2 mocking him and angrily charged forward. "Damn it. Do not think you are great just because you defeated Track Kai Tin. I have beaten that Dan kid before too." At the same time, Track Kai Tin was under the stands, continuously heckling, "You guys fight. What are you dragging me into?" Lamb 2 also made his move. "You and I are not the same. You only defeated Track Kai Tin. But I have defeated both Track Kai Tin and you." Bach angrily swung his sword to strike, but Lamb 2 quickly blocked it. "Dan kid, do not bully him too much," he thought to himself. Last time Icebone's skill made him suffer. This time he will get a taste of being frozen. Bach unleashed his golden martial arts technique, Ice Seal 3 inches. Lamb 2 smiled smugly. "Is this Icebone's skill again? I have it too." Icebone Explosive Flower Spear. The combination of Icebone and Speed Spear created a powerful ice vortex that shattered Bach's ice rain. The two streams of ice power collided, causing an explosion. Boom. It gently neutralized Bach's technique. He was surprised by Lamb 2's technique, exclaiming, "This is Icebone attribute. Impossible. Your martial skill should be fire-based." Lamb 2 was confident of victory, showing him what true strength is. "You mean this move?" The 100 Birds tribute formed a large fire circle around Bach through the spear. Bach was knocked far away by 100 Birds tribute, the fire vortex lifting him high before crashing down to the ground, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. Bach trembled in pain, struggling to sit up. Damn it. He can actually use both fire and ice attributes at the same time. That is too extreme. Last time I could at least fight with him back and forth, but this time I got defeated too quickly. The referee declared Lamb 2 the winner. Bach's classmates watching the match mocked him. "So fast. You are really a loser." Bach felt furious at his friend's ridicule. He angrily turned around and shouted for them to shut up. But then he thought, I am only at level 20. To get to level 25 I still have to fight 4 more people from level 20 onwards. Each level has experts. It is not that simple. Seeing Lamb 2 preparing to challenge level 21, he confidently thought Lamb 2 would definitely be in for a beating. The higher levels are no joke. But just a moment later, Lamb 2 quickly reached level 25, leaving everyone stunned. He shouted in disbelief. That was fast to reach level 25. The key from levels 21 to 24 is all boys. How could it be that quick? Bach's friends, seeing him gaping in shock, felt disheartened and scoffed. You can criticize others, but you are not even close to being that fast. At that moment, Lamb 2 was standing opposite Ma Ba Hoke. He looked at Lamb 2 and thought to himself, this kid seems to have gotten stronger overnight. Ma Bao Hoke tossed the diamond martial arts card and said, you keep this for now. He threw the diamond card to the referee, causing the audience to gasp in surprise. Oh wow. Is that really a diamond card? The referee raised the card high in response. Well, alright. The students below whispered among themselves, feeling that he was too arrogant for taking out a diamond card to bet. No wonder Lamb 2 came to the challenge tower to compete. Who could resist the allure of a diamond teacher? Ma Bao Hoke shouted loudly. Alright. Let the game begin. Ma Bao Hoke lifted the hammer and rushed toward Lamb 2, striking down hard. Lam Tu quickly dodged, noticing Mabao Hoke's speed and reflexes were too fast. Lam Tu thought to himself, although this guy is big, his speed is incredible. Mabao Hoke's hammer strike was powerful, and his unpredictable moves made Lam Tu a bit anxious. His techniques were both strong and dominating. Mabao Hoke raised his hammer high, smiling wickedly. Do not think you can escape my attacks with your agility. Lam Tu quickly launched a counterattack. Thinking, who said I wanted to escape? He unleashed his King's Spear technique. The technique transformed magically, like thousands of spears charging at once, with both offense and defense being incredibly flexible. Mabao Hoke struggled to block with his hammer, as the spears rained down like arrows. Mabao Hoke was left with no choice but to defend, while Lam Tu's techniques grew faster. Mabao Hoke thought to himself, I had observed him fight before, but his spear technique was never this fierce and powerful. This is completely a different level of combat. Suddenly, a spear whizzed through the air toward him. Mabao Hoke quickly dodged, but still got a cut on his face. He yelled angrily, damn it. You think you can compare your aura with mine? Mabao Hoke swung his hammer and unleashed his golden martial arts technique, saying fiercely, let me show you what true dominance feels like. The technique unleashed a tremendous force forward. Lam Tu quickly dodged. He felt the terrifying power of that last move wash over him. Lam Tu hurriedly used his King's Spear technique to block Mabao Hoke's mountain-shaking tiger striking blow. As the spear collided fiercely with Mabao Hoke's hammer, it created a shocking explosion. The impact astonished everyone in the stands. It is hard to believe that Lam Tu is only a 5th-level martial artist. Yet his explosive strength is so formidable, though he managed to block one of Mabao Hoke's strikes. The force knocked Lam Tu back several steps, struggling to hold his ground. The audience admired him for being able to withstand such a powerful blow. A 5th-level martial artist going toe-to-toe with a 6th-level martial artist. Truly, he is the top of the new students. Lam Tu grimaced as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression turning manic as he laughed loudly. Ha! This feels great. Bring it on. Silently gathering his inner strength, 100 Demon Phoenix strike was unleashed, flames bursting fiercely around Mabao Hoke. The intense heat made Mabao Hoke sweat profusely and cry out, how is this possible? Why is the temperature of this fire so high? Realizing he could not face the flames directly, Mabao Hoke created a protective circle around himself. Everyone watching the match gasped and asked, what is that? Only a level 6 martial artist can use this kind of defense, thanks to the protective circle. Mabao Hoke was nearly unharmed by the burning flames of Lam Tu. Everyone was amazed. He really managed to block Lam Tu's firebird. Lam Tu mocked with a smile. Your turtle shell defense is pretty strong. Mabao Hoke proudly replied. See that? This is the difference between level 5 and level 6. If you can't break through, I am curious how you are going to defeat me. Furthermore, I can compress my protection onto my body without affecting my combat power. Mabao Hoke then executed a technique that wrapped the protection around him like an outer armor. Not only that, even his weapons were wrapped up. Mabao Hoke confidently said, you are definitely going to lose. Lam Tu, looking like a general on the battlefield, charged forward fiercely. The black turtle shell consumed a lot of energy, especially under continuous attack. It would quickly shatter due to insufficient energy. Lam Tu firmly gripped his sword, refusing to back down. Lam Tu perfectly combined two techniques at once, the Overlord Spear technique and the Icebone Stormflower Spear. The technique was a combination of the spear's deadly speed and freezing the enemy to reduce their agility. At the moment of freezing, the enemy was struck repeatedly, causing Mabao Hoke to struggle to defend himself, even with protection. He still found it hard to cope. At this moment, certain parts of Mabao Hoke were frozen, making him less agile. He thought to himself, this is extreme. The fire temperature from this brat is high, and the ice temperature is extremely low. Damn it. Even with this defense, my speed is clearly slowed down. Seeing that Mabao Hoke was starting to weaken and unable to resist, Lam Tu quickly gathered all his strength for a final blow. The Stormflower Spear technique. The speed of the spear combined with the ice bone caused Mabao Hoke's protection to gradually show cracks. Finally, it shattered completely, leaving Mabao Hoke in shock, breaking through his own protection. Seeing that Mabao Hoke's protection finally broke, Lam Tu decided to deliver another blow. The Stormflower Spear technique. A powerful stream of ice bone appeared above the spear, extending in multiple directions like the tentacles of an octopus. Rushing towards Mabao Hoke, he turned pale with fear, sweat pouring down like rain. Damn. Do you enjoy messing with the Stormflower Spear this much? Mabao Hoke was knocked down by Lam Tu's finishing move, lying sprawled on the ground, his hammer weapon flying far away. The onlookers gasped in fear, exclaiming, oh my. Lam Tu broke Mabao Hoke's protective defense. Mabao Hoke's weapon has fallen out of the arena. How will he continue to fight now? This time he has lost badly. He has even lost the platinum card. DNZ Zen from first class of North Institute watched the match and angrily crossed his arms, saying, a bunch of fools. Ouyang Hang saw Mabao Hu drop his weapon and was not angry at all. Instead, he confidently said, Mabao Hu's best weapon is not that club. Lin Tu, seeing Mabao Hu has lost his weapon, confidently stated, You have no weapon left. You have lost unexpectedly. Mabahu stood up with a sly smile, revealing a wicked expression. That big hammer is not even my preferred weapon. Lintu was surprised and cautious upon hearing this. Mabahu turned around, taking out a pair of shiny metal gloves, his face twisted in a demented way. Compared to this hammer, I would much rather use my fists to fight. Mabahu put on the gloves and excitedly said, now the real game begins. He unleashed a powerful technique, resembling an angry ape, his abilities and strength rapidly increasing. Once his rage erupted, he could destroy everything. Dine Zijun marveled at this move, realizing it did not rely on external drugs, but could quickly enhance his own power. I have never seen this martial art before. Young Hang said seriously. That is because this type of martial art is extremely rare. You can come across it, but not seek it out. And Mabahu's family only passes down this one type of martial art. Lintu thought to himself, noticing Mabahu suddenly increase in strength, wondering if his technique was similar to his own but uncertain about its time limit and effectiveness. While he was deep in thought, Mabahu charged at Lintu with a punch, quickly drawing his spear to block. His fist clashed directly with Lintu's spear. Unaffected, their strengths even at 1911. Lintu widened his eyes in shock, amazed that he could use his fists to counter his spear. It seemed that Mabahu's fist strength had the upper hand. Lintu was actually knocked back, not giving Lintu a chance to recover. Mabahu quickly jumped up to gain momentum and dove down, delivering a powerful punch that nearly pinned Lintu to the ground. Mabahu unleashed his ultimate technique, a flurry of punches that rained down on Lintu like a madman. Each punch made Lintu sink deeper, and the ground around him shattered. Lintu's classmates were terrified at the sight, all screaming in fear. Lintu. Big bro. Class leader. Mabahu lifted Lintu as if he were carrying a frog and tossed him far away. Lintu was now completely battered, blood staining his body in patches. Mabahu used his technique again, the furious iron fist. An angry ape with destructive power appeared, using all his strength to deliver a finishing blow that pierced through Lintu's chest, causing him to spit blood and collapse on the spot, with a large hole in his chest. Labin screamed in horror. He got pierced through the chest. Big bro Lin. Truong Dan still had a bit of reason left, firmly stating, no way. Big bro Lin won't be killed like this. Then she suddenly remembered. He had a special technique. Right. Just as Truong Dan finished speaking, Lintu's body on the ring also vanished. Mabahu could not see Lam 2 anymore, and he was furious. Vanished. As he scanned his surroundings, he realized that what he saw earlier was just a clone. He can create clones. I have never encountered such a bizarre martial skill before. As he spoke, he quickly countered Lam 2's attack. Lam 2 thought to himself, with his current strength, he could not handle Mabahu's full-force explosion. It seems the only choice is to use a berserk strike for a quick victory. Lam 2 swiftly activated his berserk skill, rapidly boosting his power. Everyone was astonished by the scene. Truly an eye-opener. Daintu Zhen angrily mocked Dung Hang. Didn't you say that such martial skills that boost one's strength in an instant are rare, and can't be sought after? Dung Hang awkwardly replied. When did such rare martial skills become so common? Lam 2 used the technique Silver River of Nine Heavens, a beautiful move that resembled a brilliant galaxy, with each spear like a meteor shower crashing down. Mabahu was hit by several spears, causing him to scream in pain. Yet he could still get back up. Mabahu praised. Not bad. This strength makes it fun to fight. He yelled. Come on. Let us go all out. Blood fury unleashed. Mabahu's power surged again, his muscles bulging, tearing his shirt apart. His eyes clouded with a bloodthirsty expression. Seeing the situation, Lam 2 was puzzled. What martial skill was this? Clearly, he was injured. Yet his strength increased. His berserk state was time-limited, and once it expired, he would be weak. Undoubtedly losing. Lam 2 gritted his teeth, thinking he had no choice but to use this move. Celestial Dragon breaks the city. Mabahu was not to be outdone. Directly launching his own chaos move, Mabahu saw a faint shadow dart past. Tried to grab it but failed. Suddenly realizing, damn it, it was another clone. Suddenly, Mabahu was pulled into an illusion, standing in the middle of a battlefield engulfed in flames, with dead soldiers scattered everywhere, flames raging around him. At that moment, a general wielding a long spear charged towards him on horseback. Mabahu quickly turned around, and the general raised the spear of Celestial Dragon breaks the city. Mabahu was startled, pulled into Lam 2's illusion, causing him to panic. Illusion. How did I step into an illusion? Mabahu realized in shock that this bloody technique of the general was identical to the one Lam 2 had used earlier. The earlier move from Lam 2 and the clone was just a distraction. Now was the real technique. What kind of martial skill could cause an opponent to enter an illusion? Although quite confused by the dominance of this technique, Mabahu quickly made a life-and-death decision. No matter what technique it was, he would not sit back and wait to die. He gritted his teeth, channeling all his fury into his final move. The golden martial skill clashed with Mabao Hu's powerful fist against Lam Tu's black spear. The two terrifying forces collided. At that moment, a massive explosion occurred on the arena, shattering the entire sturdy stage. Everyone witnessing the explosion struggled to withstand the shock. They could only shout, "The force is too strong. The arena is about to collapse." After that powerful explosion, a cloud of dust and smoke filled the air. Lam Tu stood firm with his spear in hand, while Mabao Ho could barely stand, trembling all over. "I did not expect you to have such strong skills." Mabao Ho finally admitted defeat. "I have lost." After saying that, he collapsed, falling to the ground. The referee announced that Lam Tu was the winner. The entire male class 10 erupted in joy. "Long live the class president. You have won. Big bro Lam Tu has won." "So cool." The class president defeated a level 6 fighter. Al Donghang, seeing Mabao Ho admit defeat, angrily punched the wall. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Useless. Useless. That useless Mabao Ho. After the match, the academy's doctor immediately rushed to treat Mabao Ho. Truong Dan quickly ran over to ask Lam Tu, "Big bro Lam, are you okay?" Lam Tu waved his hand lightly, saying, "Just a little dizzy. Help me for a moment." The referee approached and handed Lam Tu the diamond skill card. "This is yours." Lam Tu was overjoyed to receive the card, forgetting all about his fatigue. "Oh wow. This is a top 30 world teleportation skill." Lam Tu was ecstatic holding the diamond skill card. "Ha, what a surprise. I did not expect Mabao Ho to be this rich." Casually giving away this skill card, just as he was enjoying himself, Al Donghang angrily approached and shouted, "Lam Tu, do not get cocky. I will settle this score with you sooner or later." Lam Tu provoked him, making him furious. "I have beaten Mabao Ho. What are you in a hurry for?" Suddenly, Lam Tu seemed to realize something, purposely raising the card to his face, grinning as he said, "This skill card was provided by you. Right. Mabao Ho could not be that generous. You used this card as a condition for him to compete with me, wanting him to teach me a lesson. But you did not expect I would beat him." Lam Tu laughed, mocking him. "Huh, Al Donghang. Next time you want to give me a skill card, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush." Al Donghang, irritated by Lam, turned around and left. Lam Tu. Just wait. That evening, while Lam Tu was strolling along the small path of the Sacred Realm Academy, Qian Zizhen suddenly appeared in front of him, calling out to Lam Tu. Lam Tu was quite surprised and asked, "What is going on?" He smirked sarcastically. "Is Al Donghang planning to give me a skill card and send someone to fight me?" Qian Zizhen smiled, not angry, and gently said, "Lam Tu, you probably have not seen Lakangayat all day. Have you? You do not know where Lakangayat went?" Lam Tu asked seriously. "Do you know where she went?" Xianzhen said. "This morning I went to the classroom to find the instructor. I accidentally heard Lakangayat asking for leave from teacher Nam Chine Quan. Lakangayat asked for half a month off, saying she had to go into the dark forest to save someone." Hearing that Lakangayat was going into the dark forest alone, Lam Tu panicked, his face darkening with worry. "In the dark jungle, saving people." Dian Suzan smiled and continued, "Do you know the dark jungle? That is a classist danger zone. Only martial artists of level 6 and above dare to enter. It seems like Lakangayat has not even reached level 6 yet. Do you think she will survive there?" Lam Tu angrily said, "Are you telling me this to get me to go to the dark jungle? So the best outcome is that Lakangayat and I die there?" "Right." Lam Tu immediately exposed Dian Suzhan's wicked intention. She did not pretend to be nice anymore, revealing a vicious face and said, "Aren't you going to save your beloved?" Lam Tu firmly said, "I will definitely go, but Lakangayat and I will survive together." The next morning, at the teaching building, Lam Tu was on his way from the dorm to the lecture hall. As he walked, he thought to himself, last night he went online to the Martial Alliance website to scout for news about the Dark Jungle. The Dark Jungle was formed after a massive space rift suddenly appeared a century ago, causing a large number of plants and creatures from another space to fall. The Alliance also posted several missions about the Dark Jungle, but they were all snatched up. At the main entrance of the teaching building, a group of 10th grade students from the male academy were arguing with a group of second-year seniors. Labin shouted, "Why are you looking for Big Brother Lam Tu? Isn't it because our class president defeated that stupid Mabao Ho yesterday, and you came to cause trouble today?" A second-year senior quickly explained, "You misunderstand. Junior." Lam Tu also quickly walked over to ask, "Who is looking for me?" The group turned to see Lam Tu slowly approaching. Labin happily called out. Class president Truong Dan also called out, "Big Brother Lam Tu." The second-year senior saw Lam Tu and asked, "Is not he Lam Tu?" Suddenly a girl dressed provocatively walked over, greeting him with a friendly smile. "Day Lam." Lam Tu was startled and yelled, "Tuo." To Tu Nuok they hurriedly ran towards him. "Day Lam. I have missed you so much." Lam Tu was tightly embraced by Tu Nuok thigh, causing him to blush and feel uncomfortable as he struggled. Everyone around found this scene quite remarkable. Labin also blushed and was curious. What is going on here? As for Truong Dan, He was so jealous that smoke seemed to rise from his head. Who is that shameless girl? The second-year seniors awkwardly said. We do not know either. Tu Nuok Thoi just told us she knows Lam Tu. But we did not expect it to be like this. Looking at this, their relationship seems unusual. Truong Dan jealously shouted. Shut up. I can see for myself, causing the whole group of onlookers to fearfully fall silent. Eyes tightly shut. Lam Tu finally escaped from Tu Nuok Thoi's wild hug. He awkwardly asked, Why are you here? And wearing the uniform of a second-year student from the Holy Domain Academy. Tu Nuok Thoi slyly said, Why can't I be here? I am originally a second-year student at the Holy Domain Academy. I am your senior, Lam Tu asked suspiciously. Aren't you the medical teacher of Tin Diu Academy? Tu Nuok Tho calmly replied. The medical teacher of Tin Diu Academy is my brother. He left due to family issues. I am temporarily taking his place. Lam Tu was shocked that the medical teacher could change like this. You know medicine. Tu Nuok Thoi said with a smile. What does knowing medicine even mean? Anyway, now we have therapy machines. Just lie down and all ailments will be resolved. Lam Tu frowned and said, Is there a medical teacher as irresponsible as you? It is a miracle if no one dies. Tu Nuok Tho proudly put her arm around Lam Tu and said, My brother is too slow. He just returned to Tin Diu Academy. As soon as he got back, I rushed over here. It has been a while since we last met. You missed me. Right. I have heard about your amazing achievements. Tansin topped the new student competition in G17. Beating Trach Kai Tun to become number 1. He challenged the competition tower twice, and took down the second-year seniors. Haha. No wonder Tu Nuok Thai values this little buddy. Although she was laughing joyfully, her expression suddenly darkened as she said, But I also heard that the little fairy from Class 1 of Nam Institute transferred to Class 10 of Nam Institute, because of you. And she is even housemates with you. How annoying. You dared to steal someone from her while she is not around, Tu Nuok Thoi said. Getting angrier, Lam Tu hurriedly explained. It is not what you think. It is just that the villa she rented is too big. And it is a waste for her to live alone. So we decided to share it, Tu Nuok Thoi disdainfully said. Is having money that impressive? Today, I am changing from the dormitory to a villa. You should come and share with me. Lai Ben looked up at Lam Tu with sparkling eyes and said. So envious. Having two beauties competing for class president, Truong Dan was fuming with jealousy. Arms crossed. Is having money that impressive? Lang Lang Fat saw Truong Dan's expression and broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly reminded Tu Nuok Thoi. Miss Tu. Let us get back to the main topic. Tu Nuok Thoi turned her head and shot Lang Lang Fat a sharp glare. What is reminiscing about the past with Dai Lam not the main topic? Lang Lang Fap quickly waved his hands. Yep. That is the main topic. You two continue. Tu Nuok Thai then became serious and talked about the main issue. Alright. So let us talk about it another time. The reason we came to see you today is that we want to invite you to join us on a mission. It is a mission from the Holy Domain Academy. Lam Tu pointed himself in surprise, saying, You guys are all second-year students. Your levels are higher than mine. What kind of mission needs me? Tu Nuok Thai explained. We received an rank mission to find a living black-toothed spider in the dark forest. The evolved beasts in the dark forest are very strong, but their weakness is fear of fire. And your fire attribute skills just happen to counter them. Lam Tu said with a smile. No profit means it is not worth it. What do I gain from this? Tu Nuok Thai responded. You help me and immediately ask for benefits. I won't let you off that easily. The mission completion gives 500,000 points. Besides you and me, there are 4 others participating. I will give you 200,000 points. How about that? Lam Tu thought to himself. 200,000 points. To me right now, that is not too much. But I was actually planning to venture into the dark forest anyway. Consider it helping Tu Nuok Thoi. After all, she did help me once. After thinking it over, Lam decided. Alright, I agree with you. When do we set off? Tu Nuok Thoi happily hugged Lam Tu and said. I need. As soon as I mentioned it, you would agree. Tomorrow noon. Let us gather in front of the main gate of the Holy Domain Academy. Got it. Tu Nuok Thai and her second-year senior turned to leave, and she even blew a kiss to Lam Tu with a charming expression, saying, We are going to prepare. If we do not meet tomorrow noon, do not come back. Truong Dan hurriedly approached to advise. Lath, are you really going into the dark forest? That area is levels. It is really dangerous. Lam Tu replied seriously. Yeah, I have a specific reason to go. Loi Loi laughed wickedly from the side. Class leader, you have been completely charmed by that senior. Yeah, I need to report to Sislak Gayat. Tu Lam's face darkened, and he did not say anything more. Before leaving, Tu Lam turned back to remind. I am giving the training room key to Truong Dan. You all train hard. Do not slack off. When I get back, I will check your results. Everyone needs to level up to level 4 for me. The class heard Tu Lam's words and trembled in fear. We have to level up to 4. Class leader, you might as well just kill me now. In the instructor building, Teacher Nam shouted in opposition. What is level mission in the dark forest? No way. That mission is too dangerous. I won't allow you to go, Lam Tu calmly said. Don't worry. Teacher Nam. It will be fine. I will be with 5 seniors from year 2. They are all level 6. Teacher Nam turned red with anger. Opposing. That does not matter. Do you know where the dark forest is? Even I would not dare say I could come back alive. Lam Tu then asked the teacher. Is Sis Lakangayat also going to the dark forest? Teacher Nam was taken aback by Lam Tu's question. He sighed and said, Lakangayat's situation is special. She directly requested from the principal. And I have no right to stop her. Lam Tu said seriously. Teacher. I heard that Lakangayat is going to the dark forest to rescue someone. She is in trouble. So I have to go. Please trust me. We will survive and come back. Teacher Nam saw Lam Tu's determination and sighed. All right. But you must be careful. Lam Tu replied. Thank you, teacher. And then he immediately left. The next morning at the main gate of the Holy Domain Academy, Tu Nuoktho waved and called. Day Lam. Over here. Mabao Hok also appeared. Politely greeting. Hello Lam. We meet again. Lam Tu was quite surprised and asked back. Why is it you? Tu Nuoktho pinched his ear hard and laughed. This idiot is the one I called. I did not expect he would dare to mess with you just for a martial arts agility card. Don't he worry. I have taught him a lesson on your behalf. Mabao Hok cried out in pain from the ear pinch. It hurts. Sister Tu. Be gentle. Did not I already admit my mistake? Mabao Hok hurriedly extended his hand to greet. Junior Lam. I did not know you were an old friend of Sister Tu. Even if you gave me 100 guts, I would not dare mess with you. Let us just say we have never fought. Let us call it even. Lam Tu also reached out to make peace. All right. It is all in the past. And thanks for giving me that diamond body technique card, Mabao Hok shyly said. That belongs to a Duong Hana. The spaceship has also arrived. Tu Nun Si Thay quickly called everyone. We will take the Academy's spaceship to Deep Blue City. And then walk from there to the Dark Jungle. In Deep Blue City, the spaceship landed at the airport. And Tu Nani Thi led Lam Tu, introducing things along the way. Because the Academy of Shengyu often has students on missions in the Dark Jungle, Shengyu Academy has its own spaceship that flies directly to Deep Brew. They also have an office to handle paperwork and dormitories for students. Deep Brew is the city closest to the Dark Jungle. The scenery here is very strange, gradually transitioning from deep green to black, leading to the Dark Jungle. Tu Nunchithi shouted to set off. From now on, we are going to give it 200% effort and make it back alive for me. At the Taro airport, a man in black was listening to his subordinate's report, and he disdainfully said, Yeah, Shengyu Academy. One of the men in black observed the group of Lam Tu stepping out of the spaceship and quickly reported the situation. Young master. I just saw them come out of the spaceship from Shengyu Academy. He remembered that Lakangayat killed his man and angrily said, That girl also comes from Shengyu Academy, daring to kill someone from the Blackstream Society. This time I must take revenge. Tora angrily ordered his subordinates to inform Mata to ambush them in the town outside the Dark Jungle, and quickly gather the brothers in the city to support Mata. The subordinates received the order and hurried to make arrangements. Young master. Tora remembered the alluring figures of Tuan and Nhc Thi and Quach Lin and lewdly said, It would be a shame to kill those 2 girls. They are too beautiful. Tu Nunji Sithai and the group entered the town area. She instructed. Ahead is the town outside the Dark Jungle. We will rest there for the night and set off the next day. Suddenly, the group was ambushed. A laser shot came flying. Lam Tu quickly raised his alertness and shouted. Watch out. Mabao Hok immediately used his shield to protect everyone. Wrapping them up, the dense lasers shot out from multiple directions, leaving Lam Tu confused. Damn it. Why are we being ambushed? Mabao Hok questioned the unknown assailants while defending the protective circle. Tu Nun Si Thui drew her fan and commanded. The laser attacks kept coming. Mabao Hok's barrier won't hold for long. Everyone aimed at their targets and prepared ranged attacks to take them down. Everyone replied in unison. Got it. Tu Nunji Sithi saw the right moment and shouted. Let us move. Tu Nunji executed her move. Butterfly dance. Her 2 fans transformed into darts, shooting swiftly towards the enemy. Using his ultimate skill, the feathered beast unleashed a fire phoenix that soared directly towards the enemy. Quach Lin wielded a fire blade, while Quach Themisam swung his crescent blade, and Long Long unleashed his earth-shattering sword energy. After a few long-range attacks from Lam Tu's group, the enemy, still smoking from the small fires on the branches, finally had to leave their hiding spots. Tu Nunchi Thi retrieved his fans and said, The rats are out. Brothers, let us kill. The group, filled with energy, shouted loudly. Kill. The enemy in black, armed and firing wildly, shouted angrily. You dare mess with me. Lam Tu swiftly dodged all the bullets, stepping lightly on the snow, and disdainfully remarked, Compared to training with lasers in a room 6 times the gravity, your attacks are just like mosquitoes. The black-clad man panicked and dropped his gun. What? He quickly drew 2 daggers from behind, but his aim was terrible, and he could not hit anything. He slashed at Lam Tu with both daggers, But Lam Tu nimbly evaded. Lam Tu immediately used his kingly spear technique, launching hundreds of thrusts that overwhelmed him, sending him flying. Lam Tu then executed a devastating strike with his spear, finishing him off. Vith, single-handedly taking on 2 enemies, praised Lundrum Tu when he saw him take one down. Great job. Lilam. I really like it. Lam Tu felt a chill at Tu Nanshi Thui's words, thinking, can you not say such strange things during a fight? Meanwhile, Amubro Hawkett and the others quickly took down the remaining black-clad assassins. They trembled in fear. Are these guys really that strong? The leader tried to reassure them. Everyone, do not be aggressive. Just hold them down. Wait for the young master to arrive with reinforcements. Hearing this, Tu Nasi Thai approached with a fierce look. You have reinforcements. But I doubt they will arrive in time. They shouted in fear. Don't he come over here. Raymet. Meanwhile, on the side of the Black River Society, Taro and his subordinates were entering the town. One man stepped forward to report that young Master Ma, leading 10 men, had already clashed with the Saint Realm Academy's people. Taro confidently replied, what? I doubt we will need to step in. Ma can handle it, said the subordinate, a tall man. But young Master Ma said they are about to fall apart. Tora shouted in anger. Useless fools. A bunch of useless ones. Can't handle a few students. I do not care. Tell them to hold out for 3 more minutes. We will head over immediately, the trembling subordinate said. Young Master Ma said, they can't hold out for even a minute. Taro panicked and shouted, Bakiro, move. Do not delay. Go full speed ahead, the subordinate holding the contact board asked. Young Master, the vice president is quite close to us. Should we inform him? Tora shouted to report to Oganasan. He gloomily thought, she is definitely going to scold me for being useless. Whatever. If things get dangerous, I will just call her over. Quick. Let us go hold them off. It would be best to kill them all. If we can kill them, let us wait for Oganasan to arrive and show them what it means to wish they were dead. Taro looked down at the 2 corpses on the ground, his face turning pale with fear. Taro fearfully said, we are done for? Lam Tu and his teammates turned to look at him. Taro pointed and said, you idiots dared to kill members of the Kurokwa gang. Do not you value your lives? Mabao Hoke pointed behind him and said, are you guys with those ambushers? If you are all in this together, then let us take them all out. Taro disdainfully replied, are the students from the Holy Domain Academy really that good, daring to challenge the Kurokawa gang? Taro pointed ahead and said that the cold, ugly girl from 1,000 years ago was the same. This young master will deal with you first and then her. Lam Tu, hearing this, asked in confusion, are you talking about the silver-haired girl behind us with the sword? Taro laughed coldly and said, you know her. It is that girl. She looks so cold and unapproachable. Lam Tu, holding his weapon, said, quickly tell me what you know about her, and I might spare your life. A fat guy angrily stepped forward and said, a rank 5 punk dares to talk back to the young master like that. Young master, he is just a beginner rank 6 against a rank 5 loser. Let our Kurokawa gang take care of them. Taro said, all right. Taro pointed ahead and shouted, brothers, show them the might of the Kurokawa gang. The minions behind charged forward, yelling to kill. The fat guy swung his iron mace down hard, but Lam Tu easily dodged it. Lam Tu shouted, seeking death. Lam Tu used the skill Raging Storm Spear, stabbing rapidly like lightning, densely striking the fat guy. Lam Tu swung the spear in a circle, creating a whirlwind. Softly saying, essence, another Raging Storm Spear was unleashed, piercing straight towards the fat guy, who was suspended in midair and unable to defend. The spearhead shot through his forehead, and he died before he could gasp. The fat guy fell to the ground, creating a small crater. Mabao Hoke punched a Kurokawa thug away, while on the other side, 2 Nuukta waved her fans, creating waves of red air, knocking several others away. Taro, witnessing this scene, exclaimed, who are these freaks? Lam Tu looked at Taro and said, it is your turn. Lam Tu used the Raging Storm Spear to thrust at Taro, while Tu Nuukthai also used her fan attack, the 2 iron fans spinning like saw blades heading towards Taro. Taro, turning pale with fear, hid behind one of his subordinates when suddenly a booming voice shouted, stop right there. That person said to encircle them. A golden bronze shield appeared, covering Taro's group. The attacks from Lam Tu and Tu Nuukthai were blocked. A blue-haired woman landed, her muscular body powerful and imposing. Kurokawa Yoshida Mikiko, seeing her, exclaimed joyfully, Kurokawa said Amiko, you have finally arrived. The masked subordinate behind Taro said, great. The vice master is here. The woman had a sharp face, thick red lips that moved like a monkey's rear, and eyes as sharp as razors. Mabao Hoke was startled and shouted, orange energy, a rank 7 warrior. It must be a rank 7 warrior. Kurokawa Yoshida Miko shouted fiercely, dare to kill a member of the Kurokawa gang and even touch my son. Kurokawa Yoshida Miko slammed her large sword into the ground, saying, I see a lot are tired of living. Tiu Nuokthei recognized Kurokawa Yosada Miko's identity and exclaimed that she was a level-a-wanted criminal of the Federation. Kurokawa Yosada Miko coldly laughed and said, I did not expect this little girl from the Sacred Academy to know my name. Since you know, how can I let you go? Tiu Nuokthei was not afraid at all, replying, This place is near a small dark forest town, where the Alliance's guards are. Aren't you afraid of attracting their attention? Kurokawa Yosada Miko was not angry, saying, If I were afraid, I would not have built the Kurokawa base here. Kurokawa Yosada Miko contemptuously said, Besides, killing you lot is like squashing a few ants. It won't attract the Alliance's attention at all. After saying that, Kurokawa Yosada Miko raised her sword and swung it fiercely. Tiu Nuokthei quickly warned, Everyone be careful. All three jumped to avoid the wave of energy attack from Kurokawa Yosada Miko. Kurokawa Yosada Miko paid no mind and continued to swing her sword, unleashing countless sharp and powerful waves of energy. Coldly laughing, you lot react quickly. This will be even more fun. The waves of energy shot forward, crisscrossing like a net. Tiu Nuokthai raised her fan in front of her and commanded, Lum Tu, Minabo Hawk and I will hold her down. Quach Lin, you three take care of those tarot guys. Quach Lin nodded and replied, Got it, Lum Tu. Mabelo Hawk and Tiu Nuokthai surrounded Kurokawa Yosada Miko, forming a triangular encirclement. Meanwhile, Quach Lin and the others rushed towards the Taro group. Taro pulled something out from his inner pocket, grinning as he said, Kurokawa Yosada Miko is here too. I do not need to risk my life anymore. Just wait for you all to fail. The small round object emitted waves of deep blue ripples. Quach Lin looked at the deep blue light with suspicion. The wave formed a protective barrier around Taro. No matter how Quach Lin and the others attacked, they could not break through. Taro shouted from inside, calling them fools. This defensive layer was the latest technological product, and did not consume energy from its user. Taro said, So even if you fight for 3 days and nights, it won't mean anything. Looking at them, Quach Lin said if they wanted to play turtle, let them. Let us go help Tiu Nuokthei deal with that terrifying old woman first. The other two agreed. On the other side, Kurokawa Yosada Miko jumped up, swinging her sword down. Lum Tu, Mabelo Hawk, and Tiu Nuokthei struggled to resist so they would not be blown away. Looking at them, Kurokawa Yosada Miko said, If you all were peak level 6 fighters, you might put some pressure on me. Kurokawa Yosada Miko sneered mockingly. But you are not. You are just a bunch of mixed trash, including some level 5 fighters. Kurokawa Yosada Miko chuckled, saying it was easy to kill so many talented students of the Sacred Academy in one go. Kurokawa Yosada Miko said, Just thinking about it makes me ecstatic. Kurokawa Yosada Miko lunged at Taikon Insithi and said, You all start now. You love to destroy the most beautiful things, she said. Tiu Nunji Thi quickly raised 2 fans to shield herself. Tiu Nunji Sithi was knocked away by her. Kurokawa Yosada Miko swung her sword, using the violent dragon tail technique. The sharp, curved slashes shot out in quick succession. Tiu Nunji Thi shouted, Everyone, be careful. They all rushed to use their techniques to surround her. A purple energy shield was formed, but those shields felt like paper against Kurokawa Yosada Miko's strikes. One hit and they shattered. Tiu Nunji Sikli was sent flying by the backlash. Long fought and Quach then Sam were knocked to the ground. Tiu Nunji Thi and Lam Tu crashed into a tree trunk. The two leaned on each other to get back up. Lam Tu asked Tiu Nashi 3, Are you okay? Tiu Nunji Thi replied. Tiu Nunji Thi said, Just one strike and it broke through our entire defense. Is this the difference in strength? Lam Tu thought to himself, Rage could boost his strength to level 6, plus a 4 strike. With the Celestial Dragon Break technique, he could fight back, but Rage and 4 strike could only be used once. Lum Tu realized he had to use it at the most critical moment to achieve the best effect. He glanced at the arrogant Taro group and thought, maybe that guy is the son of this fierce old lady. A burden for her that could be exploited. Tiu Nanchithui said, Quach Lin, you attack from the outside and keep an eye on those turtle-necked ones. Do not let anything go wrong at a crucial moment. Quach Lin nodded in response. Tiu Nanjithi raised her iron fan again and said, All-out attack on this stubborn old lady. I have sent the message. Just hold on until the allied forces arrive. Lum Tu replied. Got it. Long Fat charged forward with his sword, using a combat technique, while Quach then Sum used a knife to perform the spiral blade slash. Finally, Miumbo Hao charged first, shouting about the great earth sword energy, but actually used a punch technique. All 3 of their attacks were blocked by Kurokawa Yosida Miko raising her sword horizontally. Lum Tu also attacked, thrusting his spear forward using the violent dance flower spear technique. The spear tip was fast and powerful, with faint purple lightning swirling around, but it was still blocked by Kurokawa Yosida Miko's sword. Kurokawa Yosida Miko said, You even have a technique with hidden meanings. Not bad. Kurokawa Yosida Miko coldly laughed. Too bad your strength is too low. It is useless against me. Kurokawa Yosida Miko swiftly swung her sword, shouting, "Go die!" Seeing Lum Tu getting slashed, Tiu Nun Si Thui turned pale and shouted, "Lum Tu." However, Lum Tu's slashed body gradually faded to purple and slowly disappeared as an illusion. Kurokawa Osatomiko was shocked and in disbelief. Tiu Nun Si Thui was also startled and amazed. Kurokawa Osatomiko looked around warily. A shadow suddenly appeared behind her. Lum Tu unleashed the violent dance flower spear technique. The sharp spear tip carrying chilling shards of ice attacked. Kurokawa Osatomiko turned around in disbelief and said, "Why is it ice attribute?" The ice block struck Kurokawa Osatomiko, freezing her and limiting her movements. Kurokawa Osatomiko gritted her teeth and said, "Damn. My movements are slowing down." Mabahak saw this and rushed forward, saying, "Great opportunity." Mabahak unleashed his fierce punch. His fist strong and hard, like steel tearing through the wind, aimed at Kurokawa Osatomiko. The friction with the air created a deafening sound, carrying a heavy force like a mountain. Kurokawa Usida Mai was hit perfectly, her body soaring high. Mabahak said triumphantly, "Ha! I just knocked an old lady of level 7 away." Kurokawa Osatomiko sat up, smiling with a murderous intent, saying, "You little ants think you can defeat me. You will regret this. I will slice you to pieces." The group charged in to launch their attacks. Kurokawa Osatomiko swung her sword behind her to counter. Kurokawa Osatomiko executed the violent dragon tail strike. The sword blade swung in a strong circular motion, like a dragon's tail sweeping across, destroying the attacks from Mabahak and Tiu Nuuk Thai. Forcing them back, Lam Tu gritted his teeth, then used his strength to swing his spear and unleashed the violent rainflower spear. Kurokawa Osatomiko sneered, "Even the supreme martial art can't do anything to me, let alone this ordinary technique." Suddenly feeling strange, Kurokawa Osatomiko turned her head back to look. It turns out there is another Lam Tu behind me. Kurokawa Osatomiko exclaimed in disbelief. Two of them. Kurokawa Osatomiko shouted furiously, "Is it that damn clone technique again?" Kurokawa Yoshitomiko swung her sword forward, releasing a powerful strike. Seeing Lam Tu still charging, Kurokawa Osatomiko thought it was not worth dodging her technique. Surely this guy is a fake. So Kurokawa Osatomiko turned around and said, "This one is real. Let me chop you in half." But when she struck, the body vanished. Kurokawa Osatomiko cried out, "What the heck? Why is it a fake? How many clones does this brat have?" A sense of unease suddenly surged within Kurokawa Osatomiko. She looked up in horror, only to see Lam Tu's spear glowing with fierce flames. Countless flames bursting forth. Lam Tu used the fire refinement technique. The spear tip engulfed in flames diving down. Powerful and violent. A relentless force. Kurokawa Osatomiko exclaimed in confusion. Isn't this brat's attribute ice? Why is he using a fire attribute technique? The flames exploded next to Kurokawa Osatomiko. She gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it. How can a level 5 brat unleash a technique with such high temperature?" Kurokawa Osatomiko realized she could not dodge and could only defend. Kurokawa Osatomiko raised her hand and shouted, "Thin defensive shield appear." Seeing this, Tiu Nuuk Thuok thought she was using a defensive barrier and had to stop her. Tiu Nuuk though immediately used the butterfly dance to throw iron fans towards Kurokawa Osatomiko. Kurokawa Osatomiko angrily raised her sword to block the two fans, causing the shield to disappear. Kurokawa Osatomiko angrily shouted, "Beikaro." At the same time, other flames fell, leading to a series of explosions. The thunderous sound shook the ground like the sky was collapsing. Taro, pale with fear, spoke up. "Oga-san." A subordinate called to the vice president. As the dust settled, a sword was deeply embedded in the ground. Kurokawa Osatomiko slightly adjusted her body, her angry face showing teeth as she said, "I did not expect a level 5 punk to make you this flustered." Kurokawa Osatomiko, holding her sword behind her, remarked, "Looks like I need to get serious." Taro sighed in relief, saying, "Thank goodness." Kurokawa Osatomiko, "It is nothing. I told you. How could a level 5 kid hurt the great Kurokawa Osatomiko?" A subordinate added. "The vice president is finally taking this seriously, with both hands on her blade." Another person chimed in. That guy's about to get chopped into pieces," Lam Tu suddenly said. "Right," Lam Tu pointed and said, "If you are an a level wanted criminal, then the bounty must be high." Taro responded, "Of course. The bounty for capturing Kurokawa Osatomiko is up to 100 million Ming coins." Lam Tu was shocked, asking if 100 million Ming coins was really that much. He turned back to encourage everyone to join him. "We will split the 100 million bounty for taking down this annoying old woman," Tiu Nuuk Thoi said. "All right, everyone is choosing what weapon fits best. But I am worried I do not have the money to buy one," Kurokawa Osatomiko stated. "You useless bunch think you can kill me. Dream on." Lam Tu, along with Mabahok and Tiu Nuuk Thoi jumped forward. "How would we know if we do not try?" Lam Tu swung his spear using a technique that created a graceful arc of flames, The Firebird soared past Kurokawa Yosetamiko. Kurokawa Yosetamiko asked, "Where are you aiming, punk? Is the Vanguard this weak? Are you out of breath?" Lam-tu replied, I am not even aiming at you." Kurokawa Yosetamiko anxiously turned her head and saw an attack heading toward Taro's group. Kurokawa Yosetamiko exclaimed, "Tai Lang." But the others had already formed a blockade to prevent Kurokawa Yosetamiko's advance. Lam-tu leaped onto Taro's defensive shield. He said, "Turtle retracting its head. Even if this shell can break, I bet roasting it with high heat should work." Lam-tu thrust his spear down, the intense flames pouring out, roasting that protective cage. Taro inside screamed like a fish in a steaming cage. "It is too hot. Too hot. What kind of fire is this? Why is the temperature so high?" Taro blushed and said, "I can't take it anymore. It is too hot," a subordinate suggested. "Young master, we will get roasted. Should we go outside?" On the other side, Kurokawa Yosetamiko, furious, swung her blade to knock everyone away, saying, "Damn it. Get away from me, all of you." Nuakthoi used her fan to deflect the blows, saying, "Everyone, hang in there." Taro could not take it anymore, shouting, "Rush out. Hurry. Let us get out of here." Seeing this, Quach Lin turned back and said, "The turtle has come out of its shell." Quach Lin, Lang Lang, and Quach Shem Sam charged toward Taro's group to attack. Taro, seeing this, shouted in fear, "Wait, are not those guys fighting Kurokawa Yosetamiko?" Taro exclaimed, "Why are they suddenly rushing over here to attack us?" Under the assault from Quach Lin's trio, the black-clad subordinates fell one after another like weeds. 3 people with weapons jumped toward Taro. Taro looked on in horror, scared and unsure where to run. On the other side, Kurokawa Yosetamiko screamed frantically, "Get out of my way," Lam-tu thought. The old lady can barely breathe anymore. Lam-tu swung his hand to activate, causing a violent explosion. His power surged, creating a flow of energy that radiated around him, thick purple streams swirling around his body. "Now's the time. Mabao? What are you waiting for?" Mabahok turned around and said, "Come on. Then unleash your fury." His muscles suddenly bulged, and the phantom of a giant, powerful ape appeared. "Kurokawa," Yosetamiko gasped. "Why have these two suddenly become so strong?" "Kurokawa," Yosetamiko said, "how do you guys know how to use martial arts to boost your power in an instant?" Lam-tu charged forward with his spear. Lam-tu executed the Milky Way falling from the sky technique. The spearheads fell like shooting stars, dense as rain. Kurokawa Yosetamiko panicked and said, "He was just a level 5. How can his attack now be level 6? Kurokawa Yosetamiko raised her hand to form a shield and said, "This attack has reached level 7. How is that possible?" Kurokawa Yosetamiko struggled, her defense barely holding up. Cracks appeared on the shield. Finally, it shattered into pieces, and the attack struck directly at Kurokawa Yosetamiko. Mabahok swung his arm to unleash a furious punch. The energy gathered around his fist, radiating immense power. Then Mabahok punched Kurokawa Yosetamiko away. Lam-tu placed his hand on Mabahok's shoulder and said, "Mabao, let us take down a level 7. Mabahok replied, "All right, for a small target." Suddenly the sky and earth changed, turning the surroundings into a battlefield of ruins and corpses. The sky bright red like blood. Kurokawa Yosetamiko said, "Wait, this is Kurokawa Yosetamiko." Looking around as Lam-tu lowered his center of gravity, raising his spear into the heavenly dragon breaks the city stance. Red energy gathering, Mabahok was swinging his fist, preparing to create chaos. Kurokawa Yosetamiko shouted angrily, "Damn it. I am going all out against you." Kurokawa Yosetamiko unleashed her furious dragon technique, her energy becoming wild. Kurokawa Yosetamiko swung her sword, clashing with the attacks from Mabahok and Lam-tu. The sword showed signs of cracking, and finally shattered, her body taking the brunt of the attack. Kurokawa Yosetamiko was blasted away, crashing into a rock wall, the surface shattering. Kurokawa Yosetamiko helplessly fell to the ground, leaving a spider web-like crack. Kurokawa Yosetamiko went straight to meet her ancestors. The two Nuakthai turned back and asked, "Is it over?" Underfoot were also the corpses of Taro. "Don't worry. It is all taken care of," Quach Lin happily said. "I can't believe it. Did we really kill a level 7? Quach Lin Sam replied, "We just coordinated our attacks, mainly relying on those two monsters." Mabahok and Lam-tu. Nuakthoi puffed her cheeks, watching Lam-tu and Mabahok getting along well, saying, "These two really work well together after fighting. I am a bit jealous." At that moment, the military spaceship arrived. Nuakthai looked up and shouted, "The Allied forces." Nuakthai has no words. "You come after the fighting is done." Standard operation. The man in camouflage, with short blue hair and a scar over his eye, asked. So everyone reported to the police. Encountered the fierce woman and still stands here completely intact. This is not a false report. Right. Nanchithwi said. It is not a false report. Just go check it out. The blue-haired man approached to examine the body. The blue-haired man with the scar shouted, "Damn. It really is the fierce woman." He looked up at Lam Tu and Ma Bao Hawk and asked, "Did you two kill her? Which organization are you two from?" Tu Nanji Thi replied, "Besides us, is there anyone else here?" Quechlin said, "No need to doubt. We killed her. We are students from the Sacred Academy here for training," the blue-haired man with the scar said. "They say students from the Sacred Academy are all sorts of geniuses. Today, I can see it for myself. And you even killed a level 7 martial artist." The blue-haired man with the scar turned to a brown-haired person. "Little Zhang, send the video of the body back to headquarters," the blue-haired man with the scar asked. "Who among you gave me the ed number? I am going to give everyone a reward of 100 million. Tu Nanjithui said. "Lum Tu. Give them your id number. After receiving the money, we will split it based on everyone's contributions." Lum Tu agreed. "My account number will show the notification for receiving the money." Lum Tu's eyes glimmered as he said in Chinese currency, "Huh. I have achieved my small goal," Lum Tu said. "All right. The money has been transferred to you all," Lum Tu added. "Let us get going." The blue-haired man with the scar pointed at the Taro group and asked, "Hey kid, what is with these bodies?" Lum Tu replied, "These bodies are for you. We have not touched their backpacks or weapons. That guy from the Black River Society is probably also rich," the blue-haired man with the scar said. These kids know what is up. Right. The blue-haired man with the scar said. "Don't worry about the bodies. The evolved beasts around here will clean them up. They will confiscate all valuable items on them and take them back to the team." A moment later, someone appeared and said, "President. The bodies of the vice president and the young master are here." The man with dragon tattoos on his chest called out Kurokawa Osaida Miko Taro. That was Kubo Deki, the president of the Kurokawa gang. Kubo Deki said, "Who dares to kill my wife and child? I want to tear them to pieces. Find them for me." Kubo Deki shouted. "No matter who it is, they must be found," the subordinate behind replied. "Yep. At the small village next to the dark forest." Tu Nanjithui said, "Everyone go find a hotel first. Lum Tu and I will go to the bar to gather information." Mabalo Hawk agreed. The bar. The atmosphere was lively with loud music. Lum Tu looked around and asked, "Didn't they say only level 6 martial artists can enter the dark forest? Why do I see so many level 5 martial artists here?" Tu Nanjithui said. "Previously, the dark forest did not have many martial artists, but now it has increased several times. I just accidentally heard them mention something about the fire band." Tu Nokthoy said brightly, "Dad, there is new news on the Warrior Alliance forum about the dark jungle." Tu Yu Hawk they read on the forum that deep in the dark jungle, there is a chilling ice lake, where there is a type of ice fire, a form that resembles fire but is extremely cold. Tu Nokthoy said, "The formation of ice fire is related to the energy fluctuations in an extremely rare alternate space. A martial arts clan is offering 100 billion alliance coins to acquire the ice fire." After hearing this, Lam Tu thought about extremely cold items. Something like that would suit Tu Gayat and Gayat perfectly. Lam Tu thought he might as well take the chance. After all, he had to venture deep into the dark jungle. Tu Nokthoy said, "So these people are here for the ice fire. There is definitely going to be a bloody battle here." Tu Nokthoy sighed, saying, "It seems this trip to the dark jungle won't be peaceful." A group of people from the Black Stream Society entered through the door. Tu Nokthoy saw this and said, "It looks like they are from the Black Stream Society. It seems they are looking for someone." "They are not looking for us." "Are they?" Tu Nokthoy replied. "Maybe not. We did not leave anyone alive. Plus we took everything. It is hard to confirm it was us." "You are right. It seems this trip to the dark jungle is too unstable." The next day, the village was still shrouded in darkness. Weak light filtering through the dense leaves. Lam Tu and the others, fully equipped, stood before the stone gate leading into the dark jungle. A scruffy brown-haired man laughed. "All sorts of dogs and cats come to the dark jungle, here to find ice fire," the brown-haired man said. You probably have not even stepped out of the town before getting killed. Right. Lam Tu turned around and said, "I do not know if I will get killed by someone else." Lam Tu, "But I know if you keep flapping your mouth, you will definitely die in this town." The brown-haired man unleashed his energy and said, "A level 5 chicken dares to talk like that to me." The brown-haired man jumped forward. He shouted, "I see you are tired of living." The sharp spear tip suddenly stopped right before the brown-haired man's forehead. The man halted, trembling as he said, "Hey you." The brown-haired man was terrified and thought clearly. He was only level 5. How could he be so fast? "If you dare to move, I will pierce your brain." The brown-haired man, frightened, said, "Big brother, I was wrong." He added, "Please forgive my pathetic life." The brown-haired man closed his eyes tightly, scared, thinking this gaze was too terrifying, feeling like if he met his eyes, he would die instantly. Lam Tu withdrew his spear and shouted, "Get lost." The brown-haired man picked up his weapon, meekly saying, Thank you. Big brother. We will leave right now, Mabahok said. You were a bit too hot-headed, Lam-Tu asked. You think so? Tu Nokthoy explained. Lam-Tu did it on purpose. Tu Nokthoy said. Those foolish people act recklessly, only using brute force to avoid unnecessary trouble. Mabahok replied. You are right, Tu Nokthoy said. All right. Stop dawdling. At a large chicken shop in the town, a voice rang out. Chief. 3 teams entered the small town by the dark forest yesterday. We have been keeping an eye on them. The subordinate presented the documents, reported that based on the injuries on the vice president and the young master's body, they suspected these 3 teams were the most dangerous. Kubo Deki ordered to send more skilled people to follow them. The dark forest had no cell reception, so they were tracking the traces left behind. Kubo Deki said grimly. I have made contact. Let us see if we can uncover the appearance of the attacker from the Alliance forces. Once confirmed, I will quickly regroup with you all. Kubo Deki stood up, exuding a chilling aura as he said, then prepared to tear them apart. The scene shifted to the dark forest, where strange trees appeared, their trunks lined with twisted vines. The 3 of them, Lam-Tu, were walking through the forest when suddenly Ma Bao Hok observed something strange around them. He raised his hand to his chin and said, These trees in the forest are so weird. What the heck are they? As he spoke, he punched a nearby tree to investigate. Tu Nokthoy hurriedly raised a hand to stop him. You idiot. Do not touch those trees. But it was too late. At that moment the vines wrapped around the tree separated and intertwined, forming a spiky whip that lunged out. Mabao Hok grabbed it and could not help but curse. What the hell is this? Suddenly, countless other thorny vines attacked, all aimed at Mabao Hok to stab him. He quickly jumped back, his face pale. What? Can these trees move? Tu Na quickly turned to Lam-Tu and said, Lam-Tu, these trees are afraid of fire. Use fire to burn them. He calmly replied, Got it. He then began to use the 100 birds summoning phoenix technique. Powerful flames erupted, attacking forward. The strange trees began to panic as they caught fire. It opened its mouth in horror, its eyes bloodshot. Suddenly, at the base of it, the vines intertwined again, forming legs like stilts. It started to move, and shortly after, they all ran away in a cloud of smoke. Lam-Tu and the little boy scratched their heads in confusion. Lam-Tu asked, Is this a real tree? How can it run like that? The little boy, Mabao, also doubted life. A tree with long legs. Tu, hearing this, got angry and explained while cursing. You fool. The big trees in the dark forest are one of the 5 types of mutated beasts that have transformed into tree forms. Mabahok hurriedly apologized. Sorry. Tu sister. I was wrong. She reminded everyone to remember to suppress their curiosity. Don't touch anything unnecessary. The rest all replied in unison. Yep. They then continued to move forward. Tu Nokthoy warned. The light here is getting dimmer. Everyone be careful. Suddenly, a giant spider appeared before them. It jumped down, causing Quach Lin to jump in fright. Turning pale, the spider was ready to stab its sharp pincers down into Quach Lin's neck. Suddenly, a familiar spear whistled through the air, striking the upper body of the spider with deadly precision. Quach Lin was so scared that he closed his eyes, waiting for death. Lam-Tu pulled back his spear and observed the spider above, then voiced his question. A level 5 black iron spider. Is this the type everyone was looking for? The system interface appeared accordingly. Killing a level 5 black iron spider grants 2 million experience points. Tunivith, still holding her glowing fan, turned to explain. We came to the dark forest to find a different mutated black-toothed spider. But you all need to be cautious. The evolved beasts appear in packs, and their fangs are extremely poisonous. And then the inedible happened. Countless other giant spiders began crawling toward them. Tu Nunsithli shouted a warning. They are coming. Everyone, be careful. She then turned to her 2 teammates, Lam-Tu and Quach Lin, saying, You 2 have fire skills. You are the main attackers, while the others handle defense. Both of them began to channel their fire power, responding in unison. Surrounding them were numerous spiders that had caught fire. The system then displayed another notification. Killing a level 5 black iron spider grants 2 million experience points. Lam-Tu saw the points stacking up and became even more excited. Ha! No one better compete with me. The system announced again. Killing a level 5 black iron spider grants 2 million experience points. He calculated in his mind that while 2 million experience points for one spider seemed a bit low, patiently killing many spiders would add up. Although he had killed that raging dragon before, it was with everyone working together, so the system did not reward him with extra points. This time, he had to make up for it. Soon after, notifications of earned points rang out continuously. Killing a level 5 black iron spider grants 2 million experience points. Tununja Sithai and her partner watched this scene, their faces filled with disbelief. Miubo Houch could not help but feel confused. Why was he so excited all of a sudden? It felt like he had just been injected with adrenaline. After a while, the spiders had been roasted into charcoal by Lam-Tu and his partner. He felt a bit unsatisfied and said, It ended so quickly. I was not even done having fun. If only I could level up with a few more kills. Quechlin stood by, pale with fear, thinking this kid must be crazy. Tunivith, on the other hand, wore a look of adoration. Her cheeks flushed as she praised him. Our great Lam is the best. There are still many evolved beasts ahead. Definitely enough for you to have more fun. Lam too was surprised by this attitude, then quickly turned around and replied. Alright, the forest was still engulfed in darkness. Mubro Haka checked his phone, looked around for a moment, and then worriedly said, It is getting dark too quickly. The trees are so dense I can't tell east from west or north from south. Plus the phone has no signal. And the compass is acting up. A thick fog surrounded them as they stood there. Tatiunan Seathly made a decision. It is getting dark. Let us rest here for today. Quechlin, hearing this, happily set down her backpack and said, Finally, we can rest. I am so. She sat down, leaning against a nearby rock, sighing. While Lumantu reading the notice looked extremely alarmed. He worriedly grimaced. The notice stated that a level 6 evolved beast, the black rock giant beast, had extremely large physical features, resembling a rock, with a hard stone-like shell, often disguising itself as a rock to launch surprise attacks. He quickly raised his hand to warn his teammates. Quechlin, do not lean against that rock. It is a black rock giant beast. But it seemed to be too late, as the stone behind Quechlin began to rise on its forelegs, its head turning around, its red eyes staring intensely at her. Then without hesitation, it opened its wide mouth towards her. Quechlin was trembling all over, unable to move or dodge. She could only panic and flail her arms and legs wildly. Lumtu quickly used his martial arts skills to leap forward, and with a swift movement, Quechlin disappeared from the black rock giant beast's sight. Lumtu had successfully scooped up Quechlin and moved her to safety. He used a snow striding technique, surrounded by wisps of white smoke. Then he gently set Quechlin down and advised, Didn't I say not to mess around with anything in the dark forest? Quechlin blushed and looked up. Thank you. The black rock giant beast was now extremely furious, standing fully upright. It roared, its red eyes radiating powerful energy. Tiunan Seathly reminded everyone. Be careful. Everyone. Blowhouch could not help but curse at this boss. Damn. Why is this thing so big? It opened its mouth wider, revealing a glowing round pill inside. The power seemed to erupt from it. A surge of energy shot down from the pill, attacking Lumtu and the others. They quickly dodged the attack, but the force still caused the ground to split and debris to fly into the air. The light seemed relentless, continuing to pierce straight into the forest ahead. After the attack ended, a circular mark was left by the beam of light, cutting deep through the forest. Seeing the sky behind the forest, a voice exclaimed in awe. This energy from that creature is insane. If we get hit, it is game over for us. Mablowhawk gasped. Lumtu next to him was equally shocked, but suddenly he broke into an excited smile and exclaimed, But I like it. Lumtu thought happily. If I kill it, I will level up to 26 easily. He raised his hand, taunting the black rock giant beast. Little turtle, hurry up and get into my bowl. Suddenly, a foot jumped in. That was Long Fight. He gritted his teeth and swung his sword down, using the earth sword Kai. But the strike from Long Fight hit down, like biting into stainless steel. It was completely unharmed. Long Yafat bounced back to the ground, looking utterly shocked as he said, The shell of this beast is too hard. I basically can't break it. At this moment, Lumtu also began to jump up, saying, Let me handle this. He started using the 100-bird summon phoenix, powerful flames erupting with his technique. Standing before this fierce fire, the black rock beast opened its gigantic mouth and easily swallowed the flames. Moments later, the 100-bird summon phoenix had vanished. Lumtu was extremely startled. It could absorb his fire. Suddenly, the black rock beast opened its mouth and spat the flames back down at Lumtu. Remain calm, standing in the flames, and found it interesting as he said, Using your own fire against me. After spewing fire, the black rock beast began to step forward. Its gigantic foot stomped down where Lumtu was, causing a huge explosion. He quickly jumped up to avoid it. Then he calculated, If your mouth can absorb my fire, then I will just burn you from behind. Finished with his plan, Lumtu circled behind the black rock beast and swung his spear, using the 100-bird summon phoenix, a large fire erupting once again. At that moment, the beast's rear was caught on fire, causing it to panic and tear up as it looked back. Its shell began to crack and break apart from the flames. Seeing this, Lumtu got excited. The turtle's about to be burnt to bits. Large and small rocks began to fall, leaving Lumtu both confused and alarmed. This beast is now roaring loudly, its eyes bloodshot, debris raining down around it. Lumtu struggled to raise his hand to shield himself. This was not good. This was its defensive method. Quickly, he activated his clone technique. Moments later, his body dissipated into the air. Then, a figure reappeared in the sky. Lumtu aimed his spear down at the black rock beast, shouting, I am going to poke your eyes out. As he unleashed the shattering storm spear, Lumtu thrust the spear into its fiery red eye. The eye was pierced painfully, causing the black rock beast to raise its paw and let out a growl. Mabelow Hawk, observing from the outside, could not help but feel excited. That was a great hit. The black rock beast suddenly opened its mouth wide, a glowing orb appearing with intense light. A surge of power from the orb was unleashed once again. Tiununsi Thay quickly dodged to the sides. She shouted, "This thing's gone crazy. Everyone be careful." The black rock beast was now howling at the sky, lightning flashing around it. Lum Tu, still confidently wielding his spear, said, "The eyes are its weak point. Then I will poke the other one out too." Without hesitation, he swung his spear into the remaining eye of the black rock beast. Once again, Lum Tu's spear pierced its other eye. It seemed to go even more berserk, beginning to move and attack its enemy. Lam Tu quickly jumped to the side, rolling back. Tu Nuokthoy saw this and immediately turned to tell Mabao Hope. Lam Tu wanted to poke into the brain through the eye of that black lava beast. Mabao Hope pulled back. She still held 2 golden fans for defense. Mabao Hope also quickly jumped up to respond. All right. He immediately swung a powerful punch that shook the heavens. Following Mabao Hope's punch was a massive force creating a golden fist. That fist headed straight for the face of the black lava beast. After taking 2 powerful hits from both of them, the beast quickly fell to the ground, its face showing a look of resignation. Lam Tu bent down to observe, then withdrew his spear from the eye of the black lava beast. He held his spear while thinking, another cooperative kill, and the experience points are gone. Tears streamed down his face in frustration. I am really suffering. Tu Nuokthoy seemed to notice his strange expression, then turned to speak to Mabao Hoke. Mabao? Lam Tu really wanted to kill this black lava beast. The rare crystal should belong to him. He generously replied. All right. I won't be of much help either. Then Tu Nuokthoy said to Lam Tu, did you hear? The rare crystal is yours. Lam Tu turned back. His eyes lit up. Then he happily praised everyone around him. Thank you. Seniors. Tu Nuokthoy now set down her backpack, sat beside them, and said, danger averted. Let us rest here. The fact that this beast is here means there won't be any other evolved creatures in this forest. It is very safe. After a while, Lam Tu's team continued on. They stopped in front of a cliff. Lam Tu looked down and could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Is there really such a big gap in the jungle? He quickly stepped back, then assessed the deep chasm, seeing nothing at all. Suddenly, Tu Nuokthoy handed him a flashlight and said, here. Take this. Lam Tu took it, feeling a bit confused. A flashlight. Tu Nuokthoy also took out another flashlight and explained, the black beasts are afraid of light. Once they detect it, they will rush towards it like moths to a flame. She shone the light down into the abyss. Look, they are coming. Below. Countless bright eyes were looking up, appearing to threaten their food. They are charging up here. A loud voice rang out. At this moment, the creatures below looked like crabs trying to climb up. Tu Nuokthoy quickly turned back to remind everyone. Quick, grab your gear. Seeing that Tu's group was also holding a flamethrower, while he only had a spear, Lam Tu scratched his head in confusion and asked, what are you all pulling out? Tu Nuokthoy explained. A high-precision flamethrower. A must-have in the dark jungle. Lam Tu was so angry he could spit fire. Damn. You guys bring flamethrowers and still make me responsible for the fire all the way here. Tu Nuokthoy pouted and winked, explaining. Of course. To save materials. Do not worry. These are just backups. Day Lam. You are the treasure in my heart. Lam Tu saw this and blushed. Stepping back. Come on. When we are discussing serious matters, can you not say such weird things? Mabahu seriously reminded. The black-toothed spider is charging up here. Everyone get ready to burn it. They all breathed fire down below to burn the spiders. Lam Tu also opened a side using the 100 bugs phoenix to shoot flames down below, setting the spiders on fire. The notification sounds for points began to ring out. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider grants 5 million experience points. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider grants 5 million experience points. He continued to breathe fire while shouting, keeping the flames burning. Like this. Everyone keep burning. There are still countless black-toothed spiders crawling up non-stop. Lam Tu turned to ask, where do we catch the mutated black-toothed spider? Tu Nuokthoy quickly replied. Usually, for every 100 black-toothed spiders, there is one mutated one. It should be appearing soon. The community notification popped up again. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider grants 4.8 million experience points. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider grants 5.1 million experience points. Quach then Sam suddenly noticed to the side, after seeing a pile of black-toothed spiders crawling out from another direction. Panicked. There are some over here too. It has come out. Lam Tu charged in fiercely, saying, leave the right side to me. While thinking, these spiders are all experience points. It is a waste for you guys to burn them like this. Then countless points notifications rang out. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider grants 4.9 million experience points. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider grants 5.3 million experience points. Lamb 2 was very satisfied. Thinking, the experience points are rising quickly. So enjoyable. His excited expression and actions during the slaughter caught the attention of the others. 2 Nuuk they sighed. This kid has started to get fired up again. Mabahu also expressed confusion, not understanding it at all. What is so fun about killing black-toothed spiders? The expressions of the two were like they were looking at a monster. Finally, a giant spider appeared before Lamb 2's eyes. It quickly lunged forward. Lamb 2 jumped back, dodging in panic. What the hell is this? Able to withstand flames. Huge in size, and so ferocious. Then he turned around and asked loudly, "Hey, is this a mutated black-toothed spider?" "Tu Nuuk," they responded. "Yep. That is a mutated black-toothed spider. But it has mutated for too long, so its size is too big. We can capture it alive. We can only catch the smaller newly mutated ones." Lamb 2 excitedly gripped his spear. "All right. Since we can't capture it alive, then I will just kill you." A mist surrounded him. Seeing the mutated black-toothed spider crawling towards him, Lamb 2 happily thought, "This one must give a lot of experience points." The flamethrower was weakening more and more. "Quatch," then Sam said worriedly. "Sister Tu, the flamethrower is almost out. If something smaller does not show up, we might have to fight these with our bare hands." Meanwhile, Lamb 2 had quickly plunged his spear into the head of an excited spider. It is. I still have a human-shaped flamethrower. No need for everyone to fight barehanded." Suddenly, another mutated spider leaped up from the cliff. Lang Lang exclaimed in surprise. Another mutated black-toothed spider. He glanced at the gigantic spider and smiled. This one. Lamb 2 was standing amidst a group of black-toothed spiders being roasted. Turning to speak to everyone, "Quach Lin and I will hold them off. Everyone go catch those mutated ones." At this moment, the flamethrowers were put down. Tu Nuuk Thai replied, "Got it. You and Quach Lin be careful." Then everyone ran off, not forgetting to leave a reassuring comment. "Once we catch it, we will come to support you too." The 4 of Tu Nuuk Thai surrounded a mutated black-toothed spider. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Is it them?" At that moment, 2 men in black masks were talking to each other. Their appearance matched the description of the club president, but it seemed like 2 were missing. Then one of them said, "Quick, inform the president." The other nodded in agreement. Just then, a familiar figure appeared, saying this small matter did not need to alert the president. Heji, with his strong build, strode forward confidently and said, "I can handle these flies by myself." The 2 masked men in the tree reminded her, "Sister Hai, these guys killed the vice president, so do not underestimate them." She dismissively replied, "What? These little flies could kill the vice president? Who would believe that?" Then she shyly covered her face and playfully said, "As long as someone took care of them for the president, maybe the president would be happy and promote her to vice president. Besides, she never said she would rush in and kill anyone. The best ninjas are assassins." At this moment, her eyes sparkled brightly, each hand holding a knife as she menacingly turned toward the group led by Tiao Shui. At that moment, Mabahu threw a punch, sending a mutated black-fanged spider flying away. The spider landed on the ground, dazed. Just as Lang Lang laughed happily and jumped up with a big box, the 2 of them placed the box over the spider, trapping it inside. Then they joyfully laughed and high-fived each other. "Got it." Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook. The 2 looked around. Gu Tensen voiced his concern. "Did you hear something moving underground?" At that moment, several men in black jumped out to attack them from the front. Both of them turned pale with fear. Gu Tensen exclaimed, "Not good. It is the 6 from the Black River Society ambushing us." The masked men fiercely swung their swords while shouting loudly, and a knife fell beside their feet. The 2 were attacked from both sides, with no ability to defend themselves. At that moment, Mabahu and Tairu Shui hurried over. Mabahu reached out, worriedly calling out. Gu Tansen and Lang Lang saw the masked men raise a hand to form some kind of seal. A white smoke surrounded them, leaving the 2 confused. Just then, they suddenly appeared from above, jumping down to attack Tairu Shui. A loud shout warned, "Sister Tiao, be careful." Mabahu quickly jumped in front of her, taking on several sword strikes. Tairu Shui panickingly called out to Mabahu, "Ma!" Enraged, threw a punch that forced the attackers to retreat. He shouted, "Damn it. You dare to ambush me." Tairu Shui reminded everyone, "Quick. Gather together." Maintaining their defensive formation, they turned their backs to each other, surrounded by numerous masked men wielding swords. Over on this side, Lam Tu and Quach Lin were holding off the black-fanged spiders and had noticed what was happening. Quach Lin worriedly said, "What is happening over there? The people by the senior seem to be fighting someone. Let us hurry over to check it out." She quickly took down a few spiders and turned to say to Lam Tu, who calmly replied, "Don't panic." Then she smiled excitedly and said, Right now we have plenty of help. Hand me your flashlight." He was standing on the edge of the cliff. At that moment, a pair of high heels appeared. confidently declaring, "You are all surrounded by me." Ahidi appeared like a demon from Zim. She shouted angrily, "Brothers, kill them. Avenge the young master and the vice president." Her subordinates, with bloodshot eyes, charged in with swords. Suddenly, Lam Tu appeared behind her with his spear, ready to strike. "You are the ones surrounded." Ahidi confidently replied, "What? You plan to surround us all by yourself?" Lam Tu calmly shone his 2 flashlights behind him, replying, "Look closely. Who said I am alone? I brought plenty of friends with me." As he spoke, he led a swarm of black-fanged spiders rushing toward the crowd. Then he threw a flashlight at a masked guy, saying, "Here. Take this." While the guy was still confused, Lam Tu dashed past and continued, "Those friends really love the light." The masked guy was still holding the flashlight, scratching his head in confusion. Then suddenly, he was swarmed by a bunch of spiders, causing him to fall down, only able to shout, "Ah!" The others threw away the flashlight and started crying out in panic, "It is black-fanged spiders. Quickly. Retreat." Aji then glanced over and told her subordinate, "Araki, quickly use your fire skills." At that moment, Araki quickly unleashed a few weak flames, shouting loudly, "Look at me." Suddenly, a surge of power came from behind Araki. Lam Tu grabbed his spear, standing right next to him. Araki had been knocked down, face first into the ground. Another guy saw this and turned pale. Shouting, Araki and Ahi became even angrier. She clenched her fists, wielding a knife with bloodshot eyes. Hissing, "You scoundrel. Daring to sneak attack." Lam Tu replied with a cunning smile, "This is called assassination. Is not this your all-out attack? Why call it sneaky?" As he spoke, he used the 100 birds to the phoenix. Flames began to spread out, forming a barrier to block the black-fanged spiders. Then he added, "These guys can help us hold off the black-fanged spiders for a while. You all quickly tend to your wounds." Lam Tu turned to urge everyone. Upon hearing this, the 3 of Ma Bao Hok hurriedly took healing potions to recover. Ahidi was extremely furious, pointing at them and shouting, "Brothers, if you want to die, let us die together." Quickly run towards them and lure the black-fanged spiders over. The others charged forward crazily with their swords. "Right. Let us die together." Lam Tu remained calm, picking his nose with one finger while scoffing. "Only now you think of this trick. You really are fools." Then he jumped up, using the fire technique, as the flames began to merge, forming fiery energy beads. The fireballs surged toward the black-toothed spiders. The black-toothed spiders and the masked people were blown to bits by the fireballs. Those who managed to escape hurriedly ran away. At that moment, points began to tally up. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider awarded 4.9 million experience points. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider awarded 5.3 million experience points. Killing another level 5 black-toothed spider awarded 4.5 million experience points. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider awarded 5.2 million experience points. A massive explosion erupted. At this moment, Mabahu and his group had regained their strength and rushed forward. Shouting, "Kill! Wipe them out!" They moved swiftly, taking down 1 enemy each. Their eyes ablaze. Lang Lang was even more furious, punching and shouting, "You dare to hit me? You are dead." Meanwhile, Lam Tu was still fighting the enemy while racking up experience points. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider grants 50,000 experience points. Killing another level 5 black-toothed spider grants 5.4 million experience points. Congratulations. Host has leveled up successfully, now at level 26. Lam Tu thought happily. Finally leveled up, the system panel appeared. Thompson, level 26. Strength from 463 to 489. Physique 208. Speed 123. Overall combat power from 5,124 to 5,550. Title: Level 5 Martial Artist. 30% chance to block 50% damage when attacked. Skills: Analysis Eye. Rage. Disguise. Swallow. Phantom Lens. After reading his information, Lam Tu felt proud inside. The system added 26 potential points to strength. Then he pointed and tapped the screen in front of him. After finishing, Lam Tu exclaimed excitedly, "Ha! Refreshing. So refreshing." Upon seeing this expression, Hidi was startled. Is this guy crazy? He does not seem tired at all. Lam Tu, still in an excited state, held his spear and excitedly said to her, "Come on, you in the red dress. Let us have a fight." She was so scared she raised her hands in defense. "Do not come over here." Then a blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. "Help me." After a while, the spiders had been completely charred, and Edi's group lay sprawled on the ground. Lam Tu and the others finally sat down. Breathing heavily, Mabahu laughed gleefully, saying, "Ha! We killed them all. That is so satisfying." The 3 young men here also laughed joyfully. Lang Lang Fat shared a few words, celebrating their victory over the Black Stream Society and black-toothed spiders together. Perhaps this is the best achievement of my life. Later, at a crack in the dark forest, the group of Tiu Nuokthai sat in front of a pile of colorful oddities. She could not help but exclaim, "The people from the Black Stream Society are really generous, giving us so many oddities and materials." Mabahu happily added, "Ha! Plus the oddities from the Black Iron Spider and the Black-Toothed Spider. This time we hit the jackpot." Tiu Nuokthoi just packed those colorful stones into her backpack and told everyone, "Okay, pack some of these special stones with this material. And take the weapons from those guys from the Black Cross Society." After filling her backpack, she stood up and continued, "After we get back to the academy, we will share them among ourselves." Mabao, carrying a full backpack along with a box containing a mutated black-toothed spider, looked energetic and happily said, "Mission accomplished. We can head back." Lang Lang chimed in, "That is right. Finally we can go home." Guachling beside them also smiled cheerfully, while Lam Tu waved his hand, telling everyone to go ahead without him, saying he had something to take care of. The two Nuokthai then asked, "What do you need to do?" Mabao Hok panicked. "You are not planning to go rob the ice flame, are you?" Lam Tu quickly waved his hand to explain. "Ice flame? I am not interested in that. I am looking for someone." Mabao, confused, asked, "Looking for someone?" Tu Nuokthoi got angry upon hearing this. "Day Lam, you want to look for that fox spirit? Do not think I do not know. Those kids in your class told me everything." Lam Tu smiled on the outside but was really annoyed inside, thinking about how to punish those chatty kids when he got back. Then, Tu Nuokthoi turned to her teammates and said, "Mabao, you guys go ahead. I won't be going anymore." Mabao Hok was startled again. "You are not going either." "Why not?" Tu Nuokthoi moved closer to Lam Tu and pouted, "I have to go find someone with Delam. I need to keep an eye on him to make sure he does not get killed by that fox spirit." Lam Tu could only blush and panic at this moment. Then he backed away and defensively replied, "No need. Senior. I am not that weak." Dong Tu Nuokthai still followed him, turning back to remind her teammates, "Mabao, you guys go ahead. Be careful on the way." Mabao Hok was a bit dazed and only managed to call out, "Sister Tu." Guachling from behind said, "It is useless. Once Sister Tu decides something, no one can change it." Mabao Hok could only sigh helplessly. And then Guachling turned around and said, shifting back to Lam Tu and Tu Nuokthoi. The two had walked a bit, and came across a group of people beaten and lying on the ground. Unclear if they were alive or dead, Tu Nuokthi spoke first, noting there were no signs of evolved beasts. It was almost solely a fight between martial artists. Lam Tu remained silent, resting his chin in observation of one person. Suddenly, he grabbed the sturdy arm of that person, then turned him over to see a horizontal wound across the chest that had been bandaged. It was a decisive action, and the wound was neatly done, with bone-strengthening bandages. Lam Tu's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Lakin Gayat." He quickly stood up, diagnosing that these people had been killed by Lakin Gayat, as their wounds were all similar. In surprise, he turned to see Lakin Gayat's sword lying on the ground. "A familiar blade," he exclaimed. And Tinu Nanja secretly asked back, "Are you sure it is her sword?" Lam Tu moved closer to pick up the sword and replied, "I can't be mistaken. This sword is very precious to her. It has never left her side. Lefting Guite must have thrown her sword here. She must be in danger." As he spoke, he tucked the sword behind his back and quickly ran off. Without any weapon, her situation was extremely perilous. "I have to hurry to find her." Seeing Lam Tu's urgent expression, Tiunai Veeth, feeling jealous, remarked, "Looks like you really care about that little fox." But she still ran after him, pouting. "Earlier, I was ambushed by those black ninja guys, and I did not see you in such a hurry." Lam Tu quickly replied, "Come on, senior. It is not the same. We had so many people back then, and now Lucking Guite is all alone," he said, worry pushing him to run faster. Tiu Nunji Thli potted, still annoyed. "All right. I won't tease you anymore. Look over there. The footprints are all over the place. Maybe Lucking Guite left in that direction," she said. He noticed some footprints on the ground and remarked thoughtfully, "Sister, you can track in the wild too." Tiu Nunji Thli proudly replied, "Of course. Vilalam. I know a lot. It is just a pity that the young man does not know how good I am, treating his little sister like a treasure." Then she sighed. A moment later, deep in the dense forest, sounds of urging could be heard. "Be careful. Kill it quickly." Hearing the noise, "There is fighting over there. Let us check it out." Tiununja Sethi ran after him, quickly reminding, "Did you hear the growl of the evolved beast? This is not a fight between martial artists." Lam Tu replied seriously, "They might have encountered Luffy and Guide, or they are the ones chasing her." At that moment, a man with chicken-colored hair was thrown into the air by something, crying out in pain. His body collided with a large tree, gritting his teeth in agony. Just then, a bull with red eyes charged towards him. And suddenly, a hand grabbed his shirt and pulled him away. The wild bull rammed into the tree. The boy with chicken-colored hair quickly exclaimed, "Thank you," Lamb 2 replied cheerfully. "No problem. I was just passing by." The wild bull bellowed angrily. Roar. Lamb 2 swiftly used the 100 birds summoning phoenix technique, creating a fire in front of him. The wild bull stood still, not daring to approach, but still showing a fierce, angry expression. Then the flames from the phoenix of the 100 birds reached him, his eyes clearly showing panic. At this moment, the teammates of the boy with the chicken-colored hair rushed over to check on him, asking, "Zhang Jiao, are you okay?" The other two also exclaimed together, "What kind of martial art is that?" In the blink of an eye, it burned the crazy black-haired bull. Lin Tu was still attacking the wild bull while swearing at the beast. "Can I burn you to ashes?" He repeatedly used the phoenix of the 100 birds, attacking towards the crazy bull. At this time, Zhang Jiao's two teammates were scrambling to get away. "Damn. Back off. Back off. The heat from this fire is too high. I am about to be roasted." The crazy bull screamed in pain, then could no longer withstand Lin Tu's flames and collapsed onto the ground. Lin Tu stood nearby, thinking he did not receive the system's reminder to kill. Is this beast pretending to be dead? He made a guess. The long-haired teammate approached and spoke up, "Hey buddy. Thanks for your help. But this black-haired electric bull has been heavily injured by these guys here. You just arrived at the right time to take advantage." Lin Tu turned back and angrily pointed at those guys, asking further, "The special essence of this black-haired electric bull belongs to you." The long-haired guy still wore a smug smile, replying, "Correct. Very clever. We put in so much effort. We can't let you take all the credit." "Well, if you contributed a bit of effort, I won't be petty. I will give you the bull's hide." Lin Tu had calmed down, but inside he was fuming, thinking, "You think you can take the special essence from me? Dream on." Outwardly, he replied cheerfully, "If you killed it, then you can take the special essence. I won't compete with you." The long-haired guy, feeling smug, approached the bull and said, "All right, looks like the kid knows his place." He then swung a knife, his eyes shining brightly. This is a level 6 special essence from a rare evolved beast." The crazy bull suddenly opened its fierce red eyes, then sprang up, charging straight at the long-haired guy and knocking him far away. It bellowed. The long-haired guy gritted his teeth, anxiously watching the crazy bull charge at him. The bull's horn slashed across his chest, causing him immense pain. "Damn it." Lin Tu rushed in and used a forceful strike, stabbing the bull directly in the eye with his spear. The bull officially collapsed, and a notification rang out. Killed the level 6 black-haired crazy bull. He gained 22 million experience points. The long-haired guy was here, trembling with anger and pain. "Damn it. You are doing this on purpose. You knew that bull was not dead yet." Lin Tu calmly said it was his own carelessness. "What does that have to do with me? Who knows if that beast is dead or not?" The long-haired guy was turning pale with rage. Zhang Jiao hurriedly advised, "Forget it, Lai San. Hurry and help. That black-haired crazy bull was indeed killed by him." After that, he gently offered a red crystal, saying, "Brother, we really need the special essence from this black-furred wild bull. So can I trade this crystal with you? It is also a level 6 essence. And since it is from a fire-type evolved beast, it can help you a lot." Lam Tu saw that this person seemed decent, so he reached out to accept it. "All right, let us trade. The black-furred wild bull belongs to you guys." He then drew the sword from his back and asked, "By the way, brother, have you seen this long sword or a cold-looking girl with silver hair?" A guy with spiky hair raised his hand and replied, "I have seen that sword before." Hearing this, Lam Tu hurriedly approached him, shaking him and eagerly asking, "Where did you see it? Was anything happening then?" The boy recalled and said, "I saw a girl with a cold face and silver hair using that sword. She was being chased by many people. The leader was a woman with a mechanical arm." Lam Tu analyzed, "A mechanical arm? Is the woman enemy of Lakangayat?" But the spiky-haired guy pointed at the sword and asked, "Why only the long sword? What happened to that girl?" Lam Tu sighed and replied, "I am looking for her too. Thanks for the information. Goodbye." After saying that, both of them turned and left. A while later, Lam Tu and his companion rested by a fire. He spoke up, "Sister Tu, you go to sleep first. I will keep watch while I cultivate." Tu knocked, they stretched, showing off her curves. She said, "Our lamb is so gallant. Then I will go to sleep and take care of my beauty first. I have to look stunning next to Lam, so I won't embarrass him." She had not teased him further, making Lam Tu blush. Then he took out the crystal he just thought about, wondering how it related to whether he would embarrass himself or not. After thinking, he absorbed the crystal, and a strong aura radiated from him. Suddenly, A few flying daggers came rushing in. Lam Tu opened his eyes in shock, and Tiu Nok They quickly woke up as well. Both jumped to the side to avoid the daggers. They both drew their weapons. Lam Tu angrily shouted, "Who's it?" At that moment, Kubo Deki appeared with dark energy. "Finally allowing me to find you too." Lam Tu asked, "Are you from the Kurokawa Society?" He assessed the level 7 fighter with high vigilance. He angrily lunged with his sword, saying, "I am Kuro, the leader of the Kurokawa Society. You dare to kill my wife. I will slice you into pieces." Lam Tu remained calm, pointing at him and asking, "You are the leader of the Kurokawa Society. So are not you also on the bounty list?" As he spoke, his eyes lit up with interest. The two Nokta beside him was extremely shocked. Lam Tu poured water, pointing at Kubo Deki and asking, "What is your bounty? Do you know?" Kubo Deki is really questioning my bounty. Song Lam Tu looked left and right, sighed, and said, "This place is deep in the dark forest. I wonder if the Alliance dares to come to the realm of humanity. Whatever. I can take a photo of him and wait until I get out of this dark forest to claim my reward from the Alliance." As he spoke, he quickly dropped his phone to snap a picture. Kubo Deki saw this and got even angrier, shouting, "That arrogant brat." Lam Tu smiled smugly. It is foolish to think he could manipulate my emotions with just a few words. Then he started using the 100 birds summoning phoenix, a powerful flame that transformed into the shape of a phoenix in front of him. Tiu Nuuk They also raised her fan and used the butterfly dance technique. A fan was launched, creating a circular shape with immense power. Kubo Deki tightened his grip on his sword, looking down on the two ants who dared to challenge me. He then used the flying dragon slash to strike out with a wave of sword energy. Tiu Nuuk Tho's fan collided with that wave, sending it flying back. She was utterly shocked. That sword strike tore apart the flames of the 100 birds summoning phoenix. Lam Tu was also very startled. Damn. That strike shattered the flames. Kubo Deki began to move. He slashed with an even more powerful strike while shouting. Lam Tu stood there, worried, thinking the speed was too fast. Damn. There is no way to dodge it. He once again used the Earth Dragon Slash, striking down to the ground, splitting it in two. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. Kubo Deki exclaimed in surprise, "How can this be stopped? The defense is much stronger than I thought." Lam Tu barely dodged a fatal blow and sighed, thinking, although we are both level 7, this guy is way stronger than that woman. Luckily, my level 5 warrior title activated its defense, or I would have been dead. The two Nuuk They turned to remind him, "Day Lam, this guy is not easy to deal with. Be careful." Meanwhile, Kubo Deki was still in shock, observing the two of them, wondering how a level 5 warrior could block one of his full-strength attacks. This kid must be using some trick that others can't see. At the same time, Lam Tu used the technique Violent Rain Piercing Flower Spear, launching countless spears down from above to attack him. Kubo Deki quickly swung his sword, grinding his teeth, thinking, "Let us see how many of my attacks you can block." He once again used the Flying Dragon Slash, sending out a wave that cut through Lam Tu's spears, while he also got hit by that wave of sword energy and had to retreat to dodge. Kubo Deki could not believe his eyes, exclaiming, "No way. Everything was blocked. That defensive trick earlier." Meanwhile, Lam Tu quickly used the clone technique, causing his body to blend into nothingness. Kubo Deki grew even more panicked. Another clone, Lam Tu, had now reappeared behind him. He simultaneously executed two combined techniques, the bone strengthening and the explosive flower spear. Powerful spear tips charged towards Kubo Deki. He could not help but be alarmed. Damn. Why is it ice attribute? Wasn't it fire attribute just now? Kubo Deki struggled to wield his sword while feeling confused. The ice from Lam Tu's technique had now solidified, freezing his feet. Sixiunan Sithi seized Kubo Deki's opening and happily exclaimed, "Good opportunity." Without hesitation, she immediately threw her fan and used her butterfly dance technique. The fan quickly struck Kubo Deki's arm, inflicting a wound. He scowled and shouted, "You little pests. How dare you hurt me?" He then angrily yelled, "Go die." Following his words, a flurry of sword energy erupted from Kubo Deki. Lam Tu used his clone technique again, his body dissolving into the air, only to reappear behind Kubo Deki. He quickly turned around and irritably said, "I have known that as a clone for a long time. You think you can fool me with the same trick again?" His gaze suddenly turned dangerous. Two streams of sword energy were skillfully unleashed by Kubo Deki. Lam Tu could not dodge in time. He took the two streams of sword energy. Bewildered, he exclaimed, "How can this be?" Kubo Deki arrogantly pointed and declared, "You brat. Go to hell and pay for your sins." Ha! But at that moment, Lam Tu's body once again vanished into the air. Using his clone technique, Kubo Deki was now panicking, grinding his teeth. What the hell? How is it still a clone? What kind of martial art is this? How can he continuously create clones twice? He did not notice the eerie red mist surrounding him, but when he did, his entire body was already engulfed in the fog. Kubo Deki spun around in panic. This is an illusion. He found himself trapped in a mirage. The toys became fiery red, and the surrounding space seemed to collapse. Lamb 2 had used the heavenly dragon breaking city technique, and an image of a giant general appeared behind him. Kubo Deki could only look upwards, wondering what technique this was so powerful. But he immediately swung his sword. Using the diamond technique, behind Kubo Deki appeared a creature that was neither a dragon nor a snake, which then arrogantly roared, "Brat! Even though your technique is strong, how can a weak level 5 fighter defeat me?" His sword slashed down, unleashing a black dragon's frenzy. As the creature opened its wide mouth and charged forward, the strange creature and the heavenly dragon general fought against each other, creating earth-shattering explosions, producing a massive blast in the air. The force of the explosion affected the surroundings, causing rocks to explode. After the technique ended, Kubo Deki was knocked back, sliding along the ground. Lamb 2, however, seemed to be at a disadvantage, his body flying up into the air, and he could not help but drop his spear. Xiananja Sethi was horrified and screamed upon seeing this. Big Lamb 2's body crashed down onto the ground, creating a large dent, blood spewing from his mouth as he propped himself up in pain. He lamented, "No wonder he is a level 7 fighter. He dealt with my heavenly dragon breaking city so easily." Kubo Deki over here is feeling quite smug. "Even a chicken like you dying under my diamond technique would be a privilege for you." Lamb 2 disdainfully spat out a mouthful of blood and replied, to make him crave that privilege. He calculated in his heart. Thankfully he had the skill to unleash rage and freeze time, activating the rage state. He prepared to strike with all his might. If he could not kill the old man, at least he would leave him badly injured as he was about to activate his rage. Just then, someone behind him spoke up. "Hey, are you looking for this sword?" Lamb 2 was surprised and turned around. Then asked, "Who?" The person was moving closer to his backpack. Then without any politeness, grabbed it. Lamb 2, seeing this, darkened his face and shouted angrily, "Damn it. That sword is mine. Give it back." Kuboki saw the newcomer and swung his sword, asking, "Who are you? Don't meddle in my business." The stranger now turned to Lamb 2, asking, "Where did you find this sword?" In an instant, he appeared right in front of Lamb 2. Lamb 2, even angrier, shouted, "Get your filthy hands off me." But the stranger gently grabbed his spear, still wearing a cheerful expression, and said, "When that Japanese guy hit you like that, I did not see you this angry." Lamb 2 was startled, realizing he could easily catch his spear with bare hands. The stranger then picked up the sword and continued, "Looks like this sword is really important to you." Kubo Deki, watching them, worriedly thought that this strange guy was very strong. Why did it feel like they knew each other? He began to calculate. If that guy really came to help, then he would definitely lose. He had to strike first to gain the upper hand. Then he gritted his teeth and swung his sword again, using the Dark Dragon's rampage. At that moment, the stranger exuded a dark aura and turned around, saying, "A fly dares to sneak attack me." Then, taking advantage of having the sword in hand, the stranger unsheathed it and released a powerful aura. Kubo Deki saw this scene and turned pale with fear. The stranger coldly slashed out numerous powerful sword waves. Lamb 2, observing, was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Damn. A 7th level martial artist can get sliced like that. Unbelievable. Tuo, standing next to him, was equally stunned. At that moment, Lamb 2 was reading the notification from the system screen, thinking, no wonder the system could not display his information. An 8th level martial artist. After finishing up, the stranger turned around with an air of confidence, asking, "What now?" "I have helped both of you deal with the trouble. As a reward, can you tell me about this sword?" Lamb 2, holding his spear uncomfortably, said, "I did not ask you to help." Inside, he felt regret for losing out on experience points, yet he still did not forget to pull out his phone to take a picture of Kubo Deki's corpse. Thinking about how he was a 7th level fighter, how many experience points just blew away. The stranger's actions became confusing as he asked, "What are you doing?" Lamb 2 quickly explained, "Is this guy a wanted criminal? There is no signal here, so let us take a picture first. Then we can find the alliance to claim the reward later." His eyes glinted with excitement, almost as if the word money was written on his forehead. The stranger, now with a puzzled expression, face-palmed and said, "You are truly a strange one," he thought to himself, sighing. "Well, since I killed him, the reward should rightfully be mine. Right." Then he pointed at Lamb 2 and continued, "If I am not mistaken, you are Lamb 2 from the Holy Academy." "Right." Lamb 2, blushing slightly, stuffed his phone into his pocket and asked, "How do you know my name?" "We do not know each other." The stranger glanced at the sword in his hand and explained, "The owner of this sword told me." Lamb 2, suddenly excited, pointed at the other person and exclaimed, "Lakangayat told you. You know Lakangayat." The stranger smiled brightly and replied, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lak Ho Thean. Lakangayat is my younger sister. Lam Tu was even more shocked after hearing this. He could not hold back his surprise and blurted out. So you are her brother. That makes Tayunanta Seethly, who was standing beside him, feel jealous to the point of frustration. A moment later, Lam Tu reverted to his gentle demeanor, approaching Lak Ho Thean for a handshake, happily saying that he could see the resemblance between him and Lakangayat. Lak Ho Thean felt he could not keep up with Lam Tu's sudden change like flipping a pancake. However, Lam Tu continued. But Lakangayat has never mentioned that she has an older brother. Did you come to find her as well? Lak Ho Thean replied cheerfully. Initially, I came to the Holy Academy to find her, but I heard she went into the dark forest alone, so I rushed here to find her. Suddenly, Lam Tu sighed, saying he had heard from some martial artists that Lakangayat was being hunted down by an enemy, apparently a woman with a mechanical arm. Lak Ho Thean began to ponder, thinking about the enemy, the woman with a mechanical arm. Did Lakangayat really have such an enemy? Lam Tu noticed his expression and felt frustrated. Aren't you Lakangayat's brother? You do not even know your sister's enemy. Lak Ho Thean could only awkwardly smile and explain. Well, I have been cultivating outside for a long time. I rarely come home. Then he put his arm around Lam Tu and said, Are you also looking for her? Let us go together, with me around. I guarantee nobody will dare to mess with you. Lam Tu asked, Do you know where Lakangayat is? Lak Ho Thean raised his hands in defeat and answered, But based on my understanding of my sister, to escape from her enemies, she would definitely cause a stir. Lam Tu felt speechless in front of this person. So she must have gone to where the martial artists are gathering in the dark forest now. Where are the most martial artists? Lam Tu was startled upon hearing this, implying that Lakangayat, like the others, could very well be at the Ice Lotus Fire. But how did he know where the Ice Lotus Fire was? He asked a bit dejectedly. In response, Lefias Hetarthin reached into his shirt and pulled out something that looked like a game controller to show off. Look, I have the Ice Lotus Fire detector. Lam Tu thought speechless. Bro, are you really here to find Lakangayat and not Ice Lotus Fire? However, Lefias threw his arm around Lam Tu as he still could not believe what just happened. After regaining his composure, Lam Tu asked, Can this device really find the location of Ice Lotus Fire? Lefias calmly replied, Of course. Then he pointed ahead and said, Look, I found someone up ahead. Lam Tu, once again speechless, replied, Bro, I see them. They are a group of people chatting and laughing, but Lam Tu shot a glance and continued, Looks like your device is not detecting Ice Lotus Fire. It probably only senses people. Lefias still calmly put the device away and said, The martial artists brave enough to move in this dark forest are all here for the Ice Lotus Fire. So it must be in this direction. Hearing this, Lam Tu continued, If they are here to find the Ice Lotus Fire, they will definitely see us as competitors and get rid of us quickly. Lefias decisively said, If they dare to lay a hand on us, just kill them all. After hearing this, Lam Tu thought of Lakangayat saying, Just kill them all, and could not help but admire how similar this tone was to someone else. The group of people approached, with each one having a different wild hairstyle. One of them glanced over mockingly. Look, more people are coming. Another one sneered. Only 3 of them, and they do not seem very strong. While the buzz-cut guy scoffed, Ha! 3 little chicks have the guts to come steal Ice Lotus Fire. Lam Tu maintained a friendly expression and waved at them. No need to be tense. Brothers, I am not here to steal Ice Lotus Fire from you all. I just want to ask if anyone has seen a cold, beautiful girl with silver hair. At this moment, he leaned close to the guy with the chicken-colored hair. He still acted arrogantly and said, Kid, in the underworld, if you want to gather information, you gotta pay. Lam Tu chuckled and replied, Of course you need to pay, bro. But first I need to see if the information you have is worth anything. The chicken-haired guy then stretched out his hand and said, Look at the heavy bag on your back. How about you open it up for me first, and show me if there is anything valuable. If there is something I am interested in, I will give you the info. Lam Tu waved his hand and said, Now, there is no sincerity here. Well then, I will go ask someone else. Suddenly, the chicken-haired guy raised his weapon to block him. Then, with red eyes, he dangerously said, Kid, you are bothering me and still want to leave. Lam Tu calmly raised his spear and replied, Or what? Do you want to invite me to dinner? Without hesitation, he pointed it straight at him. He quickly raised his axe to defend himself, but his expression showed he was struggling so fast. Then, immediately, both he and the axe were sent flying backward. Those guys who are supposed to be teammates see their buddy in trouble, and instead of helping, they just laugh. Ha, a tam. Can you handle this? A 5th-tier punk and you can't deal with him. The guy with the chicken-colored hair, a tam, was pointing angrily and shouting, It is because this guy has no professional ethics. He then picked up his weapon and stood up, saying with rage, Damn it. This is not something a 2nd-tier spirit can solve. Put down that bag behind you. As he spoke, he swung his axe down. At that moment, Lum Tu and Atam charged at each other, while the others watched and laughed. Suddenly, a red figure appeared, saying, even though this kid is only 5th tier, he can still go toe-to-toe with a 6th tier martial artist. Not bad. Lefing Guide has quite a good eye. Leslie Harthin observed and said with satisfaction. Tunivith, standing behind, asked, aren't you going to help? Didn't you say earlier that with you here, no one would dare mess with us? There was a hint of annoyance in her tone. Leslie Harthin replied casually. He did not call me for help. Besides, I can see Lam Tu is holding his own. Then he turned to Tunai C3 and asked, by the way, what are you to Lam Tu? Why do you keep following that kid? I see. You care about that kid. Are you my sister's love rival? Tununji Thli shouted, asserting her claim. I am Lam Tu's girlfriend. Your sister is just a flower thief. Lefuathin still smiled and said, that is your business. What does it have to do with me? Then he kindly reminded her, but I have to advise you, being my sister's rival is risky. If she gets mad, I can't control her. Over here. Those two are still going at it. Atam was standing there in the smoke, looking bored. A teammate encouraged him. Atam, you are losing. Then the two came closer and patted him on the shoulder. The buzzcut guy said, yeah. Do you need our help? Atam irritably swatted his wife's hand away and bluntly replied, what do you two want from me? The long-haired guy then said, it is up to you. Strike fast. Take out that punk first. Then we will see. The long-haired guy and the buzz-cut guy excitedly rushed toward Lam Tu, saying, Good. It is time to die. They all surrounded Lam Tu. Atiunan Sethi angrily shouted, these thick-skinned guys. A bunch of 6th tier fighting a 5th tier. Then she turned to Lefi Hawa Thin and asked, aren't you just watching your sister's husband get killed? Lefi Thivin, looking helpless, said, sigh. I thought he was stable like an old dog, so I was going to keep watching. Well, who told me I am his brother-in-law? Tiunan Sethi did not say much more. At this point, she had already pulled out both fans to attack. The long-haired guy sensed it and glanced over, then smugly raised his weapon to defend. While the fan returned to Tayunak Sethui's hand, she grabbed her weapon and said, a bunch of bullies. And a kid thinks we are invisible. The long-haired guy licked his lips, leering, you are a pretty girl. I was going to deal with you last. But if you can hold back, I won't be polite anymore. But before he could gloat for long, countless sword strikes sliced through his body. The other two were pale with fear, exclaiming, what? Is Leshef Thin continuing to use the shattered star slash? Those sword strikes cut through everything in their path. Their bodies were sliced into pieces. He could only scream in pain. The guys behind him were equally horrified. A single strike, and he is dead. The Atam group are 6th level martial artists. After all, that guy is that strong. They looked at Leslie Thin. Both panicked. After killing, Leslie Thin still wore a smile and said, no need to thank me for something so trivial. Lum Tu could not help but feel speechless, already furious inside. I am really thankful for you. That was my kill. A 6th level martial artist. A sea of experience points. But Lev Thin turned back to those guys, while the others were already trembling in fear. At this moment, an older man with a beard stepped forward, saying, Senior, those three were disrespectful. They offended you, and they have already been killed by you. Their stuff in the backpacks is also your loot. We accidentally attacked you, hoping the esteemed senior will be magnanimous and forgive us. As he spoke, he threw out the backpacks of those guys. Leslie Thin saw this and happily responded, you are quite reasonable. Then he turned to Lam Tu, saying, Lam Tu, go grab the backpacks of those three. He cheerfully replied, Yep. Big bro. As he approached to pick up the bags, he thought happily, even though there is no experience points, getting this pile of rare materials is not bad, better than nothing. After Lekev Thivin dealt with those guys, he waved goodbye. Out of respect for you, I want to hold this against you. Goodbye. After that, the three turned and left. A guy with a ponytail peeked out, asking the bearded man, Old Wong, are you really letting them go? That guy is at most a peak 7th level, and you are also 7th level. Besides, we have the numbers. The man called Old Wong was silent for a moment, then turned seriously to say, Can you feel the murderous intent that guy is radiating? Even though he is holding back, I can still sense the intense killing intent. That is the aura condensed in the bloody sea of the Chi Zen mountain. If we take action, we could easily end up dead. Transitioning to a moment later, Lundrum 2 and the others were still walking down the road. Lesevra Thin spoke up front. That kid is impressive. Standing firm against a bunch of 6th level guys at his level. Really brave. I give him a thumbs up. And you two can share the loot from those unlucky guys. He was not interested. Lum 2 heard this and cheered. Thanks, bro. The two busy people spread out the colorful exotic materials to share. Then Lechevha Thin reminded them again. but he still seemed weak. Lum Tu was sulking in front of the pile of exotic materials, but had to lose his enthusiasm after hearing those words. The two brothers recalled the image of Leffy Nagait saying, "You are still too weak." Feeling helpless and thinking how arrogant it was, suddenly, Les Hao Thin seemed to sense something and quickly raised his hand to draw his sword. He swiftly slashed behind him with a single stroke. The giant bee that was silently approaching them was cut in half. Its body fell at Les Hao Thin's feet. Lum Tu was wide-eyed in shock. A level 7 killer bee. One of the rarest creatures in the dark forest. Big bro. How did you notice it? He was in awe of this keen perception. Les Hao Thin casually replied while sheathing his sword. Killing intent. Then he explained. When it attacked me, I could sense its killing intent. Along with the ones from earlier and those 3 martial artists, in an instant. As they launched their attack, the killing intent radiated out, and I was able to identify and predict their attack methods. Lum Tu scratched his head, naively saying he could feel that invisible breath of killing intent. Identify. Les Hao Thin felt a bit proud at that moment. This kind of intuition can only be honed by bathing in a sea of blood and standing on a mountain of bones. The imagery in his words suggested he had killed quite a few people, but then, Les Hao Thin's expression suddenly turned fierce. He could not sense it. He could only say it was because he had not killed enough people yet. Yet Les Hao Thin cheerfully said, Left and Guite can sense other people's killing intent and predict their actions. But she has not killed as many as I have. So she is still not as good as me. After hearing this, Lum Tu fell into deep thought. Left and Guite acted decisively because she sensed her opponent's killing intent. Could it be that her hot-tempered nature made her act without hesitation? Furious Leffy Nagait with her sword appeared in his mind. Hearing this, Leffy Hao Thin blushed a little and shyly said, Yeah, she does have a bit of a hot temper. Suddenly, a group of people was flying toward them, and a guy with yellow hair shouted. Old Hoen signaled. We have located Bingli and Ha. Several shadows rushed up into the air, and the person in front urged them to hurry. It was the peak ahead. Everyone quickened their pace, and Les Hao Thin noticed them, then said to the two, Did I just hear something? Bong Li and Ha has appeared. Lum Tu also speculated. Seeing their urgent demeanor, it must be true. Lissy Har Thin looked at his item, which had grown larger. He rarely panicked and said, The device is reacting, then pointed towards the martial artists. He did not hesitate and ran forward. Lum Tu quickly followed, secretly thinking how excited he was. Not because of the fire ice. At that moment, a bright crescent moon appeared in the sky. Below it a tall mountain eroded around, surrounded by gentle clouds. The martial artists below were trying to climb up using their hands. The 3 of them reached the spot, and Lev Har Thiven, holding the item in his hand, said, This is the place. Climbing the cliff. He added, Above must be the Ice Lotus Lake. As he spoke, he tucked the item into his clothes. Then, Lissy Har Thin sat down, channeling his spiritual energy, turning back to say, Good. I am not waiting for you all. With a swift leap, he quickly jumped up effortlessly. Lum Tu below was still annoyed by his earlier comment. Does having a higher rank really make you that great? Let me show you what this brother-in-law can do. He quickly bent down to gain momentum, unleashing his spiritual energy. Then used a rapid movement technique to climb up, moving as swiftly as Les Ha Thin. His eyes lit up as he employed a snow step technique to double his speed. Les Ha Thin turned around, surprised and exclaimed, Damn. Your agility is impressive. Good. Meanwhile, Tu Nunsi Thi below was trembling all over, climbing up little by little. She shouted, That guy is not chivalrous at all. Does not care about a weak girl like me. She struggled to cling to each protruding rock to climb up, transitioning to the top of the mountain. There were countless martial artists standing by a large lake as if waiting for something. A moment later, Tu Nunji Thi managed to reach the summit, jumped up, and huffed. I do not need you men to help me climb up. But upon seeing the scene before her, she exclaimed in confusion, So many people. She moved closer to her 2 companions and asked, Why are all these martial artists gathered here? Didn't they say there is ice fire at the bottom of the lake? Les Hao Thin took the opportunity to sound like a senior and said, You guys still do not understand about this ice fire lake. Do you? Let me expand your horizons, he said. Then kicked a stone beside him down toward the lake. As the stone fell into the water below, it immediately shattered into many pieces. Then broke apart even further, turning into stardust in the currents. Both inexperienced ones gasped in unison. It turned to dust. Les Hao Thin began to explain. Since the ice fire artifact suddenly appeared here, it has changed the lake's normal properties. The water is now extremely cold. Anything that touches it will turn to dust and mix with the water. However, martial artists at level 6 and above can resist the lake's water as long as they are not injured and bleeding. But using that power consumes too much energy. Unless you risk absorbing the strange essence to replenish your energy, you will turn to fine powder within 3 minutes. The ice fire at the bottom of the lake probably has not bloomed yet. It can only be harvested with special tools after it blooms, so the martial artists here are patiently waiting for the flowers to bloom. Ha! It is the calm before the storm, he patiently explained to his new companions. The little crawly boy, Lum Tu, was looking around like a monkey searching for something. But he could not find Lusing Guide anywhere. Didn't you say Ligite might appear here? Lusio Thin cleverly replied. I said it is possible. Not guaranteed. Suddenly, sounds began to emerge from the surface of the lake. Lum Tu sat down to observe and said, the water in the lake is changing. Lusio Thin quickly reminded, if I were you, I would stay a little farther from the water. Suddenly, a bunch of skeletons shot up, but they still had eyes and tongues sticking out. At the same time, the system announced an evolution notification for a level 6 beast, the Ice Fire Snake, which after absorbing the Ice Fire's essence evolves into a venomous snake. Its venom can turn hunters to fine powder. Lum Tu exclaimed in panic. Level 6 Ice Fire Snake. He quickly backed away and warned everyone. Get away. This snake is highly poisonous. Lesio Thin exclaimed in surprise. This kid knows quite a bit. A martial artist who could not dodge in time got bitten by the Ice Fire Snake on the forearm. The martial artist screamed. The Ice Fire Snake was still biting. The flesh there seemed to be melting and evaporating. Another martial artist grabbed a knife and shouted to the bitten one. Quick, cut off that arm. It is, and he decisively slashes that arm. The warrior whose arm was severed cries out in pain. My arm. The severed arm now lies, reduced to a small piece still emitting steam. The ice snakes are now crawling up in greater numbers. The knife wielder shouts a warning. Back off. Quickly retreat. Everyone else, run. Don't get bitten by the snakes. One of them unfortunately gets bitten by an ice snake on the thigh. He screams. Help! At this moment, Lissy Harthivan turns to the two unrolled mats and says, even on the shore, it is not safe. The venom of this ice snake is similar to that of the ice lake. The surface of the lake is now bubbling violently. Another group of ice snakes rushes up. The warriors shout to remind each other. Back off. Back off. The guy with the chicken-colored hair and his team panic and turn to run. The ice snakes are coming again. One ice snake opens its mouth wide and sticks out its tongue. It lunges at Lum Tu. He can't help but feel startled. Damn. Can it jump that far? We're done for. He immediately uses the 100 birds welcome phoenix. A massive flame erupts with each thrust of his weapon, forming a phoenix head to confront the attacking ice snake. Instantly, the ice snake is engulfed in flames. Crying out, soon, its entire body is burnt down to just a short stub. Suddenly, a footstep appears and speaks up. It is a man with red hair and glasses that look like display frames. He continues. Hey kid, your fire skills are impressive. Why not team up with us to get the Ice Lotus? This person offers a friendly invitation. Lum Tu replies straightforwardly. Sorry, but I already have a team. Hearing this, the man shamelessly approaches Height, tugging at him. You guys only have 3 people and just 1 level 7. Your strength is too weak. Look over there. Those guys are staring at you like hungry wolves. They seem to have ill intentions. Lum Tu looks over and asks, are you talking about those guys? The old king's group is staring intently at him with a fierce aura, but Lum Tu calmly replies, I killed 3 of them before. They would not dare attack us. Why would we be afraid of them? The stranger continues, apparently having found some strong allies to help, then places a hand on Lum Tu's shoulder, saying, so think again about letting us join you if you use your fire skills to help us deal with the ice snakes. Once we get the Ice Lotus, there will be a share for you. Lum Tu waves his hand, refusing without a second thought. No need for a team. If they dare to act, let them come. Hearing this, the man reveals his true colors and begins to draw his sword. Fine. If you want to agree. Lum Tu becomes serious. The man slashes forward and shouts. Then you are the enemy. Lum Tu quickly draws his spear to defend himself. The strike is a bit difficult, causing his knee to buckle. Finally, Lam Tu started to expose the truth. So you are in cahoots with them. Right. 7th level warrior Kim Sun Sun. You want to sneak attack me while I am not paying attention. Is that how a 7th level warrior plays dirty? The system panel has now displayed the announcement. Kim Sun, 7th level warrior. Hearing this, he panicked and asked, how do you know my name? Lam Tu pointed at him, laughing mockingly, because he looked just like a straight-up jerk. Kim Sun, furious, swung his sword multiple times while shouting, damn it. The technique he used was the self-slaying strike. The old king also started to raise his weapon and shout to his teammates. They killed 3 of ours. Do they think we will just swallow our anger? Now we have 4 7th level warriors, and they only have 1. Brothers, let us kill them. With that, those guys began to surround Lam Tu and his companions. At this moment, Lak Hothian radiated killing intent, calmly drawing his sword and saying, 4 7th level guys. Pretty good, huh? Looks like today is a day for bloodshed. However, Lac Ho Thien still reminded his two new partners. You two take care of yourselves. When the fight breaks out, I can look after you. Tuo, angry, pointed and shouted. Wait. Did not you guarantee that no one would dare mess with us? You are really full of it, Lac Ho Thien explained nonchalantly. I am just letting Lam Tu train. If you want to feel the true pressure of life and death, you have to experience it firsthand. Afterward, he radiated spiritual power and leaped up while calling back. Lam Tu, kill all the enemies with killing intent. Lam Tu did not say much, brandishing his spear and charging out, Tu Nuoc Thoi following closely behind. The three of them fought fiercely, taking down each enemy one by one. Kim Sun disdainfully pointed at Lam Tu. You are the weakest brat here. I will deal with you first. Lam Tu was genuinely worried now, thinking to himself that although this guy was only a 7th level warrior, he was not someone a 5th level like him could handle. Without using his rage skill, he was not confident. He still had not found lacking Gaiet and could not use his trump card yet. This guy thought he was an easy target. Looking down on his opponent, Lam Tu was trying to withstand his attacks while calculating that he had to strike unexpectedly. Meanwhile, the other warriors shouted, "The ice serpent is coming. Everyone, retreat, retreat." They fled in panic, while Kim Sun Sion stood there with his back turned, seemingly unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, an ice serpent flicked its long tongue, ready to attack Kim Sun Sion, causing him to panic and exclaim, "Damn it," then hurriedly reached out, excitedly saying, "Kid, you will die with some meaning." He circled around behind Lam Tu and arrogantly said, "Be my shield." Lam Tu could not help but curse. What a nuisance! At that moment, the snake was about to bite, but he quickly used his clone technique, causing his body to vanish into thin air. Kim Im Sung Sun was now in a panic. Why is it a clone? That little brat dared to trick me. The snake was nearly biting his arm, but Kim Sun Sion's expression showed no fear as he raised his hand, forming a circle of spiritual energy. The ice snake could only bite into its barrier. Moments later, his hand remained intact. He smugly said, "But a little snake like that can break my defense." Suddenly, Lam Tu appeared behind Kim Sun Sion and asked, "What about me? Can't break your defense." He tightened his grip on the spear. Using a powerful thrusting technique, the spear shot towards his defense shield, shattering it. Kim Sun Sion turned in shock to see the shattered defense, and the ice snake had successfully bitten his arm. He cried out in horror. "It hurts so much. It hurts." Tears and snot flowed from the pain, his face turning pale. Kim Sun Sun pressed the sword against his arm as if wanting to cut it off. He gritted his teeth and made a cut while exclaiming, "Fate." Lam Tu, meanwhile, took the chance to use the 100 birds worshipping the phoenix technique while taunting. "How does extreme cold feel? I will give you some extreme heat as well." At this moment, Kim Ang Sun was even more enraged, hissing, his whole body radiating a strong murderous aura. "You think you can kill me with just your 5th level skills?" Then he raised his sword with one hand to defend against the head of the 100 birds, worshipping the phoenix, that was rushing to attack. But he was quickly knocked back by the flames. Lam Tu happily said, "Of course I know this move won't kill you. Just knocking you away is enough." Kim Sun Sion's face turned pale as he turned around, facing the clear blue water of the nearby lake waiting for him. Kim Sung Sung could not help but curse. Damn it. Finally a fitting end for a scoundrel. Kim Sun Sun fell into the lake with a splash, his face now corroded and disfigured. Screaming, "Ah!" Moments later, only a few pieces of clothing were left floating on the boiling lake. The martial artists above were horrified at the scene. Each one shared their disbelief. How could a level 7 martial artist die like this? This ice mist lake is terrifying. It must be because he lost his left arm and was already injured, making it easy for the lake to burn him. Right. If his flesh were intact, he could have activated his protective energy and held out for a while. The group of old kings over here continued to attack Lum Tu, shouting, "Kill that classy guy," a shout warned. "Watch out for the ice mist snake." At that moment, an ice mist snake stealthily lunged at its prey. Lum Tu immediately turned to observe and then used a shadow clone to vanish in midair, just before the ice mist snake struck. The red-feathered guy panicked as the snake lunged at him. It was just a clone. Then a ponytailed guy rushed in to save his teammate, swinging his spear to knock the snake away. Using the same move twice, the head of the snake now turned toward Lum Tu, and he was extremely alarmed. Damn. The clone was destroyed. This is not good. Then Lum Tu was bitten on the arm by the snake, and he cried out in pain. Tiununji Thi turned back. Seeing this, shouted in panic. V. Lilam. Lefa Harthin also looked back with a dangerous gaze. Suddenly Lum Tu's eyes lit up. He realized he was not harmed. He looked at his arms and was surprised. One arm emanated fire energy, while the other radiated water energy. He wondered to himself, could it be because he used both fire and water attributes at the same time? The others here gritted their teeth in disbelief. How could he be bitten by the ice mist snake and not be harmonized? How is it that he is unharmed? This time they rushed in too many. Everyone be careful. At this moment, a swarm of ice mist snakes soared up together, while the ice mist snake continued to bite Lam Tu's arm. He thought of something clever. I have a bold idea. He then spread his arms, closed his eyes, and let all the ice mist snakes come to bite and tear at him. The martial artists were horrified at this sight. That guy has gone mad. Why is he embracing those ice mist snakes? What a strange kid. Just now he was bitten by an ice mist snake. But he is totally fine. It is just luck, being bitten by 5 or 6 ice mist snakes at once. He will definitely turn to dust. Lam Tu laughed off the snake bites. I am not harmonized at all. But it does hurt a bit. Then he turned around and flashed a wicked smile. Without any hesitation, Lam Tu charged toward the group of old kings. They were extremely frightened. What are you planning to do? Don't come here. Ouch. The others ran away in a panic, screaming, help me. Help me. Don't come over here. Those martial artists outside will see this and tremble in fear. Is that guy even human anymore? There is definitely no honor in this fight. The real scum is that snake user. It is too toxic. Better not poke at it. Countless drops are falling onto the lake with terrible screams. Right now. Another massive ice snake is lunging up with its mouth wide open. The crowd shouts loudly to warn each other. Damn. A bigger one is coming. Everyone be careful. Even Lam Tu could not help but shudder. What the hell? Why is it so big? The guy with the ponytail is still being bitten by a snake, screaming in pain. The ice snake lord has now taken that guy in its jaws neatly. Then it continues to open its mouth wide. Its body flung Lam Tu away. And he could not react in time, getting sent flying. Lam Tu is now free falling through the air, about to hit the surface of the lake. He panics and before he knows it, he plunges into the lake, splashing water everywhere. The guys above see this and are overjoyed, laughing loudly. One of them says satisfyingly, hanging a person up there. It is strange it did not get you. You reap what you sow. Listen kid. At this moment, Tu Nuoc Thoi calls out in shock. Day Lam. Day Lam. Lak Ho Thien holds her back, reassuring her. Do not go over there. Be careful of that big snake. That kid got bitten by a snake but did not explode. Falling into the pit should be fine. The ice snake lord is now standing tall. The guys who were laughing earlier are soon horrified as they get flung away. Get back. Attack. Everyone. Let us join forces to fight it. Switching scenes to Lam Tu. He is now sinking underwater, but his body remains intact and unharmed. He is floating in the water, surrounded by several snakes. His whole body seems to be enveloped by some sort of spiritual energy. He opens his eyes and thinks. Even though he was bitten by a small snake and did not explode, he can still feel immense pain while submerged in the ice lake. However, if he uses his energy to surround himself, he might be able to hold on for a while. Since I have fallen into the lake, I might as well look for ice fire. As he thinks, he begins to channel his energy to swim, heading towards a place where he sees a streak of light and makes a guess. Is that white light at the bottom of the lake ice fire? But looking closer, he sees it is the silhouette of a girl with long hair. The girl turns around to reveal her face more clearly. Lam Tu is astonished and can't help but exclaim. Lacking Gaiet is on the surface of the lake. Everything is silent and sinking into darkness. Below the water, Lam Tu is still in shock. Lacking Gaiet. It is really Lacking Gaiet. Lacking Gaiet, having seen him, wonders to herself, why is he here? Lam Tu is over here flailing his arms and legs humorously. I came to find you. But those guys above dropped me into the lake. I wonder if Lacking Gaiet understands my sign language. Lacking Gaiet looks at him with a confused expression, thinking, what is this idiot trying to express by flailing around? Finally, she moved closer and took Lam Tu's hand, pulling him along. While he wondered where she was taking him, they both approached the bright spot, and Lam Tu's eyes widened in shock. Is this the ice fire flower? In front of them was a blue flower, its petals still flickering with flames. He silently speculated that it seemed not to have fully bloomed yet, with bubbles rising from below. Countless shadows of water also appeared around them. Lam Tu thought anxiously, what is happening? Is the lake shaking? Suddenly, the petals of the ice fire flower began to open, and he could not help but exclaim, it is blooming. The stunning petals spread out brilliantly. The people above, who were fighting, were also startled by the strange phenomenon. A bald guy looked worried. What is going on? Is it an earthquake? The group stopped to observe the tremors coming from the lake. These glowing waters are swirling together. Cheers erupted. The ice fire flower has bloomed. The ice fire flower has bloomed. One guy yelled out excitedly, the ice fire flower is mine. No one can take it from me. He quickly jumped into the water. Other guys, seeing this, got excited and jumped in after him. Ice fire flower, here I come. Let us go grab it. Tu Nuoc worriedly asked. With so many people jumping into the lake, is Lam Tu okay down there? Lak Ho Thien cheerfully reassured. That crafty dude won't be a problem. He will be fine. Meanwhile, The martial artists were competing to swim down. Lam Tu looked up anxiously. This is not good. All the martial artists have jumped into the lake. Is it time for the ice fire flower haste? Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder. Lacking Guyot pointed toward a large rock. Lam Tu's cheeks flushed as he realized to hide, and let them fight among themselves. Then the two swam to hide behind the large rock. The first martial artist, who had jumped in, swam over with a greedy expression. The ice fire flower is mine. Suddenly, he was slashed in the back by another martial artist with a sword. After taking another sword strike, he cried out in pain. The sword-wielding martial artist cheerfully said, "Get out of the way." The slashed guy gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. Then his face began to corrode. And he cried out in despair, "Ah." Moments later, only a torn piece of clothing remained in the sparkling blue water. Countless others began to fight with each other. The ice fire flower is mine. Kill them. Soon, all that was left were torn clothes and the sounds of final challenges. Ah. A bald guy smiled wickedly. He reached out toward the ice fire flower, laughing excitedly. I am about to get it. His hand was ready to touch the flower. Lam Tu, watching, felt anxious. This is not good. It is about to be stolen. But when that hand grasped the stem of the flower, the bald guy suddenly screamed in pain. His whole body was being corroded by something like acid. He screamed in agony. Why is this happening? I can't accept it. At this moment, Lam Tu was still horrified by the sight. Damn. He is melting away. It seems you can't directly touch the ice fire with your bare hands. Meanwhile, he did not notice a figure with bright eyes approaching from behind with a sword. The figure wore a very smug mask and swung down the sword. Suddenly, from Sinan's bag, it opened wide. Whoa! He gasped in shock. What is going on? Kuang Hinan had jumped up and bitten the face of that villain. Ouch! Kuang Kong gritted his teeth and kicked him, sending that guy flying with a yelp. Then he shared the same fate as the others and screamed. Kuang Tinan grinned and swam up. Lam Tu was still in shock. Damn. Someone is attacking. What a nuisance? Luckily, Xenofian acted in time. The guys fighting over here also noticed. It is that brat. Lam Tu had a frustrated expression, thinking, oh no. I have been discovered. Those guys kept exposing him. It is the guy on the shore right now. He is still not dead. Who is that girl next to him? Damn it. He is hiding there to take advantage. As they spoke, they rushed toward Lam Tu and the others. Those guys charged him while cursing. They had to eliminate him first. They had their eyes on him since earlier on the shore. The one-eyed guy aggressively thrust his sword down. Lam Tu quickly dodged to the side to avoid it. He shouted at them, "Damn. You guys are robbing from yourselves. What are you doing at my place?" But deep down, he calculated that since he was in the water, he could not use his fire skills, but this move might be very useful. Thinking that, he began to use the silver lightning burst technique. His eyes turned white as he punched the guy in the stomach. He fell freely below, screaming. After a while, the crowd seemed to be electrocuted, all screaming together. Lam Tu looked at his hands and thought with satisfaction. I did not expect my silver lightning burst technique to be so powerful. After the effect of the divine skill, he was surrounded by the others. They shouted, "Damn brat. You dared to attack us first. Kill him." Lam Tu pointed at his face, innocently saying, "Why are you all surrounding me? I did not even hit any of you. It is electric water. What does it have to do with me?" Suddenly, his eyes lit up in confusion. Lefangite was going to steal the ice fire, and right now she was seriously rushing in. One of the fighters gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. That brat is about to get the ice fire. Then he swung his weapon and rushed over, shouting, "Dream on. You want to steal from me." But Lam Tu quickly appeared, kicking him. He thought, maybe Luffy Gite sees that my silver lightning burst technique can hold them off for a little while. After finishing the calculations, Lam Tu immediately used the electric shock technique again, causing everyone to be jolted together. Meanwhile, Lacking Guyot had approached the flower. She carefully took out a card and swiftly cut through the flower's stem with ice fire. Then Lacking Guyot waited there for a moment, and Lam Tu observed her. After a while, Lacking Guyot raised 2 fingers, signaling to go. Let us move. He understood the cue and smiled in response. Sure. The guys still struggling from the electric shock panicked upon seeing this. Wait. The ice fire was stolen. What is that card in that girl's hand? How come it is not dissolving? The martial artists then directed their attacks toward Lacking Guyot, frantically saying, Great. The ice fire was stolen. Just kill that girl and the ice fire will be mine. Lam Tu still smiled broadly, thinking, our little guy in Guyot is impressive. You guys better back off. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch toward them, causing them to be shocked by electricity again, crying out in pain. He repeatedly used the silver electric blast technique. Silver electric blast. The ones being shocked still could not stop their mouths from cursing. You filthy little brat. Just wait. I will chop you into 100 pieces. The two of them, Lam-Tu and Lakangayat, gently encouraged each other to get to shore. Then the two jumped out of the water. Lakangayat still safely held the ice fire. After seeing Lam-Tu appear, Tu Nuuk the anxiously ran over and called out loudly, "Day Lam." She hugged Lam-Tu's head tightly against her chest, happily saying, "I am just glad you are okay." He gasped as if he were about to suffocate. "Yeah." Suddenly, the two women's eyes met. Lakangayat coldly asked, "She?" Tu Nuuk the way also asked back irritably, "She?" Lam-Tu, standing between the two girls, hesitantly said, "Let me introduce. This is my senior Tu Nua, and this is my classmate Lakangayat." Tu Nuthua leaned in closer to Lakangayat and said, "So you are the vixen who stole my day lamb." Lakangayat was not one to back down and shot back, "You old pale sister." Tu Nuuk they angrily asked, "What did you say?" "Say that again if you dare." Lakangayat replied defiantly, "Want to die? Then I will grant your wish." Lam-Tu raised his hand to intervene. But it did not matter. "We are all family here." Lak Hothian also smiled and spoke up. "Does my dear little sister see her big brother is happy?" Upon hearing this, Lakangayat angrily shouted, "I do not have a brother like you. Get away." Tu Nuuk they also lost her temper and added, "If you have nothing to do, then get lost." Lak Ho, notorious for his ruthless ways, now had to fear the fierce presence of these two lions from Lam-Tu. The ice fire was still in Lakangayat's hands. And at that moment, surprised and joyful voices rang out. "Look over there. That is the ice fire. Oh my. That little brat managed to get the fire link ice. Brothers, the fire link ice is ours. Kill them. Take the fire link ice." And then they one time know what hit them when they come closer. At this moment, Lam-Tu scratched his head to intervene. "Can you two stop arguing for a moment?" Lissy Har Thin added. "Yeah. There are still a bunch of predators lurking around. We can argue after we deal with them." The martial artist sneered at this. "Ha. Just you guys think you can kill us. Out of 4 of you, only one is level 7. This is just wishful thinking." Lissy Har Thin's face suddenly darkened. His eyes brightened, and he exuded an indescribable dark aura. He shouted at level 7, "Open your eyes wide and see clearly." The others gasped in shock. How is this possible? This is a level 8 martial artist. At that moment, Lissy Har Thin appeared like a great demon, his hair flying wildly, muscles bulging as he advanced. With an excited smile, he said, "Come at me, you little pests." The scarred guys remained optimistic. "Don't be scared. He is all alone." "Exactly. We have plenty of level 7 martial artists. A swarm strategy. Ants can take down an elephant." As he spoke, he swung his sword confidently. Luffy Thivin, like a true demon, extended his claws and gleefully replied, "Then go ahead and try." It has been a while since I have unleashed a massacre." Suddenly, the flower in his hand began to gradually fade away. Lam-Tu saw this and panicked. "The fire link ice is disappearing." Lissy Har Thin turned back to explain. "Once you leave the ice link lake, the fire link ice will quickly fade away. You have to absorb it now." Lam-Tu looked at the crowd over there like ants and worriedly thought, "There are so many predators lurking here." Lissy Har Thin cheerfully reassured, "Good. I am the main attacker. You focus on dealing with the stragglers." Lam-Tu nodded in agreement. He thought of Luffy Guide and told himself, "This time it is my turn to protect you." Then he turned to her and said, "Leffingite, you focus on absorbing it. I and Luffy Ha Thin will protect you." Leffingite pondered for a moment. Waltiu Ni Fi protested, "I do not agree." Viliam. "There are too many of them." Lam-Tu reassured her. "Sister, just protect Leffingite from behind and then move forward." Tiunanthi still hesitated, but Leffingite looked up and said, "Thank you. I will start absorbing now." With that, she closed her eyes to prepare for the absorption process. The others rushed in panic. "Damn it. That girl is about to absorb the fire link ice. We can't wait any longer. Let us go all out and kill them." A shadow swept by as Lussa Hotharthin quickly appeared in front of the two, throwing a punch and asking, Where are you looking?" He swiftly punched the guy in the chest, sending him flying while he yelled. The guy flew far into the forest and crashed to the ground, creating a huge explosion. The other martial artists were stunned by this sight. A single punch destroyed a level 7 martial artist. Even though he was level 8, that power was just terrifying. Leffier Thivin charged towards the group again. "Are you scared now?" Too late. At that moment, Lakangayat was still absorbing energy when suddenly a scoundrel approached, ready to disrupt. "You all go ahead and fight. The fire band is mine." But right after, Lam-Tu's spear quickly appeared. He continuously thrust towards him. That guy still looked down on him, thinking a level 5 would dare to attack him. Lam-Tu grinned and said, "Try this." He began to use ice bones, launching countless ice spears like a violent storm. The guy gradually became encased in ice. He could not believe this was real and questioned himself. "I remember this guy's attribute is fire. Right, how can he still use ice attributes? Then he swung his sword arrogantly and said, "This little ice bone is useless against me." But he was startled to look down. Along with an ice spear, a frozen snake was sticking out its tongue, waiting for its prey. Damn. It is a frozen snake. The frozen snake, though small, was fierce and bit his nose. Ouch. Then quickly dissolved in the air, leaving behind a horrific scream. Lamtu shouldered his spear and said, "Do you know why I had to use ice bone techniques? Because I dug up a few who do not like fire from the frozen lake." The others, enraged, charged forward. "Kill him. You scoundrel. Damn. This is too much. Everyone, come together and kill him." Lamtu disdainfully replied. "So many of you attacking one person, who is really the one without martial ethics. Luckily, when I fell into the lake, I conveniently caught a bunch of frozen snakes." As he spoke, he mischievously tossed a few frozen snakes like toys. "Look at me. Frozen snakes taking lives. Each one charging forward as if obeying their mother's call." The martial artists were now jumping to dodge, creating a chaotic dust cloud. Damn. This guy is even using frozen snakes as darts. Oh man. Get out of the way. In another quiet corner, under the waning moonlight, Lakangayat was still with her eyes closed, absorbing the fire of ice, when another martial artist, eyes shining, was sneaking closer. He greedily said, "I won't let you absorb any more. Give me the fire of ice." But Tiu Nuokthe quickly used her butterfly dance to block him. This guy disdainfully slashed and said, "Level 6. Get out of my way." But behind him, a ghostly figure appeared with shining eyes. Lak Hothian showed up with a punch to his back, causing him to scream in agony. "You were plotting to harm my sister." Tiu Nuokthe saw this and was a bit worried, while Lamtu asked why he had come back here. "Have you finished off the mess in front?" Lak Hothian smugly said a bunch of fools were done in 5 minutes. Looking around, the people were sprawled all over the ground, completely wiped out. Tiu Nuokthe broke out in a cold sweat. Eyes wide, Lamtu felt it was miraculous inside. At this speed, he could take out a bunch of chickens faster than that sinister aura dissipated. Lefevharthivan gradually restored his normal appearance, then awkwardly said, "What do you think of my technique? Want to learn it? If you want to learn, I can teach you. But you have to be my disciple and come with me to the dark world." Lamtu was shocked and taken aback upon hearing this. He actually came from the dark world. Is not he Lakangayat's brother? That place is a completely abandoned area, filled with powerful evolved beasts, zombies, and wanted criminals. "Don't listen to him." A loud shout suddenly rang out. Lamtu turned around in surprise. Lefeningait, who was absorbing energy, opened her eyes in anger and said a few words. "Lamtu won't go with you there. He won't take the same path as you." Lefevrothin reminded her. Stop worrying about your little boyfriend and focus on absorbing the ice fire." Hearing this, Lefingait shouted even louder. "Shut up." Suddenly, her eyes widened. Then she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her whole body felt like it was about to be swallowed by the ice fire. Lamtu panicked and shouted. Alekingait and Leshaharthin beside her helplessly said, "Silly girl, this ice fire has powerful energy. If you get distracted while absorbing it, you will freeze into a stone statue." Lamtu anxiously turned to Lefharthin. "Big bro, you can't just stand by like this. What should we do to help her?" Lefsiothin helplessly replied, "I can't do anything. I do not know fire attribute skills." Lamtu exclaimed like a foolish boy. "Right, fire attribute skills." Then he continued, "I have the red lotus fire in my body." As he spoke, flames began to emit from his body, a transparent fire called red lotus fire. Lamtu extended his hand. The flames from his arm flowed down, and Lakanungaid's body seemed to stabilize. He thought with difficulty, "I did not expect to expend so much energy, but it is okay. I still have plenty of essence to absorb." Lethiharthin saw this and said with satisfaction, "This guy is absorbing the 7th grade essence for Lefingait without batting an eye. It seems he truly cares for Lefnungait." Tiunivith, standing beside them, could only silently watch. After a while, small black stones appeared on the ground. Lefeningait, looking exhausted, closed her eyes, and Lamtu was sweating heavily, panting. "Phew. Finally done absorbing." Lefingait then joyfully said, "Thank you." Lamtu smiled and replied, "What are we to each other? You do not need to thank me for this small thing. Have you completely absorbed the ice fire? How does it feel?" She finally shared her feelings. "Yep. I have completely absorbed it. I can also release white flames now." As she spoke, Lefungait conjured a water elemental flame in her palm. Seeing this flame, Lamtu joyfully exclaimed, and with one hand, he produced a golden flame. "Ha! I can do this too. Look, this is my red lotus fire." With his other hand, he created a blue flame, holding one flame in each hand. Suddenly, the two flames rushed toward each other as if they were about to clash. Lamtu panicked and exclaimed, "Damn it. What is happening?" Lesiharthin was both angry and shouted a reminder. "Those two idiots, quickly retract your flames. Do not you know that Hong Lion Ho and Bang Lion Ho repel each other? Le Fingguai quickly clenched her fist, and the flames gradually dissipated. Lum Tu also nervously held his hand, and it too faded away. Only then did Le Ha then wipe the sweat from his forehead and explain. Onglin Hefga and Banglin Ha are powerful opposing energy sources. Once they collide, the energy will explode. Even an 8th level martial artist cannot withstand it. Left and Guite fell silent to think after hearing this, while Lumim too seemed excited. Is it really that strong? In other words, if Leching Guite and I team up, we can go against an 8th level martial artist. Lefahar Thin replied with hands on his hips. That is right. This will be your trump card. The fusion skill of both of you. Fusion skill. Lesahar Thiven deliberately elongated this sentence, his face slightly flushed with implication. Tunivith, upon hearing this, shouted angrily, while Leffin and Guite blushed and called him a pervert. Then Livef Hefan was punched into the sky by the two girls along with the words "get lost." After a moment, he said, "All right. Leffin Guite has absorbed the Banglin Afka. My mission here is complete, everyone. Goodbye. Tonight is a night of the new moon, but the light from it still illuminates the world below." At this moment, Leslie Harthin was carrying a huge backpack, and Lum too stared in surprise and asked, "I remember when you came. You had both hands free." Leslie Harthin laughed and explained, "Hee hee. These are the things I just collected from the corpses of the martial artists. They are all my trophies." Lum too frowned and pointed at the debrars inside, asking, "The strange star is one thing, but what about this pile of chaotic weapons?" Lissy Harthin replied, "You are also an 8th level expert. Do you really think these things are worth looking at? What do you know? This is called being resourceful. I can't waste this trip, can I?" Lum too was left speechless, while Lucking Guite suddenly spoke up from behind. "So you came here specifically to help me get the Bang Lian Exia?" Lev Harthivan happily replied, "That is right. Who said you were my sister?" Leslie Harthin then waved goodbye to everyone. "See you again. Take care, brother-in-law." The backpack has covered half of his upper body. Lum Tu waited until he had gone far away before asking, "Isn't he your brother very nice? Why were you so fierce with him just now?" Leffing Guite recounted. He was sent by the family to the Dark Realm to fend for himself at the age of 5 or 7, but he survived and became an 8th level martial artist. However, he offered his soul to darkness, becoming a bloodthirsty beast that loves killing. Although he is trying to control himself, there will come a day when he will be completely consumed by darkness. It was pitiful to see him calm but tormented as a child, surrounded by countless evil spirits. Even Tiyunet Sithui sighed after hearing this. Being sent there at 7 years old, her family was truly heartless. Leffen Guite then closed her eyes helplessly and replied, "This is why the family can remain powerful forever. Weakness is a sin. And the moon has risen high, casting its light down upon the forest." A voice echoed, "Leffen Guite. We should not stay here too long. The fighters searching for the ice fire could arrive at any moment. We should leave quickly." Below ground lay countless corpses of fighters, each with a large hole in their chest. Lum Tu looked down and said, "Lissy Harthin has killed them all. As long as we leave, no one will know we got the ice fire." Leffingite replied, "I can leave yet?" he asked. "Well, I heard you came here to save someone. Haven't you found them yet?" Leffingite honestly replied, "That was a lie to the school. I did not come to save anyone. I came to kill." After saying this, she turned to one side. Lum Tu exclaimed in confusion, "Kill?" Leffingite recounted, 3 years ago, I went to the dead zone with 6 teammates to hunt an 8th level evolved beast. After we worked together to kill that evolved beast, one of our group, a woman named Trung Hukok, turned on us, killing everyone to monopolize the 8th level essence. The other 5 teammates were killed. I was the only one who survived. I swore before my teammates' bodies that I would kill Trung Tranako Hokit to avenge them. Upon learning that Traja Hokut had appeared in the dark forest, I came here unexpectedly. She had become the leader of a fighter organization and secretly ambushed me. I was at a disadvantage, so I led them to the Ice Lotus Lake. I pretended to fall into the lake. Fighters with ice attributes can stay underwater for a long time without drowning, as long as they have no injuries. I hid among the debris at the bottom of the lake, waiting for an opportunity until you fell into the lake too. Trenchong Haokit probably thought I was dead. She left, not participating in the fight, likely hoping to watch the fighters eliminate each other and see if she could take the spoils. She will definitely come back here." Lum Tu asked, "So are you planning to wait for her here?" Leffingite replied. Yep. He immediately said, "All right. I will stay and help you." Tunivith, hearing this, anxiously said, "Hey, are you all crazy? Staying here might not guarantee we find Trying Ho Kit, but we will definitely encounter other fighters. There might even be 8th level fighters showing up. We are only 5th level, and we are just 6th level. How can we compete with them?" Leffingite replied, "I have absorbed the ice fire. Now I am at level 7. Lum Tu happily responded, "Fighting monsters above my level is a basic skill for me. And Tununsi could only sweat, thinking about these two crazies. The scene shifted to a day later, when a group of people appeared, led by a woman. Lum Tu, hiding in a bush with the others, asked, "Is that them?" Lefingite replied. "Yep." Then he said, "We will ambush at Ice Lotus Lake." Lum Tu approached a pile of bodies stacked together. His face lit up with excitement as he said, "Haha, hiding in a pile of corpses to ambush." Just thinking about it was thrilling. Tununsi was speechless at this expression. This guy has a really dark taste. Lefingite, with a disgusted face, said, "I do not want to hide under this pile of corpses." The two girls whispered to each other, "Let us hide in the bushes." Lefingite spoke up, "They are coming." The group led by Trajangaho Kit stormed in. And when they saw the scene before them, she was extremely startled. What the hell happened here? Why are there so many dead bodies? Did everyone die? They began assessing the situation. I recognize this person. He is an 8th level martial artist, even if he is only at the early stage. He is still 8th level. Traningahekho noted that the wounds did not look like they were from a mutual fight, but rather that someone had killed them, who could kill so many martial artists. Then she started giving orders. "You guys, check the water to see if the ice is still intact." The others hesitated a bit, but Tranjang Keat shouted, "What are you waiting for? As long as there are no wounds, use your energy to protect yourselves. You won't die right away." The others bit their lips in fear, their faces pale. Then they decided to jump into the lake together. Lefingite, hiding behind the bushes, started calculating in her mind. It was a perfect opportunity to kill a few of them underwater. Tranjang Keat turned around to give more orders, telling the others to spread out and continue checking the bodies for any strange items or powerful weapons. They moved towards the pile of bodies stacked nearby. A bald, covering his mouth and nose, leaned in and said, "These bodies are already starting to rot." Suddenly, an arrow shot out. The bald guy did not have time to react before the arrow pierced his stomach, leaving him dumbfounded, and he collapsed, joining the pile of corpses. The scar-faced guy noticed the commotion and approached, asking, "Hey, bald guy, what happened?" Just then, a spear shot up from the pile of bodies towards the scar-faced guy. He was about to go sell salt like his friend, transitioning to another scene. While below the lake, Trong Yek Ho Kite's group was still swimming down together. One guy with a flashlight looked around for a while and thought to himself, "There is nothing at the bottom of the lake. It seems the ice has been taken by someone else." Suddenly, another guy pointed ahead and shouted. He turned around and saw Left Ungite coldly approaching, making him panic and curse. Damn it. Then there was a bloody scene that the author blurred out. But everyone knew what the outcome for that guy would be. The other two, in a panic, swam up to try to escape. Left Ungite frowned and thought, escaping won't be that easy. She quickly appeared in front of the two, delivering a swift strike that sent one guy to his demise. The remaining guy turned around and cursed upon seeing this. Damn it. Lefingite charged at the next guy. He barely managed to lift his head above the water and cried out, "Help! Cough! There is an ambush under the lake." But those words were quickly silenced by a swift sword strike. Water splashed up from the lake, accompanied by coughing sounds. The ones on the shore anxiously warned, "Sister, there is an ambush under the lake." At this moment, Lam Tu emerged from the pile of corpses. Thinking, damn, Xiao Yu revealed herself too quickly. I initially wanted to ambush a few more people, taking advantage of their inattention. He unleashed a powerful attack to eliminate a few more. And with that thought, he raised his spear into the air, channeling fire, causing flames to erupt strongly. One guy looked up and was startled. The flames he created formed fireballs descending upon the crowd. One of them shouted, "Damn, someone's ambushing from behind. Everyone be careful. Be careful." Ah. But they still could not avoid getting hit by a few of Lam Tu's fireballs. From within the forest, a powerful aura emerged, and it was Tiu Nuok Thai. At this moment, she appeared with her butterfly dance technique. Several guys were blown away by her strength. There are people here too. Lacking Gaiet had also jumped out of the water. Trung Hao Kiet quickly created a barrier and shouted, "A bunch of useless fools. Do not panic. Fall back. Maintain the defense formation." The three of them, Lam Tu, had now gathered together. Lacking Gaiet stood at the front, snorting coldly. That Trung Hao Kiet, seeing this, spoke sarcastically. "So it is the one who was defeated by me. What now? Did you think you could find 5th or 6th tier warriors as helpers to fight against me?" Lacking Gaiet replied briefly, "I have killed you enough already." Trung Hao Kiet then brandished her sword and charged, shouting, "I will deal with the girl in the middle. The other two are up to you." The others, not knowing life from death, rushed out, shouting to kill Trung Hao Kiet. Feeling victorious, slashed down at Lacking Gaiet, who quickly jumped away to dodge the attack. An explosive blast erupted, obscuring everything, making it hard to see. Lam Tu, on this side, was still dealing with two guys when he suddenly noticed something beside him. Lam 2 thought to himself, Lakangai just advanced to tier 7. Facing someone of tier 8 is still a bit beyond her capabilities. I have to quickly escape from them and help her. Qianlong Lam 2 lowered the tip of his spear to the ground, and immediately countless flags appeared, resembling a battlefield breaking through a city, accompanied by a gigantic, imposing general charging toward the crowd with Lam 2, each spear striking with dragon heads roaring. Those guys cried out in pain from Lam 2's attack. A bald guy gritted his teeth. Questioning himself, is this guy really only at tier 5? Tiu Nuuk they also spoke up. Day Lam, you go help Lakangayat. I can handle these guys. Lam 2 then asked if she was okay on her own. Tiu Nuuk they replied while delivering her strikes. Don't worry. Lam 2 quickly unleashed the violent Viol Ho Thang, launching countless spears. At this moment, Trung Hao Kiat was still in her defensive barrier, proudly saying, You ants dare to ambush me. She then swung her sword, delivering a lethal blow. Lam 2 appeared hazy in her eyes. Tiu Nuuk though he gasped. No way. Can he be handled so easily? That is a clone. By the time she realized it, he had already appeared behind her. He stabbed straight into Trada Kokaich, sending her flying. She narrowed her eyes angrily and shouted, You little brat, get ready for me. As she spoke, she unleashed her power through the shield, sending both Luffy Guide and Lam 2 flying away. Trying Echo Kite then threw something and yelled, A spiked ring. This was an iron ring designed with sharp spikes surrounding it. Lam 2 gritted his teeth in worry. He pulled out the handle of his spear to defend against the spiked ring. At that moment, she laughed triumphantly, then raised her iron hand. The spiked ring collided with the spear handle and bounced back, causing Lam 2 to exclaim in shock, Damn. It can change direction. Trong Hao Ho Kit was now wildly using the spiked ring. The spiked rings rushed forward one after another. Lam 2 panicked. Damn it. Not again. There is no way to escape. Those spiked rings just keep attacking me. A Trong Ho Kit arrogantly said. Newbie. Go play with the spiked rings. She then turned to Lafafenguite with her sword. It is your turn. She swung her large sword, and Luckinguite charged to fight back. Trong Ho Kit, like a madwoman, continuously swung her sword, sending out waves of sword energy, her eyes bloodshot. Chanting, Left and Guite struggled to counter the ground-shaking blows, creating massive explosions and scattering dirt everywhere. Lam 2 was still trying to fend off the spiked rings. He thought angrily. Damn it. I can't predict the attack trajectory of those spiked rings. No way. Alone, Left and Guite could not take on that crazy woman. He observed the two in front of him and began to assess. Could this woman have the extraordinary ability to control those 3 spiked rings with her mind? His eyes focused on the iron arm of hers. He suddenly exclaimed, I got it. This is not mind control. If it is electronic equipment, it must be afraid of high temperatures. He smiled, feeling he had come up with a plan, and immediately unleashed the Bech Ivu tree fightanini. A large flame erupted from the tip of Lemon 2's spear. A Trong Ho Kit continued to taunt loudly. How hot can a 5th tier fire skill of yours be? My spiked rings are made of heat-resistant material. But she immediately panicked. Is this kid's fire really that strong? Could that high temperature be the Hong Li and Chai He from another realm? The consequence of underestimating others is death. Lum 2 replied cheerfully. Ha. I did not expect you to have that knowledge. Yep. The fire burning within me is the Hong Li and Chai Ha that can incinerate everything. At that moment, Leffingguite quickly slashed forward and asked, What are you staring at? Is your technique right now the ice flame slash? The Jang Hocket looks pale. This is the ice flame slash. Facing the powerful attack from Lakangayat, she could only quickly use her skills to create a defensive shield to protect herself. You are so jealous. How can you absorb the ice flame? One red flame. One ice flame. You two are just lucky. Lakangayat rushed, still cheerfully replying to her. It is thanks to you. If you had not knocked me into the ice flame lake, I would not have gotten this. Lam 2 also laughed wickedly as he charged in. Ha. Both of us are chosen by heaven. Are you scared now? Lakangayat snapped back angrily. Shut up. I will kill you first. Lam 2 played dumb, responding. Okay. Let us deal with this lightbulb first. Then he used the 100 birds summon again, and a giant phoenix head formed from flames appeared. Zhang Hakiet, inside the protective barrier, continued to mock. Even if your fire is strong, you are only level 5. Level 5 fire can't kill me. Lakangaya charged in and used the ice flame slash. Zhang Hakiet happily said. Looks like you have not fully absorbed the ice flame. If I kill you, I can absorb the energy you have not taken yet. Huh. Suddenly she exclaimed in shock. I missed. Lakangayat appeared and asked, Who said I wanted to attack you? Lam 2 ran away excitedly, saying, It is about to collide. Run fast. The underlings were grinding their teeth in panic. What are they planning to do? The momentum is too strong. Tiu Nuuk they also yelled. These two are insane. Zhang Hakiet asked suspiciously. What are they planning to do? What does it mean to hit once and then run? A blue-green energy appeared, followed by a golden energy rushing in. The two energies, as if driven by deep hatred, collided with each other. Zhang Haokit found himself stuck in the middle like a sandwich. Cursing, damn it. How can this energy be so strong? Then her body spread wide in the sky, wailing in despair. Ah! The technique passed, leaving a large cloud of smoke on the ground. Under the ground where the explosion occurred, a den appeared with many small cracks. Lam Tu felt incredibly proud and shouted, "Our combo skill is really impressive. Even level 8 can be easily defeated." Lakangayat punched Lam Tu in the face, causing him to bleed, and shouted, "Shut up." Tu Nuokthe was still in shock. "You two are crazy. Can you at least warn me before using this skill next time?" she shouted loudly. At that moment, Lam Tu could only laugh it off, while Lefenenguite blushed and looked away to avoid attention. The scene shifted to Them Lam City, where tall buildings emerged, and a few people were about to enter the city, with some guards at the gate holding guns to observe. Lam Tu approached and wondered what was going on. Why was this place sealed off? Then, Lam Tu started to walk through the entrance to check. Next was Lefenenguite. She coldly followed his lead. Suddenly, a soldier looked at the two girls with a lewd expression. The soldier then raised his hand and shouted, "Wait! This device has a problem. We can't continue scanning." So the soldiers nearby began to discuss among themselves. The two team leaders are back to their old ways again. Poor Beauty, about to be harassed by the team leader. The one called the team leader stretched out his filthy feet and licked his lips, showing his desire as he said, "So I have to search personally." Lefenguite stood still, her eyes narrowing, daring him to move even a little closer. "You will die." She coldly looked at him and spoke. The soldiers nearby saw this and shouted loudly. One of them raised his gun and aimed straight at her. "You are bold. What do you plan to do?" "Put the weapon down." Lam Tu's expression turned grim as he spoke up. "We just scanned the area. Clearly you guys are looking for trouble." The team leader, scared but still stubborn, said these people were not cooperating with the scan. They must have issues. "Grab them." "Brothers." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps and an annoyed voice appeared. "Too noisy." A blonde soldier appeared, irritated, and asked, "What are you all doing? This guy's hairstyle looks like he had a bowl put on his head at home and got it cut. Such a nostalgic vibe." "Guys." One of the soldiers nearby flattered him excessively, reporting, "Colonel, these people are not cooperating with the scan. We suspect they are in league with the thieves we are trying to catch." The blonde soldier cast a mocking glance at them. "You rookies think you can catch a level 7. Explain what happened." Lefenguite spoke up at this moment. Tongue NC, the guy, whose mouth was faster than his brain, pretended to be angry and shouted, "How dare you casually mention the colonel's name?" Just as Tongue Nens was about to reply, the guy jumped in, looking at her, and after recognizing her, he hurriedly said, "It is Letitis." Then, she quickly slapped the soldier for being reckless and shouted to shut up. After that, she approached Lefenguite and bowed her head. She crossed her arms and asked, "What are you doing in Them Lam?" Tanung and Si broke out in a cold sweat as she replied, "Well, I made a mistake in Theongkong City and got sent here. I did not expect Miss Lefs to be in Them Lam as well." "What just happened?" Lefenguite turned to accuse the guy. "This person tried to take advantage of me. I was about to kill him." Hearing this, Tonganensi was also furious and shouted, "Daring to have ideas about Miss Lex. What a gutsy move. Arrest him for me." Tonganensi pointed at the red-haired guy, who was now trembling and could only call out, "Colonel." Lefenguite then asked, "What happened in Dintham Lam?" Tangnak quickly replied, "Last night, a priceless treasure was stolen from the Lord's mansion, which is why the entire city is sealed off. For the past few days, no one can come in or out, so I must trouble Miss Lack. If Miss Lack does not have a place to stay temporarily, I can arrange something for you." She walked inside with her teammates and responded, "No need. We already have accommodations." Tangnak also spoke up, "All right. Please take your time." After waiting for Lam 2 and the others to leave, the curious soldier pointed and asked, "Colonel, who are they?" Tangnak sighed and replied, "The Chengshin Kong family, the Lack family. Those are people from Chengshin Kong who dare not kill during the day." After walking for a bit, Little Nguyen. "Just how powerful is your Lack family that even the military officers of the Them Lam defense forces show respect when they meet you?" Lakangayat closed her eyes in discomfort and said, "It has nothing to do with you." The scene shifted to a tall building, which was the Saint Domain Academy branch in Them Lam. The three of them entered the academy's hall together. Lakangayat was working with the receptionist. Lam 2 was observing nearby, while Tiu Nuoktha waited outside. Lam 2 asked in confusion, "Where is everyone? It used to be very lively here, like a vegetable market." The old man sitting at the reception desk spoke up to remind them. "What kind of talk is that, young man? Comparing the Saint Domain Academy of Them Lam to a vegetable market since it is sealed off. There is no one here, so I let them all take a break." Tiu Nuoktha outside asked with a bright smile, "Hello. May I ask if there are any trains back to the Saint Domain Academy today?" The old man replied. The last train of the day took off long ago. The entire city is sealed off. And you can't go out, so there are no trains. You will have to stay here until the seal is lifted. Then, he smiled mischievously. I can open a large room for you. The most luxurious one. After all, there is no one here now. The young people facing him could only ponder in silence. But Lam Tu suddenly snapped. A luxurious room? It must be very expensive, you old scoundrel. Are you trying to scam us? He yelled, ready to argue with the old man. The bank card was placed on the table, and Lakangayat waved her hand, saying, All right, get the most luxurious room. Lam Tu looked over in shock. The old man, satisfied, took the card and slid it into the machine, saying, Great, the boss is generous. The 18th floor, the most luxurious room of the branch. Cost 10,000 points a night. Lam Tu once again shouted in frustration. A night for 10,000 points. Old man, why did not you go rob? Do you know how hard it is for us students to earn points? The old man calmly smiled and then seriously reminded. Rest well tonight. Remember not to go outside. There is a curfew, and it is very unsafe out there. Lam Tu lay alone on the large bed in the bright, modern room, looking up at the luxurious ceiling, savoring the feeling of being treated like an upper-class person. He could not help but exclaim. No wonder it is 10,000 points a night. The entire 18th floor is luxury rooms, with hot springs, steam rooms, training rooms, gravity rooms. Everything you could wish for. Suddenly, he heard a faint noise from outside, causing Lam Tu to sit up, looking towards the door leading to the living room, wondering if Xiao Nanagayat was still training. Lam Tu frowned, a carefree look evident on his handsome, tired face as he complained. This obsessed cultivator was different from what he had imagined. When Lam Tu stepped into the living room, he only dared to peek his head out to see if that Lakangayat was as diligently cultivating, or not, only to find that not only Lakangayat was there, but also Tiu Nuok Thai. Moreover, they were not cultivating either but were just standing together, looking out at the bustling city through the large transparent glass. Lam Tu could not help but wonder. Why were not they asleep yet? Is there something interesting outside the window? Lakangayat and Tiu Nuok Thai remained silent. But the situation was clearly written on both their faces. Lakangayat frowned slightly, looking straight ahead with an unpleasant expression, while Tiu Nuok Thai looked tense, sweating, with extreme worry evident in her eyes, her mouth slightly agape. Lam Tu followed their gaze and was shocked to see a strange creature before them, frozen in place, their mouths involuntarily questioning. Right before their eyes was a ship, neither big nor small, speeding towards them at breakneck speed. The sound of its engine could still be heard through the glass, unmistakably drawing the attention of those inside. The ship suddenly exploded something underneath, seemingly to warn those inside the building that it was about to crash, urging them to get out of the way. Both Lam Tu and Tiu Nuok Thai were startled and could not react in time, while only Lakangayat, with her determined gaze, managed to stay calm. But all three of them were left in shock. Only Lam Tu managed to shout just before it crashed. Oh no. It is coming right at us. Even as the ship was about to crash into Lakangayat and Tiu Nuok Thai, they stood frozen, not moving an inch. The only one who reacted was Lam Tu, disregarding his own safety. Instead of choosing to run away, he opted to rush forward to protect them, shouting loudly, "Get out of the way." But the ship was already too close to the building and showed no signs of stopping. Perhaps its very purpose was to crash straight into this building. Boom! The ship shattered a large pane of glass in the building. Hundreds of shards flew through the air like a deadly snowstorm. The cracks in the windows grew larger and shattered as well, signaling a significant shockwave. The nose of the ship crashed straight into the room, revealing a black and white head resembling a husky dog. But it must be acknowledged that this ship was quite sturdy. Such a massive impact, along with a shower of glass shards, did not cause it to falter at all. It landed safely, albeit not very gracefully, without any visible damage on its surface. The manufacturer really put a lot of thought into it. Tiu Nuok Thai was hit right in the nose by the ship, unable to dodge, and of course, the large shards of glass made contact with her delicate skin. She could not help but cry out in pain. Even Lam, trying to be the hero rescuing the damsel in distress, could not save her, instead being thrown forcefully against the wall. Even Lakangayat, formidable as she was, could not escape the fate of being tormented by the ship. But fortunately, she managed to control her body, so she did not suffer as much as Lam Tu. The spaceship soared like a rocket above the ground, wherever it passed. The ground was devastated. The friction suddenly increased compared to when it was flying in the air, causing sparks to ignite early, creating a thick white smoke that engulfed the entire luxurious space. The three Lam Tu, Lefeningite, and Tiu Thai lay sprawled on the cold ground, caught off guard as a steel door opened on the ship, spilling out from the thick white smoke. A squad of burly men who knew nothing of the world emerged. The lead man, likely the leader, did not care about the location and ordered his underlings to get to work. The city defense troops would arrive in 5 minutes. Quick! Get out of this building. Behind him were two other tall men dressed in tight black suits, resembling uniforms from some mysterious organization. They carried a large metal block, unaware of what was inside, always following the commander's orders. At least one of them still had a conscience. Glancing at the innocent victims of their reckless descent in the place where people rested, lying unconscious on the ground, Tranchu walked slowly, worried for them, his pupils narrowing in the room. At this moment, Lam Tu slowly regained consciousness from the heap of debris in front of him. His head was pounding, a feeling he had not experienced in a long time, one that made a person feel disgusted. He rubbed his head, which had just hit the ground, not very gently, and sweat poured down. Adding to his discomfort, Lam Tu involuntarily exclaimed, "My head feels like it is going to split." The leader looked down on him, disregarding Lam Tu and casually tossing the task to his minions before walking away without a care. "Just a 5th level. Handle him quickly. Then come down to meet us." The heavy metal container was handed over to 2 others to transport below, along with many others guarding the area. While the 2 who initially carried the container stayed behind to deal with the people in the room, the red-haired man grinned menacingly, brandishing his sword threateningly. "Kid, looks like you are out of luck." Lam Tu, unable to stand under the threat of his sword, crawled painfully on the ground, covered in debris and rubble. Tu Nuuk was not at the epicenter of the ship's attack. The shock was not severe, so she recovered more quickly. While Lam Tu was still struggling, she rushed out to save him. Day Lam, using her familiar fan as a weapon, unleashed a series of magical attacks. Even though they did not faze the 2 men, they at least bought Lam Tu some time to recover. The red-haired man thought Lam Tu was alone in the room. He did not look around, so he focused solely on him, unaware of Tu Nuuk Thai. By the time he noticed, he was already hit by her attack, but luckily for him, his reflexes were quick, so the blow was nothing significant, just a bit careless. "Is there someone else?" Lam Tu had regained some strength, but he really could not stand these nameless thugs barging into people's homes. The blood rushing to his brain meant he was not afraid of anyone. Damn it. Invading someone's home and trying to kill people. Lam Tu had somehow obtained a long spear, his face contorted in anger, ready to thrust it at the impudent man. Without giving the guy a chance to react, the spear shot forward, fast enough to create sparks and hit its target. This firepower is the phoenix of the 100 birds, which Lam Tu always uses to confront evil foes. Its output is not light. If it can't kill the opponent outright, at least it can inflict serious injuries. Lam Tu aggressively urged. "Dith." Little did he know, aside from the red-haired guy, there was also a bald guy lurking around, waiting for the right moment. He took advantage of the moment when Lam Tu was focused on attacking his brainless teammate to strike. Truly, long legs but no brains. The energy he unleashed was no less impressive. He was also a capable individual. Unfortunately, this ability was in the wrong hands and used in the wrong place. Yet he still had the audacity to challenge me, but it seems he forgot that there were only 2 of them, him and his teammate, while Lam Tu had more than one person. Besides him and Tuuk Thai, there was also Lakangayat, who always knew when to speak up. She said nothing, observing as Lam Tu was attacked, but refused to sit idly by. Lakangayat launched a dazzling blue-white ice blade at the bald guy, her formidable magic attacking head-on, ready to engulf the enemy. Seeing the ice power preparing to strike him, he was taken aback. The energy in his hands halted instantly, but the ice power showed no sign of stopping, completely surrounding him without an escape route, while Lakangayat remained unharmed. It was only now that the bald guy realized the young lady Lakangayat was profoundly strong and resilient. This is a character he did not expect. A 7th-level martial artist. Lam Tu cleverly seized the opportunity, changing his attack method while the bald guy and the red-haired one were distracted, employing the Rage Blossom Spear to inflict pain they were about to endure. At this moment, Lam Tu only resembled an arrogant and reckless youth. Where was he looking? Tu Nuuk Thoy also joined it. The butterfly dance was stronger than ever, surging like a tsunami, ready to consume those lost in dreams of dominating the world. The combination of 3 forces formed a decisive blow that could not be resisted. Even someone more skilled than Lakangayat would not stand a chance. And of course, the bald guy was no exception. He was knocked away several meters without any means to defend. Flying aimlessly, the red-haired guy watched his teammate get beaten to a pulp by the 3 of them, looking pitiful and badly battered, unsure if he would even survive. He hesitated whether to continue fighting or back off. There is still a 7th-level martial artist. In the end, this coward abandoned his teammate to save his own skin, turning tail and running without a shred of remorse. Alone, I could not take on 3 people. Indeed, it is when facing death that one realizes who truly cares. The teammates who often fought together to the death have now become a matter of survival, willing to abandon each other to keep their own lives without fighting to the end. Lakangayat finally spoke up, but her cold words terrified the red-haired guy, leaving him trembling. Even more frightening was that she still held a meter-long sword in her hand without any intention of letting go. Exal Lakangayat swung her ice blazerly towards the red-haired man, who was desperately fleeing with all his might. Her gaze was determined, as if asserting that today she must seize his skilled hand. The red-haired man was struck by the ice blade on his shoulder, the force of the attack causing him to scream out. The ice power did not directly take his arm but slowly burrowed into his flesh. It did not take long to cut through the thick protective uniform, revealing his smooth white skin. Gradually, it gnawed at his arm without allowing him to escape. In pain, he looked back, sweat pouring down his face, his mouth trembling. What kind of fire is this that feels so cold? Is this ice fire? The ice fire from the dark forest has been obtained by this woman. At the last moment, not wanting to give up and lose his life, he made a shocking decision, to sever the arm ensnared by the ice power, leaving Xiao Lakangai at what she wanted. While he endured the pain and left, from now on, his shoulder would lack a sturdy arm and a strong desire. I do not want to die. Lam Tu watched him run away in just a few fleeting seconds, observing Lu Tiu staggering through the darkness, dragging himself down a corridor that felt like his endless hell. The path led him to an abyss from which he could never rise. Even Lam Tu had to admire how formidable this man was. To escape, he severed his own arm. Shortly after, the luxurious building shook as if it were in the epicenter of an earthquake, creating a loud noise in the pitch-black sky. Surely not a trivial matter. Lam Tu, in a room on the 18th floor, could still feel the tremor and deduced that a battle was likely happening downstairs. Damn it. What kind of high-stakes fight is this? Feeling the tremors even on the 18th floor, Tu Nuokthui added, in this building. Besides us, there is only that perverted old man at the reception, managing the Shenlan branch. He must be something else. Lakangayat did not wait for the two to decide. She made her choice and turned to leave first, off to lend a hand. Tu Nuokthui and Lam Tu followed behind happily saying, We are not going to help. We are going to watch the big shot fight. The luxurious building soon had a spot ablaze, the result of being struck directly by a plane, turning it into a bright spectacle in the late night. The leader of the squad and his other subordinates were surrounded, struck down by this mysterious person, taking a long time to stand up. The explosive sound shook the sky, and thousands of smoke plumes erupted, quickly engulfing most of the upper floors of the luxurious building. The leader gritted his teeth, unwilling to watch his best subordinates fall to the mysterious attacker. Was such a strike able to take out a level 6? The mysterious figure had not yet revealed themselves, and he was furious, demanding answers. Who are you? After his opponent's interrogation, the figure finally spoke. He is just an old gatekeeper, and he might not even be a match for the old man. A skilled hand has knocked those people down, and yet here he is, an old man with a bald head and hair that spreads like a flower. This wise-looking old man can really drive that leader crazy, the old man said calmly. Let me guess. You stole the treasure from the mayor's estate in Shunlunenju City. Right, the leader impatiently shouted. This is none of your business. Get out of here if you know what is good for you. Regardless of whether he knows the old man's true identity or not. Just mentioning that the old man has lived a long life. He has not fulfilled even the minimum respect for an elder. So he definitely won't achieve anything with this treasure. The old man pointed at him and ordered, Take it off your chest, and I will let you go. But this guy does not know how to listen, ruining his chances. And he wants to order him around, especially to give up something so valuable. To be honest, he would never back down, even in his dreams. This request is too unreasonable for him. So he could not keep his calm and shouted, You must be dreaming. I have bet my whole life on this. The old man had given him a chance to turn back. But since he did not take it, there is no reason for the old man to go easy on him. The old man rolled up his sleeves, revealing his strong arms covered in veins. He said lightly, All right then. I will kill you first and take it back later. Before he could make a move, the red-haired subordinate who had clashed with Lam Tu's group rushed over, clutching his injured arm. Boss, we have got a big problem. It is terrible. He has started the massacre. The leader had never faced it directly, only relying on his subordinates to flex their muscles. So he had no idea how brutal real combat could be. His subordinate even had to leave an arm behind to save his life and come down here to report. Yet he remained cold and scolded him harshly. This useless waste can barely deal with 3 students. The red-haired guy was panting while explaining, Boss, that girl is at level 7, and she can still use the frostfire from the dark forest. The leader widened his eyes and asked, What did you say? One of them can use frostfire. The subordinate pointed at his fresh wound and said, My arm got hurt by that frostfire. The old man pondered for a moment. So the frostfire has been stolen by those kids. Ha! Truly worthy of being a student from our sacred domain academy. At this moment, Lum Tu had just arrived, assessing the situation on the current floor, guessing that dealing with these young people would not be easy for the old man, and shouted, Old master, are you all right? The 3 of them, armed with heavy weapons, stood behind the old man like warriors, forming an unbeatable team of 4. The old man laughed and joked. Just needed to stretch a bit, but I did not expect to run into this situation. You all still remember an old man like me? The defiant leader boldly pointed at the 4 and declared without fear of the heavens or the earth, not even glancing to see who the opponents were, "You two will be taken care of by us three. Today is your last day. First, move forward and kill that old man." His three subordinates acted like loyal dogs, obedient to their master. As soon as the command was given, they charged ahead. Understood. They are determined to rush towards the old man, vowing to kill him. Eliminate them. Unfortunately, their high determination could not compensate for their limited brains and abilities. They lunged forward, wanting to take out the doomed Lam too, but the four stood still like statues, showing no reaction. The old man finally spoke, threateningly stating that no one could lay a finger on his students while he was present. He merely swung one hand towards them, his serious expression suddenly making the atmosphere more tense. These dimwits definitely could not escape the old man's grasp. A dazzling burst of magic poured out like hundreds of billions of stars in the galaxy converging, creating an overwhelming force capable of crushing a person. With just that force, all three were sent flying through the air. Their weapons were destroyed in an instant. That was the power of the Great Shift, the old man's strength in battle. The three were toyed with by the Great Shift, floating in the air for quite a while before finally touching down. The impact was not light, and their injuries would undoubtedly be significant. It seems these three are in for a rough time. They were never a match for the old man. For him, dealing with them was as easy as flipping his hand. Not even worth mentioning. Meanwhile, the leader continued to act superior. That notion of equality among beings was the thorn in the old man's side. The old man sprang forward, challenging him directly. The leader was taken aback, never expecting that his most talented subordinates would be defeated by this old man, with just a light palm strike. With his poor skills, how could he compete against such an experienced elder? His previously arrogant face turned extremely tense, sweat pouring down like rain. But his mind was busy thinking of a countermeasure. Next to him were still two bald guards. Yet the old man spent only 2 seconds breaking through his defenses, sending him and the other two flying into the air without any significant loss to himself. An immense light radiated, shaking the ground. Those guys were surely submerged in the magic created by the old man, with no way to escape. Lum Tu witnessed the entire process of the old man's handling. Admiration was clearly visible on his face. He could not help but exclaim, "Master, you dealt with them so quickly. Do such people really exist?" The old man had reached the securely guarded iron safe with thousands of locks ensuring absolute safety. While checking the safe, he glanced at Lam Tu and said, "Didn't I tell you I am just an old gatekeeper? Come here and see what treasure is so important that it requires an army to mobilize." Inside the thick, large iron box was a simple treasure, a lone stone resting on a pristine white cotton layer, as if it were a luxurious item like a diamond ring. Lam Tu and the old man stared intently at the stone before them, and Lam Tu curiously asked, "Is this a meteorite?" The old man regarded it as a treasure, easily picking it up to examine it, while praising his student. "Not bad, you little brat. You have got a good eye. This is a rare material for forging." The old man suddenly turned 180 degrees to probe him, asking, "Do you want it? Just tell me if you need it." Lam Tu was surprised that the old man was willing to give away such a precious treasure that he had fought hard to keep. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? The doubts in Lam Tu's heart surged into words. Is the master really going to give him something so valuable? "The city's security team will arrive in a few minutes. How can you escape with this?" The old man explained calmly. "I am giving it to you because you care about me, and as for those others, I have a way to deal with them." The old man noticed the presence of Lakan Gayat standing beside him, suddenly shifting the conversation from Lam Tu to her. "Young lady, you come from the Lak family of Theanthan, right? I owe your family a debt of gratitude, so I gift this to you." Lam Tu, feeling envious, mocked the old man, tasking at him for gifting something that was not even his to begin with, claiming he was paying off a debt with it. The old man did not say anything further, but he easily split the stone in half with a flick of his hand. Inside the stone was an unexpected bright green gem, sparkling like a crystal. Lam Tu could not believe his eyes. The old man actually split the stone he intended to give to them in half, and he could not help but shout, "Wait! Did not you say you would gift this to us? What are you really up to?" The old man held the green stone up to observe it closely, chuckling as he said, "You silly child. When I mentioned forging material, I was referring to the stone inside the meteorite. While the meteorite itself is a good forging material, it does not compare to this stone." He turned to Lam Tu, Lakan Gayat, and Tu Nuak Thoy as he walked away, saying, "Quickly take it. The security team is coming." The old man turned back, removing the small stone from inside the meteorite and placing it carefully in the thick iron box. His deep gaze swept over Lam Tu and the others as he said cautiously, "The city lord is unaware of the existence of the stone inside, so we need to return it to him." But before Lam Tu and the others could act, and before the old man could finish his task, the sturdy glass wall of the building exploded, smoke and flames rushing in all at once. Every minute, Every second felt like it multiplied, swirling as if wanting to devour the small space of the first floor. This was likely the security team breaching in to reclaim the meteorite and take it back for safekeeping. One of them, stepping forward, aimed a gun directly at the four standing nearby, threatening aggressively that no one could move. Raising his hand, he said, "This building is surrounded. No one should think about escaping." The old man frowned, showing his displeasure, and reminded sternly, "Captain Tang, do you dare lead your men to invade the Holy Domain Academy's division?" Tang Nak walked up through the crowd of security forces, tense as he realized that the person in front of him was not just some stranger, but someone he should not have messed with. The tension was clear on the captain's face. "Old Ha. Forgive us. We had no idea you were here." Lacking Guyet suddenly noticed the title Tang Nak had just mentioned and pondered for a moment. So his last name is Ha. Lam Tu also did not know who this old man was, so curiosity arose within him when Lacking Guyet mentioned him. "Do you know who he is?" Lacking Guyet took a long time to realize that the person she had been ignoring was actually a big deal. In fact, this might be someone they would never get the chance to meet in their lifetime. Could he be Hatin, the deputy leader of the Martial Arts Alliance and the founder of the Holy Academy? Tang Nak scratched his head and sheepishly apologized. "Sorry, Old Ha. We were chasing after the thieves' plane and did not mean to offend you." But the glass wall behind Captain Tang had been shattered in a huge circle, leaving the glass broken into 100 pieces. There was nothing left. Old Ha briefed Tang Nak on the current situation of the robbers. "We have taken care of them all. There is still one left upstairs. The thing inside the safe is what the city lord lost." "Right. You should check it just in case." Captain Tang observed the robbers lying scattered on the ground, and then turned to look at the intact locked safe. Tang Nak was visibly delighted to see that the safe was still intact, without any scratches or signs of tampering. "Thank you, Old Ha, for your assistance. Quickly go identify the faces of all the dead ones. Check the items in the safe." The subordinates immediately complied, their faces slightly tense. The facial recognition report confirmed that it was indeed the suspect from the city lord's residence. Another subordinate responsible for checking the safe reported in panic. "Report, Colonel. It is definitely the meteorite." But Tang Nak immediately approached to observe. But what is it? To his surprise, the meteorite that had been lost was still before him, but it was no longer intact. The subordinate nervously reported that the meteorite inside had been broken in half. Tang Nak quickly waved his hand, signaling, "It is, as long as it is still mostly intact and not missing any pieces." After hearing this, Lacking Guyet and Tu Nuoc Thai exchanged puzzled glances. Did they really not know that there was another stone inside the meteorite? Were they really just going to overlook what was inside the stone? Lam Tu had understood Old Ha's earlier words. They truly did not know about the existence of the green stone inside. It turned out they really did not know there was a crystal inside the meteorite. The stone and the safe had been cleaned up, and were prepared to be carried out. Tang Nak was the last one left to thank Old Ha for saving them from a disastrous defeat. "On behalf of the city lord, we thank you once again for your assistance. As for the damages to this building, a maintenance team will come early tomorrow morning to repair it for free." Old Ha nodded to indicate he understood. He did not even bother to look at Tang Nak and just agreed. "The city lord is so considerate. Please thank him on my behalf." Old Ha, along with Lam Tu and the two Luffagite and Tu Nadi C3, quietly watched Captain Du Bao and Du Tang gradually leave with the heavy, enormous safe, and no one said a word. Not long after, Old had also left, instructing the three of them that they could not stay on the 18th floor anymore, and he would arrange for other rooms for everyone. Whether the three shared a room or stayed separately, do not worry. I won't charge you. Lam Tu felt he could not waste money on the 18th floor without enjoying anything. Originally, this floor still had amenities, so would not pouring money into it be pointless? He voiced his dissatisfaction, demanding fairness. "The 18th floor is so expensive. We have not even stayed a day, and it is already wrecked. You should refund us." Old Ha, besides being the deputy leader of the Martial Artist Alliance and the founder of the Holy Domain Academy, is also a businessman who would never let himself suffer a loss. So this deal proposed by Lam Tu was quite reasonable. He can agree to that. In the case of natural disasters and man-made calamities, we are not responsible. Just go back and rest. Perhaps by tomorrow, flights will be able to come and go from the Holy Domain Academy normally. Old Ha had just put on a gentle and mild demeanor. What now? Lam Tu had just mentioned switching rooms and was outright refused. Lam Tu felt that this old man was a swindler. The next morning, when the sun was high, under the blue sky with white clouds and golden sunlight, the building that had been damaged the night before by thieves and robbers was now being carefully repaired. The scaffolding around the building was quite substantial, so the repair costs must be significant. Lam Tu stepped out feeling lethargic, yawning and complaining, barely able to keep his eyes open. Lam Tu walked ahead, followed by Luffy Guide and Teunani C3, all three dressed in neat AL combat uniform. Lam Tu was the only one rambling, wondering who starts construction at 3 a.m. It hardly let me sleep at all. As the three stepped into the lobby, they were met with a shocking sight. Surrounded by people with hardly any space to move, the events of the previous night seemed to have made them forget that this place was originally lively and bustling. Not a battleground left in ruins from a terrible fight. Lam Tu was taken aback by the crowd and instinctively cursed out loud, "Damn. There are so many people." Tu Nexita explained. "The situation has been resolved, so Them Lam should return to its normal routine. This place has always been very lively." A waitress suddenly appeared before the three, interrupting their conversation. "You three are the students Lam Tu. Lefeningite. And Tu Nexithli. Right." The girl handed the three of them 2 letters and instructed. "This is something that Dean has specifically asked me to give you. Additionally, the flight will depart at 9:00 am. You can rest in the waiting room." Lam Tu took the letter and shook her hand in thanks, not forgetting to ask, "Where's Dean Ha?" The female staff responded, "Early this morning. Dean Ha went out to handle other matters." Lam Tu received the information from the girl in front of him, and thought about old Ha. Indeed, it is Taint, the vice principal of the Holy Ram Academy. I did not expect the letter to contain the ranking notice for Warrior Lam Tu. As soon as Lam Tu opened it and saw the good news, he jumped for joy, excitedly boasting, "Is this an invitation for the warrior ranking?" Lam Tu turned to brag to Lak Guyet and to Nuak Thoi, chuckling, knowing its value must be higher than that of the regular warrior ranking. That old man is a bit of a creep, but he is okay. He knows he owes us. Tu Nuak Thoi and Lak Guyet also received letters with the same content as Lam Tu, but their reactions were completely opposite. Tu Nuak Thoi looked genuinely happy, while Lak Guyet was deep in thought, showing no signs of joy. It is as if she already knew she would succeed. Lam Tu recalled the deadline for the ranking. With half a year left until the event, he silently resolved to give it his all during these 6 months. Otherwise, as a 5-star warrior, he would be laughed at for participating in the ranking. The aircraft reached the building, truly a luxury warhorse, far superior to the small pirate ship from yesterday. The ship stopped briefly at the building, picked up students, and then set off to the next station. The three of them, Lam Tu, suddenly heard a voice from a stranger that caught their attention. "Hello." Student 2 Nuak Thai, the man with green hair, dressed in a bright beige uniform, slowly approached with a friendly smile. "I did not expect you to be here on a mission too. It is indeed fate." His attention quickly shifted to Lak Guyet sitting in the corner. The beauty sitting next to him is Tiu Nuak Dong, who is not fond of this self-proclaimed guy. The moment he flirted with Ngayet, she snapped at him. "Kim Tu? Are not you afraid of getting hurt? And that is why you have been avoiding missions?" Kim Tuan-tu chuckled dismissively. "This time, I was entrusted by the head teacher to carry out an important mission in the desert city, south of the dark forest. This guy looks quite handsome, charming and dashing, but he probably does not attract girls much at school. However, his character does not match his stylish appearance at all." Lam Tu, sitting silently, was suddenly faced with Kim Chuan-tu's arrogant demand as if it were a government order. "Hey you. I want to sit there. You go sit somewhere else." It is obvious that Kim Chuan-tu wants to sit between the beauties Tiu Nuak Thai and Lak Guyet, like a rich kid in a bar, hugging beautiful girls on both sides. Is this brainless guy really treating himself like a young master and ordering others around without reason? Lam Tu sat still, clearly having done nothing to provoke this guy. Yet he dared to give him orders like he was the king of the world. Not only did Lam Tu refuse to change seats, but he also crossed his arms and teased back. "Who do you think you are? You want me to give up my seat? Are you out of your mind?" Kim Chuan-tu thought his education made him superior, believing everyone should listen to him. He did not know right from wrong and pointed directly at Lam Tu's face, acting all high and mighty. "What did you say? Just a first-year academy student carrying corn. Daring to talk to seniors like that." His brain is as useless as his personality. He thinks Lum Tu is lucky to have 2 beautiful girls by his side, so he is secretly plotting to bring Lum Tu down. "This fool gets to sit with 2 beauties. I have to humiliate him in front of them." Lum Tu said this, and he still does not know what shame is. Wanting to throw punches and threaten aggressively, I spoke softly asking him to give up his seat, and he still has no shame. Truly, beauty is wasted on him. This handsome Kim Tuther has decent looks, but let us not discuss his character. His ridiculous reasoning is enough for someone to punch him. Lum Tu has never been intimidated by people like him. My right hand is ready with internal energy, prepared to fight. I have never been one to hold back against people like him. Kim Tun-tu got too cocky, and his aggressive threats were ineffective, so he launched a direct attack, wanting to face off. Lum Tu thought about their situation on the Academy's plane, and did not want to cause too much disruption to the journey. So he only used a lightning-fast punch with light power to seal the fate of this self-proclaimed senior. As Lum Tu's fist made contact with Kim Tuda, it created quite a noise. Kim Tun T's arm shook for a long time from the impact, and the pain shot through his brain, spreading throughout his body, making him cry out in pain. Ouch! Kim Tun grimaced, holding his jolted arm. exclaiming, "This kid is tough. Did he cause injury right away? It is just that you underestimated me, bro." Lam Tu frowned, his voice stern as he warned, "You should be thankful you are still on the academy's plane. Otherwise, your arm would have been shattered by now." Kim Tua, not satisfied, wanted to strike again. This time, he aimed to crush Lam Tu's big head with his foot. "This damn guy. I have to kill you." Lam Tu assessed that he was basically not a match for me, and he did not want to fight on the plane. But if the opponent declared war, he would not back down. With that one voice, "He dares to threaten me." Just as the most intense moment of battle was about to begin, a voice interrupted everything. "Stop right there. Oh no. The teacher's here. We are both done for." The teacher arrived right on time. He intervened to prevent the fight, pulling Kim Tu's other back and standing between him and Lam Tu in a serious tone. He criticized, "You dare to disrespect the academy's discipline and fight on the plane. How reckless. If there are no punishments, incidents like this will happen many more times in the future." So he would not hold back and would apply the punishment directly. "When we return to the academy, I will report to the faculty." 3 days of detention for Kim Tidar, who started the fight, and now pretending to be the victim. He definitely deserves an Oscar for this. Playing the victim while hugging his arm, with a voice so whiny. "Teacher, it is so unfair. He attacked first. Look at my hand. It is about to be crippled." Lam Tu is not the mastermind, so he is not scared. After all, he is an upright person with nothing to justify. It is the other guy who truly instigated this, and is trying to cover it up like that. You really can't learn anything from him. Oh wow. Still acting. Luckily, the school official is a reasonable person, so regardless of who instigated it first, they all participated in the brawl and must be punished severely to set an example for other students. Therefore, he made a decision that left both Lam Tu and Kim Chuan-tu confused. No matter who struck first, they are all grounded. If you fight again on the way back, I will make sure you regret it. Kim Chuan-tu and Lam Tu watched teacher Liu walk away. Kim Chuan-tu said to Lam Tu, "He, kid, stuck at the Holy Academy. Let us see how you like it." Lam Tu watched as Kim Chuan-tu left, feeling baffled by this guy. Is this guy brain dead? He talks like he is not stuck with me. Lam Tu approached Lakangayat and asked, "There was an instructor here earlier. Why did not you speak up to help me and let that weakling strike first?" Lakangayat looked at him with a not-so-friendly gaze and said, "Being grounded is actually good for you." Lam Tu felt frustrated and retorted, "What the heck? How is being grounded good?" Lakangayat simply replied that he would know when the time came. Then the spaceship quickly took off. The spaceships flew back to the academy. Lam Tu cheered with joy. Finally back home, Lam Tu walked with Lakangayat and Tiu Nuok Thoi. "I am going to report to Teacher Nam." Tiu Nuok Thoi smiled brightly and said, "Big Lam, I am heading back first. I will calculate the mission points and transfer yours to you." Lam Tu's eyes lit up. "All right, let us make some extra." Lam Tu was a bit surprised and turned to ask Lakangayat, "Hey, you do not need to report to Teacher Nam." Lakangayat coldly frowned at Lam Tu and said, "No need. I already asked the dean directly." Lam Tu felt embarrassed and dazed, as if splashed with cold water, saying, "You are still better. We are already at the academy's door." Lam Tu rushed to find Teacher Nam. Reporting. "Teacher Nam, It seemed that Lam Tu was not welcomed very warmly. Teacher Nam angrily pointed at him and scolded, "Kid, can't you give me a break? A 5th grader running into the dark forest to fight for his life, just barely returning, and now fighting with others on the spaceship." Lam Tu looked confused and asked, "Teacher Nam, I just got off the spaceship. How do you know about this?" Teacher Nam threw the tablet at Lam Tu and said, "The report has already been issued. The deputy dean even called. It is hard not to know." Lam Tu sighed in frustration. Are the people in the academy's office really that fast when dealing with students? Lam Tu glanced at the report on Teacher Nam's tablet, the notice about the fight between Lam Tu and Kim Chuan-tu on the spaceship. Lam Tu felt extremely disgusted. Normally, they could stretch a little work for half a month. Teacher Nam carefully reminded him, "You are missing the point. Are not you paying attention to where you are trapped?" Lam Tu still stood there dumbfounded, asking, "Where?" Teacher Nam also wanted to argue with this guy. He replied, "The place where the academy traps students is in the Thunder Realm, to the north of the academy." Teacher Nam seriously said, "There. The principal raises many level 8 Thunderbirds, which can summon thunder and lightning. Where there are Thunderbirds, there are always thick dark clouds and thunder booming. Once struck by lightning summoned by the Thunderbirds, they would be severely injured, although they might receive timely treatment and not lose their lives. Being struck by lightning, leaving them charred inside and out, is something not everyone can endure." Teacher Nam looked at Lam Tu with concern. "Moreover, you are only level 5 and do not know how to use a protective stone, making it even more dangerous." Upon hearing this, Lam Tu perhaps began to understand a bit. He pondered that it was indeed the Thunder Realm, which is why lacking Guyot and Tiu Nuok though he said it would be beneficial for him. After this incident, Lam Tu felt quite satisfied. Right now, the gravity training room, even at maximum power, can't compare to me anymore. This thunder realm might help my electric resistance and electric attribute skills advance to the next level. Teacher Nam saw Lam Tu being so indifferent and became even angrier. The way he was not worried at all. Tomorrow he will realize how terrifying it is to be trapped there. Besides, it is said that this time Kim Chuan-tu completed an important mission for the academy, so he would only face written punishment, not imprisonment. Upon hearing this, Lam Tu exclaimed in despair, "Oh my, that is so unfair. Plus, why do I have to go face punishment tomorrow? I just escaped death and have not even had a proper rest." Teacher Nam turned his back, leaving Lam Tu behind, saying that no one could be blamed for this. "Hurry and roll back to rest. Tomorrow morning I will take you." As Lam Tu returned from Teacher Nam, the Federal Delivery spaceship did not land to deliver at night. Lam Tu was surprised to see it flying in the sky. A Federal Delivery ship. He asked Lakangayat, "Did little Ngayat just come back and get busy shopping online?" Lam Tu was surprised to see Lakangayat doing something on a strange machine. He asked, "What is this?" Lakangayat did not answer but told Lam Tu to give her the black spear and the crystal stone. Lam Tu wondered, "What do you need the black spear and the crystal stone for?" Lakangayat shot him a sideways glance, saying, "Of course, to help you forge weapons." Imagining seeing Lakangayat busy forging weapons, Lam Tu could not help but exclaim, "I did not expect our little Ngayat to know how to forge weapons." Thinking of her in tight-fitting clothes while forging weapons, Lam Tu felt drool coming, secretly praising her. Is not that too tempting? Lakangayat cut off his perverted train of thought, saying, "You are dreaming too much. This is an automatic intelligent weapon forging machine." Lam Tu frowned, crying out in frustration, "What is with that expression like you are throwing a fit? What does throwing my favorite weapon and that precious meteorite crystal into it mean?" Once there were enough materials, the weapon forging machine started to operate, smoke rising as the machinery began its process. Lefingguite just said it would be finished in 3 days. Lum Tu peeked from behind and curiously asked, "Seeing you operate so skillfully, does your family have a forge like this?" Lefingguite coldly replied, "We have one, and it has even more advanced features than this." Lum Tu could not believe it and exclaimed, "You have one and it has better features. This one must be expensive." "Right," Lefingguite casually said, as if money were just paper. "Not expensive at all. Each one costs only 100 million alliance coins." Lum Tu was stunned, counting in his head that must be at least 8 zeros. He stuttered while pointing at the machine. 100 million alliance coins. "Well, I am reporting to Teacher Nam. Have you already spent 100 million? Yet Lakangayat frowned and asked him back, "Is 1 million alliance coins a lot?" Lum Tu turned away to a corner, crying to himself, "I do not want to talk to a rich kid." Transitioning to the lightning domain. In the northern area of the Sacred Domain Academy, thunder rumbled in the sky. Teacher Nam and Lum Tu stood in front of a door. Teacher Nam said, "This is it." Suddenly, a thunderclap struck down onto a nearby mountain. Lum Tu was so scared he broke out in a sweat. That lightning was huge. Teacher Nam led Lom Tu into the registration gate of the northern lightning domain of the Sacred Domain Academy. The teacher confirmed Lom Tu, first year class 10, detained for 3 days. Identity verified. Lum Tu's face was grim, clearly unwilling. Just then, Lum Tu saw another male student being carried in, smoking from being struck. Trong Tem Dem, 3rd year class 5, in need of emergency rescue. His skin and face were charred and badly burned from the lightning. He was carried into treatment room number 4. Lum Tu pointed at Trojum Tamdive and asked, "What happened to this guy? He looks terrible." The teacher replied, "He stole someone else's martial arts skill card. Caught in the act. Detained for 5 days. Today is the 4th day. And he has been carried back 8 times. Immediately, Lum Tu's face turned as dark as a pot, asking, "Being carried back 8 times for emergency treatment in 4 days. Did all the detainees get beaten nearly to death? Then revived and beaten again?" The teacher coldly replied, "That is right. As long as they do not get beaten to death, they will be beaten close to death until their detention period is over." Lum Tu forced a smile, saying, "That is too cruel." Teacher Nam also warned him, "Are you scared now? You should have thought ahead." The teacher told Lum Tu to take off all his clothes and put them in the wardrobe over there. Then follow him. Lum Tu panicked, covering himself with his hands. "What? Why do I have to take off my clothes?" The teacher said, "It is not necessary to take everything off. You can leave on a pair of underwear to prevent someone from deliberately wearing insulating clothes." Seeing Lum Tu unwilling to cooperate, the teacher called out, "Wait, someone help him take off his clothes." Lum Tu hurriedly said, I will take them off myself." After taking off his clothes, the teacher took Lum Tu outside. He also said, "Just stay here for 3 days. Then reassure Lam Tu. We will keep an eye on you 24/7, ready to save you at any moment. No need to worry about losing your life." The brown-haired guy teased Lam Tu with a grin. Another unlucky one just arrived. The blue-haired guy is laughing loudly. And he is only at level 5. What a bummer. The orange-haired guy chimed in with a loud laugh, guessing that he would be carried away in less than an hour. The guy with the fruit-shaped head followed up. Awesome. He will definitely have it worse than Okamata Niji. Lamb-2 looked up at the sky, where a flock of thunderbirds were soaring. He felt a chill as he realized these were the legendary level 8 thunderbirds. And there were so many of them. A kind guy told Lamb-2 not to look around, to sit down and get ready to brace for the lightning strike. Lamb-2 obediently sat down.
Yep.
Thank you, Senior. Lamb-2 closed his eyes, sensing deep within his body. This feeling made him gasp in surprise. He had not expected the spiritual energy here to be so abundant. No wonder. Without this energy for recovery, many people would end up dead here. Everyone was eagerly cheering as the Thunderbird began to summon lightning. Everyone was getting ready. A fierce bolt of lightning was gathering strength. It was going to be very powerful and terrifying. The bolt had been unleashed. The lightning was so strong that rocks were flying everywhere, and those sitting on the ground were knocked away. But the bolts did not just stop there. The guy who helped Lamb-2 earlier activated a shield to create a circle around himself to avoid the lightning attack. Everyone else did the same, activating their shields. At that moment, Lamb-2 felt panic. Damn it. They could all activate shields for protection, and they were all above level 6. It was not fair at all. What was he even thinking? The lightning struck Lamb-2 directly, singeing him and making his hair stand on end. Lamb-2 screamed. And the orange-haired guy saw this and said, This guy is about to die. While the others looked on, worried, as he could barely hold on for a moment. Just when he was about to give in, Lamb-2 suddenly got a notification, detecting electrical energy, and his passive skill activation devoured it. Lamb-2 was amazed as he looked at his hands, burnt from the lightning, which suddenly healed as if nothing had happened. As he started to absorb the energy, it felt like being struck by lightning down to hell. But unexpectedly, it was like being sent to heaven. Lamb-2 laughed. Ha! My experience points are skyrocketing, even though my body hurts. This feels so refreshing. Lamb-2 greedily looked at his hands, wondering what would happen if he practiced his cultivation technique right now. Without hesitation, he began to cultivate, realizing that this electrical energy could actually refine his body. Finally, the storm subsided, but Lamb-2's body was already in tatters. The teacher hurriedly called out, Quick, he's not okay. Carry him away. Lamb-2 exerted himself to respond. No need for treatment. The teacher became even more worried. Hurry. He's not okay. Carry him away. Do not push it, or he will really die. Lamb-2 waved them away. I said I am fine means I am fine. Just go. Do not hold me back from being struck by lightning. The teachers all feel baffled. Is this guy actually struck by lightning to the point of being an idiot? The guy who helped Lamb-2 earlier went up to him to praise him. Getting hit directly yet still strong like this. This student is really impressive. Lamb-2 then asked the senior when the next lightning strike would be. The kind guy said in an hour. So now take a moment to regulate your breathing and recover your strength. Lamb-2 sighed. I have to wait another hour. That is such a long time. The kind guy really ran out of words with Lamb-2. Has he really been struck by lightning to the point of being an idiot? I have never seen anyone so eager to be struck by lightning. The flock of storm birds continuously circled in the sky, each lightning strike causing rocks to fly around, accompanied by a wretched cry from someone. Medical staff carried a stretcher inside, carrying out the student who was struck by lightning and fainted. They were puzzled, wondering if these storm birds had been injected with something, striking lightning all day and night without resting at all. Another staff member immediately chimed in. That is right. Usually we wrap up by 9:00 p.m. Right, what on earth is happening today? After saying that, the person in front immediately turned back to look. He looked at Lamb-2 who was practicing amidst the lightning, shaking his head and thinking, is this guy really only level 5? How can he be completely unaffected under this lightning? At first, it seemed like he was not that used to it, but after just one day, he is fully adapted to this lightning. A drop of sweat rolled down the medical staff's face as he clicked his tongue. Truly a freak of nature. On Lamb-2's side, after absorbing all the power from the lightning strikes, the system reported new information to him. Thompson, level 2017, durability 512, physique 22, speed 128, overall combat power 5520, rank 5 warrior. When receiving attacks, there is a 30% chance to reduce damage by 50%. Skills include Stone Eye, Analysis, Fury, Camouflage, Control Button, a Clone Mirror. After reading this, Lamb-2 laughed joyfully. I leveled up so quickly again. After 3 days of detention, I should at least reach level 29. He looked down at his fist, and the electricity coursing through him. As soon as he reaches level 30, he can upgrade to a level 6 warrior. Furthermore, the lightning protection fist and control button are significant upgrades. Lamb-2 happily jumped around in the lightning-struck pit, shouting out loud, let us just let the boss get a little stronger. Over here, the medical staff were speechless looking at his unusual state. I think this guy's brain has been fried. Suddenly, someone pointed up at the sky, breaking the eerie silence. Oh my. Look ahead. There is a flock of storm birds flying towards us. Someone shouted loudly. The storm birds are acting strange. Quickly notify the school director. They immediately turned to look at Lamb 2, who was gleefully over there, thinking it must be this idiot's excessive display that angered the storm birds. The person next to him nodded in deep agreement. Without a doubt. That is definitely the case. Up high, a storm bird opened its beak and let out a screech, its eyes shining bright. In the next moment, they all dove straight towards Lamb 2, and he pulled his legs up to run. What is wrong with these birds? Why are they all rushing to attack me? Lamb 2 was running toward the medical staff, causing them to panic and retreat. This is bad. The Thunderbirds are starting to surround him. I told you. It is definitely because he showed off too much and angered the Thunderbirds. What kind of person do you have to be to provoke those usually gentle birds into attacking all at once? The person running ahead turned back and shouted. While you guys are still joking around, this kid could get pecked to death. Quickly notify the principal. Lamb 2 was pecked a few times by the Thunderbirds. You guys are going too far. His eyes lit up as he glared at them. You stupid birds. Do you think I am easy to bully? Lamb 2 clenched his fists, unleashing his strength, and roared at them to get lost. The Thunderbirds were stunned by the electric shock emanating from Lamb 2, falling to the ground, white-eyed and unconscious. Lamb 2 laughed loudly. This move really works. I did not expect to accidentally create a new skill. I definitely need to name it. What should I call it? He pondered for a moment, then turned to look at the Thunderbirds launching another attack. Right. I will call it Electric Flame Stone. But it seems to be missing a bit of fire. Lamb 2 displayed a crazed expression, the corners of his mouth curling up. Then let us add a bit of fire. A beam of golden light began to appear in Lamb 2's hand. He swung his arm forcefully towards the Thunderbirds, unleashing an electric flame stone. The nearby medical staff stared wide-eyed. Is he really only at level 5? Have you notified Principal Truong yet? Why has not he arrived? The two of them looked at Lamb 2 eagerly chasing after the Thunderbirds like catching chickens, feeling a bit speechless. If they did not hurry, the principal's Thunderbirds would soon be beaten to a pulp. At that moment, someone approached from afar, and Chin Hai shouted loudly, Lamb 2, are you okay? Suddenly, his and Principal Truong's footsteps halted. They saw Lamb 2 sitting cross-legged, panting heavily among the downed Thunderbirds. Some lay on their backs with wings spread out, while others were face down, tears streaming from their eyes. Chin Hai stammered. Did you do all this damage? Lamb 2 nodded. Yeah, but do not worry. They are not dead. I held back. After all, they are the principal's pets. Principal Truong sat silently, watching the Thunderbirds lying on the ground. He raised his eyes to look at Lamb 2. You know these are the principal's pets. The principal entrusted these precious Thunderbirds to me. How am I supposed to explain this to him? Chin Hai scratched his head, awkwardly saying, Principal Truong. The Thunderbirds attacked Lamb 2 first. He was just defending himself. Should he just stand still and let them peck him to death? Principal Truong was furious, pointing at Lamb 2, saying he was shameless, continuously absorbing the attacks the Thunderbirds brought on. The Thunderbirds attacked him out of instinct to protect their food. Lamb 2 argued back. I did not mean to. I was mainly practicing skills related to lightning. Principal Truong sighed and waved his hand. All right. Take him to the infirmary to treat his injuries. I will report this situation to the principal. And as for compensation or how much, let him decide. Lamb 2 rubbed his hands together and quietly asked. Principal Truong. With everything happening here, does that mean my mission is over? Director Truong glanced at him, dreaming so beautifully. You have only been locked up here for a day and already got beaten up badly. I will extend your punishment. Even if the lightning stops, you still have to stay locked up for a full 7 days to earn points. The news hit Lamb 2 like a bolt of lightning. He screamed. Oh my. Director Truong. It really was not my fault. Time passed, and finally Lamb 2 was released. As soon as he got to the gate, he called out to Tiu Gaya Gayat. Lamb 2 cheerfully asked. Do you miss me? Lacking Gayat turned to look at him. Did you really beat up Loi Dai? Your lightning control ability must have increased significantly. Lamb 2 immediately flexed to show off his muscles. Of course. It is not just a little bit. Lacking Gayat cut off his smugness. She handed a weapon to Lamb 2. The black spear has been forged. Channel your lightning into the patterns on the spear and see. Lamb 2's eyes lit up. This design looks so cool. With that, he immediately followed Lacking Gayat's instructions to channel into the spear, creating a new technique called the long spear of black lightning. Lamb 2 laughed loudly. It is perfect in every way. He rushed to hug Lacking Gayat to thank her. I do not know how to repay this kindness. I can only repay with my body. But in the next moment, Lacking Gayat punched him, sending him flying. Get lost. Lamb 2. You only left 2 streams of blood from your nose. Lamb 2 lay in his room suddenly shouting. Get out. Get out. Get off. He put his hand to stop Kong Kong from jumping on his face. You have just been locked up for 7 days. Electrified. Can't you let me sleep a little longer? Kong pointed and kept shouting, "Abad." Lam Tu glanced in the direction he was pointing. He saw a backpack lying on the sofa and suspiciously asked Khan, "Is there a strange noise in the backpack?" Lam Tu carefully approached and opened the backpack. As soon as he opened it, he widened his eyes. Inside the backpack was a small egg that was cracking open. A tuft of green feathers peeked out from a small hole in the egg. Moments later, a small bird appeared from inside. It looked around, raising its head. Both Lam Tu and Kong stared at it in confusion. Oh no. It is hatching. The little bird's eyes sparkled as it opened its mouth to chirp a few times. Lam Tu reached out to pick it up. The little one felt cool and comfortable in his hands. Birds that break out of their shells will see the first creature they encounter as their mother. It thinks of itself as my mother. But before Tu Batch could respond, Lam Tu saw it collapse. Exhausted, lying in his hands. Panting, "What is wrong? It was just fine a moment ago." Lam Tu panicked. Looking around. Is it because my hand temperature does not suit its nature? It seems I need to prepare a separate environment to raise it. He rushed to the cabinet. Rummaging through everything inside, Lam Tu quickly found a box of ice. Then placed Tu back inside it. "I will go online to buy a cooling box for you. For now, you have to stay here temporarily." As soon as Tu Batch was placed in the tray, it quickly regained its vitality. Lam Tu breathed a sigh of relief. It really was due to the environment. "Get up and go into the kitchen. Little Nguyen. Come look, I am the dad bird. And you are the mom bird." Once inside, apart from the food on the table, the kitchen is completely empty. Lam Tu placed Little back on the table and pulled out a chair to sit down. Little Nguyen is back at school early again. While eating, Lam Tu opened the system panel. As he had accumulated 3 prize draws and thought he would try his luck with a rare bird prize draw system. After once, the system instantly sent a gift to Lam Tu. "Congratulations to the owner for receiving a large amount of strange crystals." Lam Tu disgustedly said. "Not this again." Little Batch and Gon sat on the table, eyeing the pile of strange crystals with envy. They heard Lam Tu mumbling. "They are all level 3. Not much use to me now." He noticed the little bird's expressions and immediately held one up to them. This silly bird does not want to eat the strange crystal. Does it? As if to answer. Little Back immediately pecked at it twice and swallowed, letting out a few joyful chirps. Watching Little Back and Gon eat happily, Lam Tu felt a headache coming on. How is this old man supposed to live with 2 gold-eating pets? Lam Tu looked up at the spinning wheel announcing the next results. "Congratulations to the owner for receiving a diamond martial arts card for health training." Lam Tu's eyes lit up as he held the health training card. The training technique was created by the muscle god 400 years ago, called the Cunning Muscular Man. It involves self-movement to train health and willpower, thereby gaining powerful close combat abilities. After the excitement faded, Lam Tu realized he had 2 diamond martial arts cards. But the diamond martial arts card could only be trained at level 6. He needed to level up quickly to reach level 6. Regaining his focus, Lam Tu ordered the system to continue the prize draw. The system spun the wheel and announced, "Congratulations to the owner for receiving a special martial arts card that sweeps in all directions." Lam Tu looked down at the card with many strange symbols in his hand. The special martial arts card was not a gold card or a diamond card. What made it special? He held the card up to his forehead to see what it was, and the system replied, "Owner, this special martial arts card is part of a set that requires accumulating a full set to train." The system's words made Lam Tu furious, and he threw the card on the table. A set card from 3 draws. And I only got 1. Crazy Gon and Little Batch were busy eating, but the crystals turned to look at him. Time passed, and Lam Tu returned to the Holy Domain Academy. The students in Class 10 cheered loudly. "Brother Lam, you are finally back." "Class President, if you do not come back soon, someone will go crazy missing you. I heard that you just got back and were grounded for fighting. And do not forget about the Thunderbird pet of the headmaster." So impressive. Loi looked at Lam Tu, the class president, and asked, "How did you find Sister Lakangayat? How did you heroically rescue the beauty from the danger of the dark forest?" Kong Luk nodded enthusiastically beside him. Yep. "We want to hear all about this," Lam Tu mystically replied. "This started when I discovered the sword that Lakangayat dropped in the dark forest." Just as he finished speaking, a scream for blood suddenly echoed behind them. No more training. Everyone looked up to see Lakangayat walking in from outside. "Sister Lakangayat." Lakangayat ignored the other classmates and went straight to Lam Tu. "You wasted a whole day training. And you still have time to chat here. Let us go to the gravity room," Lam Tu nervously asked. "The gravity room? How much gravity are you planning to use?" Lakangayat said coldly. 10 times. After hearing her, Lam Tu desperately reached out to his classmates for help. 10 times. "Oh my, someone save me." Before anyone could consider whether to save Lam Tu, someone ran in shouting. It was Truong Dan and Li Bun from Class 7 again. Li Bin frowned. "What are these losers doing here again?" Loi asked them. "Should we tell the class president?" Truong Dan shook his head. "No need to bother the class president. Let us go see what is up." Outside, the Class 7 students were making a ruckus. Forget about the last competition results. We were just playing around. Let us have another match. Truong Dan stepped forward to look at them. We lost. So why fight you again? Frander gritted his teeth, frustrated by her calm demeanor. He had wanted to defeat Class 10 while Lam 2 and Lakangayat were away. But instead, those losers won. Now Class 7 has become a joke for the entire school. He shouted. Don't he think winning once makes you great? If you are at the bottom, you will always be at the bottom. Truong Dan scoffed at him. Getting beaten by the bottom class means you are even worse than them. Frander's pupils constricted, his face turning red with anger. That damn girl. He raised his fist and charged at Truong Dan. Frander's fist was easily blocked by a hand. It was Lam, the Class 10 student. Surprising everyone. Even Class 7 was stunned to see their class president, Lam 2, return. And the Class 7 students could not believe it. They were a bit scared. When did he come back? Lam 2 turned to Truong Dan and asked, what is going on with these guys? I just left for a few days. And people dared to come knocking. Tanfeng immediately said. Class president. While you were gone, the academy held a competition between classes. Classes from the same grade. A group of 5 competes against another class. If you win just one match, the academy will reward you. Labin also stepped up to report to Lam 2. Those guys from Class 7 wanted to take advantage of your and Lakangayat's absence to defeat us in the competition. But in the end, we won. Lam 2 was surprised that Class 7 actually won. Not bad. It seems that while I was gone, no one was slacking off. Frander, standing nearby, frowned while listening to them celebrate. Crazy. Last time we lost because we were careless. And now you guys get another chance to fight. We will definitely defeat you. Lam 2 turned to look at the guy, not convinced. Then I will give you another chance, he confidently said. All of you come at me. If you can beat me, I will let the 10th grade fight you again. Moreover, Lakangayat and I won to be participating. Flander in the woods immediately smiled. You better remember what you said. The guy clenched his fist and jumped up to unleash a powerful punch. Don't he blame us for overwhelming you with numbers? Lam 2 smirked, ready to strike. The electric violence punch. This one hit Flander, sending him soaring into the sky. The 7th graders panicked and rushed in. Do not split up. Lam 2 on the right lifted a leg for a series of kicks, while on the left, he used a fiery claw strike, combined with the electric violence punch to scatter them. The 7th graders were sent flying and fell like rag dolls. Lam 2 scoffed. I gave you a chance. But you did not seize it. Flander stopped to stand up as the 7th graders ran away, saying, wait for it. Looking at Lam 2 easily defeating them. Truong Dan felt excited. Brother Lam, after you went to the dark forest, you seem much stronger. Tan Feng's eyes lit up as he nodded in agreement. Right. With the class leader here. Who knows? We might beat the 5th and 6th grades in the inter-class combat competition. Lam 2 sighed. Looking at him, he smiled. Our goal is to defeat everyone and become the top class in the North Institute. The 10th graders felt invigorated. They cheered. All right, let us go train. Dante dragged me down in the competition. The next day, another class came to challenge the 10th grade. Lam 2, get out here. Lam 2 casually led the 10th graders out. What is going on lately? Stray cats and dogs were making noise at the door. Sen Dia from the 5th grade looked at him with annoyance. Crazy. That useless 10th grader is too arrogant. The 5th grade officially challenges you. This afternoon, we will settle it at the martial arts training ground. Lei Bon suddenly pointed at the phone in his hand. The forum class leader at the academy has exploded. Someone said you want to fight all the classes at the North Institute, calling us the worst. Lam 2 glanced over and frowned. It was yesterday afternoon. The 7th grade must be looking for trouble, clumsily creating enemies for us. But that is fine. It saves me from sending challenge letters to each one. He turned to the 5th grade. All right then. See you at the martial arts training ground. But could you help me check if other classes want to challenge us? Let them prepare too. He smirked, thinking after beating you guys, he could take on them to save time. Sandier furrowed his brows tightly, shouting at Lam 2. You jerk. You are at the bottom of the class and still want to beat us. Dream on. The 5th graders echoed him. Yeah. The 10th grade is trash. They left a warning for the 10th grade and walked away. This afternoon, we will make you regret it. Just wait and see. Truong Dan stepped forward and asked Lam 2. Who are you planning to choose for your team? Those guys earlier are all top tier level 4. And that guy Sunda is already level 5, while we just entered level 4. Lam 2 reassured her. It is. Are not I level 5 too? No need to worry. Plus we have Sizday Lakangayat with us. Lakangayat shot him a glance. Call me when you are up against class 1. I want to participate against the others. Lam 2 clicked his tongue. Come on. Do you really think the other classes are not challenging at all? Lakangayat replied nonchalantly. Class 1 is not challenging either. I just find them irritating. The 10th grade student stared at her blankly. Lam 2 thought to himself. When it comes to showboating, I only admire Kaga and Gayat. In the afternoon at the training ground of the Sacred Domain Martial Academy. The stands were full of students and the judges had taken their seats. Lam Tu led the 10th grade into the arena. Chin Hai looked at him. Did you post that on the forum? Lam Tu shook his head. Not me. Although I can be a bit arrogant. I would not post something so brainless and provoking. Chin Hai nodded. Okay. I figured it was not you. Little did he know. A moment later Lam Tu continued. If I had posted, I definitely would not just insult the North Academy. I would call all first-year students of the entire academy trash. Before Chin Hai could respond, the announcement rang out. The combat competition is now starting to prepare. Sanda held a spear and looked at them, ready to die. Lam Tu shouldered his black spear and asked them. Little brat. What spear do you use? Do you even know how to use it? Need me to teach you? This remark successfully provoked the 5th grade. And they all rushed at him. Using the 8 divine spears, grass sword spears, and the level 2 slash to attack Lam Tu while Sanda aimed his spear at him, telling him to die. Lam Tu frowned, focusing his firepower first to eliminate the biggest threat, which was himself. Smart move. He gently channeled electricity into the black spear, forming the Overlord spear technique. Lam Tu chuckled to himself, but against absolute power. This little bit of smarts just was not enough. Lightning surged through the black spear as Lam Tu prepared to unleash the Overlord spear technique. He calmly watched the 5th graders rushing towards him. The corner of Lam Tu's mouth curled up as he lightly swung the black spear in his hand. Releasing it, instantly sending the 5th graders flying, Lam Tu then advanced, kicking one person in the stomach down. The 5th graders were stunned, turning back to call for Sanda. Class. Class leader. How is this possible? Lam Tu then turned to the brat. Is that weakling worthy of using a spear? He jabbed at the guy. Lam Tu scoffed. Embarrassed, the 5th graders immediately panicked. Angxian Tam Quan. The 2 strongest have been taken down. What should we do now? In contrast to the bad mood of the 5th grade, the 10th grade was excited. The class leader is impressive. Tan Feng smiled confidently. It is noisy now, he shouted. Class leader. Just take these 3 losers out. Little did he know, a moment later, he saw Lam Tu sitting flat on the ground. The 2 strongest have already been knocked off the stage by me. He looked up with a smile at them. The next 3 are up to you guys. The remaining 4 in the team were instantly stunned. Trong Dun is worried. Lum Tu. Can you help out? Tun Feng is anxious. Don't bring the class monitor into this. The 4 of us just reached level 4. And we are up against 3 level 4s. Lum Tu shrugs. I do not care. That is your business. If you lose, I will jump from here. The 5th graders perk up when they hear Lum Tu is not participating. Then we 1T hold back. Those 10th graders are quite cunning. Be careful not to fall into their trap. Right. Maintain formation. Do not let them take us down. King Gualsi over there shows a sinister expression. If that is the case, let us have the class monitor check our training results. Tun Feng grins. Sure. Trundring Den still looks worried as he surveys the surroundings. King Hung Gualsi is the first to charge in with his ultimate technique, the Star Tiger Slash. Class monitor. This is my new martial art. Please check it out. Next up is Tan Feng. Class monitor. This is my martial art, the 6 Swords of Oshan. Please check it out. Then there is Lubine. They all take turns calling out. Class monitor. Check out my sword technique. Class monitor. This move of mine is called the Moon Cleaving Slash. And I have another move too. Lum Tu is at a loss as they keep calling him. This is so embarrassing. The 5th graders are getting annoyed by their constant calls. Can you fight without calling the class monitor? Is this annoying? Trantradun smirks. Finally. Someone's losing their cool. She leaps up swinging her sword with the horizontal blade slash. A Trong Dongnan confidently shouts. Come down here. After taking one down, she and Ten Feng immediately team up on another. Now it is 2 against 1. Are not you going to surrender? We are definitely winning. Lum Tu twitches his mouth. Though it is a bit embarrassing. At least these guys are using their heads during the fight. After a fierce battle, the announcement rings out. This time, the 10th grade wins. And the 10th graders cheer. Well done. Back in class. They are still buzzing with excitement. That fight was something else. Tun Feng grins. If only the class monitor had kicked Sen Dian into a pig's head. Just seeing it would be satisfying. Lum Tu cuts in on their joy. We have only beaten 2 classes. There are still 5 more to go. Don T slack off in training. Suddenly, they hear someone passing by discussing. Quick, check the forum. A freshman named Du Maxi Thun just made news by reaching the 30th floor of the competition tower on his first day. What? Is he that good? Axinal C turns to Lum Tu. The 30th floor. Isn't he that 5 floors higher than you? Lum Tu. He is that strong. Lum Tu explains to him. On my first day, I only reached the 20th floor. Later, I agreed with Mbro Hoxie to go up to the 25th. Lefening Guide. Holding a tablet. Tell Zhu. I downloaded the battle video of Du Mufsi Then. You should watch it. Lum Tu is confused. Why do I have to watch it right now? Lefing Guide replies coolly. Because you are so arrogant and good at making enemies. It won't be long before Du Musashithun comes looking for you. Lumentu is speechless. That is not arrogance. It is pride. Is that okay? Just a little push, and you are ready to slice someone. Someone's even more arrogant than me. Lamtu leaned down to watch the video that Lakangayat sent. The weapon he used was a spear, just as powerful as a regular staff. Lakangayat continued. The senior who got beaten by him is a level 7 martial artist. Nicknamed the Sword King from Class 5 at North Institute 52. Lamtu frowned. Could a level 7 martial artist really be easily defeated by him? This guy is really strong. Just then, Donghang walked over from behind. Are you all watching the match video of Duong Gokthan too? Lamtu turned around. Oh Donghang. He laughed and asked. You did not come to give me a diamond card again. Did you? Donghang shouted back. Lamtu asked again. Are you coming to our Class 10 at North Institute for a spar? But it is still not Vietnam's turn. Wait until we knock Class 1 at North Institute down to the ground first, the company said. Truong Dan stood by, trembling silently. Really arrogant. Donghang interrupted loudly. I am not here to fight you guys. I came to find you for a deal. Can you come talk for a moment? Lamtu approached him. You want to negotiate with me? Have you taken the wrong medicine? Donghang pulled out a card he was holding. I hope you can trade with me for that diamond martial arts teleportation card I had before. Lamtu scratched his ear. That was because of me. Mabao Hoke lived and died just to win it. You think just because you say trade, it is a trade. Moreover, the teleportation technique is ranked 30th in the world. Worth its weight in gold. Donghang turned the card in his hand around. This diamond card is also a martial arts card for a technique called Shadow Clone. Ranked 20th in the world. He smirked. I know you have a clone skill. If combined with Shadow Clone, it will definitely be astonishing. As soon as Donghang finished speaking, Lamtu immediately showed an eager expression and rushed forward. I will trade. Donghang was startled and took a step back, changing his attitude way too quickly. After the excitement passed, Lamtu suddenly froze. Wait. Why are you being so nice all of a sudden? Is there some kind of scheme? Donghang frowned and pouted. What scheme could I have? To be honest, that diamond card was really hard to get. My dad only got it from the clan elder. If I lose it, my dad will definitely kick me out of the house. Lamtu rubbed his chin. If I had known, I would not have done it. Could not I just give you this card? However, you have to agree to help me with something. Donghang cautiously asked. What kind of thing? Lamtu leaned in and whispered in Donghang's ear. It is nothing big. You just need to follow my request. As soon as Donghang heard this, he blushed. No way. Absolutely not. I won't do something like that. Lamtu shrugged and turned to leave. If you do not agree, that is fine. I will just use this diamond card directly once I reach level 6. Donghang thought for a moment and resigned himself. Fine. I agree with you. The two exchanged cards. Handing over the teleportation card to me, Lamtu nodded to finalize the deal. Lamtu waved to Donghang. Remember what you agreed to with me. He bowed his head, looking at the identity card in his hand. The body skill card ranked 20th. It is loud now. A few days later, at the training ground of the Holy Academy, Lamtu told Truong Dan that after several rounds of combat, only one class from the Northern Institute remained. Truong Dan nodded, realizing that the first class Northern Institute had been defeated by Lamtu, and continued to train outside. Today, the team leader is Duong Fame, a martial artist who has reached level 6. Lamtu smirked. Regardless of who he is, just eliminate him. He turned around and said, Labin, you do not need to go on stage. Let Lakangayat take your place. Labin nodded. Alright. He stood behind cheering. Everyone. The announcement sounded. Please welcome the contestants from Class 1, Grade 10 to the stage. Duong Pham stood waiting with a large saber. You must be Lamtu. Right. I'm a Duong Pham. I am different from that useless Trak Koi Tin. Lamtu nodded. He is indeed different. Compared to Trak Koi Tun, I will take less time to defeat you. The announcement sounded, and the competition began. He immediately grabbed the saber and rushed forward. Here comes the Western 8 flag saber. At this moment, 3 people also moved toward Lakangayat. Lakangayat, you are the traitor of Class 1. Today you will pay. Lakangayat raised her chin at them. Come here. They immediately rushed in to attack. Lakangayat scoffed, and Truong Dan shouted. They want to gang up on one. Let us help them. However, another guy charged in. You 3 brats. Your opponent is me, Tang They Ho. A thrust from him struck Truong Dan. She gritted her teeth to endure the attack, but was knocked away by Thai Ho moments later. Truong Dan leaned against the railing, her body trembling. Kung Luk and Tan Fong also rushed toward him. Damn it. Take a look at this. They Ho laughed lightly. Idiot. Immediately, Kung Luk and Tan Fong were knocked away. Tan Fong gritted his teeth. Is this the power of Class 1? And the 3 of us can't even withstand one move. Truong Dan wiped the corner of her mouth. It is, with Lakangayat and Lamtu here. We will definitely win. The first class students in the audience laughed loudly. Being last means being last. Can't withstand one move. Now it is 5 against 2. Lamtu and Lakangayat are sure to lose. That brat Lakangayat. She must taste defeat this time. Duong Pham stood opposite Lamtu. You two are all that is left. As long as I hold you back, Lakangayat will have to fight 4 of them. You will definitely lose. On the other side, Lakangayat was fighting 3. Plus a Ho rushing in from behind. Duangfam raised his saber and unleashed a fiery slash. But I will deal with you before that. Lam Tu watched, his mouth twitching. Damn it. Trying to test the fire with me. Are you stupid? He swung the black saber in his hand to create a torrent of strikes. The arena exploded with a bang. Duangfam's pupils behind his glasses contracted. Not expecting his flames to be that powerful, Lam Tu disdainfully asked, "Is this what level 6 is like?" And Duangfam swung his saber for a devouring flame attack. "Your fire may be powerful, but it won't do anything against my crimson flame saber." This blade was forged from a special fire meteorite from outer space, capable of absorbing fire and transforming it into power for itself. He swung the blade to test the fire of his own. Lam Tu retaliated with an ice strike. The two forces of fire and ice clashed against each other. Lam Tu's ice pieced through Duangfam's fire. Stabbing towards him, Lam Tu smirked, forgetting to mention that he also knew how to use ice attribute skills. But there was someone on the field who was even better at ice than he was. Right here. Behind him. Duangfam suddenly realized that Lakangayat had run up to him at some point. What? These useless ones. 4 of them, and they still let her get away. Lam Tu casually threw the black sword over his shoulder. Sorry. Those 4 useless guys you mentioned were already defeated by Lakangayat. Duangfam turned around sharply. Shocked that she had already knocked out 4 people so quickly. Could she really be at level 6? Lakangayat swung her ice-slashing strike, disdainfully saying too many words. Lakangayat coldly unleashed her ice-slashing strike. Lam Tu also followed up with 100 feather phoenix. Duangfam was caught between the 2 ice and fire strikes like a sandwich, and the arena exploded with a loud bang, accompanied by the announcement that the 10th grade had won. The 10th grade students joyfully jumped up. We won. We defeated all the classes from the North Institute. Long live 10th grade. A Chinhai smiled at them, congratulating them for becoming the top class of the North Institute. Tanfeng was all flustered. Teacher Nam. What is our reward this time? I heard there are many rewards, but I do not know what they are. Chinhai squinted and smiled. You guys defeated 9 classes, earning 9 cumulative bonus points. But if it is 10 points, the reward will increase a level. Tanfeng frowned. 10 points but only 9 classes. Lam Tu asked him, does Teacher Nam mean we have to fight against Class 1 from Vietnam? Chinhai nodded. They have to compete with Class 1 from Vietnam, as they have also defeated 9 other classes from Vietnam. You guys in Class 1 from Vietnam will have a championship match. So you will be competing for the championship with Class 1 from Vietnam. Tanfeng said with a laugh. The genius from Class 1 Vietnam, Al Donghang, got knocked down to the ground by class leader Lam Tu already. We are sure to win the championship match. Chinhai reminded them not to underestimate their opponent, as this time Class 1 from Vietnam not only had Ao Duonghang but also Du Mok Than, who on the first day reported had already reached the 30th level of the sports competition tower. Truong Dan turned to look at everyone. Du Mok Than, is he in Class 1 from Vietnam? Yeah. The 10th grade students looked at each other. It is not surprising for such a genius to be placed in Class 1 from Vietnam. This guy is already at the peak of level 6. Right. Lakangayat calmly spoke up from the side. Du Mok Than is already at level 7. The entire 10th grade was shocked. Oh my. Level 7. That is such overwhelming power. How are we supposed to fight him? Lam Tu laughed to reassure them. Don't he worry. With me and Lakangayat here, even if he is at level 7, we will make him submit. As evening fell, everyone left the martial arts training ground. Lakangayat approached Lam Tu and asked, are you that confident? Fighting against Du Mok Than, we might end up losing this time. Lam Tu was taken aback, not expecting him to say that. It was not his style. He smiled at her. Don't worry. We will win. Saying that, Lam Tu turned to another direction. Lakangayat asked him, where are you going? Lam Tu waved at her. Just taking care of something to make sure we do not lose. In the evening, inside the woods, Lam Tu walked in a daze. You are early. Duonghang looked at him disdainfully. Aren't we just supposed to win the first class? You have delayed until now. I have been waiting for half an hour. Lam Tu asked him. I told you to help me find the power station. Have you found it? Duonghang glanced at him. If I... Hang. Take action. Is there anything I can't do? Follow me. The two moved towards the power station of Saint Domain Academy. Lam Tu whispered. It is just a power station, yet it is hidden in such a secluded place. Duonghang nodded. Of course. If someone attacks, the power of the entire Saint Domain Academy will be cut off. He frowned and asked Lam Tu. By the way, why did you ask me to bring you here? Lam Tu pulled out a few small bombs. This is for you. Help me lure the staff away. Duonghang jumped in surprise. Bombs. You do not mean to blow up the power station. Do you? Lam Tu shook his head, pointing in one direction. It is just a fire pump. Very low power. You burn those trees over there. Duonghang rolled his eyes. You are telling me to set a fire. What exactly do you want to do? Lam Tu drooled and dashed off. I have to go recharge. You are from a big family. You said you would keep your word. Duonghang narrowed his eyes at the pile of bombs in his hand, gritting his teeth. You jerk. If I would known, I would not have agreed to this. A little while later, Small explosions echoed throughout the forest. The guards at the power station were startled. What is happening? There were explosions and fires over there. They quickly ran into the woods, calling for more people to check it out. At this moment, Lam Tu had approached the power station and also heard the explosions. He grinned and jumped over the fence. That kid, Duong Hang, did well. Lam Tu slowly approached a power conduit. There were no cameras around. This was the place. He raised his hand and punched down, starting to recharge. The power conduit was damaged by Lam Tu's strike. A hole revealed the wires wrapped inside. He enjoyed the current flowing into him. Tonight, he had to reach level 30. The system announced it detected a large power surge outside, activating the devouring skill to exchange for experience points. Inside the power station, Teacher Lee led a group to survey the area. What exactly happened outside? Is there really someone daring enough to cause trouble at Saint Domain Academy? Suddenly, a red alert appeared, and he jumped in shock. The power is out. The power station of Saint Domain Academy had fallen into darkness. In the woods, Donghang was being chased by the guards of the power station. Quickly put out the fire so I can catch him. Make sure he wishes he was never born. Who did this? Donghang was terrified. What on earth did this guy do to cause such a commotion? This time he was about to be killed by him. Teacher Lei gave a quick glance to his subordinate, signaling to activate the backup power. Everyone find him. We must catch that bastard who sabotaged this power station. They quickly responded. Understood. On the other side, the system was still helping Lam to absorb energy. Congratulations to the master for leveling up to level 30. Congratulations to the master for achieving the title of level 6 martial artist. Lam Tu smiled. I am also level 6 now. Lam Tu closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. The system updated his information. Thompson. Level 30. Strength 552. Physique 258. Speed 160. Overall combat power 6000. Level 5 martial artist nickname. When attacked, there is a 30% chance to deal less than 50% damage. Level 6 martial artist title unchanged. Skill. Analyzing eyes. Camouflaged. Clone mirror skill. Lam Tu was now burnt black like coal, excitedly jumping around, finally able to train with the diamond martial arts card. And moreover, his 100 bird summoning skill was a growth type skill, which could also be further enhanced. Just then, a group of people ran over. Whoever is hiding there, come out. He was startled. Oh no. I have been discovered. Lam Tu jumped over the fence and ran quickly. The people at the power station were shouting, I see him running that way. The guards at the power station quickly chased after him. Don't let him get away. They all ran in one direction, overlooking the person hiding behind a tree. Lam Tu smirked. As long as I stay quiet and keep my eyes closed, you won't find me. Suddenly, Teacher Lee appeared behind him. Kid. So you were hiding here. Lam Tu quickly turned around. Oh no. Teacher Lee reached out to grab him, still wanting to run. In a critical moment, Lam Tu immediately used the clone mirror skill. Teacher Lei's pupils contracted as he stared at the empty space in front of him. Did he disappear? He sniffed, smelling the gray-black powder. Burn smell. It seemed he was electrocuted after sabotaging the wires. But how could he still jump around comfortably? Teacher Lei quickly thought. Could it be that kid who messed with the principal's Thunderbird? Meanwhile, Lam Tu had already sneaked back home, his little Guyet and Guyet asleep. He tiptoed inside, making sure she would not see his little black African look. Just as he thought this, Lack and Guyet rushed out with a sword in hand. Who is there? Lam Tu quickly shouted. Me. Little Guyet and Guyet. Lack and Guyet looked at him suspiciously. Lam Tu leaned closer. How did you end up like this? The power outage earlier was not your fault. Was it? Lam Tu scratched his head and chuckled. Isn't it because of the competition the day after tomorrow? She squatted on the ground, looking at him. Are you okay? Do you need to go to the infirmary? Lam Tu shook his head. No need. Just some medicine will do. He thought to himself. The people at the power station are looking for me everywhere. Going to the infirmary now would be walking right into their trap. Lam Tu quickly finished showering and cleaning up, mumbling to himself about reaching level 6 while drying his hair. Not only had his strength increased, but his healing ability had also improved significantly. He looked down at his hands. Now let us check my circle. Lam Tu focused his consciousness to activate the circle. He opened his eyes to see why his circle was different from others, and it even had electric sparks. Lam Tu tried to reach out and touch the circle surrounding him. The circle had electricity. It could not only defend but also attack. This was his master's unique skill. Just as he finished speaking, the circle vanished. Lam Tu was startled. It consumed a lot of energy, so it probably could not last long when used. After that, he took out a few diamond cards, holding them in his hands, and began to learn the diamond martial arts card. Lam Tu placed the card on his forehead, and 10 minutes later, he was still standing there motionless. Even half an hour later, apart from the spiritual energy around him expanding, nothing else had changed. Lam Tu was panting. He frowned at the card in his hands, realizing it had drained his energy. But there was no reaction at all. Could it be that since I just reached level 6, the accumulated strength in me is insufficient to activate this card? Lam Tu tossed the card aside, knowing that Yang Hang could not be that generous. At this moment, the system appeared again with some suggestions. Detecting that the master was experiencing abnormalities while receiving the martial arts card. Would you like to use the analytical eyes? Lam Tu asked doubtfully. Can the analytical eyes be used on the diamond card? The system replied. The master has reached level 6. The analytical eyes skill has leveled up, unlocking more uses. It guided Lam Tu, instructing him to place the diamond card on his forehead and continue activating the analytical eyes. Lam Tu complied, wondering if it really could be used like this. The system immediately got to work, starting the analysis. Soon, many characters flew out from the diamond card, and the system reported that the violent analysis was successful, allowing the master to receive the information. Lam Tu was stunned. There was so much information in this diamond card. Could it be that with my current strength, I can't open it? He held his head and groaned, feeling like his head was about to explode. He was reaching his limit. At that moment, the system sent a new notification, detecting external special strength and activating the swallowing skill. After absorbing everything, Lam Tu collapsed to the ground, blood dripping from his nose. What kind of diamond martial arts card was this? It nearly cost him his life. If it were not for the analytical eyes and the swallowing skill, holding this card would have been useless. He wiped his nose, realizing that Yang Hang had intended to harm him with this card. But the clone technique truly was the 20th best in the world, perfectly suited for his clone technique. Lam Tu steadied his trembling body and went to the sofa to rest. As soon as he sat down, he pulled out another card, wanting to try this diamond martial arts training card. It surely would not be as deadly as the last one. Right. Lam Tu was determined to risk it for the competition the day after tomorrow. He placed the card on his forehead. This diamond martial arts card was easy to learn. Suddenly, Lam Tu opened his eyes wide and threw the card to the ground. Damn it. Was this a training technique or yoga? Later, Lam Tu crawled on the ground, awkwardly lifting his butt into the air. He muttered, "This position is so humiliating." Lam Tu spread his legs and cursed. Whoever created this training method must be a pervert. Kung Chi Nen hid behind a wall, watching Lam Tu practice while mumbling. Taking a risk for the competition the day after tomorrow. The next morning, at Lam Tu's house, he was lying flat on the ground, sleeping in the yoga position from last night. Leffing Guide approached him from behind and kicked him squarely in the butt, telling him to get lost. Lam Tu groaned as he got up. I just learned a new training method, but the position is a bit awkward. Leffing Guide turned to leave, coldly saying, breakfast is ready. Eat up and hurry to training. Lam Tu told her, I want to be going to the training room today. I will practice at home. He thought to himself. Such humiliating training moves can only be practiced at home. Leffing Guide looked back and replied, whatever you say. Lam Tu yawned, feeling exhausted after practicing the strange position all night. At the martial arts training ground of the Sacred Domain Academy, Minsi Than looked at Da Hung, who seemed very tense. Ding Hung nodded slightly. After all, he had lost to him once. Minsi Than tilted his chin, responding, you do not need to worry. This time you won't have to go on stage. Di Hung frowned and looked at him. What do you mean? Misai Si Thun pointed at the people standing behind him. Nothing. The first class in Vietnam does not just have you in 6th grade. I and these 4 will work better together. Just then, an announcement rang out, inviting the contestants to the stage. Min Si Than led the first class students away. Just watch. The first class in Vietnam, under my lead 1T lose to the bottom class again. Di Hung gritted his teeth. The jerk would not even let the class leader like him go on stage. Then he smirked. I can wait to see you get beaten down by Lam Tu. On the competition floor, the first class of the Vietnam Academy stood opposite Lam Tu's class 10. He tilted his head to look at Si Thun. Or Zhu Dong Hung. Why is not he on stage? Maxion replied disdainfully. He does not need to go on stage. Lam Tu frowned. He is the class leader. Why would not he go on stage? Is he looking down on me? Who do you think you are? How dare you speak on behalf of the first class in Vietnam? Maxi Than frowned, his eyes glaring at Lam M2. Di Jong Hung, standing below, laughed. The evil still had to be tormented by the evil. Lam Tu needed to try harder. The final announcement rang out, and the competition began. Mok Than immediately took the lead. Let me test them. One guy wielding a mace tried to attack Lam Tu from the left, while a giant blocked him on the right. On the other side, the trio of Trong Dan, Levin Bine, and Tin Hun Feng were also surrounded by several others. The clueless ones obediently went down. Mok Than approached Le Fingite to greet her. It has been a long time since they have met. Le Fingite merely frowned and did not respond to him. The clash of weapons between Le Fingite and NMF Thun produced a loud clanging sound. He raised his eyes to look at her. Le Fingite, is it really necessary to act like this right when we meet? After all, I am still Luxingite. He thrust his sword directly at Mephisa Thun to shut him up. Over here, 3 figures had already been knocked off the fighting stage. Trong Dan gritted his teeth, struggling to hold his ground against a level 6 opponent for just a few seconds. The giant laughed provocatively at Lam Tu. Your friend can't even take one hit. We are all level 6 here. Lam Tu chuckled and struck out with the Beach Liu Triu Fang technique, level 6. So impressive, Lam Tu thought. Just right to use them to test the upgraded Beach Liu Triu Fang. The giant immediately activated his shield and even mocked him. Lam Tu smirked. Do you really know what level 6 is? Level 6 can use a shield for defense. Your attack is useless. Lam Tu laughed loudly, curious to see how long he could hold his defense. While unleashing more Bachiyu Trifar Yufang techniques, all aimed at one target, continuous explosions echoed. The giant looked up at his shield. Damn it. Does this guy's technique not consume any energy? Two teammates rushed over. Quick, come help stop him. At this moment, Lam Tu soared up on his black wings. Adding a Beach Liu Triu Fang Fang Veech to follow a phoenix flying in, he shouted. Earlier was just a trial. Now it is the real deal. The giant's eyes widened in shock, but before he could finish speaking, the fighting stage erupted with a loud explosion. The giant was kicked straight down to the ground by a Butch Ziyu Triu Fang Fang V. Lying there with a dazed expression and a stream of snot running down, Tan Fong and Livy Ba hugged each other. Cheering. The class leader has taken one down. The class leader is amazing. Tran Hongdan was not as thrilled as they were. She frowned, looking at the fighting stage. Seemingly Luhagite was at a disadvantage, surprised that Dumaxi Thun was so strong. On the stage, Masi Thun was using his spear against Lechingite. He smirked. Lefeningite. Have not you made any progress in these past years? Lefengite coldly snorted. Not replying, Lam Tu readied his black wings, intending to rush toward that bastard Dumaxi Thun. But he was quickly blocked by the other three from Class 1. Where do you think you are going? Can't stand by while your girlfriend is bullied anymore. One of them mocked, surrounded by us. Let us see where you can run. The three of them launched an attack on Lam Tu simultaneously, causing a loud explosion in the arena. Below, Zhang Zhan, Labin, and Tanfeng looked pale. Lam Tu was shrouded in dust on the battlefield, blocking their view, but they could see some sparks inside, as the wind blew, clearing the dust. Everyone realized that the three had not hit Lam Tu at all, because he had activated his circle. The first-year students were stunned. What? Lam Tu stood confidently inside his protective barrier after activating his circle, looking at them. Zhang Hai, watching from the stands, was also surprised. Look, that is Lam Tu's circle. This kid has reached level 6. He scratched his ear and thought to himself. I forgot to tell you guys. I also have a circle now. The first-year students were furious. So what if it is level 6? I will shatter your circle. The three of them charged at Lam Tu's circle. Attacking furiously, he stood calmly inside, raising his hand. Take a good look. Can your circles compare to mine? Lam Tu's fist tightened, and lightning surged through his circle. It was the lightning circle skill. The first-year students surrounding Lam Tu were instantly shocked, each one screaming in despair. Zhang Zhan was astonished. Lam Tu's circle conducts electricity. The first-year students gnashed their teeth in disbelief. How can this be? His circle has electricity. After just one electric shock, Lam Tu charged forward with his black thorn violent flower spear. My turn. The first-year student in front of him cursed. Damn it. My body is still numb. He immediately activated his protective circle. You are bullying too much. Lam Tu retaliated with a counterattack. Get down. Lam Tu executed a violent attack with his spear directly at the other guy's circle. He was taken aback. What? His circle was instantly shattered, and he was sent flying. Labin Hone shouted. Great. Another one down. However, before his body could hit the ground, he swung a hook. The first-year student managed to pull himself back onto the arena. Lam Tu yelled. This is bad. There is a mechanism in the combat gear. Isn't that considered cheating? Referee. The referee shook his head. Mechanisms on combat gear are also weapons. It is not cheating. The competition continued, and the 10th grade students from the Northern Institute were immediately dissatisfied. Damn. That is not cheating. Are you blind? Isn't it? They clearly do not want us to win. Isn't it? Xing Hai said to them. The school does not have any rules against that. He looked up at the arena and sighed. The top-ranking teachers definitely do not want to see the 10th grade, known as the bottom class, win the combat competition. Lam Tu. You have to rely on yourself. The first-year student, who just saved himself, challenged them. The bottom class must have the awareness of being the bottom class champion. It should not belong to you. Lam Tu laughed. It seems that many people at the Sacred Domain Academy do not want us to win. He activated his shadow clone skill and shouted, watch me win. Meanwhile, Ding Hung below was going crazy, clutching his head and screaming, how is that possible? He really learned the shadow clone technique for over 10 years. Many people in the clan could not learn it. Some even became useless by trying too hard. which is why I considered trading it away as a useless card. But he learned this freaky skill. It is just too much. Lam-Tu swept the dark energy in his hand, sending a powerful strike that knocked me off the arena. One guy who got knocked down yelled, "Why me?" The guy with the hook from earlier again tried to pull me down. But it would not be that easy. He reached out and grabbed the electric hook. He still wanted to use that dirty trick in front of me. Just remember not to use conductive materials next time. The other side was instantly shocked by Lam-Tu's electricity. Smelling like burnt flesh, he screamed in pain. Lam-Tu smiled confidently at the guy from the first class. He was shocked to the point of losing himself. The sword in the first class guy's hand dropped to the ground, and he fell straight back. The other two gritted their teeth. Damn it. They all rushed in together. "Kid, you are going down." One of them threw out a hidden rope from his sleeve. The other guy from behind swung out a rope too. The two hooks wrapped around Lam-Tu from both sides and tied his hands tightly. The two of them pulled the rope tight around Lam-Tu. He frowned, thinking they could use steel wire to hold me. Lam-Tu unleashed the electric power in his body and shouted, "Get away from me." The two were immediately shock stiff. One of them still stubbornly held onto the rope. "Come on. Before I electrocute you to death. I can squeeze you to death." Lam-Tu grinned. "Do you think I only have this much electricity?" He clenched his teeth, tensed his body, releasing even more electricity. Exploding, the two ropes binding Lam-Tu gradually snapped into pieces. He unleashed a lightning strike with a scream that pierced the sky. "Give it to me." Tenfong and Aluban jumped up, and two more guys came down. The leader is amazing. Meanwhile, Lefingite coughed up blood. Lam-Tu walked over to support her. "Lefingite, you are injured." Lefingite bit her lip and did not respond. Lam-Tu asked her if she felt unwell. He quietly assessed Lefingite. Today, it seemed like Lefingite did not use her strength. Looking troubled, he pushed her back. "You handle your wounds first. Let me deal with him." Lam-Tu shook his head, dismissing other thoughts. "Forget it. Let us win first and talk later." Minsi-Than planted his spear on the ground, mocking. "Lam-Tu is just beating four useless guys. Does he think he can challenge me? He does not know his own strength." Lam-Tu shrugged and casually replied, "How would I know if I do not try?" Minsi-Than suddenly grinned, revealing a secret to him. "Lefingite is my fiancé." Lam-Tu was stunned. "Fine key." Lam-Tu looked back at her in pain. "Lefingite," he thought to himself. No wonder Lefingite seemed so troubled. But at that moment, Maxi-Thumb unexpectedly attacked, launching a dragon strike. "Idiot. Where are you looking?" The blade attached to his spear immediately slashed across Lam-Tu's chest. The two of them dove into a fight. Maxi-Thun used a decisive move to counter Lam-Tu. Both were pushed back at the same time. And Lefingite shouted, "Lam-Tu, look at him. Do not listen to his nonsense." Maxi-Thun, hearing Lefingite's denial, continued, "This marriage was decided by our two families." Lefingite interrupted him. "I do not agree. No one can manipulate me." Maxi-Thun suddenly asked her, "Lefingite, you do not actually like this kid, do you?" Lefingite coldly replied, "It is none of your business." However, Maxi-Thun paid no heed to her indifference and continued to mock her. "But with this kid's strength, you two can't be together. Today, I will stomp him underfoot so you can see the reality." Lam-Tu raised his head to look at Maxi-Thun. "Lefingite, go down to Sister Thong. Let me handle him." Lefingite remained silent. After a moment, she nodded and turned to leave. "Okay, I trust you. Do not lose." Lefingite quickly jumped down and left the arena. Her sudden action made the 10th graders from Begraced Institute anxious, as if they were sitting on a pile of fire. Tun Feng held his head. Why did Lefingite jump down? Kung Luk looked stunned. What is the class president doing? Are those two definitely going to win against Du Mok Than? Truong Dan, standing next to him, interrupted. "These two are crazy." "Shut up. I believe in Lam-Tu's choice. He will definitely win." Mok Than tilted his head to look at Lam-Tu. "Are you wanting to fight me man-to-man because of a girl?" Lam-Tu shook his head. He grinned at Mok Than. "I just want to close the door and take care of things myself." This provocation irritated Mok Than. He unleashed a dragon spear attack. Wanda. Lam-Tu quickly activated his protective circle. Mok Than's eyes lit up. He had been trained to fight against electricity since he was young. He was preparing to unleash the long Ingam Kiyu Thean, looking down on Lam-Tu, saying, "This little electricity is useless." A green dragon roared and flew towards Lam-Tu. This strike directly shattered his circle. Lam-Tu was pushed back a bit. He planted his black spear into the ground to steady himself. Mok Than did not give Lam-Tu time to adjust. He lunged forward again. "Your circle can withstand my attack." The two fought all over the arena. Mok Than mocked him. "This is the difference." Lam-Tu continuously unleashed a series of attacks. Mok Than raised his eyes to look at him. "Let me show you my circle." He activated his circle. Lam-Tu's series of attacks only hit the circle and did not touch Mok Than. Lam-Tu again controlled his black spear to draw a different move. "Let us see this one." This strike directly hit the protective circle of Mok Than. A moment later, Lam Tu's eyes widened. His pupils contracted. As the force from the circle pushed him back a few steps, he was amazed. His circle could fight back. Mach then broke free from the circle, preparing a new long Imhythean, coldly responding to Lam Tu. Do not think only your circle has other properties. Just as Mach Than attacked, Lam Tu timely used a clone to dodge. Mach Than frowned. Damn it. That is a clone. From above? 3. 4 Lam Tus were simultaneously striking down at Mach Than. He was defending while retreating. Damn. This must be the diamond body technique, a kid from a remote area. How does he know this skill? Suddenly sensing something, Mach Than turned to look behind. There was a Lam Tu gathering speed to charge. Surrounded by phoenix flames, Mach Than gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Lam Tu jumped up. This time with a full-powered fire-refining spirit move. A thunderous explosion rang out on the arena. Lam Tu landed and steadied himself. Is it over already? He was surprised to see Maici Thun still standing there. Except his shirt was burned to ashes. Frowning, he looked at Lam Tu. What can this little fire do to me? Mc Shermev then confidently stood there. Challenging him, Lam Tu pursed his lips. This guy managed to break through his fire cultivation barrier. This time, Mc Thun launched a powerful move. The Heavenly Dragon, he shouted. Let me see your diamond skills. Lam Tu grinned. He also had a dragon of his own. He shook the black spear in his hand. The Heavenly Dragon broke through. Lam Tu and Mc Thun both shouted loudly, charging at each other, causing another explosion on the battlefield that shook 100 meters around. Dust and debris flew everywhere. The group of Troning Dachen standing below were all staggered by the shockwave. The two figures on the battlefield slowly appeared as the smoke was blown away by the wind. Truong Den frowned, trying to see who won. At this moment, MSC Thun was already in a position about to fall forward. A moment later, he collapsed to the ground. Unconscious. Lam Tu raised the black spear high in his hand, accompanied by an announcement from the stands. Lam Tu win. He proudly shouted. I won. The 10th grade students were so happy they jumped up and down. Brother Lam Tu has won. Long live the class president. Class 10 has won. Class 10 has won. The entire class 10 quickly rushed onto the battlefield. The class president loves you so much. Long live the class president. You are amazing. Lam Tu smiled as he looked at Levisingite approaching him, happily calling out. Levisingite. I won. His eyelids were heavy. He mumbled. I won. Then Lam Tu also fell to the ground, losing consciousness amidst the calls of the 10th grade students. The class president has passed out. At the infirmary staff of the Holy Domain Academy, 2 days later, Lam Tu groggily opened his eyes. Now he was lying in the healing room. Kanheng Lo Sijong called to him from outside the glass enclosure. Class president, you are finally awake. Tan Feng stood nearby, excited. You have been unconscious for 2 days and nights. Lam Tu quickly covered his body with his hands. I was with Luffy Laughingite. Why are you here too? King Gring laughed out loud. Leffingite has been taking care of you for the last 2 days. She has seen everything. Tan Feng raised an eyebrow. You are married. What is there to be shy about? As soon as they finished speaking, Lam Tu and Leffingite both punched them, knocking them over. Get lost. Labine was speechless. These two straightforward guys got what they deserved. Leffingite handed him a set of clothes. Nearby was a bathroom and clean clothes. Go take a shower. Teacher Nam Chun Hai mentioned several times that Principal Baich Lelo was looking for you urgently. Lam Tu watched Luxi Gite leave. Principal B. Echel was looking for him urgently. It is not because his electricity theft was exposed. Right. After changing clothes, Lam Tu headed straight to the principal's office. Hello. Principal Buvo. As soon as he entered, Teacher La pointed a finger at him and accused him. It is definitely him. Lam Tu twitched his mouth. It was really exposed. He asked defiantly, who are you? What power station? Hearing Lo shout, this kid is still arguing. Real men own up to their actions. Is there anyone else in this academy training in electric attributes? Lam Tu grimaced. Sir, do you have any evidence? Even though you are the teacher, you can't just falsely accuse a student. Bachua looked at Lam Tu. What kind of proof do you want? His hand pressed the red button on the desk. Then I will show you the evidence. The screen displayed footage of Lundrem Tu fighting a flock of thunderbirds. Moff said, fighting on the spaceship is prohibited, and as a result, all the thunderbirds I raised were injured and have not recovered yet. Just when things were settling down, you went to the power station to eat power cables, causing the entire Holy Domain Academy to lose power. He raised his gaze to Lam Tu. Kid, you really know how to stir up trouble. He had a dumbfounded look. Didn't that kid Ju Dazeng say there were no cameras at the power station? This kid is getting me in trouble. Teacher looked at Lam Tu with solid evidence. Do you have anything to say? He quickly raised his hand in appeasement. I really can't be blamed for the thunderbirds. I had no idea it would turn out like this. The power station incident was indeed my doing. But I wanted to improve my strength quickly. I wanted to lead Class 10 to victory in the competition. I want to prove myself to everyone who looks down on Class 10. Bihel stared intently at Lam Tu. This stubborn and defiant personality suits me well, but mistakes come with penalties. Here's the deal. I will give you a chance to make amends. He said that recently a strange power was discovered beneath the Holy Domain Academy, and someone needs to go down and investigate. You are the strongest among the level 6 fighters, and the best candidate. As long as you complete this investigation, you won't face any punishment. He asked in confusion. There are countless experts at the Holy Domain Academy, and many level 8 fighters. So why choose a level 6 fighter like me? Butchel sighed. Out of options. Below the academy, there are many evolved beasts. He thought about the situation under the sea, paused for a moment, then continued. If we send a higher level fighter, it might cause them to panic and lead to a terrible beast tide. Lum Tu rubbed his hands excitedly and asked, so what do I get? Teacher Lalo is mad at you. You still dare to ask for benefits. Butchel stopped Teacher Law and replied to Lum Tu. As long as you complete the mission. Of course. You will get a lot. He told Teacher Lo beside him. Teacher all clear. You can go back now. I have a few words to say privately to him. Teacher Lo nodded. All right. As he passed by him, he scoffed. Teacher Lo quickly exited the principal's office. Butchel stood up and looked at Lum Tu. Now let us talk about something else. In this competition between classes, Class 10 ranked first, and all students who did not participate received 50,000 points and a gold skill card. You and 4 other students who participated received 100,000 points and 2 gold skill cards. He opened the drawer and said that you performed very well in this combat competition. Therefore, I personally will reward you with a diamond skill card. Butchel held 3 cards in his hand. There are 3 skill cards of different types here. You can choose. Lam Tu questioned again. Why was only he rewarded when they were not close? Bachelay rubbed his forehead. It is true they were not close, but someone special told me to take care of you. Otherwise, with my temperament, I would have kicked you out of the Holy Academy long ago. He doubted there was someone special who instructed this. Who is it? Could it be my little sister? Nugayat. Bachelay shook his head. Although Lakangayat is from the Lak family in Chenkong City, she can't just randomly make things difficult for me. He glanced at Lam Tu. Do you remember Bachelay Hao Lin? The one you met on the way to the Holy Academy. The one who claimed to be your master. Lam Tu tilted his head, thinking. And after a moment he remembered who Bachelay Hao Lin was. Lam Tu clapped his hands. So that is the master from back then. He pointed directly at Bachelay's face. She and he both share the Bachelay surname. They are family. He is her grandfather. Bachelay Lang Tran did not want to respond. It is none of your business. Just remember that the black spear you have was tricked out of me. Lam Tu awkwardly replied. I see. Well. Thank you, Principal Bachelay. Then Bachelay continued. Also, let me tell you. Du Mokthan is a disciple of one of the 5 founders of the Holy Academy. That old man is petty. If you beat his disciple, he will definitely look for a chance to deal with you when he returns. Lam Tu chuckled and replied. Let him come here. I am not afraid of anyone. Bachelay was annoyed and told him to leave quickly. He found him bothersome. Lam Tu quickly left the principal's office and ran home. Little Nguyat. As soon as he entered the door, Lam Tu was startled. He saw Lak Nugayat sitting at the door feeding Little Batch and a white fluff ball. Little Batch turned to look at him. Lam Tu panicked and shouted. Oh no. What is this white fluff ball? Lakangayat replied to Lam Tu's question. It is gone. It seems to have evolved. Lam Tu looked at the fluffy ball in front of him. This is gone. He lowered his head to look at it. Wondering how it ended up like this, she asked him. Where did you catch it? Lam Tu recalled and replied. In an underground laboratory, inside a level 6 beast. I thought it was a level 6 crystal. But it turned out to be this toy. Lakangayat nodded and asked. What did Principal Bachelay want with you? Lam Tu shook his head, saying it was nothing. Just about the reward from the combat competition, and the incident with the Thunderbird, he got punished for last time. She looked at him suspiciously. Is that all? Lam Tu felt guilty and nodded. Yep. That is all. Lakangayat did not ask further. Turning to go into the house, she was quiet. But after taking 2 steps, Lakangayat stopped. She tilted her head to talk to Lam Tu. The engagement between me and Du Mokthan was decided by the family. I do not agree. And it has nothing to do with me. He leaned in closer to her. Little Nguyat, caring about my feelings like this. Do you really like me? Luffinguyat coldly punched Lam Tu in the face. Get lost. Time passed. And 2 days later by the beach, Lam Tu was in diving gear, preparing to go underwater. Someone from the Holy Domain Academy handed him a dagger. It is not easy to wield a spear underwater. This dagger was given to you by Principal Bachilo. It is of very high quality. Do not lose it. Lam Tu took the dagger and strapped it to his arm, while the academy staff checked it and added, the power fluctuations have appeared again. Now is a good opportunity to investigate below. He nodded and moved forward. Understood. They set off. The 2 behind reminded him. Principal Bihila has called a team of level 6 fighters. If anything unusual happens below, they will provide immediate support. Lam Tu did not respond. Quickly jumping into the sea, he swiftly dove down to the ocean floor. Lam Tu had arrived at the coral reefs below. He swam a long distance. Small fish surrounded Lam Tu as if curious about something. And suddenly he stopped. This was Lam Tu looking at the massive structure before him. Oh no. He did not expect the island beneath the Holy Domain Academy to be man-made. Just how big is this structure? The people above responded. What is wrong? Isn't it ridiculous? Lam Tu looked around and saw a large fish ramming into the structure in front of him. The system immediately provided him with information about this creature. Blacktooth fish. Level 5. An extraterrestrial creature. Characterized by sharp teeth capable of chewing many hard objects. Lam Tu exclaimed in shock. Wait. Did you see that? They all seem to be extraterrestrial creatures. The people on the shore were stunned. Where did these monsters come from? Why do they want to attack the protective shield? Hurry. Caldine Beauveau here. He told them and then dove deeper. I will go down and check. The academy staff instructed. Be careful. Go down a little further. Lam Tu suddenly opened his eyes wide. He was startled to see a space rift at the bottom of the sea. There is a space rift under the island. The person monitoring from the shore frowned. This is troublesome. After a moment, Lam Tu reported that the space rift was disappearing on its own. Lam Tu turned his head and looked around. What the hell is this? I have never seen a space rift disappear so quickly. The person on the shore said to him. We can't explain it either. Check for any space rifts nearby. Lam Tu looked at the system panel reporting fluctuations in front of him, noticing a new power fluctuation not far to his left. The other person replied. I noticed it too. He swam deeper down. I will go see. The monitor instructed. Be careful. Swimming around the other side of the protective shield. Lam Tu spoke again. There was someone ahead, and this person was not wearing diving gear. The system quickly gathered information for Lam Tu. A model Robot 247. He was confused. Another a robot. The person on the shore could also see this image through the camera. The situation seems more serious than we thought. The robot was holding something in its hand along with a strange crystal. The next second, a larger space rift suddenly opened in front of it. Lam Tu frowned. The space rift appeared again. Is the strange device in the robot's hand creating the space rift? The person on the other side said. We are analyzing. Then he shouted again. It is. This space rift is at least 10 meters wide. A stream of strange creatures suddenly rushed out of the space rift. The system informed Lam Tu that they were level 5 rockfish. Extraterrestrial creatures. Characterized by a tough shell and high defense. The rockfish charged forward at full speed. They crashed headfirst into the shield beneath the Holy Academy. Lam Tu swam to a different position. He observed while saying, the robot used a device to create a space rift, attracting extraterrestrial creatures to attack the protective barrier under the island. Everyone. Send people down for support. The person on the shore immediately directed and responded clearly to Lam Tu. Dean Bicholo had arranged a team of level 6 martial artists ready to assist. Lam Tu swam after the robot. Luckily the space rift seemed not to last long. That guy must be going somewhere else to create another space rift. Let me see if I can buy some time. The person above nodded in agreement. It is tough now. Pay attention to safety. He crept up behind the robot. At this moment, it was about to open another space rift. Suddenly hearing a noise, the robot turned around, then immediately activated its attack function. Detecting the enemy attack, Lam Tu quickly dodged, avoiding its laser attack. Damn. I have been discovered. The robot raised a strange object high in its hand and shouted. I have been detected. Implement backup plan 2. 100% power activation. The object in the robot's hand immediately unleashed a powerful surge of energy. Lam Tu covered his face with his hand, enduring some effects from this energy surge. Oh no. This guy wants to use all his power to activate that device. Suddenly, Lam Tu widened his eyes and turned back. Oh no. There is a gap right behind me. Lam Tu shouted through the intercom. Do you see? This spatial rift is over 10 meters wide and it is spreading. More and more alien creatures are crawling out. Everyone. Think of a way to escape. At this moment, voices were heard in the observation room. Report to Director Batchley. We have detected evolved monsters from the Seed gathering. Batchley assessed the situation. The evolved monsters from the Seed sensed the threat of the vast spatial rift and lost their composure. He looked at the monitoring screen in front of him. Realizing that a monster tide would soon occur, Batchley frowned, appearing troubled, especially with so many alien creatures continuously emerging from the spatial rift. He ordered his subordinate behind him, all teachers with students in 6th grade and above, gather at the coastline of the Holy Domain Academy. Prepare to respond to the monster tide. The Academy's security team is already equipped with diving gear to assist Lam Tu. The subordinate nodded in acknowledgement. On Lam Tu's side, someone in the intercom asked him, Lam Tu, what are you doing? Lam Tu replied. The rift is still spreading. I think I can take the device from the smart robot to see if I can stop the rift from spreading. The person above immediately interrupted. Stop immediately and return to the surface. The evolved monsters in the water have been agitated by the power from the rift, forming a monster tide. The voice in the intercom was extremely agitated and serious. Thousands of evolved monsters from the Seed are rushing towards you. At this moment, Lam Tu also saw a swarm of evolved monsters approaching him. He shouted. Why did not anyone tell him sooner? He saw the entire monster tide. Meanwhile, The alien creatures suddenly sensed the energy from the swarm of evolved monsters. Both sides charged at each other, fighting fiercely. Lam2 stared in shock as he reported, "The evolved monsters and the alien creatures are fighting." Among them, one of them opened its mouth wide towards Lam2. He cursed. "Damn it." Lam2 quickly pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into its head. The fish was knocked unconscious. After dealing with it, Lam2 quickly searched for the robot's silhouette. A moment later, he saw it being gnawed by several alien creatures. Lam2 put his dagger away. With this level, they dared to mess around at the seed of the Holy Domain Academy. He swam to where the robot had left something behind. Lam2 thought to himself that the device must be a treasure. First, turn off the headset and camera. I want to take it quietly. He looked at the stone inside the strange device. This fell out from the energy crystal. Lam2 reached out to touch the crystal. The system immediately activated, detecting special power, initiating the devouring skill, and started to consume. Finally, he received 10 million experience points. Lam2 opened his eyes wide. I did not expect to gain 10 million experience points all at once. He looked up and around. Seeing so many wrecks here, Lam2 quickly swam to another piece of debris, this time shouting loudly. At that moment, in another corner of the sea, an octopus suddenly waved its tentacles violently. A second later, it jumped right onto the shore. The people from the Holy Academy immediately reported loudly, "The second wave of monster tides is here. Brace for defense. The level is even higher than the previous evolved monsters. Everyone be careful." The people from the Holy Academy quickly rushed in to fight the evolved beasts brought by the tide. Suddenly, a loud bird call rang out, and everyone below looked up. They saw Batchley standing on the back of a large bird, joyfully shouting, "It is the Principal Batchley of the Fire Flame Mystic." Level 9. A moment later, his mystic bird spewed fire, clearing the evolved beasts on the shore. The Academy members shouted, "They have come to support us." Another octopus was lightly grabbed by Batchley by the head, and the cheers below had not yet ceased. "It really is Principal Batchley and the Fire Flame Mystic, both level 9. He landed on the ground, walking towards everyone amidst the cheers. "Killing these evolved monsters is as easy as cutting vegetables." Well done. Batchley turned to assess the situation, and this sea area had already been cleared out. The security team immediately went into the water to find Lam2 to deal with the evolved monsters and alien creatures underwater. At this moment, Lakangayat had also arrived. As soon as she arrived, she shouted at Batchley, "Old man, where's Lam?" He turned to look at Lakangayat. He is probably still at the bottom of the sea. His communication device seems to be broken, always losing contact. Lakangayat snatched the diving gear from someone next to her and frowned at Batchley. He sent him down into the water. She walked towards the shore, giving Batchley a warning glance. "So it is best he prays for him to be okay. If anything happens to him, I will kill you." Batchley was taken aback, wondering what charm that kid Lam2 had. The two people standing behind him were also sweating coldly. Oh no. This girl is really reckless, daring to say she would kill Principal Batchley. Is she angry because of her boyfriend? Lam2's mirror. After regaining his composure, Batchley shouted loudly, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry into the water to assist Lakangayat in finding Lam2." Everyone quickly complied and jumped into the sea. "It is clear." Lam2 held the device in his hand. "It seems the device is no longer usable. Put this in." He tossed away the old shell while holding the strange crystal in his hand. Strange. Lam2 lowered his head, intently looking at the crystal in his hand. Why can't this crystal be absorbed entirely like its fragments? Lam2 turned to swim up to the surface. "Forget it. I will take it back first. Can't stay here for long." Suddenly, a bunch of seaweed floated behind him, and one of Lam2's legs was caught. The system immediately reports to you. A level 4 mutated seaweed, characterized by viral infection, corrosive properties, and an aggressive nature. Lam2 pulls away from the seaweed that is wrapping around him. It is only level 4, and it dares to mess with him. But just as he cuts this strand, Lam2's hand gets ensnared. Then his left leg is also wrapped up. His limbs and torso are tightly bound by the seaweed. Just then, a fish swims from somewhere, opening its mouth to swallow. Lam2 shouts, "I won't go easy on you. You think I am just a cat?" Lam2 activates the electric current within his body, unleashing his fiery skill. But the evolved creatures seem unfazed and continue to swim closer. Lam2 furrows his brow. "Aren't you done yet?" Suddenly, his pupils narrow. In front of Lam2 is a new wave of bizarre monsters along with some gigantic creature. He is stunned. What the hell is that? The monster opens its mouth wide to swallow. Lam2 mutters, "This is bad." System. Report information. This is an alien creature level 8, a raging black whale, characterized as the king of the seas, with extremely strong stomach acid, capable of swallowing anything. Lam2 panic. An alien creature level 8. He mutters, "I'm only level 6. I need to escape now." The black whale suddenly glances at Lam2, then opens its mouth wide to suck. He flails wildly, thinking he is some kind of snack. The entire ocean and surrounding creatures seem to be drawn into its mouth. Lam2 prepares to unleash an electric blast. "You want to eat me? Aren't you afraid of getting a toothache?" He launches a lightning strike, each bolt hitting the monstrous creature. It swings its tail violently at Lamb 2, sending him crashing to the seafloor. Lamb 2 slams into a rock, grinding his teeth. This is bad. The black whale opens its mouth wide again towards Lamb 2. He quickly activates his barrier, but still gets swallowed by the black whale. Suddenly, its eyes widen, and in the next moment, it spits out Lamb 2. He glares at the black whale, furious. If this continues, he will definitely lose. He needs to escape quickly before Lamb 2 can think of a solution. The black whale opens its mouth wide and swims towards him. Lamb 2 tightly grips the dagger in his hand and stabs it into its eye. The fish thrashes in pain, moving its body back and forth. Lamb 2 is thrown away by its movements, and the dagger slips from his hand. Seeing this, the whale once again opens its mouth, wanting to swallow him. Just as he is about to enter the black whale's mouth, Lamb 2 manages to activate his barrier. When Lakangayat arrives, she only sees Lamb 2 about to go into the belly of the black whale. Lakangayat panics and calls out, "Lamb 2. She draws her sword and rushes towards it. "Damn creature!" Spit Lamb 2 out. At this point, Lamb 2 has already fallen into the whale's stomach through its digestive tract. He screams, "Did this thing swallow me again?" Lamb 2 punches fiercely into its belly. He frantically strikes. "I am hard to swallow. Spit me out." Outside, the black whale suddenly rolls its eyes back, thrashing its body as if in great discomfort. Lakangayat silently stares at it. It seems to be in intense pain. She wonders, could Lamb 2 be attacking inside it? Lakangayat picked up her sword again. "Lamb 2, hang in there. I will chop it into pieces." Lakangayat moved forward, continuously slashing at the black whale's body. At this moment, the whale's belly was secreting a special corrosive acid. Moments later, everything it swallowed was reduced to just a skeleton. He gritted his teeth in pain. Is this the consequence of using the rage skill? Lamb 2's circle was slowly fading away. This guy's stomach acid is really strong. He recalled the information the system provided him. This is an 8th level alien creature, the enraged black whale, known for being the master of the seas, with extremely powerful stomach acid that can swallow anything. Lamb 2 frowned in pain, his body immediately feeling like it was on fire. He looked at his hand being corroded by the acid. If it continued like this, would he turn into the whale's waste? Unacceptable. At this moment, Lakangayat also noticed something unusual. The whale opened its mouth wide and lunged at her. Lakangayat quickly dodged and assessed the situation. The black whale no longer seemed in pain. What is wrong with Lamb 2? Why is not he attacking anymore? Lakangayat frowned tightly. "Lamb 2, you can die." She struck fiercely into the whale's eye. "I won't let you die." The whale opened its mouth in agony. Meanwhile, Lamb 2 inside had lost all his strength. He mumbled, "Am I about to die?" Lamb 2's eyelids felt heavy. Little Lakangayat must be heartbroken. Right. A moment later, Lamb 2 pulled himself together and shouted, "Damn it. I am not dying that easily." He struggled to rise from the black whale's stomach acid. "I am not a loser." The system unlocked the 3rd gene level. The system immediately sent a notification asking if he wanted to unlock the 3rd gene level now. Note that during unlocking, there is a 10% mortality rate, a 20% risk of coma, and a 30% chance of unforeseen situations. Lamb 2 desperately ordered the unlock, knowing there was only a 50% success rate. But it was better than turning into whale waste. The system quickly complied, and the 3rd gene level began to unlock. Lamb 2's body endured excruciating pain as he screamed in despair. Outside, the black whale's body was covered in countless wounds, with some areas frozen. Lakangayat's sword was still radiating icy cold, and she used a freezing strike towards the black whale. "Go die." At that moment on the shore, all the evolved beasts had been dealt with. The Academy members approached Bahao and reported, "Dean, all evolved beasts and alien creatures have been completely eliminated. The Saint Domain Academy suffered 48 casualties, but no one died." He nodded. "Good. Continue to treat the injured." A diver surfaced and said, "Dean, all members of the guard team who went into the water have returned, but there is no sign of Lamb 2 and Lakangayat." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion echoed from beneath the sea, sending seawater splashing everywhere. Bachelai and those nearby were startled. They looked down at the strange objects rising from the surface of the sea. What is happening down there? Are there many parts of evolved creatures? What kind of skill is this? Is it that powerful? Meanwhile, Lakangayat had picked up Lamb 2 and was heading up. The students hurriedly said, "That is Lakangayat. And Lamb 2 too?" Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. They finally made it back. That terrifying attack earlier was not caused by Lakangayat. Right. When she finally surfaced, everyone saw that Lamb 2 was injured in several places. And someone urgently shouted, "Lamb 2 is seriously hurt. Get medical staff." The medical team quickly approached, wanting to provide first aid for Lamb 2. However, Lakangayat spoke up to stop them. Taking a step forward, the medical staff immediately hesitated and stopped. They lowered their voices, saying, "Lakangayat, let Lamb 2 down. We will treat him. That is right. You are injured too and need timely treatment. We won't do anything to Lamb 2. Lakangayat firmly refused. "No one can touch him. I can carry him to the medical spaceship. With that, Lakangayat continued to carry Lam 2 away. Bachelor watched her retreating figure. Realizing she was really angry, he sighed quietly. Anyone who got in her way would be in serious trouble. Bachelor felt a headache coming on. He just wanted to give that kid a chance. But things turned out this way. And he ended up offending the genius girl from the Lack family. Bachelor's sighs seemed to echo into the sky. What a hassle. 3 days later, at the medical room of the Holy Domain Academy, everyone was gathered around Lam 2's treatment room. Wondering when the class president would wake up, the doctor standing by reported that his health was recovering very quickly. But for some reason, he still remained unconscious. Is he even human? After such serious injuries, he is recovered in just 3 days. It seems his health is evolving. What skill has he been practicing to achieve this? I really want to take a sample for research. As he said this, he looked up and met the murderous gaze in front of him. Nuoktho warned. What did you say? Lakangayat stared at him. Are you looking for death? Truong Dan frowned. Say that again. The doctor was scared. I'm done. A moment later, he ran away in fear from the hospital room. Nuoktho stepped forward and said, Lakangayat, you have been here for 3 days. Go get some rest. Let me keep watch. Lakangayat shook her head. No need. I'm not tired. Nitra si thui asked Lakangayat. You do not believe me. I did not do anything to Lam 2. At this moment, Captain Nulsi and Labibam stood aside. Whatever they were doing. What Lafak Ungait worried about the most was that Senior Tu was now only thinking about how to overthrow Lam T. Nuchi C3, who had sharp ears, immediately spoke up. You two, are you smiling sweetly at them? Trying to get yourself killed. Aksungol C trembled. Sister Tu. Spare me. Luban pleaded with her. Please spare me. Inside the principal's office, Butchel asked. Lum 2 still has not woken up. Has anyone reported? His recovery skills seem to be evolving. With such serious injuries, he is healed in just 3 days. Bichola pondered slightly. Every time he faced danger, his strength would increase. It is hard to tell what level he would reach in the end. He asked the other person. How is it going with the situation at the bottom of the sea? Have all the robots been retrieved? The other person replied. The gap at the bottom of the sea has completely disappeared. The evolved monsters are stable now. And this morning we brought the robots ashore. They are currently being dismantled and analyzed. He reported that the robot was an old smart model from a century ago. Through the analysis of the robot's chip, nothing was found. The device that could activate the spatial gap was severely damaged. And the energy crystal above had also vanished. Bichul lowered his eyes. It seemed the investigation into the spatial gap this time would yield no results. The other person continued. Director Bicola, have you heard about the incident near Area E99? In the last century, the energy emitted from the spatial gap caused a large area to freeze. At that time, countless zombies and evolved monsters in Area E99 were frozen. He frowned and said seriously. The spatial gap had suddenly disappeared recently. The frozen zombies and evolved monsters were reviving one by one, rushing to the city of Tunjiao and the city of Bachdi. His voice was serious. The Federation was mobilizing fighters to the E99 area and surrounding cities to provide support. Bichula waved his hand. I know all about this. Get to the point. He smirked. As someone had discovered smart robots of the same model among the zombies in those cities, he was shocked. What? Could it also be related to the disappearance of the spatial gap at the bottom of the sea, and the one in Area E99? Quickly send someone to investigate. The other person smiled. I have already sent someone. Butchel nodded. Good. Report any issues to me immediately. The subordinate replied affirmatively. On Lum 2's side, the system suddenly announced. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the third-level gene. In the sea of consciousness, Lum 2 felt like he was floating in the universe. He looked down at his hands. This time unlocking took a lot longer. The system explained. Because the host's health was severely injured, it took time to unlock and recover, it happily said. Congratulations, host. You have received a new skill, Divine Skill Array. After activating the Divine Skill Array, the host will form their own field. Within the field, the host and their troops will experience enhanced perception and a significant boost in strength. Lum 2's eyes lit up. A field. This was a skill that only 9th-level fighters could use. The system was amazing. The system immediately showed him how it worked. Currently, the field has a radius of 5 meters and lasts for 1 minute. Lum 2 was astonished. 1 minute was even shorter than the duration of the rage skill. Suddenly, he saw a dark shadow behind him. And in the next moment, it transformed into a hideous zombie lunging at him. Lum 2 shouted. What the hell is that? He opened his eyes wide. Am I dreaming? The people from Class Mkai outside immediately saw it. Truzung Den shouted. Brother Lum 2 is awake. Akinulsi yelled. The class leader is awake. Medical staff. A few days later, at Lum 2's home, he was in his room practicing martial arts. His health had fully recovered. After unlocking the third-level gene, his strength surged. Now I must be at the peak of level 6. Right. Suddenly, Lakangayat appeared, throwing the crystal from the sea the other day for him to catch. Lam 2 was surprised. So it was with her. He thought it was lost when he was unconscious. Lakangayat explained. That day I took it out from your mask. So I kept it for you. He nodded. Right. Do you know what this power crystal actually is? Lakangayat shook her head. She had never seen it before. Lamtu felt a bit regretful. Even she did not know. Just then. Outside. He heard Ru Shui's voice. Day Lam. I am here to visit you. Ru Shui walked in. Day Lam. The glacier is melting in Area A99. Do you know that zombies and mutated beasts have invaded the surrounding cities? Jiao City, which is also near Area 99, has been invaded. I am planning to go to Tin Jiao City to help. Lamtu raised his eyes to look at her. Do you want to go save your brother? Ru Shui shook her head. He had been wandering outside all day and was not in Tin Jiao City. But I have been at Tin Jiao Academy for more than half a year now. Made a lot of friends. So it makes sense to go check it out. Right, she asked him. I know you are there without parents. As an orphan. Plus the Tunjiao Academy has expelled you. So are you going? In Lamtu's mind, the images of Laluk, Song and Hai, and Duong Thian immediately flashed. He whispered. After all, I grew up there. I really miss Tunjiao City. I will go with you. Ru Shui said happily. I knew Day Lam would not want me to go alone. Lakangayat, who had been listening beside them, suddenly spoke up. Stop right there. I am going with you guys too. Ru Shui looked at Lakangayat, teasingly smiling. Are you worried about me being with Day Lam? Don't worry. I will find more people to help. Lamtu sensed the tension between the two and quickly tried to mediate. Okay. I will go find Principal Batchley to ask for leave right now. Ru Shui asked him. Do you really need to go find Principal Batchley for leave? Lamtu nodded. Yep. I still owe that old man a debt. Batchley sneezed as soon as Lamtu mentioned him. Inside the principal's office, Lamtu slammed his hand down on the table. Old man. You have made my life miserable. Batchley looked at him. I heard that although you were seriously injured this time, your muscles have evolved and your strength has greatly increased. With that said, you should still thank me for giving you this opportunity. Lamtu glared at him angrily. Evolving muscles and increased strength were due to his martial arts training. Nothing to do with him. This time you got me seriously injured. You should compensate me with a diamond-level martial arts skill card. Batchley picked up a cup to take a sip of water, saying they had retrieved the smart robot and devices that could open the spatial rift, but could not find the mysterious power crystal on the devices. Do you know if you saw it? Lamtu replied nonchalantly. Not finding the power crystal has nothing to do with me. At that time, both I and the smart robot were attacked by a dozen alien creatures. Batchley raised his eyes to look at him. In such a critical situation, why did not you call for help, but instead turned off all the earphones and cameras? Lamtu loudly pointed at him, scolding. You sly old fuck. What do you mean? Do you suspect I swallowed the energy crystal? My diving helmet was smashed by the alien creature, and I almost drowned underwater. And you still suspect me? Batchley avoided his gaze. Kid. You are pretty stable. Yet I could not trick you. Alright. Not finding the energy crystal is fine. He took out 2 cards and placed them on the desk for me. You won't be shortchanged. Batchley presented 2 cards. The Leet Dim Thi and Thin Bangri Ha Leet, he explained. This is the mission reward. 2 diamond martial arts cards. I know you are good at martial arts besides your trading skills, so I chose these especially for you. Lamtu quickly grabbed them and put them in his pocket, considering the old man to have a conscience. Inside, he felt secretly pleased. Along with the diamond skill card he got from that old man before. Now I have 3 diamond cards. Then Lamtu continued. By the way, old man, Leffen Guide and a few second-year students want to take a break to visit Tin Jiao City. Batchley looked confused. If you want to take a break, go find your teachers. Why come to me? Lamtu smirked. You are the principal. When 5 or 6 students ask for a break at once, should not I inform you? Batchley was speechless. He nodded. Alright. Can I give you a month off? Not only will I give you time off, but I will also arrange a private spaceship to take you to Tin Jiao City. With Batchley's unexpectedly kind attitude, Lamtu quickly took a big step back. Is he agreeing so easily? And he is providing us with a spaceship. He does not have some scheme in mind. Does he? Batchley stroked his beard. Don't say it like that. I just received news of discovering an intelligent robot with a model near the city, where the floods and zombie tides occurred. He took a sip of water, preparing for someone to investigate. And then you showed up. Lamtu looked at Batchley. I just went through a life and death experience. Who would dare take on your mission? He sighed inwardly. Why do I feel like I am falling into this old fox's trap? Batchley explained. The last time at the bottom of the sea was an accident. Not every mission will go that smoothly. He thought of Leffen Guide. As long as you all find useful clues, you will all be rewarded. You know I am very generous, ensuring you will be satisfied. Except for your girlfriend. Lamtu pondered for a moment and then agreed. All right. We will take on this mission. Batchley nodded. Good. Straightforward. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange the spaceship to take you to Tin Jiao City. The next day, at the spaceship waiting area, Nanchi C3 and Bio Hawk were already standing there. She waved to Lum Tu. Vilalayam. Over here. Lum Tu walked over with Luffing Guide, pointing at the person beside Ni C3. Didn't you say you were looking for help? Why is there only one person? Ina C3 confidently said. I have investigated. The zombie tide and most of the evolved beasts coming from Area E99 are all level 5 or below. Out of the 4 of us, 3 are level 6. And 1 is level 7. With this lineup, are we really scared of level 5 zombie tides? Lum Tu nodded. That is true. The spaceship has arrived. Let us set off. The 4 of them stepped into the spaceship, all shocked by the space inside. Below, Hockey's eyes widened. Is this really Principal Baichalaha's private spaceship? Are we traveling in this? He nodded. Sorry. You guessed right, Nuakthoi praised. Our Delam has such a face. Only Lakangayat is asking Lam Tu if that old man has another mission. He was also straightforward with her. Still the smart little Gayat. But is nothing. Just investigating some matters in Area A99. Nuakthoi sat down on the sofa, huffing coldly, knowing that old Fox had no good intentions. But it was fine. She could enjoy the treatment on the luxurious spaceship. Lakangayat stayed silent, and the spaceship began to start flying, quickly covering a distance. Ba Hok suddenly called out. Everyone. Look outside. They all looked down at the scene below. Old dilapidated houses, water submerging the entire city. Unexpectedly, the melting ice in Area E99 could submerge 5 surrounding cities. And there were so many zombies and evolved beasts. Just as he finished speaking, the spaceship suddenly shook. Lam Tu asked the pilot, what is going on? The other person reassured, everyone stay calm. We are being attacked by a level 7 evolved beast. Lam Tu looked at Nuak Thai. Level 7. A herd attack. Did not you say there were only level 5 zombies and evolved beasts? Nuak Thu also felt confused. I received that information. The spaceship pilot analyzed that the level 7 evolved beast from earlier was a fish, which could only ambush in deep water. Flying away from that area would be safe. The shallow waters were mostly filled with level 5 zombies and evolved beasts. They flew a bit longer, and the crew informed them. We are about to reach Tinjiao City. We will land on the branch building of the Holy Domain Academy in the southern area of Tinjiao City. Lam Tu looked out the window at the scene below, monsters attacking humans, and sighed. It is so tragic. Ba Hok added. The security personnel in Tinjiao City are all useless. How could they let zombies invade the city area? The spaceship landed on the roof of a tall building. The spaceship pilot told them. Once the mission is complete, contact the academy, and we will pick you up immediately. Good luck, everyone. Lam Tu led the group down, smiling as he said, Jiao City. The zombies and evolved beasts are moving deeper into the city. They reached out to grab the railing. Currently, the zombies and evolved beasts were gathering in front of the Tinjiao Academy, trying to climb inside. The soldiers concentrated on the high walls, picking up weapons. Shooting. Don't let them climb the walls. The sound of explosions echoed continuously, blowing away several zombie corpses and evolved beasts. However, they seemed almost immortal, falling into the sea only to swim back in. The others trembled. Level 5. These zombies are all level 5. We are done for? None of us will survive. At that moment, several birds cried out from the sky, their sharp beaks flying down. They were zombie birds. Amid the panic, someone shouted, I can't hold on anymore. Shoot. Shoot for me. The zombie birds quickly swooped in to tear apart the soldiers standing on the high walls. They screamed in despair. Save me. Someone shouted from behind. Not knowing who it was, we are done. The zombies have breached the academy. The announcement echoed throughout Tinjiao Academy. Spaceships landed one after another in the parking lot. All teachers and students quickly boarded the spaceship. The teacher ordered the students to gather on the spaceship. Hurry up. Hurry up. At that moment, Ding Thin suddenly ran up to talk to Lalses. This is bad. Trying Tui is not in the group. Lalisi panicked. What? A female student spoke up. When Tui just left, she bumped into someone else and then disappeared. Lale felt a bit anxious. She must have been injured. What should we do? Just then, someone shouted. The main door has been breached. The outer guards of the academy ran away. All zombies and mutated beasts have broken into the campus. Hurry. Hurry. Lalsi thought for a moment and instructed. Dring Vivin. You are in charge of getting the students on the spaceship. I will go find Trung Tui. Dihong Thin was startled. What? The zombies have attacked the campus. It is really dangerous. Lully seriously told them. I am your teacher. I have to take responsibility for you. At that moment, Lunanchi approached and shouted at Lalses. Why are you guys so slow? Lalsis. Quickly get your last class of students on the spaceship. Lalisi turned back and replied. Headmaster Churong. We still have one student who has not arrived. Lunanch disdainfully said. It is just a useless student from the last class. Let them die. Lalsi angrily shouted. Headmaster Churong. What do you mean by that? Are my students not students? Lunache frowned. Do you want everyone to stay here and die with you? The last class should know their place. Dading Thiven angrily glared at him. So what if it is the last class? Lum Tu, who was expelled by him, is also from the last class, right now. He is the most trusted person at the Holy Domain Academy. Lunchy snorted and laughed derisively. So what if he is trusted? If he is so great? Tell him to show up and save you right now. Just then, another wall was knocked down by the zombies and mutated beasts. The students panicked. The zombies are here. The zombies rushed in frantically. At that moment, a student suddenly pointed in one direction. Trying TUI. Trying TUI is over there. Lalfi turned to see TUI sitting slumped against a corner of the wall. Lalfi quickly ran over there. Dring Thiven. Get the students on the spaceship. I will bring her here. Dring Thin called after Mer. Lalsis. At that moment, a zombie lunged at TUI. Lalif quickly dashed over and knocked it away. He pulled TUI's hand and ran. Hurry. Suddenly a mutated beast lunged at them from the side. It knocked Lalisi to the ground. TUI screamed. Lalsis, he shouted. Dante, wait for me. Run now. And TUI was stunned. The mutated beast bit down on Lalsis' shoulder. Dadeen Thin turned pale and shouted. Just at that moment, a powerful flame attack arrived. The fire phoenix had knocked away the nearby zombies and mutated beasts. Lalsi was stunned. This fire is too strong. Another ice attack sliced the zombies in half. Then both Deep Vu and Kasun Tranho swooshed by like a gust of wind. The students of the Tainjiao Academy cheered. Look over there. 4 martial artists are coming. Great. The Federation must have sent high-level martial artists to support Tinjiao City. These people are so strong. They even took down a level 5 zombie. I heard that the Federation's high-level martial artists are all busy hunting high-level beasts, and the zombie king in the center of a 99. Duong Thian felt relieved to see Leluk being rescued. Emerging from the dust, 4 figures appeared, and the zombies lay motionless on the ground. Leluk stared blankly at the person in front of him. Lam Tu greeted first. Long time no see. Teacher Leluk. He was surprised. Lam. Little A helped Leluk to his feet, and he looked at Lam Tu in surprise. Lam. But before the two could greet each other further, a wave of beasts rushed in. Lam Tu stood in front of them. Teacher La. Now is not the time for old stories. You and this student should return to the spaceship first. Wait for us to deal with these zombies. Leluk and Little A quickly ran back to the spaceship. He reminded Lam Tu. Everyone be careful. As soon as Dong Thian saw Leluk return, he asked. Teacher La. Are you okay? Is the one leading those 4 masters Lam Tu? Leluk nodded vigorously. Yep. That master is Lam Tu. Once a classmate of yours. And my student. Dong Thian jumped up in excitement. Lam Tu. Did you hear that? The high-level martial artist leading the team to save us is Lam Tu. The Lam Tu from our bottom class. Everyone got really excited. Is it really Lam Tu? Our class has such a talent at the bottom. So what? Being at the bottom is amazing. Only Lanju showed clear discomfort but said nothing. Meanwhile, Lam Tu's group was fighting the zombies and the beasts. Everyone is amazed. This is the difference. Level 5 zombies have the city of Tunjiao at their mercy. They are being cut down like vegetables. It seems they are all level 6. Their gaze falls on Lam Tu. Lam Tu has been away from the Tunjiao Academy for less than a year and is already level 6. How did he train? Leluk shakes his head next to them. It is not just level 6. He points to Lacking Guyot. That cold-faced girl is a level 7 fighter. The students at the bottom cheer. Oh my. Level 7. Even the city lord of Tunjiao is only level 6. That cold girl is not Lam Tu's girlfriend. Is she? If so, Lam Tu is our role model. Leluk gestures to them and explains. Look, even though Lam Tu is level 6, his combat skills have far surpassed that level. Even a level 7 fighter might hesitate before him. Skills like this can only be honed through countless life and death experiences. He pauses for a moment and emphasizes. So his growth is something you can't replicate. After some fighting, Lam Tu and Lacking Guyot have taken down all the zombies and evolved beasts in the Jiao Academy campus. They approach the spaceship amid loud cheers. Having wiped out so many level 5 zombies and evolved beasts, we are safe now. Right, as soon as he gets closer, Dong Thian rushes to hug him. It has been so long. Thank you. If you had come any later, I might not have seen you again. Lam Tu comforts him. Did not I come? The students at the bottom of the Tainjiao Academy look at him excitedly. Lam Tu, you are amazing. You are truly our idol. Thank you. At that moment, Nuoktho walks up to Dong Thian and scolds him. You heartless one. Sister He. Am I still pure? Dong Thian is startled and points at her. It really is Sister He. Why? Why are you with Lam Tu? Nuoktho leans close to Lam Tu and says. Actually, I am also a student at the Holy Domain Academy. But now I am Lam's girlfriend. As soon as she finishes speaking, Lacking Guyot's sword twitches. She coldly says, if you have the guts, say that again. Nuoktho giggles and teases her. Lacking Guyot is jealous. Dong Thian hits Lam Tu. Dude, you are doing great. One girl on each side. Lam Tu twitches the corner of his mouth. They are just classmates. Just classmates. Lam Tu looks up at Lan Chu standing by the spaceship entrance. Director Truong. I did not expect to see you so soon. I wonder how the Truong family is doing now. I still have an outstanding debt with them. Lan Chu raises his eyes to look at him. Lam Tu. Do not think just because you are level 6 now that you can disregard the Truong family. If you dare to provoke them, you are digging your own grave. Lam Tu casually rests his arm on his shoulder, looking at Lan Chu with interest. Oh really? I came to Tinjiao City for the mission from the principal of the Sacred Academy. The Zhang family better prepare to face the wrath of the Sacred Academy. Lun frowned and did not respond. At that moment, the principal of Tinjiao Academy quickly approached. Lam Tu. Thank you for your help. The previous incident was due to the strong influence of the Zhang family. The school did not dare to oppose directly, so we hope you can overlook it. Lam Tu looked at him disdainfully. No need to be so polite. Honestly, your lives mean nothing to me. I only saved them out of respect for our past teacher-student and friendship. The principal felt a bit embarrassed but still replied, regardless, we will always remember Lam Tu's life-saving grace. According to the order from the city lord of Tinjiao, we have to go to Beatty City to take refuge. Would you like to come with me? Lam Tu coldly refused upon hearing this. No need. We still have our mission. As soon as he finished speaking, someone next to the principal immediately reported, Principal, 2 spaceships from Beidou Academy were destroyed by giant mutated beasts. And there are still many students who have not evacuated. They are asking us for help with a spaceship. Dong Thian suddenly spoke up. Beidou Academy. Is not that the school with the twins? Lam Tu gritted his teeth. Damn it. The principal glanced at his attitude, then smiled and ordered those beside him to rush to assist Beidou Academy at top speed. The person immediately replied. Yep. Lam Tu smiled. Thank you. Principal. We should not delay any longer. Let us head to Beidou Academy now. The principal nodded. All right. Be careful. And after we resolve the crisis, make sure I represent the teachers and students at the academy to host a feast to thank everyone. The situation at Beidou Academy seemed serious. With crumbling walls and mutated beasts advancing deep into the campus, the students in the academy were panicking. When would the rescue spaceship arrive? Everyone rushed towards the spaceship. They shouted. Don T. Push. Let me go first. I'm a girl. I will board first to save everyone. A few confused students looked at each other, waiting for that giant beast to notice them. Everyone would be doomed. Suddenly, someone stood in the way and said, wait a little longer. The teacher just said a spaceship from Tinjiao Academy has arrived. Just then, someone looked up and saw the spaceship flying in, and they rejoiced. Look, it is the spaceship, a spaceship. The students from Beidou Academy looked like they saw a glimmer of hope. Great. We are saved. They cheered joyfully. The announcement rang out to reassure everyone. All students, do not form a line to board the spaceship. The spaceship gradually descended amidst the cheers. Finally, it is the spaceship. The spaceship. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. We are saved. Suddenly, someone yelled. Not good. He pointed behind them. That giant monster is coming this way. Everyone panicked and pushed again. Let me on the spaceship. Don T. Push. Do not. Everyone stay calm. Maintain the formation. At that moment, the group of Hein Hito came to bully others. Tai Beat? Get out of the way for me. Tai Beat pointed at the students. You lowlifes, get out of the way. They kicked the people standing in front of the spaceship. Get lost. What are you looking at? Han Ho coldly turned and ordered. Why are you still standing there? Quickly close the spaceship. Tai Beat said worriedly. But there are still many people who have not boarded. Han Hio immediately slapped him, twisting his face. Tai Beat? Whether these people live or die has nothing to do with me. My life is worth much more than theirs. Close the door for me. Taiba rubbed his head and went to the door lock. Yep. He raised his hand to pull the lever. Just then, Song Nai stepped forward to stop him, saying to stop. Song Nai looked at Hein Hao and scolded. Hein Hio, are you even human? You want to abandon your teacher and classmates and run away alone? Han Ho did not say a word, raising his hand to hit Song Nai. Tai Beat, if you all die, it won't be worth my life. Get out of my way. Just as his hand was about to fall, someone suddenly grabbed his hand. Han Ho turned around. Damn it. How dare you interfere with my business? I see you are tired of living. The newcomer was Lum Tu. Challenging him. I have been tired of living for a long time. If you are brave, go ahead and kill me. Han Hiro was slightly shaken. His breath quickening, he felt an unprecedented pressure. Since when did the Tinjiao Academy have such a strong martial artist? And there are 4 of them. Lum Tu frowned and snorted. And in the next moment, decisively broke Hein Hiao's arm. He trembled as he looked at Lum Tu. You dare. Do you know who my father is? Lum Tu said disdainfully. I do not care who your father is. You are not worthy to sit on my spaceship. Lum Tu kicked. And Hein Hio immediately flew out of the spaceship. Lum Tu turned back. Song and Hai. It has been a long time. Song Hai was stunned. Brother. Lum Tu. The girl rushed to hug Lum Tu tightly. Is it really you? Lum Tu. Are you here to save Song Nai? Song Nai thought she would not see him again. Leffing Guide approached Lajum Tu and asked uncomfortably. She, Ina Fithi also frowned, realizing it was because of this beautiful girl. So what is your relationship? Lum Tu stammered. Danti, do not misunderstand. She is the neighbor I grew up with in Tinjiao City. Nina Fithi immediately understood and added, the neighbor girl. Childhood friend. Best buddy. Lum Tu held his head and shouted. Sister Tu, do not add fuel to the fire. It will get someone killed. That huge monster outside is still wreaking havoc. Lum Tu quickly ran outside. The monster is here. Let us deal with it first. Nitra Sethi wanted to stop him. Do not change the subject. Lum Tu dashed off the spaceship, telling those around, Danti, be scared. We will hold the monster off. Line up to board the spaceship. Anyone causing trouble will end up like that guy just now. Song Hai worriedly called out. Lum Tu. Be careful. Song and Hai's friends then approached to ask her about the situation. Song and Hai. That handsome guy is Lum Tu. The one you have always been thinking about. Right. Didn't you say he is practicing at the Sacred Academy? Why is he at the North Head Academy? Is it to rescue Songna? Who are those two strong-looking sisters? Song and Hai. It seems like you have some competition now. They looked outside, seeing Lungerum 2 and his group dealing with that giant monster. The others continued. That monster is at least level 5. Its massive size could easily challenge a level 6. Song and Hai. I did not expect your Lam 2 to be this strong. Song Hai was also a bit stunned. She had not been away from Tunjiao City for a year, and Lum 2 was already a level 6 martial artist. The girl stared at Lum 2. Lum 2, whom Song Hai could never catch up to, was someone she could only admire from afar. Lum 2 took to the skies on his black mount, thinking he finally found a worthy opponent. But this fool turned out to be nothing special. The giant monster huffed, then suddenly threw its head back and let out a long howl. Nearby evolved beasts immediately perked up as if receiving a signal. They rushed toward the North Head Academy. Someone standing on the roof shouted. That monster is summoning the evolved beasts in the city. There are too many. Can the high-level martial artists handle this? The students panicked once again. Quick, get out of here. There is no more room on this ship. If we do not leave now, we will die here. The captain rushed into the cockpit and asked the pilot. Do we have to take off? The pilot glanced at him. What did those high-level martial artists say? Are you really willing to take off? We will probably get shot down as soon as we take off. Lum Tu grinned. Let them summon all the evolved beasts in Tinjiao City. It will save us a lot of time. Ina Feathley frowned. But there are just too many. Lum Tu landed his black mount. With me here. Do not worry. Lum Tu quickly activated his ability. And someone exclaimed. Oh my. The domain of ice. That kid is level 9. Lum Tu planted his black mount on the ground. Everyone. Go ahead and fight freely. Bohawk looked down at himself. Oh no. Is this the effect of the domain? I can feel my strength increasing significantly. Lum Tu. How did you do that? Weren't you just level 6? Nintri Seethui stood next to him, covering her mouth as she chuckled. He truly was impressive. Everyone up high looked down at the situation below. Song Nai's friends approached her, asking. Song and Hai. Is not he your neighbor's older brother? How could he be a level 9 martial artist? Isn't he just an old monster revived by some potion? Song Nai turned around and yelled at them. No way. He is Lump, not an old monster. A teacher chimed in. At such a young age. He can't possibly be a level 9 martial artist. This must be some rare martial art. Another person added. Domain-type skills are not only rare but also not easy to cultivate. What kind of monster is this kid? Suddenly, someone shouted. Look. They are charging this way. Lum Tu called out. And he and Lefing Guide unleashed their beach Du Triu Fang and Bang Din, Treem, sweeping away a group of frontline runners. Nine Fithi and Bo Hockey eagerly jumped into the fray. The people on the rooftop looked down in disbelief. It is so strong. The power is terrifying. The students looked on in panic. Is this the aura of a high-level martial artist? I feel like I can barely stand. Over there, the fighting was clouded in dust, and the giant beast was getting back on its feet. It roared a few times and charged straight ahead. Lum Tu laughed. Perfect timing. He jumped up, standing in midair, spinning the dark spear in his hand, and unleashed a barrage of fire projectiles. They came crashing down like shooting stars. The students above were staggered by the force. What kind of technique was that? The flames were intense. Even from a distance, the heat was palpable. The evolved beasts were sent running in all directions by Lum Tu's fire. The giant beast was directly incinerated into a charred husk. Lefing Gait looked up at it. Trying to escape, she moved her wrist, slicing through the air with a blade of ice. The beast suddenly had nowhere to run. The people on the rooftop cheered in joy as they witnessed the entire scene. Great. The giant beast was dealt with, and the evolved beasts were mostly wiped out. We are safe. Bulo Hawk stepped forward to ask Lum Tu if he was going to chase after them. He shook his head. Just a few small fries. No need to chase. Suddenly, two beams of light shot down at the fleeing beasts. The evolved beasts were continuously taken down by laser guns. A group of people in uniforms were running over from somewhere. Everyone be careful. The evolved beasts just charged here. It seems there was a fierce battle. The giant beast was nowhere to be seen. Kim Hai was stunned. And Lil Dutch looked on with wide eyes. Oh my god. All the evolved beasts have been eliminated. Even that giant beast. Kim Ha-sai looked toward the 4 figures in the distance. Could it be them? Lo Dutch quickly called out. Seniors. Please stop. Lum Tu turned back at the sound. Kim Hai and Lo Dutch stared in amazement. Lum Tu. Lum Tu laughed heartily. So it was you. Big Bro Kim. And Senior Laditch. What did you all just call me? Senior. Lo Dutch stepped forward to inquire. Did everyone here take them down? Lum Tu nodded.
Yep.
Lo Dutch asked Lum Tu. Lum. You did not reach level 6. Did you? Lum Tu cheerfully admitted it.
Yep.
Lo Dutch immediately hugged him tightly. That is amazing. Looks like leaving the academy was the right decision. Kim Hai explained to his teammates. Everyone. This is Lum. The one I often mentioned to you. He got a special admission to the Holy Domain Academy. He's great. Then Kim Hai looked over at Nun Si Thui and Bao Hof. These people were introduced to them by Lum Tu. They are friends from the Holy Domain Academy. Kim Ha-sai smiled at them. It is an honor. Lum Tu put his arm around Lil Dutch. This is my brother-in-arms from the Tainjiao City Alliance. He patted his shoulder. By the way, how's Captain Ten doing? Kim Hai replied. Captain Tenon is now a lieutenant colonel. Lam Tu laughed loudly. We got there first. Pretty good, Kim Hai added. He is guarding Butchsai City, leading the allied forces from several cities to stop the floods. Mutated beasts. And zombies. Suddenly he looked up at the sky. It was the private spaceship of the Fyax family from Bechtai City. What are they doing here? The spaceship landed on the rooftop of the building. The person who stepped down from above shouted, Where's my young master? Why has not he left immediately? The principal immediately stepped forward to respond. So it is Butler Kim. The Academy spaceship was destroyed by that giant beast. Which is why we could not leave. Butler Kim retorted. Is not there still a spaceship in the square? The principal explained. That spaceship is the one the Tanjiao Academy provided us. The teachers and students are boarding it now. Butler Kim snapped back as soon as he heard. What? It is that dangerous and you are still worried about others. Have you forgotten who always helps the Bai QQ Academy? You should take the young master to safety immediately. At this moment, Hai Hio was supported by 2 lackeys. He called for Butler Kim. Finally, you have arrived. You must take charge for me. Butler Kim rushed over to Hai Hio. Young master. What happened to your wrist? Seeing his dangling hand, Butler Kim's eyes widened in shock. He turned around and shouted at the people here. Who did this? Get out here. The rooftop was buzzing with Butler Kim's presence. Lam Tu had just arrived and heard his question. So he replied nonchalantly. Was you? Lam Tu frowned at Butler Kim. Is there a problem? He looked at Lam Tu and hesitated for a moment. His breath was too strong. This was a level 6. How did the young master provoke a level 6 fighter? Butler Kim cleared his throat and said. You hear. Did not my young master offend you in some way? Is there some misunderstanding? Lam Tu pointed at the spaceship over there. I flew that spaceship here. Your young master wanted to board it without my permission, and was planning to leave others behind to escape alone. After hearing the reason, Butler Kim protested. He just wanted to board the spaceship. Is it really necessary to be so heavy-handed? He thought to himself. So this is a person from the Tainjiao Academy. Since when did the Tainjiao Academy have such high-level fighters? But if it is from the Tainjiao Academy, no matter how high the level, the Fike family can't touch them. Lam Tu scoffed. Letting the lives of others go is a minor issue. A scumbag like him. Do you believe I would throw him to the zombies right now? Butler Kim boldly declared. Don't think that just because you are a level 6 fighter, the Faichik family is afraid of you. Even the principal of your Tanjiao Academy bows to my family head. Lam Tu stroked his chin. Amused. This fool thinks I am from the Tanjiao Academy, which is fine. I like pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. When the time comes, they will know we are students sent from the Holy Domain Academy to scare you. Nina Fifi shouted loudly against the cold. Is the Fike family in Butchsai that formidable? Bao Hawk glared. Do you want to die? At that moment, Kim Hai also caught up. He greeted. You are the Butler Kim. Right. They helped the Alliance Army wipe out the zombies in Tinjiao City. As honored guests of the Alliance Army, do you dare to speak so boldly? Butler Kim saw that it was pointless to fight back, and had the bodyguards take Hoyan Hao up to the spaceship. Let us go before we leave. Hoyan Hao turned back and shouted. Kate. Just wait. Lefengite then spoke up, raising her hand to her neck. Signaling. Kill him. No loose ends. Lum Tu shook his head. Forget it. We can't just arrive in Tunjiao City and start killing people. Kim Hai listened. Frowning. These two were discussing murder in front of a crowd. And in Tinjiao City no less. Kim Hai stepped in to advise Lam Tu. Su Lam, listen to me. Do not mess with the Fyax family. They are the top clan in Butchai City. And rumor has it they have a very powerful 7th level elder guarding them. Lam Tu looked confused. Is 7th level really that strong? I could take out an 8th level fighter. Kim Hai hurried to flatter him. That is right. Su Lam is the best. After everyone finished talking, Song Nai ran up to call Lam. Brother Lam Tu. Where are we going next? Or should we go back to Butche City with us? Lam Tu smiled and declined her invitation. Now that Tinjio City was safe, they still had academy missions to complete. So they could not go to Butche City. Song Hai looked a bit sad. Okay then. Lam Tu patted her head. Don't be sad. Once we finish our mission, we will definitely come to Butche City to find you. And when that happens, you have to treat us to a meal. Song Nai jumped up. Really? That would be great, Kim Hai added. Su Lam. Do not forget your brothers. When that time comes, come find us for drinks. No getting drunk, no going home. Lam Tu nodded in agreement. Definitely. Definitely. At that moment, Song Nai's phone in her pocket rang. She took it out and answered. Hello. A frantic voice came from the other end. Song and Hai. Are you still in Tinjiao City? Hurry to Butche City. Your dad is in trouble. Song. What? Dad? What happened? Her mom said. He was badly beaten. And now he is in the top hospital in Butche City. You need to come here quickly. Song Nai's voice trembled. Badly beaten. Yep. I am already on the spaceship. I will be in Butche City soon. Song Nai looked up at Lam Tu. Brother Lam Tu. My dad was badly beaten in Butche City. He is in the hospital. Lam Tu was taken aback. Uncle Dipe and Aunt May are in Butche City. Song Yi nodded. Yep. My parents are running a small business in Butche City. Lam Tu immediately grabbed Song Nai's hand and turned to leave. Hurry. Everyone get on the spaceship. We are going to Butche City now. Song Nai hurriedly said. Brother Lam Tu. Did not you say you still had academy missions? Lam Tu turned back to explain. Since I was little, Uncle Dipe has always taken care of me. Now that he is in trouble, how can I just leave him? I will find out who beat Uncle Diping and make him regret ever being alive. Everyone quickly boarded the spaceship at Lam Tu's command. As the spacecraft door was about to close, Lam Tu stood there saying goodbye to the Alliance. Brother Kim Hae, Senior Lay Ditch, I am leaving now. The two waved goodbye to him, promising to meet again. They watched the spaceship leave and sighed. The unlucky guy who messed with Lam Tu this time has stirred up a hornet's nest. 3 level 6, 1 level 7. The city of Bakshti is about to get lively. Lai Ditch looked at Kim Hae. Captain Tan is in the city of Bakshti. Let us quickly report what happened here to him and ask for his help. Kim Hae nodded. Right. I will report it right now. In the top hospital in the city of Bakshti, Song Lei rushed to find Dong Mei. How's Dad? Dong Mei was talking to Dr. Batch when she heard the call and turned around. Song and Hai. You are here. She was surprised to see Lam Tu. Little Lam. Are not you studying far away? Lam Tu nodded at her. Miss Dong Mei. Hello. I came back because I have a mission to investigate the city of Tunjiao at the academy. Song Hai pulled Lam Tu over to explain to Dong Mei. Zombies attacked the academy, and the spaceship was destroyed. Many teachers and students are trapped inside the academy. If Lam Tu had not arrived in time, Song Hai probably would not have seen her mother again. Dong Mei took Lam Tu's hand. Feeling emotional. Thank you. Little Lam. If something happened to Uncle Dipe and Song Hai was still around, I can't even think about it. Lam Tu shook his head. Miss May, the situation at the academy has passed. How is Uncle Dipe now? What happened to him? Dr. Batch, who was standing nearby, heard him ask and explained. Uncle Dipe has broken limbs and needs surgery soon. Everyone wants either regular treatment or recovery fluid. But if you choose recovery fluid, the treatment cost will be very high. Lam Tu grabbed his backpack and said to Dr. Back, use the best recovery fluid. Money is not an issue. Is this enough level 5 strange crystals? If not, I still have money in my account. Dr. Batch adjusted his glasses and looked at the large pile of strange crystals in front of him. My goodness. There are so many level 5 crystals. It is enough. Definitely enough. Everyone go to the reception desk to pay, and I will arrange the surgery now. After Dr. Batch left, Song Nai ran over and said, Brother Lam, these strange crystals were hard-earned from fighting zombies and evolved beasts. How can you give them to me? Dong Mei also refused. Little Lam, this is too precious. We can't take it. Lam Tu smiled at the two of them. I am an orphan. If it were not for Uncle Dipe and everyone taking care of me, I might not be alive now. Everyone is my family. He took Dong Mei's hand and walked to the reception desk. Miss May, let us go. We can't delay any longer. Lacking Guyet. Sister Tu. You all stay with Song Nai and wait for me for a bit. Standing by the reception desk, Lam Tu asked clearly. Miss May, who did Uncle Dipe offend? How could he get beaten up so badly? Dong Mei lowered her eyes and recounted. This morning, he hit a luxury car while driving, and there were 3 people in the car who did not let him explain and beat him up like this. Lam Tu patted her on the shoulder. Miss May, Do you know who beat up Uncle Dipe? Dongmei shook her head. Little lamb. You should not pry anymore. Those people are untouchable. Just consider it bad luck. Lam Tu's eyes lit up. Don't worry, Miss May. Just tell me who they are. If they dare to mess with Uncle Dipe, not even heaven can save them. Lam Tu and Dong Mai stood silently at the reception, recalling the situation from that morning. After a moment, she spoke up. It is the eldest son of the Fak family from Bech Dai City, a spoiled brat with his minions. Lam Tu's expression darkened. It was the Fak family again, always choosing dead ends instead of taking the right path. Seeing his attitude, Dong Mai hurriedly intervened. Little lamb. The Fak family holds power in Bech Dai City. Just let this go. Lam Tu smiled reassuringly at her. Don't worry. I know my limit. After finishing the hospital fees, they returned to their previous spot, and Lam Tu stopped short. He saw Nun Seethley and Bio Hawk arguing with Drur. Like, did not they just say everything was fine? Why suddenly no surgery? Yep. Explain this to me. Lam Tu stepped forward to ask. What is going on? Songhai replied with tears in her eyes. Earlier, when they went to the reception to pay, the doctor was on the phone, and then said the operating room is full and can't operate on Dad. Lam Tu went crazy upon hearing this, turning to grab Drur. Butch by the collar. I have paid, and now you tell me there is no surgery. Are you joking with me? Butch was terrified and quickly said. We can refund your money. Please go to another hospital. Lam Tu lifted Drur. Butch higher. I am not going anywhere. You all better operate on the patient right now, or I will take this hospital down. Butch stammered. This was Bech City. They could not cause a scene, he shouted. Security. Security. A few security guards ran over from a distance. This is the top hospital in Bech Dai City. Who dares to cause trouble? Below Hawk and Anajasithwi blocked their way. Is there a problem? The security guards looked a bit worried. This R is level 6. Why did Bach offend a high-level martial artist? Butch's eyes widened. A martial artist. Level 6. Lam Tu smirked. If I killed you now, do you think Bech Dai City could protect the four of us? He swallowed his words. What is going on? Is someone behind this stopping you from performing the surgery? Lam Tu said nothing and immediately released a burst of power throughout the hospital corridor. If you do not want to die, speak the truth. Butch quickly pleaded. Do not kill me. I will tell you. He trembled as he replied. It was the deputy director who called and told me not to perform surgery on that patient. Lam Tu threw him to the ground. Take me to meet the deputy director. Butch nodded vigorously. Okay. I will take you there. Just then, someone suddenly stepped forward. A group of men in blue appeared and kicked the security guards out of the way. Do not block the path. Get out of the way. Move further away. What are you looking at? They turned to look at Nita Sithwi. There is also a beautiful girl here. Be a bit more obedient. Big guy. The bald leader of the group approached Vang Mei. Hey. You are related to that damn old man Deep. Right. Didn't expect you to have so much money for surgery like this. He laughed smugly. That old man hit the car of the young master Foch. Right. Hurry to the reception to get the money back here. Lum to step forward to protect Guangming. Big bro. The surgery fee is paid with my rare essence. And I still have some left. I wonder if it is enough to compensate for the young master's car. As he heard Lum to, he moved closer to his backpack. This kid understands. With so much rare essence, it should be enough, but as he got closer, he froze. His face turned pale. This is all level 5 rare essence. They trembled, looking at Lum Tu. How many level 5 evolved beasts have you killed? Lum Tu grabbed his wrist. Not many. Just level 5 evolved beasts from the whole city of Tinjiao. The guy's eyes widened. Level 5 from the whole city of Tinjiao. Without saying much, Lum Tu directly broke his wrist. The bald guy cried out in pain. Clutching his twisted wrist, he looked up at Lum Tu. You are a level 6 martial artist. Lum Tu remained silent and gently applied pressure to his other arm. The bald guy was in so much pain his eyes were bloodshot. Oh no. The thugs with him were terrified and started to back away. Level 6. They turned to run, ignoring the bald guy on the ground. Run fast. How can a high-level martial artist be here? But after just a few steps, they saw No Si Thai and Bairo Hawk blocking their way. They both lightly released some pressure. Where do you guys think you are going? The three fell to the ground. There is still level 6. They are all level 6. They all kneeled before Lum Tu. I offended you. Please forgive us. Please spare our lives. Please spare our lives. Lum Tu looked at them coldly. Uncle Deep's limbs are broken. Today, I want to break your limbs too. He spoke coldly to Dr. Butch behind him. Doctor, your surgery room will probably have to work overtime until late. The guys in blue quickly added. Big bro. We are from the Faik family. Please have mercy on us. Lum Tu snorted coldly. I am here to settle the score with the Fayak family. Lum Zhang charged at them. You guys can consider this a little profit. The hospital corridor echoed with the sounds of thuds. Later, the four of them lay flat on the ground in a unique position, lost and confused. Dr. Buck trembled uncontrollably, scared to the point of running nose. Here. Lam Tu turned back towards him. He smiled and asked, "Can you take me to see the vice president now?" Dr. Buck quickly agreed.
Yep.
At the office of the vice president of the top hospital in Bech Zi City. Outside the door stood a group of people in blue keeping watch. Flag Higu was talking with the vice president. No entry for unauthorized personnel. Lam Tu sneered. There is even a guard at the door to see the vice president. Did not expect an unexpected gain. Inside the office, there are currently 3 people. Fi Nif lifts a cup of tea to take a sip, listening to the director across from him speaking, assuring Faki that he has handled it, and that the person with the surname Deep will be kicked out immediately. He chuckled and said, "Offending Fop Thigo. That is definitely asking for trouble." Hanafie scoffed. "My subordinate said that it seems the relatives of that Deepy guy paid for his surgery, and they are all special abilities." The director flattered. "If that Deep guy has damaged Faka's car, those special abilities must compensate you." No sooner had he finished speaking than the door was kicked in. 2 guards were thrown inside, landing in a heap. The director jumped up. "Who dares to cause trouble here?" Lam Tu smiled faintly and greeted them. "Sorry. These 2 guard dogs would not let me in, so I had to be a bit rough." Hai Fiager frowned and yelled at Lam Tu, daring to hit his bodyguard. "I see you are tired of living." He pointed and ordered, "Take care of him for me." The one called. Lo rushed forward, launching a fierce tiger fist. Lam Tu sensed it immediately, also at level 6. But it was not enough in front of him. He extended one hand to block Lo's punch with his fire claw technique. The 2 strikes collided and exploded. Lo recoiled, clutching his hand. He looked at Lam Tu. "You are a level 6 fighter." Hein Fru was taken aback. "Level 6. Lam Tu's eyes sparkled. "Fi Hovna. Right. You dare to touch my uncle Deep." He charged toward Hein Fazing, ready for a fight. Loa blocked in front of Hein Fa, quickly reaching out to stop him. "Misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Since you are from the Fidak family, please take it easy." He took one of Lam Tu's strikes and quickly said to Hien Fiyu, "Young master, go quickly." Hafiager hurriedly tried to escape, leaving Mither, Lal to deal with Lam Tu. But after just 2 steps, he was blocked by La Fingite. She coldly stared at Hien Fajan, who stood there dumbfounded, looking at La Fingite. As the blade came close to him, Hein Fiyu remained frozen in fear. Meanwhile, Loa took a moment to glance at the young master. When he saw the tip of the sword about to touch Hein Fiyu's throat, he quickly abandoned Lam Tu and rushed over. Lo timely pushed Hein and fell down and took the blow from Lufan Gait for him. Both men fell to the ground. Lo shielded Hein Fu with his body. He reached to feel the wound on his chest. This girl's strength is no less than that kid's. How could that Deep guy have such strong relatives? Lo hurriedly helped Hao Fu up, turning back to Lam Tu and Lekanungite. "You 2 were sent by my young master first. We will compensate." He quickly offered 5 million. 10 million. This attitude successfully angered Lam Tu. He approached the 2 men menacingly. "What is the matter? Is money really that great? 10 million means nothing to me. Today, he will let him experience the pain of being crippled." Just then, a group of people rushed in. Officer Kim led the way, entering and stopping. "Who dares to cause trouble in Bech Sai City?" The director immediately pointed at Lundram Tu's group. "The police are here. Quickly arrest them." Hein Fear also quickly searched for a way out. "Officer Kim, you arrived just in time. These 2 want to kill me." Officer Kim shouted. "How dare you attack someone in my jurisdiction? Arrest them for me." The other officers quickly surrounded Lam Tu and Lakan Gayat, handcuffs in hand, ready to arrest them. Lam Tu frowned. "You let Fak Hoyan Few injure a civilian, and now you want to arrest us?" Lakan Gayat scoffed. "Those without eyes. Kill them all." Officer Kim pointed his gun at them. "This is Baida City, and you dare to openly defy the Federation government." Suddenly, someone new entered and shouted, "Stop right there." This group advanced, surrounding Officer Kim and his team. The newcomer was Tan Kwang. He looked down at Officer Kim and coldly yelled, "Officer Kim, you are quite bold, daring to arrest a 1-star soldier." Officer Kim was surprised and turned to look at Tan Kwang. "What, 1-star soldier?" He could not believe it and turned to look at Lam Tu. Tan Kwang continued coldly, "Not just a 1-star soldier. These 4 helped the Federation fight off zombies in Xingjiao City, and I am applying for a 2-star medal for them." Officer Kim was stunned. Zombies. Did they really eliminate the zombies in Xingjiao City? The ones surrounding Lam Tu and Lakan Gayat also looked at each other in confusion. Officer Kim bowed his head at a 90-degree angle to them. I was blind and bumped into a distinguished guest. Please forgive me." Tan Kwang waved his hand. That is enough. You all can leave." Officer Kim saluted him and ordered his subordinates to leave. "Understood. Retreat." Officer Kim's team quickly fled. At this moment, Lam Tu finally had a chance to look around. "Where's young Master Fak?" He ran away again. Then his gaze unintentionally fell on the director who was still there. There was still one person here. Lam Tu grinned menacingly. The director, seeing Lam 2 approaching him, was so scared that he fell to the ground. It is my fault. I will treat you immediately. Please spare me. Tan Kuang looked at him coldly. Get lost. The cowardly director scrambled to his feet and quickly left. After everyone left, Tan Kuang came over and patted Lam 2 on the shoulder. Really something. Just under a year out and you have already reached level 6. Lam 2 smiled at him. Captain Tan is not bad either. You are already a lieutenant colonel now. Tan Kuang scoffed. What is the use of being a lieutenant colonel? It is just a hollow title. A martial artist should be like you, enhancing their own strength. Now, let us talk. He sat down on the sofa. The Fak family has great influence in Baida City. So even if you are strong, you need to be careful of their tricks. While the two were talking, Lam 2 had now fallen into the crosshairs of a sniper, as the shot shattered the window and flew inside. Lakan Gayat quickly shouted, Lam 2. Be careful. Lam 2 quickly dodged, leaving a huge dent in the ground. Lam 2 asked Quan, is there a sniper? Quan gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Causing trouble in my jurisdiction again. Lam 2 hid behind the observation chair for a moment and said, it must be from the building across. Quan ordered his subordinates to immediately surround the building across. They must find the sniper. The subordinates quickly responded. A second later, Lam 2 leaped towards the window. Let me see who dares to shoot at me. Quan, startled, called out, this is the M floor. Lam 2 kicked through the glass and jumped out, while also calling his pet to him. Gone. Little Bay, help me hold that bastard down. Quan poked his head out of the broken window, watching Lam 2 scale the wall like a pro. He sighed. Although level 6 martial artists can't fly, their wall scaling ability is incredible. On the opposite building, a sniper was packing up his stuff. Damn. Missed the shot. Time to withdraw. Suddenly, something cast a shadow over his head. From above, a big bird and something else were diving down. Gon landed directly on the sniper's face and bit him. The guy felt the pain, hurriedly shook his head trying to throw off Gon. At that moment, Little Bay also flew in and blew a gust, quickly freezing his legs in place. The assassin muttered, too strong a breath. He yanked the collar down and tossed it away. That damn beast. Just then, a hand reached the rooftop railing. Lam 2 quickly jumped inside. Let me catch up. The assassin was scared and said, this is the 28th floor. How did you climb up? Are you a monkey? Lam 2 held the black spear in his hand, smiling gently at him. I am not a monkey. I am here to kill a chicken, he shouted loudly. Punish the evil as an example. Lam 2 thrust the black spear forward, unleashing 100 birds coming to the phoenix strike. However, before he could land the second strike, several gunshots hit his legs. Lam 2 looked up, quickly pinpointing the position from the building across. And there were people helping him. At that moment, several more people burst through the rooftop door. The assassin stared at Lam 2, initially thinking he would not hit him, considering the job a failure. But unexpectedly, he came right to them. Lam 2 coldly looked at them. It seemed they were hired to kill him. Now if I say who hired you, I might let you die faster. The group was angered by his attitude, and the assassin shouted, arrogant. Kill him. Lam 2 assessed the situation. Truly surprised that these fighters were all level 5, he swept the black spear in a circle, executing 100 birds coming to the phoenix strike. When 2 more gunshots were fired, Lam 2 quickly leaned to avoid. Forgetting about the sniper, the 2 snipers, pleased with themselves for successfully hindering Lam 2, were unaware, at that moment, Lakan Gayat had quietly approached behind them. It was not until Lakan Gayat made her move that the assassin was startled and turned around. His agility allowed him to dodge one attack, but another came. He quickly drew the short knife at his side, stabbing towards Lakan Gayat. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nuke Thoy had arrived just in time to assist Lam 2. Day Lam. Let me help you. She took the time to explain why she was here to Lam 2. Mabao who protected that girl's family and told me to come help you guys. The leader of the assassin group evaluated Lam 2's group from afar. Unexpectedly, a small hospital has 3 high-level fighters. This job is a bit of a loss. He frowned, thinking that continuing like this was not the way. The leader called for a regroup. The assassins who were fighting Lam 2 all stopped. Even the 2 on Lakan Gayat's side quickly turned to leave. Soon after, they had all gathered, standing behind the leader in formation. He said, but if we have accepted the job, we can't drop it midway, or it would be disrespectful to the Tiger Assault Squad. Nuuk Tho raised an eyebrow. The Tiger Assault Squad hired these guys to assassinate us. They must be quite willing to spend. Lam 2 looked at her. Do you know the Tiger Assault Squad? Nuuk Tho nodded. Although the members of the Tiger Assault Squad are all level 5, they train a combined skill called the Tiger Formation. The Tiger Formation can merge the spiritual energy of 7 people, increasing their strength. It is said they once lost a level 8 fighter. The leader looked at Nunchasithi, surprised that a girl like her knew so much. He raised his sword high to broaden her horizons. The 7 of them immediately launched the 7 tigers descend the mountain, while Nuncha Seathly unleashed the Shadow Dance, Leffing Guide and the Ice Flame Slash. Along with Beach Liu Tri Yufang from Lum 2, faced off against the Fierce Tiger Assassination Squad on the rooftop. The Fierce Tiger Assassination Squad stepped back. They managed to hold their ground. The leader ordered them to use that technique. The subordinates quickly took their positions. Understood. The leader recited the command for the 7 tigers. He raised his sword high. As the technique reached its final step with the word 1, in the command, he swung his hand, unleashing a powerful strike filled with spiritual energy. This strike silenced Leffing Guide as well. Lum 2 and Xe Thoi suffered minor injuries. He frowned, surprised that a combined skill could unleash level 8 power so beautifully. Lum 2 grunted. His perspective expanded. He stood up confidently, saying, "To repay you, let me show you our combined skill." It is a fusion skill. Leffing Guide shot Lum 2 a glance, telling him to be quiet. Without wasting time, Lum 2 took out his Fire Lotus. Leffing Guide followed suit, pulling out her Ice Lotus, merging their ice and fire powers. And Seathai quickly stepped aside. These two were going crazy again. The leader of the Fierce Tiger Assassination Squad was startled. Fire Lotus. Ice Lotus. His pupils constricted. Who exactly were these two? A bird fused with ice and fire appeared before him, and an immense force erupted from the rooftop, shaking the entire area. Teen Tuntran Sikadu, standing near the hospital, was also pushed back by the shockwave. What the hell? He frowned. Is this level 8 power? Oh my. What level 8 power is causing trouble here? Shortly after, Tan Sicheng also caught up to the rooftop of the opposite building. Lum 2 placed the black blade against the leader's neck, saying, "Who sent you to kill me?" He raised his eyes to Lum 2, the eldest son of the Fak family, and said, "I will wait for you in hell. You bastard." As soon as the leader finished speaking, Lum 2 quickly sent him on his way. He muttered in disgust. The Fak family again. Lum 2 turned to look at the newcomer. Ten Xiandring stared at him in confusion. "Was that loud commotion caused by you?" Lum 2 nodded. "Yep. This is the combined skill that Leffing Guide and I trained together." Tun and Si Tebun gave a thumbs up. Impressive? To be able to use a level 8 martial artist skill so beautifully. Tun Sipung's team reported after a thorough check. Report. They are members of the Fierce Tiger Assassination Squad. He pointed at the leader lying on the ground. This is the squad leader of the Fierce Tiger Assassination Squad. And its level wanted criminal. Tun and Sipung leaned in closer. What? Its level wanted criminal dared to infiltrate Bechdai City. Lum 2 was also taken aback. Is he really a wanted criminal? Ten Xianu nodded. The chaos from the 99 fire led to some criminal elements sneaking into Bechdai City to cause trouble. We have captured quite a few recently. Lam 2 looked at Tan Kwong. This old man told me before he died that the Fak family hired someone to assassinate me. Tan Kwong frowned. In Bechdai City, the Fak family has always been arrogant. I never expected them to collude with a levels wanted criminal from outside the city this time. With the matter resolved, Lam 2 did not stay long. He stood up to say goodbye to Tan Kwong. The rest is up to you. Tan Kwong turned and watched him leave. Where are you going? Lam 2 tilted his head and said, "Of course. It is time for payback. I have to wipe out the Fak family from Bechdai City." Tan Kwong panicked and rushed to catch up with Lam 2. Do not act rashly. This is Bechdai City. If you kill the Fak family openly, the Federation will hunt you down. Lam 2 frowned tightly. The Fak family dared to assassinate me right in front of you. If I leave Bechdai City, I do not know what will happen to Uncle Dip's family. I have to eliminate the threat for them. Tan Kwong remained silent. At that moment, a spaceship flew overhead. Tan Kwong looked up. It was the private spaceship of Mayor Tuma from Bechdai City. The spaceship landed on the rooftop. The door opened, and a person stepped down. Surprised to see Tan Kwong, he stepped forward to greet him. So Colonel Tan is here too. My apologies. He pointed at Lam 2. I have been entrusted by the mayor to invite you, Lam 2, and your friend to the city hall. Lam 2 looked at Tan Kwong. City Hall of Tuma. Tan Kwong seemed a bit worried. It seemed that the earlier commotion had attracted the mayor's attention. Tan Kwong shielded Lam 2. I am going with him. However, the visitor refused. Colonel Tan, the mayor only wants to meet Lam 2 and his friend. Don't worry, the mayor said he only wants to see the enemy's son. Tan Kwong stared blankly, turning back to look at Lam 2. Both Lakin Gayat and Nuuk they were stunned. The enemy's son. The man led Lam 2's group onto the spaceship. He smiled at Tan Kwong. Don't worry. I will be back. Lam 2 nodded at him. Please let my team at the hospital know. Once everyone was on board, the spaceship took off immediately. Inside the spaceship, Lam 2 asked the steward. I have never met Mayor Tuma. How does he know my father? The steward respectfully replied. The mayor is a martial artist from Xingjiao City. You are both from the same hometown. He proudly recounted. The mayor is a level 7 martial artist. He has been in Bechdai City for less than 2 years. He came from a humble background and worked hard to earn his position. Lam 2 frowned and thought. A strong person from Xingjiao City. Soon, Lam 2 and the others arrived at the city hall. The steward led them inside to meet the mayor. Lam 2 has arrived. Mayor Tuma of Beta City immediately turned around excitedly upon hearing the voice. You look very similar. He patted Lam 2's shoulder. You look just like your father. Lam Nut. Tuma warmly invited them to sit. Come on. Have a seat. Let us talk. Lam 2 sat on the sofa and talked with Tuma. Maiden? Do you know my father? Tiam nodded. My father and yours were classmates, studying together at the Baikiyu Academy in Tinjiao City when we were teenagers. After that, I left the academy to fend for myself. And in the blink of an eye, it has been over a decade. Speaking of this, his mood seemed to darken a bit. I never expected that when I returned after achieving success, it would feel like I had lost everything. Temba looked at Lam 2. I have news about your father's possessions. Lam 2. You have worked hard all these years. Lam 2 shook his head and said, when they passed away, I was still a child under 5. He looked at Timis. I can barely remember what my parents looked like. Tintimi continued sharing what he knew. After learning about your parents, I have been secretly investigating. Lam 2 was surprised. What have you found out? Tempium recounted the information he had. 15 years ago, a group of wealthy young men were hunting in Tinjiao City. He gritted his teeth and said, that night, over 20 people in Tinjiao City were killed, and your parents were among them. Lam 2's eyes filled with hatred. So their deaths were not an accident. Do you know who those men were? Tatimi shook his head. I only found out that they came from Thin Kang City, but I do not know who specifically. The city lord of Tinjiao back then was afraid of offending them and kept this under wraps. Lam 2 was burning with fury. Is it possible to find the city lord from that time? Tatima lowered his head. That person has become a citizen of Thin Kang City since then. At this moment, Dean Love Nugite, sitting next to them, spoke up. I can find them. Tima looked up at her. This girl is Leftin Guide. She replied softly. From the Lek family in Thang Kong. Tima's eyes widened. The Lek family from Thang Kong. He stared at Leftin Guide, then turned to smile at Lam 2. I did not expect you to not only be strong enough for the Sacred Domain Academy to accept you but also to have such connections. If your father under the Yellow Springs knew this, he would be very pleased. Saying this, he expressed his anger about what Lam 2 had encountered earlier. You already know about the Fiok family. There is no need for you to take action yourself. I will provide you with an explanation. In Badashi City, the Fiok family has been bullying the locals. I have wanted to deal with them for a long time. Lam 2 clasped his hands in thanks. Grateful to Timis, the city lord. Timoth hurriedly waved his hand. Don't call me that. It feels too formal. You can just call me Uncle Times. Lam 2 replied with a smile. Yep. Uncle Will. I would like to ask you to send someone to protect Dipe Song Nhai and her family. The T-Mission patted his shoulder. Don't worry. The Dipe family has helped me. I will definitely protect them. 3 days later, Songni came to see Lam 2 off. Brother Lam 2. My dad is recovering well. You do not need to worry. Ukli was also present, standing behind Gimun as he said. The Fifok family has been arrested. They won't cause any trouble anymore. You can relax. Tatima Drum 2. Aren't you staying a few more days? Lam 2 smiled at him. The investigation mission in Tinjiao City is complete. The Academy reported that we are heading to the Thunder Valley to investigate a newly appeared spatial rift. So I won't bother you anymore. TM nodded. If it were not for the mission, I would also love to check out the Thunder Valley. He advised Lam. It is definitely complicated there now. Many powerful people. You all must be careful. Lam 2 nodded. Don't worry. We will be careful. Lam 2 turned and walked to the spaceship, waving goodbye to Tamaz and the others below. Goodbye everyone. Song and I shouted. Goodbye brother Lam 2. I will definitely work hard to pass the Holy Academy. Tamsin smiled at him, wishing him a safe journey. Meanwhile, over at the Thunder Valley, the entire sky was shrouded in dark space. A lightning bolt struck straight down to the ground. Babro Hawk shivered, thinking if he got hit, he would definitely be toast. At that moment, another lightning bolt struck down. Bao Hawk yelled, get out of the way. Suddenly, Lessingite kicked Lam 2 in the back, saying he should go train. Lam 2 stumbled and fell, completely unprepared. And the lightning that just struck made him show his teeth. Babro Hawk was scared. We are doomed. This is too much. Inafithi chuckled. It is. He is training in thunder martial arts. Just after Lam 2 got struck, the system immediately notified him of a powerful force outside, activating the devouring skill, converting experience points. Below Hawk clapped his hands. I remember now. This guy once made the Vice Dean's Thunderbird dry up, and the whole academy lost power. I heard someone sabotage the electricity. It was not him. Was it? Nithaithithi sighed. You should ask him about that. Lam 2 laughed and said. Luckily, I had experience stealing electricity last time, so I bought a combat suit that can absorb lightning. I won't be embarrassed if it gets damaged again. Bro Hawk immediately chimed in. The power outage last time was really caused by you. It was impressive. You even dared to steal from the Holy Academy. Lam 2 chuckled, revealing too much. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from the forest as a group of people stumbled out, urging for rescue. Behind them was an evolved beast chasing after them. The system informed Lam 2 about the Thunder Rhinoceros, a level 7 evolved beast, characterized by its massive size and brutal strength, which increases when injured. Lam 2 was surprised. A level 7 evolved beast. The person in front shouted, "Help me. We know where the spatial rift is." Lam 2 quickly caught on to that, in the gap of space. He quickly ran up to save the person. The black spear of Lam 2 thrust into the ground helped him make a makeshift weapon. Lam 2 flew forward, and the rhino charged at him, catching him with a kick. Then, Lam 2 gently landed in front of it. Meanwhile, Bahok also dove in. He activated his skill, the Rage of the Fierce Ape, and delivered a powerful punch to the rhino. He grinned, knocking out a level 7 beast with one punch. How awesome am I? But then, the rhino suddenly stood up. Nifty Thiefly shouted at him, "Get back. It is about to unleash a massive attack." The rhino's horn emitted a bolt of lightning with immense power. Bahok calmly ran behind Lam 2, saying, "It is. I have got a place to dodge." Lam 2 did not have time to react, only managing to shout, "Oh no." Then he was stunned by the electric shock, and the system alerted him of a great power outside, activating the Devar skill to swap experience. Lam 2 shouted, "Bahok, you are something else. Using a teammate to shield yourself." Bahok smiled. "I was just looking out for you, letting you take a bit of that thunder." The onlookers who had called out earlier were terrified seeing this. One punch and kick could take down a level 7 evolved beast, and he still lived after being struck by lightning. What kind of monsters are these? Lakangayat stepped forward to warn Bahok, "If you dare use him to block lightning again, you will be dead." Bahok murmured to Namseeth, who kicked Lam 2 into the lightning earlier. Double standards much. The rhino charged at them. Lam 2 thrust the black spear towards it, using the fierce flower spear. However, this attack did not harm the rhino at all. Lam 2 panicked, realizing he could not pierce its armor. Lakangayat stood beside him, guiding him, focusing the fierce flower spear on a single spot. Lam 2 smiled at her. "You are still as smart as ever." Xionungayat. "Okay." Lam 2 followed Lakangayat's direction, choosing a spot on the rhino before using the fierce flower spear. Indeed, the rhino's armor was immediately pierced. Lam 2 thrust again, piercing through its flesh. Success. The rhino, in pain, was furious and wanted to charge at Lam 2. At this moment, Lakangayat ran up with her sword. Her gaze was cold. Lakangayat used her ice slash to strike the rhino's weak spot, its eyes turning blank. Then the trio Lam 2, Bahok, and Nunji Sithai attacked together with the 8-headed phoenix, Rage of the Bounty, and Dance of the Butterfly. The rhino was beaten with no place to escape, and moments later, it fell to the ground. The ones who had cried for help earlier were still in shock, not believing they had defeated a level 7 evolved beast so easily. At this moment, someone ran up from behind. "Captain, where are they?" The one referred to as Captain approached, scolding them for attracting the attention of the lightning rhino and being chased all the way here. "You fools." Then he looked up. "Really, did you kill it?" The captain pointed at the rhino's corpse lying over there. "Did you guys kill this?" The one who had cried for help answered honestly, "Not me. It was these 4 who killed it." The captain stared intently at Lam 2 and the others. "Is it really that easy to kill a level 7 evolved beast? Must be a coincidence." He confidently stepped forward and said, "Thank you for your help. But we discovered this thunder rhino first to kill it, and someone was injured." Lam 2 held the strange crystal in his hand to help him finish his sentence. "So this level 7 crystal belongs to you?" The captain nodded. "Yep. The thunder rhino has many valuable materials on it, all belonging to you." Lam 2 casually asked, "What if I do not hand it over?" The captain smiled but had a stern look at him. "What? Then we will just take it from your corpse." Lakangayat drew her sword, smoothly slicing at the captain, wishing for his death. Nusithe also pulled out her fan and stepped forward, daring to steal from her. Quite brave, Bahok was readying himself to break their bones. The 3 of them charged at the group, and soon they had them screaming for mercy. The captain, holding a knife, warily watched them. Were these people really that strong? He leaped towards Lam 2, targeting the leader first. "I am going to kill you." Lam 2 raised his eyes to him, thinking if he looked like an easy target. He swung his hand and unleashed the 100-worm phoenix, flames engulfing the captain until he burned to the ground, crashing down with a loud noise. Moments later, Lakangayat and the others had taken care of everything. The blonde guy who had been calling for help stepped back one step at a time. "Please, do not kill us. Spare us." Lam 2 approached him and said, "I know the exact location of the space rift. I will spare you." The guy anxiously replied, I really do not know the exact location of the space rift. I just wanted your help earlier." Lakangayat drew her sword again. "Then die." The guy frantically pointed at the captain. "Do not kill me. I may not know the exact location, but there is a map in the captain's bag." Bahok stepped forward to search the captain's body. "Me see." Quickly, he found a piece of paper. Found it. Bahok opened it up to check. Yep. There was indeed a map, marking the location of the space rift. Inside the Thunder Valley, Lam 2 looked at the map while moving in, noting areas frequently struck by lightning where large numbers of evolved beasts appeared. Surely the space rift. Suddenly, Lakangayat spoke. Hide. Lam 2 and the others stared at her in confusion, but they quickly hid as she instructed. Lam 2 asked, "What is going on?" Lakangayat signaled for them to be quiet. Don't make a sound. Just then, a group of about 10 people passed through the area they had just stood in, and someone caught Lam 2's eye. He shouted, "Big Uncle. Quickly cover Lam 2's mouth." Suddenly, the big uncle noticed something, and the person behind asked, "What is wrong?" He said it seemed like someone was there. Lam 2 anxiously muttered, "We have been discovered." But just a moment later, an evolved beast suddenly flew out in front of that group. The big uncle snorted coldly, realizing it was an ungrateful beast. He reached out a hand to gently catch it. Daiku moved slightly. His wrist had directly dealt with the evolved beast. He threw it aside. Go on. They passed by the group hiding with Lam 2 one by one. After they moved away, Lam 2 poked his head out. He asked Lakangayat, "Why did not you greet Daiku?" "I did not greet him." Lakangayat frowned and said, "These people all come from Sky City, and they have trained in the underground world. It is very dangerous." Bahok added, "This level 7 evolved beast was killed in one strike." Lakangayat nodded. Not surprising. They are all level 8 and have powerful skills. Nuukthoi asked Lakangayat if these people came because of the new space rift that appeared in Thunder Valley. Lakangayat shook her head, indicating that it was not certain. Just one space rift was not enough to attract these people. There must be some greater opportunity. If it is in Thunder Valley, it definitely has something to do with Thunder properties. She turned to look at Lam 2, thinking he should seize this opportunity. Bahok, always thinking of Lam 2 when it comes to good things. Truly a true love. Nuukthoi told him to shut up. After moving deeper in, Lam 2 shouted, "100 bugs soaring phoenix." He looked at the burned evolved beasts and smiled confidently. Over 100 level 5 electric ants gained over 200 million experience points. Bahok looked at Lam 2 excitedly and was speechless. This guy rushes in first when something happens and laughs heartily. Is he addicted? Suddenly, they heard a loud scream from the forest. "Be careful. Do not hold back, or we will all die here." Lam 2 and Lakangayat turned to look in the direction of the sound. It seemed there was a fierce battle going on over there. As they approached, they saw a group fighting against the evolved beasts. The system immediately sent all information to Lam 2 about the Shadow Spirit Fruit. Its characteristic is to absorb mutated fruit from the aura of heaven and earth. Its fruit can enhance a warrior's strength. Just one fruit is enough. The level 5 Thunder Armor Beast has sharp claws, high defense, and excels in thunder attacks, preferring to live near mutated fruit trees. Lam 2 drooled. It is the Shadow Spirit Fruit again. And Bao Hok's eyes lit up. This is a rare treasure. Over there, someone had slashed the back of the Thunder Armor Beast. However, it did not suffer any harm. Instead, he was shocked and lost his senses. That person was chased by the Thunder Armor Beast and ran away in fright. Lam 2 sighed. Although it is only level 5, the paralyzing characteristic of thunder is very hard to guard against. These people won't be able to handle it. Lam 2 quickly grabbed his black spear and rushed to eliminate these troublesome Thunder Armor Beasts first. Lam 2 charged into the center of the battlefield, sweeping away a wave of Thunder Armor Beasts. He snorted coldly, looking down on them. This little bit of electricity is not enough to tickle me. The people around stared blankly at Lam 2 fighting alone. Who is this guy? Why is not he paralyzed by the thunder? Amazing. After a while of back and forth fighting, Lam 2 made the Thunder Armor Beasts furious and they screamed loudly. They rushed in a group towards Lam 2. A widespread electric shock occurred right in front of everyone. Those guys were dumbfounded. The Thunder Armored Beasts were furious. With so many Thunder Armored Beasts attacking at once, at least one of them would surely be dead or injured. The thick dust made it hard for them to see what was happening. When the wind blew and cleared the dust, they could see the Thunder Armored Beasts being paralyzed by Lam 2's electric shock. He smiled widely, and the others were surprised. It was Lam 2 proudly saying, "Let me show you what real lightning looks like." Suddenly, Lam 2's circle lit up, and the Thunder Armored Beasts hanging on it were terrified. In the next moment, Lam 2 unleashed his ultimate electric fire technique, sending all the Thunder Beasts flying. The Thunder Armored Beasts were all stunned by Lam 2's electric shock. Those people were stunned, watching the situation turn 360 degrees in front of them. Was it resolved that quickly? They are so powerful. One of them stepped forward to speak with Lam 2. Thanking everyone for their help, he thought for a moment and added, "Most of the Thunder Armored Beasts were killed by you. The Shadow Fruit should belong to you all." The man hesitated and asked, "But we also want the Shadow Fruit. Do you all sell it?" Lam 2 silently assessed the man in front of him. After a moment, he stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "You are too polite. Eating a lot of Shadow Fruit won't help. We only need 4. The rest you can share among yourselves." The man was overjoyed. "Really? Thank you so much." Lam 2 called him to come forward. "I have never eaten Shadow Fruit before. I do not know what it tastes like." Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, startling Lam 2 and the man. Stop right there. You dare touch what belongs to young Master Betch. A group of people in black approached from behind. The man told Lam 2 that they were from the Zydian sect. Young Master Butch said, if you know it is the Zydian sect, why did not you hurry up and get lost? The people around shouted at him. Since when did the Thunder Valley become the Zydian sect's garden? You did not kill any thunder-armored beasts. And now you just show up to claim a share. Young Master Butch looked at them disdainfully. The Zydian sect. I am one of the top sects in Thunder Valley. Can you small fries even touch me? I am counting to 3. If you do not leave, you can stay here. At that moment, a sword swept through, leaving a cut on young Master Butch's neck. He clutched his neck tightly. Leffing quite coldly said, why waste words on such people? Just kill them. Young Master Butch was furious and immediately ordered his subordinates to attack. Dare to lay a hand on me, spare the 2 girls, and kill the rest. The Zydian sect quickly advanced. Killing them, they surrounded the 4 of Lam 2 in the middle. Lam 2 smiled and said, are you planning to scheme against me again? You truly have no fear of death. Young Master Butch frowned at him. Do you want to die that badly? I will grant you that wish. Another person stepped forward to ask the man who had spoken with Lam 2 earlier. Do we have a drink? The man frowned, staring intently at young Master Butch. The Thunder Gate is too much. He ordered his underlings to deal with him. Bai jumped up, wanting to deliver a deadly strike to Lam 2. Lam 2 easily countered the attack. Bai laughed loudly, scolding Lam. You fool. Daring to use metal weapons against the skills of the Thunder Gate. Lam 2 looked at him. Is that all you have got? Yet he was not afraid to claim he could play with lightning. He smoothly turned the tables and unleashed a lightning strike. Let me show you my lightning. Bai was caught off guard by this move from Lam 2. You also know how to use lightning skills. At that moment, another bolt of lightning flashed in the sky. Feeling a bit scared. Step back. Wasn't it supposed to be that the deeper you went into the valley, the less lightning there was? He looked up at the sky. Could it be that their continuous use of lightning skills was attracting it? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the tree behind them. Lam 2 tilted his head and sneered. Why is this so hard to watch? Isn't this the Thunder Gate's home turf? Another bolt of lightning struck down, causing Bai to sweat profusely. It is. He turned to run but was pulled back by Lam 2 grabbing his shirt. Don't run. This is amazing. Bai shouted at Lam 2. Let go. Damn it. A terrifying bolt of lightning struck right where they stood. He was hit and thrilled, his laughter echoing through the skies, while Bai was left gritting his teeth in shock. The man anxiously called out to Lam 2. Brother. The Thunder Gate's crew was also startled. Young Master. After the lightning struck, Lam 2 appeared from the smoke. Then someone finally saw Bai's soul leave his body. Did he die from electric shock? Lam 2 looked at the person in his grip, scoffing. How will the Thunder Gate respond? The Thunder Gate members shouted when they saw Bai in Lam 2's hands. They threatened Lam 2. You killed Bai. The Thunder Gate's master will definitely tear you apart. Lam 2 looked at them as if they were fools. He messed up so much. He got struck by lightning. What does it have to do with me? The man talking to Lam 2 took the chance to shout. Kill them. Leave no one alive. Both sides charged at each other like madmen. After a while of fighting, that man stepped forward and said to Lam 2. No one was missed. Lam 2 smiled at him. Sorry for involving everyone. The man looked back at his brothers behind him. It is. The Thunder Gate has been causing trouble around the valley for years. I have been itching to do something about it. Originally planning to finish this job and take my brothers away. Lam 2 told him. There is no need to share the rewards with us. Give it to your brothers. Everyone cheered happily, and the man sincerely said to Lam 2. Thank you. Lam 2 advised them. It is not safe to stay here long. Let us pick the Shadow Spirit fruit and leave. The man nodded. Okay. We will deal with the bodies to make it easier to leave. The 2 sides parted ways for now. Take care. See you again. Lam 2 and his group tried the Shadow Spirit fruit. He exclaimed. The Shadow Spirit fruit is indeed great. It feels like their strength has greatly increased. Lam 2 looked at Nuuk Thai. Dan try. Everyone eat up. Then let us meditate and breathe a bit. Leffing Guide and I will guard you all. Before Nuuk Thai could respond, Ba Hok had already turned around. Behind them, a swarm of 5th-level thunder beetles was flying toward them. Characterized by their high speed and ability to unleash large electric shocks, Ba Hok waved them away cautiously. However, he accidentally got shocked and grinned in pain. Lam 2 stepped in to deal with them. These were early-stage thunder beetles. They looked up at the sky, shocked to see so many mutated creatures. Nuuk Thoi frowned. Certain they had come from a spatial rift, Lam 2 changed direction to chase after them. The flying path of the thunder beetles definitely led to the spatial rift. Let's go see. In another corner of the Thunder Valley, a large spatial rift was opening. Butch Quine spoke up. The Thunder Fire Lotus. I must obtain it, Van replied, standing next to him. Like, to get the Thunder Fire Lotus, you have to pass my trial first. As the leader finished his sentence, Both sides shouted and charged at each other. Lam 2 and his group hid to observe the situation. Lefingite said, "The Thunderfire Lotus has appeared." Lam 2 nodded. The two factions were fighting over the Thunderfire Lotus. Nuukthoi frowned. There were also people from the Electric sect. Lefingite glanced around. The Thunderfire Lotus was surely near the spatial rift. The four of them stealthily searched for a way through. As they neared the spatial rift, they finally spotted a golden flower lying below. Lam 2's eyes lit up. "Look quickly. Is that the Thunderfire Lotus?" Lefingite nodded. "That is right," she said to Lam 2. "These two are both peak level 7. We can't fight them. Let us wait for an opportunity." Just then, a foreign creature appeared from within the spatial rift, quickly grabbing someone to attack. Butch Quine was startled. It was at level 8. He suggested to Ma, "Old man, we must deal with this level 8 beast together." Butch Quine added, "How about we eliminate this beast first, then have a showdown?" "What do you think?" Van quickly agreed. "All right." Lam 2 quickly ran up. "This is a good opportunity. I am going to get that thing. The rest of you stay back." In the blink of an eye, Lam 2 approached the Thunderfire Lotus. He stared at it, sensing that this combined power seemed to require a special tool to obtain. He wondered if he could take it directly with his hands. Lam 2 hesitated for a moment. Then suddenly someone below turned to look at the Thunderfire Lotus. He accidentally spotted Lam 2 and yelled, "Oh no. Someone is stealing the Thunderfire Lotus." Butch Quine turned back. "Really?" Lam 2 gritted his teeth. "I have been discovered. Let us do this." Butch Quine sneered at Lam 2's attempt to grab the Thunderfire Lotus with his bare hands. "Idiot. Trying to take the Thunderfire Lotus with your hands. You will end up burned to ashes." But the next moment, he saw Lam 2 hoist the spear over his shoulder and run away. Van and Butch Quine stared in disbelief. "Damn it. How is he not hurt at all?" Butch Quine commanded. "Chase after him." Van also said, "Don't let that kid get away." But then the alien creature lunged forward. Baekwan and Van were quickly surrounded by it. "Damn beast. I am going all in." Lam 2 quickly ran toward Lackguyet. The four of them dashed towards another spot in the Thunder Valley. Lackguyet pointed in one direction and said, "There is someone ahead." Lam 2 frowned. "Are the two old men after us already? One more shock and we will burn out." Lackguyet shook her head. "It is the people from Chenku City earlier." Lam 2 replied. "Then it is fine. We have the big guy to save us." Suddenly, Lackguyet told him, "Use the Thunder Fire." Lam 2 was taken aback. "Use that. It will kill me." Lackguyet directly kicked the Thunder Fire into his mouth, insisting he just use it. Lam 2 was suddenly choked by the Thunder Fire. "Little Nugayet. Are you trying to murder your husband?" Lam 2's cheeks puffed up. He was choking so much he was about to pass out. Then suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. With the energies merging, Lam 2 screamed in pain. The system notified him of a massive power outside, activating the swallowing skill to convert experience points. Bahok was not far away, mumbling with Nocthai. "Is this the love-hate relationship from Legends?" Nocthai disdainfully said. "Shut up." At this moment, the big guy on the other side suddenly spoke up. "I can sense the breath of the Thunder Fire." They moved closer just in time to see Lam 2 yelling loudly. One of them shouted, "Did he swallow the Thunder Fire?" The big guy was stunned. How could that be? He raced towards Lam 2 to kill him, intending to cut him open and retrieve the Thunder Fire. While there was still time, Nocthai and Bahok turned back. Alert! Lackguyet also noticed someone rushing in. She flew out to block in front of the big guy. "You dare!" Suddenly, one of them shouted, "Stop!" The big guy turned back. "Lack Ho! Are you trying to stop me?" Ho Thien coldly replied. "Are you blind? Can't you see this is my little sister?" The big guy looked back in confusion. Lackguyet. When he saw clearly, he was surprised it was really Lackguyet. The big guy waved his hand and turned to leave. "Fine. It is up to you." Lackguyet remained silent. Ho Thien stepped forward to speak. "Lackguyet, we meet again. Dad told me to bring you home." Lackguyet coldly refused. "I am not going back." Ho Thien continued. "That brat from the Du family has told Dad everything about you and Lam 2 and actively called off the engagement. Dad is very angry and told me to bring you back." Lackguyet gritted her teeth. "That bastard Dumak Than. I will definitely kill him." Lackguyet turned to look at Lam 2. "Wait until he absorbs the Thunder Fire. I will go back with you." Ho Thien reached out to smooth her hair. "Lackguyet, I know you like this kid. Want to protect him, help him grow up. But you can't protect him forever. Besides, he should not be protected by a girl." Lackguyet's gaze remained fixed on Lam 2 behind her. "Once he is finished absorbing, I am leaving." Ho Thien's eyes flickered. He is starting to lose patience. "Dad warned me. If you do not go, Lam 2 will kill Leftingite. If you want to listen, do not blame me for being cruel." Leftingite held the sword, looking at Fothen. "You dare." At this moment, Lam 2 spoke up again. "Leftingite, go with him. Do not worry about me. I know you care about me. I can let you leave. But I can hide behind my girlfriend forever. You can keep protecting me." Leftingite silently looked at Lam 2. Then she heard him say, I will rely on my strength to enter the Thien Kong city. To stand before you, trust me. We will meet again soon. Lefingite was silent for a long time. She reached for something around her neck. Lefingite stepped forward and gave it to Lum Tu as a gift. Lum Tu looked up, watching Lefingite leave. Don't he worry. In less than a year, I will enter Thien Kong city. Standing before you, I can do it. Nuchi C3, who had been watching, finally spoke up. A couple with a tragic fate. Let me fill your heart. Comfort you. Blowhawk whispered, interrupting her spirited mood. Sister, they will be here soon. We should find a safe place for Lam to absorb the Thunder Lotus fire first. The Faithee nodded. Before coming here, I noticed a very hidden cave ahead. Let us go there. Time passed to a day later. Lum Tu and the others were still hiding in the cave. Blowhawk asked Na Si Thai. Sister, it has been a day. Is Lum Tu okay? Nithathethi sighed. The thunder element in the Thunder Lotus fire is both violent and intense. It won't be absorbed quickly. At that moment, a commotion suddenly broke out outside, reporting to the sect leader that the sensing device detected strong thunder attribute power in this cave. What are we waiting for? Let us go in and check it out. Yep. And see they cursed. Damn it. It has been a day and these people still want to give up. Blowhawk frowned. They even shamelessly used the sensing device to go deeper into hiding. The three of them ventured deeper into the cave, reaching a lake, the water shimmering in emerald green. Blowhawk gaped, not expecting there to be another cave underneath. Ninchi C3 looked at them. Everyone be careful. This cave seems unsafe. Bichquine and Mir, Vin had also entered, looking at the pit before them, revealing another cave below. Everyone had to be cautious. Look at that white skeleton. It seems there are fierce evolved beasts here. Blowhawk hid behind a rock anxiously. Can they catch up so quickly? Indeed. Restless spirits. Niu Sethi whispered. They have several sensing devices. We can't hide. Blowhawk gritted his teeth. Damn it. Then let us charge at them. Nu Thethi shook her head. There are 2 level 7 beasts. Charging in would just mean death. She turned to Lum Tu and asked. Lum, when will you finish absorbing it? Lum Tu looked at the progress, which was at 80%, and replied, I'm not sure. Probably almost done. He said to them. Can you all feel the breath of the thunder attribute below the abyss? Nu Thethi looked down at the lake. Is there something down there? Lum Tu nodded, though trying to hide it. I sense there is a very strong evolved beast of the thunder attribute at the bottom. Blowhawk is suspicious. Why hide the breath? Ina Feathley frowned. Is it preparing to attack because we have invaded its territory? At this moment, spies from T-Line and Munner reported back to Butchquine, having discovered the thunder element at the bottom of the deep abyss. Butchquine cursed. You fool. Hiding under the deep marsh. Vin laughed loudly. This time we can catch the turtle in the jar. Lum Tu, standing behind Bido Hawk and the others, spoke up. Those guys have also discovered something at the bottom of the deep marsh. Blowhawk was startled, looking at what was in his hand, and asked. Thunderfire, did not you absorb enough already? Lum Tu smiled and replied. This is a low-quality product I created by releasing the Thunderfire energy from my body. And C-Thi was confused. What do you want to do? Lum Tu grinned. If it is an evolved beast of the thunder type, then it can't resist this Thunderfire. You watch the deep marsh below. I will stir up the water. Lum Tu quickly jumped down, stealthily approaching the edge of the lake. Come here to daddy. Under the deep marsh, a pair of eyes appeared. It was an 8th level evolved beast, a thunder snake, characterized by having both highly toxic and thunder attributes. Extremely fierce. The Blowhawk turned pale at the sight. Damn. Is that snake really that big? And C-Thi analyzed. This breath is peak 8th level. Lum Tu waved the fake Thunderfire in front of it. Little snake. See what I have here. The snake lunged straight at Lum Tu, who turned and ran away. Come on. Come on. Lum Tu shouted to Blowhawk and Naughty Seathly. You two hide well. I will lure the snake over there. Blowhawk was speechless. This guy is really crazy. Ina Seathly muttered. Going all out like this? Lum Tu's strength has increased so fast because he is reckless. Lum Tu ran quickly, creating a cloud of dust behind him. Butchquine turned back to look. What is happening over there? It seems like a fight. Lum Tu was running towards Butchquine and the others. The old man pointed at Mir. Ven, what do I see? Thunderfire. Vin laughed loudly. This kid knows he can't escape, so he brought the Thunderfire here on purpose. Lum Tu called out while running. Hello everyone. I brought my snake here. At this moment, Butchquine and Mir, Ven were shocked. Damn. An 8th level evolved beast. The snake opened its mouth, preparing to unleash an attack. Its energy orb shot straight ahead. With a bang, it slammed down to the ground. The members of Tidamun were startled. Butchquine panted. This bastard deliberately lured the giant snake to us. The snake lunged at everyone again. Lefingite quickly dodged with teleportation. The snake could not bite Lum Tu but caught another person instead. It tilted its head back and swallowed. then stuck out its tongue looking at them. Butch Quine cursed loudly, turning to look at Mir. Ven, you and I will hold the snake down. My people and yours will surround that kid. Whoever grabs the thunderfire first gets it. Vinen nodded. All right, it is decided. Butch Quine shouted the order. Vinen and I will hold the snake down. Everyone, kill that kid for me. The disciples of Meh. Vinen and Lian responded, clear as day. They definitely rushed to find Lam too. Ven's and Butch Quine's people shouted loudly to kill him, and seized the Lai Lian. Inafithi and Brohawk also joined the battle. Liam, we are helping you. Get out of here. Neofithi said to Lam Tu. Keep absorbing. We will hold them off for you. Lam Tu nodded as he saw the system notification complete at 95%. Okay, just a little longer. Inafithi suddenly said. Mablo Hawk, let us kill freely. Bao Hawk nodded. Sure. On the other side, Bishquine and Mir, Vivena's group were in chaos. They saw the beast opening its mouth and shouted. Be careful. That creature is about to launch a thunderball. Butch Quine raised both hands. I share the same element with it. Let me block. You attack from the side. But a moment later, the beast spat out something emerald green. Venom was stunned. Was not it a thunderball? The poisonous liquid shot straight into Butch Quine's circle. It quickly corroded the circle, and a few drops fell onto the old man's hand, revealing white bones. Butch Quine's eyes widened. Was poison. The creature seemed to have activated a mechanism, continuously spewing out poison. Vinen and Butch Quine quickly dodged. Get out of the way. It is highly toxic. A few disciples below did not have time to escape and were hit. They screamed in despair. Help! It hurt so much. Nina Feathley frowned. The poison was horrific. At that moment, the system sent the latest notification to Lum 2. After absorbing the power, Lum 2 continued to receive 2 or 3 more notifications. Congratulations, Master, on leveling up successfully. Your current level is 33. Congratulations, Master, on leveling up successfully. Your current level is 34. At the same time, Lum 2 also received his latest information panel. Host, Lum 2, level 34. Strength 700. Physique increased from 330 to 397. Speed 220. Overall combat power increased from 7,500 to 798. Level 5 fighter title with a 30% chance to reduce damage by 50% when attacked. Yet to replace level 6 fighter title. Skills. Analysis I. Frenzy Disguise. Divar Split Spirit. Lum 2 stood up and warmed up. He leveled up twice in a row. And the Lukulin Ha was still formidable. After adding points to physique, his combat power was nearly 8,000. Just one more level up, and he would be a level 7 fighter. Lum 2 raised his hand confidently and said, let me finish this battle. The surviving members of Tin Mun immediately brightened their eyes at what Lum 2 was holding. This Lukulin Ha seems a bit bigger. That idiot did not really absorb the Lai Lin Acha. Did he? They quickly ran toward Lum 2, trying to steal from him. Even the beast attacking Mar. Ven sensed something. It turned around and immediately dashed back. Vinner and muttered, what the hell is that bastard doing? Butchquine also looked toward Lum 2. No matter what, that giant beast could not be allowed to swallow the Louis Lian Hacha. Lum 2 held fire and lightning in both hands, saying to Brohawk and Nai C3. Seniors, everyone step back, as far away as possible. Nukthoy looked at Lam 2. Big Lam. You are not planning to use that creepy trick again. Are you? Lam 2 combined the two things in his hands and replied, I have successfully merged 2 types of fire, so even without lacking Gaiet, I can still perform the fusion technique myself. Bahok asked Nuokthay in confusion. What does Lam 2 want? Nuokthay quickly pulled him away before he could say more. Don't ask. Just run. Lam 2 laughed maniacally from the other side. Come on. Did not you all want the combined energy? His voice echoed throughout the cave. I also have a Crimson Lotus fire. Van stared at Lam 2 merging the 2 fires in his hands. What kind of luck has this guy hit? There are 2 types of combined powers again. Batch Quian shook her head. The aura radiating from the combined energies is terrifying. Lam 2 chuckled at them. This technique is called to clap my hands together. Lam 2 completely releases energy with the heavenly thunder summoning earth fire technique. Batch Quine was dumbfounded. What? The next day, the water in the lake immediately surged, and the stones above crashed down. Bahok looked on in confusion. What the heck is this move? Too extreme. After Lam 2 exploded the cave, all that was left was a cloud of dust. With both the evolved beasts and humans sprawled on the ground, the snake's gaze was dazed as it struggled and turned to run away. Lam 2 was startled. This creature was not dead yet. The snake jumped into the water with a splash. Lam 2 quickly chased after it. The 8th level mutant escaped. Seniors, I leave the rest to you. Nukthoy called after Lam 2. Be careful. Big Lam. Lam 2 did not have time to respond and plunged straight into the deep swamp. He fell into the lake, following the blood trail down. Lam 2 frowned. Why did wading through the deep water feel like burning? He looked at the blood flowing in the water. Could this giant snake's blood be toxic? Lam Tu held the black spear and swam down quickly, needing to strike fast. He soon caught up with the snake. He shouted, "Where do you think you are going?" Lam Tu thrust the black spear straight into the giant snake's vital point. The snake immediately rolled its eyes, showing no signs of life. Its blood flowed out and mixed with the water. Lam Tu trembled from the pain. So painful. He moved closer to the snake to quickly retrieve the mutant core and leave. Lam Tu quickly held the 8th level mutant core in his hand, but the system suddenly sent another notification. Detecting external power. Activating the Devar skill. Progress at 5%. Lam Tu was surprised to see the text swapping experience points. Thinking to himself, the system says this toxin is an undefined power. Starting absorption. So Lam Tu continued to immerse himself in the water. Progress was at 35%. If that is the case, let us absorb this toxic substance first. Meanwhile, above the lake, Ba Hok and Nuok Thai were anxiously waiting for Lam Tu. The giant snake was dead. Why had not Lam Tu come up yet? Nuok Thai shouted, "Big Lam, we have finished collecting the valuable stuff." At that moment, the system had also completed 100% absorption. Lam Tu was swimming upstream. The blood of the giant leg was truly a good thing. It absorbed quickly. But I felt like my whole body was being tempered. Lam Tu reached the surface and replied to Nuok Thai, "Come here." The three of them quickly left this place. This cave is too big. We should go back the way we came. Ba Hok sighed. The body of the giant leg is definitely valuable. It is a pity it is too big for us to carry. Inside the Thunder Valley, suddenly several arrows flew in to ambush them. Lam Tu widened his eyes and quickly dodged. He pushed Nuok Thai beside him, being careful of a sneak attack. An arrow struck Lam Tu's left shoulder. He pulled it out and shouted, "Whoever is there, get out here." The hidden enemy continued to fire a barrage of arrows. "You fool. You have been hit by my poison arrow. You will only live for a few seconds." Lam Tu smirked. "Your little poison can't do anything to me." Lam Tu swept a move called 1,000 birds, bowing to the phoenix towards them. "If you won't show yourself, I will force you to." Lam Tu's fire phoenix flew towards the forest. With a boom, his flames immediately engulfed the sky. The screams erupted. "It is... How can there be such a strong fire? My hair is burning." They quickly fled. Nuok Thoi smiled. Bao Hok had been waiting for this moment. The two of them used their explosive skills to deal with them. Lam Tu looked at them. Was that all they had? Were they hiding in the shadows like this? Suddenly, Ba Hok pointed at their clothes. "Look, they have a symbol on their gear." Lam Tu was puzzled. "The thunder symbol. Could it be the Thunder Gate that we eliminated?" Nuok Thoi shook her head. "The gear of the Thunder Gate is different from theirs." Ba Hok, think. "I once saw this symbol at the entrance of the Thunder Valley. It seems they are the Thunder Knights." Lam Tu praised. "That name sounds so cool. Go on and open their bags." Inside the bags were many good things. Even a credit card from the Nuok Thoi Alliance. It seems the Thunder Knights are not good people. Just a gang of robbers harming others everywhere. Lam Tu held the strange crystals in his hands, smiling with joy. "Next time we meet the Thunder Knights, do not hold back. Deal with them all. Are these guys rich kids?" Suddenly, sounds of shouting and chasing came from the forest. "Wanna run? It won't be that easy. Hand over the level 8 crystals." Lang Lang said. "You take Quach Lin ahead. Let me hold them off." "No way. If we are going together." Lam Tu signaled for Nuok Thoi and Ba Hok to be quiet. "Someone's coming." Nuok Thoi frowned. Could it be? Nuok Thoi saw 3 people running out of the forest and called out, "Lang Lan, Quach Lin Sam." "Quach Lin." Lam Tu widened his eyes. "Oh no. Is it really them?" At this moment, Quach Lin also saw everyone. She called out, "Sister Lam, Ma Bao." Nuok Thoi looked at them. "How did you all end up here?" Quach Lin replied, "We received a mission to gather in the Thunder Valley from the academy." Bao Hok asked then Sam, "Don't you know the Thunder Valley is very dangerous right now?" Then Sam explained, "When we took on the mission, we had no idea the Thunder Valley had a spatial rift." At this moment, the pursuers had caught up with them. They laughed. "Do you still have teammates? Well then, hand over all your bags." Then one of them spotted 2 corpses on the ground and shouted that they were Jialin and Leviat. He stared intently at Lam Tu. "Did you kill these 2? Lam Tu readily nodded, asking, "Do you need me to send you off?" The Thunder Knight smirked. Looking very arrogant, he loudly ordered, "Brothers, attack to avenge Goblin and Leviathan." The Thunder Knights immediately pulled out their bows and began shooting continuously. Their poisoned arrows sliced through the air towards them. Lam Tu quickly activated the circle. "Everyone be careful. The arrows are poisoned." Countless arrows rained down. And in the next moment, they were shocked rigid by Lam Tu's electricity. Lam Tu smiled, realizing that this was the upgraded circle after absorbing the thunder fire. Awesome. The Thunder Knight squad was taken aback. What is going on? The commander ordered to fire. Keep shooting to break through his defenses. Each of them drew their bows. The Thunder Knight squad kept attacking Lam Tu's group. He smiled at them. Not responding would be too rude. Lam Tu swung the black spear in his hand, activating the lightning firestone, returning it to you. The poisoned arrows were shot back, taking out quite a few of the Thunder Knights, while some jumped around to dodge. Oh no. What is this move? Get out of the way. Lum-Tu chuckled. Let us see what you rich kids can do. He activated the talent circle again. Then Assam stood in the field, laughing loudly, feeling the sensation. He could fight back. Bahok smiled with squinted eyes. This is the field. Quachlin also felt much better. I feel my strength skyrocketing. Bahok led the charge. Are you guys trying to invade the Sacred Academy? Brothers. Kill. The Thunder Knights turned pale upon seeing the talent circle. Their pupils contracted. That kid is Lum-Tu. Not giving him time to think, he had used a quick shift to close in on them. The Thunder Knight roared. We are the Thunder Knight squad. You can kill us. However, Lum-Tu directly stabbed the black spear into his chest. Lum-Tu looked down and casually said, I am killing the Thunder Knight squad. Lum-Tu snorted. Done with you bunch of paper tigers. He then called out to everyone. Don't just stand there. Come and see what good stuff they have in their bags. After some digging, a pile of rare materials was unearthed. Lum-Tu's eyes lit up. These rich kids have so much good stuff. Come on. Everyone. Do not be shy. Just take it. Lum-Tu suddenly remembered something and turned to ask then Sam. By the way, what exactly are you all here to do? Then Sam explained. The mission is to collect 10 level 6 or higher lightning attribute rare crystals. Langfat laughed and said, we originally only collected 3. But now the mission is complete. Quachlin nodded. Yep. Thanks to the Lightning Knight group for the gift. Nuokthui glanced at them. I just heard the Lightning Knights mention something about an 8-level rare crystal. Quachlin nodded. Yep. We found it. Pretty amazing. Right. Lum-Tu was confused, wondering when 8-level rare crystals could be so cheap. Found by chance. Then Sam nodded affirmatively. Yep. We stumbled into a dangerous situation and found it there. A dangerous situation. Did you also go to the space rift? The 3 of them nodded. Yep. Near the space rift, they recounted what had happened, where many martial artists had died, all beheaded or dismembered in strange ways. Then Sam voiced his doubts. We suspect that the alien creature that came out of the space rift can become invisible, and has sharp front limbs to easily kill its enemies. He added, we saw a level 6 martial artist killed easily but could not see what the creature was. That is why we knew we could not fight it. After grabbing the 8-level rare crystal from a martial artist's bag, we quickly returned. Lum-Tu nodded. While very curious about what that creature was, it was best not to investigate in such a dangerous place. Nuokthui agreed. Yep. If you have completed the mission, then let us head back. Then Sam nodded. Okay. At the entrance of the Thunder Valley, someone was standing there shouting, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Do not block the road. Lum-Tu and Bahok turned to look. A group from the Lightning Knights was dragging the body of that giant snake over. He glanced around and scoffed. See that? This is the power of the Lightning Knights. We are all level 8 evolved beasts. Daring to act arrogantly in front of the Lightning Knights is asking to die. Bahok frowned. That giant snake was clearly killed by Lum-Tu. Nuokthui gritted his teeth. Never had he seen anyone so shameless. Lum-Tu crossed his arms, coldly watching them. All the materials from the 8-level beasts were valuable. It is a pity we could not take them then. We let them off easy. Suddenly, the Lightning Knights called out to Lum-Tu and the others. You all stay right there. He approached Langfat. Everyone could see their bags bulging. They must have gathered quite a bit in the Thunder Valley. Right. Do you want to trade with our Lightning Knights? I am sure you will be satisfied with the price. Langfat replied nonchalantly. No need. We will just leave. The Lightning Knight stood there. Suddenly, he bellowed. Did I let you go? Lum-Tu turned to look at him. The Lightning Knight stood in front of them, loudly saying, this is the loot I have collected, and you are not selling it to us. Do you look down on the Lightning Knights? Lum-Tu smirked. The Lightning Knights. Are they really that impressive? The Lightning Knight twitched his lips. This brat is disrespectful. He commanded. Brothers, deal with them for me. Kill them. The Lightning Knights drew their bows and continued shooting. However, all of it was blocked by Lum-Tu's barrier. Again with this trick. Can't you guys change it up? Then he swung his hand, shooting those arrows back at you. The Thunder Knights hit and could only scream. They continued to act tough. Who started trouble here? How dare you sneak attack our Thunder Knights? They moved in to surround Lum-Tu, not letting them escape. You guys take care of them. Then Sam frowned. They were a bit too many. Lum-Tu scoffed. It is. They are just paper tigers. Bahok nodded. As long as they do not hide back and shoot arrows. Lum-Tu shouted loudly. One by one. The Thunder Knight group was defeated by a series of ultimate moves. The 100 Bird Salute the Phoenix, Silver Lightning Strike Fist, and the Butterfly Dance Explosive Finger. At this moment, another arrow flew in. Then Sam rushed over to push Quachlin away. Quachlin. Be careful. This arrow shot straight into then Sam's stomach. Quachlin was stunned. Quach then Sam. Lum-Tu frowned in annoyance. Someone is sneaking up. Bahok glanced around. Who's it? Show yourself. Quach Len quickly poured medicine into then Sam's mouth. Hurry. Take the medicine. At that moment, someone slowly approached, their body enveloped in electricity. A voice shouted. This person is the Grand Elder of the Purple Thunder Sect. What is that? The level 8 master. Lam 2 gritted his teeth. Level 8 master. The Elder of the Purple Thunder Sect looked at Lam 2. Finally found you. The kid with the dual attributes of thunder and fire. Killed our sect leader and many from the Purple Thunder Sect. The Thunder Knights turned pale upon hearing this. What? These guys killed the leader of the Purple Thunder Sect. They are unexpectedly strong. Should we take action? Take action. You should just retreat. The Elder's eyes flashed. He conjured an arrow in his hand. The Elder of the Purple Thunder Sect roared. Die. He shot a purple lightning bolt towards Lam 2. He quickly turned and ran. A cloud of dust suddenly blew up from the ground. The Elder used purple lightning to close in on Lam 2. He gritted his teeth trying to dodge, so fast. The Elder swung his hand, hitting Lam 2's back. He rolled on the ground several times before stopping. Lam 2 sat up groggily, wiping the corner of his mouth. None of us can match him. He urged everyone to quickly retreat from the Thunder Valley. The people from the Purple Thunder Sect blocked the entrance. It is not that easy to escape. Killing our sect leader. You must pay the price, they shouted. Do not let them get away. Avenge the sect leader. The Elder of the Purple Thunder Sect angrily roared to kill them. Nukthoy looked at Lam 2. What should we do? We are surrounded. Lam 2 focused on thinking of a way. If we can't break through the encirclement, then we will run towards the Thunder Valley. They stared intently at the forest filled with dangers. Nukthoy wondered. Are we really running in there? Into that cave? Lam 2 smirked, leading them toward the gap in space. He launched a time-buying attack and shouted, Run. Lam 2 will destroy them. Retreat to Thunder Valley now. At that moment, Nukthoy realized. You want Lam 2 to agree. Right. The more dangerous the place, the safer it is to take revenge. They will definitely chase us to the end. He turned to look at the Death Electric Sect disciple behind him, while Lam 2 thought about the area with the invisible alien creatures. I will lure them to a dangerous place where monsters are lurking. The Elder of the Death Electric Sect mocked Lam 2, and the others as they ran toward Thunder Valley. This time, even if you grow wings, you won't escape. Chase after them. The disciples of the Death Electric Sect immediately nodded. Yep. Then Sam ran while looking back at Tu Roy. Are there that many people chasing us? Ba Hok frowned. Is it worth it to face an 8th level opponent with 6 of us? Lam 2 explained to them. I want to use the invisible monsters near the spatial rift to exhaust their stamina, and then find a way to deal with the 8th level old man. Ba Hok was a bit worried, but the invisible monsters are also very dangerous. Lam 2 reassured him. Trust me, I can handle it. In the area of the spatial rift, many martial artists had lost their lives. Lam 2 and the others were stunned. Was it all done by the invisible monsters? Nukthoy looked around, and it seemed there were a lot of monsters. Lam 2 squinted. His eye analysis skill immediately revealed the shape of this mysterious monster. It was a level 6 mutated monster, the Invisible Mantis, with invisibility features, only appearing when attacking, and extremely sharp limbs. The forest was filled with these invisible mantises. Lam 2 smiled smugly. Damn system. I love you too much. Ba Hok asked Lam 2. Do we really have to cross this forest? At this moment, the Death Electric Sect had caught up, and they were there to kill them without leaving a single one alive. Lam 2 nodded in response to Ba Hok. There is no other way. Everyone must follow me. No mistakes allowed. Lam 2 lightly jumped a step and called them to jump 3 steps to the right. Then everyone gathered around Lam 2 and took up a strange stance. Lam 2 continuously guided. Jump 2 steps to 12 of the clock. Bend forward at 9 of the clock. Jump to 5 of the clock. Nukthoy was strangely surprised. Why were not they being attacked? Could it be that the invisible monster is gone? Lam 2 shook his head. The invisible monster is right next to us. It seems if we keep a certain distance, they won't actively attack. Watch out. Bend down and slide past at 12 of the clock. At this moment, the Death Electric Sect had reached the edge of this area. Did many people really die here? Great Elder. Is it a bit strange here? Should we continue chasing? The Elder of the Death Electric Sect shouted. A bunch of cowards. Can't you see they are gone? Keep chasing. The disciples of the Death Electric Sect cursed internally. That damn old man. Why does not he go himself? At that moment, a mantis was waiting above one of them, and as he approached, it slashed his head off. The people of the Death Electric Sect screamed. It is an ambush. A group of invisible mantises rushed out from the forest, and people were continuously shouting, Help! Help! A few disciples reacted quickly and activated their circles, quickly defending themselves. They activated the circles, thinking they would successfully save their lives. However, the invisible mantises continued to descend. He swung and cut the circle and the person in half in one blow. The Elder of the Thunder Sect was a bit hesitant. What on earth is that? The others were just as tense. It was terrifying how easily the circle could be destroyed. As a mantis approached the Elder of the Thunder Sect, he quickly caught it. The Elder of the Thunder Sect jumped straight up into the air. At that moment, He realized it was a mantis. The mantis can camouflage itself. It must be a mutated monster that crawled out from a space rift. Then he looked over at Lam 2 and his group doing their exercises over there. Why are not they being attacked? With their strange appearance, they might be able to avoid the invisible mantis. Lam 2 was bending down, directing everyone to lean to the right at 5 of the clock, and shake their hips. The elder of the Thunder Sect raised his hand to attack them. Damn it. Pretending to be divine and ghostly, he unleashed a lightning shield attack right here for him. Lam 2 quickly sensed it and shouted, "It is! Get out of the way!" Moments later, the spot where they had just stood exploded. The elder of the Thunder Sect quickly approached Lam 2. He raised his hand. "Go die." Lam 2 quickly stepped aside, jumping back 3 steps to escape. The elder of the Thunder Sect turned to run. But unexpectedly, Lam 2, standing above, kicked something down. "Here you go." The elder frowned, looking at Lam 2. What is this kid kicking? By the time the elder of the Thunder Sect realized it, the invisible mantis was right in front of him. The elder of the Thunder Sect hesitated for a moment before shouting, "It is!" The elder of the Thunder Sect quickly slashed the mantis in half. That little brat. Lam 2 grinned and then used his rapid movement skill to kick continuously, kicking one side, then the other. And here too. Dozens of mantises flew straight down towards the elder of the Thunder Sect. While killing, he cursed Lam 2. "You little brat. There are plenty of invisible mantises. And you can do anything to me." Lam 2 scoffed. "You can do anything to me. What about them?" The elder of the Thunder Sect froze. "What?" Behind him, the disciples of the Thunder Sect were being mercilessly attacked by the invisible mantises. They shouted, "Great Elder, save us." The elder of the Thunder Sect shouted back, "Damn it. Get out of this forest." The disciples of the Thunder Sect immediately fled. The Great Elder ordered, "Run quickly. Get out of here." "Great Elder, you must be careful." The elder of the Thunder Sect frowned at Lam 2. "You brat. You lured us here on purpose." Lam 2 nodded. "This is the grave I specially chose for you." He thought to himself that after killing enough invisible mantises, he could go all out. Lam 2 immediately activated his innate formation. The others, then Sam and Bahok, were excited. It appeared again. The feeling of this power had increased. Awesome. The elder of the Thunder Sect was stunned. How can this be? This is a domain." Lam 2 roared. "Brothers, charge forward and kill with the black spear." Quach Lin and then Sam also shouted to kill on this side. Inafithi and Bro Hawk also joined in the charge. The elder of the Thunder Sect channeled his energy, wrapping himself in electric currents. Even with his enhanced field, what could a bunch of 6th and 7th graders do against me? He crazily charged at them, ready to wipe them out. The forest echoed with explosions. Lum 2 shouted from Bao Hawk to charge alongside him. Lum 2 activated his rage skill, and Below Hawk unleashed his blood frenzy. Just as Lum 2 and Bro Hawk were preparing, the elder of the Thunder Sect was suddenly attacked by Nunentry Sethai and then Assem. "What the?" He gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it. These kids know how to boost their power instantly." Suddenly, the elder of the Thunder Sect halted, standing upright and looking around. There was Lum 2 swinging a black whip, launching a strike named Heavenly Dragon Strike. On this side, Blowhawk rushed in with his ultimate skill, causing chaos in the Heavenly Palace. The two of them charged at the elder of the Thunder Sect from both sides. He activated the Thunder Dragon Roar skill to counter them. "Good. Do not get too cocky." The elder of the Thunder Sect shouted. Lum 2 was violently struck upwards. He had to use the black whip to stabilize himself. Lum 2 quickly dove back in with his strongest strike. The elder of the Thunder Sect was stunned. "What?" Lum 2 successfully pierced through his body, and the system announced the successful kill of an 8th level martial artist, earning 88 million trillion experience points. Lum 2's expression had not yet relaxed as he turned to see the elder of the Thunder Sect lying on the ground, gaining 8 billion trillion experience points. That means the 8th level guy earlier wasted too many experience points alongside Lukang Gaiat. Blowhawk stepped forward, saying, "Did we just take out another 8th level guy? This is the best achievement." Nechi Sethi glanced around. It seemed the other martial artists had fled. Lum 2 shrugged. "Those cowards must have been scared to death. No need to worry. The front legs of the invisible mantis will break the circle, and they will definitely sell for a lot of money. Plus, there are many corpses to collect. What a big win." A Blowhawk and Quatchline were incredibly happy. "We hit the jackpot this time. It was worth risking our lives." Everyone walked towards the exit and left the Thunder Valley. They chatted among themselves. "What is next for Lum 2? Nothing much. Let us head back to the academy. The Thunder Knight team at the entrance won't stop us anymore." "Right, those bullies won T-Dare." A few days later, Lum 2 returned home. He called out, "Sinen. Tayu bitch. I." Tiu Buck immediately waited for Sinen to greet Lum 2. He hugged Sinesen, saying, "Did you guys miss me? You have all grown so much already. I bet you have eaten a lot of my rare ingredients." Lum 2 looked up and suddenly saw a blurry figure. He called out, Lefeningite. Moments later, Lum Tu regained his senses. Lefeningite went back to the Sky City. So you want to see her for now. Just then, Trong Dunen and his group also came to the door.